Chapter 1. My name is Mo Ran, a woeful traveler who has traversed this realm for over a century, ensnared by a system for just as long, living a life of leisure, indulging in daily rituals of sign-ins, sipping tea, and admiring blossoms. Tea that very moment. A general from the Qingyu dynasty appeared, cradling a child barely half a year old, claiming her to be my daughter. Without further ado, he thrust the infant into my arms and hurriedly departed, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. My emotions were a tumultuous storm. After a century of wandering, I had unexpectedly become a father. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a palanquin drawn by two fearsome beasts came to a halt. The overwhelming aura emanating from these creatures sent the feral beasts within 100 miles retreating in fear. Inside the palanquin resided the reigning empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Qianxunji. Her presence here was no mere coincidence. 2 years prior, she had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, struggling to break through the sixth realm of the emperor's stage despite exhausting every conceivable method. In desperation, she chose to venture out for a change of scenery, seeking alternative paths to transcendence. However, she never anticipated that this excursion would lead her into an ambush orchestrated by the three major dynasties, compounded by an exceedingly shameless rogue who, despite possessing unfathomable prowess, masqueraded as an ordinary mortal before her. Caught in a web of peril, she endeavored to protect what she believed to be an innocent bystander, fleeing together until they were ultimately overpowered by the elite warriors of the three dynasties, her life hanging by a thread. Upon entering the confines of a wooden cabin, his residence, she witnessed the man she had sheltered unleash a power that shook the very heavens. With a mere wave of his hand, he eradicated the three formidable adversaries. Injured and overwhelmed, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, her purity had been irrevocably tarnished. She, an illustrious empress, had been sullied. As this realization struck her, the empress clenched her jaw, an uncontrollable, transcendent aura radiating from her being. Scoundrel! Had it not been for the Qingyu dynasty being targeted by the three major dynasties, jeopardizing Qing heir's safety, I would never have entrusted her to you. Once I resolve matters with the three dynasties, I shall personally reclaim Qing heir, and you shall pay dearly for this. Gazing down at the cherubic bundle nestled in my arms, I was engulfed by an unprecedented sensation. As I cradled the tiny hand of the little meatball, an intense pulse of bloodline essence radiated from her. This was the power of lineage. Indeed, this is truly my daughter. Feeling the warmth of this profound connection, my hands trembled uncontrollably, transforming my initial shock into pure joy. Yes, host, this is unmistakably your biological daughter. 2 years ago, a mechanical voice, devoid of inflection, echoed in my mind. It was my system, the standard companion of every traveler. Be silent. You wretched thing. Were it not for the abominable task you issued 2 years ago, I would not have sullied her purity. Upon contemplating this, Mo Ran could not help but feel a surge of anger. 2 years prior, he stood merely a step away from the realm of the immortal emperor. Yet, the laws of this world proved incapable of accommodating the influx of such formidable power. His profound cultivation, bestowed upon him, could not escape this wretched mountain, leaving him a loss for how to wield it properly. Consequently, the system assigned him an absurd mandatory task. The task was to rescue the Empress Qianxunji of the Qingyu dynasty. What he initially perceived as an exceedingly simple mission was ensnared by the system's restrictions, forbidding him from utilizing his cultivation until he returned to the wooden cottage. Subsequently, a series of melodramatic events unraveled. After guiding Qianxunji to the cottage, he discovered that she was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. If she did not receive timely treatment, she would soon perish. With time pressing and the task urgent, he called upon the system for a life-saving elixir. After all, if she died, he would not fulfill his mission, nor would he be able to transcend to the realm of the immortal emperor. To his dismay, the wretched system provided him with a dragon and phoenix pill. While it possessed healing properties, it came with. At this juncture, Mo Ran could only manage a bitter smile. Having traversed a foreign realm for a century without ever holding a girl's hand, he found himself losing that opportunity under such circumstances. To make matters worse, he had incurred the resentment of an empress. Curse you, insufferable system, IT cannot be entirely blamed on me. I merely followed your instructions and provided you with a healing elixir. Indeed, it is a healing pill, albeit with some side effects. Mo Ran, that you truly are insufferable. We share a fateful bond. If I perish, you shall meet the same. Indeed. As he bickered with the system, the little bundle in his arms unexpectedly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of glistening azure orbs that seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of all things, those eyes, inherited from her mother, were indeed exquisite. A newly minted father. Mo Ran gazed upon his porcelain doll-like daughter, an affection swelling within him that was unlike any he had ever known. In his previous life, he had faced eternal solitude, and now, having traversed to this otherworldly realm, he found himself ensnared by the system for over a century. He had never anticipated the opportunity to embrace fatherhood. Looking at the porcelain doll in his arms, Mo Ran felt an unprecedented happiness. Yet the girl nestled within his embrace had her own thoughts. Shun Qingqing, in this life, was the daughter of the empress of the Qingyu dynasty. However, in her previous life, she hailed from a prestigious lineage, being a formidable being at the immortal king level, famously known as the invincible Moonfall Immortal King. While exploring a secret realm of the immortal emperor, she had unwittingly fallen prey to a covert ambush by 5 immortal kings. Devoid of honor in battle, they had ultimately bested her, leading to her demise within the secret realm. The Jingxian King, the Sword Immortal King, the Wood Immortal King, the 100 Battles Immortal King, and the 10,000 Beasts Immortal King, mark my words, you shall pay for this. Once I return to the upper realm, I will ensure that you suffer 1,000 cuts, imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons, never to reincarnate. System, is my daughter hungry? Why is she glaring at me with such fierce little eyes? Do you have any beast milk or something? Please bring me some. Faced with his fierce-eyed daughter, the newly minted father, Mo Ran, found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether his daughter was indeed hungry or if something else was. Amidst doubt, he hastily inquired with the system about the availability of beast milk. Response: yes, host. In an instant, a bottle filled with fresh beast milk materialized in his hand. Without a second thought, he thrust the nipple towards Shun Qingqing's mouth. Startled by his actions, the bewildered Shun Qingqing, unable to articulate her confusion, thought, "What on earth are you doing, mortal? What are you trying to feed me? Is it sweet?" Just as she was grappling with her puzzlement, an ancient and formidable phantom of a great demon appeared behind the milk bottle. The knowledgeable Moonfall Fairy King instantly recognized what it was. This is beast milk, a tremendous supplement. Having just been reincarnated, although remnants of her past life lingered, she was still merely a child, unable to stir any significant turmoil and in need of care. Despite not being able to discern her adoptive father's cultivation level or sense any fluctuations in his power, the fact that he could produce beast milk capable of manifesting the shadow of a great demon suggested that his strength was not to be underestimated. After all, this was something even her mother could not procure. With this realization, she continued to drink her milk, understanding that growing up swiftly was of utmost importance. Because they often criticize me, I am uncertain if my writing truly possesses flaws. You should savor it first. After all, I have taken your judgment away. If you find it lacking, you cannot blame me. I personally feel it's not too bad. Thank you for watching. This marked the second day of Mo Ran's journey as a caregiver. His daughter exhibited peculiar behavior, sitting up in the middle of the night to meditate and cultivate. Can you fathom an infant, less than a year old, practicing meditation instead of sleeping at such a late hour? Is this a consequence of the otherworldly environment? Do children from this realm exhibit such ferocity? Could it be that they begin cultivating at 6 months? Is my daughter destined for greatness? System, what manner of world is this? When shall I emerge from my seclusion? Are all children in this world like this? Leaning back in his chair, Mo Ran reflected on the incident from the previous night when his daughter had abruptly awakened and sat cross-legged to cultivate, his lips twitching. Involuntarily, he was genuinely startled. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a peculiar reaction of a restless child. However, before he could approach her, spiritual energy from all directions suddenly converged and flowed into his daughter's body. He recognized this phenomenon as cultivation. Having never ventured into the outside world, despite possessing formidable strength, he had not engaged in any form of cultivation himself. His abilities had been accrued through daily sign-ins and a leisurely existence. Thus, he possessed no knowledge regarding the art of cultivation. The notion of an infant, merely 6 months old, engaging in such practices was utterly unheard of. For the past century, he had remained within this mountainous realm, never having ventured beyond its confines. As for his own strength, he was uncertain. Yet he could sense that, should he desire it, this entire world could be rendered to naught in an instant. In the terminology of the system, it could be said that he had ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor. The world in which he resided was known as the lower realm, the most inconspicuous of realms amidst the myriad realms, with countless lower realms and only one upper realm. The distribution of power within the lower realm could be broadly categorized into the following: the Qi condensation realm, the Qi gathering realm, the Qi dispersion realm, the 3 stages of the Fate Palace, and the most formidable emperor realm of the lower realm. Note, the three stages of the Fate Palace are: the first stage is known as King, the second as Emperor, and the third as Sage. Each stage is further divided into 9 tiers. When an individual from the lower realm attains the 9th tier of the Emperor realm, poised to ascend to the next realm, they're forcibly transported by the heavenly Tao to the upper realm, for this world cannot bear the power of an immortal. Ran was exceptional years ago. Upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, the system bestowed upon him a garment capable of concealing all things, designed to obscure his heavenly secrets and prevent detection by the heavenly Tao. Now that he had reached the immortal Emperor realm, the garment had lost its original purpose, serving now solely as an object of beauty. In the immortal Emperor realm, one traverses the myriad realms with ease. However, the time had not yet come for the host to contemplate leaving the mountain. Rather, thoughts should be directed towards nurturing his daughter. Once again, is there anything else you can say besides that? No. Clearly, Ran had broached the subject of leaving the mountain before, and the system's response remained unchanged. What, then, constituted the right moment? At that juncture, Shun Qingqing approached Ran, cradling an ancient tome in her hands, her little form bounding toward him. In no time, she arrived at his side. That is this truly real? Is what is inscribed within this book genuine? The mute Shun Qingqing gestured excitedly at the book with her chubby little hands, babbling incoherently. Though puzzled, Ran accepted the book from his daughter's grasp. The Chronicles of the Upper Realm. Had he not received this several years prior? This tome chronicled significant events that transpired in the Upper Realm. In moments of idleness, Ran often perused its pages. Constrained by his inability to exit, he frequently indulged in his yearning for the world beyond by reading. It contained accounts of various notable figures from the Upper Realm, albeit limited, yet those of renown were certainly documented. Most importantly, this book was an artifact of immortal emperor caliber, capable of automatic recording. This meant that any major occurrences in the Upper Realm would be inscribed within its pages. Continuously updated, it had been quite some time since Ran had last perused it. Was he curious about the nature of this book? Lost in contemplation, he knelt down, lifted his daughter into his arms, and remarked, "This book is titled The Record of Time, and it encompasses a multitude of enchanting tales. A brief tale? This king inquires if it is truly so." The more she pondered, the more her frustration grew. With her plump, soft little hand, she angrily pressed it against the face of Ran, who was within reach. For Ran, this gesture felt no different than a gentle caress. "My daughter is touching me." Suddenly feeling the unexpected contact, Ran was filled with joy. Sweet and tender. The story above is quite intriguing. "Come, allow me to share another with you," he said, opening the book to the very page that Shun Qingqing had just perused, revealing 4 prominent characters. Moonfall Immortal King. My dear daughter, look, this illustrious figure is none other than the renowned Moonfall Immortal King. Isn't she beautiful? Upon hearing this, Shun Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as the 4 characters she was all too familiar with came into view. The Moonfall Immortal King, born of the revered Moonfall clan in the Upper Realm, possessed the celestial spirit body and ranked 3rd on the beauty list of the Upper Realm. 3 millennia ago, she attained the Immortal King realm, defeating several seasoned Immortal Kings from the Upper Realm in a remarkably short span without suffering a single defeat, earning her the title of the foremost among Immortal Kings. That a millennium ago, when the Emperor's secret realm was unveiled, the Moonfall Immortal King ventured into the realm alone, seizing the Emperor's legacy with her formidable prowess. However, during the critical moment of inheriting the legacy, she was ambushed by the 5 great Immortal Kings and ultimately perished within the secret realm. She lived for 6,500 years. Gazing at the account above, Shun Qingqing shuddered. Could it truly be? Have I been dead for so many years? What troubles you, my dear daughter? Noticing Shun Qingqing's melancholic expression, Ran inquired with concern. Shun Qingqing ignored him, her little hand continuing to flip through the pages until she landed on the year closest to the current timeline. Nangong Hua, the pseudo-immortal emperor. 1,000 years ago, he, alongside the Jingxian king, Muxin king, Baijian immortal king, and Wanqiu immortal king, breached the emperor's secret realm and collaborated to slay the once mighty Moonfall immortal king, ultimately seizing the emperor's inheritance and successfully breaking through to the realm of immortal emperor. 500 years ago, within an immortal emperor's secret realm, he unleashed a massacre, annihilating all immortal emperors who dared to enter, emerging as the sole survivor and successfully ascending to the pseudo-immortal emperor realm. Nangong Hua. As she gazed upon the familiar visage depicted in the portrait, Shun Qingqing's chubby little hand clenched into a fist, and she struck it against his head. In that very moment, a surge of sword energy began to coalesce. This is not good, and a mortal emperor cannot be insulted. The unexpected turn of events left Teacher Qianxunji in a state of panic. If this sword energy struck her, it would surely cause her grievous harm. Clouds gathered in the sky, their intricate golden runes converging into a massive dome, with a colossal sword-shaped energy aimed at Teacher Qianxunji, who was sprawled atop Mo Ran. Such a commotion rendered the surroundings eerily silent, and even the heavens seemed to fall into stillness beneath the pressure of the sword energy. A deathly calm, "Begone!" A deep voice emanated from Mo Ran's lips. A mere sword energy from a pseudo-sword emperor dares to be directed at his daughter. Does it even have the right? Let alone the insult. What harm would it do to slay? As Mo Ran's voice echoed, the heavens and earth momentarily returned to their former tranquility. "Begone!" A deep voice resounded throughout the realm, and as the skies regained their serenity, the little bundle nestled in Mo Ran's embrace squirmed slightly. His clear eyes seemed to have uncovered something extraordinary. It appeared that this so-called father of hers was no ordinary man. The earlier sword energy had targeted her, though its power was minimal. It was an affront to the celestial emperor, inciting divine retribution. Yet this father of hers, with merely a single word, had dissipated the heavenly punishment. This compelled her to reassess the nature of her father in this lifetime, pondering the kind of person he truly was. To repel divine retribution with mere speech, surely such a feat could not be accomplished by an insignificant cultivator from the lower realms. Could it be that? A terrifying thought flickered through her mind, that he a celestial being? After Qianxunji's furious roar subsided, Bibi Dong, whose face he had grasped, forcefully swatted his arm away and retorted loudly. "Are you a fool?" Qianxunji was taken aback by the audacity of Bibidong's words. After all, she was someone he had nurtured since childhood. "Dear Dong, your words pierce my heart," he lamented, clutching his chest as he gazed at Bibidong's expression of disdain towards him. "You must remember, I raised you from infancy, tending to you with utmost care. How is it that now, as you have matured, you wish to distance yourself from me? Do you believe yourself worthy to be my teacher, Bibi Dong? Bah, you hypocritical wretch!" Bibi Dong angrily retorted, her gaze shifting to the lovely girl huddled on the ground. It was a travesty that such a beautiful young girl was subjected to Qianxunji's cruelty. One could hardly argue that Qianxunji was unworthy of being called a man. "Be quiet. Who taught you to speak like that? You insolent girl. Have you grown too bold?" Qianxunji bellowed in fury, causing Bibi Dong to recoil in fear. As Qianxunji sensed something amiss and attempted to leave, he was unexpectedly seized by Qianxunji, who pulled him toward himself. Bibi Dong wished to resist, yet she was no match for the formidable Qianxunji, who was at level 95. "What do you intend to do, Qianxunji? I remind you, we are in the Spirit Hall." "Ha ha ha. Do you still acknowledge this as the Spirit Hall? Then do you remember who its master is?" Qianxunji's expression twisted into one of menace as he reached out to tear Bibidong's qipao. The beautiful girl, now petrified, had never witnessed such an event and let out a panicked scream, attempting to flee. However, as she passed by Qianxunji, he suddenly raised his hand and struck her fiercely on the back of the head. The girl felt a daze wash over her, and amidst Bibidong's incredulous gaze, she collapsed, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. "Bah, I had hoped to take my time, but since you are here, you might as well accompany me for a while," Qianxunji declared in anger, seizing Bibidong's arm and dragging her into the room. Bibidong's sobs echoed within as she wept bitterly. Observing her in such a state, Qianxunji wore a triumphant expression. "Do you think I know what you are thinking, dear teacher? Do you not find yourself wondering why that fellow Liubei has not made an appearance at this moment? Allow me to inform you. Once you become my beloved Qianxunji's woman, I shall eliminate that scoundrel Liubei. You, Qianxunji, you are utterly despicable, even inferior to a beast." Bibi Dong weeps with a heart-wrenching sorrow. She yearns for Liubei to arrive, yet simultaneously dreads his arrival. After all, given their strength, they are truly no match for Qianxunji. Infuriated, Qianxunji grants Bibi Dong no opportunity to continue her speech. As he reaches out, Bibi Dong unleashes all her might, prepared to engage Qianxunji in a fight to the death. "Kneel before me." Qianxunji, filled with rage, raises his hand and strikes fiercely at Bibi Dong's face. Instantly, she is sent tumbling onto the bed. "You shall meet a dreadful end," Bibi Dong shrieks. Yet, as she witnesses the advancing Qianxunji, she contemplates self-destruction rather than fulfill this brute's desires. Suddenly, the heavy door is forcefully kicked open from the outside. As the imposing door crashes to the ground, Qianxunji halts, frowning toward the entrance. Upon seeing Liubei, who has grown up alongside Bibi Dong, he sneers disdainfully. So is you, Liubei. Pray tell, do you also aspire to be as disrespectful as she, lacking in reverence for your mentors? Do you even deserve such a claim? Liubei, filled with indignation, rushed forward before Qianxun had a chance to react. Liubei's fist was already swung fiercely towards his abdomen. Ah! Qianxun's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he could not see Liubei's figure at all. You, silence. Beast. You are unworthy of being human. Liubei seethed with fury. From the moment he entered, Qianxunji was destined for demise. How desperately Qianxunji longed to resist. Yet before Liubei in this moment, he found himself utterly devoid of any means to oppose. Observing Liubei as if he were a different person altogether, Bibi Dong hastily sought something to shield herself, draping it over her form. Die, you wretch! Liubei roared, seizing the chair and relentlessly striking it down upon Qianxun's fallen face until the chair shattered into pieces. Liubei ceased his vigorous assault and spat toward his adversary's face. He continued, Qianxunji, Bibi Dong is my woman. How dare you harbor thoughts about her? Are you courting death? Overwhelmed by Liubei's ferocity, Qianxunji, despite being a formidable title Douluo with a level 95 prowess, found himself utterly speechless. Liubei's ruthlessness left him utterly helpless. Observing Qianxunji's expression of despair, Liubei, unsatisfied with his initial display of dominance, drew forth a sword emanating an aura of lethal intent. The sight of the crimson glowing blade sent Qianxunji into a frenzy of panic. Yet, destined for demise, Qianxunji, regardless of his futile resistance, succumbed to Liubei's relentless onslaught, akin to a fish laid upon a chopping block with no means to fight back. Witnessing Qianxunji's subjugation, Bibi Dong hastily rolled off the bed and embraced him from behind, exclaiming, Liubei, do you realize? Senior sister was almost. Rest assured, senior sister, the current Qianxunji is no longer the same as before. Liubei's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile as he observed Qianxunji, now transformed into a mere puppet. He promptly removed his flowing robe and draped it around Bibi Dong's shoulders before stepping outside. What is happening, miss? A vigilant captain of the guard, noticing the unusual situation, hurried forward to investigate, only to be taken aback by Bibi Dong's current appearance. From this day forth, Bibi Dong shall be the new master of the Spear Hall. What did you say? The captain of the guard, initially perplexed by Liubei's words, soon regained his composure and rushed towards Qianxunji's residence to ascertain the circumstances, witnessing the enchanted guards storming in. Liubei, with an expression of serene calmness, embraced Bibi Dong and departed as if nothing had transpired. Inside the room, the sight of the lifeless Qianxunji left everyone in utter shock. What had happened? How could Master Qianxunji have met such a gruesome end? One guard, pale with fear, remarked on the horrifying visage of Qianxunji. Captain, it must have been Liubei and his companions. We should apprehend them at once. A guard urgently inquired of the captain. To their astonishment, the captain suddenly raised his hand and struck the guard sharply on the head. Are you filled with nonsense? If you seek death, do so alone. Do not expect us to accompany you. The furious captain bellowed. Gazing at the ghastly state of Qianxunji, he was stripped of his usual air of superiority. Master Qianxunji was a level 95 title Douluo. His downfall was not something that could be easily dealt with by mere mortals. The captain sighed helplessly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he spoke with a semblance of truth. Chapter 4, A Debt of Gratitude, A Life Devoted. Bibi Dong, saved by Liubei, felt no joy in the wake of Qianxunji's demise. On the contrary, she was consumed by intense fury. She loathed her own powerlessness to slay Qianxunji with her own hands. Her hatred extended to a world filled with men who, like Qianxunji, wore masks of virtue. As Liubei protected Bibi Dong on their way back to her chamber, he carried her into the bathroom and began to assist her in shedding her outer robe. Let's wash away the remnants of the day. I shall wait for you outside. Bibi Dong replied with a faint smile. Observing the weariness in Bibidong's eyes pierced the heart of Liubei, who was renowned for his kindness. He closed the door, glancing at the throngs of guards and formidable spirit masters approaching. Liubei suddenly ascended into the sky, his fury igniting an extraordinary display of power. With the formidable strength of a level 99 ultimate Douluo, he gazed down upon the world with an air of nonchalance. In his left hand, he wielded the Xinyuan sword, while his right grasped the Linglong Tower. Beneath him, the furious Qilin reared majestically, emanating divine might that could shatter legions. A tremendous pressure surged forth, engulfing those who dared to approach the city gates. Under this overwhelming aura, the onlookers were gripped by terror. How could this be possible? When did this young man achieve such monumental prowess? Among them was a 5-ranking elder from the Spear Hall, boasting a formidable strength of level 95. Yet, under the oppressive force unleashed by Liubei, he found himself bereft of any means for resistance. Roaring fiercely, the Qilin raised its head in a mighty cry. In an instant, it charged alongside Liubei towards an old man with a blind left eye. As they neared their target, the furious Qilin halted abruptly at Liubei's command, positioning the Xinyuan sword against the throat of the blind elder, who now wore a visage of palpable trepidation. Liubei, with a hint of disdain, remarked, Douluo, your beloved son Qianxunji, whom you devoted your life to raising, has met his end at my hands. Are you aware of this? Douluo was consumed with fury, yet under the overwhelming force emanating from Liubei, he felt as insignificant as an ant. It was not that he wished to remain silent. Rather, he found himself utterly devoid of the capacity to express himself under Liubei's formidable pressure. The sensation of impending rupture coursing through his body inflicted considerable anguish upon Douluo. Were it not for the impossibility of escape, he, known for his cunning, would have already slipped away from the crowd. You shall perish. Your son is scum. Thus you too are scum, unworthy of existence for having spawned one, such as Qianxunji. In a fit of rage, Liubei swung his sword repeatedly. Before the eyes of all, Douluo let out an unprecedented, anguished howl. This heart-wrenching scream sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. It is essential to recognize that Douluo was not only a prominent figure within the Spear Hall, but also the father of Qianxunji. Although those summoned by Douluo were unaware of the unfolding events, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Liubei's bloodthirsty demeanor and his decisive nature. Damn it, some thought bitterly. Anger surged within them, yearning to rescue the elder they had defended for decades. Yet, under Liubei's explosive aura, these formidable titled Douluos could only stand by, helplessly watching as Liubei relentlessly struck at Douluo. Eventually, someone could no longer bear the sight and bowed their head in silence. Meanwhile, at the window, a graceful woman observed the scene with an expression of calm, although she struggled to believe what was transpiring before her. The sight of the usually arrogant individuals now standing in stunned silence led Bibi Dong to question whether Liubei was still the same Liubei she had once known. Let me make myself clear. From this day forth, there is but one master of the Spirit Hall, and that is Bibi Dong. Do you understand? Bibi Dong. The crowd exchanged glances. Although her rank was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to that of the elders and offerings present. What? Is there anyone among you who dares to dissent? Just as those present turned their gaze toward Liubei, the figure of Liubei suddenly darted before a middle-aged man adorned with a sea turtle martial spirit. This middle-aged individual, a titled Douluo of level 92, was expected to murmur quietly. However, upon seeing Liubei approach, he forced a smile onto his face, reminiscent of a flower blooming under duress. Liubei, I am your senior. You cannot act this way. Prepare to meet your end. Liubei extended his hand and pressed it against the face of the mature sea turtle martial soul. With merely a slight exertion of force, the titled Douluo of level 92 perished instantly beneath the pressure of Liubei's 5 fingers. Who else dares to defy? Step forward now. I find no pleasure in the methodical elimination of each individual. Liubei's voice was unremarkable, yet within its simplicity lay the imposing aura of a sovereign. Did you not hear? From this day forth, the new master of our Spirit Hall shall be Bibi Dong. Just as Liubei awaited the inevitable braggadocio from others, a voice emerged unexpectedly, startling everyone present. It came from a venerable elder, highly esteemed within the Spear Hall. As they gazed upon this elder, the expressions of all shifted in astonishment. After all, this elder possessed an extraordinary level of 98. Although many were perplexed by his declaration, the elder could not help but bow his head upon discerning Liubei's true strength. If even the formidable Douluo, wielding the supreme spirit of the 6-winged angel, could not contend with Liubei, how could this aged man, possessing only a level of 98 and the spirit of the Golden Crocodile King, dare to resist? Given that even the second elder has spoken thus, I too shall concede. After all, we are all of one family. As long as one can bear the responsibilities of the Hall Master, it matters not who ascends to the position. I, the Serpent Spear Douluo, feel the same. I, the Demon Bear Douluo, also concur. Indeed, with the second elder's concession, many chose to switch their allegiance at that moment. While the sincerity of their support for Bibi Dong remained uncertain, Liubei was confident that, in due time, he would cultivate a cadre of loyal subordinates for her command. Since all have agreed to my ascension as Hall Master, I, as a junior, shall not disappoint your goodwill. As Liubei observed the growing number of defectors, a gentle voice drifted towards him from behind. Turning to behold the beautiful woman, he felt a moment of serenity amidst the unfolding chaos. Liubei's expression, which should have been one of quietude, suddenly blossomed into a smile. I disagree. This is folly. Just as Liubei prepared to confront Bibi Dong, a sudden voice of dissent echoed through the room, causing those who had already turned against him to fall into contemplation. You Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, murmuring in disbelief. It was inconceivable that the sycophant, who had always placed her above all else, would choose this moment to oppose her ascension to the position of the Hall Master. You Xiaojiang, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Before Liubei could respond, the second elder swiftly positioned himself before Yu Xiaojiang. Under the weight of Yu Xiaojiang's furious gaze, the second elder, unable to contain his ire, unleashed a powerful punch directed at his abdomen. Accompanied by a spray of blood and spittle, Yu Xiaojiang collapsed, unconscious. With a darkened expression, the second elder turned to one of the titled Douluos and commanded in a deep voice, cast this wretch into the remotest corner of the earth, and preferably incapacitate him. Do you understand? Chapter 5. The Spirit Hall belonging to Bibi Dong. In the face of an overwhelming number of powerful individuals willing to submit such occurrences, Liubei felt an immense sense of relief. After all, if they were to eliminate all threats completely, the Spirit Hall would indeed become a mere shadow of its former self. Such an outcome was not something Liubei wished to witness, nor was it desired by Bibi Dong. Having overthrown Qianxunji's reign and established a new order, Bibi Dong rightfully ascended as the new pope. During this time, under Liubei's leadership, a vigorous offensive was launched against those formidable sections. Had it been the Spirit Hall of Ur, perhaps those powerful sects would have possessed the capability to resist. However, since Liubei's emergence, the likes of the Haotian sect, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, White Tiger sect, and Windsword sect have all suffered under Liubei's merciless oppression. In the battle against the master of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, Liubei's absence from that particular conflict resulted in the deaths of 2 titled Douluos and serious injuries to another 2. Once Liubei joined the fray, the master of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect was swiftly dealt a fatal blow, with his skull being deliberately displayed upon the wall of the Spirit Hall's Grand Hall. At the foot of the Haotian sect's mountain stood an unassuming cottage. Within, a woman clad in white, her delicate visage adorned with a gentle smile, had cascading blue hair that gracefully fell over her shoulders. Although she had become a wife, her alluring figure continued to captivate the attention of men. Suddenly, as she swayed the cradle, a resounding thud of a heavy object struck the ground, drawing her gaze towards the courtyard entrance. Noticing her husband's arrival, a smile illuminated her face, prompting her to hasten to greet him. Hauga, how have you been? She inquired tenderly. However, upon noticing Tang Hao's injuries, her beautiful lashes quivered slightly with concern. I'm fine, Ian. How is our child? Tang Hao's face bore the marks of weariness, and the shocking scar upon him caused Ian great distress. Little San is well, as I am here to protect him. How are things of the sect? And what has happened to your face? Ian remained deeply concerned for Tang Hao. After all, he was her beloved husband. Tang Hao, bearing the scars of a sword strike, managed a bitter smile as he recollected the youth from the Spirit Hall who introduced himself as Liubei. In hindsight, a sense of dread still lingered within him. Although fear gripped Tang Hao, it was undeniable that his ability to escape from Liubei, possessing the strength of a 90th level title Douluo, attested to his exceptional prowess among his peers. However, just as Tang Hao was about to embrace Ian, a weapon descended from the heavens, slicing through the air with alarming speed towards him. Hearing the sudden crack of the air, Tang Hao's countenance changed dramatically. He swiftly clutched Ian and darted to the side of the cradle. With a surge of formidable energy emanating from Tang Hao, he barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the weapon. Accompanied by the shattering of the house, Tang Hao, his heart racing, could scarcely believe that Liubei and his companions had arrived so swiftly. Gazing at the weapon that lay on the ground, Tang Hao's expression grew increasingly complex as he recognized it as the blue-silver Emperor's spear. Looking up into the sky, he beheld the severed head that Liubei held aloft, and he was rendered speechless in shock. Fixating on the unseeing eyes of the deceased, Tang Hao found it inconceivable that the esteemed Elder Tang Shan, possessing the might of a 98th level super Douluo, had met such a grim fate. As he stared at the lifeless form of Elder Tang Shan, Tang Hao could almost envision the despair that must have enveloped him in his final moments. Tang Hao, Liubei proclaimed, your sect leader, Tang Xiao, has already fled. I see great potential in you. Why not join us at the Spear Hall? Liubei addressed Tang Hao, his gaze drawn to the enchanting woman by Tang Hao's side, evoking a twinge of compassion within him. Thus, he sought to persuade Tang Hao to submit and serve the Spirit Hall. Such a delusion. I, Tang Hao, would rather perish than surrender. With a resounding cry of long live the Haotian sect, Tang Hao tightened his grip on the crackling Haotian hammer and charged fiercely towards Liubei, who loomed arrogantly in the air, unyielding and eager for battle. Liubei, somewhat at a loss for words, shook his head and tossed the severed head of Tang Shan towards Tang Hao. He then raised his hand, reclaiming the blue-silver emperor spear that lay on the ground. Get lost. As he gazed at the approaching object, perhaps due to the fervor of battle, Tang Hao, in a state of rage, only began to regain his senses when his heavenly hammer struck Tang Shan's head. However, upon his awareness returning and seeing the head he had reduced to a pulp, he stood there utterly dumbfounded. No, just as Tang Hao was lost in thought, an urgent shout echoed from the ground, suddenly reaching his ears. Reacting instinctively, he turned to see Liubei charging towards him. As he prepared to defend himself, he realized it was already too late. The tip of the blue-silver emperor spear pierced his heart. On the ground, a yin's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Pain surged through Tang Hao's heart as he glared in anger, his desperate roar reverberating through the heavens and earth. Yet, in the midst of Tang Hao's unbearable agony, the coldly handsome Liubei let out a disdainful snort, denying him any chance of resistance. Grasping Tang Hao's arm, he swiftly delivered a punch, sending Tang Hao crashing to the ground. Witnessing Liubei's formidable power, which rendered even the mighty titled Douluo Tang Hao utterly incapable of retaliation, Ayin was instantly filled with fury. As Tang Hao's wife, she could not stand idly by while he was being bullied. In an instant, she surged towards Liubei, who, upon noticing the striking woman hurtling towards him, prepared to respond. Liubei, with an exceedingly polite smile, exclaimed, "You have actually harmed my husband. I, Ayin, shall not rest until I have avenged him, even if it costs me my life." A thunderous sound erupted as their palms collided, unleashing a terrifying energy that rapidly dispersed in all directions. Lying on the ground, Tang Hao, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, desperately wished to dissuade Ayin from confronting Liubei, fully aware of the latter's formidable strength. As he watched the yin's body being propelled backward, Tang Hao yearned to rescue her, yet his severe injuries rendered him utterly immobile. Although he was powerless to save Ayin, Liubei suddenly charged towards her midair. In the midst of Tang Hao's furious expression, Liubei swiftly embraced the yin's slender waist and, right before Tang Hao's eyes, whisked her away. Acknowledging the softness in his arms, Liubei wore a grave expression, fully aware that Ayin had to be saved. Upon returning to the skies above the Haotian sect, he beheld the slaughter of its members. Liubei suddenly spoke up, announcing the cessation of the battle. All participants returned to Liubei's side. A haggard titled Douluo gazed at the beautiful woman cradled in Liubei's arms. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chapter 6. Are you instructing me on how to act? Observing the unconscious woman in Liubei's embrace, the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall wore expressions of deep concern. As Liubei gazed at the woman with evident compassion, a burly man approached him with heavy steps. Following Liubei's gaze, he looked at the enchanting woman in his arms and, after a brief pause, spoke casually. Though this woman possesses a graceful figure, it is apparent that she is likely already wed, is she not? What do you wish to convey? Liubei furrowed his brow, gazing at the burly man before him. Filled with perplexity, the stout man chuckled heartily, contemplating for a moment before responding earnestly. Well, my lord Liu, although it may not be my place to say this, I must caution you. Our esteemed Pope is still in his original packaging. You choose to disregard the pristine condition in favor of something flawed. If our Pope were to discover this, it could lead to significant trouble for you. Upon hearing the stout man's words, Liubei was momentarily taken aback. As realization dawned upon him, his eyes widened in fury. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the stout man, given his formidable strength, could sense the latent murderous intent simmering within Liubei's gaze. Before the stout man could utter another word, Liubei, with a single arm wrapped around a yin's waist, took the initiative. Get lost, he barked coldly, catching the stout man completely off guard. Liubei, with a hand exuding a fierce energy, struck the man's chest. A dull thud echoed as the burly figure staggered and collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He could hardly believe Liubei's temperament. Casting a fierce glare at the fallen man nearby, Liubei swiftly turned his palm, revealing a radiant sword tightly gripped in his hand. This is unacceptable. Just as Liubei prepared to bring the sword down, an elderly combatant rushed towards him in a state of urgency. Despite his advanced age, the elder possessed formidable strength. Ranking as a peak Douluo at level 96, second only to the second elder, the golden crocodile Douluo, within the spirit hall. Observing the elder, Liubei furrowed his brow. And before the elder could speak, he responded with hostile sarcasm. White armored earth dragon, are you instructing me on how to act? Facing the third elder who stood in his way, Liubei's displeasure was evident. Were it not for considerations regarding Bibi Dong, he might have annihilated the entire fighting force of the spirit hall. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Liubei, the white armored earth dragon broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly swallowing hard. Glancing at the burly man nearby, who seemed on the verge of death, he earnestly explained to Liubei, although the magic bear Douluo speaks without restraint, he is not without reason. Liubei furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at him. Staggering slightly, he hastily spoke again. Although his words were unrestrained, the advancement of the spirit hall was of paramount importance. I believe that even for Lord Liu, it would be unreasonable to expect him to handle every matter personally. Thus, I sincerely hope that Lord Liu would regard him merely as a dog. After all, even errands require assistance, do they not? Listening to the words of the white-armored earth dragon, the meaning of Liubei's words remains unclear. However, if one does not assert dominance over that demonic bear Douluo, it will not be long before another demonic bear Douluo emerges, perhaps even more than one. Afterward, the Xianyuan sword was sheathed. Liubei turned to the white-jawed earth dragon with a smile and spoke. You make a valid point. Since killing is off the table, let us proceed in this manner. Please break the arms of the demon bear Douluo for me. I trust this will not pose a dilemma for you, correct? The white-jawed earth dragon stared at Liubei in astonishment. After all, he had merely intended to act as a mediator. Little did he anticipate that while he assumed this role, he would inadvertently find himself in a predicament, reminiscent of the proverbial stone that one lifts only to drop upon one's own foot. Caught in a bind, the white-jawed earth dragon, under Liubei's earnest gaze, was compelled to step forward toward the fallen demon bear, Douluo. Why must you provoke trouble? He lamented, shaking his head as he regarded the prostrate figure. With the attention of the onlookers upon him, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a series of powerful blows upon the arms of the demon bear Douluo. The audible crack of breaking bones sent a shiver of fear through the other titled Douluos. After all, the demon bear Douluo was not only well established within the spirit hall, but his subordinates were also known for their tenacity in battle. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, they could only watch in disbelief as the demon bear Douluo, typically known for his fiery temper, refrained from any act of resistance. Perhaps, in this moment, such an outcome was the most favorable resolution for one with his volatile nature. After pouring sweat from the exertion of his punches, the white-jawed earth dragon finally approached Liubei, wiping the perspiration from his brow. With a grin that resembled a blooming flower, he declared, My Lord Liu, as per your directive, I have successfully incapacitated the arms of the demon bear Douluo. Liubei also nodded symbolically. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he embraced the woman he had seized from Tang Hao and hurried towards the spirit hall. The armored earth dragon furrowed his brow in dismay, and with a countenance of helplessness, he instructed his subordinates to commence the final tasks before returning to the spirit hall. Cradling Ain in his arms, he made his way back to his quarters, where the summoned maidservant began to attend to Yin's bathing and changing. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Ain. You have earned a reward, a soul Douluo puppet. As Liubei leaned against the wall, silently observing Ain being bathed, the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Observing his slightly furrowed brow, he felt a flicker of confusion. Before he could react, a sphere resembling a red orb materialized in his hand. Gazing at the orb, which bore the inscription, Soul Douluo, he intended to examine its usage closely when the voice of the captain of the guards called out from a distance. Lord Liu, the hall master has summoned me to inform you that there is an important matter to discuss and request your presence. Bibidong has called for me. With a slight furrow in his brow, he casually tucked the red orb into his pocket and followed the captain of the guards towards the main hall where Bibidong awaited. Inside the main hall, in addition to the offerings responsible for guarding the hall, there were also the esteemed Zhu Douluo and Du Douluo, whom Bibidong regarded as her trusted allies. Lord Liu has arrived. With a loud proclamation, all eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. Observing the imposing figure who entered without a hint of anger, a previously indifferent Bibidong was graced with a genuine smile. Xiao Bei, you have returned. She looked at Liubei, standing in the center of the grand hall, her face alight with a smile. Had it not been for the multitude present, she might have embraced Liubei wholeheartedly. Hall master, what do you require of me? Liubei furrowed his brow as he gazed at Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Liubei's response, the smile that should have adorned Bibidong's face instantly froze in place. Chapter 7. Will you still marry me? Observing the seemingly unfamiliar Liubei, Bibi Dong felt a profound complexity wash over her. This medley of emotions left her feeling deeply unsettled. With a hint of disappointment, she lowered her gaze. Do not bow your head, for the crown shall fall. Just as Bibi Dong was about to lower her head, a gentle voice reached her ears. In that moment of distraction, she gazed at the young man before her, and unable to restrain herself, she immediately rose and embraced him. Although, given Bibidong's current status, such actions were not entirely inappropriate. Performing them in such a solemn main hall did breach decorum to some extent. Ahem, Lord of the Hall, we are still in meeting? The kind-hearted Douluo reminded them. Once she regained her composure, Bibi Dong shot a glance at him before earnestly inquiring of Liubei. Are you aware of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? As for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Liubei is acutely aware of the intricacies of the Douluo continent. While there may be numerous auxiliary spirit souls, when it comes to the strongest among them, only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stands unrivaled. Is there a problem? Must they also be extinguished? Having already eradicated the formidable Haotian sect, Liubei believes that should the strongest auxiliary sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also be obliterated, the Spirit Hall, with its esteemed reputation, would undoubtedly ascend to become the preeminent authority across the Douluo continent. That is unnecessary. After all, if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to willingly align with our Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for us. Bibi Dong gazed at Liubei with a twinkle in her eye, clearly imbued with confidence in him. Persuading the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a task that seems uniquely suited to Liubei. Few could rival his persuasive abilities. As Liubei conversed with Bibi Dong, a titled Douluo approached him with obsequious flattery. Indeed, what the Hall Master says is absolutely correct. With Lord Lu's esteemed reputation, once he sets foot in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the members there will surely serve him faithfully. However, such excessive praise did not bring Liubei joy. Beyond his rapport with Bibi Dong, he realized that he had little familiarity with those around him. Ignoring the sycophantic titled Douluo, the latter, sensing the awkwardness, discreetly retreated. Bibi Dong, with an enchanting smile, returned to her seat and addressed the assembly earnestly. Regarding our upcoming visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Douluo and the Second Elder, will you accompany Liubei? Certainly. I will be delighted to accompany Lord Lu. Yotu Douluo responded eagerly, leaving Liubei zomavat astonished. On the other hand, the Second Elder, responsible for guarding the hall, hesitated. His elevated status and formidable capabilities within the Spirit Hall made the prospect of being dispatched for an external mission a daunting adjustment, particularly after years of enjoying a life of ease. Not receiving an immediate answer from the Second Elder, Bibi Dong, puzzled, rose and inquired with a furrowed brow, "What troubles you? Esteemed Elder? Are you unwilling to go? If one is unwilling to attend, they may communicate this to the younger generation, who can select another individual." Observing Bibi Dong's earnest expression, the Second Elder found himself in an awkward situation. After all, the sensation was akin to being subjected to the flames, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. I am confident that the Second Elder will indeed participate. Wouldn't you agree, Second Elder? Liubei gazed at the second, offering with a smile. To others, his smile might appear to be imbued with kindness. However, in the eyes of the second offering, it was fraught with menace. The memory of Qian Douluo's demise lingered vividly in his mind, and even the lifeless form of Qianxunji, reduced to a mere puppet, remained displayed at the entrance of the main hall, yet to grow cold. Ahem, what Lord Lu said is true. How could I not go? He remarked. Having spent so long within the confines of the Spirit Hall, he had long dreamt of stepping out to explore the world. A soft giggle escaped from Bibi Dong as she covered her mouth, her laughter remarkably enchanting. Yet, despite her outward mirth, the second offering's heart wept in profound sorrow. Liubei cast a fleeting glance at the second offering. Although he was acutely aware that the agreement had been made under his coercive influence, it was still preferable to outright reluctance. He then turned his attention to Bibi Dong and, after a moment's contemplation, earnestly inquired, "When shall we set off?" After all, such matters are best addressed promptly rather than delayed. "Tomorrow, it shall be," Bibi Dong replied with a smile, "considering you have just returned from the Haotian sect. Come, let us go to my place. My elder sister has prepared a delightful feast for you. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, she took Liubei by the arm and led him out of the hall. Observing the departing pair, the others within the main hall were left with mixed emotions. The second offering, burdened with despair, silently rose from his seat, as none dared approach him to offer solace. As Liubei followed Bibi Dong to her room, he beheld an opulent spread of food laid out upon the table. Overjoyed, he unabashedly wrapped his arms around her waist. Others are watching. Bibi Dong blushed. For in the hall she was the aloof ice queen, yet within the confines of her home, she transformed into a gentle and considerate partner. Now, you may all leave. Your services are not required at this moment, she instructed, dismissing the attendants. Liubei addressed the maidens, who departed with smiles, leaving only the two of them behind. Liubei's hand began to grow restless. By the way, when do you intend to marry me? I recall you once said that you would wed me once you overthrew the reign of Master Qianxunji. Do you still wish to marry me? Bibi Dong's sudden inquiry caught Liubei off guard. He gazed at her, a smile gracing his lips, and gently pressed a kiss upon hers. Marry you? Of course. I shall. However, we have just begun our rule over the Wuhuan Hall. Once we can assert complete control, I will make you my wife. Well, with your strength, those people should no longer dare to entertain other notions, right? It seems you are merely seeking excuses. I shall ignore you, Bibi Dong exclaimed, her irritation flaring. She extricated herself from Liubei's embrace and strode toward the inner bedroom, seating herself upon the bed. Observing the retreating beauty, Liubei smiled knowingly. He then retrieved a red ball containing a battle puppet from his pocket and approached the room. Noticing Bibi Dong's fury, he silently sat beside her and gently spoke, Sister, do not be angry. How about I present you with a treasure? What treasure could you possibly have? Even if you do, I do not wish for it, she replied, though her displeasure was evident. Yet, it was clear that she held a flicker of anticipation for Liubei's gift. He placed the red ball in her hand, and Bibi Dong, gazing at it with curiosity, furrowed her brow and spoke, Xiaobei, while I do care for you, you cannot simply present me with a ball as if it holds significance. Chapter 8. It's worth it, hee. What you do not know, sister, is that although this appears to be merely a ball, it conceals within it a battle puppet of formidable strength, comparable to that of a soul Douluo. A soul Douluo-level battle puppet? Bibi Dong found it hard to believe, for it was indeed difficult to fathom that such a small sphere could harbor an entity of such power. Seeing her skepticism, Liubei took the red ball from her hand and gently tossed it to the ground. With a soft thud, the ball rolled away, creating an awkward silence. Bibi Dong, somewhat speechless, cast a sidelong glance at Liubei. Liubei could only feign nonchalance as he approached the crimson sphere. He picked it up once more, cradling it in his palm with meticulous scrutiny. Upon closer examination, he discerned a small, prominent dot on one side of the sphere. When he pressed it, a sudden puff echoed, and a beam of light shot forth from the partially opened red sphere. As the brilliance gradually faded, a somewhat astonished Bibi Dong approached him, her long, graceful legs gliding effortlessly. Is this the battle puppet? Are you certain it possesses the prowess of a soul master? She inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. Observing the seemingly ordinary canine creature, she felt a sense of deception wash over her, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Liubei, equally taken aback by the unexpected emergence of such a being from the red sphere, regretted his decision to showcase it before Bibi Dong, especially as it was his first reward from the system. Had he known the situation would unfold so awkwardly, he certainly would have refrained from demonstrating it, regardless of the potential benefits. Well, even if it lacks the strength of a soul master, having it as a pet isn't such a bad idea, is it? Liubei revealed an awkward yet courteous smile. Bibi Dong, a woman who relished putting others in difficult positions, bore a slight smile. Though her anger simmered beneath the surface, she chose not to unleash it upon Liubei. Crouching down, she cradled the unremarkable little dog. Her sweet smile directed at Liubei as she spoke. Though it comes as a surprise, this is at least the first gift you have ever given me. I shall cherish it dearly. The small white dog, seemingly eager to alleviate Liubei's discomfort, persistently licked Bibi Dong's cheek. Go on, off you go to play. Liubei, with a silent demeanor, took the little dog from Bibi Dong's embrace. Under her watchful gaze, the small white dog, which she had regarded as a gift, was mercilessly cast outside by Liubei. A startled cry echoed from beyond the door. Ignoring the commotion caused by the dog chasing the maids, he approached Bibi Dong, who was drying her cheeks with a damp handkerchief. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, feeling the softness in his hands and inhaling her delicate fragrance. Leaning closer, Liubei spoke softly, Sister, may I stay with you tonight? I wish to be by your side. Would that be acceptable? No, she replied, her voice firm yet gentle. Until I am wed to you, do not entertain thoughts of possessing my body. Besides, the fact that I allow you to touch me at all is already a considerable concession, is it not? As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Yet, the weight of Bibi Dong's words resonated profoundly. Liubei was already immensely satisfied, although he could not yet share a bed with Bibi Dong. He firmly believed that it would not be long before the spirit hall became the most formidable force across the Douluo continent. In that eventuality, she would become Liubei's first bride. After accompanying Bibi Dong through their meal, he finally rose and made his way to his quarters. Given Bibidong's esteemed position as the leader of the spirit hall, her former residence had also become Liubei's abode. Nevertheless, even so, Liubei continued to regard the boudoir of Bibi Dong as his new abode, yet he had never once ventured to recline within its confines. As he approached his own doorstep, the maidens stationed at the entrance hastily rushed towards him, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Liubei furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you so tense for no apparent reason?" The reply came, "My lord Liu, it is as follows. The woman you brought back has fled upon regaining consciousness." Fled? Liubei was somewhat taken aback, even doubting the very sound of his own ears. His astonishment did not stem from the departure of the woman, but rather from the realization that he was within the spirit hall. A beautiful woman like Ain, if she were to fall into the hands of a powerful and lecherous titled Douluo, would undoubtedly face a fate of unspeakable cruelty. Liubei dared not contemplate further. After all, Ain was the woman he had brought back to serve him. He had yet to savor her essence himself, yet he would allow others to indulge. Such a situation was one he, Liubei, was unwilling to witness or accept. Boom! Liubei soared into the sky, his formidable consciousness beginning its search for Yin's whereabouts. After meticulous observation, he finally detected her presence in a secluded corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm with determination, gripping the Xianyuan sword tightly, and pursued the direction in which Ain had fled. Meanwhile, Ain, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment, could scarcely believe her fate had led her to this place. "Stay away from me," she bellowed in fury. Others might be oblivious, but she was acutely aware of her identity as a being with a 100,000-year soul beast. Should she fall into the hands of these individuals, she would not only be deprived of seeing her beloved husband, but also lose her newborn child. As the beautiful woman in the white qipao raged, the formidable members of the spirit hall, encircling her, included a middle-aged man with the strength of a titled Douluo, who lecherously licked his lips while sizing her up. 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor. If I could possess her as my spirit ring, my power as the ghost leopard Douluo would ascend to new heights. However, before I claim her, I must savor this little beauty's essence. "Leave me be," Ain retorted, prepared to resist once more upon realizing her identity had been discovered. Unfortunately, she was already overwhelmed by the combined assaults of the titled Douluos, her body battered and bruised. If not for a flicker of hope sustaining her, she might have chosen to end her own life in despair. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let me warn you, don't even think about taking your own life. Even if you do, I will not let you go. After all, such a fine figure should not be wasted. You despicable scoundrel." Yin's body trembled with indignation, for the ghost leopard Douluo's words were indeed enough to plunge many women into despair. "You wouldn't even spare a dead body. I think it's time you left our spirit hall." Just as the ghost leopard Douluo, brimming with arrogance, prepared to pounce on Ain, an ethereal voice began to resonate in the alleyway. Sensing something amiss, he raised his head, only to witness a sword descending from the heavens, plunging through his mouth. Bang! The terrifying sword aura spread out in all directions. Those powerful individuals standing alongside the ghost leopard Douluo were also swept away, scattering under the overwhelming force of the energy. As Ain witnessed the oncoming energy, she prepared to defend herself, but suddenly, a tall figure clad in a black robe with silver hair appeared before her. Chapter 9. Angels and Demons. Despite being married, Ain felt a flutter of excitement in this protective moment when a young man descended before her. However, upon seeing his face as he turned towards her, her previously exhilarated emotions were doused like cold water, leaving her feeling utterly ridiculous. The ghost leopard Douluo had been slain. A gasp echoed through the air. After all, in the place where the ghost leopard Douluo had stood, there remained only a sword embedded in the ground, devoid of any trace of his former presence. This marked the fourth powerful soul master with the title of Douluo that Liubei had dispatched. Observing the young man standing before the beautiful woman, the once arrogant elders now wore frowns. Their earlier swagger dissipated. No one dared to act recklessly any longer. They stood in silence, merely watching, for Liubei was undeniably formidable. Turning to Ayin, he noted her bowed head and her silence. Liubei gently wrapped his arms around the waist of the other person, his face adorned with a warm smile as he earnestly addressed the unyielding Ayin. I sincerely apologize regarding Tang Hao, but rest assured, if the opportunity arises to find him, I would gladly escort you back. Escort me back. Ayin lifted her gaze to meet Liubei's eyes, taking in the sunlit visage of youth before her. How she yearned to trust him, yet reality dictated otherwise. Were it not for this very youth, her relationship with Tang Hao would not have devolved into its current state. The uncertainty of Tang Hao's fate weighed heavily on her mind. If not for the overwhelming prowess of the young man before her, Ayin might have even considered sacrificing herself before Tang Hao was cast down the cliff, hoping to bestow upon him newfound strength to confront his adversaries. However, upon witnessing Liubei's formidable abilities once more, she realized that he was likely a mountain Tang Hao would never surmount. Faced with a yin silence, Liubei offered a gentle smile before extending his arms to embrace her. The sensation of her presence ignited a fervor within him. After all, Ayin was undeniably exquisite. As Ayin was led away by Liubei, the Xianyuan sword, which had been driven into the ground, gradually vanished under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Though the ghost leopard Douluo might not rival Liubei in strength, his desires were no less fervent. I often tell him that women are nothing but trouble, and one day he'll meet his demise at their hands, but he never listens. Alas, what significance do such thoughts hold now? I must remain vigilant and prepare thoroughly regarding matters involving Liubei. The formidable warriors who had long roamed the Spirit Hall ultimately chose to compromise after Liubei's relentless dispatch of 4 powerful titled Douluos. In the face of life and death, most would invariably opt for survival. Within the chamber, Ayin, carelessly cast aside on the bed by Liubei, glared at him with fiery eyes as he stood before her. How she wished to become strong enough to resist this capricious fellow. Help me out of this. I must visit the 7 treasures Liuli sect tomorrow, and before that, I intend to relish this moment. Listening to Liubei's words, Ayin trembled with rage. Yet, as Liubei grasped her chin, her defiance shone through. Clenching her delicate fists, she prepared to strike him. However, given Liubei's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable that she could inflict any harm upon him. With a swift motion, he tore her qipao to shreds. Observing her exquisite form, a smirk curved Liubei's lips as he leaned down toward the now defenseless Ayin. The following morning, he gently kissed her cheek before rising to don a simple white attire and stepping outside. See to her needs meticulously. Should there be even the slightest mishap, beware. For I shall cast you all into the river to feed the fish, he commanded. Yes, the trembling maidservants appeared anything but displeased. Shortly after Liubei's departure, they hurried into the room, diligently attending to Ayin, who was engulfed in despair. Before the martial Seoul Hall, gazing at the orderly formation, Bibi Dong earnestly advised Liubei, the 7 treasures glazed tile school is, after all, unique. It is best to resolve matters peacefully if possible. However, if they truly resist to the bitter end, then do what must be done. Understood. Liubei did not cast a glance at Bibi Dong. Perhaps it was due to his relationship with Ayin from the previous night that left him feeling somewhat guilty towards Bibi Dong. He gazed at the already awaiting Ju Thua and the second enshrinement present at the venue. Liubei raised his hand and commanded, "Let us depart." A resounding order echoed as a formidable procession of warriors surged toward the region of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As Liubei gazed upon the departing group, he felt a gentle embrace from behind. "Liubei, sister awaits your return. Do remember to stay safe. Rest assured, sister, in the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, none yet born can stand against me." Listening to Liubei's words, Bibi Dong shook her head in resignation as she watched him leave. "Master, I have ascertained that the ghost leopard Douluo was indeed slain by Lord Liu." But, noticing that the poisoned Douluo hesitated, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and pressed for clarification. However, the soul beast woman encircled by several elders is likely still in Lord Liu's quarters. Upon hearing this, Bibidong's demeanor shifted. Becoming sensitive, during her training with Liubei, her mentor, Qianxunji, had gradually transformed into a figure of concern. She did not wish for Liubei to become a second Qianxunji. After all, the true transformation of a person begins when they attain great power. Observing the troubled Bibi Dong, the poisoned Douluo, who held her as a cherished goddess, could not bear to see her in distress. "If the master finds it burdensome, I am willing to alleviate your concerns. Never mind, he is striving for our future. If I were to eliminate that woman now, he would likely harbor resentment toward me for a lifetime. Furthermore, As long as I remain alive, what does it matter if he has countless women? I understand. The poisoned Douluo cast a deep glance at Bibi Dong. Perhaps it was the bond forged since childhood that had cultivated such profound tolerance within her, surpassing that of the entire Douluo continent. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stands alongside the Haotian School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan as one of the three great sects of the Douluo continent. Renowned for possessing the continent's most powerful auxiliary martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School managed to survive the assaults of the Spirit Hall against the other two sections. Nevertheless, the current sect leader, Qianxunji, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression as he gazed at the ominous gathering of power in the sky. Qianxunji, a leader accustomed to a refined lifestyle, appeared less like a sect master and more like a competent merchant in comparison to the leaders of the other two sections. Chapter 10, Slay. The Bone Douluo. The Spirit Hall has ultimately not spared our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, sighed Qianxunji, overwhelmed with emotion. In recent days, the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the severe blows suffered by the Haotian sect have left him in a state of constant trepidation. Unlike the other two sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lacks a powerful attack type, titled Douluo, akin to the Haotian sect. Nor does it possess the valor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, who would die for their dignity. Aside from being renowned for possessing the continent's strongest support-type spirit, it seems there is little else to showcase. As Qianxunji pondered whether the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would meet the same fate as the two other sects, a young man clad in white with hair of the same hue approached him. With a furrowed brow, he gazed at the powerful figures from the Spirit Hall. His emotions a complex tapestry. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he held the esteemed title of Elder, known as Qianxunji, bearing the title of Sordo. This formidable entity, with a battle power of level 97, was recognized as the supreme attacker in the world. Yet whether he could truly live up to such a title, only he was fully aware. Qianxunji, what are your chances against these foes? Qianxunji inquired with a furrowed brow, his concern palpable. If it were solely the Ju Douluo, I would be entirely confident. However, I perceive that he is accompanied by an elder. Judging by his aura, he is likely the second enshrined gold crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall. If I were to fight with all my might, perhaps it would be a 50-50 chance. Yet, the young man who has never before appeared possesses a terrifying level of 99. This is something I have never witnessed nor contemplated. Qianxunji's eyes widened in fury, clearly indicating the tension within him. Listening to Qianxunji, Qianxunji felt equally helpless. That level 99 individual must be Liubei, the one responsible for the deaths of Douluo and Qianxunji. Although he is the chief architect behind the destruction of the other two sects, his elimination of Douluo and Qianxunji can be seen as a boon for the Douluo continent. As Qianxunji and Qianxunji exchanged their thoughts, another youthful voice joined the conversation. The newcomer, with a dignified appearance and bangs that obscured his left eye, donned brown armor and wore a confident smile. My lord, the one who has emerged, known as Gu Rong, alongside Qianxunji, is recognized as one of the two great guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Due to attaining the formidable power of a level 95 title Douluo at such a tender age, he harbored a sense of superiority over others in the Douluo continent. With this in mind, Ju Douluo, why not test your mettle against him? Ju Douluo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that this was indeed Liubei's directive. Although he possessed the same level 95 combat prowess, the prospect of engaging in a first battle was daunting. Should he emerge victorious, all would be well. However, defeat would bring him shame in the eyes of Bibi Dong. The coward spent his days idling with poisoned Douluo, yet when faced with real challenges, he would inevitably rely on his prowess. The second elder, observing the hesitant Judo, was filled with indignation. Without awaiting an explanation from poisoned Douluo, he charged towards the revered Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Fortress, considered the heart of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. As he watched the descending Douluo prepare to retaliate, Gu Rong was halted by Qianxunji's outstretched hand. You stay here to protect the sect master. I shall confront him. With a deep breath, Qianxunji unleashed his prideful martial soul, the Seven Killing Sword, to meet the oncoming Douluo in a collision. The clash of these two powerful peak Douluos generated an extraordinarily terrifying wave of energy. Liubei's demeanor was unremarkable. However, Qianxunji, witnessing every clash between Qianxunji and the formidable Golden Douluo, felt a surge of trepidation with each encounter. Gu Rong, filled with indignation, clenched his teeth in frustration. He could not simply stand idly by and allow events to unfold unchecked. Without uttering a word to Qianxunji, he charged towards the battlefield where Qianxunji was engaged in combat. Yuguan, Do you intend to continue watching? He inquired. You must understand. Our spirit hall will not tolerate idleness. The flower daw, Jute Douluo, tightened his grip, fully aware of the implications behind Liubei's words. Reluctantly, he intercepted the advancing Gu Rong mid-flight. Infuriated by the obstruction, Gu Rong roared at Jute Douluo, "Get out of my way. You think you can command me? You might as well eat dirt." Jute Douluo offered no respite, launching a relentless assault that incited even greater fury within Gu Rong. Observing both sides summon their formidable martial spirits to counter one another, the tension escalated. Liubei was not idle either. With a swift motion, he extended his hands, grasping two immensely powerful artifacts. At last, was he about to make his move? The golden crocodile Douluo was filled with excitement. For Liubei's intervention was the pivotal turning point in the battle. The chrysanthemum Douluo, observing nearby, maliciously taunted Gu Rong before deftly dodging aside as agreed upon with Liubei. Gu Rong, utterly bewildered, remained oblivious to the impending events. Just as Qianxunji shouted for him to take cover, an enormous pagoda descended upon him in an instant, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Gazing at the ominous tower, Gu Rong summoned all his strength in a desperate attempt to escape, yet his efforts were in vain. He could only watch helplessly as he was ensnared within the colossal structure. Qianxunji, enraged, raised his hand to strike the railing. The pagoda gradually diminished in size, returning to Liubei's palm, where it spun gently. Observing the exquisite golden tower, the chrysanthemum once again displayed a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. "Congratulations, my lord. To capture Gu Rong without breaking a sweat is truly remarkable," he exclaimed, his sycophantic grin evident. Liubei cast a fierce glare at the other party, prompting them to awkwardly cease their actions. Meanwhile, Qianxunji, witnessing his companion being captured, felt an intensifying surge of murderous intent. He unsheathed his sword and cleaved through the onslaught sent by the golden crocodile Douluo, ready to charge towards Liubei. Observing the approaching sword Douluo, he prepared for the imminent confrontation. Liubei merely raised an eyebrow. The sword in his hand seemed to possess a spirit of its own, gliding past the body of the sword Douluo as if effortlessly. Qianxunji widened his eyes in disbelief, and filled with regret, he sank to the ground. My heart raced with anxiety, and Qianxunji trembled as he glanced at his left arm, watching his severed limb plummet downward. He stood there utterly stunned. "Do not harm my master. The golden crocodile has arrived." Just as Qianxunji was engulfed in shock, a roar from the golden crocodile Douluo echoed from behind him. As the golden crocodile Douluo wielded his ring blade, poised to strike the back of Qianxunji's head, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghostly apparition. Chapter 11. Surrender your wife and daughter as bargaining chips, my lord. The golden crocodile Douluo displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing the apparition. The steel blade he had prepared to bring down was diverted by inertia, crashing violently against the faint barrier enveloping Liubei. The powerful impact left the golden crocodile Douluo's hands stinging, but upon seeing Liubei unscathed, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although he was unsure of Liubei's true intentions, he could surmise that there was undoubtedly a plan at play. As Qianxunji stood there in a daze, his severed arm lay on the ground, he could scarcely believe he would one day endure such humiliation, despite his reputation as the foremost titled Douluo of the attack system on the Douluo continent. Facing someone stronger than himself still stung with shame. After all, few could truly accept the feeling of being surpassed. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum Douluo darted to Liubei's side, and upon seeing the dazed Qianxunji, could not resist taunting him. "Oh dear, is this not the esteemed titled Douluo, the strongest of the attack system? What has happened? Unable to withstand a single blow from our Lord Liu, and your arm is severed. TSK, if I were you, I would consider ending it all. After all, we all have our pride, do we not?" True to his reputation as the king of sarcasm, the chrysanthemum Douluo's words were sharp enough to pierce the heart. Qianxunji, helpless, gazed skyward. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he prepared to use his remaining hand to take his own life with the sword. Just as despair enveloped him, a hand reached out from behind, firmly grasping the blade he intended to use for his demise. "Ah, my lord Liu, please. You'll be hurt." Douluo cried out in distress, his face etched with worry as he watched Liubei reach for his sword. His concern was palpable. Meanwhile, Douluo cast a disdainful glance at Douluo. After all, he had exerted all his strength when swinging his blade moments ago, yet had failed to so much as graze a hair on Liubei. Thus, Douluo was wholly convinced that as long as Liubei did not wish to be harmed, there would be no one in the entire Douluo continent capable of inflicting injury upon him. Why won't he let me die? Qianxunji thought to himself. a hint of self-mockery creeping in, although he did not truly understand Liubei. The fact that Liubei had intervened twice to prevent him from succumbing to despair was enough to suggest that Liubei was not as malevolent as he had presumed. Do not misunderstand. The reason I do not kill you is that I require your assistance to negotiate a transaction with a master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. To use me as a bargaining chip? Qianxunji's eyes widened in fury. Being regarded as a mere pawn was a significant blow to someone of his stature as a revered sword cultivator. He struggled desperately to free himself from Liubei's grasp on the sword, yet no matter how hard he tried, his efforts appeared hopelessly futile in the presence of Liubei. Second Elder, Liubei let out a low growl. Behind him, Douluo raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike to Qianxunji's nape. Under the force of the tremendous blow, Qianxunji's pupils dilated, and he seemed to lose his balance, about to plummet downward. Liubei swiftly reached out to support his waist. In a mere instant, he found himself before Fengji, who was engulfed in despair, witnessing the sorrowful figure of the seven-treasure glazed tile sex master, weeping with his hands clasped around his head. Liubei's gaze was steeped in disdain. How could a person of such meager strength rise to the position of a sect leader? If it were not for exceptional leadership skills, it would surely be due to the influence of his father in the heavens. With a resounding thud, he carelessly tossed the unconscious Qianxunji at Fengji's feet. Fengji, weeping profusely, was taken aback at the sight of Qianxunji, who lay in a precarious state between life and death. Gazing at the bloodied, severed arm, Fengji felt his spirit shatter, his cries echoing like a madman. Having lost two formidable forces, the blow to Fengji, who was more suited to commerce, was undeniably immense. Fengji, cease your wailing. Our Lord Liu wishes to propose a transaction with you. The impatient Douluo grasped Fengji firmly, and as he observed the latter's frantic state, he raised his hand to repeatedly slap Fengji's face. Bruised and battered, Fengji stood dazed before the crowd, devoid of the previous demeanor he had displayed while conversing with Qianxunji and the others. What transaction do you wish to propose? What leverage do I possess now? Fengji spoke with self-deprecation, as both his right-hand men lay crushed by Liubei and his cohorts. Before Liubei could respond, Douluo, standing nearby, stepped on Qianxunji and prepared to speak. Indeed, you do possess something of value. After all, we have not slain him yet. To be candid, our Lord has specifically instructed us to hope that your Seven Treasures glazed sect might join our spirit hall. Join the spirit hall. Fengji raised an eyebrow and burst into boisterous laughter. Observing Fengji's sudden outburst of mirth, the irritable Douluo could no longer contain his anger. What are you laughing at? Do not think for a moment that we cannot kill you. Then come at me. Fengji glared furiously at Douluo. Despite the vast disparity in their strength, he managed to reclaim a semblance of his masculine dignity. You, just as Douluo, infuriated, prepared to strike Fengji once more. Liubei unexpectedly lifted his leg and delivered a forceful kick to Douluo's rear, causing him to stumble to the ground. Confused, Douluo looked up at Liubei, only to recognize the fury in Liubei's eyes. He hastily rose and obediently stood beside Douluo, no longer daring to entertain any notions of taking advantage of the situation. Casting a disapproving glance at Douluo, Douluo shook his head in resignation and silently awaited Liubei's decision, glancing between Fengji and the fallen Qianxunji. Liubei, seemingly lost in thought, spoke up. I have suddenly changed my mind. Initially, I intended to use Qianxun as leverage for your Seven Treasures glazed tile school survival. However, it appears that I now wish for your wife and daughter to visit our spirit hall. What? Fengji opened his eyes wide, gazing incredulously at Liubei. After all, such a demand was truly a heart-wrenching ultimatum. If he, Fengji, were to surrender his wife and daughter, it would mean he had utterly failed as a man. What if I refuse? Fengji's voice trembled as he mustered the courage to retort against Liubei. In that case, both you and Qianxun shall be slain, and naturally, your wife and daughter will be taken as well. You, how cruel you are! Fengji suddenly laughed, bitterness etched across his features. It was only now that he comprehended why his father had urged him, on his deathbed, to strive for strength. The opportunity was singular, but rest assured, with my beloved Bibidong by my side, I shall ensure the safety of your wife and daughter. Is there truly no other way? Fengji gazed at Liubei in despair. Liubei, however, wore a smile as radiant as sunlight. Do you still have a choice? Chapter 12. Is this not the crux of the matter? Fengji gazed at Liubei with despair. At this juncture, there was but one path left to him, though he yearned to protect his wife and daughter. He found himself compelled to forsake them for the sake of preserving the sect in the face of the long-standing traditions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In the conference hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a seat that should be reserved solely for the sect master was occupied by an uninvited guest from the Spirit Hall. The elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, standing by, appeared utterly disheartened. Observing the two women beside Ning Fengji, Liubei furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. Ning's sect master, I hope you understand that attempting to deceive me with the wives and daughters of others is ill-advised. Do you comprehend? Ning Fengji's countenance turned ashen. The beautiful woman standing to his left regarded his expression with a mix of regret. Daddy, who is that uncle? Why is he sitting in your place? Just as Ning Fengji was about to reprimand Liubei, the 3-year-old girl beside him unexpectedly inquired with innocent curiosity. He lifted the little girl clad in a white dress. Despite his turbulent emotions, he endeavored to present the most perfect facade before his daughter. Ronger, he's a friend of Daddy. He has come to take you and Mommy to a place called the Spirit Hall. As Ning Fengji cradled his child, uttering those words, he felt as though a sharp dagger was mercilessly stabbing at his heart. What kind of place is the Spirit Hall? Why does that uncle want to take Mommy and me away? Isn't Daddy going? The little girl, pleadingly calling out Daddy, made Ning Fengji's heart bleed profusely. Come here, little one, into Uncle's arms. Though your father shall not accompany you, your mother will, Liubei said, unable to resist the urge to embrace the adorable child. I don't want you to hold me. You look like someone I wouldn't want to be near. I'd rather let that handsome uncle hold me. The mischievous girl replied playfully. At last, the beautiful woman beside Ning Fengji took Ning Rongrong from his arms and cast him a fierce glance, one that seemed to sever all ties between them. Little girl, what is your name? May I inform my uncle? There are sweets here, dear uncle. As Ning Fengji turned helplessly, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, belonging to Liubei. I am Ning Rongrong. My father is Ning Fengji, and my mother is Liu Yanran. Let me tell you, he is quite remarkable. He is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and many uncles and aunts heed his counsel. Be good. Here, this is the candy that your uncle rewards you with. Thank you, uncle. Ning Rongrong joyfully accepted the candy from Liubei's hand. Her delight was evident, yet her tender age rendered her unable to grasp the gravity of the current situation. Ning Fengji exhaled a deep sigh, casting a solemn gaze at Liubei before speaking earnestly. Lord Liu, I, Ning Fengji, am willing to lead our branch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School under the Spirit Hall. However, prior to that, I hope that you will honor our agreement and ensure the safety of my wife and daughter. Rest assured, from this moment forth, your child shall be regarded as my own. As for your wife, I, Liubei, assure you by my integrity that she will not suffer any indignities within the Spirit Hall. Naturally, I hope you will fulfill our agreement as well. Otherwise, should we provoke the Hall Master, the consequences would not be easily mitigated by merely handing over any hostages. Ning Fengji nodded heavily. Although his heart was burdened, he realized that as long as the Green Hills remained, there would be no worry about firewood. With that, he accepted the arrangement of his wife and daughter as hostages. Liubei stepped out of the Grand Hall, casting an object into the air. Observing the thrown item, the expressions of those present transformed into sheer astonishment. Goodness! Having lived for so long, this is the first time I have encountered a vessel capable of soaring through the skies. Golden Crocodile, Douluo gazed at the hovering ship, his face a canvas of shock. Even the formidable members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were equally taken aback, as the crowd remained in a state of disbelief. Liubei, however, suddenly embraced the wife and daughter of Ning Fengji, leaping onto the ship that floated mid-air. What are we waiting for? Are we to await Lord Liu's summons? The Golden Crocodile, silently slapped the Jew Douluo, and before the latter even registered the action, he had already boarded the vessel that Liubei had entered. The Jew Douluo, instructing the powerful members of the Spirit Hall to follow, prepared to embark as well. However, just as he was about to take flight, he felt a sudden grip on his arm. What is the meaning of this? What do you want? The Jew Douluo glared at Ning Fengji with evident displeasure. After all, Ning Fengji's actions at that moment were exceedingly distasteful to him. With a grave expression, Ning Fengji thought of his wife being carelessly held by Liubei and earnestly inquired of the Judo, I ask you, does Lord Liu have a wife in the Spirit Hall? The Jew Douluo was momentarily taken aback by Ning Fengji's question. After surveying his surroundings, he furrowed his brow and replied, not at present, but it will not be long. What? Could it be that Lord Liu of your Spirit Hall has an inclination for another man's wife? Ning Fengji's heart raced with alarm. After all, if that were the case, he would rather see the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reduced to ashes than endure the humiliation of being branded a cuckold. Lord Ning, what are you thinking? Your wife, while indeed quite beautiful, is already a mother. She is no longer in her prime. Do you truly believe our Lord Liu would desire her? This is not merely a matter of marriage. I wish to ascertain whether he has an affection for another man's spouse. Ning Fengji's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the Jew Douluo, as if he wished to swallow him whole. "You Guan, what are you dawdling about? If you do not come aboard soon, we shall depart without you." Faced with Ning Fengji's incessant questioning, the golden crocodile Douluo, standing on the deck of the carefree ship, could not help but call out to the Jew Douluo below. The Jew Douluo responded repeatedly, then seized Ning Fengji by the collar, somewhat angrily stating, "Let me make this clear. Our Lord Liu intends to marry the esteemed Bibi Dong. If you believe your wife can compare to our esteemed leader, then you may remain here, lost in your wild conjectures." The formidable Jiu Douluo mockingly taunted, then forcefully pushed Ning Fengji aside. As Ning Fengji stood up, Jiu Douluo had already leapt onto the Xianyao boat. Gazing up at Jiu Douluo's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, Ning Fengji swallowed hard and quietly observed the departure of the individual from the spirit hall. Chapter 13. She chose to compromise. Looking down at Ning Fengji, who stood motionless, she, the woman held as a hostage, felt the weight of the situation. Liu Yanran's expression was undeniably filled with helplessness. She longed for Ning Fengji to assume the responsibilities of a husband. Yet, gazing at the man crouched on the ground, weeping in despair, she could not help but feel he lacked the essence of manhood. This tumultuous array of emotions relentlessly surged through her mind, causing her eyes to gradually glisten with unshed tears. Just as Liu Yanran's spirits began to wane, a strong hand encircled her from behind, offering an embrace. "If I am willing to serve you, would you then be inclined to nurture my child?" The question from the woman beside her prompted Liubei to nod silently. Before he could utter a word, she had already grasped his arm and led him towards one of the rooms within the leisurely boat, pushing the door open. As Liu Yanran and the unfamiliar man departed into the room, Ning Rongrong, observing their exit, immediately hurried after them. "Mama, Mama, don't leave Rongrong behind. Rongrong wants to be with Mama." Her childlike voice drew the attention of those nearby. Just as Jiu Douluo attempted to stop Ning Rongrong, he was abruptly pushed aside by Jean Douluo, who scooped up the little girl. From an unknown source, he produced some candy, gently comforting the tearful Ning Rongrong. "Sweetheart, your mother is discussing something important with the uncle. Our little Rongrong is the most obedient. Isn't she?" Clutching the candy given by Jean Douluo tightly, and perhaps due to her tender age, the allure of the sweets indeed silenced her cries. Curiously nestled in Jean Douluo's embrace, Ning Rongrong inquired with a lisp, "Grandpa, is that uncle a bad person?" "Haha, that uncle is certainly a good man. Why do you ask such a question all of a sudden? But if he is a good person, why does it seem like I heard Mama crying in the room?" Observing the perplexed expression on Ning Rongrong's face, Jiu Douluo playfully pinched her cheek and replied with a smile, "Silly girl, your mother is crying because she feels happiness." He spoke the words with a calm demeanor, unflinching in his deception, to prevent any negative influence on the young Ning Rongrong. Jean Douluo held her close and made his way toward the bow of the leisurely boat, watching the clouds drift by. He assumed the role of a caring grandfather. Inside the room, Liubei was filled with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. How he wished that this moment could be eternally preserved. "You bear no semblance to a woman who has given birth. Upon my return to the spirit hall, I shall treat both you and your daughter with utmost sincerity." Liubei suddenly embraced her slender waist, biting down fiercely on Liu Yanran's fragrant shoulder, leaving behind the mark of his teeth. Liubei gracefully opened the door and stepped out of his chamber. Noticing his emergence, Jiu Douluo hurriedly approached, adorned with a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. He addressed Liubei, "My Lord Liu, after such a prolonged absence, you must be weary. Rest assured, upon our return to the spirit hall, I shall instruct someone to prepare a nourishing soup for you, allowing you to replenish your strength." Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo, cradling Ning Rongrong, wore a countenance marked by displeasure. Although Jiu Douluo held a notable status within the spirit hall, he often evaded responsibility when faced with challenges. Were it not for his protection under Bibi Dong, his various misdeeds would likely have warranted a stern reprimand from the golden crocodile Douluo, who held a second-rank title. Jiu Douluo was certainly aware of the golden crocodile Douluo's disdain. However, had he been the petty sort, he would not have garnered Bibi Dong's trust. It was likely that he would soon find himself expecting a child. "I hope that upon our return to the spirit hall, everyone can keep today's events to themselves. In due time, I, Liubei, shall bestow generous rewards," he declared. Jiu Douluo felt a jolt of surprise. Such matters were indeed astonishing. Reflecting on Ning Fengji's expression back at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, One could easily surmise that, given Ning Fengji's timid nature, he might even contemplate taking his own life. My Lord Liu, even without your reminder, we, your subordinates, would never speak of such matters. After all, a powerhouse like you, once blessed with children, will surely raise them to be exceptional. The golden crocodile, Douluo remarked cheerfully. Poor Ning Rongrong, nestled in his arms, was too young to comprehend their conversation, gazing innocently at the golden crocodile Douluo. Liubei gently reached out to caress her cheek, speaking softly, "Little girl, how would you feel about acknowledging me as your godfather?" Godfather? What is a godfather? Is it something delicious? Ning Rongrong tilted her little head, gazing at Liubei. After all, her understanding of the world was still quite limited at this stage. Hee, a godfather is Mr. Liu from our family, and from now on, he'll be like a father to you. What do you think, little one? Are you interested in becoming Mr. Liu's goddaughter? You should know that becoming his goddaughter would bring immense happiness to you in the future, Zhu Douluo explained with tenderness. Upon hearing the prospect of having a father, Ning Rongrong shook her head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. No, I already have a father. His name is Ning Fengji. You silly girl. That Ning Fengji you speak of is in no position to care for you now. He can barely look after himself, let alone acknowledge you as his daughter. Zhu Douluo retorted. Woohoo, I don't want to talk to you. I want to find my mother. Look at your capabilities. You refuse to fight when it matters. Yet you become formidable when it comes to bullying a child. Jin Douluo expressed his anger. After all, he had no children of his own, and adopting a granddaughter would be quite a delightful prospect. Rongrong, let's not acknowledge a father. How about we call him Grandpa instead? Grandpa has plenty of delicious treats. What do you say? Want to follow Grandpa? Woo, Grandpa is also a bad person. He has a beard that pokes. Ha ha ha. Zhu Douluo laughed heartily. For Ning Rongrong's words echoed his own suppressed thoughts. Observing Jin Douluo's ashen face, unable to utter a word in response. He found this to be the most enjoyable aspect of their encounter. Chapter 14. Be good. Call him father, as Zhu Douluo was chased around with a stick by Jin Douluo. Liubei took Ning Rongrong from the former's arms and stepped into the resting quarters of Liu Yanran. Ning Rongrong looked at Liu Yanran, who appeared somewhat weary, and extended her little hand, yearning for her embrace. Mother, hug me. Ning Rongrong's face was filled with sorrow, and she desperately wished for Liu Yanran's comfort. Be good. My dear, Mother is very tired right now. Let your Uncle Liu hold you for a while. Liu Yanran explained wearily. However, how could the merely 2- or 3-year-old Ning Rongrong possibly comprehend? As she cried and threw a tantrum, Liu Yanran found herself at a loss. Finally, she sat on the bed, extending her arms toward Ning Rongrong. After breaking free from Liubei's embrace and witnessing Ning Rongrong cease her cries in Liu Yanran's hold, he sat down by the bedside and earnestly spoke to Liu Yanran, expressing his desire to adopt her as a goddaughter. For it was only through this bond that he could ensure her protection within the spear hall. Liu Yanran's expression was one of deep sorrow as she listened to Liubei's words. How could she not comprehend the underlying truths? Despite the pangs of disappointment tugging at her heart, she had resolved to sacrifice her own well-being for the sake of her child. Her sole desire was for Ning Rongrong to grow up safely within the soul hall. Gazing down at the little one in her arms, she let out a helpless sigh and gently addressed Ning Rongrong. Darling Rongrong, from this day forth, Uncle Liu shall be your father. All right? No. Ning Rongrong pouted, her small lips forming a defiant expression. Reluctant to accept, she contemplated resistance. Your father, Ning Fengji, has chosen to abandon us. If you wish to be with your mother every day, you must call him father. Do you understand? Liu Yanran gazed tenderly at her child, who looked up with wide, bewildered eyes. Ning Rongrong. Despite her tender age, she felt a profound sorrow at the thought of being abandoned by her father. After Liu Yanran's patient explanations, Ning Rongrong, albeit reluctantly, called out to Liubei, addressing him as father, though he was not her biological parent. Ning Rongrong's willingness to refer to Liubei in such a way compelled him to embrace the responsibilities of a devoted husband. Yanran, you are now carrying my seed. Do ensure that your belly holds strong. Do you understand? Liubei spoke gently, asserting that women who have been conquered often choose to compromise. Although she harbored some reservations towards Liubei, if she were to conceive a child, she would inevitably have to accept her fate in silence. Ning Fengji, do not blame me. Liu Yanran is not a flawed woman. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon your own cowardice and your heartlessness. Liu Yanran gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to herself. Perhaps, with the utterance of those words, she had already severed ties with Ning Fengji. As the leisurely boat advanced, she beheld from a distance the magnificent palace that loomed over the grand city. Jin Douluo reported to Liubei through the door. Just as the leisurely boat drew nearer to the city belonging to the spirit hall, the sky, which should have been vast and open, suddenly erupted with hundreds of formidable powerhouses surging forth from the ground. Among these elites were not only soul kings and soul saints, but also a leading figure, a soul Douluo on the verge of ascending to the esteemed rank of title Douluo. Who goes there? Halt your advance. A resonant voice from the soul Douluo echoed in the ears of everyone aboard the leisurely boat as it approached the city from several miles away. Zhu Douluo leaped from the boat, confronting the soul Douluo with a fierce rebuke. Have you lost your sight? Can't you see we are allies? Zhu, Elder Zhu. The soul Douluo quickly lowered his head, visibly contrite, clearly intimidated by the formidable presence before him. Yueguan, we are all on the same side. Let it be. Just as Zhu Douluo prepared to deliver a stern lesson to the soul Douluo, another cheerful voice resonated from the leisurely boat. Yueguan, upon hearing this, felt a tightening in his chest. After all, Liubei's words were not to be taken lightly. He shot a sharp glare at the soul Douluo before personally paving the way for the leisurely boat towards the main hall of the spirit hall. As the leisurely boat departed, the soul Douluo, holding the position of captain of the guards, found himself sweating profusely while watching the powerful figures pass by. Who is that esteemed individual? You seem quite apprehensive of him. Indeed, Captain, why have so many strong individuals returned this time? What would they possibly be up to? Whatever they are doing, it cannot compare to the comfort we enjoy. Silence. The captain of the guards, a soul Douluo himself, immediately reprimanded his subordinates. After all, should any of those present overhear their complaints, he and his team would undoubtedly find themselves face down in the earth. Do you know who that esteemed individual was just now? Who was it? Seeing the bewildered expressions on his subordinates' faces, the captain of the guards grew increasingly impatient. That was none other than Zhu Douluo, a favored elder in front of the hall, Master Bibi Dong. What? He is Elder Zhu? He looks even more handsome than the rumor suggested. The captain of the guards found himself at a loss for words, while his subordinates might be unaware, as the captain was acutely aware of the significance of Zhu Douluo's return at this moment. It was, after all, in accordance with the wishes of the palace master, Bibi Dong, to accompany Liubei to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The terrifying image of Liubei effortlessly slaying Douluo and Qianxunji flashed through his mind. And even now, recalling that scene sent shivers down his spine. You all have your own mouths. I cannot dictate your actions. However, if anyone dares to repeat today's behavior in the future, do not expect me to show any mercy. The captain's voice was laced with fury, his expression grim as he dove toward the ground. Although the guards exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, they understood the gravity of the situation, reflected in their captain's demeanor. At the main hall, Bibi Dong gazed upward, observing the approaching entourage with a mix of curiosity and a maintained smile, ready to welcome Liubei. Shortly thereafter, Liubei and others descended from the leisurely boat, noticing a beautiful woman cradling a child, who was being taken away by the golden crocodile, Douluo. Before Liubei could utter a word, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the story behind that woman and child?" Bibi Dong asked Liubei, her confusion evident. After all, the sudden appearance of a woman and child was truly astonishing. A woman? A child? How amusing, senior sister. Do you still believe they're my wife and child from outside? Liubei shook his head with a wry smile, leaving Bibi Dong somewhat contemplative. Recognizing the futility of explanation in light of her earnest expression, he summoned Yuguan, who was observing the carefree boat. It was only under the auspices of Zhu Douluo's assurance of character that, Bibi Dong gradually set aside her suspicions regarding Liubei. Chapter 15. A beautiful encounter faced with Bibi Dong's probing questions. Liubei was fortunate to have Zhu Douluo by his side to elucidate matters. Otherwise, the mere presence of Liu Yanran and the child she cradled might have ignited jealousy in the young Bibi Dong, who was scarcely 20. Wrapping his arms around her waist, Liubei began to walk in a particular direction, all while Zhu Douluo savored a lemon. In these times, the so-called top 3 sects of Douluo continent were on the brink of annihilation under the oppressive force of the Spirit Hall. As for the royal families of the Xing Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire, their potential downfall was merely a thought away. With Liubei casually embracing her waist, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke earnestly. The top 3 sects are now but a shadow of their former selves. Should you not honor our promise and take me as your wife? In response to her inquiry, Liubei tenderly caressed her hair. Not yet. We shall wed on the day when the 2 surrounding empires are willing to bow before the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong pushed Liubei away. Displeasure etched on her face as she reprimanded him. Do you not understand? I care not for the extent to which the Spirit Hall may develop. I simply wish to marry you. Even if we reside in a humble abode, as long as you are by my side, I will feel utterly content. Liubei exhaled a breath of discontent, extending his arms to enfold the other in an embrace. He gently kissed the other's forehead and replied with tenderness, "Grant me but a little more time. When the two nations around us bow in submission to the spirit hall, we shall marry, shall we?" Liubei replied earnestly, his serious demeanor prompting Bibi Dong to ponder her words in silence. After a prolonged moment of quietude, she finally broke the stillness. "I can grant you a few more days. Once you have accomplished what you desire, if you still refuse to marry me, I shall take a knife and delve into your heart to ascertain whether I reside within it." As her words lingered in the air, Liubei, standing before her, gently pressed his hand against the back of her head, exerting a slight force. Their lips met in a tender embrace. Meanwhile, Douluo, observing from a distance, felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. "This is a trap to ensnare a dog," he thought bitterly, shaking his head. Perhaps it was his lack of a partner that fostered feelings of inadequacy within him. Consequently, as Liubei's left hand slipped beneath Bibi Dong's garment, he decisively chose to withdraw, his mind swirling with images of her fair abdomen, leaving him dizzy and desperate to vent his frustration. "Are you planning to travel here?" Just as Douluo was lost in thought, his dear friend Douluo approached him from a certain direction. "Not traveling? Why are you here?" Douluo inquired, perplexed. Following Douluo's gaze downwards, he noticed a scene that made his face flush with embarrassment as he instinctively punched his friend. "What are they doing? Why did the Lord allow Liubei to carry Bibi Dong away?" Douluo, watching them depart, was filled with confusion and turned to Douluo for answers. Douluo shot him a sidelong glance, contemplating before responding with feigned seriousness. "In such circumstances, the only plausible explanation is that they have gone to rest." "To rest?" Douluo gazed at him, even more bewildered. Under the weight of Douluo's incredulous expression, Douluo, exasperated, extended his hands, forming a circle with his left thumb and index finger. Just as Douluo was about to speak, he saw Douluo's right index finger probing into the center of the circle. "It seems our Lord is not as frosty as he appears," he mused with a hint of amusement. Awkwardly, the poisoned Douluo spoke. Bibidong, the esteemed leader of the spirit hall, not only held an unparalleled position, but also possessed a beauty that ranked among the finest in the entirety of the Douluo continent. After all, how could the former leader, Qianxunji, have waited until Bibi Dong's arrival to act? Within the room, entwined together, Liubei gazed at Bibi Dong, whose tightly shut eyelashes quivered slightly, and a look of profound pride illuminated his countenance. "Sister, you are truly exquisite," Liubei gently spoke, observing the trembling Bibi Dong. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and delicately bit into her shoulder, leaving a faint mark. At that moment, Bibi Dong let out a soft murmur. With a subtle lift of his gaze, Liubei observed the uncomfortable maidens around him, each yearning for a moment of warmth. Time meandered on, and only when Liubei felt entirely satisfied did he rise from Bibi Dong's side, meticulously adjusting his attire before striding towards the door. The creaking sound of the door echoed as he gently closed it behind him. Just as he was about to utter a word, his attention was drawn to the feet of a nearby maid. Momentarily taken aback, Liubei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not wearing any undergarments?" The maid, her face blooming like a ripe apple, lowered her head in shame. Letting out a soft sigh, Liubei placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and advised earnestly, "You might want to rectify that. After all, it would be rather challenging to serve the Lord in your current state." The maid, unable to meet Liubei's gaze, could only nod silently, hoping he would depart swiftly. As Liubei exited, a palpable sense of relief washed over the others, who leaned against the wall. After leaving Bibi Dong's chamber, Liubei walked through the streets, contemplating whether his presence might bring a subtle shift to this Douluo continent. "Lord Liu, do you have any recent developments?" A voice interrupted his thoughts as he leaned against the wall. Turning to face the speaker with a furrowed brow, he hesitated before replying. "The Lord wishes for the royal families of the neighboring two nations to submit to our spirit hall." Submissiveness from the royal families? The individual frowned, surprised yet intrigued. While it may not be difficult for the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire to comply, does the Lord intend to approach this matter in the same manner as the previous handling of the three sects? "I am uncertain, but she should announce her intentions soon enough," Liubei replied. Liubei exhaled a breath of discontent. Having uttered these words, he departed under the gaze of that individual, who regarded him with profound reverence. Chapter 16. Shall I be compensated? Engaged in contemplation throughout his journey, Liubei had scarcely returned to his chamber when he was intercepted by the golden crocodile, Douluo, who had been searching for him. Observing the obsequious grin adorning the golden crocodile, Douluo's face, Liubei could not help but reveal a faint smile. Is there something delightful that you wish to share with me? Second offering? He inquired, noting the jovial expression of the golden crocodile, Douluo. Liubei was well aware of the other party's intentions to curry favor with him. The seasoned golden crocodile, Douluo, having lived for many years, was quite adept at understanding how to please his superiors. My Lord Liu, the arrangements for the residence of Liu Yanran and Ning Rongrong have been completed. Oh, thank you. Shall we proceed? Liubei, upon receiving a response filled with laughter, recognized the loyalty of his subordinates. Naturally, he would never engage in actions that could harm them. As the golden crocodile, Douluo, led the way, time slipped by unnoticed until the two finally arrived at the residence of a certain family, affiliated with the spirit hall. The response of the residence's owner upon learning that Liubei required a temporary haven was astonishing, even catching the golden crocodile Douluo off guard. Hee. This is the splendid abode that my subordinate has specially procured for you, my lord. What do you think? Not only is it discreet, but even those within the spirit hall find it difficult to discover this place. The golden crocodile, Douluo, remarked cheerfully. Liubei nodded thoughtfully. After ensuring the arrangements for Liu Yanran and her daughter were in place, he watched Liubei step into the mansion, his expression transforming into one of serene contentment as he departed. As Liubei entered the courtyard, he observed the servants diligently cleaning the premises. With a slight furrow of his brow, he cast his gaze around, noticing that the maidens were all clad in the uniform attire of the spirit hall. The corners of Liubei's mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. What brings you here? Just as Liubei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle voice drifted into his ears. He turned, furrowing his brow, and was taken aback to find Liu Yanran clad in a knee-length white dress. He stepped forward to approach her, and as a look of confusion crossed her face, Liubei suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and tenderly spoke. I have torn your dress and pants, so I have resolved to make amends. Make amends? She exclaimed. Wait a moment. Liu Yanran gazed at Liubei in astonishment. After all, this abrupt statement was truly capable of leading her thoughts astray. Before Liu Yanran could muster any resistance in Liubei's eyes, the seemingly fragile Liu Yanran was already pressed against the wall, with onlookers observing the scene. Liu Yanran's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from Liubei. She felt her delicate form tremble subtly under the pressure of this regal presence. Mother, father, what are you doing? Just as Liubei was about to extend his hand, Liu Yanran, biting her lip, suddenly heard Ning Rongrong's perplexed inquiry. Cough. Liubei was pushed aside by Liu Yanran. With a gentle demeanor, Liu Yanran bent down to caress Ning Rongrong's cheek. Standing behind Liu Yanran, Liubei watched this tender scene unfold, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. As Liu Yanran engaged in conversation with Ning Rongrong, he suddenly stepped forward. Ah! Liu Yanran furrowed her brows in distress. Stumbling slightly, she was quickly embraced by Liubei. With a gaze filled with melancholy, she looked at him, for his actions were indeed excessive. The servants and maidens, who had been tidying up the courtyard, discreetly chose to withdraw upon witnessing such a scene. Once the presence of those superfluous individuals had dissipated, he leaned in to briefly kiss her lips, a hint of triumph evident in his voice as he spoke. I may need to venture out for a while in the coming days. You must take care of yourself and Ronger. Where do you intend to go? Liu Yanran's eyelashes trembled. Ever since she was conquered by the formidable Liubei, her heart had become irrevocably bound to him. The royal families of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire have yet to express their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Thus, the Hall Master hopes that I might visit these two empires to persuade them to submit to the Spirit Hall. Go ahead, but remember to visit me upon your return to the Spirit Hall. With a gentle smile, Liu Yanran sincerely wishes for Liubei to achieve great success. After all, he is infinitely more capable than Ning Fengji, who trembles in the face of danger. Wait for me, Liubei thought, initially intending to tease Liu Yanran. Yet, witnessing her understanding demeanor filled him with immense satisfaction. After bestowing some candies upon Ning Rongrong and issuing instructions to the maids and servants regarding their daily tasks, he finally set forth toward the Spirit Hall under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter. As Liubei contemplated on his journey, he soon arrived at a bustling garden. He casually settled beneath a tree and, in a moment of deep reflection, chose to communicate with the system. Am I able to purchase something akin to safety shorts? The system remained silent for an extended period before finally responding affirmatively. With the system's reaction, a shop-like interface materialized before Liubei's eyes, revealing a dazzling array of items. Liubei's fingers finally settled on household items. Observing these modern garments, he was reminded of the attire worn by the women in his life. After a moment of hesitation, He procured numerous daily wear clothing and accessories, intending to present these gifts to the women he cherished. He placed them all within the ring adorning his finger, departing the garden amidst curious glances that seemed to question his sanity. Was that person unhinged? Why was he gesturing at thin air? Hush, keep your voice down. That is Lord Liubei, who has recently stirred up quite a tempest at the Spirit Hall. Ah, he is Lord Liu? He appears no different from an ordinary person. Of course, Yu Haven Tea witnessed his wrath. Ignoring their murmurs, Liubei returned to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, where a smile graced his face as he entered his quarters. The maid standing at the door greeted him with a respectful smile, nodding appropriately as he walked into the room. There, he found Ain engrossed in embroidery. What is she stitching? Liubei Kausch Bezita here, casually wrapping his arm around her waist. Ain, however, no longer exhibited her previous resistance. Perhaps Liubei's recent efforts had genuinely moved her, allowing this married woman to gradually accept him. As she embroidered a pillow, she thought, since I have decided to share my life with you, as your woman, I should make some gestures of affection. Hearing Ain's icy voice made Liubei feel somewhat awkward, yet he leaned in to gently kiss her cheek. By the way, during my outing, I came across some rather appealing garments, so I bought them for you to try on for me. Appealing garments? Ain turned puzzled, but upon noticing the white shorts in Liubei's hand, her previously aloof demeanor instantly shifted to one of embarrassment. What is this? Ain asked, her cheeks aflame. For who would gift such items without reason? These are safety shorts, Liubei explained. They not only provide excellent comfort, but also offer a degree of modesty. I notice you don't wear such things often, so I thought, as my woman, they should be for my eyes only, right? Liubei shamelessly proclaimed, as he continued to retrieve the meticulously chosen garments he had prepared for Ain. Observing the array of skirts and short sleeves, Ain, who stood there in a daze, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. As a traditional woman, she found it quite difficult to accept the attire Liubei intended to gift her. Try them on. Let me see, he urged. Liubei smiled as he spoke, presenting a pair of fitted jeans and a tailored short-sleeve shirt into her hands, eagerly awaiting her response. Observing the attire in her grasp, Ain hesitated, her heart brimming with resistance. Yet, the fervent gaze cast by Liubei rendered her powerless. Under the intensity of his unwavering stare, Ain eventually rose and approached the bed to change. Perhaps due to the deep understanding they had already cultivated, she felt no need for modesty. Changing before Liubei's watchful eyes, Liubei, holding a teacup, remained utterly absorbed, reluctant to miss even a fleeting moment. As Ain donned the garments bestowed upon her by Liubei, a blush crept across her cheeks, causing her to lower her gaze somewhat awkwardly, revealing a bashful demeanor that highlighted her delicate charm. Liubei could not suppress the urge to embrace the other person. He stepped forward to stand before Ain, admiring the exquisite curves of her figure accentuated by her denim attire. With a tender voice, he spoke, "You bear no resemblance to a woman who has given birth. You know, if ever you were to have a child, I would sincerely wish for that child to be mine." Liubei expressed his heartfelt thoughts, inadvertently unveiling a yin's hidden scars. Observing the subtle shift in a yin's emotions, Liubei gently embraced the waist of his companion, and they sat together on the bed. He reached out to hold her hand and comfortingly said, "In the years to come, I shall take care of you. You need only entrust your heart to me. Is that agreeable?" Ain remained silent, her lack of response prompting Liubei to lean in for a kiss on her cheek. However, Ain suddenly turned her head away. "All right, I shall grant you a little more time. When you are fully able to accept me, we can then consider the matter of having children." With that, she left him with a stoic expression, and Liubei exited the room. Alone in the chamber, Ain gazed at Liubei's departing figure, fully aware that he was truly upset. Stepping outside, he observed the respectful expressions of the female attendants and spoke earnestly. "Take good care of her. I may need to step out for a while." He departed from a sanctuary that rightfully belonged to Liubei and summoned the elders serving the Spirit Hall. Standing beside Bibi Dong, Liubei addressed the assembly, esteemed colleagues. Although the top three sects have now become mere shadows of their former selves, the other two great empires remain reluctant to pledge their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. In pursuit of establishing the Spirit Hall as the most formidable force on the Douluo continent, we have resolved, after consultation with the Hall Master, to launch an offensive against the neighboring two nations. The proposal to attack the neighboring nations left the assembly in shock. While it might appear relatively easy for the Spirit Hall to compel the Xinghua Empire and the Tiando Empire to submit, should a conflict arise, a full-scale resistance from those two empires would pose a significant challenge to the might of the Spirit Hall. Lord Liu, the Xinghua Empire is supported by the White Tiger clan, which is rumored to possess the legacy of the Sacred King. What is the White Tiger clan? was the sacred king's legacy. Before our Lord Liu, they are but mere trifles. The assembly erupted into heated discussions. For many believed that annihilating a sect was often far simpler than obliterating an entire empire. Liubei furrowed his brow slightly. Upon discerning those who could be of use and those who could not, he spoke earnestly. This time, I have resolved to take the second offering and the Douluo, Zhu and Du, to the Star Luo Empire. The second offering, once again named by Liubei, did not display the displeasure he had shown previously. As for Zhu Douluo, he was more than willing to accompany Liubei, for joining him felt akin to embarking on a delightful journey. In stark contrast, Du Douluo's expression grew quite complex. Dugabo, do you have anything to say? Noticing the discomfort etched on Du Douluo's face, Liubei inquired with a furrowed brow. Lord Liu, my subordinate has a close relationship with the royal family of the Star Luo Empire and, I fear, cannot accompany you, Dugabo replied. Dugabo, what on earth are you thinking? You are currently serving the Spirit Hall. Do you understand? Zhu Duo bellowed in anger, deeply frustrated by Du Douluo's decision. Yuguan, you have no friends, so you cannot comprehend my feelings. If Lord Liu insists on sending my subordinate to the Star Luo Empire, I would willingly offer my life. Even take my own life on the spot, Dugabo declared. Liubei found himself stifling a laugh, for he had never anticipated Du Gubo's decision. Even Bibi Dong, the esteemed hall master, wore an expression of astonishment as she gazed at Du Gubo. It seemed to her that the poisoned Douluo was the last individual who ought to have arrived at such a conclusion. If you wish for death, then I shall grant you that. As Liu Bei's voice faded, he swung his arm with conviction, the Xianyuan sword, which had claimed the lives of numerous titled Douluo, firmly clasped in his palm. Observing Liu Bei's poised grip on the blade, Bibi Dong, who was about to utter something, found herself silenced as a piercing sword aura abruptly pierced through the forehead of the poisoned Douluo. The poisoned Douluo widened his eyes, his life force gradually waning, as if he desperately wished for Liu Bei to grant him another chance to choose. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression darkened with the demise of the poisoned Douluo. Those elders who opposed Liu Bei's endeavor to overthrow the reign of the two empires now stood tense and anxious, filled with trepidation. Is there anyone else who harbors dissent against me? If so, feel free to step forward now. Otherwise, do not wait for the day when I must take action once more. The assembly remained enveloped in silence. The behavior of Liu Bei, although distasteful to the elders who usually hold themselves in high esteem, prompted some who had previously supported him, yet remained unacknowledged, to voice their willingness to follow him as a testament to their loyalty to the Spirit Hall. With the decisions of these individuals and the demise of the poisoned Douluo, the previously indecisive elders, now under pressure, were compelled to declare their positions. As the poisoned Douluo breathed his last, those who were initially reluctant to venture to the Star Luo Empire found themselves obliged to submit to Liu Bei. Bibidong's delicate brows quivered as she cast a glance at the body of the poisoned Douluo who had rendered her numerous services, and felt a tinge of sorrow for his passing. Let us give him a proper burial, she thought, her expression tinged with melancholy. While Liu Bei regarded the poisoned Douluo as insignificant, to Bibi Dong he was a rare and loyal hound. Now it was time to appoint the second and third offerings, the golden crocodile Douluo and the white armor earth dragon, to journey to the Star Luo Empire. At your command, the second and third offerings stepped forward from the ranks. Under the former rule of Qianxunji, they would have been spared such servile duties, yet in the face of the formidable Liu Bei, they had no choice but to act as pawns in service to the Spirit Hall. As the appointments concluded, a multitude of Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and Soul Saints soared into the air, poised for departure. Let's set forth, bellowed the second offering, and thus, the nefarious forces of the Spirit Hall advanced toward the Star Luo Empire, renowned for its military might. However, the Star Luo Empire was no longer the thriving realm it once was. Following the downfall of the Haotian sect, its ruler, Su Jiawei, wore a grim expression. As the sovereign of the Star Luo Empire, he should have been living a life unfathomable to ordinary folk. Yet the collapse of the Haotian sect had instilled in him a sense of trepidation regarding the Spirit Hall's intentions toward him. Dai Tian, do you have anything to say about the Haotian sect? Su Jiawei inquired, directing his frown towards the middle-aged man standing to the left of the Grand Hall. Clad in a purple tailcoat, with golden hair exuding an air of nobility, the man responded, Your Majesty, regarding the Spirit Hall's actions against the Haotian sect, such matters are beyond anyone's anticipation. Although the Haotian sect has fallen, it does not necessarily imply that the Spirit Hall will turn its gaze upon our Star Luo Empire. Dai Tian exuded an air of confidence, though one could not discern the source of his assurance. He appeared utterly resolute. You assert that it won't happen? Do you perhaps have some connection to the Spirit Hall's assault on the Haotian sect? Just as Dai Tian was speaking with unwavering conviction, another individual, a middle-aged man clad in armor and bearing scars on his face, expressed his dissatisfaction with Dai Tian's words and boldly countered him. To be challenged without provocation, and to have an unfounded accusation thrust upon him, was something Dai Tian found utterly intolerable. With a face ashen with fury, he shot a glare at the general. Xing Daorong, there is no need for your pretense here. Were it not for the favor of His Majesty, you would have met your end at my hands numerous times already. Come now, you wretched scoundrel, do you not owe your position to the status of your family? Each battle we have fought has relied on the efforts of soldiers like us. Without our sacrifices, do you truly believe you would have the leisure to stand here and bicker with me? Xing Daorong roared in anger. His ability to unleash such a fury within the royal palace revealed the considerable power he wielded in the Star Luo Empire. Enough. I summoned you here to discuss strategies, not to witness your squabbling. Dai Tian interjected. Your earlier assertion that the Spirit Hall would not attack the Star Luo Empire is somewhat frivolous. Were the Spirit Hall still under the previous leadership, perhaps they would refrain from acting against us. But let us not forget, the current ruler of the Spirit Hall is none other than Bibi Dong. Dai Tian had indeed heard of this name, yet he displayed no overt astonishment, quickly regaining his composure. Rest assured, Your Majesty, even if the Spirit Hall does not change its leadership, should they dare to assault the Star Luo Empire, I, General Xing Daorong, would willingly take the front line. General Xing, your dedication to our nation is greatly appreciated, the Emperor replied. However, the fact that the Spirit Hall managed to annihilate the entire upper three sects in such a short span of time speaks volumes of their formidable strength. It is said that by Bibi Dong's side is a talent named Liubei, whose prowess is such that he can slay Qian Daolu with a single strike. Such a terrifying existence is one we would do well to avoid provoking. A single strike to slay Qian Daolu? Upon hearing Su Jiuwei's words, Dai Tian's eyes widened, filled with sudden apprehension. Although he is reputed as the foremost noble warrior of the Star Luo Empire, his prowess is merely that of a sole Douluo. As for Qian Daolu, though he has not encountered him frequently, tales of Qian Daolu's deeds have circulated throughout the Douluo continent. Not only is he a level 99 ultimate Douluo, but his martial spirit is also the formidable six-winged angel from the attack category. Such an illustrious figure is now rumored to have been effortlessly slain by Liubei. It must be said, Liubei indeed possesses a terrifying reputation. It seems His Majesty is truly overthinking this matter. I have heard that Liubei is merely around 20 years of age. The notion that such a youthful individual could vanquish someone who has lived for over a century is rather hard to believe. I suspect that those old geezers from the Spirit Hall have merely chosen a convenient scapegoat to undermine the rule of the Qian family. The warriors accompanying Xing Daorong burst into laughter, while the nobles led by Dai Tian remained stoically indifferent. Su Jiuwei was also quite willing to believe that what Xing Daorong said was true. However, if believing were that simple, he would have likely lost his position as Emperor of the Star Luo Empire long ago. He chuckled, remarking that General Xing's words should not be taken lightly. It was evident that he did not fully trust Xing Daorong's assertions regarding matters of true significance. Suddenly, a grave alarm sounded. A massive foreign invasion appeared above the empire. General Xing Etien's forces were overwhelmed, and he had been slain by the enemy. What? Xing Daorong staggered at this dreadful news, nearly collapsing to the ground in shock. Su Jiuwei's body quivered. It seemed that the only force capable of launching a surprise attack on the Star Luo Empire at this moment was the currently dominant Spirit Hall. General Xing, regarding your brother's demise, please accept my condolences. Su Jiuwei exhaled deeply. Despite the arrival of the Spirit Hall, as the Emperor, he swiftly regained his composure and began to organize a counterattack. The generals, all at the level of Solduo under Xing Daorong's command, surged forth with blades drawn towards the gathering place of the Spirit Hall as soon as Su Jiuwei finished his orders. Doitian, you should also go and have a look. After all, while Xing Daorong may have impressive strength, his intellect is a notable flaw. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall head there at once. As a member of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Tian, renowned as the White Tiger Duke, vanished in a flash after a knowing smile. Chapter 19. Su Jiuwei's despair who killed Xing Yishan? Show yourself. As the golden crocodile Doa had just slain an arrogant warrior from the Star Luo Empire, a voice, brimming with fury, resonated through the air, reaching his ears like thunder. Upon seeing the scarred middle-aged man with crimson eyes, radiating a fierce aura, the golden crocodile Douluo's expression turned contemplative. After a brief moment of hesitation, he furrowed his brows and inquired of the advancing enemy general, Are you the Xing Daorong that Xing Yashan spoke of? Xing Daorong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding with a tone of mockery laced with pride. Indeed, I am Xing Daorong. Since you have heard of my illustrious name, why do you not kneel and pay your respects? Xing Daorong's audacity was perplexing. Dai Tian, who had just arrived, felt a headache coming on upon hearing Xing Daorong's tirade. Although Xing Daorong lacked intellect, Dai Tian was acutely aware that the individual he was currently berating was none other than the esteemed golden crocodile, ranked second among the offerings of the spirit hall. Is this fellow truly sane? Standing beside Liubei, the three offerings observed the scarred middle-aged man with merely soul, Douluo, strength, daring to speak so insolently to the golden crocodile Douluo. They felt a twinge of sorrow for his foolishness. That man is rather amusing, Liubei remarked with a smile, causing the three offerings to jump in surprise. Feeling somewhat awkward, one of them hastily flattered Liubei, saying, if the esteemed one finds him to be entertaining, perhaps we should recruit him into the spirit hall? However, as soon as the words left his lips, upon hearing Xing Daorong's incessant insults, the previously amiable expression of the three offerings darkened significantly. Is there no one else in the spirit hall? Have you sent an old man to face me? I heard there is someone named Liubei in the spirit hall. Bring him forth. I, Xing Daorong, shall slay him on the spot to honor my brother Yashan in the afterlife. The individuals from the spirit hall were taken aback by Xing Daorong's words. And even the golden crocodile Douluo could hardly believe that such a foolish and reckless warrior could exist in the illustrious star Luo Empire. As the golden crocodile Douluo prepared to teach a lesson to the insolent individual before him, a sudden and fierce flash of sword light surged from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, the golden crocodile Douluo unleashed his full aura, barely managing to evade the strike. However, Xing Daorong, despite his incessant curses, was merely at the level of a soul Douluo. Thus, while he continued to rant, his head was abruptly severed from his body, flying into the sky under Dai Tian's complex expression. With a mix of helplessness and indignation, Dai Tian could only shake his head. After all, he had opposed Xing Daorong's disparaging remarks about Liubei from the very beginning. The golden crocodile Douluo held an esteemed position within the spirit hall. Even the former hall master, Qianxunji, had to show him respect. Now, this formidable figure, who even Qianxunji would defer to, had appeared before them. It must be said that the rumors regarding Liubei might indeed hold some truth. As Dai Tian chose to observe Liubei with utmost seriousness, he suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent emerging from behind him. This is bad, he thought to himself, just as he prepared to defend himself. A razor-sharp steel blade was already poised at his throat. You could dare to move? I am eager to see whether your reflexes are quicker than my blade. Upon hearing the somber voice from behind, Dai Tian's eyes were filled with hatred. Your Majesty, General Xing Daorong is dead in a single encounter. Now, even Dai Tian has been taken hostage. These fiends are clearly intent on obliterating the Xingluo Empire. Your Majesty, it seems the Spirit Hall will not grant us the chance to survive this time. That accursed Xing Daorong. I warned him that he would eventually meet his demise because of his incessant provocations. Listening to the lamentations of his subjects, Su Jiawei, as the emperor, was acutely aware that the Spirit Hall sought to eradicate them all. This was an attempt to sever their foundation, to obliterate their very existence. Su Jiawei threw his head back and roared, blood spilling from his mouth. The thought of his empire facing total annihilation, leaving no trace behind, filled him with a sense of despair. I will not accept this. This cursed Spirit Hall. What have we done to deserve this? As Su Jiawei succumbed to despair, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted in an instant. Observing those who howled towards the heavens, their faces contorted with ferocity, Liubei remained impassive, gesturing dismissively. Instead of witnessing his valiant warriors rising in defiance, Su Jiawei's eyes were met with the sight of a group of vanquished foes, utterly powerless against the onslaught of the Spirit Hall. Our nation falls, our country is doomed. Su Jiawei lamented, his once ebony eyes now blurred with tears. As he prepared to draw the sword at his side and end his life, an elderly man with flowing white hair appeared in a flash, grasping the blade firmly. Your Majesty, do not be so hasty in your demise. Our esteemed Liu is here to assist you. Su Jiawei stared in shock at the elder, unfamiliar with him, yet filled with animosity towards the Spirit Hall. However, the elderly man had no intention of engaging in conversation. With a swift strike to the back of Su Jiawei's head, he rendered him unconscious. Swiftly encircling his waist and soaring towards the imperial palace of the once mighty star Luo Empire. With a thud, Su Jiawei was carelessly deposited in the Grand Hall, where he was met by Liubei seated upon the dragon throne. My lord, The emperor of Star Luo, Su Jiawei, has been brought here. The eunuchs, upon seeing Su Jiawei unceremoniously cast onto the ground, rushed to his side in a flurry, eager to serve him. Begone, you eunuchs, lacking the courage to be men. You ought to be eradicated. Some spirit hall guards, tasked with maintaining order, immediately berated the eunuchs, assaulting them with fists and kicks. Silence. The golden crocodile, Douluo's brows furrowed. An overwhelming pressure radiating from him like tangible waves, causing the eunuchs to tremble in fear. Father, I am afraid, a child, kneeling alongside Dai Tian, suddenly spoke through tear-filled eyes. Chapter 20. An interest in Dai Tian's woman? VES. Have you forgotten your father's teachings? Our Dai family men must not shed tears so easily. Dai Tian, in a fit of anger, admonished the children nearby. At his sharp rebuke, the weeping children indeed ceased their cries. Witnessing this scene, Liubei instructed someone to fetch a bucket of water and douse the unconscious Su Jiawei. As Su Jiawei regained consciousness, he beheld the familiar Grand Hall. Yet not a hint of excitement stirred upon his visage. Su Jiawei, your Star Luo Empire is but this. Liubei toyed with the teacup in his hand. Gazing at the golden vessel, one could readily imagine the opulent lifestyle led by Su Jiawei. Liubei, given the circumstances, what mockery remains for you to utter? If death is to come, let it come. If I were to utter a cry of pain, I would be unworthy of my imperial title. Such audacity! The golden crocodile Douluo, filled with wrath, lifted his foot and aimed a fierce kick at Su Jiawei. The latter, knocked over by the blow, glared menacingly at the golden crocodile Douluo. The latter, unaccustomed to such a gaze, was incensed. Drawing his treasure blade, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Hold on. Liubei suddenly spoke, and the somewhat perplexed golden crocodile, Douluo, sheathed his treasured blade before furrowing his brow to inquire of Liubei. My lord, how can Su Jiawei continue to refer to himself as I when the capital is no more? As he spoke, golden crocodile Douluo kicked the fallen Su Jiawei, who lay there battered and bruised. Observing the disheveled figure of their former leader, Su Jiawei's subordinates could only shake their heads in resignation. Liubei, what do you truly desire? Just as Liubei tacitly permitted golden crocodile Douluo to unleash his fury upon Su Jiawei, Dai Tian, still kneeling on the ground, roared with eyes aflame with fury. My lord, Su Jiawei felt as though his heart were bleeding, for in his moment of disgrace, only Dai Tian dared to confront Liubei with a shout. Are you addressing me? In such a kneeling posture? You! Dai Tian's eyes widened in anger, and as he gradually realized that he was no longer the exalted duke he once was, a sudden thought occurred to him. Originally, as per the Lord's intention, all of you from the Star Luo Empire were to be replaced by our Spirit Hall. However, just now, I was struck by a revelation. How about this? You are called Dai Tian, correct? It seems to me that you are rather indifferent toward your child. Liubei exchanged a knowing glance with the golden crocodile, Douluo, who then stepped forward to stand before Dai Tian. What do you intend to do? Dai Tian sensed something amiss, but before he could react, the child beside him was already in his arms. Wow! Davis cried out, instinctively frightened by the menacing old man before him. Liubei, if you have the capability, come at me. What does seizing my child signify? Dai Tian roared in fury, preparing to rise when the third sacrificial offering suddenly approached. Seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground, constricting his grip until Dai Tian's face turned a shade of deep blue. Only then did the third sacrificial offering toss him harshly to the ground. Dai Tian, Lord Liu is granting you the courtesy of conversation. You, a mere soul Douluo, should not overestimate your own significance. The third sacrificial offering stated coldly. Leaning back against the dragon throne, Liubei offered a faint smile before speaking earnestly. It seems you are quite concerned for your child. Dai Tian, I am now giving you an opportunity. If you can eliminate Su Jiawei, I shall make you the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. How about that? The expressions of all the ministers, including Su Jiawei, mirrored each other as they turned their gazes toward Dai Tian, whose countenance was grim. He was well aware of Liubei's implications. After all, should he truly kill Su Jiawei, he would be opposing the entire empire. My family has always received the favor of the royal family. If you wish to use such tactics to place the infamy of a usurper upon me, I advise you to abandon that thought. Dai Tian, though appearing cultured, displayed unwavering integrity in the face of great moral dilemmas. Yet, if it were only this, Liubei would not have felt the need to utter such words. Turning to the golden crocodile, Douluo, who frowned while gazing at the golden-haired, blue-eyed child in his grasp. He hesitated for a moment before tightening his grip around the child's neck. Observing Davis's frantic struggles, Dai Tian, as a father, naturally grew increasingly anxious. "Do not harm my son," Dai Tian roared, unleashing the might of a soul Douluo. Noting Dai Tian's fury, Liubei furrowed his brow slightly before raising his hand and gently pressing down towards Dai Tian's position. Instantly, Dai Tian, who was about to charge at the golden crocodile Douluo, collapsed to the ground as if struck by a mountain. Thud! Kneeling fervently upon the ground. The sound of knees striking the earth contorted Dai Tian's expression into one of sheer agony. Finally rising, Liubei found his interest waning. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for Golden Crocodile Douluo to release Davis, commanding that Su Jiawei and Dai Tian be confined to the dungeon. As for the others, none were to be spared. Understood? With Liubei's utterance, the hall was soon filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Observing Liubei's cold demeanor, Dai Tian belatedly realized that Liubei resembled a merciless assassin, instilling a profound chill within him. Father, don't go. I am frightened," Davis called out as he hurriedly pursued Dai Tian's retreating figure. Yet, before he could take but a few steps, he was abruptly enveloped in the embrace of a graceful and alluring woman. Gazing at her silhouette, he was captivated by her slender waist and enchanting form. Liubei also fell into a moment of contemplation. Noticing the change in Liubei's expression, the slightly furrowed brow of the golden crocodile Douluo revealed a growing seriousness as he pondered something. As the officials were ruthlessly slaughtered by the emissaries of the spirit hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Liubei strode forth, accompanied by his beloved, a lady of slender waist and delicate legs, towards her residence, leaving the second and third offerings deliberately behind. After all, any disturbance to his pleasurable pursuits would surely vex him. "Do you see?" The second offering's countenance bore a look of helplessness, as if there were unspoken words yearning to be shared. Indeed, Sir Liu seems to resemble Qianxunji more and more. He rolled his eyes at the third offering and earnestly remarked, "What I imply is that Sir Liu appears to have an interest in women of the Dai Tian." "An interest in women of the Dai Tian?" The third offering glanced at the second offering with a complex expression. However, gazing at the woman taken away by Liubei left him with an unsettling feeling. Wait, could it be that the master means? A realization struck the third offering suddenly, while the second offering, Jin Ido Luo, nodded solemnly. Though the second offering's words were unintentional, they resonated in the third offering's heart, leaving him with an impression of a subtle warning. After parting ways with the second offering, he pondered as he walked down the steps, recalling that since aligning himself with Liubei, he had yet to showcase his worth before him. Bai Jia Long took a deep breath, for it was known that during Qianxunji's reign over the spirit hall, the offerings, held an esteemed status. Now, since Liubei had acquired immense power from Bibi Dong, they had been reduced to mere pawns, akin to insignificant shrimp and crabs on the battlefield. Sighing in resignation, Bai Jia Long lamented his fall from grace as a dignified 96th level Saint Dragon Douluo to such depths. It seemed the master had a penchant for the women of Dai Tian. As he leaned against the railing, lost in thought, the words of the second offering echoed in his mind. The once mighty third offering now found himself less significant than a mere flower gate. Frustrated, he conceived a bold idea. It was time to take action for Sir Liu. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Bai Jia Long set forth, his steps weighted with purpose, heading towards the area where the temporarily detained individuals were gathered. Third offering. As he approached, a young man clad in black robes, possessing the strength of a soul Douluo, respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "Is Lady Dai Tian present here?" The sudden remark from the white-armored earth dragon left the black-robed youth, who was responsible for guarding, momentarily taken aback. In his recollections, a dignified soul Douluo was not the type to indulge in the affections of another spouse. Noticing the expression on the black-robed youth's face, the white-armored earth dragon was well aware that he had been misunderstood. However, he had no intention of providing excessive explanations to such a subordinate. "I am addressing you. What is this? Am I, as the third high priest of the spirit hall, not to be accorded any authority in my words?" With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura erupted from the white-armored earth dragon. The black-robed youth, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees with a thud. "And no, I dare not," he stammered, trembling in fear. Observing the quaking youth, the white-armored earth dragon gradually retracted his imposing presence. "Bring her to me, and remember, she must be Dai Tian's woman." "Understood." The black-robed youth, disregarding the sweat trickling down his forehead, hastily pushed open the door and began his frantic search for Dai Tian's wife. Although he was unfamiliar with her appearance, he could not forget that many wives of the ministers were also detained at the same time. Under the urging of those ministerial wives, Dai Tian's wife was eventually dragged out of her room by the black-robed youth, who gripped her arm with great force. Who allowed you to be so rough? If she suffers even the slightest harm, I will offer your head as a sacrifice. I would not dare. The black-robed youth quaked in terror, hurriedly loosening his grip on her arm and promptly kneeling on the ground. The white-armored earth dragon had no desire to concern himself with the black-robed youth. Instead, he focused intently on the captivating beauty before him, her slender waist and long legs drawing his attention. I am now granting you a chance to live. If you are willing, I may be able to spare your husband's life. Husband, Daitian, the once trembling beauty's body stiffened at the mention of her spouse, her gaze towards the white-armored earth dragon now brimming with hope. What do you wish me to do? She asked, her lips quivering. After all, the man she had always regarded as a hero, Daitian, was now truly imprisoned. The thought of the spirit hall executing those ministers filled her with dread. I believe this should not pose a significant challenge for you. After all, if you wish to save your husband, this may very well be your only opportunity. Speak, and I shall comply with whatever is within my capabilities, said the beautiful woman, gazing earnestly at the white-armored earth dragon. After all, if Daitian were to perish, her life and that of her child would undoubtedly be steeped in profound suffering. It is not an insurmountable task. It merely requires you to accompany Lord Liu for one night. What? She stared at the white-armored earth dragon in disbelief. Such a demand was indeed a formidable test for a married woman. She could hardly fathom that such words could emanate from a high-ranking offering of the spirit hall. Observing her expression darken with dismay, the white-armored earth dragon smiled knowingly and continued, If you are unwilling, I shall not force your hand. However, your husband with an utterly nonchalant tone. He spoke, yet the threat within his words sought to shatter her final defenses. I am willing. What? The white-armored earth dragon feigned misunderstanding, scrutinizing her intently. I said I am willing, although she recognized this as a deliberate affront from the white-armored earth dragon. The safety of her husband compelled her to lift her chin defiantly and respond with resolve. Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, the white-armored earth dragon felt a sudden jolt, as if struck by electricity. Let us proceed. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke, gesturing for her to follow. Though he was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the woman behind him, he was acutely aware that his current actions were somewhat at odds with his true intentions. After an indeterminate passage of time, the white-armored earth dragon brought her to a doorway. Upon hearing the sultry sounds emanating from within, his expression darkened considerably. The woman behind him felt her face flush with embarrassment, arriving at such a place. She understood all too well that the tender moans of the woman inside would soon echo her own. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Liu, I have matters to discuss. As the white-armored dragon knocked on the door, he uttered those words. His expression was one of serene acceptance, devoid of the previous turmoil. Shortly thereafter, when the door creaked open, he found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of the ragged woman before him. The Empress, he exclaimed in disbelief, for the woman before him was once regarded as a sister. Lingxi, the Empress, equally taken aback, mirrored his astonishment as their gazes locked. If there is something to discuss, please come in, he invited, as the Empress and Lingxi exchanged glances. The voice of Liubei gently emanated from the room. Take care. Listening to Lingxi's words of caution, the once lofty imperial consort lowered her head in silence. As Lingxi was led into the room by the armored earth dragon, the consort shed tears of despair. Chapter 22. Do not fear, it will be over soon. As Lingxi followed the armored earth dragon into the chamber, the image of the tormented consort lingered in her mind. She could only perceive the young man seated in the chair as a demon. Despite his handsome visage and transcendent demeanor, his actions were nothing short of atrocious. The armored earth dragon, glancing at the disheveled bed linens, suddenly recalled something and hastily addressed Liubei. Lord Liu, this is the wife of the Duke of the White Tiger from the Xinghua Empire, Mrs. Lingxi. Lingxi? Liubei gazed at the stunning woman standing beside the white armored dragon. Her form-fitting chi-pao accentuated her voluptuous figure, exquisitely highlighting her ample bosom. The corners of Liubei's mouth suddenly curled into a wicked smile as he gazed upon the exquisite curves of the woman before him, particularly her elegantly elongated legs. One must admit, this lady who had wed Daitian truly deserved the title of a celestial beauty. As Liubei's fervent gaze bore down upon her, Lingxi found herself frozen in place, unable to move. The white armored dragon, having noticed Liubei's expression and sensing his evident satisfaction, ventured to flatter him with a smile, saying, My lord, it was presumptuous of me to bring Miss Lingxi here. I beg your pardon. Liubei smiled faintly, fully aware of what the white-clad dragon intended to convey. The three offerings, as it is said, reveal the concerns of those who understand me, while those who do not misconstrue my desires. Your ability to reach this understanding is sufficient proof of your unwavering loyalty to me. Thank you, Lord Liu, the white-clad dragon responded promptly, his tone laced with courtesy, eager to acknowledge Liubei's praise. Only after a symbolic nod from Liubei did the white-clad dragon leave. For Liubei preferred solitude when engaged in his endeavors. Once the door was gently closed behind him, the room was left with only Liubei and Lingxi. Turning his attention to the enchanting woman before him, he spoke earnestly. As a woman who has experienced marriage, I trust you comprehend my intentions without further reminders. Liubei patted his thigh and cast a teasing glance at Lingxi. Upon hearing his words, a faint blush appeared on the tips of her ears. As Liubei patiently awaited a response, he noticed Lingxi's prolonged silence and continued, "If you wish for your husband to survive, I hope you can take the initiative." Liubei's statement irrevocably shattered the final layer of defense that belonged to Lingxi. After all, prior to her arrival, the white-armored earth dragon had similarly employed such tactics to coerce him. As Liubei leaned against the chair, Lingxi hesitated for a moment, then gently bit her lip, ultimately choosing to embrace Liubei's will. Yet, tears streamed down Lingxi's face, cascading like a string of severed pearls, falling upon Liubei's head. As she sensed the unusual sensation above her, Liubei is well aware that Lingxi is likely to be adorned with tears. You need not feel overly burdened. If you're reluctant to continue this way, I can permit you to part ways with me at this very moment. Liubei spoke with an air of indifference. Yet within his heart, he reveled in the despair of others. Upon hearing Liubei's voice, Lingxi gently bit her lip, a faint bitter smile gracing her face. Given the circumstances, do you truly believe I would choose to retreat? She mused with a hint of irony. Indeed, you are handsome, and you speak the truth. Liubei smiled faintly. If he were to raise his gaze to meet Lingxi's, he would discover that her exquisitely beautiful visage was now marred by an exceedingly sorrowful smile. Outside the door, the white-armored earth dragon, standing vigil, could effortlessly perceive every movement within the room due to his cultivation. Upon hearing Liubei's words directed at Lingxi, a momentary shock registered on the white-armored earth dragon's face. Although he could not witness the scene with his own eyes, his imagination conjured the image of an unparalleled beauty, her shoulders trembling, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Listening to the heart-wrenching sobs emanating from within, he felt a profound sense of pity. At that moment, Lingxi, acutely aware of her own heartbeat and the rapid rise and fall of her nostrils, was flushed and her heart was in disarray. After what seemed like a brief interlude of several minutes, Liubei finally rose from the bed, donned his attire, and tidied himself before addressing Lingxi, who was concealed beneath her bedding. "Since you are willing to go to such lengths for Dai Tian, rest assured, I shall not take his life." With a creak, the sound of the man opening the door echoed, leaving Lingxi alone in her thoughts. Reflecting on the prior scene, her complexion flushed crimson. She exhibited a blend of embarrassment and anger. My lord, the white-armored earth dragon awaited dutifully outside. Upon seeing Liubei emerge, he hastily approached and bowed respectfully. Despite being a revered third elder of the martial soul hall, standing guard at a door for another might appear utterly ludicrous to outsiders. However, the white-armored earth dragon was acutely aware that his actions were far from disadvantageous. Well, it has been long enough. It is time to bring this farcical performance, which should have concluded long ago, to a close. Liubei's expression remained calm as he uttered these words, subsequently striding towards the dungeon where Dai Tian and Su Jiaowei were imprisoned. Upon Liubei's arrival, the two offerings, Jin Edo Luo, maintained their composure. After all, they were accustomed to Liubei's penchant for undertaking actions that the average person would find difficult to accept. So what shall it be? One of the offerings inched closer to the white-armored earth dragon, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Indeed, you are correct, Lord Liu. I am exceedingly pleased with that woman," replied the white-armored earth dragon with a smile, while Genie Do Luo shared a similarly serene expression. With the simultaneous appearance of Liubei and the two offerings, the already grim atmosphere of the dungeon grew even more oppressive. "My lord, Su Jiaowei and Dai Tian are held separately. Shall we first visit Su Jiaowei or Dai Tian?" inquired the captain of the guards responsible for the dungeon security as Liubei and the two offerings entered. Although Su Jiaowei is now a deposed monarch, he was once a ruler over thousands. Despite my lack of interest in such a person, it is protocol to first pay a visit to Su Jiaowei. As Liubei and the white-armored earth dragon departed, Lingxi, left alone upon the bed, shed tears of deep regret. The guard stationed at the dungeon, Witnessing Liubei and the 3 offerings presents, hurriedly opened the heavy iron door. "My lord, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention," one guard said with a troubled expression, just as Liubei was about to pass by him. "Please speak." Liubei's indifferent response emanated an aura of profound coldness. It was only then that he, trembling with apprehension, reported back. "Did Dai Tian eliminate the emperor of the Xingluo Empire? Did Dai Tian slay Su Jiwei?" Liubei was momentarily taken aback, disregarding the fearful expression of the guard. He gradually quickened his pace, and upon noticing a considerable number of Soul Hall soldiers gathered before a particular prison cell, he called out sharply to the armored dragon soldiers, signaling them to clear the way. "Lord Liu, 3rd Elder," the elite members of the Soul Hall exclaimed in unison. Ignoring their remarks, Liubei's gaze was drawn to Dai Tian, who was being held down on the ground by 2 guards possessing the strength of soul awe. Observing the disheveled Dai Tian, it was hard for anyone to imagine that he had recently donned a tailcoat and exuded an air of refinement as a count. How had he come to such a dire state? Liubei furrowed his brow. He had promised Lingxi to spare her husband's life. Yet, gazing at Dai Tian's current state, it seemed that even the intention to spare him would not yield a favorable outcome. Clean him thoroughly and bring him to the Grand Hall. In this foul environment, Liubei, whose status was exalted, resolutely decreed the execution of Dai Tian. Time passed, and Dai Tian, as if reborn, was brought to the imperial palace. However, his expression was profoundly shaken by the sight of the woman in Liubei's embrace. Dai Tian, with a complex array of emotions, looked at Lingxi, whose gaze evaded his own, revealing her reluctance to confront him. "Dai Tian, you have slain your emperor and were destined for execution. Yet, you are fortunate. Your woman is willing to sacrifice everything for you." A sharp pain coursed through Lingxi as Liubei tightened his grip around her waist, tears glistening in her eyes, rendering her a pitiful sight. Ignoring her distress, Liubei looked down upon Dai Tian with an air of superiority, igniting a surge of fury within Dai Tian. He erupted in a near roar, hurling insults at Liubei. Before Liubei could respond, the 2nd attendant, standing by, swung a wooden chair with great force, striking Dai Tian's head. The chair shattered upon impact, and, as Dai Tian began to bleed, the attendant spat disdainfully upon his face. Confronted with such a cold, lifeless gaze, Dai Tian felt disoriented from the blow, his mind swirling in a haze. Desperate to regain clarity, he struggled to break free from the daze. Before he could fully awaken, a powerful hand struck his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Feeling a tumult in his abdomen, he, under the indifferent gazes of the crowd, expelled a mouthful of blood. "Tiangu." Lingxi, cradled by Liubei, suddenly panicked and instinctively rushed towards the kneeling Dai Tian. "Don't touch me, you wretched woman. To save your life, you would sell your own body." Dai Tian bellowed in fury. Lingxi, who had initially felt guilt, was rendered as though her soul had departed. Trembling at Dai Tian's outburst, gazing upon the man for whom she had sacrificed her virtue, Lingxi found herself utterly bewildered by his audacious words. It was as if her very soul had been stripped away, leaving her in a state of shock. She struggled to accept this harsh reality, for she had endured so much, so very much, to ensure Dai Tian's survival. "Wretched man, do not look at me with that pitiful expression. To marry you into the Dai family is to bring shame upon my ancestors." Dai Tian roared once more. In the Grand Hall, all present felt immense pity for Lingxi in the face of Dai Tian's fury, particularly the 3rd Elder, the white-armored Earth Dragon. He was acutely aware of Lingxi's sacrifices, having orchestrated her servitude to Liubei for the sake of Dai Tian's life. As the instigator, he could not remain indifferent. Noticing the expressionless Liubei amidst the chaos, he steeled himself and approached Dai Tian. Observing the disfigured Dai Tian, struck by the 2nd Elder's hand, he unsheathed his gleaming blade and offered it to Lingxi. "Miss Lingxi, is this truly the man for whom you would forsake your principles to save?" The white-armored Earth Dragon's brow furrowed in concern, contemplating Dai Tian's reckless conclusions. Had it not been for Liubei's restraint, Dai Tian would have faced a fate worse than death, potentially rendered incapable of self-sufficiency for the remainder of his life. Lingxi's gaze fell upon the sharp blade, her eyelashes trembling as doubt enveloped her. How fitting for a wretch to so quickly align with the demons of the martial soul temple. You must be suffering greatly to survive, for you are so remarkably beautiful. Just as Dai Tian continued his tirade against Lingxi, Liubei, seated upon his dragon throne, suddenly issued a low, commanding reprimand. This authoritative admonition rendered the once arrogant Dai Tian pale with fear, for he harbored a profound trepidation towards Liubei. Descending the steps, Liubei shook his head and, with astonishing swiftness, brought his foot crashing down upon Dai Tian's face. The suddenness of this action startled Lingxi, causing her to tremble as she beheld Dai Tian, now beneath Liubei's foot. Her emotions swirled in a tumult of confusion. Although Dai Tian's actions are indeed infuriating, he is nonetheless the husband with whom she has shared countless years. As the saying goes, a single day of marriage warrants 100 days of affection. Witnessing Dai Tian, who now lies beneath her feet, it is disheartening to see the treasured sword that should have been in his grasp snatched away in an instant. Lingxi, what are your intentions? The third venerable, with trembling eyelids, is evidently taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Likewise, Liubei displays a furrowed brow. Release him, or I shall perish before your eyes. Lingxi threatens Liubei, confronting him with such an ultimatum. Liubei was fate in an overwhelming fury. Meanwhile, Dai Tian, who lay beneath his feet, emitted a laugh more discordant than a cry as he observed the scene unfold. Chapter 24. Have you killed her? The sudden threat of death from Lingxi caused a slight tremor in Liubei's body, and his eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. The silent white-armored earth dragon also found Lingxi's foolish actions utterly incomprehensible. Was it truly worth it for such a man? Liubei's expression remained unchanged as he spoke casually. There was no consideration of worth. I only know that this is what I must do. Understood. Liubei sighed. The foot that should have been placed upon Dai Tian's face was slowly lifted, influenced by his emotions. I do not require your feigned compassion here. At the very moment Liubei raised his foot, Dai Tian, who should have been crying in agony, suddenly rose, as if bewitched. As the eyelids of the white-armored earth dragon trembled violently, a sound akin to a blade piercing flesh echoed carelessly within the grand hall. Damn it! The white-armored earth dragon swiftly reacted, grasping Lingxi's arm to shield her behind him. With a thud, Dai Tian fell heavily to the ground, and upon witnessing the cold gleam refracted by the light, Lingxi's spirit shattered in an instant. Her hysterical sobs filled the air. The white-armored earth dragon retracted his treasured blade and approached Liubei's side. My lord, he began, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet Liubei remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, when Liubei turned around, the expressions of those present in the hall shifted to one of trepidation in response. Lingxi, I did not anticipate that you would openly challenge my limits for the sake of a worthless man. Lingxi fell silent, for her husband Dai Tian was truly dead. My lord, now that the Star Luo Empire is leaderless, should we? The second elder began, but was met with Liubei's icy gaze. Faced with such a frigid stare, the second elder, despite having contributed significantly to Liubei, felt an instinctual fear. He sensed that any further words could lead him to a fate akin to Dai Tian's demise. Let us return to the spirit hall. Liubei finally spoke after a prolonged silence. The others dared not voice any dissent, fully aware that the young man before them could be a ruthless killer when provoked. After casting a deep glance at the seated Lingxi, he turned and chose to depart. The heavy sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the hall, and led by the second elder, the elite members of the spirit hall followed suit. As they watched the departing figures, the white-armored earth dragon exhaled a deep breath, lamenting. You were destined to enjoy an exalted position. However, your foolishness has rendered all your efforts futile, like bubbles dissipating into nothingness. The silent Lingxi remained voiceless, gazing upon the lifeless body of the Tian sprawled before her. She appeared as if she had lost her soul, her face bearing an expression of serene tranquility. Time passed unmeasured until the white-armored earth dragon soared onto the carefree vessel. Observing the blood-stained attire of the white-armored earth dragon, the second offering hurried forward to greet him. With a furrowed brow, he scrutinized the still damp crimson stains adorning the white-armored earth dragon's garments and inquired with concern, Did you kill her? Indeed, replied the white-armored earth dragon, his demeanor grave and exuding an aura of menace. This only left the second offering feeling somewhat resigned. Alas, perhaps after this incident, Lord Liu would no longer feel the obligation to take responsibility for the woman he had once bedded. Uncertain, the white-armored earth dragon exhaled heavily, casting his gaze upon Liubei, who stood resolutely at the bow of the ship. As if steeling his resolve, he advanced a few steps closer to Liubei. With a sudden thud, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fist in reverence. My lord, I have slain Lingxi. Please, mete out your punishment upon me. I am willing to accept the consequences. Upon receiving this news, Liubei was not particularly astonished. After all, during the earlier moments in the Grand Hall, he had indeed contemplated taking Lingxi's life. Upon realizing that the white-armored earth dragon believed Liubei would slay him, He was taken aback by the unexpected calmness with which Liubei addressed him. Watching Liubei stride back to his chamber, the white-armored earth dragon knelt, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "You are fortunate. The master likely will not kill you." "Will not kill me?" The words of the second elder deepened the white-armored earth dragon's confusion. "What do you mean?" He furrowed his brows at the second elder, who merely cast him a weary glance. As Liubei closed his door, the second elder, with a wry smile, discreetly assisted the kneeling figure of the white-armored earth dragon to rise. "Given the master's usual disposition, if he truly intended to end your life, you would not have had the chance to kneel." Listening to the second elder's explanation, the already tumultuous emotions of the white-armored earth dragon became increasingly bewildered. Why? Shouldn't he have killed me? He could scarcely believe the reality unfolding before him. After all, he had witnessed Liubei mercilessly eliminate those he despised with his own eyes. Why are there so many questions? Are you cursed? Shouldn't you be grateful that others have chosen not to kill you? I'm not grateful. The white-armored earth dragon exhaled heavily, his anxiety overshadowing any relief at Liubei's mercy. He was far more apprehensive about the prospect of Liubei tormenting him. Observing the white-armored earth dragon's troubled demeanor, even the second elder felt a sense of exhaustion wash over him, despite his attempts to offer counsel. Meanwhile, Liubei, reclining quietly on his bed, listened intently to the conversation taking place on the deck, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. The sight of the white-armored earth dragon's fear brought a sense of satisfaction to his expression. Time passed, and as the carefree vessel appeared above the martial spirit hall, a tall figure emerged, standing gracefully under the moonlight, observing the arrival of the ship. A gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, and the moonlight illuminated her profile, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. "Master, the Lord has returned." As Bibi Dong wore a smile, a young man on her left earnestly addressed her. Nodding slightly as he gazed towards the approaching Liubei, she found herself experiencing an inexplicable thrill, akin to the excitement of a reunion after a brief separation. Should she investigate the identity of the woman Douluo had brought back? While Bibi Dong envisioned their evening rendezvous, Douluo unexpectedly interjected, his elegantly long eyelashes fluttering as he exhaled a warm breath and shook his head earnestly. "Go receive him. After all, he has been striving for my sake," he said. Bibi Dong beamed, and upon witnessing the tenderness in her eyes, Douluo felt a rush of shyness and bowed his head slightly. Chapter 25. I feel so sad. I need comfort. As the individuals disembarked from the carefree vessel, Bibi Dong noticed an unusual expression on Liubei's face, causing her delicate brows to furrow in mild concern. After a brief moment of hesitation, she pursed her lips and chuckled softly, her lilting voice resonating in the vicinity. "Liubei, how have you fared on this journey? Has it been smooth sailing?" she inquired gently, gazing at the beautiful woman from a distance. A smile finally graced Liubei's face. Look, the adult is smiling." The elite members of the spirit hall, who had long distanced themselves, felt a weight lift from their hearts upon noticing Liubei's change in expression. As for the white-armored earth dragon and the golden crocodile, Douluo, they silently trailed behind like loyal bodyguards. Upon witnessing Liubei's smile, perhaps too overwhelmed with excitement, they disregarded the gazes of others and hurriedly approached him. Given Liubei's towering height compared to Bibi Dong, the difference created a charmingly adorable sense of height disparity. As Liubei gazed at the woman before him, an involuntary urge surged within him, and he embraced her tenderly. In that moment of serene silence, all eyes were captivated by the couple entwined in each other's arms. In this close proximity, they could even sense the rhythm of each other's hearts. When Bibi Dong finally regained her composure and noticed the astonished expression surrounding them, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming turmoil within. Raising her delicate brows, Bibi Dong bit her lip and inquired, "What is the matter, Liubei? You seem rather uncontent. Have you encountered something displeasing?" Liubei remained silent, contemplating the events that transpired in the Starfall Empire. Naturally, he could not divulge everything. He held Bibi Dong tightly for an extended period before gently whispering in her ear, "I feel so sad. Could you stay with me?" This sentiment, seemingly innocuous, carried an undercurrent of something amiss when expressed by Liubei. As anticipated, a delicate blush graced her exquisite cheeks. "You are being inappropriate," Bibi Dong remarked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Upon noticing the subtle flush that had unexpectedly appeared on her tender earlobes, the flustered second and third elders hastily concocted an excuse to excuse themselves. With their departure, the elite members of the spirit hall, who had been momentarily taken aback, swiftly chose to retreat. After everyone had vacated the area, Liubei's gaze fell upon the ghost Douluo, who had accompanied Bibi Dong. He discerned a subtle hint of sadness within the depths of the ghost Douluo's eyes. Silent and contemplative, Liubei chose not to voice his thoughts. Today, Bibi Dong donned a pair of form-fitting trousers that accentuated her slender and elongated legs, enveloping them in a most alluring manner. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's soft murmur, it was as though the ghost Douluo could envision the scene of her gently biting her lip, causing a tremor to ripple through him as he dashed toward a particular direction. Amidst this whimsical atmosphere, a faint smile graced Liubei's lips as he turned his earnest gaze toward Bibi Dong, whose eyes were glazed and cheeks flushed. "Sister, you are truly beautiful," he remarked. Just as Liubei's words concluded, Bibi Dong, her lips poised to speak, was suddenly met with Liubei's lips as he drew closer, embracing her waist. He leaned into her ear, playfully teasing, "Sister, do you think my lack of caution might lead you to bear my child?" This. Bibi Dong's cheeks burned with heat. After all, who would openly pose such a question? Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Bibi Dong blushed and nodded slightly. Observing her, Liubei, with his eyes closed, couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Bibi Dong was the most esteemed disciple of Qianxunji, the former master of the Spirit Hall. Thus, both her beauty and cultivation rendered her a dazzling jewel. As Bibi Dong grew older, she had long since earned the title of the most beautiful woman in the Spirit Hall, attracting countless admirers from all walks of life. While Liubei was entangled with Bibi Dong, in a secluded garden of the Spirit Hall, a rather handsome young man, stimulated by copious amounts of alcohol, appeared with a complexion akin to a ripe apple. In his inebriated state, his eyes were fixated on a delicate portrait of a stunning woman. Gradually, a fervent glow ignited in his gaze. After a bitter smile, he reached for a wine jar on the table, but his attention was inadvertently drawn to a young man clad in a colorful brocade robe. Upon noticing the cold glint that flickered within the depths of the young man's pupils, he set down the wine jar and hurled it towards the brocade-clad youth's position with force. Crash! As the liquor shattered across the ground, the newcomer, stepping upon the broken porcelain, transformed into a wraith-like figure, racing towards the inebriated Douluo, who remained oblivious in his drunken stupor. "You old ghost, do you intend to drink yourself to death?" The furious Douluo nearly roared. Yet, under the weight of his rage, the already intoxicated Douluo didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. As he prepared to reach out and rouse his indifferent friend, the young man suddenly noticed the portrait that Douluo clutched tightly. "What is it you hold? You fool. If Lord Liu discovers that you possess the portrait of the Hall Master, your life will be forfeit. Mind your own business." Douluo bellowed in anger, feeling a deep-seated revulsion towards Douluo, who had been spending so much time with Liubei. What did you say? Dare you repeat that?" Douluo angrily reprimanded the other party. After all, his relationship with Ghost Douluo far surpassed that with Poison Douluo. "Get lost, you scoundrel. I said I do not wish to see you. Depart at once." With a resounding slap, Douluo, unable to contain his fury any longer, struck Ghost Douluo's face. Chapter 26. Do you harbor feelings for her? Is she aware? The crisp sound of the slap brought a modicum of clarity to the somewhat intoxicated Ghost Douluo. In his dazed state, he gazed at the image of Bibi Dong in his hands, casting it aside before burying his face in his palms. "Do not think that regretting now will absolve you. If Lord Liu discovers your inappropriate feelings for the mistress, even if your relationship with her is indeed amicable, he will not easily forgive you." Douluo felt a surge of irritation. Ghost Douluo, having been his close friend for many years, now stood on the precipice of making a grave mistake. As a friend, Douluo could not merely watch as he hurtled toward the abyss. "I am unafraid. Should that day truly arrive, I hope she will see the love I bear for her." Observing the infatuated Ghost Douluo could only shake his head in disbelief. Casting a scornful glance at him, he pointed a finger at Ghost Douluo's head, and with a tone laden with anger, softly admonished the oblivious friend. "Your behavior is that of a sycophant. Have you not heard that saying?" "What saying?" Ghost Douluo looked at Douluo with confusion, still willing to open his heart to his dear friend. After a moment of hesitation, Douluo replied earnestly, "A sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Not only that, but even your life could vanish because of her. I fear not death. If I must perish by her hand, I would find great happiness in that." Douluo gazed at Ghost Douluo in disbelief. After all these years of knowing him, he never anticipated that this intimate friend would possess such a psychologically twisted disposition. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that further persuasion would be futile. He then sat down beside them, under the bewildered gaze of the Ghost Douluo, and grasped a jar of wine, consuming it greedily. As the Douluo and the Ghost Douluo drank their bitter spirits, a team of elite spirit hall members, concealed in the shadows, awaited their moment. The leader, clad in a black robe, with his white hair flowing, emanated an imposing aura despite his age. Observing the two men drinking in the pavilion, his expression was far from cordial. Noticing the change in the elder's demeanor, the captain of the guards spoke earnestly. "Shall we apprehend the ghost elder now? Let us wait a while longer. Even a condemned criminal deserves a farewell feast, does he not? Although there is no food left for him here. Allowing him to drink his fill before his departure can be seen as a recompense for his years of service to the spirit hall." The second elder replied with a cold indifference. He casually took a seat as a guard brought him a chair. The following morning, what should have been a typical day at the spirit hall was overshadowed by an oppressive atmosphere. Within the tense grand hall, the offerings and elders gazed at the young man, kneeling on the floor, their emotions a tumultuous mix. The white armored earth dragon, though unaware of the specifics of the situation, could infer much from the presence of the second elder, standing beside the ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows as she regarded the kneeling ghost Douluo, her expression equally complex. The ghost Douluo was her subordinate, and more accurately, her most devoted follower. She had never anticipated that he would commit an offense worthy of such attention, especially one that would prompt the exalted second elder to take action against him. Her gaze inevitably shifted toward Liubei. "Was it you who urged the second elder to apprehend him?" Bibi Dong's frown deepened. The ghost Douluo was her subordinate, and when Liubei sought to eliminate the poisoned Douluo, she had not intervened excessively. If she were to allow Liubei to kill the ghost Douluo today, she would truly be left without any trustworthy subordinates in the spirit hall. In response, Liubei remained unfazed. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Bibi Dong gently. "Sister, he is nonetheless your subordinate. How could I possibly kill him without just cause?" Bibi Dong's emotions were intricate. After all, the implications in Liubei's words clearly indicated that the fate of ghost Douluo was sealed. Death was inevitable. Juve Douluo's expression was cold as he observed the silent, downcast demeanor of ghost Douluo, which ignited a profound irritation within him. When Bibi Dong remained silent for an extended period, witnessing Liubei's readiness to speak, Jude Douluo hastily stepped forth from the crowd. "My lord, although the old ghost has erred, he has also endured hardships for the spirit hall over the years, and his sins do not warrant death. Why not simply strip him of his powers instead?" Jude Douluo spoke with eloquence and persuasion. Liubei's lips curled in disdain as his icy gaze fell upon him, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating towards the location of Jude Douluo. "What business do you have in this commotion? Leave at once." A venerable attendant, aligned with Jude Douluo, retorted sharply, having sensed the menacing atmosphere surrounding Liubei. Jude Douluo swallowed hard, his body drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that should he plead for Jude Douluo's mercy once more, the repercussions would be far more severe than merely enduring a gaze laden with lethal intent. He watched as Jude Douluo retreated. Liubei, with determination, addressed the second offering. "Second offering, disclose your misdeeds and inform the assembly." "As you command." The second offering, having received Liubei's directive, cast a fierce glance at the kneeling ghost Douluo. He turned earnestly towards Bibi Dong and reported, "Master, under my diligent investigation, it has come to light that ghost Douluo harbors inappropriate intentions towards you." Inappropriate intentions? Although Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, the notion that someone could harbor such desires for her was not a matter worthy of concealment. However, as she had ascended to the pinnacle of authority within the spirit hall, she was compelled to contemplate the potential ramifications of this situation involving her subordinate. Even if she wished to protect ghost Douluo, "Continue," she instructed. Liubei, with an air of indifference, spoke up. He would not easily let go of a subordinate who dared to harbor inappropriate intentions towards Bibi Dong. Through diligent investigation by his subordinates, a breakthrough finally occurred one fateful day. They uncovered certain clues within his chamber. As the second offering spoke, he meticulously revealed an array of pre-prepared images. Upon seeing these images produced by the second offering, Bibi Dong, upon receiving them into her hands, felt a wave of emotions flood back to her, returning to her connection with Douluo. At that moment, Bibi Dong's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Gazing at the images, her eyes shifted towards Douluo, her initial complexity giving way to an incredulous disbelief. Chapter 27. Are you hungry? Shall I cook noodles for you? Where did you acquire these images? Bibi Dong inhaled sharply, her gaze fixed on the rather explicit illustrations before her. Her expression shifted from confusion to fury. Confronted with Bibi Dong's scrutiny, Douluo, kneeling in the center of the grand hall, finally raised his head. Noticing the sadness etched on his face, Bibidong felt no sympathy, only a deep-seated anger. If I were him, I would never utter such words lightly. Liubei turned around, his icy gaze directed towards Ghost Douluo, a hint of murderous intent emanating from within him. The atmosphere in the grand hall, already heavy, grew increasingly oppressive as Liubei spoke. Ghost Douluo opted for silence, as if he had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of exposure. Second Elder, what are you waiting for? He inquired, amidst the silence that enveloped everyone present. Liubei suddenly raised an eyebrow at the golden crocodile, upon hearing his words. The golden crocodile, exhaled softly, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he drew the waist dagger hanging from his treasure belt. Feeling the frigid gleam of the blade, the ghost Douluo clenched his jaw, his mood exceedingly oppressive. In the next life, remember to learn how to be a competent servant. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression was indifferent. As soon as his words fell, a chilling light flashed in his eyes, and with the swiftness of thunder, he unleashed his long knife. The sound echoed sharply, and upon witnessing the pool of blood, the chrysanthemum Douluo was so startled that he screamed in terror. Esteemed guests, Liubei, have always been a man of my word. I sincerely hope you can take him as a cautionary tale and refrain from touching my reverse scales. Liubei, having spoken, redirected his gaze towards Bibi Dong, noting her slight trembling. He approached her side, and under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, embraced her slender waist. Striding towards the exit of the hall. Let us tidy this place up, the second elder exhaled a heavy sigh. After instructing his subordinates to attend to the matter, he intended to seek a cooler locale for a moment's respite. Second elder, wait. Just as he had taken a few steps, he heard someone calling for him, prompting a puzzled turn. The second elder, momentarily taken aback, regarded the tear-streaked face of Douluo, feeling a profound sympathy for his plight. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired with a furrowed brow. Observing Douluo's incessant, sorrowful demeanor, he couldn't help but smirk with disdain. May I take his body for burial? Burial? The second elder retorted incredulously. How audacious! He was personally supervised by Lord Liu during his demise. You wish to take him for burial? Come here, dispose of this wretch's body at the mass grave to be fed to wild dogs. As Douluo hoped for the second elder to grant him the corpse of Douluo, another furious rebuke suddenly pierced his ears. Witnessing the third elder's uncontrollable rage, he realized that despite the close bond between him and Douluo, he had no choice but to relinquish his desire. In a chamber belonging to Bibi Dong, she sat in silence, her demeanor reflecting her discontent. Liubei sat beside her, casually encircling her waist and gently inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you upset over my slaying of Ghost Douluo?" Noticing the charming smile on Liubei's face, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and, with a concerned expression, questioned him. Despite his faults, his crimes did not warrant death. If you continue to take lives so recklessly, do you believe there will be any subordinates willing to serve us? Bibi Dong's words rang true. If Liubei persisted in his violent ways, his standing within the spirit hall would inevitably come under scrutiny. Unmoved by Bibi Dong's well-meaning admonition, Liubei's smile remained as radiant as ever. They are mere insects. If they must rebel, let us eliminate them before they can rise against us. Bibi Dong swayed slightly, fully comprehending the implications of Liubei's words. When Liubei spoke earnestly, unable to bear it any longer, Bibi Dong pushed him away. Thus, under the furrowed gaze of Liubei, she shed her garments and reclined upon the bed, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like body, devoid of any excess. Liubei, Hovefa, expressed no interest whatsoever. Although he indeed held a fondness for Bibi Dong, it was inconceivable that he would lose himself for the sake of a woman. Take care to rest well. It is said that during times of distress, a simple slumber can cast aside even the gravest of sorrows. Liubei's gentle voice quietly reached Bibi Dong's ears. With a furrowed brow, Bibi Dong's gaze towards Liubei was infused with a myriad of emotions. Under the scrutiny of Bibi Dong's peculiar expression, Liubei finally departed from the room, stepping towards the outside. As he casually closed the door behind him, he caught sight of Bibi Dong, turned away, lying down. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Leaving this melancholic place, he gazed up at the blazing sun hanging in the sky, preparing to return to his humble abode in search of solace for his soul. Mother, that strange uncle hasn't shown up recently, has he? It feels rather odd without his presence. As Liubei approached his own door, he could hear the sweet, innocent voice of Ning Rongrong coming from the courtyard, delivering playful complaints. A faint smile curved upon his lips. Though Ning Rongrong was not his child, having such a little angel flitting about his life was indeed a delightful thought. Just then, as Liubei stood there smiling, A maid who had just stepped outside nearly gasped in surprise upon seeing him. Liubei quickly covered her rosy lips with his hand, a frown creasing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to release her. "Ah, mother, that strange uncle is eavesdropping here. Wow, the strange uncle has come. The strange uncle is going to bully mother again." Liubei felt a sense of embarrassment in response to Ning Rongrong's words. He found himself at a loss for words. However, considering Ning Rongrong's tender age, he realized that if she were a bit older, he might indeed assume a paternal role, offering her some well-intentioned admonishment. As he observed the tearful and anxious Ning Rongrong, he had yet to extend his hand to comfort her when a graceful figure caught his eye. With the emergence of this figure, he beheld her sleek black hair cascading neatly, accentuating her exquisitely flawless features. The pale blue, form-fitting attire she wore beautifully highlighted her ample bosom. The moment she appeared, the previously flustered Ning Rongrong hurriedly leaped into her embrace. Although it was an embrace, given Ning Rongrong's current height, she barely reached the other's knees. Watching Ning Rongrong's fearful expression, Liubei felt a pang of concern. Liubei's gaze was down upfoot, captivated by the other party's long, graceful legs, as he slowly met her eyes, which sparkled with a gentle smile. In this moment, it seems that Liubei's heart is about to melt. "You have arrived. Are you hungry? May I offer you something to eat?" In the presence of Lu Yanran's gentle demeanor, Liubei subconsciously nodded, subsequently following the silhouette of Lu Yanran as she made her way towards her quaint little abode. Chapter 28. Would you like to eat? Is quite delectable. Trailing behind Lu Yanran, he noticed Ning Rongrong glancing back at him from time to time. Liu Beikai feigned a ghastly visage, terrifying the young lady to the point of inconsolable weeping. Lu Yanran shook her head with a hint of helplessness. After all, this was the territory of the Spear Hall. Had she been in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she might have had the opportunity to reprimand the other party sternly. As she entered the grand hall, her gaze fell upon the 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, wafting with an enticing aroma. Liu Bei's expression momentarily faltered, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he beheld a large bowl accompanied by 2 smaller ones. His countenance was undeniably intricate. Have you been waiting for me to join you for dinner all along?" he inquired, a realization dawning upon him. Lu Yanran, having had her secret unveiled, nodded earnestly. Observing Lu Yanran's smiling visage, Liu Bei let out a gentle sigh before settling into the chair beside the large bowl of noodles. As he picked up his chopsticks, he gazed at the dish before him, a harmonious blend of color and flavor. Liu Bei's eyelashes fluttered gently under the silent gaze of Lu Yanran and Ning Rongrong. It was only then that he picked up his chopsticks and diligently began to eat. Time slipped away unnoticed until Liu Bei had finished an entire bowl of noodles. As he lifted his head, he was profoundly captivated by the enchanting presence of Lu Yanran. He beheld her, resting her delicate, snow-white hands upon her chin. Gazing intently at him, Liu Bei's expression was subtly tinged with a blush, captivated by the gentle gaze directed towards him. "Are you truly shy?" he mused. If your subordinates were to witness such a sight, they would likely be startled into a cold sweat. Xiao Ran's face turned crimson, for he had indeed undergone a slight transformation since the incident with Ling Shi. Why does the old man's blush resemble that of a monkey's posterior? Just as Liu Bei was overwhelmed with embarrassment, a seemingly casual remark from Ning Rongrong instantly transformed his crimson visage into one of ashen pallor. Liu Bei spoke with a cold demeanor. Upon noticing this scene, Lu Yanran hurriedly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and summoned a maid to escort her for some rest. "What is the matter? It's just a child. Surely you wouldn't let a careless remark about children provoke your ire?" Lu Yanran's eyes flickered, her eyelashes quivering. Within her deep, dark pupils, a hint of unusual colors flashed. Approaching Liu Bei from behind, she seized the opportunity before he could lose his temper and suddenly wrapped her arms around him, inquiring with a playful mystery. In response to Lu Yanran's question, Liu Bei exhaled a heavy sigh and shook his head with a smile. He had merely come in search of Lu Yanran, seeking a modicum of warmth. Thus, his reaction to Ning Rongrong's earlier words was merely a reflection of his increasingly irritable nature in recent days. Observing that Liu Bei was finally willing to engage in conversation, Lu Yanran slid into his embrace before he could rise, her charming smile infectious. Encouraged by her demeanor, Liu Bei spoke earnestly. "Since you are so determined to protect your child, perhaps we could arrange it this way. If you are unwilling to allow me to discipline her, then you might as well take her place and endure my whims." In the quiet of Liu Bei's words lay a subtle intimidation. As a woman, Lu Yanran was acutely aware of the implications. Observing the flush of her cheeks, it became evident that she had received the other's tacit approval. With that understanding, he embraced the enchanting lady in his arms and, after gently closing the door behind them, stepped towards the adjacent bedroom. As Liubei and Lu Yanran shared an intimate moment, a figure loomed on the rooftop across the way. Watching the swaying silhouettes on the wall, he let out a resigned sigh, transforming into a spectral presence that vanished in an instant, as if he had never existed at all. Time passed, and the melancholic Bibi Dong leaned against the throne in the grand hall, her heart heavy with sorrow as she observed the fleeting shadow that entered. With a furrowed brow, she scrutinized the figure clad in black robes. "May, what brings you here?" she inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze upon the young man in the black cloak. With a profound exhalation, the youth, whose emotions were evidently tumultuous, lifted his head and replied with sincerity, "Master, Lord Lu has indeed gone to meet the woman from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she drew in deep breaths, as if battling inner turmoil. "Understood. May, you are the brother of Ghost Douluo. I urge you to learn from his past missteps," she admonished, her demeanor reverting to its customary coldness as she addressed the youth standing in the hall. The youth trembled at her words. "Rest assured, master. Though Ague is my elder brother, I will certainly maintain my proper place." This young man, known as May, possessed the strength of a soul Douluo, yet he felt overshadowed by the legacy of Ghost Douluo. Following the latter's demise, he had been hastily chosen by Bibi Dong as a substitute. While this realization was undoubtedly a blow to May, the chance to serve Bibi Dong was the greatest honor he could imagine. "Very well, you may leave," Bibi Dong said with a calm indifference, watching the black-robed youth depart. She remained alone in the soul hall that Liubei had diligently crafted for her. The following day, as the blazing sun ascended to its zenith, Liubei, having departed from Lu Yanran, strolled idly along the bustling streets. While he silently observed the vibrant cityscape, he noticed a jade pendant displayed at a nearby stall and was about to reach for it when a procession approached his vicinity. Upon recognizing Liubei, one of the individuals in the group respectfully addressed him, saying, "My lord, the palace master requests your presence at the Hall of Martial Spirits, stating there are pressing matters that require your counsel." "Matters that require my counsel?" Liubei furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was immensely eager to acquire that piece of jade, he still chose to let the captain of the guard lead the way. Soon after, Liubei arrived at the Hall of Martial Spirits, gazing at the venerable offerings and elders who had been waiting for an indeterminate time. Liubei furrowed his brow as he inquired of Bibi Dong, who sat regally upon her throne, "What is the matter? You summoned so many people to seek my counsel. Is there something of utmost importance you wish to discuss?" Bibi Dong maintained a serene expression, her gaze sweeping across the silent assembly within the grand hall. Liubei, still frowning, continued, "An elder dispatched to the Heavendo Empire has been murdered, resulting in significant losses for our spirit hall. We urgently require your presence there." "The elder sent to the Heavendo Empire has been slain?" Liubei raised an eyebrow. After all, Bibidong's words were indeed shocking. Following Liubei's overthrow of Qianxunji's reign, he had diligently endeavored to create an environment that could safeguard Bibi Dong. Although he had not ventured to the Tiando Empire himself, the notion of eliminating an elder of the spirit hall at the pinnacle of his renown was something Liubei had never dared to dream. "My lord, those fellows from the Tiando Empire actually had the audacity to slay our spirit hall members. It seems that this time you must make a journey." The second elder was already sharpening his blades, for as the spirit hall's second greatest force, he could not idly stand by while others defiled his domain. "Set forth to the Tiando Empire." With Liubei's countenance darkening, a mere utterance summoned several followers who trailed behind him, heading towards the location of the Tiando Empire. Chapter 29, Slaughter. Tiando Empire. Observing the ascension of the carefree vessel, Bibi Dong, gazing up from below, no trace of satisfaction remained on her face. Time passed, and the formidable capital known as the Tiando Empire faced yet another assault from the Spirit Hall on this very day. As the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shi, watched the proud figures of the Spirit Hall looming above, he finally felt a sense of trepidation. Shuya was an emperor of mediocre strength. Yet such an unremarkable ruler had managed to cultivate a formidable military force. As he furrowed his brow, glancing at the two eminent elders of the Spirit Hall standing beside him, his expression grew increasingly complex. "Your Majesty, it appears that the Spirit Hall is indeed serious this time." An imposing elder stood beside him. Judging by his aura, it was evident that he possessed the strength of a super Douluo at level 96. The elder's demeanor was cold, regarding the approaching members of the Spirit Hall with no hint of concern. Emperor Shuya's expression was frantic, setting aside Liubei for the moment. Just the presence of the two elders beside him was sufficient to obliterate the nation he had built. "My lord, that's short." stout fellow, is the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shuya. The elder beside him is someone my subordinates have never encountered. If we were to perish here at the hands of a level 96 being, we would not be losing much. Silence. As the second elder expressed his opinion, Liubei, however, was suddenly filled with a thunderous rage. Just as the second offering was startled, he had yet to react. Liubei had transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the observing figure in the snowy night, along with an elderly man in a swift strike. Alarmingly, the elderly man's previously serene demeanor was shattered as he beheld the youthful figure descending upon him with astonishing speed, causing his face to twitch in sheer terror. Before the snow-laden knight could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the elder found himself ensnared by an incredibly swift silhouette, his neck seized, and his body violently slammed against the wall. As the snow-laden knight grasped the gravity of the scene before him, even as the exalted emperor of the Tiando Empire, he was rendered speechless and fell to his knees in abject fear. How could this be possible? The shock coursed through Shui, for this elderly man was someone he had hired at great expense. Yet now, he was easily subdued before Liubei, a scenario he had never envisioned. With Liubei's grip tightening around the elder's throat, the old man's eyes rolled back, clearly on the verge of losing consciousness. You cannot kill me. I am willing to join the Spear Hall. I pledge my loyalty to you, Spirit Hall. What? Shui's countenance paled instantly upon hearing his expensive hire utter such words. The prospect of such a sudden betrayal was enough to send him spiraling into despair. To think that a turncoat like you would even consider joining our Spear Hall. In time, you would inevitably meet your demise at my hands. Liubei, fueled by rage, found this vacillating traitor utterly contemptible. If only the elder could muster a few scathing words against him for the sake of the Tiando Empire in his final moments, Liubei might consider sparing him due to his advanced age. However, as events have unfolded to this extent, it is only natural for Liubei to feel no compulsion to continue. Moments later, accompanied by the resounding crack of bones, the elder, who possessed a formidable strength of level 96, met an instantaneous demise under the powerful grip of Liubei. Witnessing the lifeless body of the elder, with his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, Shui was utterly horrified. Before he could comprehend the situation, he hurriedly fell to his knees before Liubei, repeatedly bowing his head until it bled. Only then did a foot strike forcefully against his face, exacerbating the swelling of his already round visage. Why was the master so enraged? What had transpired? The second elder was gripped by a sense of dread, his scalp tingling with apprehension. Although he possessed the capability to eliminate the elder himself, he was confident that he could never achieve a flawless instant kill. The third elder shared this sentiment, having truly sensed death at Liubei's hands. Now, gazing at the elder who had been crushed to death, even though Liubei seemed disinclined to trouble him further, he still felt an icy chill creeping around his neck. What are you waiting for? Do you intend to simply watch as the master dispatches these individuals all by himself? Moments later, the second elder, the first to react, turned towards the elite members of the Spirit Hall and bellowed in fury. Under the force of his roar, the elites, finally snapping back to reality, sprang into action, unleashing terrifying waves of energy upon the buildings and bystanders below. The thunderous explosions resounded, jolting the royal brothers' neural senses. Observing the chaos unfolding amidst the rising smoke, the Emperor Shui, bruised and battered by Liubei, finally regretted the exorbitant price he had paid to hire such mercenaries. While he had indeed forged a powerful army, he realized in the face of such celestial conflicts, where mere mortals suffer, the awakened individuals wielding their martial souls with a true backbone of strength. How does it feel? Despairing, perhaps? Liubei inquired with a smile, yet in the eyes of the snowy night. The smile of Liubei, however, resembled that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. You shall meet a wretched fate. Shui roared in fury amidst the snow-laden night. After all, he hailed from a lineage of military nobility, and in his final moments, he displayed a rare defiance. As the members of the Spirit Hall united in their assault, the prolonged absence of any external aid led them to surrender entirely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Gazing upon the resplendent palace, Liubei sat upon the dragon throne, his expression as silent as that of the Starry Empire. He observed the ministers kneeling before him, yet astonishingly, this time he refrained from demanding the removal of hostages. At Liubei's signal, those guardians who initially thought they had misheard, upon hearing his slightly impatient voice, hastily took action, executing all those who dared to resist the Spear Hall. The sight of a sea of corpses lay before him. Liubei cast a cold glance at the second offer, Upon sensing the murderous intent in Liubei's eyes, the white-armored earth dragon swallowed hard, finally feeling the weight of danger. "My lord," the white-armored earth dragon spoke in a subdued tone, looking toward Liubei. Once Liubei had reigned in his killing aura, he addressed him earnestly. "You have misunderstood my intentions by resorting to violence. Although the Heaven-Do Empire holds no particular allure for me, it is, after all, an empire. How about this second offer? Why not remain here and assume the role of emperor?" I would never dare to accept such a proposition, my lord." The white-armored earth dragon, trembling with fear, clasped his fists in a deep bow in response to Liubei's words. Observing the fright on the white-armored earth dragon's face, Liubei turned his gaze back to the second offerer, raising an eyebrow slightly. The second offerer mimicked the white-armored earth dragon's gesture, attempting to defer Liubei's suggestion. Chapter 30. It is decided. Noticing the unwillingness of the second and third offerers to remain in the Heaven-Do Empire, Liubei's expression darkened. He turned once more to address the third offerer, who was still bowing respectfully. "Third offerer, sometimes you must be more understanding. Do you comprehend?" The third offerer fell silent, fully aware of the implications behind Liubei's words, having lived long enough to grasp their meaning. Observing the third offerer's cold sweat, the second offerer nudged him gently with an elbow. As the third offerer shot a sidelong glance at the second offerer, he noticed the latter's slight shake of the head, revealing a furrowed brow, prompting a resigned sigh from him. "My lord, I am willing to remain in the Heaven-Do Empire." Following the second offerer's hint, the third offerer, as if awakening from a stupor, earnestly replied to Liubei. With a calm demeanor, Liubei rose from his dragon throne and addressed those renowned captains of the Spear Hall. "Listen closely, you all. From this moment forth, you shall be the generals of the Heaven-Do Empire, tasked with assisting the third offerer in managing this empire. Do you understand?" Liubei maintained an air of composure. It was only after he uttered those words that the expressions of the captains of the guards revealed a hint of difficulty. The assembly exchanged glances, evidently disinterested in remaining in the confines of the Tian-Do Empire. After all, who would prefer to stay in what resembled a prison when compared to the carefree existence enjoyed in the Spirit Hall? "My lord has addressed you. What are you hesitating for?" Just as those captains found themselves at an impasse, the third attendant, already positioned within the Tian-Do Empire, grew somewhat irritated and bellowed at the assembly. Under the menacing gaze of the third attendant, the captains, trembling in fear, clasped their fists in respect and loudly responded to Liubei, who stood before the dragon throne. "My lord, we are willing to remain in the Tian-Do Empire." Observing these individuals and listening to their fervent declarations, a subtle smile graced Liubei's lips. Under the watchful eyes of the captains, he stepped toward the grand entrance of the hall. "Third attendant, please accompany me outside." As Liubei was about to exit the grand hall, the third elder, whose countenance had been somewhat grim, found himself compelled to follow Liubei's retreating figure upon hearing his words. Amidst the complexity of his emotions, Liubei, standing beside him, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Do you understand why I chose to retain you in the Heaven-Do Empire?" he inquired. "Is it because I took the liberty to eliminate Miss Lingxi?" The third elder's expression darkened, for he was acutely aware of the implications behind Liubei's unexpected question. Despite the events that had transpired aboard the carefree vessel, Liubei did not resort to violence against him. However, the matter of his slaying of Lingxi remained a burden in the hearts of the three elders. He chuckled. "Though it is regrettable that you took the life of Miss Lingxi, I would not sacrifice a formidable general over a mere woman. Do you understand? The reason I have allowed you to remain in the Heavenly Empire is not to punish you for Lingxi's demise. On the contrary, it is to protect you." "Protect me?" The three elders found it hard to believe their own ears. In their recollection, Liubei can undoubtedly be described as the epitome of a tyrant. Yet, this resolute and decisive ruler has suddenly uttered such bewildering statements. Naturally, the emotions of the three offerings have grown increasingly complex. "I do not comprehend your meaning, my lord," continued the third offering. Rather than Liubei's assertion being merely a means of self-protection, he yearns to discern who, besides Liubei, within the Spirit Hall, might dare to act against him so casually. "You need not understand," the second offering remarked. "Eavesdropping on others' conversations from behind the wall is a surefire way to offend." Liubei cast an indifferent glance at the third offering. The disdain in his eyes was sufficient for the third offering to comprehend that, in Liubei's perception, he was merely a superfluous character. Sensing Liubei's coldness, the third offering lowered his head, only to hear Liubei suddenly mention a visitor. As the third offering turned to face the wall, he beheld the second offering, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. How he wished to receive the same treatment as the second offering. You two brothers should take this opportunity to converse more while you can. Who knows when you might meet again in the future. Thank you, my lord. The second offering returned to his usual self, and as he watched Liubei depart alongside the third offering, he had yet to voice his thoughts when the third offering spoke up first. Old man, to be honest, I envy you. Envy me? The second offering, taken aback by the sudden remark from someone of similar age, felt an odd sensation as if the third offering had aged a decade in that moment. Indeed, during our time in the spirit hall, although under the rule of Qianxunji, our lives were far superior to what they are now. Truth be told, ever since I killed Miss Lingxi, I've felt increasingly apprehensive. When will this aimless existence come to an end? In response to the third offering's candidness, the second offering harbored similar sentiments. Yet, the second offering's ability to command respect from the Qian family revealed the depth of his cunning. The Lord claims that his reason for keeping me here as an emperor is to protect me. But what exactly is he protecting me from? The third offering inquired, his emotions tangled. After all, Liubei's words of protection had left him unable to find peace even now. Who knows about such matters? Just focus on developing the Tiando Empire. Perhaps one day, when the Lord is in a good mood, he might allow you to return to the spirit hall. Yes, you are right. I must indeed work hard to develop the Tiando Empire, as it is a task bestowed upon me by the Lord. In that fleeting moment, the once troubled third offering, enlightened by the second offering's words, felt his murky eyes regain their former brilliance. Lord Offering, Lord Liu has instructed me to come find you. What is there to say? The expression of the captain of the guard revealed a hint of difficulty, causing the second envoy's heart to race with unease. He sensed that something was amiss. The Lord has said that if you do not approach him, he will have you remain here to manage the heavenly fight empire alongside the third envoy. With a sigh, the second envoy exhaled a breath of resignation. Observing the captain of the guard, he reluctantly followed, knowing well that this was his singular opportunity to shine. He must not let it slip away. Before departing, the second envoy felt compelled to remind the third envoy, perhaps indicating that, deep down, their relationship was still quite amicable. Chapter 31. A melodious voice as the second envoy took his leave. The third envoy stood below, watching the leisurely ascent of the carefree vessel. He led the elite members of the spirit hall, who had also been left behind, as they bid farewell to Liubei and the others. On board the carefree vessel, Liubei reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, quietly resting. Although the vessel's speed did not intentionally accelerate, those elite members who were deemed unworthy to board hurriedly increased their pace, striving to catch up with the swiftly departing vessel ahead. On the deck, the second envoy stood quietly beside Liubei. Noticing Liubei's closed eyes, he could no longer contain himself and earnestly inquired, "My lord, I do not understand. Since you chose not to eliminate the white armor Emperor Dragon, why do you not allow him to return with us to the spirit hall?" The second envoy's inquiry was sincere, yet it was evident that he had overestimated his standing in Liubei's eyes. Some questions, it seemed, were best left unasked. Liubei spoke with an air of indifference. Having reached this stage of conversation, it was evident that the second elder could no longer afford to present his warm demeanor only to receive Liubei's cold reception. Throughout the journey, the second elder's emotions were undeniably complex. Although he had the privilege of being by Liubei's side, it did not preclude the possibility of one day mirroring the fate of the third elder. Thus, Liubei's earlier admonition served as a stark warning. With a gentle exhale of pent-up frustration, the second elder could only stand silently beside Liubei. In contrast to the third elder, who could remain within the esteemed Tiando Empire, he felt as if he were perpetually teetering on the edge of a ticking time bomb, a sensation that few could endure. Gazing at the young man who lay quietly on the bed, the second elder realized he had no choice but to remain still. Any thought of resistance was clearly futile. Setting aside the question of strategy, Liubei's formidable combat prowess loomed like an insurmountable mountain before him. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Liubei's expression remained placid. Yet a subtle shift occurred when he noticed the absence of the woman he had expected. His demeanor underwent a slight but perceptible change. Surrounded only by elders and a few other attendants, Liubei's countenance suddenly hardened, as if a layer of frost had settled upon him. Those present sensed the ominous aura radiating from Liubei, hinting at an undercurrent of lethal intent. The second elder, who stood beside him, felt a genuine chill of fear. However, as he surveyed the gathering and noted the conspicuous absence of Bibi Dong, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. He proceeded towards the main hall. Liubei spoke with an air of cold indifference, resembling an emotionless assassin. Under the gaze of those present, he strode towards the main hall of the Wuhuan temple. Shortly thereafter, a group arrived at the temple's main hall. As Liubei beheld the serene visage of Bibi Dong seated above, he felt compelled to articulate something, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. This development did not escape Bibidong's notice. Observing Liubei's somewhat displeased demeanor, she felt a flicker of satisfaction within her heart. Well then, has the Tiando Empire been dealt with? Bibi Dong inquired with a furrowed brow. Her seemingly ordinary question cast a palpable tension among those who had entered alongside Liubei. It is essential to recognize that Liubei was a formidable entity capable of effortlessly vanquishing even someone as powerful as Qiandaolu. Bibi Dong's words, therefore, undeniably implied a skepticism regarding Liubei's prowess. Your Excellency, Liu has eradicated all those from the Tiando Empire who dared to oppose our Wuhuan temple. Amidst the charged atmosphere, the second elder, standing by Liubei's side, hastily interjected. His response was commendable, demonstrating genuine consideration for Liubei. If he had harbored intentions of defying Liubei or undermining him, this moment would have been an opportune time to do so. Oh, all eliminated? Bibidong's exquisite eyelashes fluttered slightly. Among those she knew, it seemed that only Liubei possessed the capability to achieve such a feat, sister. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Liubei's demeanor was one of indifference. It was not that he was unwilling to remain by Bibi Dong's side, but rather that the current Bibi Dong compelled him, preventing him from engaging with the once communicative senior sister. Observing Liubei's departure, the expressions of those present were filled with astonishment. After all, Liubei's transformation could be indirectly attributed to Bibi Dong. Were it not for her influence, they would likely still be incredulous that Liubei could reach such a terrifying juncture. Everyone, please withdraw, Bibi Dong commanded, her gaze fixed on Liubei's retreating figure. The memory of his earlier, heartless words pierced her. They felt akin to a frigid dagger, deeply wounding her heart. Just as the crowd, led by the second elder, was about to leave, Bibi Dong suddenly halted them, recalling something important. Where's the white-armored earth dragon? She inquired. Upon hearing her question, the second elder's expression subtly shifted, yet he opted to respond truthfully. Returning to the hallmaster. Due to Lord Liu's execution of numerous ministers from the Tiando Empire, the third elder and several elite members of the Spear Hall were left behind as per Lord Liu's arrangement. Left behind, you say? Although Bibi Dong was eager to directly question Liubei regarding his intentions, the recent encounter with a man who had wounded her, albeit unintentionally, filled her with a sense of frustration, unbeknownst to Liubei, who was now making his way towards his resting quarters. The atmosphere within the Spirit Hall was charged with tension. He sought only to find solace in the company of a woman with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Upon arriving in his courtyard, he beheld a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown. Liubei was softly calling out. Upon hearing someone summon her, she turned around in confusion, and as she discerned the identity of the caller, a captivating smile graced her exquisitely beautiful face. You have arrived. Ayin gazed tenderly at Liubei, her gentle voice enveloping the atmosphere. Liubei longed to embrace her. He did not respond to Ayin's inquiry. Approaching Ayin, Liubei suddenly reached out, enveloping her waist in his arms. When Ayin's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of avoidance, Liubei gently pressed his lips against her slightly flushed ones. Ayin's delicate frame trembled ever so slightly. Although she had shared a bed with Liubei on several occasions, it did not imply that she had fully embraced him. Therefore, in this moment of deliberate intimacy, Ayin couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. There are too many prying eyes outside. Shall we step inside and converse? Liubei observed the servants tidying the courtyard and gently whispered into Ayin's ear. Suddenly recalling something, Ayin's face flushed a brilliant crimson. Chapter 32. The compromised Ayin, held tenderly by Liubei around her waist, felt her entire body tense, leaving Liubei somewhat perplexed. It is worth noting that Liubei and Ayin have encountered each other not merely once or twice. The frequency has reached a point where it surpasses even the number of fingers and toes one possesses. Yet, Ayin continues to exhibit an air of reluctance. What troubles you? It seems you still harbor a lingering fear of me. Liubei's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently lifted Ayin's delicate, snow-like chin. Inquiring earnestly, do you know how many people desired to touch these long legs of mine when I was still with Tang Hao? Ayin feigned calmness as she gazed at Liubei, absorbing the weight of her words. Liubei's gaze was tinged with a hint of perplexity as it rested upon the elegant and powerful legs of his companion. While I cannot ascertain the sentiments of others, I, upon hearing Liubei's response, observed Ayin, her delicate brows arching as if she were about to speak. However, before she could utter a word, Liubei unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly, gently placing her down upon the bed. Aine, her complexion flushed, likely did not anticipate this turn of events. Renowned for her icy beauty, she found herself before Liubei like a lamb at the mercy of a butcher. As Liubei leaned in to kiss Yin's lips, the flickering candlelight danced softly in the gentle breeze, illuminating the serene figure of Yin as she lay quietly against his chest. Liubei extended his hand, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "May I ask you for a favor?" he inquired, just as Liubei's eyes fluttered closed, nestled against his chest. Yin gazed up at him with a hint of melancholy in her voice, as if sensing the underlying sadness. Liubei found it somewhat difficult to refuse. "Can you assist me in locating my child? If you succeed, I would be willing to serve you for a lifetime." "Willing to serve me for a lifetime? Speak honestly." In light of Yin's request, Liubei felt an immense sense of relief. After all, Yin had been at the Spirit Hall for nearly a month. Although a month may seem brief, it is not insignificant. "Do you not wish to assist me? Could you not lend me a small favor?" Yin inquired anxiously. However, she soon realized that she might have misspoken. Liubei released the embrace of Yin. As Yin sat on the bed, she watched Liubei begin to dress. Just as Yin was about to utter something further, she hesitated. "Liubei has turned around. I promise to help you find that child. However, I do not wish for you to serve me solely because of the child. Thus, rather than witnessing you being compelled, I would prefer that you do so willingly." "Huh?" Yin's delicate face was etched with confusion. Although these words, spoken by Liubei, might seem utterly absurd, the sincerity with which he expressed them revealed an authentic emotion. Even if Yin's heart were like a stone, it should begin to melt at this moment. Facing Liubei's somewhat earnest expression, she declared, "If you can bring him back, Yin, vow with my life to follow you wholeheartedly." Yin's blush was truly enchanting. In this delicate scene, just as she was about to rise, Liubei stepped forward abruptly. Just as Yin's eyelashes fluttered lightly, she was taken aback by his unexpected action. When Liubei stood before Yin, she finally realized the intensity of his gaze. Yin, her breath quickening, found herself somewhat evasive under the heat of Liubei's eyes. "You know," he said, "even if you prevent me from seeking your child, I will still endeavor to bring him to you. After all, a child is of paramount importance to a mother, and I, Liubei, am acutely aware of this." Yin, upon hearing his words, looked at him with a gaze filled with confusion. Just as she processed his bewildering statement, she found her hands firmly grasped by Liubei, leaving her unable to resist in the slightest. Though the maidens outside harbored their own curiosities, each time one of them approached a knock on the door, Liubei's prolonged presence in Yin's chamber deterred them. Meanwhile, a youthful figure, who had been awaiting this moment, gazed at the rising sun, preparing to return and report to Bibi Dong. However, just as he was about to depart, a tall, imposing figure appeared by his side. "Fourth Guardian," the young man in the black robe said, his voice trembling. The Fourth Guardian was notorious for his ruthlessness within the Spirit Hall. "You've got some nerve," he retorted. "Your elder brother met his demise because of such matters, and yet you dare to take on this task?" The Fourth Guardian's tone was chilling as he regarded the young man, who sought to flee but found himself trapped by his presence, eliciting a faint smile from him. The young man averted his gaze, recalling the grim fate of his elder brother, whose remains were scarcely recognizable. "I am merely carrying out my duties for the Hall Master. If you, esteemed Guardian, could overlook my minor transgressions, I would gladly offer a generous reward in return." "A generous reward?" The Fourth Guardian pondered the proposition, a triumphant expression spreading across his face. "Very well, I shall see what kind of offering you have in mind. After all, if the gift is worthy of your life, I might just consider sparing you this once." The four offerings smiled sinisterly. After the enchanting one's heartfelt thanks, they hurriedly leaped in a particular direction, the path where the enchantress had vanished. The smile on the face of the four offerings faded, transforming into a countenance dark with discontent due to her departure. "What is it?" A moment later, the voice of an elderly man echoed through the air. "What do you mean by what is it?" The four offerings did not turn around, his expression one of confusion as he inquired. "Are you feeling troubled?" The elder continued, this time with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Huh, if it weren't for Lord Lu's prohibition against killing, would there be any trouble at all?" The four offerings replied with a cold laugh, as if his demeanor was inherently this way, leaving the second offering unfazed by the tone. The second offering, appearing somewhat awkward, managed a rueful smile while gazing at the shadow reflected in the window. With a furrowed brow, he found himself at a loss for words. "If there's nothing else, you may return and rest. I can manage here alone," the four offerings stated seriously as they stood awkwardly together. The second offering, whose status was nearly equal to that of the four offerings, glanced at him uneasily. With a bitter smile, he shook his head, then leaped down. walking along the street until he gradually faded from the four-offering sight. Chapter 33. A Yin's delicate brow furrowed the next day. After departing from Ayin, the time had already reached noon. The sun hung high in the azure sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance that made it difficult to open one's eyes. Liubei, you promised me you would search for my child's whereabouts. Can you truly keep your word? Ayin stood beside Liubei, her pure white, well-fitted dress shimmering under the sunlight. She reached out to embrace his slender waist, her gaze filled with affection. Since I promised you, I shall not deceive you. I will spare no effort in searching for your child. Ayin's heart sank. If not for her child's safety, she would not resort to using her own body as a bargaining chip. After all, it seemed that, for Ayin at present, aside from her somewhat outstanding figure, there was little else that could capture Liubei's attention. My lord, as you instructed, regarding the initial attack on the Haotian sect, Tang Hao, whom you cast down the cliff, should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, currently reside in a place known as the Holy Soul Village. A place known as the Holy Soul Village? Liubei furrowed his brow slightly. Upon closer inspection, the original storyline of Douluo continent becomes abundantly clear. According to the primary narrative of Douluo continent, Tang Hao, upon choosing to retreat from the world, ventured to a place known as Holy Soul Village. It is from this Holy Soul Village that a remarkable figure, capable of altering the very rules of the Douluo continent, will emerge, the original protagonist, Tang San. However, in the face of such a scenario, which bears the hallmark of a destined child, one cannot help but ponder. Liubei, however, felt no trace of panic. After all, he had arrived. Was it the case that the members of the Spirit Hall conducted their affairs with such stealth that none were the wiser? If not, how could you possibly manage to stay by my side throughout the night while allowing your subordinates to attend to their duties? Ayin displayed a look of perplexity as she regarded the elder before her, her curiosity about Liubei intensifying. You may understand that the second elder is my bodyguard. As such, it is imperative for him to grasp the thoughts and intentions of his master, a fundamental aspect of his training. Ayin's delicate brows knitted together, as Liubei's response evoked an unsettling feeling within her, though she struggled to articulate this sentiment. The serene countenance of the second elder held her back from voicing her unasked questions. Second elder, Lord Liu, the team heading to Sacred Soul Village has assembled. Shall we depart now? As Ayin's unease grew, another youth, masked and respectful, inquired of the second elder and Liubei. To avoid the complications of unnecessary delays, let us set forth. Liubei gently exhaled a breath of stale air. He cast a glance at the companion beside him, Ayin, before directing a meaningful look towards the second elder. Understanding the unspoken cue, the second elder silently nodded and gestured for the masked youth to hasten towards the assembly point. My lord, time is of the essence. In order to return sooner, shall we proceed? The second elder raised an eyebrow, eyeing Liubei, just as Liubei had articulated. Although he held a prestigious position as a guardian in the Spear Hall, here, he could merely assume the role of a bodyguard. Very well, let us depart. After a moment's hesitation, Liubei released his hold on Ayin, preparing to leave amidst a swirl of complex emotions on her face. Wait, can you take me with you? I wish to see him. Liubei's calm demeanor suddenly contorted into a frown. After all, Ayin's words instantaneously evoked memories of Ling Shi from the past. No, you are confined to this area. You are not permitted to wander elsewhere. Liubei's response was exceedingly indifferent, as cold as a passerby who merely turns and walks away. Confronted with Liubei's ruthless demeanor, Ayin's emotions surged forth in an instant. She grasped Liubei's arm with fervor, her beautiful eyelashes quivering slightly, and launched a profound inquiry from the depths of her soul. Did you not promise me that as long as you could bring my child back, I would serve you with utmost sincerity? It must be said, witnessing Ayin's resolute gaze was striking. Liubei's expression was profoundly moved by the unwavering determination of the other party. However, it was but a fleeting moment. Liubei forcefully shook off the grip of the other person who held his arm. Under the thunderstruck expression of Ayin, he strode towards the waiting golden crocodile, Douluo, in the distance. As she beheld Liubei's somewhat towering silhouette and recalled the events that transpired between them the previous night, a mix of shame and anger welled within her. Tang Hao, I am truly sorry. In order for our child to survive, I have no choice but to make this decision. Ayin gazed at the once azure sky, now overshadowed by the soaring flying ship and the multitude of elites from the Spear Hall. It was in that moment she realized her world had turned to shades of gray, following the news received from the second elder. A group of individuals from Liubei arrived at a quaint village nestled in the southwestern region of the Tiandou Empire, specifically within the Facino province. Gazing upon this settlement, which comprises merely over 300 households, they took care to proceed with caution, ensuring not to alarm the locals. Liubei, having deliberately brought only the second offering and the recently enthroned by Jia Long, gazed incredulously at the audacity of a mere village to adopt the prestigious name of Holy Soul. Were the inhabitants of this village utterly fearless? As the second offering approached the towering stone monument standing at the village entrance, he discovered that this place, known as Holy Soul Village, derived its name from the fact that a soul master of the soul sage level had once emerged from here. Thus, this legacy remained the eternal source of pride for the villagers of Holy Soul. Sir, the village chief of Holy Soul Village approaches. As Liubei and his companions silently contemplated the stone tablet, a voice resonated from within the village, instantly reaching their ears. The trio turned their gazes, and without mentioning the elite from the spirit hall responsible for the Fasnuo province, it was the middle-aged man accompanying him who truly caught Liubei's attention. This middle-aged figure, appearing to be around 56, though tall and slender, exuded an air of vitality. His attire was immaculate, and his hair was neatly combed back, presenting a meticulous appearance. Had he not been brought by someone from the spirit hall, Liubei might have mistaken him for a wealthy upstart mingling for amusement. You are the village chief of this settlement? By Jia Long, now the emperor of the Tiando Empire, inquired with an air of authority, furrowing his brow at the gaunt man adorned with a gold necklace and gold-capped teeth. Heh, I am but a humble old man, known in the world as Jack. The slender middle-aged man proudly affirmed his identity, as though proclaiming the honor of being the chief of Holy Soul Village was a matter of great prestige. However, just as the self-proclaimed village chief finished speaking, a powerful hand swiftly pressed against his face. Before Jack could react, Bai Jia Long's foot struck forcefully against his abdomen. When did the chief of a mere village acquire such audacity to boast? Chapter 34. Have strangers visited recently? The slender, middle-aged man, now pinned to the ground, had never encountered such a scene. Trembling, he felt as though he was facing the threat of a demon. Observing the ease with which the third offering subdued village chief Jack, the impassive Liubei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have any strangers entered your village recently?" Strangers? Village chief Jack's eyes darted, as if he were concealing something. Did you not hear my question? If you dare harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being ruthless. The three offerings, with their tiger-like eyes, gazed at the other party with disdain and mockery. Village chief Jack swallowed hard, fully aware that he could not simply concoct a reason to deflect the situation. Trembling, he addressed the elderly man with white hair before him, earnestly explaining, "Recently, a young man arrived in our village, his body covered in wounds, as if he had tumbled down a cliff." Upon hearing this, Liubei raised an eyebrow. It is worth noting that during the assault on the Haotian sect, it was he who had cast Hang Hao down the cliff. Now, hearing Jack's willingness to speak the truth, Liubei lifted the foot that had been pressing down on his abdomen, freeing the suddenly released villager Jack. After a series of heavy coughs, he slowly rose from the ground. "Tell me where he is. We are his distant relatives. Something has happened to his family, and we need to take him back." "You are his relatives?" Villager Jack scrutinized the three before him with suspicion. After all, the trio consisting of two elderly individuals and a youth was indeed rather dubious. "Why can't we be his relatives?" The third offering's beard trembled with indignation. Had it not been for Liubei's prior counsel against acting impulsively in this place, the third offering's temper might have led him to ensure that this so-called villager Jack would be left with at least a few bruises, if not worse. "Forgive my candor, but you truly do not resemble his relatives. Rather, you appear more akin to his adversaries," villager Jack continued, blithely courting disaster with an air of complete indifference. This only served to further incite the third offering, who was preparing to grasp his throat in anger. "Can you cease your fanciful imaginings? If you believe you possess the audacity to continue your insolence, then by all means, proceed." Liubei interjected just as the third offering was about to act. Observing the calm demeanor of the young man, the expressions of the two elders subtly shifted. Villager Jack swallowed hard and asked earnestly, "Who exactly are you? I can tell you where that fellow is, but you must not reveal that I was the one who disclosed this information." Villager Jack inquired seriously, understanding that if these three were to expose his betrayal, it would not bode well for him. Liubei, with an exceptionally courteous smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Although village chief Jack maintained a persistent air of skepticism, he nonetheless found himself compelled to lead the trio, under the somewhat daunting aura exuded by Liubei and his companions, towards the western edge of the modest village of Shenghan. It was only upon encountering the rudimentary structures composed of 3 earthen houses that village chief Jack finally halted his steps. Let us pause here. Should I guide you any further, I would truly become a sinner in the eyes of Shenghan village, he expressed, a look of regret crossing his features. As if the decision to accompany Liubei and his companions was not entirely his own volition. Well done. From this point onward, your services are no longer required. Liubei offered a faint smile and cast a knowing glance at the second offering attendant beside him. The attendant reluctantly retrieved an exquisitely crafted purse from his bosom. After weighing it in his hand, he hesitantly tossed it into the hands of village chief Jack. With a look of confusion, Jack opened the purse. Upon gazing at the weighty, pure gold token within, his expression shifted dramatically as he read its inscription. You are from the Spirit Hall. Good heavens, this is dire, he exclaimed. Esteemed sir, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Village chief Jack lamented with great sorrow. Before the trio could react, he was already on the verge of kneeling before them. Please cease your rather unconvincing performance. After all, it is fraught with flaws. Liubei spoke softly, disregarding the kneeling figure of village chief Jack. Accompanied by 2 acolytes, he ascended the steps toward a roof adorned with a wooden hammer carving. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of striking resonated throughout the room. The man engrossed in his blacksmithing remained oblivious to the identity of his visitors. Is anyone there? He called out, momentarily pausing his labor. However, he soon resumed his rhythmic motions. After a brief interval, as the curtain at the entrance was lifted, he slowly raised his head. His gaze fell upon a disheveled man whose hair resembled a bird's nest, alongside a bewildered second acolyte who questioned whether they had come to the wrong place. Are you from the nearby village? If you require any smithing, please wait a moment, Tang Hao said as he glanced at the newcomers before returning to his work. Yet, just as he began to swing his hammer, a voice that struck a chord of familiarity echoed unexpectedly. I've heard from the villagers that a blacksmith has recently arrived in this village. I am curious if your skills truly match the villagers' praises. Tang Hao's body jolted at the sound. Upon recognizing the speaker, his previously vacant expression transformed in an instant, revealing a glint of determination in his eyes. With a resounding clang, his hammer struck the iron with renewed vigor, a flicker of fierce intent flashing across his gaze. In a moment of realization, he faltered back to his previous rhythm. Could he truly be the person you seek? Forgive my candor, but look at his tattered clothing. He seems unwilling to patch them up. I suspect there may be issues here. The second acolyte inquired skeptically of Liubei. Disbelief etched across his features as he pointed towards his own head. He, once the prodigy of the Haotian sect, with prospects of inheriting the position of sect leader. Tang Hao has now fallen to such a state. Forgive my honesty, but if Ain were to see you like this, how heartbroken would she be? In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao, who had been focused on forging, was drawn to the somewhat sarcastic voice of Liubei. In what felt like an instant, he found himself standing before Liubei, whose demeanor was grave. With a somber expression, he inquired, "What were you just saying?" I said, "Your wife is truly remarkable." Chapter 35. Despairing Tang Hao upon hearing these words, Tang Hao's heart raced. He gazed into Liubei's eyes, filled with disdain, and felt a shift in his emotions. His crimson eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. What does that statement mean? Tang Hao seethed, his voice laced with bitterness. What does it mean? Do you require me to repeat it? Listen closely. I meant to say, your wife is indeed extraordinary. Liubei, undeterred by the inconvenience, responded once more. Observing Liubei's nonchalant demeanor, the second elder was genuinely astonished by Liubei's remarkable composure. It is worth noting that in their memories, Liubei had always opted for the most extreme measures whenever he felt displeased, regardless of the merit of the situation. Now, witnessing Liubei maintain such a calm disposition in front of Tang Hao, one could not help but acknowledge that this young man had indeed earned Liubei's respect. Although the second elder did not partake in the fray, Tang Hao's expression morphed into one of ferocity. As a cacophony of wild howls erupted, Tang Hao's aura ignited with fervor, just as he prepared to wield his hammer against Liubei with all his might. An unexpected sound, a child's wail, caused Tang Hao's body to tremble involuntarily. He turned to see an elderly man emerging, cradling his child in his arms. As he instinctively moved to rescue his offspring, the second elder intervened, positioning himself before him. Under the immense pressure emanating from the second elder, Tang Hao found it increasingly difficult to lift his gaze, let alone muster the strength to act. He could only watch helplessly as the elderly man delivered his son into Liubei's presence. With eyes wide in disbelief, Tang Hao seemed as if he could inflict 1,000 tortures upon Liubei. This is your child with Ain, isn't it? You need not look at me with such disdain. I promised Ayin that as long as I could bring her child back, she would willingly serve me in the future. What did you say? Though constrained by the overwhelming force, Tang Hao, gritting his teeth, unleashed a furious roar at Liubei. As he held a Yin's child in his arms, he barely brushed his fingers against the child's skin when, in a fit of rage, he somehow managed to shift his position forward. The second elder raised an eyebrow, tightening his fist, ready to deliver a blow to Tang Hao. Do not be hasty in ending his life. After all, someone who holds such significance to Ayin deserves to endure a bit more torment before his demise. After Liubei spoke, the slight curve at the corners of his mouth, in Tang Hao's eyes, was undoubtedly a gaze akin to observing ants. Just as Tang Hao erupted with relentless curses, the second elder, unable to endure any longer, suddenly extended his fingers. While Tang Hao fixed a predatory glare upon Liubei, the second elder unexpectedly directed a forceful swipe towards Tang Hao's eyes. The unprecedented agony immediately elicited a thunderous roar from the once mighty Tang Hao. As blood tears streamed from his trembling eyes, the second elder disdainfully retracted his fingers. So filthy. I should have used a knife, he remarked with evident disgust. As the third elder furrowed his brow in concern, Liubei earnestly inquired of him. It is said that the three offerings also harbor an interest in men? The three offerings looked at Liubei with a hint of confusion. Yet, under Liubei's seemingly ordinary but menacing gaze, he found himself nodding repeatedly. What does the esteemed one wish to convey? The three offerings swallowed hard. After all, Liubei was undeniably a perilous individual in his eyes. Liubei smiled faintly before continuing. I wish for you to spend some quality time with this once prominent genius of the Haotian sect. I trust you would not find this request burdensome, would you? The third elder's face registered astonishment. While he indeed harbored an interest in men, it did not imply that he was attracted to every male. Moreover, the individual known as Tang Hao bore a rather mundane appearance, dressed in a style that was decidedly outmoded and unkempt. For someone like the third elder, who possessed a penchant for cleanliness, he truly contemplated offering a refusal to Liubei's request. What is it? Lord Liu is extending his concern, you know? It is worth noting that Tang Hao was once a prodigy of the Haotian sect, a talent that had not emerged in a century. If you were to gain his favor, it would not be considered a disgrace in the slightest. As the third elder wavered in his decision, the second elder, who had always maintained a cordial relationship with him, swiftly seized the opportunity to bolster the indecisive third elder's resolve. Observing the third elder's conflicted expression, the second elder approached and, with a similarly intricate expression, patted him on the shoulder. Then, amidst the third elder's growing confusion, he stepped towards the door and departed. The third elder was not a fool. He could certainly comprehend the second elder's insinuation. However, the notion of being compelled to engage in such actions without any justification left him momentarily at a loss. Liubei chuckled coldly, as if he had discerned something, and then addressed the third elder once more. Have you not longed for an opportunity to atone for your transgressions? The chance now lies before you. Should you seize this moment, I shall contemplate your return to the Spirit Hall. What say you? The third elder was somewhat agitated, for the prospect of returning to the Spirit Hall filled him with fervor. Indeed, he would brave any peril, be it climbing a mountain of blades or traversing a sea of flames. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolutely nodded in agreement, his determination evident as he looked upon Liubei. Liubei tenderly cradled a Yin's child as he stepped out of the rather unsightly blacksmith shop. Exiting through the shop's door, he cast his gaze upon the village chief, Jack, who was standing beneath a tree, scanning the surroundings with a watchful eye. Liubei furrowed his brow and spoke to the second elder. Bring that fellow to me. As you command. The second elder, upon receiving Liubei's directive, felt no sense of unease. In the blink of an eye, he had already escorted the somewhat anxious village chief Jack before Liubei. Upon hearing the anguished wails emanating from the blacksmith shop, village chief Jack was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Why is Tang Hao suddenly screaming like this? What have you done to him? Tang-san, how can Tang-san be in your arms? Esteemed member of the Spirit Hall, even if you harbor a grudge against Tang Hao, you ought not to target a mere child still in his infancy. What nonsense are you spouting? This child is the offspring of one of the esteemed ladies of our Lord. Tang Hao was originally a member of the Spirit Hall's guard. We thought we could keep him safe, but who could have anticipated that a thief from within would cause such trouble? Village Chief Jack, bewildered by the explanation, was further unsettled by the heartrending cries, ultimately collapsing to the ground in terror. Time seemed to stretch until the third elder emerged from the blacksmith shop. Liubei and the second offerings had already returned to the celestial boat. Gazing at the ethereal vessel suspended in midair, he noticed the elite members of the Spirit Hall standing proudly behind it. The realization dawned upon the third offering, filling his heart with genuine delight. Subsequently, under the somewhat bewildered expression of old Jack, he swiftly soared towards the floating celestial boat. Chapter 36. Tang Hao sensation is quite pleasurable on the celestial boat. Liubei, cradling a yin's child, furrowed his brow upon hearing footsteps on the deck. Observing the lingering expression of the third offering, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea at the thought of the third offering potentially inflicting such experiences upon Tang Hao. Although Liubei had engaged in similar actions before, they were merely with women. Master, your subordinate has completed the task you assigned. Although Tang Hao had not succumbed to his subordinate's hands, under the thorough torment he endured, even if he did not seek his own demise, he would undoubtedly spend the remainder of his life in torment. Listening to the implications in the third offering's words and observing his countenance, Liubei, slightly taken aback, frowned and spoke, "You have done well, but if you wish to remain in the spirit hall, such deeds are far from sufficient." The third offering fell into silence. He was not a fool. He clearly understood the meaning behind Liubei's words. Just as he pondered how to respond, a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Rest assured, my lord, I believe this old fellow will certainly think twice before acting in the future." Hearing the second offering come to his aid, the third offering looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. "Very well then. As for the emperor of the Tiando Empire, I shall select another candidate, and you shall remain in the spirit hall for the time being." As Liubei began to announce the third offering fate, the child he held in his arms suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wow. Second offering, this child has been crying incessantly. You must come and soothe him." In the tranquil presence of Liubei, a sudden commotion arose as the cries of a young child pierced the air. Promptly, he instructed the second offering to attend to the child. Initially, the second offering had intended to engage in conversation with the third offering, yet under Liubei's compelling summons, he hurried over, observing the harmonious scene between Liubei and the second offering. The third offering could not help but wish for such a moment to unfold in his own life. As Liubei attentively watched the second offering care for the child, the third offering moved to the edge of the deck, resting his hand on the railing and gazing at the expanse of azure sky above. Within the grand hall of the martial Soul Palace, an enchanting woman stood before the main seat, her expression clouded with confusion. Possessing an exquisitely delicate visage, she donned a form-fitting red attire that accentuated her captivating figure. Her tousled golden locks cascaded elegantly down her back, enhancing her beauty immeasurably. The onlookers in the hall, captivated by the allure of her stunning physique, found themselves lost in reverie. Amidst Bibi Dong's perplexed demeanor, a figure suddenly burst in from outside. "Master, Lord Lu's party has returned." "Returned?" Bibi Dong murmured, her gaze fixating on the young man clad in black robes, before hastily making her way towards the hall. Although Bibi Dong moved with great speed, to the observers, the passage of time seemed to stretch as they beheld her enchanting form. Upon reaching the exterior of the hall, she caught sight of Liubei, who was descending the steps, prompting her to break into an excited jog. Despite her desire to forget Liubei, the passage of time had firmly entrenched him within her heart, making the notion of forgetting utterly implausible. Yet, as Liubei gradually came into view, Bibi Dong's attention was drawn to the child cradled in his arms, causing her to momentarily halt in surprise. Liubei, similarly lifting his gaze, found himself captivated by the striking beauty before him, momentarily lost in the enchantment of the moment. He noticed the fiery glint in Bibi Dong's eyes, which now bore a hint of indignation directed towards him. Liubei finally realized that he might have been misunderstood by her once again. Initially, he tolerated her bringing women back, but this time she directly brought a child home. "Pray tell, what is the story behind this child?" Faced with Bibidong's relentless tone, Liubei's facial expression stiffened, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words. As Liubei remained silent and rooted in place, Bibidong's eyes widened in indignation, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. With her beautifully arched brows raised slightly, her entire demeanor became both poised and fierce, as if she were on the verge of an explosion. "My lord, I have long advised you to let this child perish in the Heaven-Do Empire, yet you insist on bringing him back as a disciple. Look, hasn't this just led to yet another misunderstanding with the Hallmaster?" Just as Bibi Dong prepared to interrogate Liubei about the reasons, the second elder, who had just ascended the stairs, witnessed the scene below and rushed forward with a frenzied explanation. "Indeed, my lord, although the child's parents have passed, he is, after all, the offspring of an enemy. Given your esteemed status, how could you possibly adopt the child of your adversary?" As the second elder finished speaking, the voice of the third elder arose in an instant. Observing the eagerness of the second and third elders to defend Liubei, even though Bibi Dong harbored numerous doubts, she had no choice but to momentarily endure. Cough. I understand that I may have angered you with some of my actions during this period. However, I couldn't think of an appropriate gift for you. So I thought this adorable child might make a fitting disciple for you. What do you think? A disciple? Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows. Her interest in the child Liubei offered waning. Upon realizing something, her star-like eyes ignited with a fierce rage as she fixed her gaze on Liubei. Her voice cold as she bit down on her pearly teeth. Liubei, you had better not be concealing anything from me. Should I discover that this child is the progeny of you and some wretched woman, do not blame me for taking his life with my own hands. Bibidong's complexion turned ashen, her right foot forcefully striking the ground, leaving a deep imprint. With the surge of energy, an aura belonging to a soul, Douluo, descended upon them. The second and third elders, standing beside Liubei, turned pale at the sight of Bibidong's expression and promptly stepped aside. The child in Liubei's arms began to wail once more, having returned to tears after finally being calmed. Liubei's expression was tinged with a hint of disdain, a sentiment that did not escape the keen gaze of Bibi Dong, who was engulfed in a tempest of fury. Initially, she suspected the child might be Liubei's illegitimate offspring. However, upon noticing the flicker of aversion in Liubei's eyes as he observed the wailing infant, Bibi Dong arched an eyebrow, and her previously simmering anger gradually dissipated. Give him to me. As Liubei's countenance darkened, Bibi Dong strode forward and unexpectedly reached out to take the child from his arms. The two major acolytes exchanged bewildered glances, utterly taken aback by this sudden turn of events, which none could have anticipated. Chapter 37. The blushing Ain as they beheld Bibi Dong cradling the child she had taken from Liubei, the two major acolytes were genuinely astonished. Just moments earlier, Bibi Dong had been seething with rage, only to transform in an instant into a tender and considerate woman, a transformation that was truly astonishing. The child appeared to be merely a few months old. I overheard the second acolyte mention that the child's parents have perished. What is the story behind this? Bibi Dong, her gaze growing colder, gently soothed the infant before casting a sardonic smile toward the senior acolyte. The second acolyte, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure and squinted at Liubei, a faint smile gracing his lips. When they had ventured to the Tiando Empire, Lord Liu had sought to establish his authority by assassinating the Emperor Shui Yi of that realm. This child, it turned out, was the offspring of the deceased emperor. His biological father was the emperor of the Tiando Empire. Bibi Dong's eyes darkened momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, she continued. Though the emperor of the Tiando Empire is indeed detestable, the child himself is innocent. Here's what we shall do. You mentioned wanting to present him to me as a disciple, correct? Currently, I lack the time to care for such a little one. Perhaps you could find a suitable wet nurse for him, and once he is a bit older, I shall accept him as my apprentice. With that, Bibi Dong handed the infant back to Liubei, observing the child being passed back and forth. She let out a resigned sigh and turned to the senior acolyte with earnest intent. Please take care of this matter. Remember to find someone with ample nourishment. Liubei's expression appeared to be one of helplessness. However, in the eyes of the second offering, he was exceedingly clear. The individual that Liubei is seeking, who possesses ample qualities, remains a mystery. Upon receiving the child, the second offering nodded with utmost seriousness. In the gaze of Liubei and his companions, he proceeded in a direction of his choosing. Observing the path taken by the second offering, Liubei smiled knowingly. However, behind him, a somewhat displeased voice emerged from Bibi Dong. Do you know? I almost believed this child was your offspring from an affair with another woman. I was on the verge of losing my composure. After all, I'd yet to bear a child for you. How could another woman conceive your bloodline first? Bibi Dong's voice, tinged with sudden reproach, prompted Liubei to turn around, startled. Upon noticing Bibi Dong's furrowed brow, he was about to speak when the realization hit her. Her exquisitely delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Fully aware of her misstep, Bibi Dong met Liubei's gaze, her cheeks growing even more radiant, exuding an alluring charm. Ahem! The third offering felt a tinge of embarrassment, observing how Bibi Dong, who had recently been upset, could utter such words so swiftly. You, Bibi Dong, her face flushed with shyness, hesitated for a moment before earnestly inquiring of Liubei, "Are you free this Sunday?" Liubei furrowed his brow. Although he had long ceased to pay attention to dates since arriving in this Douluo continent, the expression on Bibidong's face compelled him to nod earnestly. I have some time. Is there something you require? Liubei blinked his eyes. If he could accompany Bibi Dong in undertaking some endeavors, he would be more than willing. Upon receiving Liubei's response, Bibi Dong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, continued, I may need to enter seclusion for a while, as I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. You are about to break through? He inquired, regarding her with a puzzled expression. However, upon noticing the powerful fluctuations in Bibi Dong's aura, he instinctively drew her into his embrace. Feeling the heat of his masculine presence made her heart race uncontrollably. Yes, I am indeed on the brink of a breakthrough. When I emerge from seclusion, will you marry me? Yes, he replied, I promise to marry you. Liubei gazed at Bibi Dong with a radiant smile, and for a fleeting moment, Bibi Dong felt as if her charming junior brother had returned to her side. As the second elder observed their affectionate exchange from a distance, he was about to take his leave when a figure approached him. Noticing the divergence of the two individuals, the second elder, with a perplexed expression, inquired, My lord, do you not need to accompany the hall master? A subtle smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if Liubei's arrival elicited an inexplicable discomfort within him. She is going into seclusion, and I have promised her that during this period, I will attend to the daily affairs of the spirit hall. However, I may be preoccupied, so I hope you can temporarily manage the spirit hall alongside the second elder. Liubei spoke with an air of tranquility, as if the temporary absence of Bibi Dong's jurisdiction had granted him a newfound lease on life. The second elder dared not inquire further or utter a single word. Upon acquiescing to Liubei's request, he merely observed as Liubei passed before him, his every step accompanied by a whisper of the wind. The expression on the second elder's face gradually shifted to one of resignation, as if the reality of his situation was far less joyous than he had envisioned. Departing from a spirit hall, he did so under the respectful gazes of the attendants. Liubei arrived at the residence of Ayin, where he observed the door firmly shut. With a glance at the solemn expression of the second deity, he felt a twinge of suspicion. Tentatively, Liubei pushed open the door. At the very moment he entered, he noticed Ayin tenderly cradling an infant. He promptly turned to close the door behind him. Ayin, taken aback for a brief moment, watched as Liubei approached her with light, graceful strides. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, she prepared to set the child down. Oh, there's no need for that. What is there left for you to conceal from me? Besides, it's not as if I haven't seen it before. Liubei casually seated himself beside Ayin. In this unexpected situation, Ayin's exquisite face flushed instantly, reaching down to her neck. Noticing out of the corner of her eye Liubei's intense gaze fixed upon the child eating, she felt a twinge of discomfort and subtly shifted her body, wishing to evade his scrutiny. However, just as Ayin moved in that fleeting moment, Liubei's hand swiftly reached out, encircling Ayin's slender waist. He leaned in closer to her ear, his tone laced with playful mockery. To be honest, if I were unaware of your motherhood, I might have mistaken you for a chaste young maiden. Faced with Liubei's teasing words, Ayin, already flushed with embarrassment, felt her body weaken as if it were about to succumb. In her slightly dazed state, she could hardly gather her thoughts. Liubei gently pressed his lips against her slightly flushed ones, bestowing a tender kiss. Chapter 38. It is pleasing to call him Lu Quan. You are so improper, Ayin said, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, in the presence of Liubei, who had long since evoked her surrender, Ayin could only close her beautiful eyes and choose to accept. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as she gazed at Ayin's face, now adorned with a deep crimson blush. Liubei pointed, his eyes wide open with curiosity. Does he have a name? He inquired with a smile. Liubei gently inquired. Ayin turned her profile toward her child, nestled in Liubei's embrace. She nodded softly. What's his name? He is named Tang-san. Ayin remained silent for a long while, and only upon finally coming to realization did she utter the name that Tang Hao had bestowed upon her child. Tang-san, is it? Liubei murmured to himself, unaware that when he inquired about the name of Ayin's child, her mind was flooded with the visage of that man. Exhaling gently, Ayin, with a hint of melancholy in her expression, naturally wished that Liubei would not discover her current state. Sensing something amiss, Liubei glanced down at Ayin in his arms, noticing that her once bright eyes had dimmed. He then spoke earnestly to her. The name Tang-san lacks charm. Since he has come to the spirit hall, and you are my woman, it is only fitting that he bears my surname. Otherwise, within the spirit hall, teeming with hidden talents, he would struggle to survive without a formidable background as support, especially given your situation as a single mother. Faced with Liubei's sudden proposition, Ayin was far from naive. She understood perfectly why he would make such a request. The memories of those titled Douluos who once sought to bully her, only to be effortlessly vanquished by Liubei, haunted her, a persistent nightmare she could not shake off. Then, what do you wish to name him? Ayin asked, her lips parting in curiosity as she gazed at Liubei. Tang San is indeed unappealing. Let's call him Lu Quan instead. Lu Chuan, is it? Ain furrowed her brow, contemplating the name bestowed by Tang Hao upon her child. In stark contrast to the name given by Liubei, the two characters Tang San truly stood apart. Lu Chuan, do you fancy this name? Ain gently caressed Tang San's cheek, her inquiry tinged with a hint of melancholy. Tang San, with his large, expressive eyes, regarded his mother in a manner that suggested a profound wisdom belied by his tender age. As he nodded in response, Ain, moved by his adorable smile, prepared to enfold him in her embrace. However, just as she was about to draw Tang San close, Liubei, who had been holding her, suddenly reached out and brought the renamed Lu Chuan to his side. From this moment forth, you shall be my child. Of course, although you are not my flesh and blood. Should you ever choose to call me godfather, I shall do my utmost to protect you. Liubei smiled gently, observing the tender interaction between Liubei and his child. Ain, maintaining her silence, quietly watched the scene unfold. Time seemed to linger, and before long, news of Bibidong's imminent successful retreat emerged. Liubei also departed from Ain, making his way to the location where Bibidong was sequestered. My lord, has the esteemed master mentioned the duration of her meditation? Inquired the second offering with a furrowed brow. Observing the second offering's inquiry, he nodded slightly and replied. She informed me that her seclusion would last only a day. However, considering the passage of time, it has nearly been half a month. Could it be that she is continually breaking through within? He chuckled. No wonder she is hailed as the most outstanding genius of the spirit hall. Liubei's lips curled into a peculiar arc. Upon hearing Liubei's response, everyone present, including the second elder, felt their lips twitch with incredulity. Thunder rumbled ominously as celestial phenomena unfolded in the sky. Above the cave, where Bibi Dong was sequestered, strange occurrences began to manifest as well. Observing the swirling spectacle, the second elder, who had initially appeared awkward, gazed at the encroaching dark clouds and exclaimed in astonishment. The ability to alter the heavenly phenomena is a precursor to becoming a title Douluo. Title Douluo. The expressions of all the waiting elders and attendants mirrored the same astonishment upon hearing the second elder's words. It is worth noting that not long ago, Bibidong possessed only the strength of an 87th level soul Douluo. Now, to have advanced to the title Douluo stage in just a few short months is a testament to her frightening talent. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed master could achieve consecutive breakthroughs within such a brief time frame? It is remarkable to recall that even I took nearly a year to progress from level 90 to 91. The third elder remarked with visible shock. After his words, even those who had already reached the title Douluo level shared his sentiments. Indeed, if we were to speak of exceptional talent, I dare say that Lord Lu would undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost, with no one daring to contest that claim. As the third elder expressed his astonishment, the second elder standing beside Liubei smiled knowingly, and amidst the chorus of agreement, they received the flattery with graciousness. Liubei's expression remained unaffected by the presence of those individuals. She had arrived, with a resounding impact. The door that should have been tightly shut crumbled in an instant as her words fell. Observing the figure that emerged, Liubei's lips curled into a graceful smile as she formally bowed to the successfully secluded Bibidong. The worshippers and elders, upon witnessing Liubei's demeanor, quickly followed her lead in homage. As they beheld the enchanting woman clad in a crimson dress approaching with a radiant smile, Liubei discerned an intriguing transformation in Bibidong, one that set her apart from her previous self. The sight of Bibidong's voluptuous and exquisite form, subtly concealed beneath the vibrant fabric, stirred an indescribable yearning within. Noticing the mature allure that graced Bibidong with each smile and gesture, the individuals who had been bowing were suddenly captivated by her remarkable change. Xiao Bei, I thought you wouldn't wait for your sister to emerge, Bibidong remarked playfully, her gentle demeanor radiating warmth. Liubei's gaze was casual as it swept across her waist, which resembled that of a sinuous water snake. He chuckled softly. What are you saying, senior sister? I have promised you that upon your emergence from seclusion, I shall marry you. Liubei caressed his chin, while Bibidong extended her fair fingers to lift Liubei's chin. Liubei turned to him with a serious expression. Observing the young man before her, Bibidong withdrew her finger and addressed her awaiting subordinates with a gentle smile. I have an exceedingly important announcement to make, so please follow me. Bibidong's voice was remarkably tender, yet in that very moment, it was imbued with an irresistible allure. Chapter 39, Bibidong's unreasonable demands in the imposing hall. All those gathered awaited Bibidong's words in silence. Sitting in the principal seat, Bibidong, under her scrutinizing gaze. Noticed that some individuals bore expressions that were rather lascivious. Frowning, she directed her attention toward Liubei and inquired, "Have you noticed how those people look at me? As if they intend to devour me?" Upon hearing Liubei's words, his eyelashes fluttered. Under Bibidong's reminder, he truly noticed several elders whose gazes were somewhat evasive. "Come forth. Do not wait for me to take action myself." Listening to Liubei's command, those present in the grand hall exchanged glances of bewilderment. With expressions filled with suspicion, they surveyed their surroundings as if they too were searching for the audacious individual who dared to defile Bibidong's authority beneath Liubei's very gaze. "Show yourselves." Liubei's gaze was frigid. He had refrained from taking action for nearly half a month. Now, with the opportunity to showcase his prowess before Bibi Dong, he would certainly not let it slip away easily. Under the lethal intensity of Liubei's stare, those who previously clung to a glimmer of hope were compelled to step forward, as if they were already aware of his piercing scrutiny. Observing these slightly trembling elders, one could sense the weight of the moment. Liubei merely took a single step, and in an instant his figure transformed into that of a spectral apparition, accompanied by a chorus of anguished wails. In the blink of an eye, those elders who had stood firmly upon the ground just moments before found themselves succumbing to Liubei's fists, which moved with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. They crumpled to the earth, their expressions contorted in agony, for the destructive power of Liubei's strikes was overwhelming, leaving them with a tumultuous churn in their bellies. "A group of blind fools, have you all forgotten the words I once spoke?" The voice of Liubei resonated powerfully, a tone imbued with a palpable intensity that rendered the elders and worshippers alike into silence. With a gentle smile, Bibi Dong rose from her seat and addressed the assembly with warmth. "Might I inquire if there have been any significant developments within the Spirit Hall during my period of seclusion?" Her gaze, tender and serene, suggested that the preceding events had scarcely transpired. Under the soft glow of Bibi Dong's demeanor, the members of the Spirit Hall momentarily lost their composure, their eyes dimming in response. Returned to the hall, during the Master's meditation, aside from a few indigenous forces attempting to rebel, the Spirit Hall has continued its operations seamlessly under Lord Lu's stewardship, just as it did under your esteemed management, the second elder cheerfully remarked. For such matters could only be articulated by one of his rank, second only to Liubei. Bibi Dong nodded symbolically, casting a smile towards Liubei before addressing him earnestly. "Xiao Bei, my dear disciple, I intend to bestow upon you the position of Master of the Spirit Hall. What are your thoughts?" Her enchanting smile, though gentle, left Liubei feeling utterly devoid of warmth. "Master, forgive my candidness, but while Lord Lu has indeed demonstrated adept governance of the Spirit Hall, it does not necessarily qualify him for the esteemed title of Master." A voice of dissent arose, spurred by the audacity of the second elder's proclamation. "How bold! Although Lord Lu has only managed the Spirit Hall for a fortnight, have you not witnessed his unwavering dedication to our cause? Given that the Master is willing to relinquish the position, we, as subordinates, ought to extend our congratulations, rather than allow such reckless words to be uttered in this hallowed space." After one elder expressed his opinion, the second elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, launched an impassioned rebuttal against the folly of the previous speaker. "Master, it is you who possesses the clearest understanding of Liubei's capability to govern the Spirit Hall. If you truly wish to abdicate, it would be prudent to consult Liubei's perspective, for it is well known that his commitment to the Spirit Hall is, in many ways, for your sake." The third elder, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, hastily chimed in, drawing the attention of those around him. Although many individuals within the crowd of the Spirit Hall yearned to voice their opinions, the sight of the second and third elders, one playing the role of the villain and the other the hero, compelled them to swallow their thoughts. Observing the harmonious interplay between the two elders, Bibi Dong's elegantly adorned lashes fluttered slightly as she cast a somewhat mournful glance towards her counterpart. Upon sensing Bibi Dong's gaze, Liubei turned in confusion, only to notice the faint glimmer of tears in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached her, gently wiping the corners of her eyes. In a tone filled with deep concern, he offered her tender solace. "What troubles you? Was everything not just fine moments ago? How did it suddenly come to this? Tell me, who has wronged you? I shall avenge you." As Liubei's voice resonated, he let out a cold snort, feeling the piercing gaze directed at him. As the foremost sycophant of Liubei, the second elder felt an immediate tightening within, akin to a flower's constriction. "My lord, though I may lack achievements, I have toiled diligently. Even if I have inadvertently offended the Hall Master in certain respects, the punishment cannot be death." The second elder's heart was a tumult of emotions. For Liubei was indeed the sort of person who could annihilate the world for the sake of Bibi Dong. My lord, the words I spoke earlier were unintentional. Even if the hall master harbors anger, it should not culminate in my demise. As the second elder hastily endeavored to clarify, those who typically regarded him as their pillar of support also stepped forward in unison, casting glances of solidarity towards the elders and others who rallied to defend him. Liubei's eyelashes quivered uncontrollably, a sight he found most unwelcome. Get out of my way. Since when do I need assistance from you lot? He bellowed, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. As Liubei radiated an almost lethal intensity, the second elder's facial muscles twitched in agitation. He was acutely aware that those well-meaning individuals attempting to extricate him from his predicament had inadvertently touched Liubei's sensitive spot. Internally cursing them as a band of foolish imbeciles, he turned his gaze back to Liubei, hoping fervently that the latter would refrain from seeking trouble with him. Little Bei, he said, if my senior sister were to inform you that the person who incited her ire is none other than yourself, would you then be inclined to slay even your own self? What? Liubei's body trembled in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Bibi Dong had come to despise him so deeply, to the extent of feeling compelled to offer her life as atonement. Was Master Sister merely jesting? Liubei's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Similarly, those standing within the spirit hall bore expressions remarkably akin to Liubei's own. Do you sense that your senior sister is jesting with you? Bibi Dong gently parted her lips, a smile gracing her visage. Her beautiful eyes, now crescent-shaped, sparkled with delight. As one gazed upon Bibi Dong's innocent smile, a sense of warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Liubei felt a sharp pang in his heart, clutching his chest with a grim smile. Chapter 40. How infuriating. Since you have stated it so plainly, I find there is nothing left for me to elucidate. Liubei turned to Bibi Dong with a bitter smile. In the midst of Bibidong's gentle smile, he then produced a sharp dagger, eliciting shocked expressions from those around them. As the dagger glinted ominously, the third elder, who was about to speak, was suddenly restrained by the second elder, who tightly grasped his arm. No. The second elder communicated telepathically. In light of the second elder's serious gaze, the third elder had no choice but to remain silent. Senior sister, if this brings you joy. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged into Liubei's chest. As blood flowed from the wound, Bibi Dong, trembling, rushed to his side, supporting his back with her hands. Her anxious demeanor made her appear somewhat flustered. Are you all blind? Can you not see he is injured? An enraged Bibi Dong shouted at the silent crowd. The second elder, finally regaining composure, feigned a look of terror. Quick, save him. If we delay any longer, the blood will run dry. Lord Liu will be in grave danger. What? Bibidong's pupils widened. The sudden words from the elder filled her with immense regret. She had merely intended to provoke Liubei, never anticipating the dire turn of events. Liubei, this stubborn fellow, actually drew a dagger to harm himself. As the second elder rushed to Liubei's side and noticed his pale complexion, he spoke sternly to Bibi Dong, chastising her. I have long said that Lord Liu is willing to remain in the spirit hall for your sake. Why won't you listen? Now look what you've done. If anything were to happen to Lord Liu this time, you will bear the guilt for a lifetime. After saying this, he observed Bibi Dong, who was clearly shocked by his words, and called for the third elder to prepare a stretcher. Then, despite Bibidong's vexed and anxious expression, he hurried towards the nearby medical hall. Watching Liubei being carried away by the two elders, Bibi Dong gradually felt that perhaps she sometimes had an affinity for creating unnecessary chaos. Do not be upset, my lady. If Lord Liu were to see you in such a state, it would surely pain him. Just as Bibi Dong was increasingly aware of her own foolishness, a flamboyantly dressed young man standing behind her voiced his concern. Upon hearing his reminder, Bibi Dong, of course, understood the underlying truth. You Egwan, please go and keep an eye on him. I will join you once I have composed myself. As you command, my lady. With Bibidong's order given, the eager Jew Douluo, upon hearing her words, transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed after the retreating figures of the two elders. Time passed, and as those figures vanished from sight, the second and third elders finally came to a halt, as if they had agreed upon it. Oh no, we cannot stop. We cannot stop. If Lord Liu loses too much blood, even though you are elders, you will still bear the consequences. Douluo, watching the two elders come to an unexpected stop, was filled with rage and roared at their retreating backs. Hearing Jude Douluo's furious shouts, the two elders stared at him, their expressions akin to that of bewildered onlookers as he approached. Upon seeing their expressions, Jude Douluo truly felt offended. Grumbling to himself, his gaze fell upon Liubei, who lay on the stretcher, a smile illuminating his face as he looked back at him. Startled, Douluo exclaimed, "What on earth? Why are you yelling?" The second deity covered Douluo's mouth. Douluo, bewildered and unsure of what was transpiring, helplessly pointed towards Liubei. Just as Douluo's emotions began to unravel, Liubei, who should have been injured and lying on a stretcher, unexpectedly sat up. This was a result of being unable to withstand Douluo's earlier piercing scream, prompting him to release his grip. Liubei, somewhat at a loss for words, stood before Douluo, whose face was now a canvas of terror. He scrutinized Douluo from head to toe, noticing the same bewildered expression that had become all too familiar. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Guan, can't you ever pay attention to your attire? After all, you are an elder of the spirit hall, are you not?" Douluo, momentarily flustered, was no stranger to Liubei's jests. "My lord, are you truly unscathed?" he inquired, gazing at Liubei with an adorably perplexed expression. Observing Douluo's demeanor, the second and third offerings erupted into hearty laughter. Such a state of confusion, akin to being in the dark, left Douluo utterly befuddled. Liubei, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed him. "The 1,000 paths of the past could not inflict even the slightest wound upon me. How could such a trifling dagger possibly threaten my life?" Upon hearing Liubei's explanation, Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his face a picture of astonishment. Only after confirming that the injuries originally present on Liubei's body had indeed vanished did he exclaim, pointing at the three of them, "So you three were merely putting on a performance. How fortunate that I was so concerned for you, my lord. How could you deceive me like this, forcing me to shed tears without reason? How utterly detestable." Meanwhile, Gongfeng, feeling a chill run down his spine, watched Douluo's animated antics as he unveiled the ruse. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he raised his foot and kicked Douluo squarely in the backside, sending him sprawling to the ground. To be exposed for lying and yet still resorting to violence, Douluo, with tears welling in his eyes, lamented his unjust treatment, gazing up at him with an expression of profound grievance. Liubei and others found themselves in a rather amusing predicament. "My lord, what shall we do next? It must be noted that if the Lord discovers that you have deceived her, offering an explanation will not be an easy task." The second offering subtly reminded him, while casting a glance at the ever-critical Douluo, such matters should not be disclosed to too many individuals. Otherwise, our efforts would be rendered utterly futile. To prevent any unfortunate incidents, the third offering suggested with a sinister tone. As he concluded his statement, he mimicked the gesture of slicing his throat towards Douluo. Witnessing the third offering's behavior, Douluo's expression tightened in shock, prompting him to cease his criticisms and adopt a serious demeanor as he addressed Liubei. "My lord, I firmly believe that my loyalty to you is as evident as the sun and moon. If you doubt me, I am willing to offer my very being. Get lost," Liubei retorted, pushing Douluo towards the embrace of the third offering. Hearing the chuckles, the bewildered Douluo suddenly sensed something amiss and, upon realization, began to wail dramatically. "P.S. Dear readers, please keep the votes coming. I do not wish to be left behind. Woe is me." Chapter 41. The humble apology of Bibi Dong, the third offering, observed the trembling Douluo, and after pushing him aside, mockingly remarked on his lack of ambition. "My lord, what shall we do next? After all, you have been so earnest in the hall. If you cease your charade, it may diminish the Lord's trust in you." While the third offering and Douluo indulged in their antics, the second offering, with a furrowed brow, earnestly inquired of Liubei. After a moment of contemplation in response to the second offering's reminder, Liubei replied with determination, "Since we are performing, we must see it through. Otherwise, the sister who has recently shown me some kindness may once again depart." Liubei let out a helpless sigh regarding his senior sister, whom he genuinely cherished. Although he harbored affections for Bibi Dong, alongside two other women, in Liubei's heart, Bibi Dong's position remained unassailable. Once the second worshipper grasped Liubei's sentiments, he exchanged a knowing glance with the third worshipper and proceeded to transport Liubei, who lay on a stretcher, towards the nearest medical facility. During Liubei's time in the medical room, he awaited Bibi Dong's arrival, pondering how she would react upon seeing him. "How is Liubei?" he contemplated as he lay on the hospital bed. Suddenly, outside the door, he heard Bibi Dong's anxious inquiries. "Do not panic. Lord Lu's injuries have been attended to, and he is no longer in a critical condition. However, despite the alleviation of immediate danger, the physician responsible for Liubei's treatment had conferred with him beforehand and decided to exaggerate the severity of his condition slightly, in an effort to conceal his intentions. The physician hesitated to elaborate on the situation. "What is happening? Please tell me quickly, or I shall take drastic measures." Bibi Dong, in her impatience, forcefully pulled open the door and entered, leaving the physician in a state of bewilderment. Liubei, Bibi Dong exclaimed, rushing into the medical room. Upon seeing Liubei lying on the bed with his eyes closed, her heart ached with an indescribable pain. She knelt beside the bed, gazing at the bandaged wounds. Overcome with emotion, Bibi Dong could not help but reach out and gently touch him. I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I knew how much you loved me, yet I still pushed you into such a situation. Forgive me. Bibi Dong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Throughout her heartfelt lament, Liubei observed her with narrowed eyes, transfixed as her tears cascaded down like pearls severed from their string, falling to the ground. He stood there, momentarily stunned, as Bibi Dong's emotions intensified, ultimately leading her to sob uncontrollably. Witnessing her trembling shoulders, resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, evoked a profound sense of empathy within him. After a brief interval, the second worshipper arrived at the medical hall, his expression complex as he beheld Bibi Dong, who was weeping by the bedside. However, upon noticing Liubei's open eyes, he exchanged a knowing glance before exhaling a heavy sigh. He then turned to Bibi Dong, speaking with earnest reassurance. Mistress, Lord Liu requires peace to recuperate, as instructed by the physician. Though it may be inappropriate for me to say this, I implore you to cease your lamentations for the sake of Lord Liu's recovery. Upon hearing the second worshipper's heartfelt counsel, Bibi Dong's sobs gradually diminished. She wiped her tear-stained cheeks and, rising to her feet, coldly declared to the second worshipper, take good care of Liubei. Should he require anything, you may directly request it from a storeroom. And if Liubei awakens, do not inform him of my visit. Understood, the second worshipper replied, casting a lingering gaze at Bibi Dong's retreating figure. Although he remained oblivious to her true intentions, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the dramatic scene unfolding between the young couple. Shortly thereafter, as Liubei sat by the bed, he accepted a cup of tea from the second worshipper. My lord, you must have seen what transpired earlier. Although the mistress can be somewhat capricious at times, her affections for you are genuine. The second worshipper remarked cheerfully, his face radiating warmth, akin to a proud elder witnessing a beloved youth finding love. At these words, Liubei's brow furrowed slightly. He was acutely aware of the implications behind the second worshipper's sudden remarks. Liubei was no fool. He was a man of flesh and blood. As he remained silent, the second worshipper's smile faltered, awkwardly freezing on his face. During this period, in order to prevent Bibi Dong from discerning any signs of his feigned injury, he had maintained a facade. Liubei remained in the medical room, cooperating fully to avert any potential spies dispatched by Bibi Dong. After approximately 3 days, as Liubei stepped out of the medical chamber, he gazed up at the blazing sun hanging in the sky. Those who had been waiting outside greeted him with resounding voices of reverence. As a smile graced Liubei's face, his gaze fell upon a mesmerizing woman clad in a fitted red dress. Noticing Liubei's attention, her expression softened, revealing a hint of warmth. The contours of her voluptuous figure, enveloped in the tight crimson fabric, exuded an alluring charm that seemed to emanate from her being. Xiaobai, Bibi Dong tenderly called out to Liubei. With a blink of his eyes, he stepped forward and embraced her slender waist, a smile illuminating his face as though he had not seen her in ages. Is your injury still severe? Liubei inquired. Bibi Dong, with trembling lashes and lightly biting her lip, nestled closer to him. The physician mentioned that I have been recovering quite well during this period. It is nothing to worry about. Liubei responded gently, the fragrance exclusive to Bibi Dong wafting beside him. Inhaling this somewhat sweet aroma brought a sense of tranquility to Liubei's heart. That's good. You foolish one. Do you have any idea how deeply I worried when you thrust a dagger toward yourself? And do you understand that as you fell toward the ground, I felt as though my entire world was on the verge of collapse? I know it all. Liubei tightly embraced Bibi Dong. Those who had come to pay their respects to Liubei, upon witnessing this scene, all wore expressions tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 42. Tang How the Haotian sect pays homage. With Liubei's recovery, approximately half a month had passed. Through Liubei's relentless efforts, her relationship with Bibi Dong had finally returned to its former state. During this fortnight, perhaps it was due to Liubei's audacious act of plunging a dagger into her own heart that Bibi Dong chose to turn a blind eye to Liubei's subsequent endeavors. As if nothing had ever occurred, the sky was overcast, shrouded in thick clouds, rendering the typically arid air somewhat damp. On this day, Liubei stood at the threshold of her home, contemplating as she observed Ning Rongrong darting about. Liubei, have you made up your mind? Are you resolved to nurture Rongrong? It is essential to recognize that although Rongrong is still young, if she is not promptly introduced to the practice of cultivation. She may harbor resentment towards you in the future as she grows older. Lu Yanran furrowed her brows tightly. This was not the first time she had suggested to Liubei that Ning Rongrong should attempt cultivation. Each time, she proposed that Ning Rongrong accompany a powerful elder to learn. Liubei Dian found herself at a loss for words in response to her retort. Why pursue cultivation? Shouldn't a girl embody the essence of femininity? It is important to recognize that the path of cultivation inevitably invites suffering. If it were to inflict pain upon her, could you accept it? I certainly cannot. Though Liubei's words were ultimately driven by concern for Ning Rongrong in Lu Yanran's eyes, Liubei's words undoubtedly reveal a hint of personal interest. I comprehend your implication. Is it not simply because she is not your own flesh and blood? Should you be reluctant to assist her in finding a teacher, I shall take it upon myself to help her. I refuse to believe that after spending such an extensive period of time together, those individuals would still dare to disregard my presence. Lu Yanran exclaimed with indignation, recounting how the elders had persistently refused her for various reasons. Initially, when she first became Liubei's woman, those elders perhaps thought that Liubei was merely indulging in a fleeting dalliance. However, as time passed, it became evident that Liubei frequently visited her. Even if he never explicitly acknowledged her status, Lu Yanran firmly believed that as long as Liubei held a position of esteem within the Wuhuan temple, the elders would be compelled to regard her as the mistress of the house. To utter such words is unbecoming of your stature. You were never like this before. Liubei cast a silent glance at Lu Yanran, perhaps due to the relentless efforts he had exerted over the past 2 months. Lu Yanran's abdomen has finally begun to exhibit a subtle protrusion. Therefore, it is generally considered a minor issue in such circumstances. Liubei was ever so willing to indulge Lu Yanran. Could you kindly remove your hand from my abdomen? As Liubei gently caressed Lu Yanran's delicate belly, her lips trembled slightly, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. It was only after Liubei awkwardly chuckled that he withdrew his hand. Mother, does Father Lu truly wish for Rongrong to become a soul master? Just as Liubei and Lu Yanran were playfully exchanging banter, Ning Rongrong, who had been amusing herself, finally approached them with her fair, slender legs. Gazing at her child's innocent and carefree smile, Lu Yanran, however, revealed a somewhat helpless smile. Your father, Lu, remarked that you are so adorable that you should be nurtured like a princess rather than trained like one of those boys, turning you into a mere fighting machine. A machine? What is a machine, mother? Ning Rongrong inquired, tilting her head in curiosity at Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran gently cradled her in her embrace, gazing at Lu Yanran as she held Ning Rongrong. Hearing Ning Rongrong's bewilderment, Liubei's explanation is quite cheerful. A machine is one that only remembers to perform a single task. Does Rongrong aspire to become a being devoid of emotion, akin to a machine? Certainly not. Ning Rongrong swiftly shook her head, her small face reflecting a sense of rejection. Yet, is it not true that Rongrong has always expressed her desire to become a formidable individual like her father Lu? Did she deceive her mother when she vowed to protect her once she became strong? Lu Yanran feigned anger as she inquired. Fating Liu Yanran somemhat steventone Ning Rongrong, with wide-open eyes, responded with a hint of grievance. No. Rongrong is not deceiving mother. I truly aspire to be a powerful person like Father Lu. However, upon hearing Father Lu say that training would turn one into a machine, I began to reconsider. After all, mother, think about it. If Rongrong were to train and only remember how to fight, forgetting about you, then I would indeed be a child devoid of a mother's love. Moreover, isn't Father Lu already incredibly strong? As long as he diligently trains, we shall have his protection in the future, which is more than sufficient. Isn't it? So what you mean is that Father Lu should become a machine, correct? She teased, giggling. Hee, Rongrong never thought that. With a playful laugh, Rongrong and Liubei frolicked for a while. After informing Lu Yanran of their intention to go out and play, they scampered away, their small legs carrying them swiftly out of sight. What a child. Liubei found himself both amused and exasperated by the whimsical girl, Ning Rongrong. Although she was not his child, her delightful presence had undeniably enriched his life. Amidst his tender moments with Lu Yanran, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, abruptly piercing his ears, telling how the Haotian school has come to pay his respects. Liubei furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing that familiar voice, only then releasing his embrace of Lu Yanran with his left hand. What is it? Lu Yanran gazed at Liubei with a look of perplexity. After all, the furious roar that had just echoed was unmistakably clear to her. My lord, That scoundrel Tang Hao has somehow summoned 3 formidable individuals possessing the strength of title Douluo. They are launching a frenzied assault on our spirit hall. Just as Liu Yanran was about to inquire further from Liubei, before she could receive a response, she heard the hurried footsteps of a rushing attendant. This attendant was none other than the second elder, one of the 3 who had accompanied Liubei to the Holy Spirit Village. Observing the dark expression on the second elder's face, Liubei, who had remained silent, swiftly raised his arm. In an instant, he grasped a magnificent sword, shimmering with golden light and exuding an overwhelming aura of power. "Be cautious," he urged. Liu Yanran spoke with a hint of concern. Faced with her apprehension, Liubei was momentarily taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he was reminded of his arrival in the Star Luo Empire, when Bibi Dong wore a similarly anxious expression. "Take care of yourself and follow me," Liubei gently replied to Liu Yanran. After turning away, Liubei, exuding an aura of lethal intent, surged violently towards the area where Tang Hao and the others were located. "Second elder, although Liubei possesses formidable strength, it is imperative that you safeguard him." Just as the second elder prepared to follow in Liubei's footsteps, he was suddenly struck by Liu Yanran's anxious words. After casting a deep glance at Liu Yanran, he darkened his expression and fervently pursued the direction in which Liubei had departed. Chapter 43. The enraged Tang Hao above the spirit hall, with Tang Hao's furious roar. The powerful beings responsible for safeguarding the hall instantly soared into the sky. Leading the group was the third elder, who gazed upon a team of approximately 5 individuals. His eyes chillingly cold. "Tang Hao, what do you intend to do? Are you seeking death?" The third elder's countenance was ominously dark as he beheld Tang Hao, who dared to stir trouble at the spirit hall. He was genuinely taken aback. "Fool! Silence! You are unworthy to address me. Tell your Liubei to come out." Tang Hao, demand a duel to the death with him." Tang Hao's eyes blazed crimson, brimming with ferocity as he screamed hysterically at the third elder. "Do you presume to provoke my master into action?" The third elder glanced at Tang Hao, incredulous at his audacity. "What is the meaning of this? Tang Hao, did you not assert that even if you survived, you would never return to being a normal person again?" The second elder, upon seeing the menacing entourage, was momentarily taken aback to find Tang Hao among them, and he turned to the third elder with a furrowed brow, inquiring. The third elder was at a loss for words, feeling quite embarrassed in the face of the second elder's question. Observing the 2 familiar figures engaged in conversation, blatantly disregarding his presence, Tang Hao felt a surge of frustration. "I'm addressing you. How can you be so brazenly dismissive? Tang Hao, this is the Spear Hall. While we consented to accompany you, we did not agree to stand against authority. Whether or not you oppose is not for you to decide. Your willingness to come here indicates that you hold the Spirit Hall in contempt. Kill." As the formidable being, possessing the strength of a titled Douluo, finished speaking, an ethereal voice echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd. In the brief moment, they furrowed their brows, sensing an inkling of danger. They had already succumbed to their demise. "What?" Tang Hao trembled, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation as he turned to glance behind him. Awaiting him was an expression of eerie intrigue from Liubei. "You." Startled, Tang Hao attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by the encroaching figures of 2 high-ranking attendants, who surrounded him completely. "A homeless wretch dares to trouble the Spear Hall? I must commend your audacity. Yet, your recklessness shall ultimately seal your fate. Prepare to face judgment, scum." The second attendant, with hair as white as snow, spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if he had already pronounced Tang Hao's sentence. "Bang, bang, bang." No sooner had the second attendant's words fallen than his sleeves billowed, and with a low command, he unleashed a series of powerful punches directed at Tang Hao's heart. Each strike resonated with a thunderous sound, echoing for miles, causing Tang Hao to roll his eyes back and spew forth blood. "Enough. I still have use for his life." As the second attendant continued to use Tang Hao as a human punching bag, Liubei cast a cold glare in his direction. The second attendant, caught in Liubei's steely gaze, was compelled to pause his assault. The third attendant steadied the faltering Tang Hao, not out of kindness, but rather due to an instinctive response to Liubei's murderous aura. "My lord, there is no need to spare someone like Tang Hao. He dares to show you disrespect. Such a person should be swiftly executed to prevent further complications." Though the second attendant felt trepidation under Liubei's scrutinizing stare, as Liubei's foremost sycophant, he could not help but offer his counsel. "I do not require your advice on my affairs." Liubei furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his features as he cast an impatient glance at the second offering. There was no alternative. The second offering had no choice but to remain silent, well aware of Liubei's temperament. My lord, that scoundrel Tang how dares to disregard your authority. Initially, you showed him mercy and spared his life, and yet he repays your kindness with ingratitude, audaciously challenging your supremacy at the Spirit Hall. Perhaps it would be best, my lord, if I were to take on the responsibility of dealing with Tang how for the time being, even if it means enduring some losses. Is that truly your intention to endure losses? I'm almost embarrassed to expose your motives. You are simply coveting his physique. How base of you. Liubei's expression darkened as he countered the third elder. Were it in another setting, he might have considered acquiescing to the third elder's words. Alas, this is the Spirit Hall. Permitting such incomprehensible actions within its walls would not only create a rift between the third elder and others, but it would also tarnish Liubei's reputation due to the third elder's illustrious deeds. The third elder, exposed by Liubei's candid remark, forced an awkward smile before supporting Tang Hao, proceeding under Liubei's orders to the dungeon designated for the most heinous of individuals. Inside the dungeon, Tang Hao, awakened by a splash of icy water, was engulfed by an excruciating sensation that swept through his entire being, leading him to emit a desperate wail. The torment felt akin to being ripped apart, rendering him in a state worse than death itself. I can't believe I'm still alive. I thought I would perish. It seems my strikes were not swift enough, the second elder remarked, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Meanwhile, the third elder, standing on the opposite side, wore a satisfied smile. Huh, you are far superior to me. I desire to kill him, yet lack the qualification, do I not? He chuckled. However, witnessing the third elder's blatant humiliation of Tang Hao, the second elder felt a wave of disgust and was compelled to leave temporarily, stepping outside the dungeon. There, he observed the enchanting woman standing beside Liubei and hesitantly inquired, My lord, are you certain you wish to allow Miss Ain to witness this? Indeed, came the reply. Liubei nodded silently. Had it not been for Yin's insistence on visiting Tang Hao, he would never have permitted the third offering to enter the dungeon. After all, the third offering was indeed the prime candidate who had once humiliated Tang Hao. Liubei, what do you wish for me to witness? Was it not your intention to introduce me to Tang Hao, since you had previously promised to take me to see him? Why do you delay? As the second offering hesitated to allow Ain to witness the forthcoming scene, Ain furrowed her brow and inquired with concern. Liubei took a deep breath, gazing at Yin's expression. He gently caressed her cheek and earnestly said, No matter what transpires next, you must remain composed. After all, what is about to unfold may prove somewhat distressing for you. What do you mean? Ain inquired, her face revealing confusion as she looked at Liubei. His expression naturally left her feeling somewhat bewildered. As Ain remained enveloped in her perplexity, Liubei had already taken hold of her slender wrist, leading her towards the dungeon where Tang Hao was imprisoned. As she cast a puzzled glance around, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Peering through the window into a room where someone was on duty, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly bewildered. Ain, too, found herself momentarily disoriented. Chapter 44. I never expected you to be this way. Tang Hao as Ain approached the window, observing the unfolding events within the room. She felt as though she had been struck by a jolt of electricity. The shocking revelation left her trembling, unable to fully comprehend what her eyes were witnessing. What was happening? Why did he suddenly turn away? Hadn't you asked me to bring you to meet Tang Hao? He is right inside. Liubei embraced Ain from behind, his arms delicately wrapped around her slender waist. However, as his gaze fell upon the room, he beheld Tang Hao, who was currently ensconced in a state of unconsciousness. Liubei instinctively tightened his grip on Yin's arm. Do you see this? This is the consequence of offending the Spirit Hall. If it were not for my protection, do you truly believe that a woman of your alluring figure and pleasing appearance could find many men capable of truly possessing you? Liubei spoke earnestly to Ain, devoid of any hint of jest. Ain was not a child. She was well aware of this truth. When she was first brought back to the Spirit Hall by Liubei, she had narrowly escaped being bullied by those who sought to corner her. Had Liubei not appeared at that crucial moment to rescue her, she would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere plaything, subject to the whims of others. Although Ain now serves Liubei, it is still a far cry from the prospect of serving a multitude. As Ain trembled, her emotions getting the better of her, the three offerings within the room finally emerged. While adjusting his trousers as he walked, the third offering, upon witnessing Ain nestled in Liubei's embrace, glanced at Tang Hao, who lay on the table. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, scratching his head in awkwardness. Ahem, my lord, Miss Ain. The third offering's face revealed his discomfort, especially in Ain's presence, as he felt an overwhelming urge to seek refuge in a more secluded space. Liubei smiled faintly, as if he were genuinely pleased by the actions of the three offerings. After all, for Liubei, having Ain witness such a scene would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. Ah, Ain, is that you? Ain. While Liubei engaged in conversation with the three offerings, Tang Hao, who had been lying on the table, suddenly raised his head with a fierce expression upon hearing the name mentioned. The excitement he should have felt transformed into a state of shock as he witnessed Ain being embraced by Liubei, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. My lord, Lu Quan has been crying incessantly, and those ineffectual maidservants have been unable to soothe him. Hence, I took the liberty of bringing him here. I beg for your forgiveness. My lord. Lu Quan gazed at the second elder, who cradled a wailing child in his arms. Tang Hao, his powerful physique trembling, was suddenly filled with an overwhelming force. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, as if possessed, ready to charge towards Liubei. Get lost. The third elder, furious, glared at the fierce-faced Tang Hao and hurriedly intervened, positioning himself in front of Liubei. As Tang Hao beheld the third elder's countenance, a vivid memory surged through his mind, prompting him to wail in despair. Observing Tang Hao, who was crouched on the ground, clutching his head and weeping, the third elder, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, raised his foot and delivered a harsh kick to Tang Hao's shoulder. Struck down by the blow, Tang Hao collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Ain, unable to bear the sight, was about to speak. Liubei gently inquired by her ear. Did you not say that as long as your child is safe, you would wholeheartedly follow me? Ain trembled slightly, turning to gaze at the still wailing Lu Quan. With tears glistening in her eyes, she ultimately chose her child. Take him away, to be executed later. Liubei's cold and indifferent tone seemed to pronounce Tang Hao's fate. The three offerings received Liubei's command and promptly lifted the fallen Tang Hao, preparing to exit. Just as Tang Hao, akin to a lifeless pig, was being dragged away, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The severely injured and unconscious Tang Hao suddenly regained consciousness. With every ounce of strength, his twisted visage propelled him toward Ain. As he reached out to grasp Yin's arm, Liubei, with a furrowed brow, swung his arm with force, sending a sharp sword hurtling toward the charging Tang Hao in an instant. No, Yin's expression was tense. Although her heart was a tumult of emotions, Tang Hao was, after all, her former husband. Was he not Tang San? Were they not connected by their child? With a sickening sound of flesh-piercing, blood trickled from Tang Hao's lips as he fell lifelessly before Yin's wide eyes, succumbing to death on the spot. The air hung heavy with an eerie stillness. A silence so terrifying it felt as though it had solidified. Liubei cast a cold gaze towards the three offerings, his demeanor reminiscent of an emotionless assassin. The three offerings swallowed hard, watching Liubei depart with a graceful Ain. It was in the silence that he truly felt the terror emanating from Liubei. Sighing, he mused that it seemed Ain could only follow Lord Lu from now on, to kill in front of Ain. TSK. It was likely only Lord Lu could accomplish such a feat. As the three offerings shuddered at the thought, the second offering approached him, feigning a tone of contemplation. The three offerings, filled with suspicion, regarded the second offering, and upon noticing the sudden smile on his face, he felt utterly perplexed. After a moment's pause, the three offerings offered a faint smile in return. What is it you wish to convey? Are you suggesting that matters between myself and Lord Lu are far from resolved? The three offerings displayed a hint of displeasure, for all his actions were solely for Liubei. The second offering, shaking his head in silence, chose not to elaborate further. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the three offerings, shaking his head as he departed, leaving the three offerings in a state of confusion. As he watched the second offering leave, a sudden realization struck him, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment. Ain, brought back to the room by Liubei, appeared tearful. While her sorrow evoked a sense of pity, Liubei refrained from offering comfort. After an indeterminate period, Ain finally ceased her weeping, trembling shoulders addressing Liubei. Now, I am free of attachments. From this day forth, I, Ain, am yours, Liubei. However, before that, you must assist me in eliminating someone. Ain abruptly stood, facing Liubei, her eyes ablaze with fury. Help you kill someone? Huh, speak, who shall I slay? Liubei smiled faintly, extending his hand to embrace Yin's slender waist. His gaze upon her was filled with affection and indulgence. Three offerings? Three offerings? Liubei furrowed his brow. Although he had already anticipated this outcome in his heart, upon hearing Ain utter those words, he still felt an overwhelming shock. Chapter 45. Woman, are you playing with fire? Are you asking me to kill the three offerings? Liubei furrowed his brow. gazing at Ain with an expression rife with animosity. He was convinced that Yin's words were not mere jest. After all, for Liubei, the prospect of assassinating the three offerings would undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences for many. The Liubei of today was no longer the same as before. In his quest to establish authority within the spirit hall, he recognized the necessity of enacting measures that would serve as a deterrent. Yet now, having firmly entrenched himself in the spirit hall and garnered significant renown across the Douluo continent, Liubei was resolute that as long as his fundamental principles were not challenged, he would refrain from engaging in senseless acts of violence. Observing Liubei's demeanor, Ain understood that he had succumbed to a profound silence. Did you not vow to do anything for me? Why then do you remain silent? Have you reduced me to a mere plaything? If that is the case, I would rather perish. As Yin's emotions escalated, the weight of Liubei's silence left her feeling devoid of any affection from him. Dear woman, you're playing with fire. In her moment of resentment, Ain felt the arms that encircled her waist tighten involuntarily. As Liubei's grip intensified, her beautiful lashes fluttered slightly, and a muffled gasp escaped her delicate nose, revealing her discomfort. Despite her subconscious resistance, she uttered, "If you wish to touch me, you must eliminate the three offerings. Should you choose to do so, then I, Ain, will be at your mercy." Was he truly free to do as he pleased? Liubei's lips curled into a subtle arc. After all, although Ain had accompanied him for quite some time, there remained numerous aspects yet to be explored. Thus, upon hearing Ain utter those words, Liubei naturally felt a profound willingness. Very well, I shall instruct my subordinates to undertake this task immediately. Liubei offered a faint smile, and then, beneath Yin's bewildered gaze, turned away and exited the room. Observing Liubei's departing expression and recalling the smile that lingered at the corners of his lips, she couldn't shake the feeling that an exhausting event was on the horizon. Before long, Liubei summoned the second elder. Regarding this individual, he was quite willing to place his trust. Not only was the second elder's strength in the spirit hall second only to his own, but the loyalty displayed over the past few days made him the most suitable candidate for the task of eliminating the third elder. My lord, the second elder approached Liubei with a look of confusion. He had been reveling with a group of friends, indulging in wine and poetry. But upon hearing from his subordinates about Liubei's invitation, he hastened to arrive. Although the second elder possessed considerable martial prowess, his capacity for alcohol was notably poor. Were it not for the underlying fear he harbored towards Liubei, he would likely have succumbed to inebriation, sprawled upon the couch by now. Liubei gave a slight nod, observing the disheveled state of the second offering. His brow gradually furrowed in concern. How did it come to this? Initially, he had intended to enlist your assistance in a matter, but given your current condition, it would be best for you to return home and rest. Faced with the inebriated second offering, Liubei pondered the implications of sending someone in such a state to confront the third offering. It was indeed plausible that the second offering might forget his purpose altogether. In Liubei Skeptica Demianoa, the befuddled second offering appeared taken aback by Liubei's assessment of him. My lord, I have merely indulged a bit too much in drink. However, if you require my assistance in any endeavor, I believe I am still capable of fulfilling my duties, he declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at Liubei, seemingly unable to accept the latter's perception of him. Whether I can be of service does not rest upon your judgment, but rather upon my own, he asserted. Liubei's unyielding rebuttal to the second offering was as if there were no room for negotiation, leaving the second offering in a state of disbelief. My lord, though I may have indulged in some libations, rest assured, as long as it is a task bestowed by you, even if it costs me my life, I shall undoubtedly see it through. The second offering suddenly became agitated, perhaps spurred by the effects of alcohol, igniting within him a fervent spirit of determination. Liubei, who nodded in silent approval, found great satisfaction in this display. After all, discerning a person's loyalty can often be achieved through judicious pressure. It is the simplest of tests. There is no need for such fervor. Allow me to elucidate what I require of you. Do you recall Tang Hao? Tang Hao, the second offering responded with skepticism. For Tang Hao is already deceased, and by Liubei's own hand. I certainly remember, but does this matter pertain to Tang Hao in some way? Indeed. Observing Liubei's nod, the second offering continued to inquire, but is he not already dead? Could there possibly be anything related to him? The second offering maintained a tone of doubt, for concerning a man who had already passed, any residual troubles could hardly be deemed significant. Do you recall the third offering? Do not forget what transpired between him and Tang Hao before his demise. I promised Ain that I would eliminate him. However, I cannot execute the deed directly. Thus I hope you shall assist me in this matter. What say you? Liubei gently exhaled a breath of frustration, as if the very utterance of such words signified a monumental decision. The second elder, with a vacant gaze, initially believed there was something amiss with his hearing. However, he swiftly regained his senses, and under Liu Bei's earnest expression, the second elder, whose eyes flickered with uncertainty, found himself compelled to acquiesce. After parting ways with Liu Bei, the second elder arrived at the residence of the third elder. Standing before the tightly shut door, he raised his hand to knock. "Second elder, please enter." The guard who opened the door greeted him respectfully upon recognizing his esteemed presence. With a solemn demeanor, the second elder felt as though each step he took was laden with difficulty. As he approached the grand hall, he beheld the third elder, who sat in a main seat, glumly sipping wine. Forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, he stepped inside. "Why is it that you drink alone?" he inquired. "The illustrious third elder of the spirit hall, and yet you have no one to share a drink with? You should have treated those around you with more kindness. Look where we are now. When calamity strikes, you find no one to plead on your behalf." As he spoke and advanced, the traces of tears were already evident on his face when he halted before the third elder. From the moment I killed Lingxi, I knew my fate was sealed. Yet I never anticipated I would survive this long. I have grown old. It is time to depart this world and seek out old friend from the past." Observing the third elder's nonchalant demeanor, the second elder, having spent so many years in his company, understood all too well that this apparent ease was merely a facade, a desperate pretense. Chapter 46. Deliver my heart to Lord Liu. You see now come to terms with it. Although Lord Liu commanded me to kill you, I have no desire to take your life. You may leave. The second elder said cheerfully, as if he were incapable of fulfilling Liu Bei's demand to slay the third elder. Staring at the second elder, the third elder was visibly taken aback, his expression etched with disbelief. "You intend to spare me? Are you not aware that if you do so, my master will not let you off the hook?" The third offering could only sense a dissonance in his ears. It must be acknowledged that the second offering's ability to earn Liu Bei's trust was no small feat. Having known each other for many years, if the third offering were to feel guilt for letting him go, he would undoubtedly live the remainder of his life burdened by remorse. "When did you begin to resemble a nagging woman? Will you leave or not? If you choose not to, I shall truly be compelled to end your life." Observing the third offering pour out such heartfelt words, the second offering, unable to bear it, feigned the act of drawing his weapon, preparing to strike down the third offering. With a deep gaze directed at the second offering and a resigned sigh, the third offering abruptly stood up, startling the second offering. Just as the second offering presumed the third offering was about to flee, a sudden smile crept upon the latter's lips. "No." Realizing the anomaly, the third offering's expression turned to one of horror. Just as he uttered a cry, he felt the grip of the third offering tighten around the back of his blade. When the second offering attempted to withdraw his precious sword, he was met with an unforeseen consequence. With the third offering's firm grasp and his sudden advance, the razor-sharp tip of the blade pierced the third offering's chest. "No!" The second offering roared in a near-manic frenzy until the sharp blade had penetrated through his chest and emerged from his back, leaving him truly numb to the world. "The reason I did not wish to pierce your heart is that I implore you, upon my death, to deliver my heart to the master, allowing him to see whether this heart of mine, loyal to him, is black or red. Speak less. You cannot die. You promised to accompany me into our old age. If you perish like this, how shall I continue to live?" Observing the gradually paling face of the third elder, and the fury etched upon the visage of the second elder, it became evident that he was seething with an unparalleled rage. He was loath to witness this unfolding scene. Despite the insistence of Liu Bei, he had contemplated outright refusal, yet the die had been cast. The third elder, consumed by a desire for death, would never allow the second elder to intervene on his behalf. Hearing the second elder's words, the third elder felt a profound sense of solace, despite his hopelessness. As the blade moved, the searing blood belonging to the third elder erupted forth towards the second elder. Moments later, in the hushed hall, the third elder lay quietly cradled in the embrace of the second elder, watching his old friend pass away before his very eyes. The second elder, who once vowed to grow old together with him, now shared the same despair of existence. As the second elder gently laid down the third elder, preparing to use the 8 treasures knife intended for the third elder to take his own life, a sudden voice behind him jolted him to attention. How he envied the life that the third elder had, while the latter sought to embrace death. Did he not realize that if he were to perish in such a manner, the third elder would mock him from beyond? Taken aback by the taunt, the second elder turned in confusion to face the young man clad in black robes, who stood silently at the entrance. With a displeased expression, the second elder coldly addressed him, questioning when a mere elder felt entitled to comment on the affairs of the elders. Yet, rather than feeling intimidated by the second elder's wrathful tone, the young man in black boldly stepped forward, drawing near to the second elder before halting in his tracks. A faint, audacious smile graced his lips as he regarded the still warm body of the third elder. He then squatted beside the third elder, prompting the furrowed brow of the second elder, who was perplexed by the young man's intentions. Ah, the esteemed third elder of the spirit hall, his status so exalted. Reflecting on the days when Qianxunji was the master of the spirit hall, the elders enjoyed lives of unparalleled comfort. Not to mention, Qianxunji held the elders in the highest regard, and even Liubei once treated them with utmost deference. What had transpired to alter the course of this world? Since when have two treacherous rebels, who ascended to power by betraying their principles, been able to become rulers of the spirit hall? Enough! Listening to the words of the young man in the black robe, the second elder's face turned an ashen hue. Did he not understand this truth? What is wrong? Did my subordinate strike a nerve? It is unfortunate that I lack the strength of the second elder. If only I possessed such power. Silence. Bang. As the young man in the black robe continued to provoke the second elder, the elder, unable to endure any longer, chose to erupt in fury. Though the black-robed youth spoke with some degree of reason, the second elder was acutely aware of what truly enabled them to follow willingly. Lord Liu, despite his volatile temperament, only eliminated those who posed a threat to the spirit hall. What audacity does a mere wretch, who rose to prominence through the demise of his kin, have to dispute with me here? Bang! The second elder roared at the young man in the black robe, his fury akin to thunder. He raised his hand, ready to strike the youth's face with tremendous force. It was unclear how much strength the second elder exerted, but his fingers sunk deeply into the young man's visage. Under the agonizing sensation, the black-robed youth finally let out a piercing scream. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, the second elder, with a face turning blue from rage, reached for the fallen blade. As the black-robed youth continued to wail, the treasured sword, now firmly gripped in the second elder's hand, was thrust swiftly toward the youth's heart. Thud! An excruciating pain surged throughout the youth's body. Observing the trembling figure of the black-robed youth, the second elder lifted him up, gazing down at the barely breathing young man. The elder then continued, "You boy should not presume that I am unaware of your clandestine oversight over us old fellows on behalf of the hallmaster. If it weren't for the fact that the hallmaster has a fondness for you, do you truly believe that we would hesitate to take action against you? What? You?" The young man in the black cloak, with dilated pupils, appeared to have stumbled upon something of great significance. However, it was a tragic fate that he was destined to meet his demise, rendering it impossible for him to relay this invaluable information to his master, Bibi Dong. In Chapter 47, the cold voice of the second offering pierced the air, commanding, "Silence, Miss Ain." He then placed his foot upon the young man's heart, ensuring the extinguishment of his youthful life. After observing the lifeless body of the young man in the black cloak, the second offering hesitated for a moment before lifting the corpses of both the third offering and the young man, making his way towards the residence of Liubei. Within a room, the sight of the unconscious and muffled Ain lay before him. Liubei gently leaned closer to her, observing the blushing Ain. With a faint smile, Liubei refrained from uttering any words of comfort. As Liubei approached, Ain, biting her red lips, displayed a hint of self-reproach on her delicate face, although she had promised to steadfastly accompany Liubei for the rest of her life. It did not necessarily mean she could truly fulfill that vow. Regrettably, during their months together, she had unknowingly carved out a place for Liubei in her heart. Despite her frequent declarations that she would not fall in love with him, her body had already chosen to accept him. Though she was reluctant to acknowledge this fact, she gradually came to the realization that she had been deceiving herself. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, the second offering, burdened with two corpses, opted for silence. He stood quietly at the doorway, even as the maidens attempted to advise him against disturbing the scene. However, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies he carried, they were genuinely struck with fear. Time passed without their notice, until the blood of the third offering and the cloaked youth had nearly drained away. It was then that the sound of a yin's delicate laughter echoed from within the room. Hearing her light footsteps, the second offering retreated slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Moments later, as the door creaked open, he beheld Ain clad in a translucent nightgown, frozen in place. Ain raised her delicate brows, her eyes questioning as they fell upon the second offering. It was then she noticed the lifeless third offering in an unfamiliar corpse. Ain, The second offering spoke with a tone of coldness, yet his bowed head conveyed a measure of respect for her. I need to step outside for a moment. If you have any matters to discuss, please address the offering master within. Ayin spoke softly, her charming smile captivating even the second elder, who was meant to be engulfed in fury. In that instant, he found himself unable to recall what it was about her that warranted his anger. Although the demise of the third elder was indeed linked to Ayin, it was only due to Liubei's consent that such a fate befell him. In the grand tapestry of the spirit hall, apart from Bibi Dong, who else could have compelled the third elder to meet his end? Reflecting on this, the second elder began to question his own convictions, doubting not only his beliefs, but also the truth spoken by the deceased young man in the black cloak, who, even in the face of death, chose to utter the truth. Apologies for the wait, the second elder announced. Please come in. The body rests upon the ground. And this is Ayin's sanctuary. I fear I may sully her floor. The second elder remained silent, his countenance dark and brooding. After regaining his composure, he gently set down the two corpses and stepped into Liubei's quarters. As the second elder wrestled with a whirlwind of emotions, Liubei, having already adjusted his attire, sat comfortably in a chair. He poured a cup of tea for the second elder, noticing the unease etched on his face. With a cheerful demeanor, he offered the cup, saying, "You have worked hard, second elder. Here, drink this tea, and we shall converse further." "Thank you, my lord." After a brief silence, the second elder finally accepted the tea, consuming it in one swift motion. "My lord, as per your instructions, the third elder has been executed. However, during the execution, another elder from our hall was also slain by my subordinates." "Another one? And an elder at that?" Liubei's face displayed a trace of confusion. He was not unfamiliar with the second offering. Rather, it was precisely because he was knowledgeable that he felt a certain astonishment. The death of the third offering could still involve others. Who could that individual be? If they bore a grudge against you, they would be justified to eliminate them. After all, such a minor character, if they had offended you in some manner, you need not divulge that information to me. An elder of the spirit hall is merely a minor character. The second offering trembled with indignation. His spirit quivered, and he found it difficult to accept Liubei's words. It is essential to recognize that the spirit hall is the most formidable force known across the entire Douluo continent. The elders of the spirit hall occupy a position of great esteem among the various factions. Now, this elder, who is to be revered by the world, is callously referred to as a minor character by Liubei. Consequently, the golden crocodile Douluo, who holds a position as an offering within the spirit hall, began to question whether he too was one of the so-called minor characters in Liubei's estimation. Indeed, it has been quite some time since the spirit hall underwent a reorganization. It is high time to re-evaluate the positions of individuals within the hall. Following a thorough discussion with Ayin, I have resolved to petition the hall master to elevate your rank. Elevate my rank? The expression of the second offering subtly shifted, although he had recently been engulfed in a haze of despair upon hearing Liubei's words. It felt as though the dim world he inhabited was once again infused with vibrant colors. "My lord, are you preparing to promote me to the position of great offering?" Despite having anticipated Liubei's decision, the second offering could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire, confronted with the anxious expression of the second offering. With a faint smile, Liubei remarked, "How could a mere grand offering be worthy of you? I am considering appointing you as the supreme elder of the spirit hall. What do you think? Supreme elder?" The second offering was taken aback, springing to his feet in shock, as if his ears had deceived him. Although the spirit hall operated under a familial structure, the position of supreme elder had never been mentioned, not even by the esteemed Douluo, who merely held the title of grand offering. Liubei's proclamation unmistakably indicated that he held the second offering in high regard. Overwhelmed with emotion, the second offering, buoyed by joy, momentarily forgot his earlier self-doubt. Second offering, do remember that it is a rare honor to be esteemed by Liubei. You must strive diligently and not let him down. Just as the second offering reveled in this delightful moment, a melodious voice suddenly reached his ears from behind. Turning to see the newcomer, he caught a glimpse of her elusive figure. Suddenly recalling something, the second offering respectfully bowed to Ayin. "Miss Ayin, mm." Ayin smiled gently as she gracefully passed in front of the second offering. As he looked up, he noticed Ayin, already comfortably seated on Liubei's lap, her arms draped around his neck. Chapter 48. Ayin's awakening gazing at Ayin, who sat casually on Liubei's lap. Tenderness graced her features as she noticed the second offering's gaze. "What is it, second offering? Is there something on my face?" No. The second offering hastily waved his hands. Although Ayin was indeed more beautiful than Bibi Dong, the memory of a dear friend who had perished due to a woman's allure lingered in his mind. A persistent thought echoed within him. The woman in question was not merely beautiful on the surface, but a venomous enchantress who could bring ruin with a single word. This was the second offering's perception of Ain, a view he could only keep buried deep within. For if Ain were to discover it and relay it to Liubei, even with the considerable value he still held, he would meet a fate akin to that of the third offering. There's no need for you to be anxious. Third offering. Ain is merely jesting with you, you know? The reason you have been appointed as the Grand Elder is due to Ain's assertion that you have made significant contributions by eliminating the third offering. Thus, she has insisted on promoting you, making her somewhat of a benefactor to you. I am promoted because of Ain? The second offering was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed this was an arrangement by Liubei, only to discover that it was, in fact, due to Ain's influence. Although the second offering was quite pleased with the position of Grand Elder, it did not imply that Ain's involvement stemmed from genuine concern for him. If one were to seek a fitting rationale, the second offering, having lived for so many years, was not oblivious to the truth. His ascension to the role of Grand Elder was merely facilitated by the corpse of the third offering. Oh, please do not flatter me so. I possess no such capabilities. I merely articulated what you wish to hear. While the second offering wore a complex expression, Ain's sudden interjection left him even more astonished. Witnessing the interplay between Liubei and Ain, the second offering, the very subject of their dialogue, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How about this, second offering? Since we have decided to elevate your position, why not exert yourself a little further and manage the remains of the third offering and the elder you have slain? Liubei inquired with a subtle smile directed at the second offering. Given the circumstances, unless he were to resist Liubei, the second offering had no choice but to silently acquiesce. As he observed the departing second offering, Ain playfully stuck out her tongue at Liubei, teasing him gently. It seems this old man is not in the best of spirits, does it not? If I were in his position, I would hardly fare any better. Now that you carry within you the lineage I have infused, you must strive to make me proud and perhaps, in the coming year, bear a child for me. Liubei gently cupped the yin's face, his expression tender, and the words he uttered caused a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. Had it been the Ain of old, she might have deemed Liubei to be an unmitigated devil. However, after Ain had come to terms with her feelings, she discovered numerous admirable qualities within Liubei. Perhaps it was these very attributes that captivated her, gradually leading the renowned beauty, Ain, to fall for him. The following day, as the bells of the spirit hall tolled, those holding positions of authority, including the clergy and elders, donned their finest attire at Liubei's explicit request. Fourth brother, the esteemed one has requested that we dress splendidly. What do you mean by wearing armor? A middle-aged man, also a member of the clergy, remarked upon seeing the fourth clergy adorned in gleaming golden armor. I hail from a background of guards, accustomed to the clashing of steel and the allure of battle. Although your garments are undeniably opulent, I find an unparalleled sense of security in this armor, the fourth clergy replied with a stoic demeanor, untroubled by the possibility of offending anyone. Notably, amidst the meticulously dressed clergy and elders, the esteemed second clergy, golden crocodile Douluo, wore remarkably simple attire. The fabric appeared quite inexpensive, yet on the powerful second clergy, it exuded an understated elegance. As whispers circulated among the gathered, a resounding voice from outside abruptly silenced their chatter. All eyes turned earnestly toward the door, where they beheld Liubei with his arm wrapped around Bibi Dong's slender waist. An overwhelming sense of envy filled their hearts. Moments later, Bibi Dong took her seat at the head of the table, while Liubei calmly positioned himself at her side. Please make the announcement, Bibi Dong gently urged Liubei. He nodded slightly, his gaze towards her brimming with affection, leaving the clergy and elders in a state of awe and admiration. Liubei, it is time for me to address you all with utmost seriousness. Esteemed members, after several months of unwavering effort, our spirit hall has finally solidified its position on the Douluo continent. Although my recent actions may have been difficult for some to accept, I, Liubei, firmly believe in acknowledging my mistakes and rectifying them rather than denying them. This principle defines my character. The hall was enveloped in a haunting silence as Liubei articulated his commitment to acknowledging and correcting his errors. Was this not the very demeanor he had exhibited in recent days? The second elder sighed in resignation, fully aware of the implications. Once Liubei uttered these words, it became evident that the days ahead for those in his service would not unfold as smoothly as they had envisioned. Observing the palpable tension among the crowd, Liubei allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips before continuing. Following discussions with the Lord of the Hall, it has been decided that, in order to ensure your continued service to the Spirit Hall, A re-evaluation of your ranks will take place. Ah, the Spirit Hall is indeed embarking on a re-ranking. The atmosphere among the worshippers and elders turned fraught with anxiety. Those in lower positions naturally aspired to ascend, while those already in high ranks, despite their desire for further advancement, were increasingly apprehensive about the possibility of demotion instead. Please remain silent. Liubei, with an air of indifference, finally spoke, silencing the murmurs of those around him. His gaze fell upon the second elder, who was clad in a gray robe. Second elder, he called softly. At Liubei's summons, the usually taciturn second elder stepped forward from the ranks. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to a profound silence as they regarded him standing at the center of the grand hall. In this serene atmosphere, the second elder bowed his head, prepared to heed Liubei's directives. Second elder, Liubei began, during my time here, you have devoted considerable effort and care on behalf of both myself and the Lord of the Hall. Given your advancing years, it is only fitting that we acknowledge your contributions. After thorough deliberation with the Lord of the Hall, we have unanimously decided to confer upon you the title of Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. A collective gasp resonated through the hall as the assembly reacted, their breaths hitching in astonishment. The second elder, visibly trembling, bowed deeply to accept his new title, observing the elaborate garments presented on a plate by the esteemed Douluo. The once anxious crowd now brimmed with eager anticipation regarding the nature of their own future roles. With the second elder's elevation to Grand Elder, astute minds within the assembly swiftly recognized the significance of the term confer. It was well understood that such language was typically reserved for the imperial domain, honoring those who had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the empire. Chapter 49, The Spirit Empire. As the second elder basked in his newly bestowed status, envy colored the countenance of all present. Even the usually brash fourth elder, upon witnessing the second elder's unpretentious gray robe amidst the vibrant attire of others, finally grasped why he stood out in such simplicity. Internally, he mused upon the cunning nature of the old fox. Yet outwardly, he extended his congratulations to the second elder with fervor. In light of the extensive personnel changes, following earnest discussions between myself and the Lord of the Hall, we have resolved to fill the vacancies with the existing known personnel, facilitating this round of promotions. Liubei spoke with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the opinions of those around him. For him, the only thing that mattered was securing the unwavering allegiance of the second offering. In doing so, those individuals would inevitably choose to follow, drawn by the esteemed reputation cultivated within the Spirit Hall over the decades. The expressions of those present were filled with excitement, as if they were profoundly gratified by the unexpected elevation of their positions. As they whispered among themselves, Liubei cast a knowing glance towards the Jew Douluo, who nodded in silent understanding. As the crowd continued their discussions, he discreetly retrieved a scroll from his sleeve and unfurled it. "You Douluo?" an elder inquired, his expression revealing confusion. Although Jew Douluo held a respectable position within the Spirit Hall, he was merely an elder. Yet he now found himself standing beside Liubei, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, who wore expressions of skepticism. Esteemed guests, Jew Douluo began, thanks to the unwavering efforts of Lord Liu and the Hall Master Bibidong, the prestige of the Spirit Hall has finally secured its foothold in the Douluo continent. After careful deliberation, it has been decided to establish the Spirit Empire. Furthermore, the Hall Master shall soon ascend to the throne as Emperor. As for Lord Liu, he shall serve as the Chief National Master of the Spirit Empire. The solemnity of Juve Douluo's words sent shockwaves through the assembly of priests and elders. The notion of the Spirit Empire bore testament to Liubei's ambition. While Bibidong served as the Hall Master, the true authority behind the Spirit Hall was well understood by those present. In addition to the establishment of the Spirit Empire, Lord Liu had also decreed the creation of the Papal Hall, the Worship Hall, and the Elder Hall within the Spirit Hall. The Papal Hall would be overseen by Hall Master Bibidong, the Worship Hall by the Grand Elder, Golden Crocodile, and as for the Elder Hall, well, I, Yuguan, am honored to be entrusted with its management due to Lord Liu's favor and Hall Master Bibidong's recognition. Upon uttering these words, Yuguan stood with an unprecedented straightness, exuding an air of confidence. Though the details of this announcement may be scant, the subsequent matters will be elucidated by the Grand Elder and myself. Liubei observed the emotionally charged Yuguan, feeling a pang of embarrassment for him. After exchanging a few simple words, he reached out to grasp the slender, porcelain-like hand of Bibidong. Under the bewildered gazes of the elders and those in attendance, they exited the Spirit Hall. As Liubei departed, a smile crept onto the lips of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who then approached the seat reserved for Bibidong. Addressing the assembly with earnestness, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all here to serve the Spirit Hall, and our loyalty extends to both Lady Bibi Dong and Lord Liu. Although Lord Liu has not explicitly stated it, I feel compelled to remind everyone, should anyone harbor ulterior motives in their hearts while serving the Spirit Hall, they must not blame me for my lack of compassion." The golden crocodile Douluo's words were not fully articulated, yet their implications were sufficient to astonish the gathered individuals. After all, the golden crocodile Douluo had ascended to the esteemed position of Grand Elder, making him one of the most formidable figures alongside Liubei and Bibi Dong. Silence enveloped the room. Even those harboring grievances could only choose to endure in the face of the golden crocodile Douluo as a formidable power. Ultimately, unless they wished to sever their ties with the Spirit Hall, they had no choice but to acquiesce to his directives. Within the confines of the chamber, Bibi Dong, her hands braced against the wall, turned to Liubei and inquired, "Now that we have established the Spirit Empire, is it not time for us to unite in marriage?" Liubei furrowed his brow slightly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The blushing cheeks of Bibi Dong lay casually against Liubei, her entire being enveloped in weariness. Yet her eyes sparkled with happiness. This sight filled Liubei with a sense of pride. You still call me your senior sister," Bibi Dong feigned dissatisfaction. Yet the tone of her words revealed no trace of discontent towards Liubei. My senior sister has always regarded me as her closest family. Liubei, naturally hold this close to my heart. Although my actions may not align with moral standards, now that Qianxunji has passed away, even if we were to have a child, I believe no one would raise an eyebrow. Liubei spoke tenderly, his fingers gently caressing Bibidong's dark tresses. It was an indulgent display, and though his words conveyed a sense of playfulness, an odd feeling lingered in the air. Odd? You inquire? Is that truly what you mean? You mischievous rascal. After Liubei and Bibidong jointly established the Spirit Empire, they successfully overthrew the existing powers of the Douluo continent, marking a significant chapter in their saga. During this period, Bibidong and Liubei celebrated their grand wedding in the presence of the esteemed worshippers and elders of the Spirit Hall. As time flowed onward, Liu Yanran, once with a burgeoning belly, gave birth to Liubei's first child in this foreign realm, all under Liubei's meticulous care. Meanwhile, Yin, for personal reasons, found herself unable to conceive Liubei's offspring. Following Bibidong's ascension as the Empress of the Spirit Empire, both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, in light of the Spirit Empire's existence, were redefined, their titles altered to Tiando City and Xingluo City. Throughout this period of matrimonial bliss with Bibi Dong, Liubei, in his quest to solidify the construction of the Spirit Empire, had spent 5 years by Bibi Dong's side. After these 5 years, just as Liubei opened his eyes, a long silent voice resonated in his mind, the voice of the system, although the tone remained as indifferent as ever. Hearing this long-awaited sound filled Liubei with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Congratulations, host, on becoming the most formidable sovereign in the known realms of Douluo continent. To facilitate your further development, the system has unlocked the celestial gateway to the divine realm. The celestial gateway to the divine realm? As Liubei pondered the system's declaration, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted from outside. Chapter 50. The celestial gateway to the divine realm, with a surge of astonished exclamations reaching his ears, Liubei, now displaying a hint of stubble on his otherwise handsome visage, stepped out of his chamber. Though he appeared markedly more mature, the added ruggedness only enhanced his already striking features. As he emerged, the maidens in the courtyard gasped, covering their mouths in awe, their eyes lifted to the sky. Liubei, puzzled by their reaction, followed their gaze and was equally bewildered. Before him, the clouds that should have been drifting lazily had suddenly coalesced, forming a swirling vortex in the heavens. While his expression mirrored the complexity of the situation, he likely understood better than anyone present the reason behind this extraordinary phenomenon. "My lord," a voice tinged with urgency broke his contemplation. As he turned to the source, he beheld an elderly figure with flowing white hair, emanating an aura of authority despite his advanced years. "Have you witnessed the celestial anomaly? If my conjecture is correct, it is highly probable that it is indeed the gateway to the divine realm." The gateway to the divine realm? Liubei deliberately feigned astonishment. After all, if he were to appear entirely nonchalant, the arduous journey undertaken by the golden crocodile Douluo would be rendered utterly futile. The golden crocodile Douluo, noticing Liubei's expression, nodded earnestly and pointed towards the ever-gathering clouds above, stating with sincerity, "My lord, pardon my frankness. In the days when Qian Douluo was of a similar age to yours, Such a scene once graced the skies. The golden crocodile, Douluo, spoke to Liubei with utmost seriousness, as if he had long been familiar with the peculiar phenomena now manifesting in the heavens above during their exchange. Liubei finally comprehended the reason behind Jin Douluo's profound understanding of the celestial anomaly. It became apparent that during Douluo's youth, he had employed some unknown method to garner the favor of the celestial being known as the six-winged angel. It was precisely because Douluo had acquired the power of the six-winged angel that he transformed from an inconspicuous nobody into a figure of significance within a mere few years. Therefore, when the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky suddenly occurred, Jin Douluo sensed that this could very well be an opportunity for Liubei. After all, within the entire spirit hall, it seemed that Liubei was indeed the only one capable of demonstrating such matters effectively. While Liubei remained silent, the celestial spectacle persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour before gradually returning to normal. However, just prior to the restoration of the sky's normalcy, an exceptionally brilliant beam of light shot forth from the very center of the vortex, racing towards Liubei's location. This was Liubei furrowed his brows slightly. After all, he had never anticipated finding himself in such circumstances. Beside him, the golden crocodile Douluo appeared equally perplexed, as if this situation transcended his comprehension. Once the beam of light had entirely vanished, and one turned to observe Liubei's fingers, they would discover an inexplicable golden ring shimmering brilliantly upon them. This ring was. Liubei gazed at the ring, his expression mirroring the confusion of the golden crocodile Douluo, revealing that he was not any more composed in this moment. Just as Liubei remained enveloped in uncertainty regarding the ring, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. This ring serves as the key to the divine realm. With it, you possess the fundamental means to traverse into the divine realm. The fundamental means to traverse into the divine realm? Liubei furrowed his brow, uncertain of the true strength of the divine realm within the Douluo continent. However, he was acutely aware of the multitude of enchanting beauties that resided there. My lord, how could a ring suddenly appear out of nowhere? Inquired the golden crocodile Douluo with a tone of curiosity, undeterred by his advanced age, for curiosity knows no bounds. I'm not entirely sure either. Did you not mention earlier that Douluo also witnessed such a scene and subsequently grew stronger? Liubei retorted to golden crocodile Douluo. The slightly taken aback golden crocodile Douluo, upon realizing the situation, offered an awkward smile. Indeed, it was the sight of such a scene that had propelled Douluo to greater strength. However, the opportunity he had seized back then was not merely a ring, but rather the mark of the six-winged angel. The mark of the six-winged angel? Liubei refrained from further inquiries. Douluo had maintained his rank at level 99 for many years without progress. Perhaps the reasons for this stagnation could not solely be attributed to him. After all, obtaining the mark of the six-winged angel sounded rather impressive. Yet, from the perspective of Douluo, who had not advanced in many years, it was not difficult to deduce that his possession of the six-winged angel S-mark might be deeply intertwined with his lack of breakthroughs. The celestial phenomena were not mere coincidences. The current celestial anomalies were sufficient to astonish many. The newly ascended Empress, Bibi Dong, convened a special meeting concerning this matter. Although many shared their opinions, Liubei, who rarely expressed his thoughts, nonetheless captured her attention. After the meeting concluded, Bibi Dong, having gleaned no useful insights, was prepared to seek a breakthrough through Liubei. During their 5 years of marriage, Bibi Dong's affection for Liubei had flourished to an inseparable bond. In the chamber, confronted with Bibi Dong's inquiry, Liubei hesitated momentarily before preparing to offer her a serious explanation. Regarding the recent celestial phenomena, it is not that I am unwilling to share my thoughts. Rather, I believe this anomaly may be connected to my potential breakthrough. Connected to your breakthrough? Bibi Dong's delicate features reflected a hint of confusion. Observing her furrowed brow, Liubei nodded earnestly. I heard from the golden crocodile Douluo that our Douluo continent is home to a most formidable race known as the divine realm. I ponder whether my attainment of the highest rank in this realm imposes certain constraints on my ability to advance further. Upon hearing Liubei's explanation, Bibi Dong's expression grew complex. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, she grasped Liubei's hands gently, offering him a warm smile as she said, "If that is indeed the case, why not attempt a journey to the divine realm?" Attempt a journey to the divine realm? Although Liubei appeared perplexed on the surface, he was in fact immensely gratified by Bibi Dong's sagacity. After all, if Liubei desired to depart from the mortal realm and ascend to the divine realm, he must first contend with his legitimate wife, whose status was undeniable. Chapter 51. The beauty with crescent moon eyes is what you say truly accurate? One must understand that if I were to actually leave this place for the divine realm, it would be uncertain when I might return. Liubei smiled faintly. Although he felt immense satisfaction with Bibi Dong's counsel, it did not imply that his departure would be without its challenges. Bibi Dong quietly bit her lip, the chair creaking beneath her grip, her beautiful eyes revealing a sense of unwillingness. If you do not wish for me to leave, I can forego the divine realm. After all, what could be more comforting than being by your side? Liubei spoke gently, reaching out to caress the silky strands of hair of the other. His gaze was filled with a profound affection for Bibi Dong. He was not jesting. A place like the divine realm was, to Liubei, an enigma shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps it was best to let go. As a man, how could he solely contemplate remaining by a woman's side? You may go, if you can find a way, Bibi Dong said softly, her beautiful eyes, once filled with reluctance, now brimming with hope as she looked at Liubei. With Bibidong's support, he left her alone in the room to rest. After all, Bibi Dong was truly exhausted. He quietly closed the door behind him. Liubei's gaze drifted toward a particular direction, where he soon caught sight of a graceful woman, leading a young boy of about 4 years old, who was making his way toward him. What is the matter? He stepped forward to stand before Liu Yanran. Daddy! Before Liu Yanran could respond, the boy, holding Liu Yanran's hand, lifted his head and called out to Liubei. The boy was quite handsome. Although he lacked a bit of the heroic charm that Liubei possessed, he bore a striking resemblance to him. His eyes inherited Liu Yanran's gentleness. If not for his tender age, one might easily mistake him for a girl with a bit of dressing up. Shinner, have you diligently completed your homework today? If you haven't, and you accompany your mother out, I shall have to discipline you. Liubei gently lifted the boy, his face radiating tenderness that belied any hint of sternness. The boy nodded earnestly, his captivating eyes mirroring the crescent of his smile. He wrapped his arms around Liu Yanran's waist, just as he was about to depart when Liu Yanran hurriedly spoke to Liubei, expressing her concern. I have yet to pay my respects to Sister Bibi Dong. If we leave like this, won't she be upset? Liu Yanran inquired with perplexity of Liubei. Liubei cast a glance back at the tightly shut door, shaking her head silently. It was time to leave. She was utterly fatigued. In the wake of Liubei's response, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Before Liu Yanran could fully comprehend the situation, she cleared her throat awkwardly and began to chide Liubei, saying, You are such a scoundrel. It's still daytime, and yet you treat her like this. Liu Yanran, her cheeks flushed, spoke softly. Liubei's hand, however, had already traced along her garment, resting upon her delicate abdomen. Upon returning home with Liu Yanran, they dined on the meal she had prepared. It was only under the circumstances of someone seeking them that they departed. They arrived at the grand hall, filled with an air of authority, and beheld the assembly of individuals who had long awaited their presence. Liubei has finally taken his rightful place. My lord, disturbances have erupted in the East Sea, where the barbarian tribes, dissatisfied with our governance, dare to muster their entire strength to resist our armies. The East Sea? Liubei furrowed his brow. He had no prior knowledge of the Eastern Sea. However, based on the memories that lingered in his mind, he recalled that the fellow Tang San had ascended to divinity in the Eastern Sea, guided by the sea god. Now, with the sudden upheaval in the Eastern Sea, it was evident without a doubt that it must be due to the celestial phenomena summoned by the system, which had stirred the powerful beings residing in that region. The tribes in the Eastern Sea were merely a group of fishermen. How could they possibly possess the strength to contend against you? Liubei furrowed his brow, discerning the underlying implication in his words. It was Douluo who spoke in a deep voice, instructing, Bring them all here. No sooner had Douluo's words resonated than 2 figures, their fates unknown, were borne in on a stretcher. Observing the scene before him, Liubei's furrowed brow deepened as he gestured for Douluo to unveil the shrouded figures. As the white cloth was casually pulled away by Douluo, 2 subordinates lay upon the stretcher, their eyes wide open, having met their demise with unfulfilled resentment. Liubei, taken aback, rose to his feet. My lord, behold here. Upon witnessing Liubei descending the steps, the golden crocodile, Douluo, hastily pointed towards the chests of the corpses. Observing the 2 lifeless bodies, one could discern 3 neatly arranged puncture wounds upon each chest. The expression on Liubei's face was ominously dark. What could be the reason? The sea hedgehog Douluo and the spirit serpent Douluo, are they not reputed to be the second to none when it comes to water manipulation, with no one daring to claim the title of the foremost? Liubei furrowed his brow as he gazed at the golden crocodile, Douluo. It was astonishing that, during the zenith of the spirit empire, anyone would dare to slay one of its battle generals. How could he have overlooked such a possibility? Alas, my lord, although under your leadership, the Spirit Empire has indeed earned the title of the strongest, this is merely in relation to land combat. Let us not forget that the majority of our forces excel in terrestrial and aerial warfare. However, when it comes to engagements in aquatic environments, each one of them falters. The golden crocodile, Douluo, managed a wry smile and shook his head. He understood that uttering such words would undoubtedly provoke Liubei's ire. Yet he felt compelled to convey the harsh reality. For even if Liubei continually dispatched reinforcements, the outcome would inevitably mirror that of the porcupine Douluo and the spirit snake Douluo. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the people of the Spirit Empire are worthless? Liubei's gaze sharpened, and with just these few words, he intimidated the golden crocodile, Douluo, into a flurry of gestures, attempting to dismiss the tension. Though he wielded authority over his subordinates, when confronted by Liubei, he ultimately remained just a somewhat powerful servant. My lord, please do not take offense. I believe Elder Jean did not mean what you might think. Perhaps Elder Jean merely wished to convey that in light of the turmoil in the East Sea, it may still require your intervention. Require my intervention? Are you instructing me to take action? With a fleeting shadow, Liubei reached out his hand, firmly grasping the neck of the enchanting beauty whose crescent-shaped eyes glimmered with fear. Oh, great sir, please reconsider. If your heart is truly filled with wrath, I am willing to venture to the Eastern Sea and suppress the other tribes. As her complexion darkened, teetering on the brink of death, the once formidable golden crocodile Douluo was utterly terrified, hastily bowing and pleading before Liubei. Observing the golden crocodile Douluo's distress, Liubei smiled faintly and released his grip on the beauty, who collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. A closer inspection would reveal the stark 5-finger marks adorning her fair neck. As the golden crocodile Douluo, drenched in cold sweat, watched Liubei pass by, he murmured, "Thank you, great sir, for your gracious consideration." After Liubei had long departed from the Grand Hall, the flustered golden crocodile Douluo hastily wiped the incessant beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief offered by another. In Chapter 52, as the golden crocodile Douluo continued to dab at his perspiring brow, the beauty, nearly suffocated by found solace in his embrace. Gently patting her back, the golden crocodile earnestly cautioned, "Do take heed next time. This was a mere act of mercy from the great sir. Should you dare to speak out again, even my loyalty to him may not suffice to shield you." With a lingering sense of dread, he reflected that had the woman held no value for him, her fate would have been sealed due to his fidelity to Liubei. As he enveloped her in his arms, the surrounding elders shook their heads in disapproval. After leaving, Liubei did not rush to seek out his companions, for nothing was more pressing than the turmoil currently unfolding in the Eastern Sea. Arriving at the Elder Hall, he observed the diligent Douluo engrossed in reviewing documents, raising his hand to signal his subordinates, who had taken notice of him, to remain silent. "You seem quite earnest," he remarked. Just as Douluo was engrossed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Filled with suspicion, he raised his head in confusion and beheld a young man with stubble. Startled, he hastily stood up, exclaiming, "My lord, what brings you here?" Douluo's heart raced, and he gazed at Liubei with a look of astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. "Am I truly that frightening?" Liubei's countenance was clouded with gloom, his gaze fixed intently upon Douluo. Noticing the latter's somewhat hurried breaths, he casually seated himself at the desk, which should have belonged to Douluo. Now, it was unceremoniously occupied by Liubei, a clear indication that he deemed Douluo's dignity to be of little consequence. No. My lord, please do not misunderstand. It was merely that your sudden arrival caught me off guard, and I failed to notify my subordinates, fearing I might overlook some detail, Douluo stammered. Enough. You are now a respected elder overseeing the entire Spirit Empire. How can I entrust the Hall of Elders to you under these circumstances? I am unworthy. With a resounding thud, Douluo knelt upon the ground, bowing his head in submission. Liubei casually pulled over a chair and took a seat. There's no need for such trepidation. If I had intended to eliminate you, you would have perished alongside your 2 friends long ago. With a gulp, Douluo swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the beads of sweat that fell to the ground. He was genuinely terrified, his heart lodged firmly in his throat. Although he was uncertain of what had provoked Liubei's ire, he understood all too well that reasoning with a person like Liubei was utterly futile. "My lord, your subordinate is unaware of the purpose of your visit today. I humbly request your enlightenment." Douluo, drenched in sweat, remained oblivious to what had displeased Liubei. Yet, as Liubei remained silent, he mustered the courage to inquire earnestly. Observing Douluo's fearful demeanor, Liubei's expression remained impassive as he extended his hands. Eh. With Liubei's assistance, Zhu rose, perhaps genuinely intimidated by Liubei's presence. Even as he was helped to his feet, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. As a manager of the Elders' Hall, I trust you are aware of the recent events in the East Sea? Recent events in the East Sea? What does my lord imply? Douluo felt a twinge of foreboding as he listened to Liubei's words. I wish for you to make a journey to the East Sea. Upon hearing Liubei's directive, Douluo was so startled that he nearly lost his footing. Had Liubei not steadied him, he might have indeed collapsed to the ground in his current state. Look at you, so lacking in resolve. The Douluo who once accompanied me to assault the Haotian sect and the Star Luo Empire. Have the comforts of these past years dulled your once fiery spirit? In response to Liubei's probing, Douluo's eyes glistened with moisture, as if Liubei's words had struck a chord deep within his heart. After a brief silence, a flicker of determination ignited in Douluo's gaze as he bit his lip. Rest assured, my lord, it is merely the East Sea. This life of mine is yours to command. If you wish to reclaim it today, then even if faced with mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall accept it. Douluo spoke up suddenly, his resolve unmistakable. Liubei's expression was thoroughly amused by the conversation with the other party. All right. I do not mean to impose upon you. I merely stopped by to take a look. Moreover, I have already sent the Grand Elder personally. Thus, I came to inquire if you would be interested in accompanying him on an outing. Accompanying him on an outing? And you just happened to stop by to ask? Douluo could not help but smile wryly. His face, etched with embarrassment, left him feeling somewhat dazed. Although Liubei spoke in such a manner, Douluo, unable to discern the truth amidst the fabrications, could only acquiesce to his earlier words and agree to accompany the golden crocodile, Douluo, to the East Sea. Having agreed, the golden crocodile, Douluo, and Douluo, under the watchful gaze of Liubei and his companions, boarded the leisurely boat provided by Liubei and swiftly set sail towards the East Sea, where the incident had occurred. Observing the elite Spirit Hall members and numerous elders being reassigned, a middle-aged man, unable to contain his frustration, hurriedly addressed Liubei, my lord. It is thanks to your benevolence that I have attained the position of Grand Offering, though my strength may not rival that of the Grand Elder. Why can they go while I cannot? While Liubei was conversing with Bibi Dong, this middle-aged man suddenly stood before them. Noticing the man's disgruntled expression, Liubei furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, You are now a Grand Offering and ought to remain in the Empire to guard it. If you were to leave, would it not invite chaos into our Spirit Empire? The robust Grand Offering was taken aback by Liubei's reasoning, which elevated his status to its zenith in an instant. Feeling somewhat flattered yet embarrassed, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Grand Offering, I trust Xiao Bei's judgment. Therefore, I implore you to place your faith in him as well, if you would. Bibi Dong gazed at the Grand Offering with a gentle expression, her calm demeanor providing a stark contrast to his turmoil. Faced with her somewhat disarming tone, the usually impetuous Grand Offering hastily clasped his fists and departed without uttering a word. Oh, he has always been a guard. When you set forth on your expeditions, he was ever at your side, though you have undertaken no actions in these past 5 years. Those generals who once fought alongside you have endured a life akin to torment. Oh, sister, your words leave Xiao Bei feeling quite aggrieved. Had it not been for Xiao Bei accompanying his senior sister over the past 5 years, how could one possibly explain the child she carries within her? Liubei embraced Bibi Dong's slender waist, his expression tender as he gazed upon her flushed cheeks. He then leaned in, pressing his lips against hers with deep affection. Chapter 53. You are being quite indecent. With so many onlookers, Bibi Dong blushed beautifully. In her state of embarrassment, those witnessing the scene wore expressions of profound awkwardness. What could they do? Liubei bestowed a gentle smile as he delicately wiped away the lingering warmth from Bibidong's lips. Just as he embraced her slender waist, preparing to take his leave, a voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Sir, Miss Ain has requested to discuss an important matter with you. With a furrowed brow, Liubei turned to glance back, his gaze landing on a somewhat anxious maid. Momentarily taken aback, he then looked towards Bibi Dong, who, receiving his silent encouragement, blossomed into a confident smile. Go ahead. After all, it has been quite some time since you last visited her, hasn't it? Very well. I shall return shortly. Liubei nodded earnestly, signaling the maid to lead the way towards the place where Ain resided. Ever since Ain fell out of favor, her life could be described as one of profound suffering. After all, during the passionate period Liubei shared with her, Yin's heart had long ceased to harbor space for anyone else. Now, confronted with Liubei's indifference, Ain, who harbored unreciprocated feelings, undoubtedly endured the greatest torment. Within a modestly adorned house, The untidy courtyard bore witness to neglect. One could easily surmise that during a Yin's time of misfortune, her existence was far from the joyous life one might envision. What had become of the maids and servants who once attended to Ayin? Liubei furrowed her brow. Although Ayin had indeed fallen from grace, it did not imply that the maids and servants could exhibit the same indifference towards her. Ever since the master quarreled with Miss Ayin, you have not returned here. Thus, for those maids and servants, associating with a fallen mistress offers no prospects. Do they truly believe that a maid or a servant can aspire to a promising future? Liubei furrowed his brow, feeling utterly perplexed by the maid's response. Then why do you not leave? Are you not also a maid? Liubei inquired with a hint of perplexity, his gaze imbued with an air of indifference that rendered the maid trembling with unease. I have received care from Miss Ayin. She has shown me kindness, and she is already quite pitiable. If I were to abandon her, I fear for her well-being, the maid's voice quavered, her words trailing off into a soft sob. Witnessing her distress, Liubei, unable to bear the sight, gently placed his hand upon her shoulder and offered words of comfort. You have endured much while tending to her during this time. Liubei strode purposefully toward the closed door. With a gentle push, he opened it, revealing a candle that had long since burned out, leaving only a charred wick. His complexion gradually turned ashen as he directed his gaze toward the bed. There, he beheld a delicate jade hand hanging limply. In a state of bewilderment, Liubei focused his eyes, only to be seized by a chilling dread that sent cold sweat down his back. He hastened to the bedside, urgently lifting Ayin, and called out loudly to the waiting maid outside, "Quickly, fetch the physician." Upon hearing Liubei's voice from within, the maid smiled and promptly rushed toward the nearest doctor as instructed. You have finally come to find me," Ayin spoke, her tone tinged with a poignant sorrow, as she looked upon Liubei with a haunting beauty. Liubei responded with a solemn expression. "If you wish for me to seek you out, there were countless methods at your disposal. Yet, why did you choose the path of self-destruction above all others?" Although Liubei felt somewhat discontented, he gazed at the wound on a Yin's wrist, now dried and congealed with blood. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had chosen to argue with this woman. Was it truly because I sensed your love for me waning? Was it solely due to my inability to bear your child that you chose to distance yourself from me? Liubei chose silence. Although he genuinely cherished Ayin, the thought of raising another's child was indeed a daunting prospect for him. "Mother, I heard from Sister Xiang that father has come, right?" Just as Ayin earnestly inquired of Liubei, a boy's voice echoed through the desolate courtyard, filled with excitement, as if his arrival brought him immense joy. As the boy dashed into the house, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his mother running toward Liubei. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and hurried to Liubei's side. "Chinner, be a good boy. Your father has come all this way. Please don't make him angry." Ayin spoke wearily, yet her gaze toward Liu Qian brimmed with affection. "Yes, Chinner is the most obedient. I will never make father angry." Liu Quan obediently spoke. However, as he scratched his head, Liubei's attention was instantly drawn to the scars on his arm. Although the scars were but a fleeting glimpse, they were nonetheless etched in Liubei's mind. He reached out and grasped Liu Quan's arm, his expression solemn as he earnestly inquired, "What has happened to your arm?" Liu Quan felt a twinge of guilt as he hurriedly lowered his head, utterly unprepared for Liubei's discovery. "What happened to your arm?" Liubei asked, his brow furrowed with an icy detachment. Although Liu Quan was not his biological offspring, if he had been wronged at the spear hall, it was still Liubei's duty as a father to intervene, setting aside the fact that Liu Quan's father was the very man Liubei had slain. For the sake of Ayin, he felt compelled to uphold the treatment that Liu Quan deserved within the spirit hall. Liu Quan dared not utter a word, for he stood before his own father. Although his father seldom visited him, in his memories, his father was a remarkably affable figure. At such a tender age, he could not discern the underlying reasons. However, one truth was abundantly clear to him, ever since that intense quarrel between his parents. His father had not graced this place with his presence again. Observing Liu Quan's stammering demeanor, Liubei, feeling a surge of irritation, reached out to grasp his arm, forcefully pulling him closer. Under Liubei's earnest gaze, the bruises on his back became a distressing sight. Who had inflicted such harm? Liubei exhaled a breath of frustration. His earnest inquiry seemed to stem from a deliberate attempt to suppress the anger simmering within him. Is it truly normal for children to act out occasionally? You dare to suggest that the scars adorning his body are merely the result of childish antics? Liubei was seething with rage. However, upon noticing Yin's already moist eyes, he turned to her and offered an apology. "I am truly sorry. I should not have raised my voice at you." Liubei spoke with an air of regret, while Ain could only manage a wry smile, burying her head into his chest. The warmth radiating from Liubei enveloped her, making her forget the last time she had nestled against him. In this cocoon of safety, she quietly drifted into slumber. Sir! Silence! Just as Ain had succumbed to sleep, a hurried figure burst into the room. It was only when he caught sight of Liubei's menacing glare that he fell to his knees in fright. Observing the physician, who was so easily intimidated by a mere word from his father, Lu Quan was left utterly bewildered. It was as if none of this were real. He had only heard from his mother that his father was quite busy, yet she had never conveyed to him the true extent of his father's prowess. Now, experiencing the formidable presence emanating from Liubei for the first time, the young Lu Quan gazed at his father with eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 54. Come over and assist her with a physical examination. Father is truly handsome. Lu Quan gazed at Liubei with a face full of admiration. In his eyes, it was perhaps astonishing to witness such prowess from Liubei for the first time. After all, in the past, Liubei had merely arrived as an individual, nothing more. Thus, for the young Lu Quan, his father's mere words could compel others to kneel. Such a person, what else could he be but a formidable figure? Gulme, assist her in examining her health. Liubei, with an air of indifference, addressed the physician who knelt before him in a supplicating manner, his gaze rife with impatience. He was no saint, incapable of extending a heart of tolerance to all. The physician, trembling, managed to rise, hastily making his way to the bedside, where he immediately knelt to take Ain's pulse. Observing the delicate, fair wrist of Ain, he noted a scarred line of dried blood. The physician swallowed hard, proceeding with utmost caution. After a brief moment, having ascertained that Ain was not in any grave danger, he turned to Liubei and earnestly stated, "My lord, the young lady Ain is not seriously harmed. However, if I were to express a concern, it would be advisable for you and me to step outside for a more detailed discussion. Is it truly necessary to step outside?" Liubei cast a suspicious gaze upon the physician. Were it not for the physician's modest reputation within the spirit hall, he might have genuinely believed him to be a charlatan. "Come out," he commanded. As Liubei's countenance darkened, he noticed the pallor of Ain in his arms and gently set her down. He then gestured for the physician to follow him outside. "Father." Lu Quan stood rooted to the spot, calling out. Yet, Ain suddenly spoke, signaling him to refrain from acting rashly. Lu Quan, remaining obediently in place, silently observed the departure of Liubei and the physician, fixating on their retreating figures. He was engulfed by an overwhelming fear that his father might once again leave him behind. Upon entering the courtyard, he surveyed the disarray of the grass strewn about, his brows furrowing slightly as he noticed Liubei's troubled expression. Behind him, the physician respectfully bowed, stating, "Sir, Miss Ain may be suffering from malady of the heart. As the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a remedy of the heart. The one who ties the bell must be the one to untie it." Heart ailment? Lu Quan gazed intently at the physician, who nodded earnestly. Liubei undoubtedly believed that the other party would not dare to deceive him. Although he lacked knowledge in medicine, he could clearly perceive the sparkle in a yin's eyes upon seeing him. He understood that he was, in essence, the Ain of today, in dire need of the very remedy that could restore him. "I see," he said. "I shall procure some nourishing prescriptions and instruct the servants to prepare them." With that, he dismissed himself. As the physician departed, the hesitant Liubei made the decision to enter the room. He observed Lu Quan, who was diligently peeling an orange with his small hands. Liubei approached him from behind, placing his hand gently atop his head. In a tender voice, he inquired, "My dear Quaner, do tell your father, who has been bullying you. Shall I assist you in teaching him a lesson?" Liubei spoke gently. Although the child before him was not his biological offspring, as long as he was willing to heed his words, what difference did it make? After all, compared to the shame of it all, having Tang Hao's son call Liubei father was the true source of embarrassment for Tang Hao. "Father, are you truly willing to teach those rascals a lesson for Quaner?" Observing the faint smile on Liubei's face, Lu Quan, though somewhat apprehensive, could not help but inquire with excitement. "Silly child, you call me father. What kind of father stands idly by while his own child is bullied?" Liubei inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of awkwardness in response to Lu Quan's inquiry. Confronted with Lu Quan's skepticism, this was certainly not a favorable situation for Liubei. If he wished for Lu Quan to follow him wholeheartedly, the only recourse was to provide him with paternal affection to the best of his ability. Never mind. It is quite natural for children to engage in playful scuffles. Given his current standing, there was no need to quarrel with others over a child. Just as a bittersweet smile graced Liubei's lips, lying on the bed, Ain was equally engulfed in a tumult of emotions. "No, he is my son. Liubei's son. To dare to bully my son Liubei is to show me utter disrespect. Liubei's expression suddenly turned solemn. His formidable presence commanded respect, silencing in an instant. Come, lead me to those who have wronged you. I wish to uncover the backgrounds of these individuals who dare to bully my son. Liubei. In the face of Liubei's unwavering authority, Lu Quan, with a face brimming with admiration, could not help but nod in agreement. He reached out and grasped Liubei's hand, feeling the icy chill of his palm. The formidable presence of Liubei stirred something deep within my subconscious. Let us go. Father, this time, I shall see if those individuals dare to claim that I am a child born of a mother but raised without a father. Quaner, what nonsense are you uttering? Lu Quan was acutely aware of his missteps, his face a portrait of distress, almost on the verge of tears. Observing his trembling form, he exhaled softly and turned to Ain, saying, Once I have dealt with those rascals, you shall come live with me. Ain, frozen on the bed, was engulfed in tears by the time Liubei departed. During the time apart from Liubei, she realized the stark truth. Her life had become utterly mundane in his absence. Were it not for the presence of the young Lu Quan, given her temperament from years past, she might have truly contemplated the unthinkable. On a day blessed with gentle breezes and clear skies, the young Lu Quan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as he sensed the warmth of his father's palm. At a mere 5.5 years of age, he was just a birthday away from turning 6. Hand in hand with Liubei, the duo traversed the streets of the Spirit Hall, drawing astonished gazes from passers-by. Though they did not know the name of the young boy, the striking young man with stubble was unmistakable to all, even to those whose sight was impaired. They could discern his essence merely by his presence. As the onlookers averted their gazes, they called Liubei Lord Lu, leaving Lu Quan, with his young mind, increasingly perplexed. Under Lu Quan's guidance, they finally arrived at the academy he attended. Although it was not a martial spirit academy, it was a splendid place for a boy like Lu Quan to learn and grow. As Liubei held Lu Quan's small hand and entered the academy, the heads and elders who had received the news rushed forward, their hearts in disarray. Observing their pale faces, Liubei, with a stoic expression, turned to Lu Quan and gently instructed, Quan, now tell them your name and who your father is. At that moment, the heads and elders were taken aback. Their emotions jolted as they heard Liubei's words. Ma Liu Quan. My father is Liubei. What? The deans and elders, upon hearing the words uttered by the boy, were stricken with fear and fell to their knees, fervently kowtowing and pleading for mercy. It was as if the arrival of Liubei had instilled in them an acute awareness of the looming threat of death. Chapter 55. The heart-wrenching wail of Yu Xiaojiang. Isn't he referred to as Lan Quan? How could he be called Lu Quan? They lamented. My lord, had we known that this individual was also your son, we would never have dared to show any negligence, even unto death. Indeed, my lord. According to the customs of our spirit hall, it is customary for attendants to accompany. Thus it is unprecedented for a young master to arrive in person. The deans and elders continued to offer their explanations, yet the more they elaborated, the more their words seemed to exacerbate their plight. Liubei's anger intensified, and in a fit of rage, he kicked over the esteemed dean. He then lifted Lu Quan's garments, revealing the bruises adorning his body. The dean, having been knocked to the ground, was thrown into a state of panic, resembling a frenzied dog. He rushed to Liubei's feet, fervently bowing his head in a desperate display of submission, his forehead bloodied and battered. Liubei exhibited not a trace of compassion. Setting aside his profound influence within the martial Soul Empire, the faculty members of this very academy are all on the payroll of the empire. Thus, any transgression against him is sufficient to bring misfortune upon them all. Quian, who struck you? Tell father, and I shall rectify the matter. The mere utterance of his words sent shivers through those present. Although they had no part in the incident involving Lu Quan, their disdain was directed toward the audacious child who dared to strike Liubei, condemning them to share in the ensuing calamity. Father, Master Yu is not here. Master Yu? Liubei was momentarily taken aback as he listened to Master Yu, feeling an inexplicable sense of confusion. Wang Chang, my son Liubei. It matters not if you do not recognize him. You should be most aware of who this Master Yu truly is, correct? I am the esteemed dean referred to as Wang Chang. Confronted by Liubei's menacing gaze, his own eyes hardened as he bellowed at the elders, who were similarly kneeling before him. Summon that scoundrel Yu Gang to me. I shall personally rip him apart today. Wang Chang's fury was palpable. The countenance that should embody a mentor had transformed into one of grotesque rage. As the dean seethed with indignation, the elders remained silent, until finally, one elder with bushy brows spoke tremulously. Elder Yu Gang should still be in the back garden. The back garden, is it? Come, Quaner. Today, your father shall demonstrate to you just how formidable he truly is. Liubei suddenly lifted Lu Quan into his arms. As Lu Quan wore a look of bewilderment, he found himself unexpectedly embraced by Liubei. In the blink of an eye, Liubei, who had stood before Wang Chong just moments ago, transformed into a mere shadow, swept away by a gust of wind. Damn it, you gang. And you lot. What on earth are you doing day in and day out? You can't even uncover the fact that Liu Darren's son is here to study. If Liu Darren decides to take my life today, rest assured, each and every one of you shall accompany me to the grave before I depart this world. The elders were left trembling in fear. Despite Wang Chong's words being difficult to accept, they found themselves devoid of any rebuttal in the face of reality. As Wang Chong pursued after them, the elders exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly following suit. Meanwhile, the students who witnessed this extraordinary scene wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Among the stunned onlookers, a few young boys appeared particularly pale, their faces drained of color. It's over. It's actually Liu Darren. Who is Liu Darren? Is he formidable? My father is an elder of the Wuhuan Empire. Enough already. You might scare others, but to intimidate Liu Darren. The boy fell silent, perhaps due to having heard countless tales of Liu Bei's exploits from his family. Now, his expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed something utterly repugnant. In the rear garden, what should have been a refreshing setting on a sunny day turned grim with the arrival of an uninvited guest. A young man, bloodied and bruised, was struck to the ground by a single punch from this intruder. Observing the bloodstains etched across the young man's face, inflicted by the shattered lenses of his glasses, a beautiful woman, who was somewhat alluring, gasped in horror, covering her cherry-red lips. The frightened lady, her beauty marred by fear, screamed incessantly. Be quiet. Liu Bei's furious reprimand reverberated through the air. The woman before him trembled, desperately suppressing the urge to weep. Who are you? The young man, struck by Liu Bei's punch, managed to rise unsteadily to his feet, shaking slightly as he struggled to regain his balance. Ignoring the pain etched across his face, the nearsighted youth retrieved a new pair of glasses from the ring adorning his finger. Just as he assumed he was under attack from a romantic rival, the moment he donned the glasses and beheld the visage of the approaching figure, he stood frozen in sheer astonishment. Liubei, he exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief, as if the person before him was but a figment of his imagination. Meanwhile, the once tearful beauty, upon hearing the young man's exclamation, was so startled that she collapsed to her knees, hastily bowing her head, fearful of meeting Liu Bei's gaze. After all, who was Liu Bei? Not only did the spirit hall bear witness to his presence, but the entire Douluo continent was also rife with legends of his exploits. I was under the impression that you had perished back in the day. Who would have thought your life force is as resilient as a cockroach, impervious to any blows dealt? Liu Bei mocked, his eyes brimming with contempt. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who had long harbored a genuine apprehension towards Liu Bei, found himself rendered speechless in the face of such disdain. Observing that Yu Xiaojiang had no intention of responding, Liu Bei did not wait for him to react. Liu Bei had already shifted his form. Thud! Thud! As Yu Xiaojiang's face turned pale to the utmost degree, he remained silent, only to feel a malevolent wind rushing swiftly toward him. The rustling of leaves surrounded him, followed by the sharp crack of bones. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion drained of color, and he then spewed forth a spray of blood, shrieking as he was hurled backward. It was only after colliding with two trees that his body finally came to a halt. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's woeful cries, those who had finally arrived were struck with terror upon noticing that his arms hung helplessly at his sides. A cold sweat broke out on their brows as they observed the ghastly sight of Yu Xiaojiang's bone protruding from his wrist, with only a fragment of flesh tenuously connecting it, blood and tissue in a gruesome state. The horrifying scene compelled a beautiful woman, who knelt on the ground, to retch uncontrollably. Liu Bei's icy gaze fell upon the individuals before him. With an air of authority, he addressed them in a chilling tone. Director Wang, I presume you are fully aware of how the remaining matters should be handled, and I trust one need not remind you further. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Wang Chong stammered, trembling in the presence of Liu Bei's palpable aura of death. Chapter 56. Ayan, with a shy smile upon her face, exclaimed, Father, I never imagined you would be so formidable. Her attention was drawn to Liu Quan's captivating eyes, which sparkled like stars at that moment. Liubei, wearing a benevolent expression, nodded in acknowledgement. He had no intention of concealing anything from Liu Quan. After all, it was evident that Liu Quan was still unaware of the true nature of his father, Liu Bei. However, Liubei firmly believed that in due time, as Lu Quan matured, he would take immense pride in his father as the most powerful being in the Douluo continent. Although Liubei had dealt with Yu Shaojiang, his mood was not as jubilant as one might expect. Had he not personally come to this academy, it was likely that, given the various strata within its walls, Lu Quan would have fallen victim to its merciless violence. As Liubei led Lu Quan away, he noticed a figure approaching. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a cold glance at the newcomer and remarked icily, "Elder Chun, you certainly wield a great deal of authority." "My lord." The middle-aged man, clad in resplendent attire, was visibly shaken by Liubei's stern tone and hastily bowed, his whole body trembling in response. Lu Quan was acutely aware that his father was once again preparing to administer punishment. "My lord, I truly had no knowledge that your child was also enrolled in this academy. Had I been privy to the identity of your esteemed son, even possessing 10 heads would not suffice in atoning for my transgressions," Elder Chen stammered, trembling as he explained. Upon hearing this, Liubei was consumed by fury. Without uttering a word, he swiftly appeared before Elder Chun with an intimidating presence. Faced with such ghostly speed, Elder Chun, startled, barely lifted his gaze before Liubei transformed his palm into a fist and struck Elder Chen's chest with tremendous force. Bang! The terrifying strength propelled Elder Chen across the room, crashing him into the wall, which trembled violently upon impact. Before Elder Chun could recover from the sharp pain in his chest, Liubei seized him as if he were a mere sack of flour. My lord Elder Chun regrettably attempted to continue his explanation, but Liubei, unwilling to hear any more, grasped him firmly and slammed him down onto the ground. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though every bone in Elder Chen's body had shattered, leaving a deep impression of his form in the earth. Following this, he coughed violently, spewing blood. The onlookers, parents who had come to enroll their children, were left in shock at this sight, paralyzed by fear. As Liubei continued to pummel Elder Chun, some parents, unable to bear the scene, shouted in indignation at Liubei. Yet, the moment Liubei cast a glance their way, those parents felt an icy chill run through their very cores, as if every pore of their skin were being pricked by needles. In this oppressive atmosphere, the sensation of being seen thoroughly froze their hearts. Casting a brief glance at the now silent onlookers, Liubei, with a face devoid of any emotion, pressed his palm down onto Elder Chen's face. Boom! With an explosive surge of power, his hand pressed forcefully against Elder Chen's visage. The force of the blow whipped through the air, lifting the skirts of the nearby ladies. The men, unable to appreciate the spectacle, were soon drawn back to attention by a sudden, loud noise. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle, several young children were overwhelmed with fear and began to weep. The parents, helpless in the face of it all, could only gaze upon the youth before them, whose stubble-laden visage betrayed a merciless nature. His methods were undeniably savage. After dispatching the Elder Chun, the gaze of Liubei, now suddenly frigid, returned to Lu Quan's side. He could not help but notice Lu Quan's somewhat dazed expression, fully aware of the implications. Lu Quan, this child has truly frightened himself. Come on, Quaner. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you again, your father will be there to teach them a lesson. Liubei smeated faintly, his calm demeanor prompting the surrounding parents to discreetly withdraw. As for the elegant women who brought their children to the academy, they couldn't help but be captivated by Liubei's masculine charm, their hearts blossoming with admiration. Under the scrutiny of such attention, the young Lu Quan experienced, for the first time, a sense of nobility. He observed how the boys who had once tormented him now kept their distance, and a small sense of happiness welled up within him. Noticing the excitement etched on Lu Quan's face, Liubei, as a father, felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to instill pride in his son. Accompanying Lu Quan back to Ayin, he watched as she sipped her medicinal broth before turning to Lu Quan and saying, "Go out and play. Later, I shall take you to meet your brother." "My brother? Father, do I really have a brother? Why has mother never told me about him?" Lu Quan was somewhat taken aback by the revelation of having a younger brother, a notion he had never anticipated. He could not fathom why his mother had chosen not to inform him of this familial bond. Yet from Liubei's gaze, it was evident that Ayin had her own reasons for withholding this information. "Go and play. In due time, you shall be able to attend school alongside your brother. Thus, no one shall continue to torment you." Liubei followed Lu Quan's gaze to Ayin, locking eyes with her. Gently, he caressed Lu Quan's little head, signaling him to depart. The understanding Lu Quan beamed with joy, and after leaving, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation for this brother he had never met. "What is the matter? Your mood appears rather gloomy," he remarked as he entered the room and took a seat beside Ayin. With a tender expression, He pondered how long it had been since he wore such a countenance. Upon hearing Liu Bei's inquiry, a yin's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears. No, I am not unhappy. On the contrary, I am elated. You see, because you instructed me to keep Quan's existence a secret, I have not disclosed that he is your child. You haven't revealed that he is my child? Ain began to weep, and Liu Bei, moved by her sorrow, hurried to console her. Foolish girl, you have endured so much over the years. I have contemplated this. Even if he is not my biological son, you are, after all, still my woman. Come live with me. At the very least, Quan will have someone to play with. As he embraced a yin's waist, she nestled into his embrace. In this delicate moment, feeling the softness of her body, Liu Bei smiled gently and whispered in her ear, "It has been far too long since we engaged in that act. You know, with no one around, why not?" Ain, momentarily bewildered by his insinuation, gazed at Liu Bei in confusion. However, upon meeting his suggestive eyes, realization dawned upon her, and she shyly smiled. Nodding silently, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Liu Bei's heart warmed at the sight of her joy. He then wrapped his arms around her back and strode towards the bed he had not lain upon in ages. Chapter 57. Ain, you are beautiful. Gently placing Ain down, she bit her lip nervously, having not shared a room with Liu Bei for quite some time. With a soft smile from Liu Bei, he reached out to remove the garments adorning Ain's form. As her attire fell away, the bashful Ain appeared irresistibly charming. After what felt like an eternity, with her breath quickening, Ain found herself enveloped in the man's passionate embrace. "Come, let us go to my place. I will take you back to your true home." Liu Bei gazed at Ain in his embrace. Noticing the overwhelming drowsiness that enveloped her, he chose to allow her a moment of respite. After what seemed like an hour had passed, Ain, having regained some of her strength, finally emerged from the room, urged on by Liu Quan's persistent encouragement. Liu Bei, who had been waiting at the door, was captivated by the delicate, pale figure that graced his view. Ain, with her hands clasped behind her back, donned a flowing gown of soft white. Her enchanting eyes and graceful stature resembled a blooming white lotus. "Ain, you are truly beautiful." Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback. Almost instinctively, he stepped forward, approaching her with deliberate strides. He wrapped his arms around a yin's slender waist, gazing at her blushing visage. Were it not for the presence of numerous onlookers, he might have swept her into his embrace and carried her into the hall filled with melodious sounds. As he felt Liu Bei's ardent gaze upon her, a yin's enchanting eyes met his, her delicately flushed cheeks resembling the allure of a ripened apple. "Let us go. There are many eyes upon us," she remarked playfully, her lips slightly pouting in a charming manner, which sent a delightful flutter through Liu Bei's heart. With Ain in his embrace, he made his way outside, where she was lifted into the carriage. In that moment, Ain felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Let us depart." Liu Bei's cold words emanated an aura akin to that of a descending deity of death, instilling a profound sense of fear within those assisting Ain with a relocation. "Have you noticed?" "Noticed what?" "The complexion of Miss Ain appears significantly more vibrant than during her prior examination." "Hee. The concoctions I prepared for Miss Ain consist of exceedingly precious medicinal herbs. It is only natural for results to manifest so swiftly." "Is that truly the case?" "That is not the impression I have." As I helplessly watched Ain being taken away by Liu Bei, the physicians who had come specifically to bid farewell could not restrain their murmurs of discussion. Time passed unmeasured as we arrived before a residence adorned with a plaque, crafted from exceptionally rare timber. Liu Bei extended his arms and embraced Ain. A gentle breeze caressed a yin's hair, creating a picturesque scene. In this soft, breezy atmosphere, a yin's pure white short dress subtly exuded an air of mystery. "Daddy," called out Xianer, just as Liu Bei had embraced Ain. He had yet to take the opportunity to hold Liu Quan. Behind him, a boy's voice rang out. Turning to see the boy who had rushed into his embrace, Liu Bei's face radiated affection as he instinctively drew Liu Xian into his arms. "Daddy." Liu Quan observed the unfolding scene, his heart laden with a sense of grievance. He could only watch, wide-eyed, until Liu Bei, suddenly struck by a thought, embraced Liu Xian and approached the carriage. He then took Liu Quan and Liu Xian into his arms. Thus, amidst the respectful gazes of numerous subordinates, he strode confidently into his own estate. Ain trailed closely beside Liu Bei, and the sight of the two walking side by side quietly crafted a striking tableau, drawing envious glances from many onlookers. "Master, in accordance with your instructions, the residence for Madame Ain and young Master Liu Quan has been meticulously arranged." A slender maiden approached them, her demeanor composed. Liubei, who had been nodding in silence, suddenly recalled something and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where is your junior sister?" Rong. Why has she not come to greet her brother? Liubei's expression was one of displeasure. After all, this was his first time openly welcoming Ain back home. At the very least, he wanted Ain to perceive his stance. As for the esteemed master, his junior sister had gone out to enjoy herself with senior sister Ruo Lin and had yet to return. Therefore, Ruo Xan was unable to convey the matters of the master had specifically requested. Please forgive me, esteemed master. This young lady named Ruo Xan is Liubei's personally accepted disciple. It is not merely due to her identity and background that Liubei felt inclined to take her under his wing. Rather, it was because at such a tender age, this young girl, Liubei, was profoundly captivated by the beauty of the other party. Although the instruction of these female disciples and their cultivation was not always imparted directly by Liubei under the earnest guidance of Bibi Dong, Ruo Xan and Ruo Lin's progress in their training was remarkably rapid. Thus, when Ruo Xan was still a graceful 16-year-old maiden, her cultivation had already reached the formidable level of Soul King at 54. Her senior sister, Ruo Lin, was even more impressive, being an 18-year-old Soul Emperor at 68. While Ning Rong may not have matched the excellence of her two senior sisters, she diligently cultivated to attain the level of a Soul Master at the 11th tier, all the while basking in the title of a natural beauty. As for Liubei's two sons, aside from Lu Quan, who could only attend school to learn to read, Lu Xian has also been assigned a mentor by Liubei. Interestingly, Lu Xian's mentor is none other than the esteemed Golden Crocodile Douluo, a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, who has been deliberately dispatched to the East Sea by Liubei. As for Lu Quan, Liubei undoubtedly harbors his own thoughts. He possesses an astute understanding of the personalities of all individuals within the Spirit Hall. Which direction should Lu Quan pursue? In his heart, he has long since made up his mind. At that moment, as Liubei felt a surge of anger due to Ning Rong's absence, a gentle and melodious female voice reached his ears. He turned to see a captivating woman in a red dress, who was smiling radiantly at him. Liubei's gaze fell upon the alluring figure cloaked in a red dress, her voluptuous form partially concealed beneath the fabric. Upon encountering the enchanting woman adorned in the mature elegance of her crimson attire, Ain appeared somewhat overshadowed by her radiant presence. Surely, this must be Sister Ain? Greetings, I am Lu Yanran, the wife of Bei Ge. Yanran. Hearing Lu Yanran's declaration, Liubei furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this was indeed a bold advance towards Ain. Just as he anticipated that the typically demure Ain would remain unresponsive, he was taken aback by her subsequent words, which stirred an uncontrollable urge within him to offer her a thumbs up. Greetings, I am Ain, and I too am Liubei's wife. The atmosphere, thick with palpable tension, seemed ready to ignite at any moment. Liubei gazed at the two women whose eyes had locked in a fierce confrontation. For a fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of regret for bringing Ain back with her. What could possibly ignite such intense ire between her two younger sisters? Just as Ain and Lu Yanran were enveloped in animosity, a sudden voice echoed through the air, marking the emergence of another presence. Liubei turned her attention to a strikingly tall woman, possessing alluringly long legs. Liubei's gaze once again involuntarily fell upon those gracefully elongated and exquisite legs. In the distance, the newcomer seemed to sense Liubei's scrutiny, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she continued to saunter toward him, her alluring legs moving with undeniable charm. Hee daddy, I'm back. Oh, is it so lively at home today? Auntie is here too. At that moment, another adorable girl suddenly exclaimed in surprise. As she called out, a gentle-eyed young woman, on the brink of adulthood, stood beside her, observing the scene with a tender expression. Her bright, captivating eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, imbued with a subtle, elusive charm. Chapter 58. The gaze from Bibi Dong the gathering moved to the hall, where they took their respective seats according to their roles. Liubei sat in the main seat, while beside him was Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong wore a smile, yet the murderous intent lurking within her eyes rendered Liubei hesitant to speak loudly. What is the matter, everyone? Weren't we all on good terms before? Why is it that now, with my presence, you all seem reluctant to converse? Is it that my arrival instills fear in you? I assure you, I am but a benevolent woman. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao Bei? Bibi Dong stated coldly. However, as she slightly turned her head to glance at Liubei, her enchanting eyes suddenly closed. In that fleeting moment, as Liubei beheld Bibi Dong's serene smile with her eyes shut, he felt as though he were confronted by the specter of death itself. This was indeed a life-threatening question, and Liubei was acutely aware of it. Thus, as he prepared to utter his next words, his mind raced to formulate a response that would appease Bibi Dong while ensuring that the other women felt no grievance. What are you saying, senior sister? We are, after all, one family. Families should coexist harmoniously, should they not? Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Although Liubei's response was not precisely what she desired, it did serve as a reminder of the virtue of moderation. Mom, why do I feel as if Big Aunt is upset? Big Aunt? At that moment, while Bibi Dong and Liubei exchanged words, Lu Xian, nestled in Lu Yinran's embrace, inquired with a perplexed expression. In response to Lu Xian's question, Lu Yinran smiled gently, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she looked at Liubei, and replied earnestly, "Silly child. Big Aunt is part of our family. How could she ever be angry?" Liubei was startled. After all, Lu Yinran's words could be seen as a provocation towards Bibi Dong, echoing her previous statements. In Lu Yinran's eyes, Bibi Dong's remarks were nothing short of unreasonable. Such a woman, who indulges in irrationality, is hardly deserving of any flattering title. At that moment, Ain, who had witnessed the entire scene, wore a bittersweet smile. If not for her profound affection for Liubei, she would have found it unbearable to endure the chill of indifference, given her temperament. She would likely have taken Lu Quan's hand and departed from this atmosphere thick with tension. Perhaps, sensing a Yin's rueful expression, Liubei suddenly recalled something and gestured towards Lu Quan and Lu Xian, saying, "Quaner, Xianer, your father's calling for you." Liubei's hand had yet to descend. At that moment, the synchronized voices of Yin and Lu Yinran echoed. "Oh, young man, do you also bear the surname Lu?" Lu Xian gazed curiously at Lu Quan, for in his mind, he held no impression of this individual. If Lu Xian was the privileged young masterborn with a golden key, then Lu Quan was a wretched soul brought into the world amidst hardship. Although they shared the same surname, the treatment they received was worlds apart. For instance, Lu Xian was adorned in garments of exquisite cost, purchased with great expense, while Lu Quan's attire, his clothes and trousers, were acquired through frugality and toil. The two approached Liubei, and amidst this scene, a fleeting glimmer of light passed through Qiu Shui's eyes, barely perceptible. Liubei cast a sidelong glance at her, and only upon Lu Xian's sweet call did he clasp the hands of the two boys together. "Quaner, Xianer, from this day forth, you shall be brothers. You must understand the importance of unity and mutual support. Do you comprehend?" "Yes." Xianer will diligently heed father's teachings. "Guan, I shall too." Lu Quan, unwilling to be outdone, hastily responded. Observing the anxious expression on the young lad's face, a Yin's heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 knives. "Come here, you two little ones." Just as Liubei earnestly admonished them to cherish unity and love for one another, Bibi Dong, standing nearby, gently parted her rosy lips and spoke to them with warmth. Lu Quan and Lu Xian obediently approached Bibi Dong. Both of them lifted their small heads, gazing at her with eyes full of curiosity. Although it was Lu Quan's first encounter with Bibi Dong, he felt a profound sense of reverence for this woman within his heart. He was unlike Lu Xian. In the eyes of Bibi Dong, Lu Xian was someone she had witnessed growing up. Furthermore, Lu Xian's mother was a figure of notable standing. As for Lu Quan, in Bibi Dong's impression, he was merely a child picked up by Liubei from the outside. Although Lu Quan's current mother could be considered Liubei's partner, her gaze towards Lu Quan was, understandably, not as tender as that directed towards Lu Xian, a child of recognized status. "This is a token of introduction from your elder," Bibi Dong said gently, before producing 2 dragon-shaped jade pendants. As Ain, Lu Quan's biological mother, gazed at these pendants, her eyes were naturally filled with gratitude towards Bibi Dong. After all, this gesture could be seen as Bibi Dong's acknowledgement of Lu Quan's existence. "You too shall accept these today. From this moment forth, with these pendants, you shall be free to come and go within the spirit hall." Liubei furrowed his brow slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he struggled to comprehend the astonishing decision made by Bibi Dong. It is essential to note that, although Lu Xian is indeed the biological son of Liubei, the spirit hall is a realm under the dominion of Bibi Dong. Given her authoritative presence, children like Lu Xian, born of others, are typically kept at a distance. The fact that Bibi Dong is now willing to permit Lu Quan and Lu Xian to traverse freely within the spirit hall undoubtedly signifies her implicit acceptance of the status of Lu Yinran and Yin. "How do you find my decision, dear husband?" When Liubei cast a puzzled glance at Bibi Dong, her enchanting eyes suddenly fluttered and she discreetly averted her gaze, turning towards the 2 women who looked at her with warmth. With a gentle smile, she addressed them. Liubei, feigning nonchalance, stole a glance at Bibi Dong and offered a symbolic nod. "What? Are you dissatisfied with my actions? If not, why do you remain silent?" Just as Liubei nodded in acknowledgement, Bibi Dong, with her eyes narrowed slightly, posed a serious inquiry. Upon hearing her words, Liubei became acutely aware of the underlying threat emanating from Bibi Dong. With an awkward smile, He replied, "My dear, how could you say such a thing? I'm more than pleased with your arrangements." Liubei spoke cheerfully, while Bibi Dong merely nodded in silence before rising to her feet. She turned her gaze towards Ain and softly uttered, "Now that you have returned to Liubei's side, you must cherish this opportunity. Do not let him down." Ain looked at Bibi Dong with confusion, absorbing the weight of her serious admonition, feeling an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. After delivering these words, Bibi Dong had no intention of lingering, for this place was not her home, but rather Liubei's, a haven for women. Chapter 59. This woman is truly beautiful. As Bibi Dong departed, Ain watched her go. Liubei finally exhaled in relief. Although Bibi Dong did not display overt anger, the words she uttered to Ain before departing served as a veiled admonition to herself. After all, Bibi Dong was lawfully wedded to Liubei, and regarding Liu Yanran, a woman who had risen to prominence later, there were indeed numerous ways to exert dominance. Ruolin, the next time your junior sister insists on going out to play, do not acquiesce, do you understand? You have matured into a young lady. It is imperative to recognize that, at times, you must embody the role of a guiding senior. Just as Ain felt a pang of injustice in her heart due to Bibi Dong's admonition, the reprimanding voice of Liubei swiftly reached her ears. The perplexed Ain, following Liubei's gaze, turned to behold a tall, fair-skinned maiden. Not only was the girl's complexion porcelain-like, but her visage was also strikingly beautiful. With a delicate and exquisite face complemented by her burgeoning figure, one could not help but speculate that, should she continue to mature, she would undoubtedly blossom into an exceptional beauty. While it might be understandable for such a girl to belong to another family, the fact that she was taken in by Liubei inevitably left Ain with an unsettling feeling. The girl, chastised by Liubei, lowered her head in distress. For this was a situation she most wished to avoid. "Master, when Master is reprimanding senior sister Ruo Exing, you should refrain from speaking." Yet, she insisted, "Master, it is all my fault. I implore you to forgive me." Ruolin spoke earnestly, her expression a portrait of grievance. Observing Ruolin's disheartened demeanor, Liubei could only gesture dismissively, choosing silence instead. In the span of these few days, Liubei, too, was reveling in his own happiness. Each night, as he retired to bed, not only was he accompanied by two stunningly beautiful wives, but the relationships among his children were also remarkably harmonious. While Liubei was indulging in earthly bliss, far away in the East Sea, the golden crocodile, Douluo, and the chrysanthemum Douluo had already led the elite of the Spirit Hall in a relentless series of assaults against the local indigenous population. Observing the locals, who were fiercely resisting to the death, the golden crocodile Douluo, stationed at the camp's main tent, wore an expression of ominous darkness. As a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, his status was second only to Bibi Dong, and just beneath Liubei. Yet this esteemed figure, who served as Liubei's right hand, found himself in this salty domain due to Liubei's arrangements. The gentle sea breeze caressed the ocean, and amidst the howling winds, the once tranquil surface of the sea rippled with disturbance. The scent of the ocean, somewhat briny and unpleasant, was a source of discomfort for the golden crocodile Douluo, who was accustomed to life on land. "Old Jean, what do you see here?" Just as the golden crocodile Douluo pinched his nose to review recent documents, a young man, cheerfully approaching with a delectable dish in hand, caught his attention. Dressed flamboyantly, with a striking bouquet of roses adorning his hair, the young man brought forth food that prompted the golden crocodile Douluo to put down his brush, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is it that brings you such joy?" he inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the chrysanthemum Douluo, as the latter placed the enticing dish before him. The golden crocodile Douluo felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the sumptuous meal. While he was still in contemplation, the chrysanthemum Douluo delicately picked up a pair of silver chopsticks and touched a succulent piece of meat, as he gently peeled away the thin layers. The sight that met the golden crocodile Douluo's eyes sent a tremor through his robust frame. "What is this? Little Jew, although you often appear oddly dressed, I had thought you to be a decent person. Such items cannot simply be tossed into a pot for stir-frying." Jiu Douluo gazed in bewilderment at Jean Douluo, equally perplexed by his reaction. Yet he soon discerned the unusual tone of inquiry from Jean Douluo, prompting a knowing smile from him. With deftness, Jiu Douluo picked up a piece of tender meat with his chopsticks and presented it to Jean Douluo's lips, earnestly stating, "Old Jean, I must confess, this delicacy is known as abalone. Its name derives from its resemblance to the female anatomy. You must understand, this dish is a great nourishment, one that can only be savored by those residing near the sea. I dare say that even Lord Liu, far away in the Spirit Hall, may not have the fortune to taste it." Not even Lord Liu? Jean Douluo exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I cannot afford to miss this splendid opportunity. He chuckled heartily, opening his mouth in anticipation of being fed. However, Douluo looked at him as if he were a fool. Jean Douluo, feeling slightly embarrassed, steadied himself and took the chopsticks, placing the morsel into his own mouth. Tender and succulent. I must say, it is indeed a culinary delight. Old Jean, you are consuming it incorrectly. You should first use your tongue to clean the surrounding area. Then suck vigorously at this small opening to extract the essence of the abalone before chewing it. Such a hassle? Jean Douluo regarded Douluo with skepticism. If it were not for the fact that this was his first experience with abalone, he might have felt as though he were being mocked. Nevertheless, he soon emulated Douluo's method of consuming the abalone and finally appreciated his sage advice. Let us procure more of this abalone. Once we conclude our business here, I shall teach Lord Liu how to enjoy it. Jean Douluo laughed boisterously. In no time, the succulent morsels of abalone were devoured by both him and Douluo, leaving them yearning for more. Despite the delightful taste, Jean Douluo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, for while the abalone was exquisite, it merely served as an appetizer to quell their hunger. Grand Elder, reinforcement from a native East Sea have arrived. Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. What? A resounding slap on the table startled Douluo, causing the remaining abalone juices to splatter onto his face. What of Long and Sun Hu? Are they both dead? Report. The esteemed figures of the dragon and the forest tiger Douluo have fallen, vanquished by each other. What? Upon hearing this sudden and dreadful news, the golden crocodile Douluo felt as though the world was spinning around him. With the urgent assistance of the chrysanthemum Douluo, he managed to steady himself in his chair, appearing as if he had aged several years. He remained silent for a considerable time, and only after regaining his composure did he fix his gaze, filled with ire, upon the two messengers. Dispatch orders. The entire army is to be placed on high alert at level 5. I shall join Lord Chrysanthemum shortly. Understood. The two guards, witnessing the golden crocodile Douluo's willingness to take action, displayed a glimmer of hope upon their faces. As they departed, the fearsome golden crocodile Douluo, with a grave countenance, turned to the chrysanthemum Douluo and spoke earnestly. Yuegwan, before we set out, I sought the oracle. Do you know what it revealed? It foretold that our journey may be fraught with peril. Fraught with peril? The chrysanthemum Douluo frowned deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion regarding the golden crocodile Douluo's words. The golden crocodile Douluo was typically one who dismissed such prophecies, yet he had now resorted to consulting the oracle. One could not help but ponder the true dangers that awaited them on this expedition to the East Sea. Could it genuinely be so ominous? The chrysanthemum Douluo murmured to himself, his earlier joy in consuming abalone now a distant memory. The golden crocodile Douluo, placing a hand on his shoulder and donning a smile, replied cheerfully, Life is but a fleeting moment. It can weigh heavily like a mountain or be as light as a feather. Observing the golden crocodile Douluo's seemingly jovial demeanor, the chrysanthemum Douluo understood that the smile was merely a fade to conceal the turmoil within. Alas, it appeared that this journey might indeed be a matter of life and death. The golden crocodile Douluo sighed in resignation, but nevertheless took a step forward. Heading outside the tent, he had his own contemplations. Although he was uncertain as to why Liubei had compelled him to the East Sea, he was certain of one thing. Liubei was dissatisfied with the golden crocodile Douluo's idleness over the past few years, leading to the current predicament. The golden crocodile Douluo held no grievances. After all, these years had been. Liubei has given far more than enough. As he watched the departure of the golden crocodile Douluo, the expression on the face of the chrysanthemum Douluo was one of bittersweet amusement. After resting his chin in contemplation for a moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes flickered, and he hastily pursued in the direction of the golden crocodile Douluo's retreat. Positioned upon the battlefield, he beheld two corpses inexplicably suspended in midair by some arcane magic. Upon finally arriving, the chrysanthemum Douluo's countenance transformed drastically, turning pale as he surveyed the ominous scene shrouded in dark clouds. A shiver ran through his heart, and he could not help but gasp in disbelief. The golden crocodile Douluo furrowed his brow, and as he gazed at the unnatural phenomenon above, he too felt a resonance of despair akin to that of the chrysanthemum Douluo. The deaths of the dragon and forest Douluo were indeed a grim reality. They were the pride of the spirit hall, and their remains could not be left to dangle in the skies, as if disregarded by the indigenous people. The voice of the golden crocodile Douluo carried a hint of discontent, his expression grim, and his brows knitted tightly. Beside him, the chrysanthemum Douluo blinked in confusion. While there was merit to the golden crocodile Douluo's concerns, reclaiming the bodies of the dragon and forest Douluo was no trivial endeavor. Just as discussions between the golden crocodile Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo on how to retrieve the remains were unfolding, a dry, aged voice suddenly wafted through the air. You must be the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spear Hall. Am I correct? I am the elder of the Eastern CC clan, Halapi. Halapi? Listening to the sound of self-introduction, the expression on golden crocodile Douluo's face subtly altered as he instantly gazed towards a particular direction. Observing the space that should have been tranquil, he was astonished to see ripples resembling waves emerging. Witnessing this scene, chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes brimmed with astonishment. For true powerhouse was on the verge of arrival. After all, only beings of monstrous caliber could invoke such anomalies in the sky. As the ripples dissipated, an elderly figure of extraordinary grace appeared. This elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. Despite his frail appearance, he did not exude weakness. Sensing the elder's vigorous demeanor was perplexing. Suddenly, he raised the dragon-headed scepter in his hand, and thunderous sounds reverberated as oppressive dark clouds summoned a cacophony of thunder. Observing the lightning descending from the heavens, rushing towards him, golden crocodile Douluo cursed inwardly and hastily took defensive measures. Yet, in a mere instant, anguished wails erupted around him. The thunderous roars shook the vast expanse, causing the sky to tremble and the clouds to collapse. As he beheld the soldiers staggering back, their faces marked by sheer terror, chrysanthemum Douluo, sheltered beneath the barrier conjured by golden crocodile Douluo, felt an icy chill creep down his spine. Damn it! Just a mere human serpent turned spirit dares to act so arrogantly before me. Golden crocodile Douluo seethed with rage, unleashing his full power, embodying the might of 99 levels. He launched an assault towards the airborne helipi. With a resounding crash, the two collided, producing an immense sound, followed by a cataclysmic shockwave that spread relentlessly outward. Observing the clash of these unparalleled titans, chrysanthemum Douluo felt the surrounding space quaking due to their confrontation. Stunned, he instinctively retreated, a sense of dread rising within him, yearning to escape this perilous locale. Golden crocodile Douluo, you are indeed formidable, but if you wish to contest your life against mine, you have yet to bridge the gap. As the two temporarily separated, golden crocodile Douluo, nursing the pain in his hands, felt the icy malice in his gaze as he heard Helipai's taunt. Helipai, you claim I cannot kill you. Can you truly bring about my demise? The resolute golden crocodile Douluo retorted with an air of disdain. The two were nearly matched in strength, and should a victor be decided, it would require a stroke of fortune. Alone, he certainly could not dispatch you with ease. Yet, what if I were to join the fray? Who dares? Just as the golden crocodile Douluo ridiculed Halapi, a voice, ethereal and delicate, wafted into his ears. With a shimmer of divine light, a figure materialized. Clad in an exquisite form-fitting qipao, her flawless physique was accentuated to perfection. Her countenance was strikingly beautiful. Upon noticing the wary expression of the golden crocodile Douluo, she gently parted her lips to speak further. Having heard tales of a capable assistant under Liubei of the Spear Hall, she mused that the reality was indeed more impressive than mere reputation. In the dulcet tones of the woman, the ever-cautious golden crocodile Douluo did not perceive this as a favorable development. However, unlike him, his subordinates were utterly captivated by the enchanting allure of her voice, which sent shivers down their spines. Who are you? Why have I never heard of someone like you in the East Sea? The golden crocodile Douluo inquired warily. Despite her striking beauty, he understood that such allure often concealed danger. Much like Liubei, were it not for his numerous women, he might still harbor the same ruthless disposition he once did. I rarely venture into the East Sea. Naturally, there are no legends of me on the Douluo continent, she replied with a teasing lilt. But rest assured, senior golden crocodile, should you choose to wield your blade against yourself in my presence, I dare say it won't be long before the name of Poseidon reverberates across the entirety of the Douluo continent. Her words, laced with a chilling elegance, expressed the most provocative sentiments that only a being of Poseidon's caliber could utter. Witnessing this exchange, the chrysanthemum Douluo was taken aback, murmuring to himself in astonishment. Chapter 61. The Wrath of Poseidon. You clever little girl, addressing him as senior as if you belong among us. The golden crocodile, Douluo, sneered coldly. Just a faint smile appeared on the beautiful woman who had emerged, raising her delicate, fair hand, as Poseidon lifted her slender palm. The furrowed brow of the golden crocodile, Douluo, betrayed his sense of impending danger. Heh, esteemed elder. I hope you can maintain your current demeanor in light of my forthcoming moves, Poseidon said with a light smile. However, the atmosphere around the golden crocodile, Douluo, began to shift dramatically. Observing the rising columns of water from the sea, he quickly steeled himself. Grasping his steel blade, a fierce aura emanated from him as he struck down upon the surging water columns. Damn it! As the golden crocodile, Douluo, relentlessly hacked at the water pillars. He noticed Poseidon from afar, parting her lips slightly. The previously swift water columns now seemed to gain a surge of magical acceleration. Witnessing the increasing speed and quantity of the water columns, the seasoned golden crocodile, Douluo, finally sensed a threat beyond that posed by Liubei. He contemplated fleeing the scene. Yet faced with a barrage of densely packed water columns, he was forced to abandon that thought. After several successive assaults from the water pillars, those columns had transformed into incredibly sharp water arrows unbeknownst to him. With a sharp sound, the water arrows tore through the robes of the golden crocodile, Douluo, revealing his wounds. His expression was one of profound shock. Infuriated, he could only continue his relentless strikes. After all, such water-based attacks were an unbearable torment for one like him, who was suited for land combat. Time slipped away as the relentless onslaught of the ever-changing sea water took its toll. The once radiant visage of the golden crocodile, Douluo, now bore signs of distress. With blood staining his beard, he glared fiercely at the ever-smiling Poseidon. In that moment, consumed by rage, he wished he could bring his steel blade crashing down upon Poseidon's head. This is bad. If this continues, the fate of Elder Jean is unimaginable. He exclaimed, "You all, hurry back to the spirit hall. Inform Lord Liu of the situation here. The rest of you, follow me." He declared, "If Elder Jean falls, we shall all meet a dire end." Douluo's crimson eyes radiated an aura of murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he gazed upon the perilous plight of golden crocodile, Douluo, his eyes brimming with animosity. He loathed his own inadequacy and strength, and in the face of formidable foes, he found himself engulfed by a sense of helpless despair. "Let me unleash my wrath. The myth of the spirit hall shall never be vanquished." Douluo howled to the heavens, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a fierce determination. He was acutely aware that surrender would only lead to their demise. As Douluo soared into the sky, the hesitant guards, stirred by his furious roar, ignited their own pride. Alongside their ascent, other elite members of the spirit hall responded in kind, rising to the occasion. "You Egwon, if I perish, remember to inform the master that I, the dragon subduing Douluo, died for the honor of the spirit hall. The same goes for me, the tiger subduing Douluo." Observing his comrades, who were now striving for the dignity of the spirit hall, Douluo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he summoned a weapon he had never wielded before. Although Douluo's weapon was a chrysanthemum forged from fine iron, in his hands it was launched with remarkable speed towards the spell-casting Poseidon. Such an attack was trivial for the powerful Poseidon. However, even a slight disruption could transform her water-based assault, intended to control golden crocodile Douluo, into a torrent that cascaded below. Poseidon's beautiful eyes flickered with complexity as she urgently attempted to summon a water column, only to be confronted by an exceptionally sharp steel blade. The knife moved swiftly. Given Poseidon's prowess, she could have easily evaded it, but in a fleeting moment of distraction, even though she narrowly dodged, the knife's formidable aura still severed her proud locks. Noticing the fallen strands, Poseidon trembled slightly, still reeling from her momentary confusion when a powerful fist came crashing towards her face. Just as the blow was about to connect, a figure suddenly intervened in front of Poseidon. As blood gushed forth, Poseidon's dilated pupils reflected disbelief at the horrifying reality before her. Liubei, struck squarely in the heart, bore the unbearable pain as if his heart were on the verge of shattering. Channeling every ounce of his strength into his right hand, he transformed it into a fist, imbued with formidable energy, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to the golden crocodile Douluo. However, just as Liubei prepared to strike, the golden crocodile, already alert, swiftly leaped backward. The force of Liubei's punch, though it did not connect, sent tremors through the very sky itself. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward, obliterating the approaching elite members of the spirit hall, who perished under the ominous aura of death that enveloped the air. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the pungent scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Even the once azure sea below appeared as if steeped in crimson hues. The sight of dismembered limbs and shredded flesh floating upon the water left the bewildered Douluo standing in a daze, as if his soul had been wrenched away. The scene was utterly horrific, the stench of blood overwhelming. Zhu Douluo felt a wave of nausea rise from his stomach, his body trembling slightly. Yet, as clarity returned, a fierce grimace contorted his features. Damn it, they shall not escape unscathed. Suddenly, amidst Zhu Douluo's frantic roar, a swift water arrow shot toward his shoulder, piercing through with agonizing intensity. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Douluo seized the waist of the swiftly approaching golden crocodile, Douluo, and fled in haste. You shall not get away. Posy, her cerulean locks, dancing wildly in the wind, exuded an aura of lethal intent, clearly unwilling to let them slip through her fingers. As her murderous energy reached its zenith, serpents of water, conjured from the sea, bared their fangs and pursued the fleeing pair relentlessly. Get away from me. The golden crocodile, Douluo, halted in an instant, gripping his steel blade with one hand. With a series of devastating slashes, he unleashed a torrent of destructive energy, obliterating the relentless water serpents and reducing them to mere droplets cascading toward the shore. Posy, her brow furrowed in concern, sensed that her summoned water serpents had failed to vanquish the golden crocodile Douluo. With a darkened expression, she slowly raised her hand. Come forth, warriors of Atlantis. As the lips of Poseidon's cherry blossom gently parted, the blood-stained sea mirrored a boiling cauldron. Amidst the turbulent waters, a procession of merfolk warriors, donning masks, trod upon the surface strewn with remnants of flesh, gradually coming into view before Poseidon's eyes. In Chapter 62, the near-fatal encounter with the chrysanthemum Douluo unfolded. Confronted by Poseidon's terrifying onslaught, the countenance of the golden crocodile Douluo twitched in distress. Enraged, he observed the chrysanthemum Douluo, who, cradling his wounded arm, emitted tremors of pain and muffled groans. With brows furrowed, he endured the turmoil for several minutes, confirming the relentless pursuers dispatched by Poseidon, before hastily descending towards the land below. The heavy landing stirred a cloud of dust. Once the haze settled, he beheld an entrance concealed by foliage. Supporting the barely conscious chrysanthemum Douluo, he prepared to advance towards the opening. However, just as the golden crocodile Douluo reached to part the obstructing branches, an unbearable stench suddenly assailed him. With a frown etched upon his brow, he swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a formidable blast of energy from his palm. The cave resonated with a ferocious howl, followed by a spattering of saliva upon the ground as he guided the chrysanthemum Douluo inside. Moments later, the sight that greeted the golden crocodile Douluo elicited a sharp intake of breath. Observing the shattered skull of a tiger-shaped soul beast, felled by his own energy, he confirmed that it posed no further threat. Gently, he laid the chrysanthemum Douluo in a relatively clean spot. This cavern, being the lair of the tiger-shaped soul beast, was steeped in an indescribable environment, the air thick with the stench of decay and excrement. Had it not been for the excruciating pain afflicting the chrysanthemum Douluo, he would have likely chosen to flee from this place. You truly are fortunate. Had Poseidon specifically sought your demise, you would surely have perished. Jin Ao Douluo furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the shocking wound of Zhu Douluo, hastily retrieving the medicinal liquid intended for treatment to cleanse the injury. As the solution seeped into the wound, Zhu Douluo, gritting his teeth in agony, nearly succumbed to unconsciousness under the torment of the excruciating pain. With a wisp of black smoke rising, and witnessing the wound temporarily cease its bleeding under the influence of the medicine, Jin Ao Douluo then procured bandages to tend to the injury. Thank you for saving me, Jin Ao Douluo. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would have already perished, Zhu Douluo expressed, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude as he observed Jin Ao diligently bandaging his wound. Despite his esteemed position within the spirit hall, where he was revered as an elder wherever he went, it did not imply he was devoid of the fear of death. It is fortunate that I am here. I am not saving you out of concern for your life, but rather to avoid the trouble that Lord Liu might bring upon me should you die, Jin Ao remarked cryptically, leaving Zhu Douluo perplexed, unsure of how to respond further. He watched as Jin Ao Douluo strode towards the dying tiger-shaped soul beast. The sound of blade meeting flesh echoed, and it was then that the effects of the medication lulled him into a gradual slumber. Upon awakening, Zhu Douluo was greeted by an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting before him. As he slowly opened his eyes and beheld the delectable feast, his hunger overtook him, and he paid no heed to the pain from his wound, eagerly devouring the food before him. Observing Zhu Douluo's ravenous consumption, Jin Ao regarded him with disdain. Since the two were deep within the cave, they remained unaware of the external weather, which had turned tumultuous with heavy rains. Had it not been for these downpours, it was likely that the warriors from Atlantis, dispatched by Poseidon, would have already discovered them. While Jin Ao, Douluo, and Zhu Douluo replenished their strength with the tiger-shaped soul beast, the surrounding jungle echoed with the sounds of despairing cries, the source of which were the nearby soul beasts. After all, aside from the indigenous inhabitants of the East Sea, the elite dispatched by the Spirit Hall had been reduced to just the two of them. It could be said that this expedition to the East Sea marked the most devastating loss since Liubei assumed control of the Spirit Hall. Approximately 2 days later, as Zhu Douluo awaited silently in the cave, the sounds of movement outside instilled a sense of heightened vigilance within him. However, upon seeing the newcomer carrying a rabbit, his expression darkened, and he hurried forward. "Are we having rabbit again today?" he inquired. "We are not having rabbit today," came the response. "Not rabbit? Then what shall we eat?" The bewildered Zhu Douluo gazed at his counterpart with a look of utter confusion, especially upon hearing the inexplicable remarks of Jin Douluo. His mind was engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Just as Jin Douluo's words hung in the air, a piercing roar erupted from the entrance of the cave, startling Zhu Douluo, who was yet to fully comprehend the sound. Before his eyes appeared a number of grotesque creatures, possessing the heads of fish and the bodies of men, brandishing steel forks. What on earth are these abominations? In this day and age, can fish in the sea truly cultivate into sentient beings? Zhu Douluo stared in shock at the fish-headed monstrosities, each radiating an aura comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Such terrifying entities, resembling an insurmountable lineup, would undoubtedly spell doom for Zhu Douluo if he were to confront them alone. However, before Zhu Douluo could further lament his fate, Jin Douluo had already tossed the rabbits he had caught into Zhu Douluo's arms. Seeing Jin Douluo charge forth, Zhu Douluo hastily set down the rabbits, preparing to assist. The clashing of weapons echoed in his ears, a sound that pierced through the chaos, prompting Zhu Douluo to summon his iron chrysanthemum, forged from fine iron. Just as he conjured the weapon, Jin Douluo had already dispatched the peculiar fish-headed creatures with ease. Observing the blade, now stained with a green liquid, emitting a sizzling sound, Jin Douluo furrowed his brow and tore a piece from his garment to meticulously wipe away the corrosive substance. "Old Jin, what manner of monsters are these? I have never seen their like," Zhu Douluo inquired, his expression grave. Jin Douluo could only shake his head in response. "It seems we have been discovered. If my instincts are correct, a multitude of similar creatures is likely converging upon the entrance where we are hiding." As Jin Douluo spoke earnestly, a throng of fish-headed beings emerged from the jungle, rapidly approaching the cave's entrance. Sensing the impending danger, Jin Douluo tightened his grip on his steel blade, inhaling deeply before turning to Zhu Douluo with a solemn expression. "This time, we may be facing an insurmountable calamity. Unless someone comes to our rescue, we are destined for demise." The serious demeanor of the golden crocodile Douluo is a rare sight to behold. It remains uncertain whether those who reported to the Spirit Hall ever actually arrived there. Regardless, the chrysanthemum Douluo has thoroughly come to terms with life and death. In recent days, he has relied on the protection of the golden crocodile Douluo, allowing him to enjoy a few days of relative comfort. Thus, upon hearing the earnest words of the golden crocodile Douluo, he instinctively cast aside his proud, iron chrysanthemum. The golden crocodile Douluo was initially taken aback by this action, but soon a look of satisfaction graced his face. Chapter 63. Those who offend my spirit shall be punished, no matter the distance. In the outside world, those warriors referred to as Atlanteans by Poseidon, with their fish-like faces, rendered it difficult to discern their expressions. However, when a figure resembling a leader gestured for one of the warriors to step forward, a weapon shot forth from within the cavern, instantly slaying the fish-headed creature that had just taken a step forward. The leader from Atlantis, with wide fish-like eyes, gazed on in bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, while the leader remained in a state of confusion, an elderly man wielding a steel blade, exuding an aura of menace, approached and delivered a devastating strike. The blade struck the creature's skull with a resounding impact, causing the golden crocodile Douluo to curse inwardly at the hardness of its cranium. Before the leader could react, the golden crocodile Douluo summoned his strength once more, ruthlessly dispatching the minor leader among the creatures. With the leader slain, the Atlantean monsters emitted a cacophony of piercing howls. The chrysanthemum Douluo, who had just arrived, could not suppress his own outburst of anger upon hearing their cries. "Damn it, I haven't even yelled yet, and you're all making a racket." Yet, just as he lamented, he sensed impending danger and swiftly evaded to the rear. A sharp steel fork suddenly plunged into the spot where the chrysanthemum Douluo had been standing. Almost immediately, several menacing merfolk surged forward, wielding forks and launching relentless thrusts toward him, ensnaring him in a perilous onslaught of unyielding attacks. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the formidable Douluo clenched his fists and chose to engage in close combat against the approaching merfolk. Noticing the temporary absence of danger, Douluo swiftly dispatched a mare monster, only to be startled by a voice that filled him with dread. His pupils dilated as he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, her graceful figure captivating yet alarming. The smile that should have adorned his face was instantly replaced with fury. Poseidon! Douluo seethed with anger and dashed toward Poseidon's location. However, just as he prepared to strike, ripples began to manifest around him, akin to water disturbances. Realizing the imminent threat, Douluo had no time to evade, as two hands, one from the front and one from the back, slammed forcefully against his chest and rear. A piercing scream erupted from Douluo, filled with torment. Hearing this agonizing sound, Douluo's body trembled. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a razor-sharp spear of triumphant steel lunged from the side, viciously piercing his arm. Instantly struck by pain, Douluo's expression contorted into one of rage. He kicked fiercely at the assailant beside him, disregarding the agony in his arm, and forcefully withdrew his weapon. Blood splattering the ground. Supporting his temporarily incapacitated right arm, he summoned all his might. As he beheld Douluo plunging towards the cave's exit, the merfolk hastily pursued him. Gazing at the scene unfolding in the sky, Douluo was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Poseidon had truly followed him here. Now confronted by two serpentine elders of equal might to Douluo, he found himself engulfed in confusion. These were terrifying entities, formidable in their power. Gradually losing hope, Douluo slowly closed his eyes. Just as despair enveloped him, he sensed the presence of several merfolk armed with tridents behind him. As the merfolk prepared to strike, a sudden, razor-sharp wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air at a breathtaking speed, decimating the menacing merfolk in an instant. When did the management of the Elder Hall of the Spirit Empire become something that these lowly creatures could meddle with? Those who survived, keep your eyes open. This is what professionalism looks like. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Douluo was engulfed in despair, a voice, cold and indifferent, suddenly resonated through the heavens. With the utterance of those words, numerous razor-sharp sword energies swiftly descended upon the vigilant merfolk, obliterating them in an instant. Witnessing the transformation of the merfolk into a mist of blood, Douluo, still in shock, was soon met with a thunderous roar filled with fury and a surge of battle intent. I am the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. You wretched beings dare to challenge my sovereignty. Those who offend the Spirit Hall shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. Kill, kill. Standing there in bewilderment, Douluo gazed upon the multitude emerging from the skies, clad in uniform Spirit Hall battle attire. Overwhelmed and dizzy, he felt himself teetering backward. Just as he believed he could finally collapse onto the ground in respite, a powerful arm unexpectedly supported him. Noticing the handsome visage before him, Douluo, with trembling lips, could not help but inquire, am I dreaming? Huh, what? Do you not even recognize who I am? You're Liubei? Lord Liu. In a state of extreme excitement and relief from the tension that had gripped him, Douluo burst into tears. Overwhelmed by emotion as he regarded his tear-streaked face, Liubei gently patted his back in a gesture of comfort. What is this 2 against 1? Are we, the Spirit Hall, so easily bullied? With the mighty elite of the Spirit Hall joining the fray, led by Liubei himself alongside the 6 esteemed offerings and a dozen elders, the atmosphere, once fraught with peril, was instantly transformed. The 2 serpent elders, who had been relentlessly assaulting the golden crocodile Douluo, trembled with fear at the sight of so many formidable newcomers. Old Jean, a middle-aged man wielding the power of a titled Douluo, swiftly supported the faltering golden crocodile Douluo, hastily flying back to Liubei's side under the cover of their comrades. My lord, you have finally arrived. The golden crocodile Douluo's face was ashen, and with no strength left, he uttered these words before succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing the unconscious golden crocodile Douluo, Liubei's countenance darkened. With a fierce motion, he grasped a resplendent golden sword that gleamed brightly in his hand. You have all worked hard. The rest shall be entrusted to us. Bang! Liubei's feet struck the ground, stirring up clouds of dust as he charged swiftly towards the enchanting woman before him. The situation had taken a drastic turn for Poseidon, her brow furrowed in concentration. But before she could cast a spell, a dashing young man wielding a gleaming golden sword lunged at her fair, smooth neck with fervor. Chapter 64. Poseidon's despairing cry. Just as the sharp blade was about to pierce Poseidon's neck, she unexpectedly transformed into a swirling mist before Liubei's eyes. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Liubei hastily evaded the attack. Almost instantaneously, a prison of water materialized where he had stood moments before. Having failed to strike her target, Poseidon's expression remained frozen, for confronting an adversary of equal strength was no trivial matter. While the merfolk she had summoned were swiftly dissipating, the magical array used to call forth the warriors of Atlantis still loomed above the sea, intact. Consequently, the merfolk continued to emerge from the ocean's depths, summoned by the undamaged array. "You're Liubei? I expected an old man, but you appear quite youthful," Poseidon remarked with a sudden smile. "Your strength seems to match mine. Perhaps we could consider a ceasefire?" It must be said, Poseidon's smile was undeniably captivating, and her long, fair legs were a sight to behold. Under ordinary circumstances, Liubei might have been inclined to accept her proposition. However, the current predicament incited a deep sense of anger within him. After all, the empire he had built, the Martial Soul Empire, was under siege from the indigenous forces of the East Sea, leading to his subordinates' continual demise. In the past, Liubei might have regarded the loss of one or two title-level warriors as inconsequential, confident that many would join him in the future, given the prestige of the Martial Soul Hall. Yet now, witnessing the toll this conflict had taken, he lamented the loss of 5 subordinates of title Douluo strength, all for the sake of a mere Eastern Sea. Had he not arrived in time, even his capable aide, the golden crocodile Douluo, would have surely perished here. "Are you jesting with me? You have slain so many of my subordinates, and now you propose a truce? Do you truly believe that I, Liubei, am the kind of man who could be swayed into conversation merely by the sight of a beautiful woman?" Liubei replied with an air of indifference, his gaze directed at Poseidon, imbued with not only disdain, but also a subtle hint of lethal intent. "Well done, my lord. My lord, pay no heed to such a woman. Do you realize? That woman appears to be the high priestess Poseidon from Sea God Island. Poseidon? Is she not the one rumored to have a brother who has ascended to divinity? Indeed, that is the very Poseidon. This malevolent woman has caused the deaths of so many of our companions. My lord, spare us no mercy. Eliminate her. Avenge our brethren. Did you hear that? Even if I were inclined to negotiate with you, my subordinates are unwilling, rendering it exceedingly difficult for me. What a deceitful charade." Poseidon suddenly erupted in fury, her form darting swiftly until she stood before Liubei. She raised her delicate, pale hand and unleashed a cascade of rippling water, poised to strike him down. In the face of Poseidon, who was mere inches away, Liubei, with an expression of cold indifference, unexpectedly reached out and embraced her slender waist. The two figures pressed closely together. Poseidon, her eyes wide with shock, trembled at Liubei's sudden action. In that fleeting moment of her daze, the water attack she intended for Liubei veered off, soaring into the heavens. A silent rumble echoed from the sky as Poseidon, tightly held in Liubei's embrace. Flushed with rage, "You scoundrel!" Poseidon exclaimed, baring her teeth as she sank them fiercely into Liubei's shoulder. The blood that seeped from the wound gradually stained Liubei's pristine white attire crimson. Pain flickered across Liubei's face as he swiftly released her, retreating backward. Infuriated by the abrupt withdrawal, Poseidon raised her hands and began to chant incantations with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere thickened with impending fury. Surrounding Liubei was a rapidly coalescing massive water prison, which firmly locked down the space. No matter how Liubei attempted to evade, the water prison clung to him as if it were an extension of his own being, rendering any escape futile. This sensation, akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean, was Liubei's first encounter with the briny essence of seawater. "Huh, you need not struggle. My water prison technique can even ensnare deities from the divine realm. You, a mere equal in strength, stand no chance," mocked Poseidon, as Liubei remained ensnared within the confines of the water prison. Yet, gripping his sword, Liubei relentlessly slashed at the periphery of the watery confines. Upon witnessing Liubei's unyielding assault, Poseidon, who had intended to continue his derision, was taken aback when he noticed spiderweb-like patterns emerging on the surface of the water prison. She froze in astonishment. With a thunderous roar, as seawater cascaded toward the land, Liubei effortlessly shattered the water prison. Poseidon, who should have been brimming with pride, suddenly sensed an impending threat and prepared to flee in haste. However, Liubei would not allow her to escape so easily. After all, should Poseidon manage to elude him under his very nose, his subordinates would undoubtedly question whether Liubei's strength truly surpassed that of Poseidon. Thinking of fleeing? Why didn't you do so sooner? Liubei let out a low growl, raising his other hand. At that moment, a remarkably exquisite golden tower manifested in the palm of his hand as Poseidon made his escape. The golden tower in Liubei's hand had already been cast aside by him. Although Poseidon fled with remarkable speed, she found herself ensnared by the formidable magic of the golden tower. Before she could catch her breath, an ominous shadow loomed above her, a manifestation of the tower that had pursued her relentlessly. As Poseidon hurriedly turned her head, she beheld the unwavering golden tower in hot pursuit. Just as she prepared to continue her escape, the tower emitted an overwhelming force of attraction. "No, please no," Poseidon cried out in despair, scarcely able to believe that her formidable presence, a fearsome level 99 entity, had been so easily subdued by Liubei of equal prowess. "Let me go." Within the confines of the tower, gripping the window's bars, she let out a roar of defiance. However, after the golden tower had subdued Poseidon, it swiftly returned to Liubei's location. As the tower approached, Liubei raised his hand, and in that instant, the colossal structure began to shrink at an astonishing speed. Upon reaching a size that could comfortably fit in his palm, it radiated an extraordinary brilliance, perhaps a reflection of its newfound mastery over Poseidon. "Liubei, release me!" Poseidon's frantic cries echoed, but Liubei merely smiled faintly, disregarding her pleas. He recited an incantation, and, as the words resonated, the diminutive tower vanished from his grasp as if it had never existed. With Poseidon gone, one could only speculate on the grim fate that awaited the monstrous fish creatures. Even the magical array suspended above the sea began to dissipate, its power fading with Poseidon's seal. Chapter 65. The Tower Conceals a Universe. Having zuptut Poseidon, Liubei, resembling a giant, paid no heed to her furious outbursts from the window. At that moment, Douluo approached, noticing the tower in Liubei's hand, and a sudden realization struck him. When Liubei initially employed this artifact to vanquish Douluo, he did so with remarkable efficacy. "My lord, have you truly allowed that woman, Poseidon, to be slain so easily?" Douluo gazed at Liubei in astonishment. After all, Poseidon is an immensely formidable being, a peerless powerhouse who has nearly brought golden crocodile Douluo to his demise. It is no wonder that Douluo's countenance reflected such disbelief upon witnessing Liubei effortlessly subdue her with the artifact. Observing those from the spirit hall engaged in concluding their tasks, Liubei nodded thoughtfully, preparing to stow the tower away once more. However, just as he was about to reclaim the artifact, the inquisitive Jew Douluo posed a potent question. "My lord, might this tower possess the ability to accommodate inhabitants?" The notion of an inhabitable function momentarily startled Liubei. He had seldom utilized the Linglong Tower, the last occasion being 5 years prior during the assault on the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. While he understood that it was a divine weapon of the same caliber as the Xianyuan sword, he had yet to fully grasp its myriad capabilities. Thus, Douluo's seemingly innocuous inquiry undoubtedly served as an enlightening reminder to Liubei. Uncertain, he contemplated the possibility of further exploration should the opportunity arise. With an air of perplexity, Liubei stowed away the Linglong Tower once more. As for Douluo, witnessing Liubei's demeanor, he refrained from further comment. Following the recapture of the Linglong Tower, within but a fleeting moment, the merfolk monsters, stripped of the augmenting power of the formation, were ultimately vanquished through the collective efforts of the Spirit Hall members. Even the two elder serpentine beings who had caused considerable embarrassment to Golden Crocodile Douluo met their demise under the joint assault of the Grand Offering and several other offerings. "My lord, the turmoil in the EC has not been entirely resolved. How shall we govern those indigenous people?" While Liubei engaged in conversation with Douluo, a middle-aged man, recently elevated to the position of Grand Offering within the Spirit Hall, approached with purposeful strides, clad in battle armor that emanated a formidable aura of menace. Liubei noticed the green liquid splattered upon the armor and furrowed his brow. He then spoke. "The elder has sustained grave injuries and, at present, cannot continue on a long journey. It will be prudent for you to take charge of addressing the affairs of the EC natives while the elder is recuperating." Liubei commanded, and the Grand Offering, responding to the order, swiftly gestured with his hand and, accompanied by numerous loyal subordinates, commenced the task of eliminating the last obstacle before the EC. As Liubei had brought along a physician, a temporary camp was rapidly constructed through the collective efforts of the group to attend to the injured. After an indeterminate passage of time, as the camp was completed, Liubei and the others took refuge within its confines. Although Liu Bei possessed sufficient strength to forego the need for external guards, two high-ranking attendants, each a soul saint, stood vigil outside due to the fervent insistence of Douluo. Inside the tent, Liu Bei's expression remained one of icy indifference as he gazed at the exquisite Linglong tower resting upon the table. At that moment, a woman of striking beauty peered out from one of the tower's windows, her face contorted with rage as she fixed her glare upon Liu Bei. Their eyes locked in a tense confrontation. The woman unleashed a torrent of vehement complaints directed at Liu Bei. Amidst her fervent diatribe, Liu Bei, seizing a piece of durian, promptly blocked the window. With the window sealed, the noxious odor emanating from the durian left Poseidon, trapped within the Linglong tower, feeling nauseous. In this overwhelmingly foul atmosphere, Poseidon, her head spinning, managed to muster the last vestiges of her clarity and made her way toward another staircase. Moments later, upon returning to the first floor, she hurriedly rushed to the window, inhaling the fresh air. Spotting Liu Bei reclining upon his bed, she seized a pre-prepared teacup and hurled it at his back with considerable force. The delicate teacup struck Liu Bei, producing a sound that was neither painful nor bothersome, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Contemplating the situation, Liu Bei turned to face Poseidon, whose face was flushed and features animated with indignation. Rising from his position, he heard a sharp crack and, puzzled, glanced at his palm. Raising his hand, he observed what appeared to be minuscule fragments resting in his palm. With a slight furrow of his brow, he silently retrieved the cup and cleaned the tiny shards from his hand. Though the teacup was small, it posed no threat to Liu Bei. After all, if such an object could easily inflict harm on him, it would render his status as a 99th level ultimate Douluo rather trivial. Approaching the Linglong tower, he peered at Poseidon, who was restrained within, and frowned as he inquired, "Do not entertain the notion of causing a commotion to draw my attention. Though you possess remarkable beauty, the fact that you have slain so many of my loyal subordinates shall not go unpunished." Posey exhibited an expression of incredulity, even displaying a hint of disdain for the words uttered by Liu Bei. "Are you unwell? If so, it would be prudent to seek medical assistance. Our relationship has always been adversarial. Is it permissible for your subordinates to slaughter my devoted followers while I am not allowed to protect them and eliminate your minions?" Posey retorted with fury. In her exasperation, she turned and hurled a multitude of pots and pans that she had prepared in advance towards Liu Bei's face. Observing the chaotic scene and the flustered demeanor of Posey, Liu Bei found himself on the verge of laughter, though he was also struck by a sense of absurdity. Once Posey had exhausted her supply of throwable items, she realized that nothing remained to be cast aside. It seemed that without further options, she ultimately chose to relent. "I am intrigued. Since you are capable of throwing these objects, why not attempt to attack me with your most adept water-based powers?" Liu Bei, filled with perplexity, inquired, wholly unaware of why Poseidon did not opt for a magical assault to inflict harm upon him. Had he possessed any understanding, he would not have resorted to such a mundane topic of discussion. Poseidon cast a disdainful glance at Liu Bei, her expression replete with contempt as she launched into a fervent tirade. "Are you truly oblivious to your own treasure? Spare me your pretentiousness. Whether you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. I have no desire to indulge your whims." After delivering her scathing remarks, Poseidon, amidst Liu Bei's furrowed brow, made her way towards a bed adorned with bedding, sheets, and pillows. Perhaps she was genuinely exhausted, for she shed her snug cheongsam and carelessly reclined into the covers. Though she harbored considerable dissatisfaction regarding her confinement within the exquisite tower, the fleeting solace she experienced was a long-desired reprieve after years of longing. As Poseidon silently removed her cheongsam, Liu Bei, who was discreetly observing from outside, gazed upon her petite figure, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Chapter 66. Is this how you enter? Just as Poseidon was about to close her lovely eyes, an unsettling sensation prompted her to open them wide in alarm. She swiftly turned her gaze towards the window, and, startled, her delicate body trembled. In a flurry, Poseidon wrapped herself snugly in the bedding, her form enveloped securely within. Liu Bei teased playfully, "You are quite an intriguing woman. When you were shedding your garments earlier, did it not cross your mind that someone might be watching? Now that you are entirely unclothed, you suddenly feel bashful?" Upon hearing Liu Bei's jest, Poseidon, incensed and embarrassed, emerged with her head exposed. Her charming visage flushed crimson as she vehemently retorted towards the window where Liu Bei stood. "Was I ever willing to let you see? I was too embarrassed to call you out. You are merely lusting after my body. How base of you!" In response to Poseidon's sharp remarks, Liu Bei's expression remained unchanged throughout, yet he genuinely smiled. For the first time, he perceived that this woman, whose very presence radiated danger, possessed a surprisingly endearing side. "So what if I am drawn to your body? Are you truly going to confront me?" Liubei deliberately uttered words that Poseidon could not tolerate. In a fit of rage, Poseidon abruptly threw aside his bedding and shouted towards Liubei outside the window, "If you have the ability, come in. I refuse to believe you can still enter." "This is what you said." Liubei's lips curled into a smug arc immediately thereafter, as Poseidon vociferously denounced Liubei as a shameless scoundrel. The figure of Liubei had already come into her view. This sudden appearance of Liubei startled her delicate frame, causing it to tremble. Poseidon gazed at him with incredulous eyes, beginning to doubt herself. "You just walked in?" Please don't come any closer," she said anxiously. After all, she genuinely felt an unprecedented panic at the sight of Liubei drawing near. If it were in the outside world, she, Poseidon, might still rely on her formidable strength to resist. However, within the confines of the Linglong Tower, even though her power was on par with Liubei's, she found herself rendered powerless to resist due to certain rules of the tower, akin to a fragile woman unable to defend herself. She could hardly believe that Liubei had managed to enter. In her mind, he should not have chosen to come in merely because of a few words she had spoken. Although Poseidon maintained an expression of disbelief, the reality was that Liubei had indeed chosen to enter. As she watched Liubei, who had already stepped inside, Poseidon, feeling somewhat tense, hastily grabbed a pillow from beside her and held it in front of herself. "Do you really think this mere pillow can shield you from me?" Strangely enough, witnessing Poseidon's flustered demeanor, within Liubei's heart, an overwhelming excitement surged. In the moment he grasped the pillow with fervent intensity, Poseidon, startled, let out a piercing scream of sheer panic, as Liubei tore with great force at what Poseidon regarded as his final bastion. That very pillow disintegrated into a flurry of feathers. Gazing at the swirling cascade of downy plumes, Poseidon, with slightly parted lips, appeared to exude an aura of despair from his strikingly beautiful eyes. Weren't you boasting earlier about my desire for your form? Let me make it clear now. I am indeed captivated by your physique. And what, pray tell, can you do about it?" Liubei spoke with indignation, grasping Poseidon's arms with fervor, his countenance marred by an expression of sheer horror. Poseidon, trembling in her delicate form, could scarcely fathom that as the esteemed high priestess of the sea god island, she would one day find herself in such a dire predicament. How she longed to resist, yet under Liubei's formidable power, she was left with no choice but to endure. As she shut her beautiful eyes, Liubei leaned closer to her visage, extending his tongue. Poseidon reacted with frenzied resistance, akin to a fish out of water. Yet, ensnared by Liubei's control, she was fated to be as helpless as meat on a chopping block. Moments later, Liubei approached the window, asserting, "You claim I desire your body. Indeed, it is your body I crave. I have shown restraint, refraining from crossing any lines, thus granting you a semblance of dignity, considering our comparable strengths." Liubei spoke with a chilling indifference, as if devoid of any emotion. Listening to these unfeeling words, Poseidon yearned to vehemently curse Liubei, labeling him a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, in a state where even speech was a laborious effort, and with a desire to move utterly absent, Poseidon found himself bereft of the strength to resist. All he could do was silently berate Liubei in his heart. As he watched Liubei transform into a wisp of light and vanish from sight, tears of regret streamed down Poseidon's face. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Liubei morphed into a beam of light and appeared in the tent, the sound of footsteps resonated from beyond. The tent was lifted from the outside, revealing a flamboyantly dressed Douluo. It was evident that Douluo had once again adorned himself with extravagant attire. The arrival of Liubei and his companions truly revitalized him. "My lord, here is the food I have prepared for you. You must savor it thoroughly." Douluo displayed a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. With a foolish grin, he approached Liubei, holding a bowl of delicacies that were both visually appealing and aromatic. Observing Douluo's lewd smile, Liubei furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. It was only after Douluo set down the food he had prepared that he was ready to speak earnestly to Liubei. "My lord, this exquisite dish is one you have surely never tasted before," Douluo said with a sly grin, but before he could elaborate further, Liubei casually picked up a seafood delicacy and placed it before him, astonished that he could savor such delights here. "Did you prepare this?" he inquired, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the exquisite seafood before him. His glance towards Douluo was imbued with a sense of intrigue. Upon sensing Liubei's penetrating gaze, the smile that usually adorned Douluo's face abruptly froze. Ahem. What you mean to say is, have you tasted it before? Indeed, I have, he replied. This type of seafood often reveals its true essence within. Yet, some mistakenly believe that merely indulging in the tender exterior grants them access to its finest qualities. This is, in fact, a misconception. Liubei cheerfully spoke, and in the midst of Douluo's astonished expression, he devoured the seafood entirely. Douluo, bewildered throughout the entire ordeal, could only stand there awkwardly. However, as he gazed at the scattered fragments on the ground, his expression shifted, captivated by the tiny shards. What are these? He pondered, crouching down to pick up a piece. With a look of confusion, he turned to Liubei, who was earnestly eating. Suddenly, Liubei seemed to recall something, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that vanished from sight. As Douluo observed Liubei's disappearance, he noticed the blue smoke darting toward the petite and exquisite tower. He hurriedly leaned towards the tower, his serious gaze fixed on the interior arrangements. He was profoundly struck by the decor within the exquisite tower. Chapter 67. Does this look familiar to you? As Douluo watched Liubei vanish in an instant, his mind felt clouded, prompting him to hurriedly glance towards the spot where Liubei had been. Upon keen observation, as he discerned the structure of the exquisite tower's interior, he was truly astonished by the lavish displays within this treasure tower. Although he had seen Liubei utilize this delicate tower before, he had never witnessed the interior up close until now. The opulence of the arrangements inside the tower was indeed envy-inducing. Had he known how to enter the tower's interior, he would have genuinely wished to explore it thoroughly. What are you looking around for? Just as Douluo was intently examining the exquisite tower, an unexpected interruption occurred. The displeased voice of Liubei reached his ears, causing Douluo to step back in alarm. After all, provoking Liubei over such a trivial matter would be utterly unwise. My lord, please do not misunderstand. I was merely struck by the opulence of the Linglong Pagoda's interior and momentarily forgot my station. Douluo expressed his regret with a sincere apology. It was evident that his curiosity had led him to overlook the significance of Liubei's treasure. You may step outside to keep watch. If anything urgent arises, do not chief me, as you command. Relieved that Liubei had not lost his temper, Douluo hurriedly turned to leave. As he heard the curtain fall once more, Liubei, seated beside the bed, observed Poseidon, who appeared utterly bewildered. He approached her gradually. What do you intend to do? Poseidon asked, her gaze fixed on Liubei with a wary vigilance. Under the weight of her scrutinizing stare, Liubei momentarily paused, but his expression soon returned to a warm smile. The smile on Liubei's face bore a hint of triumphant arrogance. I shall not harm you. You need only to obey. Poseidon regarded Liubei with confusion, her vigilance heightened by his words. Upon careful observation, she noted that Liubei had already seated himself at the edge of the bed. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastily pushed him away. Enraged, Poseidon wished fervently to rend Liubei into 1,000 pieces. As the high priestess of the island of the sea god, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to treat her in such a manner. Across the entirety of the island of the sea god, under similar circumstances, Liubei would undoubtedly face Poseidon's wrath and never leave alive. Observing Poseidon's flustered demeanor, Liubei erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly pleased by her reaction. He relished the sensation of being despised, yet untouchable. I am the esteemed high priestess of the island of the sea god. I strongly advise you not to provoke me, Poseidon declared. You had better not afford me an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, even if I must pursue you to the ends of the earth, I swear by the glory of the sea god that I shall see you dead. In the midst of Poseidon's furious outburst, Liubei, who had been pushed away, swiftly seized her by the neck. With her pupils dilated, Poseidon felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this individual before her. The fury etched upon her face could only be described as a deep-seated hatred. After several minutes, Liubei finally released his grip, and Poseidon gasped for breath. Casting a desperate glance toward the window, filled with resentment toward Liubei, how she wished for a savior to appear at that moment. This ordeal was far from something she wished to endure. In the flickering candlelight, Poseidon's exquisite features shimmered with an air of mystery. Noticing her trembling form, Liubei furrowed his brow and chose to depart. You are exhausted. It would be wise to rest, he suggested. Liubei spoke with an air of indifference, meticulously arranging his robe. As he transformed into a beam of light and vanished, it was as though he had never graced this place with his presence. Despair engulfed Poseidon, who could only watch Liubei depart, realization dawning upon her only now. In her current state, if no one were to come to her rescue, it was highly likely that the remainder of her life would be spent reminiscing about her dominion over the entire sea god island. How regal she had once been, And now, when she compared her past self to her present state, the disparity was stark. One could easily liken it to the heavens above and the earth below. Upon returning to the tent, Liubei, his expression still cold, lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. Suddenly, an anxious voice pierced the air outside. "My lord, trouble is brewing. A large number of strangely attired serpent people are launching a fierce assault on our camp." Just as Liubei was left speechless by Poseidon's predicament, the urgent voice of Douluo rang out from beyond the tent. As Douluo barged in, her eyes widening in alarm at the sight of Liubei's murderous expression, she instinctively lowered her head in fear. "I'm not dead yet. Why the panic?" Thunder rumbled. As soon as Liubei's voice fell, a deafening explosion erupted around the tent. The shockwave from the blast was so immense that it seemed to threaten to uproot the very tent in which Liubei stood. "Go take a look." Liubei furrowed his brows tightly, casually stowing away the exquisite pagoda that imprisoned Poseidon. Without waiting for the reaction of Douluo, he surged forth into the outside world. Bursting out of the tent, gazing at the scene unfolding in the sky, Liubei, with his brow still knitted in concern, was taken aback by the multitude of adversaries that awaited him. "Surrender, our high priest." At the moment Liubei appeared, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Watching the elite of the spirit hall descend from the heavens, Liubei's complexion darkened as he swiftly drew his Qianxunji sword, charging towards the source of the voice hidden among the clouds. "My lord." Douluo was drenched in cold sweat, wishing he could match Liubei's strength to lend even a feeble hand. "Charge for the spirit hall. Follow my lord and slay." Just as Douluo cursed his lack of power, a group of middle-aged individuals clad in the ceremonial robes of the spirit hall rapidly surged towards the clouds where Liubei had vanished. Deep within the clouds, sensing the imminent danger, those individuals promptly activated their highest defensive mode. Each donned in armor and wielding weapons. They emanated an aura not significantly inferior to that of the spirit hall's clergy. It was evident how profoundly Poseidon's captivity impacted their sea god island. Chapter 68. Return Poseidon to us. Within the depths of the clouds, an unbearable brilliance shone forth. As Liubei drew nearer, the sounds of battle reverberated from the clouds, deafening in their intensity. Observing the elite of the spirit hall plummeting to the ground, he realized that these were the rising stars of the spirit hall, now falling for grace. "Hold your ground. You stand before Liubei, the imperial master of the spirit empire." As Liubei continued to approach the clouds, the voices from within finally broke through. Faced with this furious inquiry, Liubei chose to halt, casually resting the Qianxunji sword upon his back. "Since you are aware of my renown, why do you still dare to provoke the might of our empire? Do you truly not know how to write the word death?" Liubei furiously reprimanded the depths of the clouds, though he could not discern the presence of any individuals within. Yet from within those clouds emanated an unceasing, formidable aura. In such a menacing atmosphere, even one who had not been battle-hardened like Liubei would remain undaunted by their imposing presence. The individuals in the depths of the clouds fell into a profound silence upon hearing Liubei's retort, as if his words had struck a chord they had not anticipated. "Do not take offense, esteemed one. We merely wish to implore Master Liu to return our clan's high priest." After a prolonged silence, a voice, distinct from the previous expressions of anger, reached Liubei's ears once more. As Liubei patiently awaited a response, the esteemed members of the spirit hall finally arrived at his side. Their auras were equally overwhelming. Any one of them could upheave the very fabric of the Douluo continent. "How dare you presume to negotiate with our master? You do not even have the courage to show your faces. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Upon the arrival of the esteemed members, one of them, upon hearing the voice from the depths of the clouds, exhibited a sneer of disdain. At his derisive remark, the others nearby erupted into laughter. However, just as the laughter began to fully bloom on their faces, an unexpected event transpired. A colossal hand loomed above, its vastness eclipsing the very heavens. This hand was immense, and even Liubei felt diminutive in its presence. As the enormous palm materialized, it seemed poised to envelop the entire world, threatening to obliterate them with a single strike. Apart from Liubei, the expressions of all those present shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment at the sudden emergence of this gigantic hand. Just as Liubei prepared to pierce the massive palm with the Qianxunji sword, another equally immense hand surged forth in an instant. However, this second hand clearly did not target Liubei and his companions. As the two colossal hands converged, they collided violently in midair. The moment they met, a deafening roar erupted, sending terrifying ripples of energy cascading outward from above, causing the entire space to tremble uncontrollably. After effortlessly swatting away the hand that sought to suppress Liubei and the others, the colossal hand transformed in a scintillating light before gradually vanishing from sight. Liubei furrowed his brows, his palms infused with the formidable power of a super Douluo at level 98. Although Liubei had several capable subordinates at his disposal, if those two hands were to descend upon them in an instant, even if Liubei could evade perfectly, his subordinates would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. These guardians were not fools. They were acutely aware of the terrifying strength that lay within those hands. Had Liubei not been present, the massive hand aimed at suppressing them might have already subdued them entirely, leaving no room for them to remain standing and gasping for breath. As for the one who had mocked the hidden guardians of the Spirit Hall, his expression had now transformed into one of complete vigilance, shedding the earlier nonchalance. After all, none could guarantee that the giant hand intent on their demise would not reappear in the next moment. Boli, do we not agree that we were here for the safety of the High Priest? Do you not fear provoking Master Liu with such reckless actions? You must understand that if your impetuousness leads to unimaginable consequences for the High Priest, you will bear the full weight of responsibility for this entire affair. As another voice echoed in the air, the corners of Liubei's mouth curled into a playful arc. He was undoubtedly delighted to witness such an internal conflict. As those two equally formidable figures engaged in earnest conversation, the expressions of the onlookers reflected a certain astonishment, as if the situation was entirely unexpected for them all. Amidst their astonished countenances, Liubei, however, exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying a composure that starkly contrasted with the astonishment of those around him. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged under the gaze of all present. Clad in a gray robe, with a beard that danced freely in the wind, he approached with a deliberate gait, as if intent on tearing the very heavens apart. His eyes, resembling blood-red moons, radiated an unfathomable terror. Merely by fixing his gaze upon Liubei and the others, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. Sensing the elder's boundless animosity, the high-ranking guardian standing beside Liubei gripped his weapon tightly, as if ready to charge at the elder should he dare to exhibit even the slightest deviation. Boli, were we not to set aside our enmity for the time being? Just as the elder's murderous energy reached a boiling point, an impatient voice resonated, seemingly irritated by Boli's disregard for his prior admonition. I certainly concur with your sentiments. However, these individuals have yet to deliver the High Priest's words. Even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure they pay their blood debt in full. The chilling undertone in Boli's voice evoked a sense of dread, causing the previously mocking guardian to swallow hard. Once Boli uttered these words, radiant golden light suddenly erupted from the heavens, transforming into an enormous rune. An Edaliman, equally venerable, yet exuding an air of unyielding authority, materialized beside him. In contrast to Boli's fierce demeanor, this newly appeared elder bore a gentle expression. Come forth, all of you. With a serene smile, the elder addressed Liubei and his companions. Upon hearing his words, everyone, including Liubei, instantly became alert. Chapter 69. The spiritually exhausted Poseidon. Shortly after the elder's words fell, the surroundings where Liubei and his companions stood were suddenly illuminated with a dazzling brilliance. Observing the radiant glimmers, the expressions of Liubei and his companions turned vigilant. Moments later, several elderly figures, exuding formidable auras, separated and encircled Liubei and his group, forming a tight circle. Bo Qing, you must ponder this carefully. Should these individuals fail to return the High Priest to us, not only will Bo Li bear the consequences, but you too shall find yourself entangled in this predicament. As these figures emerged, one imposing elder raised his eyelids and cast a glance at the conciliatory elder. The elder referred to as Bo Qing furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before he nodded earnestly. Seeing Bo Qing's willingness to assume responsibility, the questioning elder chose to remain silent thereafter. Once their discussion concluded, the elder named Bo Qing directed his gaze back toward Liubei, exhaling a shallow breath of stale air, and regarded Liubei intently. If Master Liu is willing to return our clan's High Priest, I, Bo Qing, solemnly swear by my own life that the entire East Sea shall fall under the dominion of the Martial Soul Empire. Bo Qing's demeanor was calm, and his words bore a weight that suggested he was not jesting. Nevertheless, when he proclaimed the East Sea's complete subjugation to the Martial Soul Empire, the other elders maintained their silence. Such a proposition was inherently precarious. The elder's tranquility was surprisingly unsettling. especially considering that their high priest had been imprisoned within the Linglong Tower precisely because he had sheltered the East Sea. My lord, something is amiss. At that moment, as Liubei furrowed his brow in deep thought, the grand offering beside him suddenly interjected. Turning to the grand offering with a feigned look of confusion, Liubei inquired, "What do you find puzzling?" "That old fellow is willing to stake his life to guarantee the East Sea's allegiance to the Martial Soul Empire. Is there anything more significant than one's own life?" Liubei inquired of the esteemed elder beside him as he uttered these words. Liubei deliberately elevated his voice. Indeed, when the grand priest uttered the words of suspicion, the elderly man, named Bo Qing, exhibited a subtle shift in expression. Although the status of this individual on Sea God Island remains unclear, given that the East Sea has chosen to submit to my Wuhuan Empire, why not extend that dominion to Sea God Island as well? How audacious! At the moment the grand priest proclaimed that Sea God Island would also belong to the Wuhuan Empire, an elder, visibly enraged, made a sudden move. He raised his hand towards the side of the grand priest, unleashing a radiant five-color divine light that enveloped his palm, seemingly infused with formidable strength. In that instant, sensing the impending danger, the grand priest's body tensed in readiness. Just as he prepared to retaliate, an extraordinary sword, gleaming with golden light, swiftly pierced towards the heart of the enraged elder. The blade penetrated his heart, and the elder, with an expression of disbelief, lowered his gaze. Trembling lips struggled to form words, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events orchestrated by Liubei, leaving him engulfed in an unprecedented sense of regret. Observing the scene of the elder's effortless demise at Liubei's hands, it was evident that although Bo Qing maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes were filled with an icy coldness. As the slain elder fell towards the ground, not a single soul dared to intervene. "This old fool clearly still underestimates me. Liubei, it is worth noting that even the formidable Qian Daolu of your would face death without hesitation if he provoked me." Liubei reminded them in a tone laced with mockery. Upon hearing his words, everyone felt a jolt of trepidation in their hearts. Bo Qing cast a fleeting glance at Liubei, then smiled and said, "It is indeed deserving of death to not regard Master Lu as significant. However, I trust this will not affect our negotiations, will it?" He cautiously inquired of Liubei. From the moment Liubei had slain Bo Ji, despite their profound apprehension of Liubei, Bo Qing believed that if Liubei were unwilling to acquiesce, he alone would take action, and the powerful individuals from the Sea God Island would undoubtedly retaliate in unison. As Bo Qing spoke these words, it seemed that the formidable beings from the Sea God Island sensed something amiss. In the instant their gazes met, how could the strongest among them, Liubei, remain oblivious? Of course, a mere waste, killing him was trivial. A mere waste, killing him was trivial? Beside Bo Qing, Bo Li heard Liubei's retort, his face flushed with indignation. It is worth noting that the Sea God Island is the most powerful entity across all seas, revered as a divine domain by all. Now this figure, hailed as a god by the followers of the sea, was being dismissed as refused by Liubei. One can only imagine the level of derision. As long as Master Lu is pleased, we can all be deemed refuse, Bo Qing said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. It was evident that he was not entirely unaffected by Liubei's words, yet under the weight of Liubei's formidable prowess, he had no choice but to endure. Quite intriguing, Liubei offered a faint smile, gracefully gesturing with a flick of his hand. A small, resplendent pagoda, gleaming with golden light, emerged before the gaze of the assembled crowd. Even those formidable beings hailing from the island of the sea god gazed upon this exquisite artifact with profound astonishment. As they sensed the familiar aura emanating from the delicate pagoda, they nearly unanimously concluded that this was a divine relic, one that could only rightfully belong to the realm of the gods. "Come forth, woman," Liubei spoke with an air of indifference. As his heartless words fell, a beautiful woman, weary and drained of energy, appeared before him. With the release of Poseidon, she felt a surge of power flowing back within her. Immediately realizing her situation, Poseidon clenched her delicate fists, preparing to strike Liubei's chest with all her might. The force of her blow, terrifying in its intensity, landed squarely upon Liubei's protective barrier. Before Poseidon could comprehend the situation, a magnificent golden Qilin, radiating a brilliant light and possessing a robust physique, suddenly charged toward her side. "Be careful." Bo Qing's eyes twitched with urgency as he rushed to Poseidon's side. Confronted with the impending collision of the golden Qilin, he, too, found himself spitting blood in front of Poseidon's astonished expression. Just as everyone anticipated that Bo Qing's blood would splatter across the golden creature, the Qilin, which should have been tangible, vanished like a mere illusion. Great offering. Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. her complexion paling as she supported the elderly man, feeling an overwhelming guilt as if Boqing had been injured because of her. Boqing coughed up blood heavily, his face turning ashen as he spoke gently to Poseidon. "Cici, your grandfather has watched you grow. I promised your brother that I would protect you well. It seems that I can no longer safeguard you on the path ahead. Great offering. Great offering." No sooner had Boqing finished his words than the elder, once supported by Poseidon, began to transform into a substance resembling foam, ascending toward the unreachable heavens. Chapter 70, Liubei, I shall not share the heavens with you. Witnessing the demise of the great offering Boqing, the other offerings from the sea god island paid their respects with the highest honors befitting his status, as they gazed upward at the great offering gradually dissolving into nothingness. Poseidon turned her focus back to Liubei, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury, her elegant brows slightly raised, radiating an aura that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. "What do you intend to do?" "I've already promised him that I would allow you to return to the sea god island. It's one thing for you not to show gratitude, but do you truly wish to retaliate against me?" Liubei's countenance appeared rather grim. Although Poseidon was indeed blessed with remarkable beauty, and they had developed a bond of profound camaraderie, it did not necessarily imply that Liubei would yield to her in matters of conduct. "Ha, my dear, such a woman is one who takes advantage of her gains while feigning innocence. Given the prowess of my esteemed self, had I wished to eliminate these individuals, they would have long since ceased to exist. Yet, this woman remains oblivious to reason, which is truly perplexing." At the moment when Liubei confronted Poseidon, the high priest of the Spirit Hall approached him with a sycophantic grin. His words were not solely directed at Liubei. Those of his caliber could discern the underlying intentions of this middle-aged man. Casting a casual glance at the approaching high priest, the taciturn Liubei redirected his attention back to Poseidon. "High priest, let us depart," he suggested. "Indeed, high priest, given our current predicament, leaving is the wisest course of action. High priest, should we linger any longer, we would truly be disrespecting the spirit of Boqing." The other priests of the sea god island fervently urged Poseidon to momentarily set aside her vendetta. After all, they had all witnessed the tragic demise of the esteemed Boqing at the moment the golden-haired Qianxunji appeared. With the murmurs swirling around her, how could Poseidon remain unaffected? Possessing keen insight, Poseidon was no fool. She was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between herself and Liubei, setting aside the question of whether she could triumph in a direct confrontation. Her subordinates would undoubtedly suffer a fate akin to that of Boqing due to the enmity between her and Liubei. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, Poseidon was consumed by rage. Clenching her fists tightly, her face betrayed her deep-seated hatred for Liubei, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Her complexion turned ashen as she raised her palm, which descended with a swift ferocity. The surrounding air crackled with energy, and the sound of splattering water echoed ominously. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Poseidon, the priests of the sea god island were visibly shaken, seemingly ready to intervene. In her eyes, which sparkled like stars, a fierce fire burned. She fixed her gaze on Liubei, her voice dripping with icy resolve as she declared, "Liubei, the enmity between us shall never be reconciled." Whoosh! In an instant, Poseidon vanished from the gaze of the onlookers, leaving the devotees of Sea God Island gasping in astonishment. Although Poseidon's demeanor instilled a profound sense of dread, he refrained from taking any aggressive action, thus allowing for a mutual retreat. As Poseidon departed, the devotees of Sea God Island began to dissipate one by one, gradually fading from sight. "Master Liu, today's farewell is not the conclusion. When the mountains cease to shift, the waters will flow anew. Farewell." Just as those devotees were leaving, a voice filled with provocation suddenly echoed in the ears of the crowd. "Damn it! Why didn't you dare to utter those words earlier?" The pupil of the Soul Hall's great pupil radiated a fierce, chilling light. Listening to the taunts that lingered in the air, he was consumed by a desire to tear apart the mouth of the one who had dared to speak such insolence. Liubei gazed intently at the spot where Poseidon had vanished. After a brief silence, he transformed into a fleeting shimmer, disappearing from sight. Noticing Liubei's departure, the grand offering was about to pursue him when he was abruptly halted by an urgent grasp on his arm from another offering. Grand offering? Was that Qianxunji the very one that Lord Liu slew during the Thousand Dao Flow ride? Just as the grand offering prepared to leave, another offering seized his arm, earnestly inquiring. With a furrowed brow, the grand offering nodded thoughtfully. After all, this Qianxunji had the terrifying capability to instantaneously annihilate an entity of equal strength. It was indeed profoundly unsettling. At times, I find myself genuinely curious about what immense fortune Lord Liu has acquired. Just look at the sword he wields, the exquisite pagoda capable of imprisoning individuals, and the Qilin he once rode. Third offering. Do you know whom Lord Liu despises the most? Faced with the relentless questioning from the three offerings before him, the grand offering, slightly frowning, responded with earnestness. It is precisely due to ignorance that one inquires. The grand offering felt a twinge of embarrassment, exhaling a deep sigh before continuing. Lord Liu dislikes those who harbor curiosity about him. Furthermore, you would do well to refrain from attempting to win his favor. After all, even the white-armored earth dragon from yesteryears now lies buried beside the imperial mausoleum. The third offering appeared somewhat perplexed. Although he held the rank of the third offering in the spirit hall, in Liubei's eyes, he was indeed insufficiently esteemed. Now confronted with the grand offering's unexpected response, he had initially contemplated ways to curry favor with Liubei, but suddenly recalled the tragic fate of the white-armored earth dragon, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Observing the third offering's reaction, the grand offering regarded him with disdain. As an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes turned towards him. The third offering forced a sheepish smile, and only after his companions had departed did he reluctantly chase after them. On the ground, a dull thud resonated. Moments later, a figure materialized in the temporary camp of the Spirit Empire. Upon witnessing Liubei's return, Douluo hurriedly approached him. "My lord, congratulations on your triumphant return." As Douluo smiled obsequiously at Liubei, he was met with a frosty gaze from Liubei in return. Observing the expression on Liubei's face, Douluo's smile faltered awkwardly. Were it not for the other offerings having returned, Liubei might have maintained that expression indefinitely, which would have been quite unbearable for Douluo. "My lord, what troubles you? Did we not achieve victory?" Douluo hastily approached the grand offering to inquire. Noticing Douluo's anxious demeanor, the grand offering did not exhibit the same expression he had shown towards the third offering. After all, Douluo had an excellent rapport with the esteemed elder, golden crocodile, Douluo, and in Liubei's presence, he remained a favored individual. "Indeed, we won, of course we did. There is nothing wrong, my lord," the grand offering replied with a cheerful smile. Douluo, filled with suspicion at the grand offering's jovial demeanor, realized that prying information from him was futile. Upon glancing at the other offerings, he noticed their faces were all pallid, and thus he chose not to press further. When he observed Liubei entering the tent where golden crocodile Douluo was recuperating, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. Chapter 71. The old minister requests to return to his hometown. Inside the tent, an aromatic scent of herbs greeted him. As Liubei inhaled the bittersweet fragrance, he wrinkled his brow slightly. His gaze fell upon the elderly man lying quietly on the bed. At the sound of Liubei's footsteps, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Liubei, golden crocodile Douluo's expression shifted to one of great excitement. He longed to rise and greet Liubei, but the pain from his wounds confined him to a supine position. "My lord, forgive this old man for not being able to rise and salute. I hope you will not take offense," golden crocodile Douluo said with a troubled expression, his eyes filled with bitterness. Observing the old man's condition, Liubei exhaled a heavy sigh and approached his bedside. "Do not speak such words, Elder Jean. You have endured this for the Empire, and I could never be angered by your inability to pay me homage." Liubei adjusted the collar of the golden crocodile Douluo, his face serene. This demeanor undoubtedly astonished the golden crocodile Douluo. Over the years, although he frequently encountered Liubei, the expressions he bore were often solemn, instilling a sense of distance. Yet, the gentleness Liubei exhibited now was reminiscent of familial warmth. The golden crocodile Douluo, taken aback by this unexpected affection, parted his lips as if to speak, but ultimately chose silence. "My lord," he heard the physician say, "if Elder Jean can remain calm and rest, given his cultivation level, he will gradually recover before long." As the golden crocodile Douluo basked in this beautiful moment, the tent's curtain was suddenly lifted from outside. Before him stood the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, with a serious demeanor and a smile that bloomed like a chrysanthemum in full blossom. After listening to the words of the chrysanthemum, Liubei cast a fleeting glance at the approaching Yuguan. His expression remained utterly inscrutable, merely a casual flicker of his gaze. It had sent a shiver coursing through Douluo's very being, as if every pore on his skin had been pricked by needles. It was a sensation of being seen through, evoking a profound chill deep within his heart. Douluo was filled with trepidation. After all, the formidable gaze of Liubei, imbued with an innate authority devoid of anger, instilled within him a genuine apprehension. My lord, Ju spoke. Little Ju is not mistaken. I shall soon recover. However, there is one request I humbly beseech you to consider. As Ju Thaw stammered before Liu Bei's penetrating gaze, it was the ailing Jean Daw reclining upon the bed, who unexpectedly intervened, deftly redirecting Liu Bei's attention back to himself. Noticing the hint of confusion etched on Liu Bei's countenance, he continued, I am of advanced age and have savored enough of life. Thus, I respectfully petition to return to my homeland. I hope my lord will grant this request. Jean Daw articulated these words with utmost seriousness, as though to preempt any refusal from Liu Bei. He even made an effort to rise from his bed, despite his physical limitations. Liu Bei's gaze sparkled momentarily, and then he released his hands. This seemingly casual gesture was, in truth, intended to offer support. For the sake of the empire, Jean Lao had toiled for many years. Since he wished to retire to his homeland, Liu Bei would naturally acquiesce to his request. However, he urged Jean Lao to remain composed, given that he had referred to himself as a subject. Liu Bei hoped that he would personally address Bibi Dong when the time came. Address Bibi Dong? Jean Daw was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that Liu Bei's words were merely a reminder. While leaving the empire was permissible, it must be with Bibi Dong's consent. Although Liu Bei had not made an unequivocal decision, the mere affirmation from him was enough for Jean Daw to trust that gaining Bibi Dong's approval would not pose a significant challenge. The old minister, Xie Tong, was grateful for the support. Jean Daw expressed his thanks with a bow, his face reflecting profound gratitude. Liu Bei offered a symbolic nod before turning his gaze back to Ju Douluo. Upon sensing Liu Bei's scrutinizing stare, Ju Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He was, of course, perplexed by the nature of Liu Bei's gaze. After all, during this expedition to the East Sea, although he had not played as significant a role as Golden Crocodile Douluo, he had nonetheless contributed to alleviating tensions. Thus, under the premise of having put in effort without receiving due recognition, Ju Douluo felt a degree of dissatisfaction with Liu Bei's expression. His face paled as he longed to immediately clarify, My lord, I am truly grateful for your timely communication regarding the situation in the East Sea. Had he not informed me of the circumstances here, it is likely that both you and Elder Jean would have perished by now. The cold, emotionless voice of Liu Bei suddenly echoed in Ju Douluo's ears. Just as Ju Douluo was yet to grasp the meaning of the words, Liu Bei has transformed into a swift gust of wind, vanishing like a specter before our eyes. Ju Douluo, with a bewildered expression, stands there in a daze. Congratulations, little Gio. It seems your standing in the eyes of the esteemed has risen several notches. Ju Douluo, still in a state of confusion, gazes at Jean Douluo. In his moment of bewilderment, he dutifully peels an orange for Jean Douluo. What does this mean? Elder Jean? Little Gio is not quite sure and hopes you can clarify. With utmost respect, Gio Douluo presents the peeled orange before Jean Douluo. Observing the fruit, Jean finally gestures dismissively, hesitating for a moment before responding earnestly. Although the esteemed has displayed profound anger, it is not directed at you. Instead, it arises from his own oversight, which has led to this grave error. Surely, the esteemed's heart must be more troubled than anyone else's. Does the esteemed also feel vexed? J. Douluo, filled with confusion, continued to inquire. Yet, this time, Golden Crocodile Douluo could only offer a bitter smile and shake his head. Although he did not respond to J. Douluo, the nuances of his wry grin began to instill doubt within him. He started to question whether the Liu Bei he had once known was indeed the genuine Liu Bei. Outside the military encampment, Liu Bei strolled, listening to the anguished cries emanating from within. He too felt a tumult of emotions swirling in his heart. Despite his notoriously fierce temperament, it did not imply that his heart was as unyielding as stone. Over the years, Liu Bei had gradually established an invincible persona within the hearts of the subjects of each martial spirit empire. These individuals had come to regard Liu Bei as a paragon of martial prowess, akin to a god of war. Yet now, due to Liu Bei's own choices, this tragic outcome had unfolded. It was likely that those who had once revered Liu Bei as their deity would begin to waver in their faith because of this incident. Silently, Liu Bei continued his walk, bearing witness to the pitiful wails of the guards, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. When Golden Crocodile Douluo uttered the words of petition to return home, how many within the spirit hall yearned to express such sentiments directly to Liu Bei? Chapter 72. Golden Crocodile Douluo's unspoken suffering in recent days. Although Liu Bei pondered the essence of his character due to his misguided decision, he still maintained his once unstoppable demeanor in the face of true authority. He awaited the gradual recovery of those around him. The contingent led by Liubei marched resolutely towards the imperial capital of the Martial Spirit Empire. The Martial Spirit Empire, a formidable steel empire forged by Liubei himself, was a realm of immense power that instilled fear in foreign tribes. Throughout the years, while Liubei had not personally led the charge into battle, the forces commanded by the High Priest, under Liubei's directives, had caused the indigenous savages untold suffering. They returned to the imperial capital. Liubei did not hasten to return to his abode. Instead, he summoned all the prominent and esteemed ministers and valiant generals within the empire. It was only then that he solemnly announced his decision to them. Esteemed colleagues, throughout these years, it has been your unwavering companionship that has enabled the emergence of the Martial Soul Empire. I, Liubei, am profoundly grateful for your contributions during this time. Thus, after careful contemplation, I have resolved to grant permission to a select group of distinguished veterans who wish to retire and return to their hometowns. To the esteemed elders. Liubei spoke calmly, his gaze resting upon the golden crocodile, Douluo. It was the golden crocodile, Douluo, with a solemn expression, who stepped forward from the front of the ranks. The two locked eyes. Liubei gently exhaled a breath of murky air and then cast a subtle glance towards Bibi Dong, receiving her tacit approval in return. Liubei continued to announce that, due to the remarkable achievements of the Grand Elder during this campaign in the EC, and after thorough deliberation with His Majesty, it has been decided to grant the Grand Elder's request for retirement and to bestow upon him the title of Duke of the Wuhuan Empire, with the surname Liu conferred upon him. This revelation left the capable ministers and valiant generals in utter astonishment. Although there are many individuals bearing the surname Liu throughout the realm, the Liu conferred by Liubei is of a caliber far superior to those common bearers of the name. After all, Liubei is the current Grand Master of the Wuhuan Empire. Despite merely holding the title of Grand Master, the substantial power of the empire resides firmly within his grasp. Furthermore, Liubei has also bestowed the title of Duke upon the golden crocodile Douluo. This title marks a historic first since the founding of the Wuhuan Empire. It can be said that the golden crocodile Douluo, having once been a leader of the Wuhuan Temple, will continue to enjoy an unparalleled status through his ducal title. Even after relinquishing his position as Grand Elder, his descendants will undoubtedly reap the benefits of this noble title, enjoying privileges that many can only dream of. While those around him gaze upon the golden crocodile Douluo with immense envy, he himself harbors a tumultuous inner conflict. The so-called agreement allowing him to return to his homeland is, in reality, merely a change of title, enabling him to continue his service to the Wuhuan Empire. With unspoken burdens, the golden crocodile Douluo can only express his gratitude for Liubei's favor. Although his heart's desires remain unfulfilled, he finds solace in the fact that he is no longer entangled in the intricate power struggles within the Wuhuan Temple, which is a source of some happiness. Observing the golden crocodile Douluo as he expresses his thanks for the bestowed honors, Liubei was bestowing rewards one by one. Naturally, among those individuals, in addition to some gold, silver, and precious jewels, as well as fertile lands, none could receive a reward comparable to that of the golden crocodile Douluo. Just when they presumed that Liubei's bestowals had come to an end, the next name announced astonished everyone profoundly. Yuguan. Liubei's voice, devoid of emotion, suddenly pierced the silence of the Grand Hall. Upon hearing his name called, Zhu, filled with unease, reluctantly raised his gaze. He was the only survivor, apart from the golden crocodile, Douluo, sent by Liubei to the EC. Although he felt an overwhelming envy for the accolades bestowed upon others, nothing compared to the joy of preserving one's own life. Yuguan, your performance this time has been commendable. Therefore, I decided to bestow upon you the title of Marquis, with your fief located in the EC. Henceforth, you shall not only be the supreme commander of the Elder Hall, but also a minister of the Wuhuan Empire, holding the title of Marquis of the EC. Zhu Douluo gazed at Liubei in astonishment. He had assumed that Liubei's decision to not trouble him was already a significant favor. Little did he expect such an outcome. How unexpected it is for Liubei to bestow such a significant favor upon him. It is noteworthy that even those who later participated in the Eastern Sea turmoil, including various offerings, did not receive a noble title from the Spirit Master Empire. Yet, Liubei has suddenly conferred upon him the title of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Naturally, Zhu Douluo's heart is engulfed in astonishment, his countenance reflecting disbelief as he gazes blankly at Liubei. Of course, it is not only Zhu Douluo who finds himself in a state of utter confusion. Even the other esteemed offerings exhibit a myriad of expressions. If not for the golden crocodile Douluo approaching Zhu Douluo and gently nudging him back to reality, he might still be lost in a daze. After repeatedly expressing his gratitude for Liubei's favor, Douluo finally recalls the moment in the tent when golden crocodile, Douluo, suddenly revealed to him that his status in Liubei's eyes had ascended several tiers. Although these offerings hold high positions within the spirit hall, they are bound by Liubei's explicit regulations, which prevent them from interfering in matters concerning the empire. Thus, upon hearing that Douluo has been granted a title, and one that encompasses dual roles, the capable ministers and fierce generals naturally display profound envy. After Liubei has rewarded these meritorious individuals, he generously opens the national treasury for the loyal families of those who perished in battle. Following the completion of these matters, Liubei, feeling mentally fatigued, returns to Bibidong's chamber, accompanied by her. As she places a cool towel upon his forehead, she tenderly massages his arms with great care. Having agreed to his retirement, she deliberately grants him a noble title within the empire, seemingly implying that even in absence from the spirit hall, he must remain loyal to the spirit master empire. Listening to Bibidong's somewhat dissatisfied inquiry, Liubei smiles with a hint of pride and responds earnestly. Having been in the spirit hall for so long, one may be a member of the spirit hall for a time, but one must remain a member for a lifetime. I still have use for him. Do not be deceived by his age. His physique remains robust. Liubei cheerfully explained, feeling somewhat perplexed by Bibi Dong. She was preparing to leave, but just as she was about to depart, Liubei's hand unexpectedly grasped her fair arm. In that fleeting moment, an unsteady Bibi Dong stumbled into Liubei's embrace. As he held the beautiful woman before him, a smile graced Liubei's face. Yet the enchanting figure of Bibi Dong momentarily transformed into that of Poseidon. Chapter 73. Is it you who has insulted my sister? Observing the somewhat dazed expression on Liubei's face, Bibi Dong, sensing something amiss, reached out her hands to cover his cheeks. Her gaze swept across his face. Noticing that Liubei had regained his composure, a hint of subtle confusion flickered in her autumn-like eyes. Do you seem to carry a burden upon your heart? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, looking at Liubei with an air of unfamiliarity, perhaps sensing the melancholic gaze emanating from Bibi Dong. A remarkably gentle smile appeared on his face. His hands, which encircled Bibi Dong's slender waist, instinctively tightened their grip, with the added pressure of Liubei's palms. Bibi Dong's already delicate waist pressed even closer against his abdomen. What burdens could I possibly bear? I merely pondered whether the lack of arranged noble titles for those offerings might incite resentment within their hearts. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by his words. Liubei's response is clearly indicative of her profound dissatisfaction. It is important to note that, given Liubei's character, contemplating the thoughts and feelings of her subordinates is not her nature. Therefore, when Liubei uttered these words, Bibi Dong immediately grasped the underlying sentiment. If there were no secrets concealed in Liubei's heart, that would indeed be truly extraordinary. Bibidong's alluring eyes fluttered as a smile graced her lips while nestled in his embrace. I am aware that you harbor something within. Since you are reluctant to share, I shall refrain from inquiring further. Upon hearing this, Liubei was lost in a myriad of thoughts, tightly embracing Bibi Dong's slender waist, uncertain of how to respond. This marked the 5th day since Liubei departed from the EC. That woman, Poseidon, although Liubei had consistently insisted that he would not fall for her, unexpectedly, as he was preparing to deepen his affection for Bibi Dong, her visage suddenly morphed into that of Poseidon. This was a reality Liubei was unwilling to accept and had never anticipated. Boom! Just as Liubei pondered over the enigmatic Poseidon, an immense and deafening roar erupted nearby, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. The pedestrians on the streets, startled by the sudden explosion, scurried about in panic. What was happening? Douluo stood on the 2nd floor of the Elder Hall, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He beheld meteors plummeting towards the imperial capital, and before he could utter another word, he witnessed thousands of elite soldiers from the Spirit Empire launching an offensive against the descending meteors. Whoosh! Boom! As these elite warriors engaged the meteors, an exceptionally fierce golden sword aura swept through the sky, targeting the highest of the falling celestial bodies. Under this immense sword energy, the meteors, which were poised to descend, were instantly reduced to powder, merging completely with the surrounding air. Make way! The master is coming. The master has arrived. The elite soldiers, noticing a figure clad in a black robe, were captivated by his imposing stance, sword in hand. Boom! As Liubei's voice faded, the valiant soldiers remained enshrouded in a state of fervent anticipation. The azure sky above seemed to be rent asunder by some unseen blade. Gazing at the torn heavens, The pitch-black void stared back at the crowd like an abyss. Are you Liubei? With the emergence of the void, a young man clad in azure battle armor stepped forth, his presence accompanied by an ethereal voice. He radiated an aura of unfathomable terror, and with each casual step, the air beneath him crackled as if it were about to burst, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Liubei cast a fleeting glance at the individual. Though he was uncertain about the origins of their animosity, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from the stranger compelled him to remain silent. The newcomer seemed to have already recognized the young man wielding the sword. Upon noticing that the swordsman did not respond, his countenance darkened, revealing his agitation. Are you the one who slaughtered many of my offerings on Sea God Island and took the opportunity to humiliate my sister, Liubei? At these words, a palpable shock rippled through the crowd. Even Liu Yanran and Yin, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, shared in the complex emotions stirred by the mention of the sister. Bibidong's expression turned somber, and she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Liubei felt an inexplicable sense of alienation. Since you are well aware of my identity, why do you persist in putting on an act? Indeed, it was I who dispatched the offerings from your Sea God Island. Furthermore, it was I who personally humiliated your sister, Poseidon. So what now? Are you, as her elder brother, intending to restore her dignity? Absurd. Boom. Just as Liubei delivered his cold mockery, the middle-aged man, unable to endure any longer, finally unleashed his formidable power. Above Liubei's head, a colossal finger suddenly descended towards his position. Under the shadow of this immense finger, the atmosphere around them instantly became damp. Liubei was filled with fury. After all, it was exceedingly displeasing for him to be confronted by someone so intent on suppressing him. He unleashed his entire aura in a bid to resist. Yet, just as those onlookers anticipated his victory, they were taken aback when a single finger swiftly descended upon him. Beneath the guise of his robe, Liubei's physical form bore the weight of countless minuscule fissures. Had it not been for the cloak's concealment, one could easily imagine that the ruptured wounds would have resulted in blood spilling forth. Roaring, as Liubei raised his hands to brace himself against the colossal finger. A magnificent creature, the Qilin, its eyes aglow with golden light and its body wreathed in flames, suddenly charged towards the calm middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, seemingly aware of the impending assault, noted the aura emanating from the beast, his brow furrowing slightly. With a dismissive snort, he regarded the oncoming creature. In that instant, man and beast collided. The moment of impact was thunderous. The Qilin, a being of divine prowess, was sent hurtling away by the force of the clash. Shaking its heavy head, it regarded the composed, middle-aged man with unmistakable wariness. One cannot deny your prowess, the man remarked, but alas, you have incurred the wrath of my sister, Poseidon. Just as his words settled in the air, a radiant five-colored light erupted from behind him, resembling an ancient divine halo that enveloped him. Though there was indeed a possibility of Liubei being subdued, the brief opening created by the Qilin's assault was seized by him in an instant, evading the crushing grip of the finger. Observing the suspended digit, the middle-aged man disinterestedly retracted his divine power. You shall understand today why the flowers bloom so vividly, he declared. With that, the previously clear sky transformed into an enveloping darkness, akin to the descent of night. Such a transformation filled Liubei, whose eyes burned with murderous intent, with a profound sense of trepidation. Chapter 74. The Astonishing Poseidon. To perish at the hands of Poseidon is a badge of honor, the middle-aged man proclaimed with arrogance, as if Liubei were nothing more than a mere insect in his eyes. Reflecting upon Poseidon's disdainful gaze, one could not help but recall a time when Liubei, too, had regarded others with a similar contempt. Poseidon? Could it be the very Poseidon who had ascended to divinity? As Poseidon deridet Liubei. Likening him to an insignificant ant, an elderly man standing on the second floor wore an expression of profound concern. I must warn the esteemed one to exercise utmost caution, the old man murmured, anxious for Liubei's safety. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the space where Liubei resided. Esteemed one, if my assumptions are correct, this individual must surely be a first-tier deity from the divine realm. Poseidon, the god of the sea. Poseidon? Liubei furrowed his brow slightly. He was undoubtedly well acquainted with the term sea god. After all, had he not traversed into this realm of Douluo, the individual known as Tang Sen would not have been able to obtain the assistance of Poseidon through the 9 trials of the sea god, thereby successfully ascending to inherit the sea god's position. However, now that Liubei had arrived, The name of Tang San would henceforth be expunged from the annals of the Douluo world. He chuckled softly, surprised that anyone would still remember his name. Given this circumstance, he felt there was no longer any need for concealment. With a resounding roar, a brilliant light emerged. As the radiance dissipated, a long robe adorned with golden trim had mysteriously draped itself over Poseidon. He wore a trident circlet upon his head, at the center of which was embedded a cerulean gemstone. Restored to divine attire, Poseidon bore an ancient visage. While he may not have been strikingly handsome, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Observing Poseidon in his divine garb, one could not help but notice the calm, yet slightly stern glimmer in his eyes. A faint light dancing within their depths. Liubei extended his arms, drawing attention to his actions. However, Poseidon's expression remained unchanged, as if before such a magnificent deity. Even though Liubei had become one of the mightiest beings outside the gods, he was still perceived as mere vermin in Poseidon's eyes. Life and death remained firmly within the grasp of the god. Awaken, for to perish amidst the divine is a matter of pride. With a cold gaze, Poseidon uttered these words and finally chose to strike at Liubei. He reached out into the air beside him, and in an instant, a trident radiating an overwhelming aura materialized effortlessly in his grasp. As the trident appeared, an oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped the surroundings. Liubei maintained a tranquil expression, fully aware that he was no match for Poseidon. However, this did not imply that he would succumb to fear in the face of Poseidon's formidable presence. The moment Liubei raised his hands, the surroundings of Liubei began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Observing the subtle shift in Liubei's aura, his previously unchanging demeanor was now marked by a slight furrowing of his sword-like brows. Something is amiss with you? Poseidon frowned deeply as he witnessed the shift in Liubei's momentum. Without hesitation, he unleashed his attack. Poseidon roared in fury. Instantly, countless water-shaped dragons surged towards Liubei's location with lethal intent. As terrifying waves of energy proliferated, the scene above was horrifying to behold. The worshippers of the spirit hall on the ground, witnessing Poseidon's formidable technique, could not help but break into a cold sweat on Liubei's behalf. Get lost! Liubei roared in fury, a chill coursing through his entire being as he lunged forward to strike. Boom! With a series of sword energies unleashed from Liubei's blade, it became evident that, despite his formidable prowess, he fell short of Poseidon's divine might. However, the Xianyuan sword in his grasp was indeed a weapon of imperial caliber. As Liubei's sword energies surged forth, they swiftly obliterated Poseidon's aquatic dragon technique. The expression on Poseidon's face darkened to an extreme, his eyes burning with a crimson hue. For the failure to vanquish Liubei with a single blow filled him, a being of divine strength, with profound humiliation. You have succeeded in inciting my wrath, Poseidon sneered. With a flick of his wrist, ominous cloud patterns coalesced into a terrifying offensive force, descending upon Liubei's position. Boom! 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 An overwhelming spatial power relentlessly bore down upon Liubei, its crushing force threatening to suffocate him. Liubei's countenance shifted to one of grave concern, as he realized that if he continued on this path, death would be his only fate. You have brought this upon yourself. With a decisive clap of his hands, Liubei seized the moment before Poseidon could react. Strange and peculiar markings began to rapidly transform above Liubei's clasped palms. As he beheld the multitude of ethereal symbols manifesting overhead, the sheer density of their numbers left Poseidon feeling a profound sense of alarm. A tremor coursed through Poseidon as he witnessed this spectacle, suddenly gripped by an ominous foreboding. Were you not eager to restore your sister's honor? Let me assure you, if you manage to escape this artifact's grasp, I, Liubei, shall willingly end my own life right here. As Liubei's words resonated in the air, Poseidon observed the swirling symbols above him and began to grasp the gravity of the situation. What do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Poseidon's face twitched in disbelief. Yet, in the wake of Poseidon's incredulity, the symbols above him suddenly ignited with a pitch-black flame. As the fire blazed, a peculiar and unsettling force emerged from the confluence of the flames and the myriad symbols, enveloping Poseidon in an overwhelming discomfort. As this disquieting energy began to slowly emanate from above, just as Poseidon prepared to counteract, he beheld an apparition resembling a tower materializing amidst the inky flames. Perish! Liubei's voice resonated with a low intensity as he raised his hand with a swift motion, causing a delicate and exquisite pagoda to descend towards Poseidon's position in an instant. With the emergence of this intricate pagoda, the atmosphere around them transformed dramatically. filled with ominous portent. Numerous powerful beings gasped in astonishment. Even Jin Ao, standing not far from Liubei, was taken aback. Unable to fathom that the seemingly simple pagoda Liubei initially wielded could, when pushed to its utmost limits, embody the essence of a death deity. You dare to attempt to seal me? Poseidon's expression darkened as he finally discerned Liubei's intentions, leading him to harbor an intense loathing for Liubei. He now comprehended why his sister had fallen so swiftly at Liubei's hands. However, as Liubei fully activated the pagoda, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him entirely. Although the pagoda was primarily a tool for sealing others and lacked the ceaseless lethality of the Qianxunji sword, when Liubei chose to unleash its full potential, it transformed into a weapon of terror, one that even deities would find daunting. Chapter 75. You think you can seal me? In the next moment, Poseidon erupted in fury, his voice reverberating with rage. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped him. If you possess the ability, then attempt to seal me. He taunted, laughter echoing from his lips, his expression one of derision. Do not forget, I am a god. Liubei cast a fleeting glance at Poseidon, refraining from uttering any superfluous words. He promptly resumed channeling the Linglong Tower, intent on executing a complete seal upon Poseidon. Sensing Liubei's disregard, Poseidon's expression shifted, and he contemplated a counterattack. However, confined by the intricate seals, he ultimately could not unleash an attack that would pose a threat to Liubei. Instead, he could only regard Liubei with a mocking gaze. Despite Poseidon's verbal assurances of indifference towards Liubei's sealing abilities, the formidable power Liubei exhibited instilled a lingering caution within him. Awaken, Poseidon. As Liubei fully activated the Linglong Tower, Poseidon's countenance grew increasingly peculiar. With a decisive motion, Liubei brought his hand down, causing the floating Linglong Tower above Poseidon to crash down upon his position with a thunderous impact. Poseidon's face twitched momentarily, yet the mockery that had once adorned his features suddenly transformed into sheer panic. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by the Linglong Tower, the once ethereal Poseidon now paled, his expression marred by distress. The overwhelming force rendered him nearly incapable of standing upright, instilling within him a dawning realization. Why has Liubei suddenly risen to prominence in such a short span of time, to the extent that even the island of the sea god is beneath his notice? He is a true deity, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire world. Yet when confronted with the exquisite Linglong pagoda wielded by Liubei, even this formidable sea god, who holds an exalted status in the divine realm, finds himself compelled to merely resist. It appears that this is still insufficient. Liubei gazed at Poseidon with an expression of indifference. The sword in his hand was effortlessly cast aside, astonishingly hovering in mid-air. Poseidon's countenance gradually morphed into a grotesque visage. With a thunderous roar, at the moment when the golden crocodile, Douluo, sensed the tension had reached its zenith, the sword Liubei had nonchalantly discarded surged forth, emitting brilliant golden rays that ascended towards the heavens, dazzling and blinding. As Liubei invoked the Qianxunji sword, its true form unleashed an ear-piercing shriek, a sound so sharp it threatened to rupture eardrums. In the blink of an eye, all eyes were riveted in rapt attention. The esteemed figure had summoned two divine weapons, but he was prepared. Indeed, the esteemed one was ready to slay a god. This revelation left many momentarily stunned. Some gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Liubei possessed the foundation to vanquish a deity. The onlookers, witnessing Liubei's preparation for such an audacious act, were filled with trepidation. Should Liubei succeed in this divine slaying, the Spirit Empire would undeniably ascend to become the mightiest empire on the Douluo continent. At that instant, as many were left in a stupor, a colossal sword, somewhat indistinct amidst the blinding golden light, suddenly radiated an overwhelming sword intent. In the next moment, as the golden light coalesced around the blade, the enormous sword surged forth violently from above Liubei's head, charging directly towards the suppressed Poseidon. Is this truly a divine artifact? The golden crocodile Douluo gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. He was the closest to this fierce confrontation, the elder most attuned to its nuances. From harboring resentment towards Liubei to now being unwaveringly loyal, he comprehended fully why Liubei had once dared to challenge the reign of Qianxunji, a being capable of slaying gods. If not for Liubei's reluctance to indulge in excessive bloodshed, the present Douluo continent would have long since transformed into a macabre tableau, devoid of living souls. Perish! Liubei's voice resonated with a low growl, an overwhelming aura of deadly intent erupting once more. This is impossible. I am a god. Poseidon's furious roar echoed. Yet, confronted by the combined might of two divine artifacts, all that remained for Poseidon was an excruciatingly piercing scream. As the Qianxunji sword lunged forth with lethal swiftness, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the blow under the oppressive force of the Linglong Tower. While all eyes were fixated on this fierce battle, the sea god, pierced through the chest by the Qianxunji sword, gazed in disbelief at the sword that emanated a perpetual golden glow. As the sword penetrated, it left Poseidon with a grotesque, gaping wound, revealing flesh and sinew beneath. The sight was enough to induce nausea among some of the onlookers. Poseidon roared once more, a heart-wrenching cry that seemed to unleash his inner turmoil. However, as the Qianxunji sword continued to pierce through his form, the relentless sword energy caused fissures to erupt across Poseidon's once mighty body. With a thunderous blast, blood sprayed in all directions as Poseidon, stunned, could scarcely comprehend how his formidable physique could be so utterly shattered by a mere sword. Before he could utter more pain howls, the Linglong Tower, suspended above him, descended with crushing force. Thud! A dull thump echoed as Poseidon was forcibly driven to the ground by the tower's weight. The assembled powerful beings could feel their hairs stand on end, gripped by an innate terror. The master has truly succeeded in slaying a god. His audacity is unparalleled. Audacity? Under the Linglong Tower suppression, Poseidon's body must be reduced to nothing more than mere fragments. Who would have thought that even a deity like Poseidon would be no match for the master? Had he foreseen such a fate, he surely would have refrained from seeking trouble. Trouble? At this juncture, Poseidon must be regretting his choices to the very core. Regret? I suspect he's reduced to nothing but dust and bone. With a resounding rumble, as Liubei completed the ritual of divine assassination, the once vibrant sky, now shrouded in the ominous presence of Poseidon, darkened ominously. Thunder echoed, and amidst the tempest, a rain of sanguine droplets descended, reeking of iron and death. In that moment, the imperial capital, which should have been a tapestry of colors, was stained a ghastly crimson due to the relentless blood rain. Liubei, observing this grim spectacle, stood resolutely against the storm, acutely aware that this phenomenon was reminiscent of a divine omen. It signified the fall of Poseidon, heralding the loss of yet another deity from the divine realm. The air was thick with sounds of resentment and lamentation, akin to the haunting reverberations of an ancient bronze drum, unsettling to the soul. Chapter 76. Refusal of the Sea God's Throne. As an eerie laughter, dry and reminiscent of that ancient drum, echoed through the air, a blackened hand suddenly emerged from the void where Poseidon once dwelled. The hand appeared desiccated, with a semblance of flesh yet devoid of vitality. It resembled aged jerky, with faint tendrils of dark energy swirling ominously above it, invoking a sense of dread. With a powerful thrust, the hand tore through the pitch-black void. Just as Liubei furrowed his brow in contemplation, a figure emerged from the abyss, stepping forth with a deliberate grace. This being, though reminiscent of humanity, bore a terrifying countenance, its skin a parched, obsidian hue akin to forged iron, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Gazing at the glistening, withered form, even the seasoned golden crocodile wore an expression of confusion. "Who are you?" he inquired, perplexed. The sudden apparition raised an arm, revealing an exquisitely sharp scythe. "Do not misunderstand my intentions. I come in peace. Should you wish to inquire my name, I shall solemnly declare that I am the god of death." "The god of death? Are you here to claim Poseidon's soul?" As the figure who claimed to be the Grim Reaper spoke, Liubei, with an expression of calm indifference, directed a serious inquiry towards him. The Reaper, momentarily taken aback by the question, responded with a mere nod. The aura of death emanating from the Reaper created an unsettling atmosphere, causing those observing from the ground to furrow their brows in concern. The Reaper represented the deity of annihilation, and annihilation equated to death, a concept universally dreaded. His very presence, though not intended for their demise, elicited a visceral aversion from many. In response to Liubei's rejection, the deity of death displayed no overt rage, as if the notion of Liubei refusing to relinquish Poseidon's soul was not particularly humiliating for him. "You are well aware," he remarked, "that since I possess the power to slay Poseidon, I am equally capable of ending your life. Although you are dubbed the god of death, I trust you are not immune to mortality, correct?" The Reaper fell silent, yet his grip on the scythe tightened involuntarily. "You are impressive," he remarked ominously. Your ability to vanquish the god of the sea signifies your qualification to ascend to divinity. Killing Poseidon will not only spare you the troubles of the divine realm, but may also elevate you to godhood, akin to Poseidon himself. My heavens! Am I hearing this correctly? You, my lord, could ascend to become a deity. The excitement surged. If you attain godhood, our spirit empire would indeed be invincible. Those individuals engaged in hushed whispers, their excitement palpable at the prospect of Liubei ascending to divinity. After all, Liubei is the paramount leader of them all. Should he truly attain the status of a deity, it would undoubtedly bode well for them. It is worth noting that even the legendary Qianxunji was merely a representative of the celestial beings in the mortal realm. If Liubei were to acquire qualifications akin to that of a first-tier deity, such as Poseidon, the ambition to expand beyond the Douluo continent would not pose a significant challenge. Although the Douluo continent is vast in the grand tapestry of the myriad worlds, it remains but a diminutive realm. Numerous small worlds, akin to the Douluo continent, exist within this expansive universe. However, due to certain constraints, few have ventured to explore these other planes. Thus, if Liubei were indeed to become a deity, the exploration of other realms would merely be a matter of time. Mother, what is a deity? Why do those people seem so joyous at the thought of father becoming one? Lu Xian inquired in a tender voice, while Lu Yanran, cradling him, could only shake her head with a smile. Although she felt immense joy at Liubei's ascension to divinity, she was somewhat bewildered by the potential limitations that such a transformation might impose on his future actions. Just as Lu Yanran was lost in her thoughts, a voice filled with fury suddenly erupted, drawing the gaze of everyone towards a single direction. The woman who spoke was adorned in an exquisite, form-fitting white qipao. Despite the torrential downpour of blood, she exuded an aura that rendered the deluge inconsequential to her, an embodiment of true strength. The beautiful woman in the white qipao advanced with purposeful strides towards Liubei's location. Liubei gazed at Bibi Dong with a look of perplexity. He was uncertain as to why she would oppose his opportunity to ascend to divinity at this moment. Is she your woman? He inquired. Indeed, she is strikingly beautiful, yet also rather foolish, Death stated earnestly to Liubei, yet did not harbor any anger towards Bibi Dong's utterances. Upon seeing Bibi Dong approach him, Liubei was about to speak, but Bibi Dong had already fixed her furious gaze upon Death. Are you attempting to deceive my husband into the realm of the gods? She demanded. Very well, tell me, if my husband were to enter the divine domain, what kind of god would he become? What kind of god? Liubei's expression was one of confusion. He certainly had no understanding of what kind of deity he would become upon entering the divine realm. After all, this was not a matter he often contemplated. The god of death was evidently taken aback by Liubei's unexpected inquiry regarding such a topic. After a moment's hesitation, he responded earnestly to Bibi Dong. According to the rules of the divine realm, should a deity fall as a result of a decisive battle, the victors would then be entitled to inherit the position of the deity they vanquished. To inherit the position of a slain deity? In other words, even if I have qualified to become a god, upon entering the divine realm, I would only be able to inherit Poseidon's divine rank, correct? Indeed, although the sea god holds merely a rank 1 deity status within the divine realm, with the aid of his super artifact, the trident of the sea god, forged from his own martial soul, he possesses the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine kings. What do you think? Does it not sound rather appealing? If you are willing to inherit Poseidon's divine position, you shall indirectly enjoy the status of being on par with several divine kings within the divine realm. The god of death elucidated the rules of the divine realm with utmost seriousness, and his gaze towards Liubei resembled that of a peer acknowledging an equal. Under the god of death's non-hostile scrutiny, Liubei felt a burgeoning sense of goodwill, though it remained merely a flicker of favor. I refuse to inherit Poseidon's divine position. What? Just as the god of death assumed Liubei would choose to accept Poseidon's divine rank. The reply from Liubei sent a jolt through his entire being. Chapter 77. Are you threatening me? What are you saying? Refusal? You intend to decline the inheritance of the sea god Poseidon's position? Do you realize what you are rejecting? You are turning away from the opportunity to attain divinity. Indeed, while a first-tier deity may appear rather insignificant within the divine realm, should you inherit Poseidon's title and acquire his trident, you would gain privileges akin to those of the supreme deity. Do you comprehend this? The god of death gazed at Liubei in mild astonishment, clearly taken aback by his unexpected response. It is worth noting that across the entirety of Douluo continent, even the formidable Qianxunji required the aid of the six-winged angel god to ascend into the divine realm. Thus, Qianxunji's unwavering devotion to the six-winged angel god was driven by self-interest. Consequently, when Liubei declined the god of death's offer to inherit Poseidon's title, not only was the god of death utterly shocked, but his subordinates were equally bewildered by the turn of events. Observing the astonishment on the god of death's face, Liubei narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at him. Observing the somewhat enraged expression of the god of death, he could not help but scoff. Since I already possess the qualifications to slay deities, why not establish a divine position for myself? Hiss! The golden crocodile, Douluo, gasped in shock. Were it not for Liubei's undeniable qualifications, such audacious words would be met with dire consequences. Indeed, anyone daring to utter such hubristic claims in the presence of the god of death would surely face a lamentable fate. What did you say? Boom! Just as Liubei's words fell, the god of death, provoked by his taunts, surged towards Liubei with a fierce aura. As a deity emanating the essence of death, he found it utterly offensive to be so casually mocked in his realm. Nevertheless, despite the oppressive aura of death surrounding him, Liubei's expression remained unperturbed, as though the approach of the god of death merely meant he would have to exert a bit more effort to eliminate another foe. The god of death glared furiously at Liubei, but as the latter's calm gaze suddenly turned fierce, the death-laden deity felt an inexplicable chill seep through his very pores. It was akin to the sensation of being pricked by countless needles, sending a shiver down the god of death's spine. Just as he began to regard Liubei with trepidation, a sudden spark flashed in Liubei's eyes. You! Boom! Before the god of death could fully react, Liubei's right fist, driven to its utmost limit, struck forcefully at his abdomen. This fist, imbued with terrifying power, penetrated deeply, sending visible ripples emanating from the god of death's back. He trembled violently as the excruciating pain, reminiscent of his very organs shattering, compelled him to expel a torrent of pitch-black blood. Amidst this unexpected assault, the god of death, enduring the agonizing sting in his abdomen, fixed Liubei with a fierce glare, exclaiming, "Do you intend to kill me as well? That is indeed a thought I entertain." "What? Absolutely not, my lord." Upon hearing Liubei's intent to eliminate yet another divine being from the realm of the gods, the golden crocodile Douluo, trembling with fear, hastened to Liubei's side. Liubei furrowed his brows, casting a cold gaze downward. The golden crocodile Douluo could not help but shiver. Why not? If he seeks his own demise, I am merely assisting him in that endeavor. Am I not correct? From the divine realm, a deity uttered, "You." The god of death was taken aback by Liubei's bold assertion. After all, despite Liubei's seemingly tranquil demeanor, uttering such arrogant words was a source of profound humiliation for him. He chuckled. "Am I mistaken in my words, Lord of Death?" Liubei, with a voice as frigid as the void, incessantly questioned the Grim Reaper. He regarded his own mortality with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for an insignificant insect. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and yet, beneath that icy exterior, a flicker of alarm ignited within his heart. He was acutely aware that Liubei was not jesting. Otherwise, he would not have been struck so fiercely at the moment he unleashed his divine authority. "Are you threatening me?" The Grim Reaper felt a tumult of astonishment and fury, yet, mindful of his divine stature, he could not restrain himself from hurling further taunts at Liubei. Upon hearing these words, Liubei ceased his superfluous chatter. A chilling gaze swept across him as he grasped the Qianxunji's sword, the very blade that had once been used to assassinate Poseidon, now firmly in his possession. As Liubei extended his hand to seize the Grim Reaper by the visage, the sword's tip, gripped tightly in his hold, plunged downwards with precision, piercing the heart of the Reaper amidst its trembling form. In but an instant, darkened blood gushed forth violently. It was over. The golden crocodile Douluo observed this scene unfold, his countenance paling in an instant. Such a relentless slaughter of deities was not something he had merely never witnessed. He had never even heard of such a thing. And now, this exceedingly rare spectacle was manifesting before their very eyes. The powerful members of the Spirit Hall, upon witnessing Liubei's formidable prowess, found themselves rendered speechless. Some who had previously witnessed Liubei personally slay Qian Douluo felt as if the brutal and bloodthirsty Liubei had resurfaced once more. "My lord, he has slain another deity? Truly, the master is terrifying. How could a god be so effortlessly dispatched?" They realized that the master had been suppressing his murderous intent all these years. Otherwise, considering the deeds they had committed within the empire, they would surely have been slaughtered by him countless times over. As these individuals contemplated with profound emotion, the Grim Reaper, pierced through the heart by the Qianxunji's sword, began to burn uncontrollably under the sword's relentless killing intent. Observing the Reaper engulfed in roaring flames, Liubei's brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly cast his gaze towards the pitch-black void. Everyone turned to follow Liubei's line of sight, their attention drawn to the same dark expanse. After a few seconds of suspended air, a crisp sound of applause resonated from the abyssal void. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, a gaunt figure, clad entirely in black, as if forged from iron, stepped forth from the void. Is he not the one slain by the master? Unclear. Yet, judging by his appearance, he seems unscathed. Could it be that he utilized some arcane technique to transfer his essence, just as the master was about to deliver the fatal blow? You're still alive? How surprising, Liubei remarked, his typically cold demeanor softening into a smirk as he regarded the Reaper, now resurrected before him. After all, I am a god. If death were indeed so easily attainable, would not the value of the divine be rendered exceedingly trivial? Upon hearing these words, Liubei suddenly became aware of something. In an instant, a self-mocking smile graced his lips. Quite intriguing. Chapter 78, The Invitation from the Divine Realm. A mere mortal dares to challenge the gods. One must concede. You are indeed formidable, the god of death remarked with a smile. However, the peculiar sound of his laughter, akin to a resounding gong, was undeniably jarring to the ears. As Liubei and his companions listened to the god of death's response, the deity reappeared, slowly extending a finger to delicately trace his throat, the provocation evident without the need for words. Liubei furrowed his brow, fully aware that he had been underestimated. In the face of the death god's provocation, there was hardly anyone present bold enough to utter a sound. I fail to comprehend what you wish to convey to me. Are you insinuating that you possess a trump card for survival? Or are you suggesting that Poseidon still breathes? Poseidon is not dead? The golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback. After all, if such a commotion had been stirred up before Liubei and yet Poseidon remained unharmed, it would indeed be astonishing. As for the powerful figures on the ground, they were enveloped in confusion upon hearing Liubei's words. They were confident that survival was impossible against his lethal techniques. Yet the very utterance from Liubei instilled profound doubt within them. Amidst this atmosphere of skepticism, the death god suddenly threw back his head and laughed. In the midst of his piercing laughter, some of the formidable beings, unable to endure the sound, unleashed their protective aura in an attempt to diminish its impact. Moments later, the death god, with a chilling smile, cast a penetrating glance at Liubei before responding. No, Poseidon is indeed dead. Otherwise, how could you possibly be confronted by me? After a prolonged silence, Liubei gradually restrained the murderous intent that emanated from him. What exactly do you wish to reveal to me? Liu, with an unsettled gaze, turned towards the Grim Reaper. He ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit of further aggression. After all, as the Grim Reaper had stated, if deities were indeed so easily vanquished, the term god would become lamentably trivial. Upon hearing this, the Grim Reaper displayed a similarly gentle smile. Casually, he tossed a beam of light towards Liubei, who then grasped it firmly in his hand. As he opened his left palm, he beheld a resplendent golden token. With a slight furrow of his brow, he continued to direct his gaze at the other. This token granted access to the realm of the gods. Naturally, inscribed on the reverse side of this token were details pertaining to you. Details about me? Liubei turned the token over and was astonished to find his own information inscribed upon it. He sensed that the other party was not deceiving him. In turn, deity? Bibi Dong gazed at the token in confusion. Her reluctance to allow Liubei to become a deity within the divine realm was not due to a desire to obstruct his ascent to divinity, but rather a preference for him to remain here and enjoy a carefree existence. Indeed, since he had chosen not to inherit Poseidon's divine authority as the god of the sea, should he wish to become a new deity, he must venture into the divine realm and either defeat or persuade one of the divine kings. Only with their consent could he ascend as a new first-tier deity in the divine realm. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yegu, and I warmly welcome you to the divine realm, my friend, Yegu said with a smile. As Liubei furrowed his brow in concern, Yegu's form gradually transformed into a swirling black mist, vanishing into the void torn open by Poseidon, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. This scene was nothing short of fantastical. Had it not been witnessed by so many, one might have thought it a mere dream. From the beginning to the end of this spectacle, the expressions of all present, aside from astonishment, were marked by confusion. They were uncertain whether Liubei would indeed proceed to the divine realm. However, if one were to consider their innermost thoughts, they secretly hoped he would embark on this journey, for it would bring immense honor to them all. Although the once revered Qiandaolu had the protection of a deity, that divine being shielded only him. Now, if Liubei were truly able to enter the divine realm and become a deity, The protection would extend to the entire Wuhuan Empire. My lord, venturing to the divine realm would not only benefit the entire empire, but, most importantly, it would also be advantageous for your family. Would it also benefit my family? Liubei gazed at the golden crocodile Douluo with a hint of perplexity. Perhaps only the golden crocodile Douluo could elucidate the advantages inherent in such matters. Ah, my lord, you may not be aware that should you ascend to divinity, your progeny shall receive the divine protection of the heavenly path, owing to your status as a deity. The term heavenly path resonated deeply with Liubei, who found it remarkably familiar. Yet he was astonished that such a concept existed within the Douluo continent. Were it not for the fact that the phrase was uttered by the golden crocodile Douluo, he might have believed that the Douluo continent was devoid of any notion of the heavenly path. My lord, journey to the divine realm. There lies the arena for you to unleash your true potential. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at Liubei with eager anticipation. After all, how many yearn to traverse to the divine realm and attain divinity? Xiaobei, I believe he speaks the truth. In the present Douluo continent, there are virtually no threats that could challenge you. If you aspire to grow stronger and evolve further, then perhaps the divine realm is indeed your most promising path. Bibi Dong gently urged, her demeanor tender as she stood before Liubei. Since my senior sister has expressed such confidence, I shall take a few days to prepare for the journey. After all, if I truly venture to the divine realm, the timing of my return is not something I can dictate at will. Liubei extended his hand to embrace Bibi Dong's slender waist. The once crimson rain of blood seemed to have transformed back into clarity without anyone noticing. It matters not. As long as you can return, both I and the child within me shall await you steadfastly. The mention of the child within her caused the golden crocodile, Douluo, to tremble. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he hurriedly bowed to her, exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty. The arrival of a dragon offspring is a momentous occasion for our spirit empire, one that should bring joy to the entire populace. With your recent invitation to the divine realm and your pregnancy, is indeed a double blessing for our spirit empire." The golden crocodile, Douluo, rejoiced heartily. After all, this was the child of Bibi Dong, setting aside the child's innate nobility. The influence of both the mother and father across the Douluo continent was beyond comparison to that of Liu Yanran and Yin. My lord, since we have received such delightful news, why not host a grand banquet and invite numerous guests? Taking the golden crocodile, Douluo's suggestion to heart, Liubei silently nodded and followed through by hosting a series of 3 extravagant banquets over the next few days, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled luxury. However, on the 3rd day of the festivities, the arrival of an unexpected guest began to cloud Liubei's previously jubilant mood. Chapter 79. I am Poseidon. Liubei's woman, the newcomer, was adorned in a fiery red qipao, harmoniously blending with the celebratory ambience. Most gazes were drawn to the tall, attractive woman, captivated by the allure of her every smile and expression. "Do you know her?" Bibi Dong inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion at Liubei's complex expression. "Your Majesty, that woman is Poseidon." Poseidon? The same one whom Liubei insulted, prompting her brother to confront him? Gazing upon the enchanting figure, it was undeniable that her presence exuded a charm unparalleled by ordinary women. The shortness of her qipao accentuated her smooth, fair legs, drawing admiration. Ah, truly beautiful. Just look at her legs, and then her shapely hips. Ha, a figure like that doesn't just appear overnight. Huh? You have erred in your judgment. My goodness, are you all blind? Such a stunning woman arriving at this moment. Do you not see how her gaze is consistently drawn to Lord Liu? Attention to Lord Liu? The guests, who had been fervently discussing the enchanting figure of Posey, only truly came to their senses upon hearing a reminder. Initially taken aback, they fell silent as they noticed that Liubei had already risen from his seat. The gossipy attendees then promptly hushed themselves, some even lifting their goblets, feigning nonchalance. Liubei approached the woman who had captured the attention of the crowd. Observing Liubei's expression, imbued with a sense of cold detachment, many began to speculate about the events that might unfold due to her presence. "What brings you here?" Liubei, filled with perplexity, inquired. Though Poseidon's attire today was undeniably exquisite, yet this was the imperial capital, Liubei's abode. The sudden appearance of Poseidon here was, without a doubt, a calculated move to provoke the women surrounding Liubei. "You have slain my elder brother. Hence, I have come seeking vengeance. However, upon seeing you, I have inexplicably relinquished my desire for retribution. After all, if you could vanquish my brother, I would surely stand no chance against you, would I?" Poseidon remarked with a charming smile. Her tone, imbued with gentleness, left Liubei utterly speechless, unable to muster any counterargument. What are you discussing? Might I lend an ear? Just as Liubei's gaze met Poseidon's, a curious whisper emerged from beside them, belonging to Bibi Dong. With a playful blink, Bibidong's eyes casually swept over Poseidon's serpentine waist, before discreetly retracting her gaze, turning to the aloof Liubei with a continued smile. Is she the sister that Poseidon spoke of? Quite beautiful, isn't she? Casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly indifferent Bibi Dong, Liubei felt a twinge of unease as he observed her crescent moon smile. At Bibidong's words, Liubei offered a sheepish grin, clearly flustered. Observing Liubei's awkward demeanor, Bibidong's rosy lips curled in a teasing smile. I am not one to meddle in others' affairs. After all, if I can accommodate both Liu Yanran and Ayin, I can certainly make space for one more. Bibidong's remarks served as a subtle reminder to Poseidon. Standing tall, Poseidon unabashedly presented herself, while Bibi Dong, not one to be outdone, prepared to engage in a contest of stature with Poseidon. Liubei's hand gently encircled her waist from behind. A girl should be a touch more tender, for that is what makes her truly endearing. Liubei gently whispered in her ear. As she listened to his soothing tone, the charming face of Bibi Dong flushed with a delicate crimson, prompting her to temporarily abandon her provocation towards Poseidon. Witnessing the intimate scene between Liubei and Bibi Dong, Poseidon felt a tremor of indignation coursing through her body. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned towards the guests gazing at her, earnestly addressing Bibi Dong, who nestled closely in Liubei's embrace. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Poseidon, the woman of Liubei. The women of Liubei attract envious admiration from all the guests. After all, the women in Liubei are undeniably exquisite beings. Although it is reasonable to acknowledge that Liubei possesses formidable strength, making the presence of beautiful women within his circle understandable. What is truly remarkable is that these women not only possess striking beauty, but also exhibit extraordinary prowess. Father, Mother says since we're all family, why not sit down and have a serious conversation? Your mother? Does she have children? Poseidon questioned with a hint of bewilderment. As he gazed upon the youthful girl, adorned like a princess, her emotions were profoundly affected at that moment. This girl was exceptionally attractive. Her charming canine teeth rendered her smile irresistibly enchanting. Liubei gently reached out to stroke her head, speaking to her tenderly. Rong Rong, be a good girl, and tell your mother we will be there shortly. With a delighted nod, the girl affectionately referred to as Rong Rong clutched her teddy bear and made her way towards a table that hosted both elders and children, where the young girls were seated. As Rong Rong appeared beside Liubei, a man clad in luxurious attire noticed her presence. He appeared to be in his 30s, and as he observed the girl flashing a sweet smile towards Liubei, he felt as though his heart were bleeding. The elder beside the sect leader noticed the change in the man's expression. Frowning, he hastily restrained the man from rising. When Ningfengji was at my peak, even the spirit hall would treat me with deference. Alas, all of this has been overshadowed by Liubei, Ningfengji lamented, feeling as though the happiness that was rightfully his had evaporated into thin air due to Liubei's arrival. Ningfengji's presence here was not without reason. The seven-treasure glazed tile school had long been integrated into the sectarian forces of the Spirit Empire under Liubei's design. Although Ningfengji remained the sect leader, the Spirit Hall's arrangements had led to the entrance of not only some original high-ranking members of the glazed tile school, but also many capable ministers and generals strategically placed by Liubei. Moreover, alongside Ningfengji, the once dominant Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus family and Haotian school, now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, shared a similar sentiment. Despite their diminished status, some puppets, propped up by the Spirit Empire, had been installed as direct overseers of these two once mighty factions. Upon reaching the table, Liu Yanran glanced at Liu Xian and then addressed him. Xianer, dear, would you mind letting this lady sit with you? All right, Liu Xian replied dutifully, prompting a look of satisfaction from Liu Yanran as she reached out to pat his little head. With Poseidon now seated at the table, the atmosphere grew tense, and the attendees fell into a silence filled with discomfort. Ahem, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Ju broke the awkwardness, still chewing on his food as he looked at the young nobles rising. He quickly led the distinguished youths away from the banquet to engage in some entertainment. Chapter 80. I feel embarrassed for you. I heard from Liubei that your status on Sea God Island is quite high. Moreover, you possess an elder brother who is a deity. Why do you not remain at Sea God Island in a manner befitting your status? What compels you to venture into our spirit empire in search of Liubei? Bibi Dong inquired with a smile, yet her gaze towards Poseidon was laced with caution. Huh, I presume you're the empress of the spirit empire, Bibi Dong? To speak candidly, I have already been captivated by Liubei to the extent of losing my very essence. Were it not for these circumstances, I would never have chosen to depart from Sea God Island. Furthermore, how can one allow a girlless body to be so freely touched? Poseidon replied with a delicate laugh, recalling the time Liubei had explored her form entirely. A subtle, alluring blush graced her exquisite face. Hearing Poseidon speak so unabashedly, the golden crocodile Douluo felt his aged visage redden in an instant. I feel embarrassed for you, he remarked, casting a bemused glance at Poseidon. Observing Poseidon's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, he ultimately chose to depart under the scrutiny of those women. Liubei's awkward cough echoed in the air. After all, the words spoken by Posey were indeed actions that Liubei had undertaken. Moreover, Posey herself did not seem to perceive anything amiss. Thus, Liubei found himself without any compelling rebuttal. As the saying goes, the speaker may lack intent while the listener harbors meaning. A moment of surprise flickered across Bibi Dong's face, quickly replaced by a furrowed brow. In her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of disdain and disgust passed as she fixed her gaze on Posey. After a brief hesitation, Bibi Dong parted her crimson lips to continue her inquiry. Your brother was killed by Liubei. You suddenly claim to be his woman at this moment. It is hard for me to believe that when you shared a bed with him, you would not have drawn a dagger to slay him. The listeners were taken aback, including Liubei himself, whose brow knitted in concern. The way he looked at Posey had lost its previous luster. Bibidong's assertions were not entirely devoid of reason. As the party directly involved, Liubei was acutely aware of whether he had any enmity with Posey. Although he had made Posey feel conquered within the Linglong Tower, such conquest was under duress. Thus, it was implausible for Liubei to believe that under such forced circumstances, Posey could have genuinely fallen deeply in love with him. A soft chuckle escaped Posey as she raised a charming smile, her gaze steady upon Bibi Dong. To her, Bibidong's inquiries appeared as mere words intended to sow discord between her and Liubei. She maintained an air of tranquility, as if exhibiting even the slightest hint of discomfort would invite Bibidong's relentless scrutiny. Enough of this. The matter is too sensitive. Today is a joyous occasion, and we must not allow such issues to disturb our spirits. It was Liubei who ultimately shattered the awkwardness. Bibi Dong, not receiving a response from Posey, felt a surge of resentment within her. However, with Liubei having spoken so firmly, she refrained from pressing Posey further. Yet, halting her inquiries did not signify that Bibi Dong would let her off the hook. It is important to note that Bibi Dong had never attempted to understand Posey as a person. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware of the terrifying power Posey possessed, especially as the reigning empress of the martial Seoul Empire. Bibi Dong chose to leave alongside Liubei. Liu Yanran and End subsequently departed, leaving Posey alone in the original spot. Grasping the wine cup upon the table, she consumed its contents in one swift motion. Observing the retreating figures of Liubei and Bibi Dong, a flicker of barely perceptible anger crossed her eyes. She rose immediately, intending to leave. My lady, until the adults have arranged your accommodations, please follow this maid to the guest quarters, the maid implored. Rest assured, my lady, although it is a guest residence, it is regularly maintained by dedicated staff, so there are no concerns regarding cleanliness. Posey furrowed her brow, although she was reluctant to follow the maid to the guest quarters. Thoughts of her purpose for being there weighed heavily on her. Thus, she could only choose to endure in silence. In her room, Liubei lounged lazily in a chair, while behind him stood Bibi Dong, diligently massaging his shoulders. Observing Liubei's closed eyes and expression of bliss, she applied increasing pressure with her fingers. Liubei inhaled sharply. Despite having attained the qualifications for divinity, in his unguarded state, he remained as vulnerable as an ordinary person. This was particularly true when confronted by Bibi Dong, someone he had shared countless moments with over the years. Thus, when Bibi Dong suddenly applied pressure with her finger, Liubei, caught off guard, naturally winced in pain. What is the matter? Wasn't the massage going well? She inquired. Is it because of Poseidon? You are aware of her, aren't you? You know full well that you harbor a deep-seated enmity towards her, yet you still intend to keep her close? I cannot fathom what merit she possesses apart from her beauty and figure that warrants your affection. Setting aside how exceptional I, Bibi Dong, am, even Liu Yanran or End, either of whom would be regarded as among the most exquisite beauties in the entire empire. If you are merely attracted to her looks, then I cannot possibly believe that. Bibi Dong expressed her dissatisfaction, and her tone revealed the resentment she felt regarding Liubei's tacit acceptance of Poseidon's presence. Perhaps you are right. There is no need to dwell on these matters. Let's take advantage of the early hour and retire for the night. Liubei chuckled warmly as he wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's slender waist, his hand inadvertently drifting towards her curvaceous form. Bibi Dong, her delicate frame quivering slightly, exhibited a hint of resistance. With a touch of annoyance, she softly admonished Liubei, "Have you forgotten that I am with child? If we continue with such activities, could it not jeopardize the proper development of our baby?" Her concern was palpable. In response to her anxiety, Liubei assured her, with utmost responsibility, that it was indeed possible to proceed with caution. After all, with a little mindfulness, significant mishaps were unlikely. Yet, despite his reassurances, Bibi Dong, a first-time mother, remained apprehensive about their safety, gently pushing Liubei away from the bedroom. Observing the determination etched on her face, Liubei, well aware that staying with Bibi Dong tonight was out of the question, reluctantly retreated to his study. As night fell, he gazed out at the transforming scenery. Enveloped in darkness, Liubei has finally awaited the arrival of the service plaques. Each plaque bears the name of a woman from Liubei's circle. Besides these women, there are also several charming and attractive ladies. The introduction of these service plaques is a measure taken by Liubei to ensure fairness, facilitated by a certain organization within the empire. As Liubei was about to casually pick up one of the service plaques, his gaze was drawn to an exquisitely crafted pure gold earring. This earring seemed familiar to Liubei, yet he could not immediately recall its owner. While he pondered the identity of the earring's mistress, the eunuch responsible for delivering the service plaques revealed a smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. "My lord, you may not be aware, but this earring belongs to the lady who visited you earlier today, Poseidon." Poseidon? Chapter 81. The confession of Poseidon. Gazing at the delicate earring, Liubei felt an unprepared disbelief. Not only did he harbor animosity towards Poseidon, but he had also taken the life of her brother, Poseidon. Given the weight of such deep-seated enmity, it was astonishing that Poseidon would dare to make an overture of affection. Yet, Liubei sensed an inherent danger within the situation. Observing Liubei's hesitant expression, the dedicated eunuch who attended to Liubei's daily needs could not help but interject, "My lord, with your formidable strength, is there truly any reason to fear that woman could stir up significant trouble?" Liubei furrowed his brow. It was a matter so evident that even a eunuch could discern it. What more was there for him to hesitate about? After placing the earrings sent by Poseidon on the table, the eunuch, with a knowing smile, chose to depart while Liubei remained in silence. Perhaps after more than an hour had passed, Liubei finally arrived at his bedroom, where he noticed the room illuminated by flickering lights. At that moment, a graceful figure was shedding her garments. She approached the window gently and, extending her finger, pierced through the layer of paper that concealed it. Liubei cautiously peered through the faintly illuminated crevice, his eyes drawn into the chamber. Within the confines of the bedroom, a smooth and fair back was casually exposed to his gaze. As Poseidon's fingers glided downward, the final veil that concealed her alluring curves was delicately removed, cascading down her supple and elegant legs to her delicate feet. This was his domain. Why must he assume the guise of a thief when he was on his own territory? Just as Liubei was intently observing Poseidon, the woman standing with her back to him suddenly spoke. Taken aback by her teasing tone, Liubei swiftly adjusted his attire. With a creak, the door was pushed open from the outside, revealing Liubei, who wore a smile. After all, a woman as audacious as Poseidon was indeed a rare sight. "Have you already discovered my presence? Is that why you deliberately undressed before me?" Liubei chuckled awkwardly, his gaze towards Posey revealing a hint of surprise. Posey, momentarily taken aback, trembled slightly, for Liubei's words undoubtedly implied that she was no ordinary woman. Noticing Posey's silence, Liubei reached around her slender waist from behind. "Regardless of whether you have truly come to seek me or have ulterior motives, since you dare to invest so much for yourself, I, Liubei, shall not let you down." Posey bit her lip, still processing his words. Although she was already aware of Liubei's prowess, this sudden gesture left her profoundly shaken, even though she had mentally prepared herself for it. The beauty of the night enveloped them. The starry sky served as a guiding light for those feeling lost. As Liubei embraced Posey, a figure stood silently on the rooftop, watching intently. This person possessed a breathtakingly beautiful face, with silver hair dancing gently in the cool breeze. Despite her stunning appearance, her captivating eyes dimmed as they fell upon Posey, who was tightly held in Liubei's arms. After witnessing this scene, a somewhat disconcerted Bibidong chose to depart. The following morning, Posey, exhausted from a night spent with Liubei, felt her entire body ache, a weariness she had not experienced in years. Yet, since meeting Liubei, She had not only returned to that state of physical fragility, but also truly understood what it meant to be a woman. This feeling was remarkably peculiar. Though Posey maintained many reservations about Liubei, she gradually came to realize that, while he might not be suited to be a reliable friend as a husband, he was indeed a rare gem. After gently massaging Posey's abdomen for a moment, Liubei slowly rose and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. In response to his kiss, Posey expressed a profound sense of satisfaction. I will swiftly arrange your accommodation. If all goes well, I may decide to have you reside under the same roof as my other wives. To arrange for you and my ladies to reside under the same roof was indeed a surprise for Poseidon, although she had already developed a considerable fondness for Liubei. The prospect of cohabiting with his women under one roof would undeniably affirm her position in Liubei's heart, equating her status to that of his legitimate wives, indistinguishable from the rest. Thank you. The reason I have come here, aside from seeking you, is to present you with a key that will grant you access to the divine realm. A key to the divine realm? Liubei furrowed his brow, taken aback by Poseidon's candidness. With a gentle smile, Poseidon was fully aware of Liubei's thoughts. Rising gracefully from the bed, she positioned herself directly before him. In an instant, she extended her hand, grasping a weapon, entirely silver and exquisitely sharp, firmly within her grip. With a swift motion, Poseidon retreated, and as she thrust the weapon towards Liubei's location, the razor-sharp blade pressed ominously against his neck. The scene, with the weapon so perilously close to his throat, was charged with tension. Liubei could distinctly sense the chilling sharpness of the weapon's spearhead, a cold that penetrated to the marrow of his bones, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Just as he believed that Poseidon had approached him with murderous intent, the solemn-faced deity suddenly burst into laughter. I never expected you to have moments of fear, she remarked with a playful smile. Before Liubei could comprehend the situation, she casually tossed the weapon aside. Observing the weapon leaning against the window, Liubei felt a twinge of confusion as he was about to speak, only to find Poseidon's soft form settling effortlessly onto his lap. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed, she teased him. What? Do you still think I am seeking revenge against you? In response to Poseidon's playful yet earnest tone, Liubei quickly reacted, extending his hands to gently push her down onto the bed. As Poseidon momentarily froze in surprise at his boldness, a dangerous smile crept upon his lips, and he leaned toward her alluring form. Chapter 82. The reluctance of Bibi Dong time slipped away unnoticed as the weary Poseidon succumbed to fear of Liubei. Though she had contemplated provoking him, she had not anticipated such a brutal consequence. With several red marks adorning her skin, she lay quietly, observing Liubei's serious expression as he grasped the trident of Poseidon, lost in thought. Parting her rosy lips, she earnestly addressed him. The trident of Poseidon must be taken to a location linked to the divine realm. Otherwise, even though it is a key capable of opening the gates to the divine realm, without an altar associated with it, it remains merely a powerful weapon. Liubei furrowed his brows slightly, fully aware of Poseidon's intention behind sharing these revelations with him. So this is your reason for seeking me? He inquired. Poseidon nodded earnestly, gazing into Liubei's resolute eyes. Although Liubei's heart was somewhat conflicted, he did not allow it to surface on his countenance. After carefully securing the trident of the sea god, he reclined on the bed and tenderly replied to Poseidon, "Once you have sufficiently recovered, we shall journey together to Sea God Island." Poseidon's fair complexion paled slightly, for Liubei's hand had begun to act rather mischievously. As the door creaked shut behind him, Poseidon, lying on the bed, pulled the sheets over herself, completely enveloping her form. Upon exiting the room, Liubei noticed a young man standing in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for an extended period. With a rather indifferent expression, Liubei had yet to utter a word when the youth spoke up first. "My lord, Her Majesty requests your presence at the Spirit Hall as soon as you leave this room." The lips of the chrysanthemum Douluo trembled slightly, for it required immense courage to relay such words to Liubei. Liubei did not deliberately create difficulties for his counterpart. Regarding the events of last night, his formidable strength allowed him to perceive the presence of Bibi Dong. However, since she had remained silent during their previous encounter, he chose not to vacate the premises. He lifted his gaze towards the blazing sun hanging in the sky and, with a slight exhalation of stale breath, signaled for him to lead the way. Today, the imperial capital was particularly tranquil. Even the streets, which would ordinarily be bustling with crowds, appeared sparsely populated at this moment. In light of this situation, Liubei had not conducted extensive research. The ebb and flow of people was of little concern to him. Within the hallowed halls of the Spirit Hall, The atmosphere was imbued with an aura of authority. Those diligent and capable ministers and generals, who had been waiting patiently, remained silent, their gazes fixed ahead. They beheld Bibi Dong, who was resting with her hand propped against her head. A glance was exchanged with Zhu Douluo beside her. "Your Majesty, the esteemed one has arrived," Zhu Douluo announced, bowing with a respectful demeanor. His unassuming tone resonated somewhat loudly in the stillness of the grand hall. Upon hearing the arrival, Bibi Dong, who had been resting, gradually opened her eyes. She regarded Liubei with a serene expression, yet her once bright gaze now seemed somewhat dimmed. With a furrowed brow, Bibi Dong inquired, "Have you determined when you shall depart for the divine realm, as you once promised?" Her unexpected urgency regarding Liubei's journey to the divine realm stirred the thoughts of many. Not long ago, Bibi Dong had been a staunch opponent of Liubei's expedition to the divine realm. Now, faced with her words, many were left perplexed about the nature of the relationship between Bibi Dong and Liubei, wondering what rift might have emerged between them. Duke Liu, could it be due to Poseidon? As speculation swirled among the onlookers, a middle-aged man holding a high position within the spirit hall could not refrain from turning to the elder beside him, his brow furrowed in inquiry. The elder, maintaining a calm demeanor, noticed the other's inquisitive expression with disdain in his heart. "Are you pressing me to leave suddenly because of Poseidon?" Liubei furrowed his brow and inquired, his gaze towards Bibi Dong infused with complexity. "Indeed, it was her arrival that compelled me to urge you to hasten to the divine realm. For it is only in that manner that I shall remain oblivious to your return with another woman." Bang! Bibi Dong raised her hand and struck the dragon chair, the resounding thud sending shivers down the spines of the capable ministers and martial generals present. Although Bibi Dong may not be regarded as a formidable force within this grand hall, one must not overlook the terrifying presence of Liubei that looms behind her. As the two engaged in their dispute, many spectators found themselves at a loss for words. While it is true that Bibi Dong is the empress of the Spirit Empire, such domestic matters are best resolved in private between the two parties. By laying her familial issues bare before the assembly, Bibi Dong undeniably revealed a mindset on the verge of explosion. "What if I refuse? Then I shall take my leave." In the face of Bibi Dong's assertive tone, had it been Ain or Liu Yanran, they would surely have refrained from uttering such words. Bibi Dong's audacity to speak thus stems from her position as Liubei's principal wife. Naturally, if Liubei did not possess genuine affection for her, despite Bibi Dong's overtly domineering demeanor, he could still choose to turn a blind eye. Just as the atmosphere in the hall thickened with tension, Liubei suddenly chuckled upon hearing her words. "I bear no ill will towards you. I shall simply take my leave. Duke Liu, during my absence, the Spirit Empire is entrusted to you. Should I return to find the Spirit Empire altered from the state I left it in, do not blame me, Liubei, for lacking sentiment." The elder referred to as Duke Liu is none other than the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was conferred a title and surname by Liubei. Listening to Liubei's declarations, the Golden Crocodile Douluo did not exhibit overt trepidation. After all, having attained his current status, he was acutely aware that Liubei's words were directed at certain individuals in attendance. "My lord, Her Majesty is merely silence. When have I, Liubei, permitted you to interject while I speak?" Just as the chrysanthemum Douluo was about to voice a response, the cold, icy gaze of Liubei sent a shiver down Zhu Douluo's spine, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. As his body instinctively tensed, he observed Liubei drawing ever closer, his eyes betraying a flicker of evasion, revealing the depths of his fear towards Liubei. "You go on. I am aware of what you wish to convey. After my departure, you must assist that old man in managing the daily affairs of the Empire alongside His Majesty." "My lord," Zhu Douluo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his head snapping up with newfound urgency. Liubei's figure had already brushed past him. Gazing at Liubei's retreating silhouette, Bibi Dong, who was on the verge of speaking, found her countenance, which should have been filled with anger, transformed into profound despondency with his departure. She longed to convey to Liubei that her words had been uttered in anger. Yet, when she raised her head once more, aside from the chrysanthemum Douluo and a few established capable ministers and generals, there was no trace of Liubei to be found in the center of the grand hall. Duke Liu observed the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at the somewhat despondent Bibi Dong, internally sighing in resignation. Despite having been ensnared in numerous predicaments by Liubei over the years, the advantages he had gained were undeniable. Aside from the formidable Zhu Douluo, he was perhaps the only one among the former members of the Spirit Hall who had managed to secure a position of considerable influence. Chapter 83. Journey to Sea God Island in the wake of Liubei's departure. The emotions of the majority were likely steeped in complexity. Although it was certain that Liubei intended to venture to the divine realm, the uncertainty surrounding whether he would actually go left them in a state of bewilderment. Should Liubei indeed ascend to the divine realm, their daily lives might persist unperturbed. However, if he chose not to and were to return unexpectedly, those among them who may have erred could find themselves at the mercy of Bibi Dong's accusations, with dire consequences to follow. Thus, whether Liubei truly embarked on his journey to the divine realm or merely feigned such intentions, those capable officials and martial leaders, warned by Liubei before his departure, would undoubtedly face a future fraught with trepidation. Amidst the silence that enveloped them, a thunderous gust of wind suddenly erupted from outside the spirit hall. The assembled individuals raised their gazes toward the entrance, witnessing the carefree vessel soaring above the spirit hall. Some among them felt a slight easing of their vigilance. Bibi Dong remained silent, reflecting on her earlier decision to expel Liubei, now regretting her actions. Alas, the vessel's speed was astonishingly swift, akin to that of an artifact of divine caliber. If it were indeed so easily pursued, the value of such a divine instrument would diminish significantly. A moment later, as Bibi Dong chose to leave the spirit hall, her head throbbing, she resolved to return to her chambers for a brief respite. Duke Liu. Just as Bibi Dong stepped beyond the threshold of the spirit hall, someone softly beckoned to him. Turning to glance at the individual, Duke Liu furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the intentions behind their words. Duke Liu, do you believe that Lord Liu truly ascended to the divine realm, or is it merely a fade? If it is indeed a fabrication, should we not all reconsider our actions? However, if Lord Liu has genuinely ventured into the divine realm, I recall from an ancient text that there exists a decree stating that deities residing within the divine realm are prohibited from departing without consent, lest they become targets of ire. I am uncertain. Such matters are beyond my knowledge. Duke Liu responded earnestly, his demeanor exuding an air of authority without anger. The aura he emanated was sufficient to stifle any insidious thoughts harbored by those with ulterior motives. Aboard the leisurely vessel, tranquility reigned. Liubei stood at the bow of the ship, gazing down at the bustling city below. This was the empire he had meticulously crafted with his own hands. Yet now, he was faced with the decision to depart, and not a trace of discontent lingered in his heart. The notion of leaving the mundane world for the divine realm had crossed his mind ever since he had dismantled the original dominion of the spirit hall. What has transpired? Was it not agreed that we would depart once I had sufficiently rested? Poseidon approached Liubei, her expression betraying her displeasure, evidently incensed by his sudden change of heart. I have resolved to journey to the divine realm. Time waits for no one, hence my abrupt decision. Liubei exhaled a breath of frustration, casting a glance at Poseidon beside him. Contemplating, he then, under Poseidon's somewhat wary gaze, reached out and embraced her. Caught off guard by Liubei's sudden display of affection, Poseidon found herself at a loss for words, never anticipating that Liubei's vigor would be so exuberant. You aren't taking out your frustrations on me because of a quarrel with Bibi Dong, are you? She mused, lightly biting her lip, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She truly did not expect to be seen merely as a vessel for Liubei's anger. Of course, witnessing Poseidon's expression of distress, Liubei, of course, did not intend to offer her consolation through mere words. At many times, it seemed that action was the most appropriate form of comfort. He carried Poseidon into the bedroom, a space where the woman who once slumbered was none other than Liu Yanran. However, the scene had transformed. Now, lying on the bed was the enchanting figure of Poseidon, the unparalleled law of the Douluo continent, whose strength surpassed all others. Poseidon allowed Liubei to indulge in her, having long since lowered her guard against his actions. Yet, in her melancholic state, she could not help but feel exasperated, realizing she was merely a vessel for Liubei to vent his frustrations. Despite Poseidon's dismal mood, she found herself surrendering to his relentless advances, her voice escaping in soft sighs. Time passed, and the already weary Poseidon ultimately succumbed to Liubei's will. As she lay upon the bed, doubts about her existence began to surface. On Sea God Island, she held an exalted position, admired by all as a beauty akin to an impenetrable iceberg. Yet this once distant goddess now nestled in Liubei's embrace, submissive as a kitten. Sea God Island, a once revered and independent isle, stands amidst an expansive ocean. While its area may not be vast, the inhabitants are formidable cultivators, bolstered by the legacy of the divine Poseidon. Thus, Sea God Island naturally emerged as a pinnacle of authority over the surrounding waters. As time flowed on, the exhausted Poseidon, drained of energy, found herself compelled to rest quietly on the bed. though the leisure boat rivaled divine artifacts in its ability to traverse the skies in the vast ocean. It felt as inconsequential as an ant. Gazing out over the boundless azure sea, she marveled at the clarity of the waters, where schools of fish danced below. However, Liubei was taken aback by the presence of the more common aquatic creatures in the outer seas. Yet, as they approached Sea God Island, the ocean revealed a plethora of bizarre marine life. Roar! As the leisurely vessel soared above a certain expanse of ocean, a colossal marine creature, adorned with numerous tentacles, abruptly emerged from the unfathomable depths of the sea. The water surged violently in response to the creature's presence. With an air of tranquility, Liubei observed the unfolding scene before him. Who are you? Do you not realize that this is the territory of the Cthulhu race? Just as Liubei maintained his calm demeanor, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated within his mind. The most striking aspect of this otherworldly voice for Liubei was undoubtedly the mention of Cthulhu. As a traveler from another realm, he retained vivid memories of this name. It was akin to the entity known as Azathoth, the leader among the great old ones in Cthulhu mythology. Bearing witness to this self-proclaimed member of the Cthulhu race, Liubei's gaze inevitably shifted to a more complex expression. Azathoth, it has been quite some time. However, just as a myriad of emotions crossed Liubei's face, a gentle greeting from Poseidon unexpectedly emanated from behind him. Chapter 84, Poseidon's Subtle Thoughts. Azathoth. Upon hearing these words, Liubei was momentarily taken aback. After all, the sudden declaration made by Posey was indeed astonishing. You say he is Azathoth? Indeed, what of it? Do you happen to know Azathoth? Posey did not anticipate that Liubei would unexpectedly pose such a question. With her brows furrowed, she regarded Liubei with a gaze that was filled with complexity. I do not know him. I merely find his name rather intriguing. Liubei chuckled awkwardly, acutely aware of the intricate emotions reflected in Poseidon's gaze. The high priest? Oh, great goddess, what brings you to this place? And what of the young human standing beside you? The voice of Azathoth resonated once more. Yet this time, it was imbued with a plethora of uncertainties. With Poseidon's arrival, the colossal marine creature that Liubei had initially presumed to be Azathoth displayed an ominous black object atop its head. As this dark entity emanated a radiant glow, it unexpectedly fissured, revealing a gem-like structure within. Before Liubei could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a creature resembling a merman with an octopus-like visage materialized within his line of sight. This merman's appearance instantly evoked memories of the merfolk he had encountered in the Eastern Sea. Although those merfolk bore conventional fish-like heads, this particular being possessed a head akin to that of an octopus. Observing its tentacle-like appendages, Liubei, despite his awareness of being in the Douluo continent, could have easily mistaken this surreal encounter for a dream. As the merman unveiled itself, it spread its arms wide, and a pair of slimy, membranous wings unfurled majestically from its back. With a thunderous rush, the merman dove toward the Xianyao boat. As Liubei was about to command the carefree vessel to launch an assault, the merman, who was supposed to dart towards the vessel, suddenly clasped his left chest and, in a display of the Cthulhu family's utmost reverence, bowed toward Poseidon and his companion. Azathoth, you remain ever so courteous, Poseidon chuckled softly, as if he had an intimate rapport with Azathoth. Indeed, esteemed goddess Poseidon, it is only fitting that your brother, the sovereign of the seas, pays you the highest tribute of my kin. Azathoth replied in a tone devoid of emotion, resembling a mere automaton. Azathoth, I must depart for the island of the sea god. Might I trouble you to make way? Poseidon inquired gently, her voice sending shivers through the very marrow of Liubei. Yet, Azathoth stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. As he raised his left hand, the colossal creature behind him shifted aside, clearing a passage to the island of the sea god. Observing the retreating giant marine creature, Liubei, ever vigilant, sensed that matters were far from straightforward. However, as the carefree vessel gradually ascended above the Cthulhu clan's waters, he turned to Poseidon, frowning as he asked, That fellow Azathoth seems to hold you in high regard? Certainly, my status, as the high priest of the island of the sea god, is well-deserved. Poseidon replied with a hint of pride, pouting slightly. Noticing the satisfied smile at the corner of her lips, Liubei could only roll his eyes in exasperation. After an indeterminate time, an island emerged majestically from the ocean, captivating their gaze. With a knowing smile, Poseidon grasped Liubei's right hand and embraced her waist. Liubei, taken aback by such an unexpected display, felt as though this gesture was uncharacteristic of Poseidon. With a swift approach, The carefree vessel finally caught the attention of the formidable beings on the island of the sea god. As Liubei quietly observed the powerful figures ascending from the island, a voice filled with disbelief suddenly echoed from an elder among them. "High priest, what brings you here?" As Liubei conversed with Poseidon, he turned to see that the elder who had spoken was none other than the priest Pali, who had once sought to rescue Poseidon in the East Sea. "Second priest, this young master Liu has been invited as a guest to the island of the sea god by me. I implore you to lower your guard against him." Those who worship exchange bewildered glances, as if grappling with the bewildering notion of Poseidon inviting Liubei to the isle of the sea god. Pali's expression darkened slightly. The audacity of Poseidon's words evidently caught everyone off guard. Yet, as the second priest of the isle, Pali hesitated for a moment before continuing to question Poseidon. "High priest, this individual is not a virtuous person. Are you not concerned about inviting a wolf in the fold?" "Not at all," Poseidon replied calmly. The eyebrows of the worshippers instantly knitted together at his response. "High priest, have you forgotten how the high priest met his demise? This man is the one responsible for the death of the high priest." "Of course I remember. That is precisely why I summoned him." Upon hearing this, Liubei furrowed his brow momentarily. Although he had speculated about Poseidon's sudden visit, the notion of her delivering the trident of the sea god could be considered a plausible reason. However, if her intent was to persuade Liubei, the weight of that rationale would likely fall short of compelling his earnest attention. Now, as he listened to the discourse between Pali and Poseidon, a sudden realization dawned upon Liubei. Poseidon's intention to present him with the trident might indeed be genuine. Yet, her true objective likely lay in urging Liubei to pay tribute to Bo-Qing, who had perished for Poseidon's sake. "So, you desire me to honor the memory of Bo-Qing, do you?" Liubei furrowed his brow, casting a stern gaze upon Poseidon, his tone laden with gravity, as if he were incensed by the deception he had suffered at her hands. A smile played upon Poseidon's lips upon being unmasked by Liubei's words. She chose to cease her veiled pretense. "Indeed, it was true. Bo-Qing perished because of me. Thus, I wish to invite you to pay your respects to him. Is it not sufficient that I have accompanied you on numerous occasions for you to come forth and offer your apologies to Bo-Qing?" The high priest had indeed summoned Liubei to apologize at Bo-Qing's grave. The onlookers were left astounded. After all, Poseidon's invitation to Liubei bore a weight that these venerable elders could scarcely comprehend. "Is your course of action truly justifiable, high priest?" Boris's expression darkened. Poseidon indeed held a position of considerable esteem upon the island of the sea god. However, according to the island's customs, Poseidon had irrevocably forfeited her title as high priestess due to her actions. Consequently, this loss of her esteemed position would not only profoundly affect Poseidon herself, but would also engender irreparable turmoil within the very fabric of the island of the sea god. Chapter 85. Have I not sacrificed enough? While Poseidon engaged in a debate with the elders, Liubei, standing beside her, discerned the tension between the two factions. Each held steadfast to their own convictions, yet it was evident that, in their moralistic pursuits against Poseidon, the latter was undeniably in a position of vulnerability. Although Liubei had never openly acknowledged Poseidon as his beloved, witnessing her willingness to sacrifice herself in the name of gratitude was undeniably poignant. Liubei was profoundly touched by the actions of the other party. "If I were to declare that Posey is indeed my Liubei's woman, does that not allow her priestess identity to remain intact?" Just as Posey and Pali were engaged in a heated debate, Liubei suddenly spoke, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Pali, with a furrowed brow and a somewhat darkened expression, surely did not anticipate that Liubei, who should have been his adversary, would unexpectedly utter such words. As for Posey, her exquisite lashes trembled slightly. Faced with Liubei's declarations, she even found herself questioning whether her ears had deceived her. Was the Grand Master Liu jesting? If this were merely a result of guilt towards Posey, might it not be overly forced? Just as Posey felt a surge of emotion at Liubei's words, Pali's somewhat mocking tone triggered an explosive reaction from Posey, who was already prone to patience. An aura of lethal intent erupted from her, her long hair seeming to sway without wind. "Pali, do not speak so excessively." A glint of menace flickered in Posey's eyes, revealing that her relationship with Pali was far from amicable. How have I been excessive? I am merely speaking the truth. Is honesty a crime in this day and age? Just as Pali continued to mock Posey, a swift shadow suddenly darted past her side. The occurrence was so abrupt that by the time the crowd reacted, Liubei's left hand had firmly grasped Pali's neck with considerable force. Under the pressure of that powerful grip, Pali's complexion transformed from a flush to a deep shade of blue, leaving him utterly astonished. The speed of Liubei was astonishing, so swift that it eluded the naked eye. Being the party involved, Polly initially perceived it as a sinister gust of wind before Liubei seized him by the neck. However, by the time he comprehended the situation, he was already on the brink of asphyxiation. The witnesses remained silent, which left Liubei somewhat astonished. Perhaps this second devotee, known as Polly, possessed a rather unsavory character on this island of the sea god. Otherwise, how could he remain so indifferent while Liubei nearly snapped his neck? Polly's pupils dilated, his gaze growing unfocused as he stared at the brink of death. Beside Liubei, Poseidon uttered not a single word in plea for mercy. With a crisp sound of bones dislocating, Polly's neck twisted, and he perished before the eyes of the onlookers. Refuse belongs in the refuse heap. Liubei's expression remained indifferent as he loosened his grip. The moment he released the restraints on Polly, it plummeted swiftly towards the ocean's surface. The sound of splash echoed. Observing the spray of seawater, Liubei's gaze remained devoid of emotion. Before he could utter a word, the witnesses, who had observed the entire scene, displayed expressions akin to blooming chrysanthemums. Ah, such a person deserves to be eliminated. When the grand offering was still alive, this individual at least held some regard for his power. However, since the grand offering's demise, he has begun to flourish once more. Rest assured, Master Liu, we harbor no grievances regarding Polly's death. Since Master Liu has declared that our high priestess is his woman, we, on Sea God Island, may now consider ourselves relatives of the martial Soul Empire. As these scheming elders spoke, Liubei, still with an impassive expression, reached out to embrace Poseidon's waist. Let us proceed. I have promised you that you may pay your respects to the old man whom I indirectly caused to perish. Liubei's scathing mockery left those in attendance utterly speechless. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts. Perhaps in their eyes, a man as formidable as Liubei was far beyond their capacity to provoke. Poseidon nodded earnestly, entwining her hand with Liubei's, and they plunged toward the location of the island of the sea god. As the duo departed, the onlookers exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Moments later, following Poseidon, Liubei arrived at a realm brimming with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. His gaze fell upon the gravestones, each inscribed with names, before he noticed a solitary grave devoid of a marker. This was the resting place of the esteemed elder, Boqing. Come, let's pay our respects, Poseidon suggested, glancing at the unmarked grave. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she summoned an offering of incense, 2 roasted chickens, and a jug of wine, all presented before Liubei. I didn't anticipate you to be so well prepared, he remarked in surprise. Liubei offered a gentle smile, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. As a man of integrity, he felt no need to adopt the affectations of others. He took the upright incense from Posey, firmly planting its base into the earth. Next, he received the roasted chicken and duck from Posey, arranging them respectfully before the incense. Just as Posey was about to utter a few words after Liubei poured the wine from the flask, he was suddenly captivated by Liubei's subsequent actions. Liubei bowed reverently 3 times before the casually arranged grave of Boqing. Liubei returned to Poseidon's side. As he bowed, the gathered devotees, who had arrived earlier, watched this scene unfold with mixed emotions. A sigh of resignation escaped from one of the devotees. After all, Liubei's gesture of respect towards the deceased Boqing signified the complete dissolution of the grievances between the sea god island and Liubei from the moment he bowed. Great priest, you and Master Liu have just returned today, and it cannot merely be for the purpose of honoring the great devotee, inquired an elder, deeply moved by Liubei's actions, as he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Indeed, aside from paying homage to the great priest, the most significant reason for bringing him back is to assist him in opening the gateway to the divine realm. The gateway to the divine realm? The inquirer was not only taken aback, but the gazes of the other devotees turned towards Liubei, now filled with trepidation. Surely, great priest, you have not forgotten? To reach the divine realm, one requires not only formidable strength, but also the willingness of a messenger from the divine realm to guide them. Another devotee could not help but express his skepticism. He was well aware of Liubei's formidable power, yet the notion of reaching the divine realm solely through strength seemed utterly fantastical. Is this what you are referring to? Just as the questioning devotee voiced his rational doubts, he clutched the token that had been bestowed upon him by the god of death. The corners of Liubei's mouth suddenly lifted into a remarkably triumphant arc. Chapter 86. The interned deity Liubei. Observing the token presented by Liubei, the onlookers appeared utterly astonished. After all, inscribed on the reverse of the token were the illustrious words, interned deity Liubei. An interned deity? Good heavens, you truly possess such an opportunity to ascend to divinity. It seems that our sea god island shall be graced by the protection of two deities. One of the fervently devoted exclaimed. The two deities he referred to were one being Liubei, and the other, naturally, was their ocean god Poseidon. Alas, I must apologize. It appears that the two you mentioned shall ultimately be reduced to but one. Liubei spoke with a hint of remorse and jest. As he listened to the words of those around him, the expressions of the devotees were a mixture of confusion and awe. He, perhaps Master Liu, is unaware that we, too, have a deity on Sea God Island. To be candid, this esteemed divine figure is none other than Poseidon, our god, who happens to be the elder brother of our grand priest, and is indeed of blood relation to us. It is no surprise if you have not heard of him. However, should you venture into the divine realm, you may have the opportunity to meet him. The devotees continued their incessant chatter, seemingly unperturbed by Liubei's remarks. After all, in their eyes, even if Liubei were to ascend to divinity, Poseidon had long established his renown in the celestial domain. Thus, they bore no ill feelings towards Liubei's unfamiliarity with Poseidon. It truly is a case of not being from the same family, yet entering the same door. Had we known that Master Liu had the chance to enter the divine realm, we could have avoided that conflict altogether, suddenly interjected another devotee, as if to suggest that past grievances could be set aside in light of Liubei's potential divinity. Forgive me, but I'm not only acquainted with the deity you call Poseidon, I am, in fact, quite familiar with him. However, as the devotees reveled in the pride of having such a noble figure emerge from their tribe, the conversation continued to flourish. Liubei's remarks undoubtedly aroused skepticism among many. If Master Liu is indeed acquainted with our Lord of the Sea, then why did he earlier claim that our sea god island would be safeguarded by only one deity? Have you not yet discerned the truth? This Master Liu clearly does not intend to offer protection to our sea god island. Throughout this exchange, Poseidon remained a silent observer, listening as these individuals repeatedly referred to the sea god, each one appearing as if wrapped in the warmth of spring. Yet within her heart, the conversations of these people felt like a relentless drip of blood. I regret to inform you that you have misconstrued my words. What I meant to convey is that in the future, our sea god island will indeed be shielded by but one deity, and that deity is I, Liubei. What? Is Master Liu jesting? Do I appear to be in jest? Liubei replied with a smile, observing the twinkling eyes of the grinning Liubei. It was at that moment that those present began to sense an unsettling shift. What does this mean? The once most fervent devotee, upon hearing Liubei's words, wore a rather grim expression. The meaning is quite simple. Your sea god will likely no longer protect your sea god island. However, rest assured, as long as I, Liubei, am here, your island shall encounter no misfortune. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted uncomfortably. After all, Liubei's words were undeniably a significant blow to them. High priest, is what he said true? One of the devotees inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked towards Poseidon. Throughout the discourse, Poseidon had remained silent. Given her demeanor, it was evident that Liubei's assertions held a considerable weight of truth. Poseidon momentarily froze. Her brow furrowing as a shadow of sorrow crossed her beautiful eyes, and she silently nodded. The devotees were taken aback. Since Poseidon and Poseidon were siblings, there existed a profound connection between them. Now that Poseidon had suddenly acknowledged the veracity of Liubei's claims, it became apparent that, under the current circumstances, Poseidon would indeed withhold his protection from their sea god island. Impossible. Lord Poseidon is the high priest's elder brother. He would never abandon our sea god island. According to what you say, it would indeed be inconceivable for him to forsake your island. Yet, while he was alive, that may have been feasible. But now that he has passed, how could he possibly continue to offer protection? What did you say? Liubei's response undoubtedly struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. Poseidon, an exalted deity who ascended to divinity in the early days of the divine realm, wields the unparalleled trident of the sea god, a creation of his own, which grants him a status rivaling that of the divine king. Now, with Liubei's unexpected arrival, accompanied by Poseidon's sister, it is evident that all these events seem preordained by fate itself. The high priest. What on earth is happening? There were those in attendance whose faces turned pale, for they were acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Poseidon's demise. Meanwhile, Poseidon's sister cast a glance at Liubei. It was unthinkable for her to reveal that Liubei was responsible for her brother's death. Otherwise, she would not only be sleeping beside her enemy, but also become the woman of her adversary. Such a situation would indeed be far too ironic. I did it. Liubei. Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. Faced with Liubei's candid confession, she was genuinely astonished. As for the offerings from the island of the sea god, their expressions were equally complex. You killed Poseidon? How is that possible? You possess only level 99 combat power. No, if it were indeed her doing. Perhaps it was plausible. Based on that battle from long ago, he undoubtedly had the strength to contend with a god. Silence enveloped the group as they finally grasped why Liubei spoke of a future for the island of the sea god that would only harbor one deity. And that deity would be him. High Priestess, I must speak candidly, being in the presence of your enemy. Are you truly serious? Poseidon remained silent. The inquiries posed were undoubtedly akin to pouring salt into her wounds. Poseidon willingly fell beneath my blade. What relevance does that have to us? Liubei furrowed his brow, gazing at the acolyte who dared to pose such a question. He sensed that the individual harbored ill intentions. The acolyte, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Liubei's retort, could only chuckle nervously. At this juncture, it seemed that any words spoken would ultimately be dictated by Liubei. Oh, are you implying that since I, Liubei, possess the strength to slay deities, I'm incapable of dealing with a few of you? No. Please do not misconstrue my words. Master Liu, have you had too much to drink at noon? Your ramblings are akin to those of a drunken man. Indeed, I believe there is merit in what Master Liu asserts. Who is Poseidon, after all? He is a formidable entity who has existed as a deity for countless years. If Poseidon were to willingly meet his demise at the hands of Master Liu, it would be entirely comprehensible. Among these individuals, some are compelled by trepidation towards Liubei's prowess, coming forth to his aid, while others harbor resentment for the death of their god at his hands. Yet, fundamentally, they are merely a congregation of impulsive demons, sowing discord. Chapter 87. Ascending the Celestial Ladder. Entering the divine realm, these acolytes, in the presence of Liubei, who is on the cusp of divinity, harbor mixed impressions of him within their hearts. However, predominantly, it is their apprehension of Liubei's might that prompts them to adopt a demeanor of respect. So, Master Liu has come to Ocean God Island in pursuit of the celestial gateway to the divine realm. Has he? Indeed. Liubei nodded gently, finally pleased to see someone steer the conversation towards the main topic. He turned his gaze back to Posey. Facing Liubei's somewhat tender smile, Posey momentarily froze, and upon regaining her composure, a delicate blush graced her fair cheeks. This bashful expression from Posey astonished many, as it was a demeanor they had never witnessed before from her. Let's proceed. I shall guide you to the altar, she said after a moment. Having steadied her emotions, gesturing for Liubei to follow her to the sacred site designated for the worship of deities. The devotees silently trailed behind. For as Liubei had mentioned, their island of Poseidon had lost the protection of the divine Poseidon, although the island still held dominion over the sea. Without the shelter of its deity, returning to a life of commanding the winds and rains as they once did would certainly not be an easy feat. The altar was ancient beyond measure. At its very center, intricate runes appeared to be inscribed, resembling arcane symbols. As Liubei gazed at the array of these runic designs, before he could fully comprehend their significance, Posey extended her fair hand towards him, seemingly requesting something. What is it? Liubei furrowed his brow, noticing the warm smile that graced Poseidon's face. In that moment, he realized that Poseidon was, indeed, quite beautiful. The trident of Poseidon, without it. How could I possibly break the seal? With a gentle blink, she gazed at Liubei with a tender expression, casually remarking, "My apologies, I seem to have forgotten." Liubei smiled faintly, casually extending his palm towards Poseidon's front, whereupon a weapon gleaming with golden light appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Everyone, step back. Poseidon's expression suddenly grew solemn. With a mere utterance, a magical array immediately manifested several beams of radiant, multicolored light. These beams soared into the sky. Observing this spectacle, apart from Liubei's slight surprise, the other worshippers remained remarkably composed. Activate, Poseidon exclaimed, thrusting the trident of the sea god forcefully towards the center of the magical array, a pitch-black. Boom! As the incantation rolled off Poseidon's tongue, the sky, now painted in hues of the rainbow, instantaneously revealed a swirling black hole. Captivated by this miraculous apparition conjured by Poseidon, Liubei found himself drawn in by the sudden emergence of this phenomenon. While the onlookers gazed in awe, a ring adorning Liubei's finger suddenly emitted a golden radiance. What is this? The worshippers expressed their astonishment, staring at the beam of golden light shooting forth from Liubei's ring. The expressions of all present reflected their utmost surprise at Liubei's presence. Thunderous roars echoed from within the inky black hole, witnessing this occurrence. Liubei felt an extraordinary allure emanating from within, as if a presence were beckoning him. I feel as though someone inside is calling out to me. Liubei furrowed his brow and spoke, while Poseidon, standing at the center of the magic array, had yet to comprehend Liubei's words. In an instant, a figure darted swiftly above her head, plunging downward with remarkable speed. As Liubei soared into the sky, Poseidon, momentarily taken aback and unable to respond, found herself at a loss for words before Liubei had already vanished into the black hole. This is unbelievable. He just entered like that. Isn't that the realm of the gods? Will he truly be safe entering it just like that? He should be, after all. He possesses the divine identity token granted to him by the realm of the gods. The gathered deities exchanged glances, their discussions revealing their astonishment at Liubei's ability to genuinely venture into the divine realm. Poseidon chose to remain silent. After all, such an occurrence had unfolded too abruptly, leaving her no opportunity to prepare. Liubei soared into the celestial gates of the divine realm, venturing into the abyss. However, his entrance into the dark void was far from the serene experience he had envisioned. Surrounding him were relentless bolts of lightning, as if intent on striking down this enigmatic intruder. Faced with the onslaught of these furious electric arcs, Liubei promptly summoned the Qianxunji sword to shield himself. What is happening? It feels as though these lightning strikes wish to obliterate me right here. Crack! Just as Liubei finished his thoughts, another bolt of lightning suddenly descended from above, launching itself towards him with alarming speed. Liubei wielded his sword aura to defend himself, hastening his flight to swiftly distance himself from this troublesome place. Cursed be it, despite his continuous sword strikes, Liubei ultimately sustained several injuries under the relentless onslaught of lightning. As time passed, the hours became indistinguishable. It was not until Liubei's robe was tattered by the sporadic strikes of lightning that he noticed a distant glimmer emerging on the horizon. As this point of light grew larger and its blinding radiance dazzled his eyes, accompanied by the relentless pursuit of lightning, Liubei surged forth. Boom! At the moment Liubei breached the celestial gate, the very heavens seemed to tremble violently in reaction to his intrusion. Huh! Is there a new presence of murderous intent in the divine realm? In a pavilion, a middle-aged man, poised to place a black piece on the board, suddenly spoke. As the piece fell, the trembling sky abruptly ceased its quaking. It must be that young man who killed Poseidon, right? Across from him, an elderly man, stroking his white beard, responded with a gentle smile to the one playing the black pieces. Uncertain, but it should be him. It is rather surprising that he could even slay Poseidon. The middle-aged man continued, raising a nearby cup and downing its contents. It seemed that they felt no overwhelming anger towards someone capable of god-slaying. I wonder which deity he will align himself with. A god who proves his path through murder would certainly be a formidable challenge for even the most powerful deities, wouldn't it? Hard to say. I recall the last god who sealed his divinity through slaughter was known as the Rakshasa god. And the city of carnage he established was one that even the gods avoided. These two men, possessing high status in the divine realm, conversed casually, as if the emergence of another god who proved his path through bloodshed was merely an intriguing occurrence. Celestial gate of the divine realm. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he furrowed his brow, ready to sheathe his Qianxunji sword. However, he suddenly sensed ripples in the surrounding space. As the ripples manifested, a sinister chuckle echoed in his ears. Yigu. As the figure gradually emerged, Liubei, seeing the lewd smile on his face, instinctively voiced his suspicion. Chapter 88. Welcome to the legend of the divine realm. Yigu. Observing the swirling black mist imbued with an aura of death, Liubei furrowed his brow and instinctively inquired. I didn't expect you to arrive in the divine realm so soon. It truly is a surprise. The sinister voice suddenly spoke, and upon seeing the figure wielding a scythe, Liubei cast a disdainful glance at him. Just as Liubei rolled his eyes at Yigu, the latter abruptly appeared before him. With a lewd expression, he scrutinized Liubei from head to toe, as if he were exceedingly intrigued by Liubei's presence. At that moment, Liubei unexpectedly reached out and seized Yigu by the throat, as if he had something significant to convey. With Liubei's grip constricting his neck, Yigu felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, a sensation he was most reluctant to endure. Do you intend to strangle me? The Grim Reaper, Yigu exclaimed in anger, his gaze directed at Liubei, brimming with uncontainable fury. In response to such a fiery glare, Liubei remained utterly composed. After all, he truly did not regard someone like Yigu with any seriousness. Is this the divine realm? I had anticipated a place of dazzling splendor, yet it seems rather mundane. Liubei's gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent. as if he were exceedingly vexed by Yi Gu's failure to inform him of his arrival in the divine realm and the impending wrath of the heavens. Goodness, could you not alter your propensity for violence upon arrival? This place is hardly devoid of splendor, is it? Did you tread upon clouds while on earth? Yi Gu remarked, somewhat speechless. After all, during his extensive time in the divine realm, he had never encountered anyone who resorted to seizing another by the throat upon first meeting. Had it not been for Liubei, he might never have experienced such a suffocating display in his lifetime. Well, what of it? Now that I too find myself in the divine realm, what step shall I take next? Liubei cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Being newly arrived in this divine realm, it was certainly unwise to provoke Yi Gu. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly alone in this unfamiliar territory. As for your arrangements, the various divine kings have yet to express their thoughts explicitly. However, you are a person who has proven your worth through slaying, and it is due to Poseidon's influence that you have earned the privilege to join this divine domain. Initially, the arrangement seemed quite favorable, but regrettably, your apparent lack of intention to inherit the title of sea god has greatly incensed those divine kings. Yi Gu earnestly elucidated the situation while walking alongside Liubei, both of them treading upon the clouds. For Yi Gu, it was a state of levitation, while Liubei, in stark contrast, appeared disheveled and covered in dust, lacking the vibrant demeanor he once exhibited at the martial Soul Hall. Throughout their journey, Yi Gu remained a steadfast companion. Liubei has come to understand that this realm, referred to as the divine domain, is governed collectively by several divine monarchs. Under their joint administration, an organization known as the Divine Council has been established. However, the presence of such an organization inevitably leads to a lack of unity. Although these divine monarchs appear harmonious on the surface, they engage in intricate power struggles behind the scenes. Furthermore, the divine domain is populated by numerous first-tier deities, each of whom requires a formidable background for protection. Consequently, these monarchs are compelled to cultivate alliances and win over hearts. Take, for instance, Yi Gu, the current god of death. Though his arrival in the Douluo continent marks him as an immensely powerful entity in the divine domain, he is merely a first-tier deity. Moreover, Yi Gu holds a somewhat unique position within the divine domain, serving under one of the 5 great monarchs known as the God of Destruction. Among these 5, the God of Destruction shares the closest bond with the God of Evil. Thus, when Yi Gu spoke of Liubei's potential entry into the divine domain, he primarily recommended allegiance to the God of Destruction, followed closely by the God of Evil. I firmly declined to join either faction, while Yi Gu earnestly articulated the myriad benefits of aligning with the God of Destruction. I remained resolute in my decision. Liubei, however, resolutely chose to decline. The reasoning he provided remained unchanged from his initial assertion. Having arrived in the divine realm, why not establish a divine position for oneself? Listening to Liubei's words, Yi Gu was undoubtedly at a loss for words. Yet, he did not persist in his pursuit. After all, he was well aware that a forcibly obtained fruit lacks sweetness. I knew you would utter that phrase, he remarked, considering that Liubei was capable of slaying beings on par with Poseidon. By the way, did you bring Poseidon shrined? Yi Gu lamented, reflecting on his own words. Liubei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose. However, upon hearing the mention of the trident of the sea god, Liubei was suddenly taken aback, his expression drawing attention. Yi Gu immediately exhibited profound astonishment. Surely, you did not neglect to bring the trident of Poseidon to the divine realm, did you? My heavens! Are you aware of why Poseidon, despite being a first-tier deity, holds a status akin to that of the God King? Is it not because of the trident of Poseidon? Of course it is. That trident is an extraordinary artifact forged from Poseidon's very soul. How could you not have brought such a magnificent weapon with you? To put it plainly, the primary reason you were able to slay Poseidon was that he did not possess the trident at that time. Had he borne it, you would truly have stood no chance against him. Yi Gu spoke with a sense of profound disappointment regarding Liubei's failure to bring the trident to the divine realm. Yet, Liubei remained unfazed by his words. He already possessed numerous artifacts, and if he truly required a formidable weapon, the Xianyuan sword would suffice admirably. Yi Gu, is this the new intern deity? He remarked. He does appear rather handsome. Just as Liubei and Yi Gu exchanged jests, a melodious female voice suddenly reached their ears. As they turned their gazes, they beheld a graceful figure approaching them. Her enchanting eyes scanned the surroundings, radiating beauty. Clad in a pale blue dress, she stood elegantly like a delicate lotus, her captivating gaze evoking an ethereal charm. It seemed she had noticed their stares, and as their gazes locked onto her, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe apple, exuding an irresistible allure. What are you looking at? It is one thing for him not to have seen me, but surely even you, Yigu, have not laid eyes on me? The woman's voice was tantalizing, and Yigu, with a sheepish grin, scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, this suddenly appeared goddess piqued his interest greatly. You are the one who killed Poseidon. Liubei, I have heard your prowess. Would you be interested in joining the ranks of the god of goodness? Although you have forged your path through slaying, I am confident that under the purifying influence of the god of goodness, you will undoubtedly evolve into a remarkable deity. The woman spoke softly, her head slightly tilted, revealing a pair of exquisite eyes that resembled crescent moons. Chapter 89. Under the goddess of life, all are beauties. This woman possessed extraordinary beauty. She was unlike any mortal woman, untouched by the mundane essence of the earthly realm. With her presence and the words she uttered, Liubei remained enveloped in silence. Typically, few could resist the allure of such beauty. However, this time, Liubei unmistakably chose to embody the most improbable of outliers. As for becoming a follower of the benevolent goddess, I must express my apologies. Liubei firmly declined it. Yigu gently tugged at Liubei's shoulder, even placing a hand on his forehead. You don't have a fever, so why speak such foolishness? It's one thing to reject the god of destruction and the god of evil, but why turn away the goddess of kindness as well? You must realize that if you spurn the goddess of kindness, your only options will be the goddess of life and the elusive Shura god. Moreover, do not be so resolute in your refusals. Most of the followers of the goddess of kindness are stunningly beautiful. If you were to join her ranks, you would undoubtedly find no grievance there. Yigu silently criticized Liubei's impulsive decision. After all, having lived in the divine realm for so long, he was well aware of which deity to align with. Perhaps if it weren't for his current inability to make choices freely, he might have genuinely considered switching to the goddess of kindness's camp and becoming her subordinate. I did not come here for women. If I, Liubei, were to seek women, I would be better off remaining in the mortal realm. Liubei feigned an air of unparalleled nobility. Observing Liubei's demeanor, Yigu felt an overwhelming urge to rebuke him countless times in his heart. This deity, belonging to the benevolent goddess, found that Liubei's words inadvertently elevated his impression of him several notches. Given this, I shall convey the truth to the benevolent goddess. However, I still advise you to accompany her, for even if you are reluctant to spend every day in the company of women, it will not affect your sense of belonging. Before departing, this deity reminded Liubei to ponder this matter carefully. He also informed him that the benevolent goddess is the most understanding sovereign in the entire divine realm. Before vanishing into a streak of light under the watchful eyes of Liubei and Yigu, do you realize how many men like me you have overlooked, longing for the place that is the benevolent goddess? She is the gentlest goddess in our divine realm, and you simply turn her down? Oh well, you've already rejected 3. If you refuse the remaining 2, you must have sufficient means to protect yourself in this divine realm. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond our mere speculation. Yigu shook his head with a wry smile, even contemplating the repercussions of Liubei rejecting all the sovereigns. Of course, Yigu's warnings were not without merit. Yet, for Liubei, who aspired to carve out a niche in the divine realm, such concerns were not taken to heart. He drew the Xianyuan sword, feeling its righteous aura transform his presence into something that evoked a profound sense of dread within others. This sword is indeed remarkable, but relying solely on an artifact that has not been fully activated may render you somewhat lacking in this divine realm, Yigu candidly remarked, as if possessing the Xianyuan sword was not as straightforward as Liubei had imagined. Liubei understood the implications of Yigu's words. Though the Xianyuan sword is an artifact, if its wielder has not attained divine status, its immense power, while formidable, would merely surpass that of an ordinary weapon by several folds. Gazing at the Xianyuan sword in his hand, Liubei furrowed his brow, fully aware that perhaps the limitations imposed by this realm, known as Douluo continent, were the reason he could not unleash its full potential. Yigu observed Liubei's expression, contemplated briefly, and continued, "Yet, do not be disheartened. With your level 99 capabilities, you are already capable of unleashing such terrifying strength. I am confident that once you reach level 100, you will undoubtedly grow even stronger." When Yigu spoke these words, he did not seem to be jesting. After all, he had no need to deceive Liubei in the slightest. In truth, I have been stuck at level 99 for 5 years. When Liubei uttered these words, he was not merely addressing Yigu. He was also speaking to the system that had bestowed upon him everything. Ever since the system informed him of his ability to enter the divine realm, it seemed to vanish into thin air. Liubei was well aware that such occurrences were far from fortuitous. After merely 5 years, it had come to this? Do you have any idea how many years I devoted to reaching level 100? If it were not for my ancestors, who upheld the traditional supernatural arts and pooled our family's strength to break through to the 100th level, I would have perished long ago. Yigu cast a glance at Liubei, yet as he reminisced about his own past, he could not help but feel a profound sorrow. Let's proceed. I shall take you to register for this divine examination. The divine examination? Liubei was taken aback, and he found himself somewhat perplexed by Yigu's words. The fact that you were able to consistently refuse the overtures of 3 divine kings already attests to your desire for independence. If you wish to carve your own path, then participating in the divine examination is the only course left for you. Liubei nodded symbolically, though he was not entirely certain of the meaning behind Yigu's words. Nevertheless, it was evident from the conversation that if one wished to remain free from the dominion of any divine monarch within the divine realm, one must carve out a reputation of their own. Although Liubei had attained his qualifications for the divine realm by vanquishing Poseidon in the Douluo continent, he had not opted to become a subordinate to any particular deity. Thus, in order to successfully complete the deification process within the divine realm, he must first undergo the necessary assessments. Liubei held no objections regarding this matter. After all, he preferred to gather a cadre of loyal followers during this assessment period rather than serve under another. It is worth noting that those eligible to participate in the evaluation undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, all at the pinnacle of the 100 levels. The fact that they had reached such heights without expressing a desire to serve any of the divine monarchs underscores that this upcoming assessment would be a significant event, attracting the attention of the gods in the divine realm. From Yigu, Liubei learned that these divine evaluations occurred once every century, and he had fortuitously encountered this rare opportunity. Consequently, Yigu extolled Liubei's potential, insisting that he was destined to achieve resounding success in the forthcoming deification assessment. As they conversed, they arrived at a magnificent palace. With a wry smile, Yigu turned to Liubei and said, "I can accompany you no further. The remainder of the journey is yours to navigate alone. Should you attain first place in this assessment, I, Yigu, shall gladly become your first subordinate." Become my first subordinate? Liubei was momentarily taken aback. However, upon observing the smiling figure of Yigu, who transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished, Liubei regained his composure. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he proceeded towards the registration point for the so-called Fengshan assessment. Chapter 90. Is the god of laziness a lowly? The Fengshan assessment tournament, held once every century, is a grand event within the divine realm. Although he had gleaned some insights about the participant from Yigu, Liubei remained astonished by the caliber of those who intended to partake in the assessment. As he drew closer, the throng of individuals converging for the evaluation began to swell. Observing the elegantly attired men and women around him, Liubei felt like an anomaly in his tattered robes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he contemplated seeking a secluded spot to change into something less ragged. Yet, as he prepared to alter his attire, his attention was caught by a similarly disheveled young man. The youth's chiseled features bore a pallor devoid of vitality, reminiscent of the struggles Liubei himself had once endured. As Liubei scrutinized the young man, their eyes met, eliciting a look of curiosity from the latter. After a moment, the youth continued on his way towards the grand hall of the Fengshan assessment. Scratching his head, Liubei deliberated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow suit. After all, entering in such attire might serve as a testament to his strength. Before him stood an awe-inspiring grand hall, its magnificence unparalleled. At each corner of the hall, golden pillars adorned with carvings of soaring dragons stood majestically. "Are you a participant under the banner of the beggar god?" A voice from behind interrupted Liubei's admiration of the hall's splendor. He turned to see a woman of striking beauty, her features radiant with a sunny smile. Before Liubei could respond, she gestured for him to approach. As he approached her, he took note of her tasteful black attire, realizing that beneath her garments lay an extraordinary figure. "Are you here to participate under the beggar god? If so, please provide me with your information." "Thank you." Information? Liubei was momentarily taken aback, but upon observing those around him clutching similar tokens, he recalled the identity token bestowed upon him by Yigu. However, it was only when Liubei handed his identity token to the woman that he noticed, although all possessed tokens, the finest among them were merely silver. In contrast to Liubei's golden token, it was evident. Indeed, within mere moments, the woman respectfully bowed, presenting Liubei's identity token with both hands and offering it before him. "I apologize. I did not realize your esteemed status. I hope you will not take offense at the earlier impoliteness of this humble woman." The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, and as she uttered these words, Liubei became acutely aware that those who followed the figure referred to as the beggar god were undoubtedly clad in attire akin to his own. Otherwise, how could they have been mistaken for one another? Is it to register over there? Liubei was not perturbed by the demeanor of the other party. After all, he was new to this realm and had yet to attain a certain stature, yet he expressed himself with remarkable assertiveness, which often proved to be disadvantageous. The maid, taken aback by his words, gazed at the long queues before her, her face once again adorned with a smile. "Happiest, my lord. With this token in your possession, you may enter the final stage. However, as the assessment conference has only just commenced its registration, I can assist you with the enrollment procedures if you wish." The woman beamed with delight, as though encountering a being of divine caliber like Liubei filled her with immense honor. "No need," he replied. "Since I have already declined the invitations from those divine kings, I see no reason to pursue this back door." "What?" The maid appeared utterly bewildered. As she processed Liubei's words, it seemed as though her ears had betrayed her. Before she could fully comprehend what Liubei had just conveyed, Liubei, having securely stowed away his identity token, lifted his feet and approached the gathering of individuals standing in line, dutifully trailing behind them. The maid, in a state of confusion, gazed at this scene, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, yet finding herself at a loss for words. "What is it, little sister? What are you staring at?" As the maid bewilderedly observed Liubei's retreating figure, a mature-looking woman sauntered towards her workplace, holding a teacup. Following the direction of the maid's gaze, she noticed a ragged young man, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Another follower of the beggar god? Why do these individuals persist in dreaming of soaring to great heights? "Sister, what are you talking about? That person is not a subordinate of the beggar god. He is a demigod." "What? A demigod? That beggar attire belongs to a demigod?" Her voice, raised in surprise, drew the attention of many, including those affiliated with the beggar god. Feeling the unfriendly gazes directed her way, the mature woman's finely crafted visage flushed with embarrassment. She was a staff member for this assessment conference, yet she had uttered such discriminatory remarks, jeopardizing her position. Demigod? Within the hall designated for registration, a petite girl clad in a robe resembling the night sky, upon hearing the gasps of astonishment, lazily lifted her seemingly drowsy eyes to survey her surroundings. An aura of dark green light emanated from her, and upon sensing the absence of other divine presences, she closed her eyes once more. As the newcomers continued to register, it eventually came time for Liubei. "Name and origin?" inquired the divine realm steward responsible for the registrations, his brow furrowing slightly upon noticing Liubei's attire, yet maintaining a professional demeanor. "Liubei, from the Martial Soul Empire." "The Martial Soul Empire? What sort of place is that?" The steward's furrowed brow deepened, mirroring the puzzled expressions of those assisting him. "There's no need to investigate. Just proceed with the registration." As the steward of the divine realm gestured for his companions to assist in locating information about Liubei, a somewhat languid voice unexpectedly resonated. The steward furrowed his brow and glanced toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing a figure exuding a distinctly lazy aura, the others hastily rose to their feet. "The god of laziness. The god of laziness?" Observing the reverent expressions of the divine realm's stewards, Liubei, filled with curiosity, turned his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, the speaker was a delicately featured girl clad in a nightgown, embodying a youthful charm. He had not anticipated that within this realm, renowned for its solemnity, there would exist such an easily toppled deity. The goddess, appearing as a young girl, approached the registration point with her fair, delicate legs. As she neared Liubei, she tilted her small head. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, she suddenly extended her hand toward Liubei. Chapter 91. "I don't care. You must take responsibility. Hand it over." The god of laziness calmly proclaimed, her fair little hand seemingly demanding something from Liubei. "What?" Liubei's expression was one of perplexity. His brow arched in curiosity. As he contemplated something, he presented the ancient token of identity bestowed upon him by the night ancestor. This was delivered before the god of laziness. Gazing at the golden token, the god of laziness extended her hand, holding it before her. As the token was consumed by a wisp of emerald flame, she furrowed her brow slightly and could not help but inquire of Liubei, "Do you truly wish to enroll?" The god of laziness spoke in a manner only Liubei could comprehend. After all, it was only beings of their divine stature who truly understood the necessity of Liubei's enrollment. Indeed, Liubei offered a faint smile. The deity of laziness showed no sign of acknowledgement, returning the identity token to Liubei. Addressing the bewildered steward of the divine realm with utmost seriousness, he instructed, Register me. Ah, certainly. The steward dared not voice any objections. Despite harboring numerous questions within, he felt compelled to refrain from inquiry. After assisting Liubei in registering his personal information, the deity of laziness scrutinized Liubei once more. In truth, you need not go through such trouble, he remarked, shaking his head before retreating to his chaise, slipping into a tranquil slumber. Once the personal information was duly registered, an attendant would escort Liubei to the communal dormitory designated for the upcoming assessment. Observing Liubei being led away, several newcomers who had yet to enlist wore expressions of bewildered admiration. Ha! To think the esteemed one is acquainted even with the deity of laziness. Is there some significance to this? The impassive Liubei's unruffled tone rendered the divine general, who resembled a blossoming chrysanthemum, instantly uncomfortable. If the esteemed one is indeed familiar with the deity of laziness, then there is absolutely no need to queue for registration. I'm not acquainted. Liubei had anticipated experiencing a unique form of treatment. However, upon realizing that it merely entailed not having to squeeze in with the crowd, he felt somewhat speechless, his expression darkening. The deity offered an awkward smile. Liubei could express such sentiments, yet he could not entertain them in his thoughts. After years spent in the divine realm, he possessed an acute awareness of certain insider matters that were entangled with powerful connections. This was particularly evident in the golden token he held, a rarity within the divine realm. Just as Liubei was about to be scrutinized, the god of laziness unexpectedly opened his eyes. For a deity known for his indolence, such a sudden display of seriousness was indeed noteworthy. He observed everything with keen interest. Before long, Liubei was escorted by the divine general to the communal lodging quarters. The sight of this place, reminiscent of an earthly inn, evoked a sense of familiarity in him. I would like a single room, the divine general instructed earnestly to the innkeeper in charge. The innkeeper appeared slightly perplexed, glancing at the youth beside the divine general. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, the divine general exhibited a hint of impatience. If you wish to avoid incurring the wrath of the god of laziness, I suggest you comply with my request. The mention of the god of laziness caused the innkeeper to tremble slightly, and he swiftly arranged a single room for Liubei, calling forth a comely maid to attend to his needs. Please follow me, young master, the maid said with a sweet smile, ready to escort Liubei away. Ahem. Liu, when you achieve greatness, do not forget about me. The divine general hesitated, as if he wished to convey something more profound, yet deemed it inappropriate, and settled for a casual remark instead. Indeed, Liubei's expression was solemn, although he wished to remain inconspicuous. The moment the divine general proclaimed his connection to the god of indolence to the shopkeeper, it became evident that this assessment would be far from the quiet affair he had envisioned. As the maid led the way ahead, Liubei followed closely behind, observing as the maid opened the door. In that fleeting moment of entering the room, Liubei was captivated by the enchanting surroundings before him. It resembled a secluded oasis, brimming with sunlight, vibrant flora, and lush greenery. Much like the abode Liubei resided in, which was a charming little independent house. In front of the dwelling, there were chickens, ducks, and a dog. He gazed at the pond, where lotus flowers bloomed, teeming with an array of colorful koi fish. Do you find this place delightful, my lord? The maid inquired with a melodic laughter. She was quite attractive, and soon made her way towards the pond. As she approached, the koi fish gradually swam closer to her. Observing her bending down, Liubei couldn't help but notice the delicate curve of her figure. Realizing the moment, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Is there a place where I can bathe? I would like to change my attire. Liubei spoke awkwardly, and the maid turned her head. Unexpectedly, her curious gaze, coupled with her current actions, made Liubei acutely aware of the dryness in the air. The maid, with her trembling brows, lacked the ability to read minds and was oblivious to Liubei's thoughts at that moment. Simple-minded as she was, she merely opened her palms, and through some unknown means, the area that should have been a pond suddenly transformed into a steaming hot spring. Petals floated on the surface of the fragrant water, creating a captivating scene that, along with the shifting bamboo groves, evoked a profoundly pleasant sensation. What are you doing? As the maid assisted Liubei in shedding his robe, he subconsciously felt a sense of resistance and couldn't help but inquire with a hint of caution. The maid, perhaps taken aback by Liubei's unexpected agitation, quickly stepped aside and apologized. My apologies, young master. If you do not require assistance with your bath, it is indeed against the regulations. Noticing her somewhat timid expression, Liubei exhaled gently and extended his arms. I apologize, I became a bit overly excited. Liubei, in a moment of self-deprecation, caught the attention of the maidservant. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, she assisted him in shedding his robe, her gaze inadvertently drawn to his near-perfect physique. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She felt her heart racing as if a fawn were darting within her chest. Liubei, who had been gazing skyward, turned his attention toward the maidservant upon hearing her slightly labored breaths. He noticed her already pleasing features now blushing as if they were about to bleed. Having already been divested of his robe, he found himself captivated by such an enchanting beauty and couldn't resist pulling her into his embrace. "Young master, do mind your position," the maidservant stammered, her voice tinged with trepidation. Yet enveloped in Liu Bei's warmth, she felt an undeniable comfort. "Ah, I've already been laid bare before you. Do you intend to simply walk away?" he teased. "I shall not relent. You must take responsibility." The maidservant, taken aback, had not anticipated this facet of the man who appeared to be steeped in intrigue. This unforeseen encounter had ensnared her, and even if she wished to flee, such a notion was now rendered impossible. Chapter 92. The radiant sword of unsurpassed excellence within the bath. The maidservant, cradled by Liubei, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. This sensation compelled her to seek a secluded spot to hide. Yet, she gradually succumbed to Liubei's formidable presence. His strength was undeniable. Time slipped by unnoticed. As the maidservant, now weary and achy, observed Liubei donning a fresh black robe. Before she could utter a single word, he had already made his exit from the room. Upon leaving, Liubei left a profound impression on the innkeeper. A man associated with the deity of indolence was not someone to be trifled with. "Where is Master Liu headed?" the innkeeper inquired. The room felt stifling. "I merely wish to take a stroll." Liubei left a remark, casually handing the other person a crystal card worth 10,000. With the innkeeper's somewhat bewildered expression lingering in the air, he departed from the premises. As the innkeeper picked up the crystal card and felt its weight, he discovered that it contained an astonishing credit of 10,000 gold coins. Gazing at Liu Bei's retreating figure, gratitude filled the innkeeper's face. For someone of his standing, 10,000 gold coins might indeed be a rare treasure. Yet, one must not forget that this was bestowed by Liu Bei. Thus, the significance of these 10,000 gold coins transcended mere currency, embodying a weight that could not be measured in monetary terms. Stepping out of the inn, he observed the oddly dressed passers-by. Liu Bei's gaze fell upon several members of the serpentine race. He observed their alluringly slender waists, contemplating the breathtaking arcs they might create in the embrace of a bed. As Liu Bei stood silently, lost in his thoughts, one of the serpentine women casually gathered her silken hair, deftly fashioning it into twin ponytails. At that moment, her gaze shifted towards Liu Bei's position. Bathed in sunlight, her visage was both enchanting and captivating. Within her diamond-shaped eyes danced glimmers of spring-like allure. Just as Liu Bei and the serpentine woman locked eyes, a soft sound emerged from beside him, akin to the gentle rolling of a throat. "So beautiful," someone whispered. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when, with remarkable swiftness, they transformed into a stunningly crafted stone statue. Observing the youth who had suddenly become a lifelike statue, Liu Bei furrowed his brow, and a fragment of lore surfaced in his mind. It was said that there existed a strikingly beautiful serpentine race, with each member being a woman of extraordinary beauty. It was rumored that these women, due to the uniqueness of their lineage, practiced a form of magic capable of transmuting individuals into stone statues. Of course, to the Liu Bei of the past, such tales might have been dismissed as mere fables. However, his circumstances had changed. He had traversed into a realm brimming with magic. Thus, the existence of the serpentine race, rumored to possess the ability to petrify humans, could only be seen as a tangible reality. While Liu Bei silently regarded the figure of the stone statue beside him, the stunning serpentine woman suddenly fixated her spring-like gaze upon him. After a moment of hesitation, she delicately covered her lips with her slender hand and smiled softly, saying, "You seem unaffected by my magic, my esteemed guest. It appears you possess remarkable strength." As her ruby lips slightly parted, the women of her kin surrounding her cast wary glances toward Liu Bei. However, just as Liu Bei was poised to respond to this enchanting beauty, who, despite her lack of attention to her lower half, was indeed a rare gem of allure, a barrage of toxic water arrows suddenly surged toward his position. Yet with a mere extension of his hand, he grasped a resplendent, golden sword of unparalleled might. Swiftly, Liu Bei unleashed a flurry of formidable sword energies, colliding with the venomous water arrows. A noxious stench rapidly spread through the air, causing passers-by to cover their mouths and noses. Just as someone was about to unleash a tirade of curses, They visibly transformed into lifelike stone statues at an astonishing pace. It could be said that within a radius of 100 meters, both humans and beasts alike were turned into stone figures. Liubei is under the divine protection of the Qianxunji sword, remaining untouched by the noxious fumes. The woman slightly parted her lips, gazing at the scene before her, as if it were an impossibility. You appear gentle on the outside, yet I never anticipated that your methods could be so cruel. Liubei's expression was one of indifference as he shook his arm that grasped the Qianxunji sword, poised to instantly vanquish the several enchanting maidens before him. As Liubei raised the sword high above his head, preparing to bring it down, the woman suddenly darted forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived at Liubei's side. Why such fury? She remarked with a playful smile. I merely wish to share a jest with you. It was unclear what method she employed, but during her conversation with Liubei, those who had been transformed into stone statues by her hand swiftly reverted to their former lively selves. What do you intend to do? Liubei's expression shifted to one of caution. He harbored doubts about the benevolence of the foreign woman before him. Do not misunderstand, this is the divine realm. I merely wish to inquire if you could share your name with me. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the smile that once graced her face was replaced by an eerie chill. With her crimson lips slightly parted, her delicate fingers glided gently across Liubei's chest. Liubei was momentarily taken aback, still grappling to comprehend the intentions of the woman before him. Suddenly, her once obedient strands of ebony hair transformed into a multitude of vividly colored serpents. These venomous creatures, with their chilling triangular eyes, fixated coldly upon Liubei. Their tongues, laden with toxic venom, seemed to suggest that at a mere command from her, they would unleash their lethal poison upon him without hesitation. Liubei took a slight step back. Although the woman's beauty and figure were indeed remarkable, the sight of her serpentine hair made him feel an overwhelming urge to flee. Sensing the change in Liubei's expression, the woman offered a faint smile once more. With a flick of her serpentine tail, she ensnared him entirely. Gazing at the young human man she had effortlessly bound, the woman hesitated for a brief moment before deliberately leaning closer to his face. Seizing the opportunity while Liubei's expression darkened ominously, she extended her delicate tongue, poised to approach his lips. Get lost. Liubei was consumed by a fury that had long been simmering beneath the surface, enduring the provocations of the woman before him. Had he not been new to this place, her audacious behavior would have already led to her demise countless times, akin to the brutal realities of the Douluo continent. With his wrath now unleashed, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from him as he summoned his strength. The serpentine tail that had been ensnared by her grasp was instantaneously transformed into a gory spectacle, splattering chaotically around him. The event unfolded with such abruptness that she, caught off guard, was obliterated by the sheer force of Liubei's unleashed energy. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, her companions braced themselves for action. Yet, as they prepared to avenge their fallen comrade, Liubei, whose bloodlust had reached its zenith, tightened his grip around the Qianxunji sword. He unleashed a series of terrifying sword waves toward the approaching women, each imbued with an aura of death. Chapter 93. No forgiveness for those who have wronged me. Boom. The fierce sword energy surged forth in an instant. Faced with its terrifying destructive power, the women hesitated, daunted by the overwhelming force. Cursed be this man. How can he possess such strength? What manner of being is he, impervious to our magic? They narrowly evaded the sword waves, realizing they had unwittingly encountered an insurmountable foe. Liubei's unleashed aura rendered the Qianxunji sword a harbinger of devastation, threatening to annihilate the very region they stood in. As his terrifying, killing intent soared into the heavens, even deities of divine stature, witnessing the overwhelming sword intent from afar, wore expressions of grave concern. He dares to participate in the newcomer assessment registration. Utter madness. A middle-aged man, his face ashen, slammed his fist upon the table. The expensive glass table, under the weight of his fury, shattered into dust. Observing the man's wrathful demeanor, a graceful woman approached him with delicate steps. Expertly, she settled herself upon his lap, a blush adorning her face as she spoke gently. What troubles you, my lord? Why the sudden outburst? Is it perhaps due to that menacing sword intent? Her exquisite features, accentuated by large, enchanting blue eyes, radiated an allure that was hard to resist. Clad in a fitting white dress, her long, fair legs were casually grasped by the middle-aged man. My lord, would you like me to speak to that young man once more? In the midst of his embrace with a woman of questionable virtue, a young man, standing in the grand hall, could not restrain himself from frowning and inquiring of the middle-aged man. Upon hearing the words spoken, The middle-aged man regarded him contemplatively. After pinching the woman in his arms, causing her eyelashes to flutter in pain, he jovially turned to her and asked, "I wish for you to approach the newly arrived demigod. What do you think? Huh? Does the master fear that I might fall for him and run away?" The woman replied. Yet, the middle-aged man exhibited not a hint of anger, as if her jest was merely a playful banter with himself. "I believe that soon. You shall abandon such thoughts," he retorted, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he was advancing in years, he possessed no resistance to such a captivating woman. "Oh, you are truly wicked," the woman said shyly, yet she was effortlessly lifted by the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a space, and then, cradling the beautiful woman, stepped into the small realm he had created. "Ah, the master is indeed worthy of his title, and the enchanting goddess is truly formidable. She calms the master's fury with mere words," he mused. "Do you truly believe that the great god of destruction would be so easily appeased? If I am not mistaken, the god of destruction is currently unleashing his wrath upon the enchanting goddess." As this deity spoke, within the secluded space conjured by the god of destruction, the enchanting goddess found herself bound by ropes that had descended from above, her limbs secured to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes as she shook her head frantically, glancing at the god of destruction, who held a rigid rod, 6 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters in length, causing her to pale in fear. "Since you are willing to assist that young man, you must understand that there will be a price to pay," the god of destruction chuckled sinisterly. In an instant, he grasped the rigid rod and thrust it toward the enchanting goddess with force. The electric sting of pain made her tremble uncontrollably. Observing her quivering form, the god of destruction allowed a satisfied grin to spread across his face as he commenced his merciless treatment of the enchanting goddess. In the external realm, the deities, who patiently awaited, were acutely aware of the whereabouts and actions of the god of destruction and the enchanting goddess. Yet, they remained resolutely silent. After all, the god of destruction bore the grave responsibility of judging the gods and upholding the laws of the divine realm as one of the 5 members of the divine council. This law-enforcing deity, who possessed the authority to pass judgment upon the gods, was now, paradoxically, transgressing the very laws he was sworn to uphold. However, the other deities found themselves powerless against the god of destruction and thus opted for a quiet endurance. Time slipped by, and while the god of destruction indulged in his selfish desires with the enchanting goddess, in a distant evaluation arena, Liubei faced the onslaught of several deities. Among them, both male and female, the only one Liubei recognized was the god of indifference, with whom he had only a fleeting acquaintance. "What do you intend to achieve?" Liubei, the god of indifference, was no longer apathetic. Her gaze, now replaced by fury, bore down on him. She had once granted him the opportunity to forego the evaluation, yet Liubei not only declined, but had the audacity to create chaos within the divine domain. Consequently, despite her prior favorable impression of him, the god of indifference was now overwhelmed with rage at his audacity to disturb the peace beneath her very eyes. What else can he do? Is it not evident? As the god of indifference chastised Liubei in her fury, another deity, adorned with a divine halo, interjected without reservation. Silence. The god of indifference cast an impatient glance at him, while the male deity responded with an enigmatic smile. Liubei, having chosen to participate in the newcomer evaluation, you are bound to adhere to the rules of the assembly. No matter your strength, you must comply with the laws of the divine realm. Do you understand? As the god of indifference expressed her derision towards the male deity, a striking woman with furrowed brows suddenly addressed Liubei. Faced with such a multitude of deities, Liubei, radiating an aura of lethal intent, was acutely aware that if he continued to defy the rules of the divine assembly, he would soon be subjected to a frenzied assault from these gods of formidable power. Liubei, if you wish to rely on your strength to pass the evaluation successfully, I advise you to cease your actions forthwith. Otherwise, even if you are a quasi-deity, we shall be compelled to act against you in the name of the divine laws. Liubei gazed upon the lofty deities, remaining silent as he ultimately chose to temper his own formidable presence. Though he refrained from launching a counteroffensive against these divine beings alone, he harbored a steadfast belief that the day of reckoning with the gods would not be far off. Some deities, witnessing Liubei's decision to withdraw, gradually dissipated into mere illusions, while others, upon seeing his reluctance to engage further, exhibited expressions of profound anger. Yet, in the face of the divine realm's regulations, they were compelled to depart, for above their rank of first-tier deities loomed second-tier and third-tier divinities, alongside the supreme God King. Chapter 94. Oh, dear little treasure, be cautious. Observing the departure of these gods, even the lazy deity, who had crossed paths with Liubei, regarded him with a gaze imbued with complexity. Moments later, noticing the surrounding chaos wrought by the sweeping winds of Xianyuan's sword, which had nearly turned the vicinity into ruins, Liubei furrowed his brow, preparing to take his leave. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, accompanied by the emergence of a lithe figure before him. As he beheld the girl with short, aquamarine hair cascading over her shoulders, Liubei looked on in quiet perplexity. Her azure eyes sparkled like sapphires, and her exquisite features were complemented by long, graceful legs, rendering her a vision of ethereal beauty, unlike any mortal woman. Is there something you require? Liubei was enveloped in confusion. Having just offended numerous deities, he found it utterly astonishing that this sweet-faced woman dared to confront him. The situation was indeed perplexing. Noticing the wary youth, the woman, whose appearance was quite pleasant, surveyed the surrounding ruins wrought by Liubei's actions. A smile graced her lips as she earnestly addressed the young man. I never anticipated that you could capture the attention of so many deities. Might I inquire your name? Her gentle voice sent a shiver through his bones. Yet at that moment, Liubei had no inclination to engage in conversation. Hey, why are you acting this way? I am speaking to you, and you simply ignore me. Is that truly all right? The woman, feeling her pride wounded by his indifference, swiftly stepped forward and grasped Liubei's arm, eager to clarify matters. However, faced with her sudden advance, Liubei's expression darkened with an alarming gravity. Being in the realm of the gods, he realized he had to be on high alert, prepared to defend himself against the inexplicable advances of this woman. What do you intend to do? Liubei remained vigilant in his inquiries. He truly needed to exercise constant caution around the women of the divine realm. After all, those who might appear ordinary could inflict immeasurable harm upon him, not to mention the strikingly beautiful and refined woman before him. Upon hearing his words, the woman offered a subtle smile, as if she found Liubei's statements to be profoundly mocking. I haven't done anything. I simply find you quite intriguing and would like to befriend you, if I may. The beautiful woman continued, her smile unwavering, seemingly intent on ensnaring Liubei's heart with her captivating charm. I am not interested. Liubei responded with remarkable decisiveness, observing the attractive woman with such fervor. He felt an unsettling notion that this might very well be a noose awaiting his entrapment. The memory of the snake woman he had slain loomed in his mind, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Overwhelmed by his fears, Liubei forcefully shook off her grasp from his arm and quickened his pace, vanishing from her sight in mere moments. You pique my interest increasingly, the woman remarked with a sweet smile, uttering words only she could comprehend. Employing some unknown method, she pursued the direction Liubei had departed. Meanwhile, Liubei returned to the inn, where the innkeeper, upon witnessing his face etched with hostility, hesitated to approach. Despite his uncertainty about what had incited Liubei's ire, he was acutely aware that attempting to greet him at this juncture could result in a mortifying encounter. He made his way to his room, pushed open the door, and beheld a woman crouched by the lotus pond, feeding koi fish. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. Startled by his sudden embrace, she turned her head slightly. He whispered gently in her ear, I'm a bit troubled. Could you help me relax? What do you mean by relax? She stuttered, her gaze evasive, betraying a hint of fear towards Liubei. Little did she know, her bewildered inquiry provided Liubei with the perfect justification for his actions. In an instant, Liubei had her pinned to the ground. Her once elegant dress was violently torn asunder. Fortunately, the door had been shut behind him, and the room itself was a secluded space, rendering her struggles and screams unheard by passers-by. After what felt like over an hour, Liubei's mood had improved considerably. He addressed the disheveled maid, her skin marked with red imprints, with sincerity. Once I ascend as a deity in this divine realm, I shall request the innkeeper to gift you to me. The maid remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes. She was acutely aware that her existence, akin to that of a servant, was merely a transient plaything in the eyes of the powerful and influential. When she remained quiet, he gently patted her delicate backside, coaxing her to produce a hot spring before cradling her in his arms and stepping inside. The maid nestled against Liubei, who relished every moment of this intimate exchange. Time slipped away unnoticed until Liubei carried her into the room, where they entwined and surrendered to rest. Outside, the realm of gods had already succumbed to nightfall. The innkeeper began tallying the day's mundane affairs. Upon hearing footsteps enter the inn, he addressed the newcomer without lifting his gaze. I'm sorry, but the inn is fully booked. Please seek accommodation elsewhere. The innkeeper seemed unperturbed by the potential offense his words might cause. However, as he completed his statement, A shadow fell across the table. With a look of curiosity, he raised his eyes to behold a sweet-faced woman, her luscious, rosy lips tempting him to indulge in a fervent kiss. "I am not here to stay at the inn," the beautiful woman gently replied, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the innkeeper. Her delicate, flushed cheeks resembled ripe apples, irresistibly alluring. He caught sight of her as she playfully nibbled her red lips, igniting an overwhelming desire within him. "Oh dear, my lady, may I inquire whom you seek? Which foolish man would abandon such a lovely wife to sleep alone in our inn?" The innkeeper feigned an expression of deep sympathy for the woman before him. Despite merely being an innkeeper, he had encountered a myriad of people throughout his life in this diverse realm, and thus had cultivated various strategies to navigate such encounters. The woman's feigned vulnerability and the allure radiating from her gaze caused his heart to race uncontrollably. "Oh, my sweet darling, you are making me anxious. Please tell me who that person is, and I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson." The innkeeper, eager and restless, gazed at her fair and radiant hand, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. However, just as he was about to make contact with the exquisite woman's delicate fingers, two distinct sets of footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor on the second floor. Chapter 95, Enchanting Goddess, the accursed Liubei. Upon hearing the footsteps, the innkeeper raised his gaze, only to find it was Liubei descending the stairs. Just as he had been poised to grasp the lovely woman's hand, he hastily withdrew, a smile blooming on his face reminiscent of a flower. He addressed Liubei, who was approaching, with a sycophantic grin. "Young Master Liu, where might you be headed at this late hour? Is there some urgent matter that requires your attention?" Liubei furrowed his brows, observing the sycophantic smile of the innkeeper, which resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. With a cold snort, he clearly had no intention of indulging such a familiar intruder. However, as Liubei descended the steps, a striking woman accompanied him. As they drew nearer, the beautiful woman, slightly furrowing her fine brows, seized the moment when Liubei was about to brush past her, and unexpectedly threw herself into his embrace. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Liubei was evidently unprepared for the woman he had encountered on the street to pursue him here. Noticing the slight frown of displeasure on his face, the woman raised her brows playfully and smiled. "Darling, what troubles you? Why, all of a sudden, do you pretend not to recognize me?" The innkeeper, astonished by the words spoken by such a lovely woman, was taken aback. He had initially intended to tease this enchanting lady, but never anticipated she would be Liubei's partner. Regret washed over him for his earlier demeanor, as he realized that should this woman report him to Liubei, the consequences might not be easily resolved with mere words. The palpable tension and embarrassment in the air were unmistakable. Liubei's already pallid complexion grew even more frigid at that moment. "What intentions do you harbor, woman? Let me make it clear. I, Liubei, am not one to be trifled with. If you seek to entrap me with your charms, I advise you to abandon such notions, for I am already committed to another." Listening to Liubei's subtly loaded words, the beautiful woman's expression shifted slightly, her gaze sweeping over the serene, smiling figure in the white dress. She noticed the faint traces of red upon the other's neck. Instead of reacting with anger, she smiled knowingly and remarked, "Can you not deceive yourself? Just her? If my intuition serves me right, she must be a mere maid from this inn. Though I understand your intention is to drive me away, rest assured, I must remind you, no matter how splendid this wildflower may bloom, it cannot compare to the fragrance of my cherished home flower. This woman possesses a certain skill in causing a ruckus. Her audacious reversal of roles might easily mislead those unfamiliar with Liubei into believing she is indeed his esteemed wife." Though Liubei sported a slight stubble, it was a mark of maturity. Moreover, while he may no longer exude the exuberance of his youth, the experiences he has accumulated over the years have imparted him with a distinctive aura of a mature man, which serves as an alluring secret weapon to captivate women. While the reasons behind this woman's persistent pursuit of Liubei remain unclear, he, not being a fool, understands the art of turning the tables. As he grasped her delicate face, the beautiful woman, her lips pouting from the pressure, widened her eyes in surprise, unprepared for Liubei's sudden advance. The innkeeper, clutching a lemon, witnessed the scene unfold, feeling dizzy as if the world were spinning around him. This disorienting sensation caused him to stagger and collapse into a chair. In contrast, the maid remained composed, her demeanor calm as she replayed the image of the beautiful woman calling herself a wildflower in her mind. After a few minutes had passed, the entranced woman, her ruby lips quivering, seemed utterly taken aback by Liubei's unexpected kiss. "You!" Her charming face changed with anger, and the fire within her burned fiercely yearning to unleash itself upon Liubei. However, Liubei wore a smirk that radiated confidence, responding to her with a cryptic remark. What's the matter? Aren't you always calling me husband? Since I am your husband, what harm is there in a mere kiss? Faced with Liubei's audacious explanation, her emotions surged, threatening to bring her to tears from his words. Indeed, young master, you speak the truth. Since we are husband and wife, what is there to be angry about for just a kiss? She glanced at the maid, who, with a smile gracing her red lips, commented cheerfully. The exquisitely beautiful woman, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, finally recognized the formidable nature of Liubei. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, who had been witnessing this scene unfold, found himself savoring the dog food of their affection, even beginning to question why he lacked the kind of blissful life that Liubei possessed. Liubei lightly brushed his hair and, feeling a bit shy, responded, Hee, just look how perceptive that young lady is. Such a simple truth. Yet you fail to grasp it. Go away. The beautiful woman could no longer contain her indignation. If it were not for her ongoing mission, she might have chosen this very moment to teach Liubei a stern lesson. Nonetheless, regardless of how tumultuous the situation became, this striking woman, Liubei, of course, would not take it to heart. After all, regarding the inexplicable woman who clung to him, he genuinely hoped that she would, due to the recent events, recognize the futility of her pursuits. Observing the beautiful woman's forced expression as she suppressed her anger, and noticing her delicate form trembling with indignation, a smirk of satisfaction emerged on Liubei's face. He cast his gaze outside, watching as the sky gradually darkened. Then, he reached out to embrace the waist of the maid, smiling gently as he said, Let us go. I promise to take you to the Lantern Festival tonight. The maid nodded with a smile, and together, they stepped out, with Liubei leading the enchanting woman before him. In the fleeting moment of their departure, a figure, filled with resentment, fixed a gaze of animosity on the retreating backs of the two until they disappeared from view. Gradually, a sense of gravity settled upon her, igniting doubts within her mind about her ability to fulfill the task assigned to her by the god of destruction. However, shortly after Liubei and the maid left, the innkeeper continued to observe the captivating woman, whose every gesture exuded a mature allure. Madame Liu, are you preparing to rest, or perhaps something else? The innkeeper inquired with a bashful smile. Although the situation unfolding could be deemed fraught with tension, his role compelled him to inquire with a smile. The beautiful woman, initially wearing a vexed expression, upon hearing the innkeeper's words, allowed her alluring gaze to flicker toward him. Contemplating his address, her lovely visage gradually revealed its original smile. Parting her crimson lips, she responded with a hint of apology. Innkeeper, I apologize for the spectacle today. Though I may have accompanied another woman, I will always remain the principal wife. No wildflower can surpass that. Witnessing her unwavering confidence, even as the innkeeper contemplated a retort, he ultimately decided against it, considering Liubei's esteemed background. Instead, he beamed and led her toward Liubei's quarters. Chapter 96, Knight Ancient. Brother, something seems amiss. The Lantern Festival, whether in the mortal realm or the divine domain, is a celebration that brings joy to the heart. Observing the festooned streets and the children wielding lanterns, one cannot help but feel uplifted. In Liubei's mind, the vivid imagery of accompanying Lu Xian and Lu Yanran as they strolled through the Lantern Festival emerged. Noticing the expression on Liubei's face, a hint of curiosity flickered in the beautiful eyes of a nearby maid, who then pointed toward the spot by the river. Shall we go and take a look over there? She suggested. Liubei's response was devoid of warmth, lacking any semblance of emotion. This indifference cast a shadow over the maid's otherwise pleasant spirits, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Observing the crowd by the riverside, where they placed lotus lanterns, Liubei procured a lotus lantern for the maid, finally revealing a smile towards her. Is this for me? She inquired. Of course, it is for you, he replied. Liubei spoke gently, perhaps overwhelmed by his longing for family. In this moment, he envisioned the woman before him as his beloved wife, Lu Yanran, from the Douluo continent. Yet, no matter how fervently Liubei fantasized, this woman could never truly become Lu Yanran. As he observed the maid squatting on the ground, placing the lotus lantern, Liubei silently stood beside her when, all of a sudden, he perceived a somewhat familiar aura. With the emergence of this presence, a young man wielding a scythe unexpectedly appeared at his side. Enveloped in a voluminous black robe, the youth, scythe in hand, appeared rather out of place amidst the vibrant lantern festival. What brings you here? Liubei asked, surprised to see Yigu. Of course, I came to see you. Oh, have you already charmed a lady? Yigu jested without a trace of divine arrogance, as if after several encounters, a camaraderie had developed between him and Liubei. While Liubei and Yigu engaged in light-hearted conversation, the maid, having gently pushed aside the lotus lantern, turned her head in curiosity. Upon noticing the strangely adorned youth with the scythe, her brow furrowed. When she glimpsed Yigu's rather emaciated hand, she was so startled that she immediately leaped into Liubei's embrace. Though Yigu wore a mask, it was not difficult to imagine the awkward expression hidden beneath it. "Who is he? He looks rather frightening," the maid inquired, her voice tremulous. For it was only in Liubei's arms that she could feel a semblance of safety. "Do you not recognize him? That should not be the case. He is the first-level deity of the divine realm, the god of death, Yigu." "God of death? Does that mean I am to perish?" The maid's face reflected astonishment as she gazed at Liubei. Liubei is truly amused by the peculiar reasoning of the other party. After all, the notion that one must inevitably perish upon encountering the Grim Reaper is rather absurd. Although Liubei has encountered death numerous times, he has continued to thrive. "Who told you that encountering the Grim Reaper guarantees demise?" Liubei gently inquired of the maid, observing her pallid face, which had lost its bloom due to the sudden appearance of Yigu. The effort to suppress a smile was a source of great disdain for Yigu. Before the maid could respond, Yigu, rendered speechless, shot Liubei an exasperated glance before sheathing his scythe. He then transformed into another form, gazing upon the handsome visage of an unfamiliar youth. Liubei seemed unable to believe that this was the Yigu he knew. "What are you looking at? This is, after all, my true form. It is merely due to the peculiarities of my profession that I must don this ghastly guise daily. Do you understand? By the way, the young lady in your arms is correct. Those who have the fortune to behold me are typically not far from death. So why am I still alive? Do you insist on arguing with me? You are special, you know." Yigu retorted angrily, yet he raised his gaze towards the distant horizon amidst the cacophony of fireworks. As he watched the resplendent display, Yigu felt an uncomfortable sensation as the throngs of passers-by grew. It was then that he recalled his purpose for seeking Liubei. Tomorrow marked the first phase of the assessment, overseen by the god of sloth. She is one of the 7 deadly sin deities. Although, given your prowess, passing the assessment should not pose a significant challenge. However, do not forget the ruckus you have created today. She will undoubtedly target you specifically tomorrow. One of the 7 deadly sin deities? The god of sloth? Liubei was momentarily taken aback by Yigu's warning. The image of a petite and charming young girl sprang to mind, prompting an involuntary smile. After all, the assessment competition is a profoundly sacred and solemn affair. To have such an adorable and diminutive figure preside over the first round seems almost ludicrous. If this were the Douluo continent, the entire event would likely descend into chaos simply due to the fact that the host is a little girl. Were it not for her esteemed status as one of the 7 deadly sin deities, renowned in the divine realm. Noticing the hint of a smile at the corner of Liubei's mouth, Yigu regarded him with suspicion, scrutinizing him closely. It seemed evident that Liubei might not truly regard the god of sloth with the seriousness warranted. Do not be fooled by her youthful appearance. She is not to be underestimated. I assure you, even Poseidon himself, upon encountering the god of sloth, could only maintain a state of exasperation. Poseidon? Yigu's sudden mention of the sea god transformed Liubei's previously serene expression into one of solemnity. With a serious demeanor, Liubei glanced once more at the soaring fireworks before earnestly replying to Yigu. "Tell me, if I were to ensnare the god of sloth, would she extend special favors to me tomorrow?" Yigu's lips twitched in disdain. The audacity of someone to utter such words openly was remarkable. Regardless of whether Yigu had encountered such a being before, even if they had merely heard whispers, the oversight of the divine council ensured that no deity would dare engage in such indecent acts. "Do not be in haste to respond," Yigu remarked, observing the lazy god, whose perpetual drowsiness suggested a lack of development. "If I were to awaken her potential, might she not transform from the goddess of laziness into the goddess of diligence?" At this, Yigu felt as if struck by lightning. Despite belonging to the realm of the hairless, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine at the implications of Liubei's words. With an awkward yet polite smile, he began to clap slowly, his expression mirroring a blend of amusement and disbelief. "My friend, I must speak candidly. Something is amiss with you. Are you truly contemplating the idea of developing her into the goddess of diligence? I would hesitate to expose your motives, but it appears you are merely coveting her form. How base of you." With that, Yigu cast a scornful glance at Liubei, eager to distance himself from someone whose thoughts seemed somewhat unhinged. While he enjoyed the company of Liubei, the notion of pursuing the goddess of laziness chilled him to his core. Noticing Yigu's intent to escape, Liubei grasped his arm without hesitation. The expression on Yegu's face, more pained than sorrowful, conveyed his distress as he implored, Liubei, may I call you brother? If it were any other goddess, I could overlook it, but to provoke the goddess of laziness is a peril I advise against. As he struggled to break free, an ominous light from a sword illuminated his face, and suddenly, Yegu's demeanor shifted to one of unexpected delight, akin to a blooming flower. Chapter 97. Do you harbor affections for Liubei? As the radiant blade caught his eye, Yegu, with a bashful smile, found himself utterly unprepared for what lay ahead. Liubei remains as irascible as ever. Is it merely a visit to the god of sloth? Am I not capable of accompanying you? Yegu said with a wry smile, regarding Liubei's behavior, if it were not for his generally favorable impression. The ominous title of Grim Reaper he bore would undoubtedly compel him to face the consequences of his actions. Alas, it remains uncertain whether he can indeed contend with someone of Liubei's caliber. Upon hearing Yi Gu's acquiescence, despite the multitude of reasons behind it, he was at least assured of Yi Gu's agreement. Glancing down at the maid in his arms, he noticed her expression filled with perplexity. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed her earnestly. I intend to accompany this esteemed brother to visit the god of sloth. Therefore, I may not return tonight. Oh, upon hearing Liubei's words, the maid felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she understood all too well. Liubei is a person with whom she maintains a certain distance. She is capable of surviving in the realm of the divine and is acutely aware of the weight carried by the titles of the god of laziness and the god of death. A being that can call a deity a brother or sister, despite not currently being a deity, certainly harbors aspirations to ascend to such a status in the future, a feat that is by no means insurmountable. The maid possesses keen insight. Initially intending to return on her own, she was unexpectedly ensnared by a hand that encircled her waist. Before she could react, Liubei had already embraced her. With an expression of mild astonishment, she gazed quietly at Liubei. As the surrounding environment gradually faded into obscurity, it was but a brief moment before she found herself at the inn that Yi Gu had arranged for him. Upon seeing Liubei and the maid return, the innkeeper, with furrowed brows, seemed poised to speak, yet opted for silence instead. Rest now, he advised. Remember to attend my assessment tomorrow. Liubei spoke again, extending his hand to caress the silken strands of the other's hair, exuding an extraordinary warmth and approachability. The innkeeper observed this scene in silence, contemplating whether to reveal to Liubei that his wife was currently residing in his room. However, Liubei, after conveying these words, soon chose to depart. As he glanced back at Liubei's retreating figure, he noticed the maid preparing to ascend the stairs and could not help but call out to her, What is it? The maid turned, puzzled, and upon seeing the innkeeper's hesitant expression, she continued, Rest assured, I am fully aware of my place regarding the matter of young Master Lu's wife. That is good to hear, the innkeeper replied with an awkward smile. In the past, such a revelation from Linger might have provoked his ire. Yet, the circumstances had changed, as per the words of Liubei's wife. Liubei, in the future, is destined to become a deity within the divine realm. Thus, upon contemplating such matters, he refrained from imposing difficulties upon the maidservant. After all, at present, Linger truly resides in a state of being cherished by Liubei. He would certainly not venture to bully Linger, lest he incur Liubei's wrath. A faint smile graced Linger's lips as she ascended the staircase, making her way toward Liubei's chamber. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by a swirling mist of warm vapor. Gently waving aside the fog, she closed the door behind her and cast a curious glance toward the lotus pond. Indeed, within her sight, what was once a pond teeming with koi had transformed into a shimmering hot spring. Surrounding this spring were small rocky formations, complemented by unique bamboo groves, which truly uplifted one's spirits. However, as Linger drew closer to the spring, the hazy water vapor seemed to reveal a graceful silhouette. Although the figure stood with its back to her, the enticing curves visible through the mist would surely cause Liubei's heart to race should he be present. Captivated by the woman's fair and alluring back. Could it be her? Linger murmured softly, her eyelashes fluttering in disbelief at the sight of the woman referred to as Liubei's consort appearing here. The lady seemed to sense something, rising unreservedly to stand within the hot spring. With her movements, glistening droplets cascaded from her hair, and as her delicate hands playfully stirred the water, her exquisite posture and charming demeanor instantly revealed to Linger that the woman who had incited Liubei's ire was, unexpectedly, extraordinarily beautiful. Observing this scene, Linger found herself momentarily entranced by the woman's alluring grace, standing silently in place. Am I beautiful? The woman laughed softly, approaching Linger with unabashed warmth. As Linger beheld the woman radiating allure, she felt as though she was utterly humiliated in comparison. Beautiful, Linger murmured, her head bowed, slightly disheartened. Yet, upon noticing something, she was taken aback, realizing, to her astonishment, that the woman was indeed a white tiger. He said the same. I thought he would be the one to come. How foolish of me to have prepared for a bath. The beautiful woman spoke with self-deprecating humor, while Linger remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, I am truly sorry. I never considered that he might have a wife. Upon hearing the apologetic words, the beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback. But then a gentle expression graced her features. It's quite all right. In truth, we're not married. Not married? Linger paused, for the sudden revelation carried with it a multitude of implications. Do you have feelings for him? The beautiful woman reached out, delicately caressing Linger's cheek. Under the touch of her rival, Linger found it difficult to muster any anger. I do not, she replied. You need not answer so decisively. Liubei is indeed a remarkable man. Although he has yet to officially ascend as a deity, I believe it will not be long before many goddesses seek his affection. So, if you have any feelings for him, it would be wise to act swiftly. After all, among the many goddesses who admire him, I am merely one. A goddess? Could it be that she too was divine? Linger had been attentively listening to her words, but the sudden mention of the term goddess caused her to momentarily falter. However, she quickly regained her composure. Liubei found himself acquainted with the deities of lethargy and death. Thus, the sudden appearance of a woman embodying divinity was hardly a cause for astonishment. After a brief silence, as she glided past Ling Er, her initially bare form became adorned with garments with each step she took. Clad in a fiery red skirt, she gradually approached the closed edifice. It was only when Ling Er turned her gaze that she was truly captivated by the woman's unique aura. Before her stood a magnificent small palace. The wooden plaque hanging upon the door, embellished with golden edges, astonishingly bore the two characters for laziness inlaid with gold. Liubei furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend that someone would choose such a term to grace the entrance of their palace. My brother, I can accompany you no further. Yigu exhaled a heavy breath, as if having brought Liubei to the threshold of the deity of lethargy's palace had exacted a profound toll. Chapter 98, You Better Squat Down. Yigu exclaimed, wishing to turn and depart without a backward glance. Yet now, he had arrived at this juncture. Liubei would never let him off so easily. Grasping Yigu's arm firmly, he remarked with a sinister smile, You would do well to accompany me inside. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't inform the god of laziness. After all, having just arrived in the divine realm, my ability to find this place so effortlessly must have been aided by a deity. Wouldn't you agree? Yigu was left utterly astounded. He had initially planned to bring Liubei to the palace of the god of laziness and then make a hasty exit. However, what he thought was within his control was suddenly shattered by Liubei's words. Liubei's piercing gaze renderait Yigu, a figure that instilled fear in the hearts of many, utterly powerless before a nascent deity. How profoundly ironic this was. I shall accompany you this once. Yigu gritted through clenched teeth. Yet, as he prepared to lead Liubei inside, he employed an unknown method that, according to Yigu's own words, would render him invisible to even the most discerning divine monarchs, should they not observe with utmost scrutiny. With the invocation of his secret arts, Yigu bestowed Liubei a satisfied smile before boldly striding towards the palace of the god of sloth. Inside the opulent abode, an array of plush toys, favored by children, adorned the surroundings. Contemplating the god of sloth's youthful demeanor, Yigu refrained from further inquiries. Strikingly, although this was the palace of the god of sloth, there was not a single guard in sight, a scenario that left Liubei somewhat astonished. Shortly thereafter, under Yigu's guidance, they continued their journey. Liubei and his companion finally arrived at the sanctuary designated for the god of laziness. Upon observing the ajar door, Liubei stepped inside, only to be struck by the scene that unfolded before him. Truly, the god of laziness embodied her essence as a lowly. Even the room's decor adhered to the quintessential standards of such a character. However, what captivated Liubei the most were the celestial-like stars adorning the ceiling. Those vividly colored stars twinkled gently, resembling living entities. It was only when his gaze shifted towards a particular bed that he noticed the beautiful girl peacefully asleep, cradling a plush panda that exceeded her own height. Perhaps, despite being a deity, the god of laziness retained the heart of an innocent maiden. What a delightful girl she is. Liubei smiled faintly. However, as he gradually approached, he suddenly halted in his tracks. The scene before him was indeed enough to render him somewhat abashed. It seemed that Yigu was experiencing this moment as if it were his first visit to the lair of the god of laziness. Upon noticing Liu Bei standing still, he made his way over, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? Did you not come to converse with her?" Yet, as he followed Liu Bei's gaze, he was struck with disbelief. He covered his eyes in shock, stumbling backward, unable to comprehend that the so-called god of laziness was, astonishingly, devoid of clothing while asleep. The sight was utterly shocking. In a state of utter chaos, Yi Gu's foot inadvertently struck a vase that stood on the ground. The vase, succumbing to the force, shattered into pieces with a crisp sound. This unexpected noise instantly roused the slumbering god of laziness. Cursed be it! Yi Gu, startled, quickly made his escape, leaving Liu Bei standing in disarray. Just as Liu Bei prepared to flee, he found himself rendered immobile as if ensnared by some magical force. "Why you? How did you end up here?" As Liu Bei stood bewildered, a faint voice reached his ears. Startled, he slowly turned around, only to notice the god of laziness. Her delicate face twisted in fury, biting her lip tightly. In a moment of awkwardness, he raised his hand and greeted, "Hi, you big-headed fool." The enraged god of laziness immediately swung her hand toward Liu Bei's face. Struck by her slap, Liu Bei was at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed, for he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, the god of laziness, confronted by the young man before her, felt a mix of despair and frustration as she recalled her exposed state. After an indeterminate amount of time, as her thoughts began to settle, she furrowed her brows and questioned Liu Bei with a wary tone. "Speak. Who brought you here? My palace is protected by magic. Without someone to guide you, it is inconceivable that you, lacking divine status, could find this place." The deity of laziness harbored a glimmer of cold light deep within her pupils. Although she did not possess a particularly adverse opinion of Liu Bei, the sight of the man who could see through her was truly infuriating. She found herself wishing to subject him to 1,000 torturous fates. Yet, before enacting such vengeance upon Liu Bei, she first needed to uncover the identity of the mysterious deity who had brought him here. After all, should she succeed in reporting this matter to the Divine Council, no matter how formidable the power or background of the deity standing behind Liu Bei, they would be rendered inconsequential in the face of the council's impartiality. Liu Bei found himself in an undeniably awkward predicament. Confronted by the fierce little girl, he was at a loss for words. He had contemplated revealing Yi Gu, yet considering the considerable assistance Yi Gu had rendered him, he opted for silence instead. The irate goddess of laziness, gazing up at Liu Bei's imperturbable expression, felt a profound sense of humiliation due to her diminutive stature, which barely reached his lower abdomen. Thus, being forced to look up at Liu Bei only exacerbated her indignation. "You must squat down." The enraged goddess of laziness was on the brink of hysteria. Yet, in Liu Bei's eyes, this seemingly terrifying deity appeared rather endearing. Complying with the goddess of laziness's request, Liu Bei found himself before the embodiment of laziness. As their gazes met, he noticed the serene expression on Liu Bei's face, which bore the marks of countless untold stories. Observing the slight disarray of his stubble, the god of laziness experienced an unexpected moment of allure. Just as she was about to speak, the earnest gaze of Liu Bei caused her cheeks to flush, prompting her to hastily turn away. Confused, Liu Bei displayed a look of bewilderment, only to realize that the god of laziness seemed to be without proper attire. "What is happening to me?" As the god of laziness began to doubt herself, a loose robe was draped over her shoulders. Liubei, with a certain familiarity in his movements, enveloped her in his garment, leaving the bewildered deity momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she became aware that Liu Bei had stepped closer, now standing before her. Chapter 99. Is this all for me? The blushing god of laziness, having never encountered such a situation, could hardly bear to meet Liu Bei's eyes. She found it difficult to comprehend that she was revealing such a shameful scene before someone who was supposed to be vanquished. Noticing her reluctance to meet his gaze, Liu Bei paused momentarily before a gentle smile graced his lips. He reached out to embrace the god of laziness, who, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, offered no resistance. "In truth, I have come to present you with some gifts." The mention of gifts jolted the god of laziness from her stupor, her expression turning inquisitive as she fixed her gaze on Liu Bei, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident of him stealing glances at her. "What gifts?" The god of laziness inquired tentatively, gazing at Liu Bei with an expression tinged with anticipation. Liu Bei, wearing a faint smile, seemed to conjure an array of exquisite gift boxes as if by magic. The hues of these boxes were predominantly pastel pink and soft blue, colors that undoubtedly resonated with the preferences of a young girl like the god of laziness. As she delicately placed her hand upon the ribbon of one of the gift boxes, a spark of delight flickered within her. With earnestness, she addressed Liu Bei. Are all these intended for me? Are you certain? Indeed, he affirmed. Liubei smiled faintly. Upon receiving the affirmation from the deity of laziness, she joyfully began to unwrap the first gift box. As her small hands deftly dismantled the packaging, she soon unveiled a beautifully crafted powder blue dress. Her face, brimming with delight, could not contain a joyful squeal. It's a little dress. Is it truly for me? Of course it is for you. As long as you like it. Liubei continued to wear a smile, for he firmly believed that before a lowly, few garments resembling petite skirts could truly resist her charm. As the god of laziness gradually unraveled those exquisite gift boxes, he beheld one delightful attire after another, each more pleasing than the last. Liubei finally let out a sigh of relief. After an indeterminate period, the goddess of laziness donned the little dress that Liubei had gifted her. With a sense of satisfaction, she couldn't resist twirling a few times before Liubei. Do I look beautiful? She asked. Absolutely, Liubei replied with a playful giggle. If one were to disregard the true age of the goddess of laziness, her joyful demeanor indeed resembled that of a child. What do you call these gifts you've given me? Why have I never seen them before? The inquisitive goddess of laziness inquired of Liubei. Taken aback for a moment, Liubei hesitated, then gently responded, This little dress you're wearing is called Lolita, and the others include both Lolita and JK styles. Lolita? JK. The goddess of laziness expressed her confusion, having never encountered such terms before. Yet in her state of excitement, she chose not to dwell on these questions. Since you have bestowed upon me such exquisite dresses, I, Lan Shi, am not one to be petty. Therefore, I shall overlook your earlier act of peeking at me. Sigh. Liubei finally exhaled in relief. After all, the deity of sloth was willing to refrain from pursuing further grievances, which was indeed a tremendous blessing. Had Liubei been confronted by those male deities, he might have contemplated resolving matters through force. However, faced with a being akin to a goddess, and such an adorable and delicate lowly at that, he found himself utterly devoid of any inclination to resort to violence. Speak, for no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. Since you have managed to find your way here, it must be due to some matter that requires my assistance, he remarked. The deity of sloth scrutinized Liubei with a gaze that seemed to pierce through all pretense. Under the weight of such an all-seeing stare, Liubei felt an uncomfortable awkwardness, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. I merely wish to befriend you. I simply desire to be your friend. The deity of sloth, as if struck by lightning, was nearly taken aback by Liubei's earnest words. Flustered, her exquisitely delicate face flushed a deep crimson. She hurriedly turned away, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to Liubei's confession. Could you, perhaps, leave this place? The trembling goddess inquired softly, her voice barely above a whisper. If Liubei were to approach her at that moment, he would observe that her exquisitely crafted visage was now so flushed it appeared as if it could bleed. Liubei furrowed his brows, perplexed by the inexplicable decree of dismissal issued by the god of laziness. It was a turn of events he could never have anticipated. However, in order to avert any potential rift in his relationship with the god of laziness due to his own impetuosity, he ultimately chose to depart. As Liubei's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, the god of laziness slowly turned around. Her face flushed a deep crimson and her starry eyes swirling with an enchanting allure, leaving one utterly bemused. After leaving, Liubei strolled out of the palace as if nothing had transpired. Upon exiting the grand doors of the god of laziness's palace, he caught sight of a solitary figure pacing back and forth, prompting him to storm over in a fit of anger. Grabbing Yigu by the collar, he exclaimed furiously, So you, of all people, encounter a predicament and make a swift getaway? Faced with Liubei, who stood uncomfortably close, Yigu was momentarily taken aback, startled by his sudden appearance. You mean to say you emerged unscathed? How is that possible? He exclaimed in astonishment, as if Liubei's lack of misfortune from the incident was nothing short of miraculous. It seems you were rather eager for my downfall, were you? Is that how one speaks? Liubei could hardly believe the words that Knight Ancient could utter. After all, he resided in the divine realm, where the only deity capable of conversing was indeed Knight Ancient. I am not human, after all. By the way, how did you manage to escape unscathed? Given the nature of the god of laziness, it seems improbable that she would allow you to emerge without a scratch. Knight Ancient maintained a skeptical demeanor, for the sight of Liubei, completely unharmed, left him utterly perplexed. I gifted her some charming little dresses and expressed my desire to befriend her. However, upon uttering those words, she abruptly turned away and dismissed me. Knight Ancient stood there, expressionless and stunned, unable to fathom the implications of Liubei's revelations. Liubei surprisingly possesses such tactics, which which truly baffles me. Initially, presenting her with an array of delightful little dresses seemed to brighten her spirits. However, upon uttering the phrase about friendship, she abruptly insisted that I leave. Isn't that peculiar? Not at all peculiar. Yi Gu's lips twitched in annoyance as he observed Liubei, who appeared somewhat bewildered. He was genuinely tempted to deliver a powerful blow to her. What's peculiar about it? Isn't forming friendships a perfectly normal endeavor? Moreover, aren't we, in fact, friends? Wait, we're not friends, after all. Furthermore, since you are new here, it is only right that I impart some knowledge regarding the divine realm. It is akin to expressing the notion of friendship to the god of laziness. Do you comprehend the implications of that phrase? In our divine realm, does it not signify a desire for companionship? What? Upon hearing Yi Gu's serious explanation, Liubei's body shuddered, finally grasping why the god of laziness reacted so intensely to what seemed like an innocuous statement. Chapter 100, The Bashful God of Laziness. Liubei stood incredulously in place, gazing at Yi Gu's expression of disdain. It was then that he fully comprehended the nature of friendship. In the Douluo continent, such matters might be commonplace. However, in the divine realm, they would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. I apologize, but I was unaware that the concept of friendship could hold such significance in the divine realm. Liubei spoke with a tone of apology. After all, he had previously mentioned that Yi Gu was his friend. Haha, this is not your fault. The deities in the divine realm each belong to their own factions, making them rather averse to the term friend. Nevertheless, I must congratulate you on your audacity to utter the words to make friends in the presence of the god of laziness, and to emerge unscathed. Perhaps she harbors some fondness for you as well? Yi Gu said with a serious expression, his smile suggesting he was genuinely congratulating Liubei, as if he were about to gain a divine spouse. Liubei chose silence. Although he was fond of women, particularly those of striking beauty, he found himself unable to act upon his feelings towards a figure like the goddess of laziness, who embodied youthful allure. After all, he could not bring himself to do such a thing. His conscience would never allow it. Indeed, the goddess of laziness was quite beautiful, albeit somewhat youthful in appearance. Yi Gu suddenly squinted at Liubei, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if hinting at something. What does this mean? Do you wish for me to seduce her? Wouldn't the prospect of being with a goddess bring you joy? Yi Gu's earnest counterargument was not without merit. To be with a goddess was a dream cherished by many. Yet, the increasingly formidable Liubei was entirely capable of such feats. Observing Liubei's silence, Yi Gu placed a hand on his shoulder. Go on. Do not let me look down upon you. His voice resonated like a cry from the abyss, each word echoing relentlessly in Liubei's mind. Ultimately, having made a decisive choice, Liubei chose to follow his heart and step toward the resting quarters of the goddess of laziness. As he beheld the determined silhouette of Liubei, little did he know that Yi Gu, in this moment, had shed his earlier serious demeanor. He was now animated, almost gleeful at the prospect of Liubei potentially besting the goddess of laziness. Upon re-entering the palace of the goddess of laziness, Liubei was devoid of the trepidation that had characterized his previous visit. The murals adorning the walls, filled with themes of youthful whimsy, left him somewhat at a loss. As he walked, engrossed in the artwork, he found himself unwittingly standing before the open door of the goddess's chamber once again. Should he enter, or ought he to refrain? Pausing at the threshold, Liubei felt as though a small angel and a tiny devil were perched on his shoulders, arguing due to his indecision. As the devil overpowered the angel with a swift blow, it ultimately vanquished the moral boundaries that had restrained Liubei's resolve. If he were to disregard her appearance, then to concern himself with her age would surely mean that he would be the one at a disadvantage. As Liubei's extraordinary thought process unfolded, a triumphant smile curled upon his lips. He then lifted his foot and strode purposefully towards the bed where the deity of laziness reclined, each step resonating with an eerie silence. The footsteps of Liubei reverberated through the expansive room, gradually approaching the bed of the deity of sloth. He gazed at the meticulously arranged array of exquisite little dresses, yet, with a sudden tremor of his powerful form, he abruptly halted his advance. Damn it! What are you doing? At the moment Liubei ceased his steps, the mischievous little demon, who should have triumphed, erupted in fury due to Liubei's actions. Weren't you leaving? During Liubei's silence, the seemingly alert deity of sloth unexpectedly inquired, her delicate features etched with profound confusion. Her beautiful eyes, fixed on Liubei, seemed to harbor a hint of wariness. I suddenly remembered there's something else I need to do. What matter? The deity of sloth was just about to rise when, out of nowhere, the figure that should have remained stationary lunged towards her. The deity of sloth, caught off guard by Liubei's sudden assault, became utterly flustered. In a tone filled with urgency and fear, she issued the most terrifying of warnings to Liubei. You, get off me at once. Otherwise, even if you give me all these lovely little dresses, I shall surely kill you. The frantic voice of the deity of sloth echoed in Liubei's ears. Yet, having completely abandoned all restraint, Liubei was beyond the reach of her words. Liubei covered her mouth. In an instant, he reached out, intent on probing the depths of the crowd. The lazy god, teetering on the brink of collapse, was ultimately overwhelmed by Liubei's primal behavior, just as the lazy god believed he was about to lose his purity at Liubei's hands. Liubei suddenly leaned towards her ear and gently remarked, "You should refrain from wearing a little dress while sleeping, as it tends to wrinkle." The god of laziness, on the verge of tears, gazed at the man before her, who was supposed to humiliate her, with a look of bewilderment. Is this all you sought? Her emotions were a tumultuous mix, as she found it hard to believe that Liubei's intentions were so innocuous. Just moments ago, she had been engulfed in a wave of anxiety, feeling an unprecedented thrill, while Liubei's actions had instilled a profound fear within her. His sudden display of gentlemanly behavior left the god of laziness in a flustered state. Reflecting upon the earlier moments, she unexpectedly felt a flicker of happiness. I shall take my leave. See you at tomorrow's assessment, my dear goddess. Was he truly addressing me as a goddess? Oh, how embarrassing. With her legs hugged tightly and her head bowed, she felt her cheeks flush. However, as the god of laziness gradually regained her composure, a satisfied smile crept onto her lips as she softly murmured towards the door through which Liubei had exited. How vexing. What a rogue. I just changed into fresh undergarments, and now I must change once more. Had Liubei been present to hear these words, perhaps he would have contemplated staying a while longer to accompany this goddess yearning for affection. As Liubei stepped out of the palace of the god of laziness, once again, Yigu, who had been crouching nearby, noticed Liubei approaching with a broad smile. He raised his right hand, discreetly extending his middle finger in a mocking gesture. Chapter 101. The physique of the kindness goddess in response to Yigu's gesture. Liubei did not display any overt anger, but merely observed him quietly. In truth, Yigu was acutely aware of the underlying sentiments. The more composed Liubei appeared, the more it signified that his heart was ablaze with fury. Yet, he seemed willingly to court disaster, as if he were confident that Liubei would refrain from taking action against him, leading to an increasingly reckless demeanor. I knew you were incapable. Gome, the day is waning. If you do not wish to return and embrace those women of yours for rest, why not accompany me to the assessment venue ahead of time? Let's go. Liubei's tranquil response left Yigu feeling somewhat uneasy. However, with no other option, he chose to accompany Liubei to the first venue of this year's Divine Realm Newcomer Assessment. The two exchanged little conversation along the way. Perhaps Liubei's failure to capture the essence of the god of laziness rendered him less inclined to engage in idle chatter with Yigu. Devoid of Liubei's voice, Yigu, a loquacious creature by nature, could only glance about and converse with himself. Meanwhile, Liubei maintained a constant smile by his side. The Divine Realm Assessment is a public event held every century to select exceptional talents worthy of cultivation. It is akin to those men and women who, despite lacking divine titles, could be regarded as deities should they descend to the mortal realm. However, without the approval of the Divine Realm Committee, such deities are merely pseudo-deities, akin to counterfeit gods, as one might say in modern vernacular. Furthermore, due to the rarity of this public assessment of divine positions, which occurs only once every 100 years, the number of participants often swells to thousands or even tens of thousands. Yet, the public assessment is a formal event, requiring multiple layers of screening regardless of the number of applicants. Individuals with notable backgrounds or significant contributions to the divine realm typically enjoy advantages akin to a fast track during the registration process. Liubei, for instance, possesses a golden identity token, albeit one designating him as a trainee deity, issued by the Divine Realm Committee, notably by an unparalleled powerhouse of Divine King status. After an indeterminate passage of time, as a vibrant array of colors illuminated his vision, Yigu gradually restored his appearance to that which was befitting his duties. In truth, I found your earlier demeanor quite handsome. Liubei's smile is tinged with playful mockery. His words resonate with sincerity, for he himself is exceptionally handsome. Complimenting another man, therefore, carries no hint of deceit. Alas, such is the decree of the Divine Domain Committee. It is akin to the slothful god. Do you truly believe that her doll-like appearance is her genuine form? Liubei increasingly felt that something was amiss. According to Yigu's words, if these deities required a fade for disguise, akin to Yigu's own, Then the seemingly charming and delightful goddess of laziness leaves one to ponder what her true form might truly resemble. Aha! You surely aren't contemplating what the true appearance of the goddess of laziness might be, are you? Let me enlighten you. Do you know the phrase, emerging water lotus? What does it signify? Liubei cast a suspicious glance at Yi Gu. He was certainly aware of the implications of emerging from the water like a lotus. However, observing Yi Gu's somewhat lascivious expression, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Gu was deliberately concealing something from him. Just as Liubei persistently pressed Yi Gu for clarification, a sensation akin to traversing through a rippling wave materialized, suddenly giving rise to a series of rising bubbles. Liubei had yet to prepare to speak when a somewhat melodious voice reached their ears. Long time no see, Liubei. I never expected you would actually participate in the assessment. This enchanting woman, clad in a red dress, approached Liubei with graceful steps. With each stride, her curvaceous figure, subtly concealed beneath the fabric, became tantalizingly apparent. Ah, has Lady Luck arrived so early? Could it be that you will preside over this year's assessment? Before Liubei could respond, Yi Gu interjected with a tone of palpable irritation, as if he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the beautiful woman in red. Indeed, I am honored by the benevolent goddess's regard. This year's assessment will indeed be overseen by me. Although her tone was somewhat aloof when she conversed with Liubei, it was imbued with an intoxicating charm that sent shivers down one's spine. As Lady Luck spoke in her beguiling voice, which could render one's bones weak with allure, a visibly uncomfortable Yi Gu hastily addressed Liubei. I shall take my leave. Let this woman accompany you. Without further ado, he swung his scythe through the air, creating a rift in space large enough for his form to slip through. Noticing Liubei's furrowed brow as Yi Gu departed in displeasure, Lady Luck reached out and took hold of Liubei's arm, softly uttering, "You need not pay him any mind. He is simply that kind of person." Intentionally drawing closer to Liubei, she allowed her alluring figure to be fully within his line of sight. One could not help but acknowledge that the goddess's physique, enveloped in her crimson attire, indeed possessed an enchanting silhouette. Observing the mature charm radiating from the woman in the red dress, Liubei reflected on the slothful goddess who had been rendered nearly frantic by his own recklessness. It was evident that this woman, exuding an air of maturity, was precisely Liubei's type. Are you not concerned that others might misinterpret this gesture of yours, holding onto my arm? Liubei smiled gently. The complexion of the goddess of fortune was a naturally exquisite fair hue. Furthermore, as her arm brushed against Liubei's, he could feel the softness of her delicate skin. Liubei also thoroughly relishes this process. Hee. It seems that one must indeed wait for you to ascend to divinity before I can properly enlighten you about the powers of our deities. The goddess of fortune replies with a charming smile, her laughter delicate and graceful, enchanting all who behold her. As Liubei gazes upon this captivating figure, radiating an irresistible allure, he cannot help but think that were it not for the impending examination conference, he might have drawn her into an embrace. Savoring the moment in a secluded, picturesque spot, before long, Liubei boldly reached out to embrace the waist of the goddess of fortune. Although he could distinctly feel her delicate body tremble as he encircled her waist, she displayed no reaction. Encouraged by this, he summoned even greater courage. Chapter 102. Is he truly Liubei? We are nearing our destination. Are you certain that your hand intends to proceed further? Just as Liubei grew increasingly audacious in his demeanor, the ever-silent goddess of fortune suddenly spoke. Her tone was somewhat chilling, as if her previous acquiescence allowed Liubei such liberties, while she had been forcefully suppressing the fury within her. Yet now, as they approached the venue of the assessment conference, Liubei Fei not only showed no intention of retreating, but rather feigned an even more audacious demeanor. This was certainly unacceptable to Lady Luck. However, just as Liubei prepared to withdraw, he suddenly looked up and noticed another strikingly attractive woman. She was a beautiful figure clad in sleek black attire, with a long sword slung across her back. Her tall stature was indeed captivating. Yet what truly drew attention were her elegantly long and shapely legs. These alluring limbs likely surpassed even those of the goddess of fortune he held in his embrace. As his gaze lingered on the tall beauty, Lady Luck raised her rosy lips in a teasing smirk, remarking, "It appears you are quite the romantic. Ready to play the field so soon?" In response, Liubei offered an awkward smile. For reasons unknown, as Liubei and his companion gradually approached the assessment gathering, the throngs of pedestrians began to increase around them, revealing a bustling crowd. Liubei finally released his grasp on the waist of the goddess of fortune. The stars? Their reason remains a mystery. As the crowd gradually swelled around them, the striking woman, whom Liubei had noticed earlier, began to saunter toward him with her alluringly seductive long legs. With each step she took, her approach became increasingly captivating. Liubei discreetly averted his gaze from her elegantly rounded, fair legs. "You are here as well," he remarked. The goddess of fortune embraced the beautiful woman, and witnessing their apparent newfound acquaintance left him utterly astonished. As their laughter and conversation captivated the crowd, whispers began to circulate. "Look, is that not the goddess of fortune and the goddess of victory from the divine realm? Indeed, the goddess of fortune is the embodiment of my dreams. You know, I still have her portrait hanging on my wall at home," he lamented. "Ever since I hung that portrait, my once robust health has inexplicably deteriorated." "The goddess of fortune is the idol of countless men," someone interjected. TSK. Only you foolish individuals would favor such a delicate goddess. Real men should admire the goddess of victory. She symbolizes invincibility." As the crowd murmured, many also noticed the young man standing not far behind the goddess of fortune. He stood there quietly, despite the throngs of people heading towards the assessment conference. However, due to the divine realm's regulations, all must maintain a respectful distance from deities. It was likely that many had deliberately clustered around the two goddesses. Observing the young man standing silently, and noting the lack of anger from the two divine figures, many began to speculate about his origins. After all, in the entire divine realm, it was rare for anyone to be so close to a goddess, save for the active deities themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding bell tolled, signaling to all newcomers participating in the assessment, as well as the visiting deities, a reminder of the impending event. Upon hearing the dull chime, the goddess of fortune paid no heed to Liubei behind her, hastening her steps toward the conference. As the host of this assessment, she fully understood the significance of that bell's toll. Left behind, Liubei stood there with a furrowed brow. However, the stunning woman known as the goddess of victory, after watching the goddess of fortune depart, turned to Liubei and gently said, "She is the host of this event. There's no need to dwell on her hurried exit." "I understand," he replied. Liubei vola asmile, a gentle expression that suggested he had no intention of forming a significant connection with the goddess of victory. Observing the young man's retreating figure, the goddess, left alone in her thoughts, raised an eyebrow and murmured contemplatively, "Could he be Liubei? Yet, how could the typically self-respecting star suddenly be inclined to permit such intimate contact with a stranger she had never encountered before?" The goddess of victory's mind brimmed with questions, and her bemused demeanor was perceived as endearing by numerous men who gazed upon her. However, while those men regarded her as charming, the goddess, whose thoughts were supposed to be clouded, unexpectedly drew forth the gleaming sword she had borne on her back. All eyes fell upon the sword, fully aware of its significance among those dwelling in the divine realm. They understood that a heart devoid of men could only yield divine prowess when wielding a blade. With a resounding cry, the goddess of victory unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the heavens. The deafening sound echoed through the skies, leaving even the deities who had arrived early feeling a mix of admiration and confusion at the familiar sword intent. In a nearby chamber, a middle-aged man, reveling in the pleasures of life, was abruptly startled by the explosion's sudden roar. His face paled as he hurried to gaze out the window, only to be met with a sky brimming with murderous intent. Infuriated, he grasped his own thigh with force, muttering, "Begone! It seems you're unworthy of my favor." The goddess, feeling the sting of his grip, looked up at the esteemed man with a pitiful expression, wishing he would retract his harsh words. After all, she had awaited this day for 3 centuries. Yet still, he commanded, "I never repeat myself." The middle-aged man's countenance darkened ominously as a palpable aura of death began to envelop the surroundings. In a panic, the goddess hurriedly gathered her gown and fled through the door. What a curse! How could such a tempest arise so suddenly? The middle-aged man exhaled a breath of discontent, standing by the window, gazing at the celestial scene before him, voicing the doubts that stirred within his heart. In the assessment venue, those exalted deities arrived, taking their seats in the luxurious boxes designated for them. They observed the influx of newcomers, and upon noticing some whom they found particularly commendable, began to introduce them to those around. However, one figure, cloaked entirely in black, resembling a desiccated corpse, only stirred with excitement upon spotting a young man clad in a dark brocade robe. Though the youth's visage was handsome, it bore a hint of stubble. It was then that the cloaked figure rose, captivated by the fervent individual brandishing a scythe and continually cheering him on with fervent shouts. Liubei soon realized that the figure before him was none other than his troublesome friend, Yigu. Chapter 103. Goddess, could you possibly linger a moment longer? It seems you're quite concerned about this young man named Liubei. Just as Yigu brandished his scythe, a stunning woman with short, pale blue hair sat beside him, clad in a light blue skirt. Her smooth, fair legs were exceptionally captivating. Noticing Yigu's somewhat unfriendly expression, she flashed a sweet smile and raised her fair hand, signaling a victory gesture. Crazy, Yigu shot her a glance. Although the woman with short, pale blue hair was undeniably beautiful, in Yigu's eyes, she appeared rather ordinary. Silence, please. Welcome, everyone, to the Centennial Divine Realm Assessment Conference. This year's assessment is organized entirely by the Divine Realm Committee, maintaining a stance of fairness, justice, and transparency. The supervisor for this session will be the Benevolent Goddess, a member of the committee who will oversee the proceedings. As a beautiful woman in a red dress made her entrance, the crowd erupted with excitement upon witnessing her. With a voice so enchanting it could render one weak in the knees, she provided a standard commentary for all present. Although the vast majority of spectators could not participate, the sight of the woman in red elicited cheers of joy from the audience. Brother, are you here to observe the assessment as well? You seem quite handsome. Shall we become friends? Just as the lucky goddess stood on the platform explaining to the crowd, a long-haired youth seated beside Liubei suddenly inquired. Upon hearing the long-haired youth's desire for friendship, Liubei furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with disdain. The youth, noticing Liubei's unwelcoming demeanor, forced an awkward smile and gradually became more reserved. Meanwhile, the lucky goddess continued to articulate the assessment's key points in her melodious and delightful tone, her long, graceful legs moving gracefully as she spoke. In Liubei's mind, the recent memory of embracing the goddess of fortune, with her slender waist, comes flooding back. Perhaps, in Liubei's perspective, this deity, revered as the goddess of luck, could have been captured in an instant had he possessed a touch more audacity. The breath of longing. As Liubei earnestly gazed at the goddess of fortune, an abrupt, somewhat urgent male voice pierced through the air, capturing his attention. With a raised brow, he turned to observe the source of the sound, only to find a man fixated on the goddess with fervent eyes. A sense of bewilderment washed over Liubei, prompting him to rise from his seat. Indeed, upon standing, he noticed the man's hands animatedly gesturing as his lips moved incessantly. Furrowing his brow, Liubei could not help but perceive the individual as peculiar. My brother must have noticed as well, right? There's no need for such astonishment. After all, this goddess of fortune is the embodiment of many men's dreams, the long-haired man beside him remarked. Listening to his explanation, Liubei discerned that individuals of a similar lewd disposition were not uncommon at such a grand gathering. Liubei paid no heed to the other party and once again turned his gaze towards the goddess of fortune. To his astonishment, the goddess was already swaying her enchanting waist, which many longed to embrace, as she made her way towards the audience. Alas, just a moment longer, dear goddess. I'm almost ready. Why the delay? I have been prepared for quite some time. Listening to the murmurs of discontent, a furrowed brow marked Liubei's forehead as he finally realized that the presence of lecherous men transcends all boundaries. Greetings, everyone. I am the god of laziness, the presiding judge for the first round of the assessment conference. The title of judge, akin to a referee in the realm of Douluo continent, was held by him. Observing the petite girl clad in a finely crafted dress, a smile graced Liubei's lips. He felt immense satisfaction seeing the god of laziness donning the attire he had gifted her to officiate this assessment conference. Had he ever seen such a garment on a god of laziness? Uncertain, he pondered whether it was designed by the clothing department. Impossible. Such a costume. Even I have never encountered. How could my subordinates possibly design something like this? Nevertheless, it must be said that the god of laziness indeed looked rather fitting in it. The deities commented on the god of laziness's attire with much speculation. The usually composed Yigu, upon hearing their discussions, turned his gaze back to the silhouette of the god of laziness, his brow furrowing in realization. He finally understood why Liubei could utter such words and engage in those outrageous acts while safely departing under the aegis of the god of laziness. This lad seems to possess a keen understanding of a woman's heart, Yigu murmured to himself. Yet, this single remark was overheard by the short blue-haired goddess beside him. Suddenly leaning closer, she inquired earnestly with an adorably innocent expression, "Did I hear correctly? Was that attire gifted to the god of laziness by the lad named Liubei?" "Oh, Yigu, you are indeed a veteran deity of the divine realm. How could you disregard the rules? This is troubling." Yigu felt a tightening sensation as he gazed at the short blue-haired goddess, sensing that she was a formidable adversary dispatched by the divine council to torment him. Hey, While one may indulge in a feast, one must not speak carelessly. How could it possibly be that Liubei gifted it? Is it not plausible that the god of laziness procured it from elsewhere? Night Ancient feigned a state of anger. The nearby deities, of course, could hear the words of the short blue-haired goddess. Though they remained silent, they could not help but harbor doubts regarding Night Ancient's intense reaction. He chuckled inwardly, hoping it would be so, if not for her endearing demeanor. He surely would have reported to the Divine Domain Committee about the two of them brazenly bribing the judge before the commencement of the Grand Assembly. Night Ancient truly feared this woman. Fortunately, she chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As Night Ancient turned his gaze back to the audience, the petite goddess, known as the goddess of laziness, finally concluded her opening remarks. When her eyes met Liubei's in the crowd, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and her beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer with a veil of mist. Hazy and enchanting. After a brief moment, she gently shook her head to steady her thoughts and addressed the assembly. Let the first trial of the divine domain commence. A contest of martial prowess, with 1,000 newcomers participating in this assessment. It was determined by the overseer of the trial that there would be contests among every 100 participants. The last survivor among each 100 would earn the opportunity to advance to the second stage of the assessment. Every 100 individuals undergo an assessment, with only one permitted to advance to the subsequent trial. As the god of laziness uttered these words, it seemed that apart from Liubei, few others exhibited any signs of concern. Notably, due to the overwhelming number of participants, when the god of laziness announced the commencement of the evaluation, a stunningly beautiful woman, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, gradually emerged from beside him. Chapter 104. The arrival of the benevolent goddess as the space surrounding the god of laziness began to distort in a peculiar manner. All eyes were drawn to that area, resembling a scene on the brink of being torn asunder. Even the lofty deities, upon witnessing the distortion, rose to their feet, their expressions grave, as if an extraordinary personage of unparalleled status was about to make an entrance. Observing the rapidly swirling vortex of distorted space, Liubei, with a furrowed brow, was suddenly blinded by a powerful, radiant light. When the blinding luminescence faded and he turned his gaze back to that direction, a woman of exquisite form had materialized before them. The benevolent goddess, one of the 5 divine monarchs of the divine realm. She was indeed a true goddess. One might jest about the meaning of being a true goddess. Do the other goddesses not possess femininity? With the abrupt appearance of this enchanting woman, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Liubei's gaze truly rested upon her. The woman was clad in an opulent crimson brocade gown. Beneath the gown, her delicate figure was voluptuous and exquisite. Her face, akin to a finely carved sculpture, exuded a subtle allure. Cascading down from her fragrant shoulders were tresses of silk-like hair, flowing gracefully, accentuating her slender waist. Beneath the crimson brocade, a pair of long, elegant legs was revealed. Observing her nearly flawless form, one could not help but be captivated by the enchanting smile that adorned her extraordinary visage. Liubei finally realized just how enchanting the benevolent goddess, who had initially drawn him in, truly was. As she graced the scene, her beautiful eyes surveyed the surroundings before locking gazes with Liubei. Observing the youthful man radiating the essence of maturity, the benevolent goddess, with a smile gracing her lips, emanated a unique allure that belonged solely to a woman of sophistication. Caught in a moment of surprise, Liubei exchanged glances with the elegantly poised goddess, his heart inexplicably aflame as he noticed the profound smile playing upon her lips. The god king was respectfully greeted by the languid deity at his side, while the benevolent goddess, having withdrawn her gaze from Liubei, waved her hand to conjure a soft purple magic that surged into the sky. With a thunderous boom, the mist-like magic collided with a section of space, causing it to ripple outward like a spider's web. As she intoned the incantation, the aspiring newcomers still seated in the audience began to emit their own radiant lights. With a hum, the uniform bronze glow was interspersed with glimmers of silver, as the deities in the VIP section seemed to be searching for their favorite contenders. Suddenly, amidst their scrutiny, a deity spoke, directing their attention to a particular area. Another one, over there too. So many? Yigu observed intently, noting the emergence of approximately 4 golden beams amidst the usual array of lights. His emotions were a tangle, astonished by the presence of 4 aspiring deities who were reluctant to follow the conventional path. I was wondering who Liubei might be, and here we are, witnessing the simultaneous emergence of 4 aspiring deities. Yigu said, "Do you think Liubei, the one you favor, will ultimately emerge victorious?" "I believe Liubei will undoubtedly claim victory," Yi Gu expressed with unwavering conviction, maintaining his steadfast faith in Liubei's potential triumph. Huh, if you proclaim his victory, does that not imply that my esteemed position as an enforcer in the divine realm is less discerning than your perception as a first-tier deity? At the moment when Yi Gu was enveloped in intense emotions, the second male deity positioned to his left expressed his dissatisfaction with a rebuttal. His voice was laden with displeasure, as though it were a vehement response to Yi Gu's unwavering assertions, which incited considerable ire within him. This does not imply that my divine rank is inferior to yours, nor does it mean my perspective is any less valid. Let's not forget that Liubei achieved his path through slaying. Moreover, the deity he vanquished was of a caliber comparable to that of a divine king. Yi Gu retorted with great pride. At the moment he uttered these words, even the higher-ranked enforcer of the divine realm could only grit his teeth in silence. After all, the rumor surrounding Liubei's slaying of Poseidon is not without its foundation. Furthermore, the death of Poseidon has been corroborated by the Divine Realm Committee. Thus, in the face of such irrefutable evidence, even a deity of higher rank than Yi Gu must momentarily choose silence, despite their profound indignation. For one who possesses the capability to vanquish an entity comparable to a divine sovereign, the only course of action, before fully comprehending the extent of his strength, is to suppress the boundless fury that swells within. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you success. At the very moment when Yi Gu, due to Liubei's influence, was embroiled in a heated dispute with the enforcer from the divine realm, the benevolent goddess standing upon the stage displayed a delicate smile, her rosy lips curving into a subtle arc. In that fleeting moment, one could not help but be captivated by the charm of the kind goddess. Liubei was unexpectedly overcome with an impulse to befriend her. Boom! As Liubei remained enamored with the benevolent goddess's graceful visage, an overwhelming force surged forth. In an instant, all participants, including Liubei, transformed into beams of light, rushing into the realm unveiled by the goddess of kindness. With their disappearance, the assessment venue, which once hosted thousands, felt scarcely diminished, even with 1,000 fewer spectators. Next, you may observe the assessment scenes of your choosing, the benevolent goddess gently proclaimed. With a delicate wave of her hand, 10 small spaces appeared in the air above the platform. Each audience member from the divine realm was granted the opportunity to witness their desired small space. Moreover, as they focused on a particular small space, information akin to the fundamental details of each contestant materialized in their hands. Thus, when they uttered the names of the contestants they wished to observe, those very participants would instantaneously manifest before their eyes. Naturally, this perspective often resembled that of a deity, rendering the viewers infinitely more fortunate than the contestants themselves. As the small spaces emerged, every spectator, including the deities seated in the VIP section, earnestly focused on their favored candidates. Boom! Just moments after the competition commenced, several figures burst forth from the spatial rift. Observing the seemingly ejected forms, some deities expressed profound incredulity. Has someone already perished within mere seconds of the start? One deity exclaimed in astonishment, for those cast out from the rift appeared as lifeless entities. Chapter 105. Not even the dead are spared. Boom. For the audience outside, Liubei, having just traversed the spatial rift, suddenly descended onto a lush green meadow. As his feet met the ground, an immense force created a clearly visible indentation in the verdant grass beneath him. Is this the power of a god-king? As he made a smooth landing, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, yet images of the benevolent goddess continuously surfaced in his mind. In his recollection, not only were her delicate features captivating, but her fair and flawless bosom was also exceptionally striking. Her tall stature and skin, so smooth it seemed to glisten with moisture, exuded an undeniable allure. Had it not been for the sudden and terrifying force that whisked Liubei away, he might have found himself utterly entranced, perhaps even bowing before her flowing skirt. The memory of her soft, melodious voice and the tantalizing smile that graced her face lingered in Liubei's thoughts, imparting an inescapable sensation. It seemed imperative to secure the top position in the assessment. Liubei exhaled a heavy breath, and with a decisive wave of his arm, he firmly grasped a resplendent sword gleaming with golden light. What is this? Where did this lad procure such a divine artifact? My heavens, this is utterly unjust. At last, I comprehend why he was able to vanquish Poseidon. Just as Liubei drew forth the Xianyuan sword, the multitude of eyes that had been fixated upon him were abruptly diverted, the focus shifting due to the sword's emergence, causing the image of Liubei to vanish in an instant. The benevolent goddess turned her gaze towards the unfolding scene, her exquisite eyelashes trembling faintly. As she summoned a staff of verdant hue, the visage of Liubei, which was meant to have disappeared, reappeared before the crowd. To think that even the goddess, a sovereign among deities, would invoke an artifact in response to Liubei. Could it be that the rumors of his slaying Poseidon are indeed true? Were it not for the present circumstances, I might have doubted it. However, given the current situation, it seems plausible that Liubei truly did defeat Poseidon. I insisted that my Liubei would surely claim the top spot, and now you have no cause to doubt my words, do you? Yigu proclaimed with a hint of swagger. Even the divine enforcer, who had previously clashed with Yigu, bore a countenance as grim as one who had just ingested something vile. Within the spatial rift, Liubei, wielding the Qianxunji sword, traversed the grassy expanse while remaining ever vigilant. It is essential to recognize that those who had come to partake in the assessment were formidable beings, on par with Liubei. Of course, with the enhancement of the divine artifact, Liubei might well occupy an invincible position, as he had plunged into the spatial rift, radiating golden light from his entire being. The competitors who noticed his transformation naturally prayed to avoid encountering Liubei. Liubei cast his gaze towards the distant forest. Gradually, a furrowed brow revealed his growing seriousness as he became acutely aware of the other three contestants adorned with golden accolades. According to the terminology of the divine realm, those who possess such golden medals are regarded as beings of quasi-divine status. Thus, it would be utterly implausible for Liubei to dismiss the formidable prowess of these individuals. His entry into the divine domain was secured through the aid of the Qianxunji sword and the Linglong Tower. As for the methods employed by the other three, their secrets remained shrouded in mystery. Upon stepping into the forest, he was met with a faint yet distinct scent of blood lingering in the air. Liubei swiftly darted towards a particular direction, his gaze fixated on a beautiful woman whose garments had been torn to shreds. With a furrowed brow, Liubei could hardly believe that in this divine realm there existed individuals audacious enough to commit such appalling acts. As he reached out to the woman, his fingers hovering near her nose to confirm the cessation of her breath, he inhaled deeply, readying himself to rise and depart. Suddenly, from a short distance behind him, an unmistakable aura of malevolence permeated the air. Seeking death, Liubei's gaze flashed like lightning as he swiftly turned, unleashing a formidable sword chi that surged towards the source of the recently emitted killing intent. What? The figure concealed in the shadows clearly sensed the terrifying nature of this sword chi. In a frantic response, he bellowed, summoning a protective aura emanating with electric energy to shield himself. Yet, just as he believed that his protective barrier would undoubtedly withstand the young man's sword chi, his prideful defense shattered under the onslaught of the relentless attack. How could this be possible? The figure's face contorted in disbelief as he cast a venomous glare at the sword-wielding youth, ready to flee before his protective energy completely disintegrated. However, before this thought could fully form, the moment his protective barrier exploded, the fierce sword chi instantaneously pierced through his chest. In the wake of such a violent assault, the figure was sent flying, spewing blood, and crashing heavily against a tree. Bloodied and battered, he gazed with incredulous eyes, succumbing to his fate. Moments later, Liubei approached the lifeless body, observing the grotesque, stout middle-aged man before spitting contemptuously upon his face. You have slain innocents and shown no respect even for the deceased. Such a wretch does not deserve to possess a complete corpse. Out in the world, those witnessing Liubei's cold-blooded execution of the grotesque, middle-aged man could only feel their stomachs churn. Even the deities, observing Liubei's brutal actions, could only shake their heads in resignation. This young man truly possesses a ruthless nature. Yigu watched in astonishment at Liubei's methods. He had never witnessed Liubei's true prowess before, and now, seeing the youth transformed into a veritable demon, the Grim Reaper could only maintain a solemn silence. However, it wasn't long before someone reacted. Although newcomers would soon be cast out from the spatial rift for the assessment, the stout middle-aged man slain by Liubei was still nowhere to be seen. What could this mean? Despite being a corpse within the rift, shouldn't he still be released? A deity inquired with furrowed brows, echoing the questions that lingered in the minds of many. The lazy god, serving as the presiding judge of this assessment, listened to the inquiries from fellow deities, her expression laden with confusion. Those slain by divine artifacts cannot be resurrected. Otherwise, such artifacts would lack even this fundamental capability. How can it be deemed a divine artifact? Just as everyone wore expressions of bewilderment, the benevolent goddess, with a countenance somewhat frosty, suddenly parted her crimson lips to elucidate. As the esteemed monarch of the Divine Realm Committee, Her attention had been steadfastly fixed on Liubei. Had it not been for her vigilance, the actions of that stout, middle-aged man might have escalated into a grave transgression against the sanctity of the divine order. After all, his deeds not only desecrated the established rules of the divine realm, but also rendered all present deities as mere fools in his eyes. It is important to note that, due to the multitude of participants, these deities often fixated on competitors they favored, closely monitoring their progress. Consequently, for those who did not capture the attention of the divine beings, the circumstances they would endure in their final moments, or even after their demise, were largely overlooked, save for a select audience with connections. It seemed that these exalted deities indeed paid little heed to such occurrences. Furthermore, once a participant perished, any related imagery was promptly severed from view, rendering the nature of their demise a mystery to those who maintained their watch. Events akin to what had just transpired were not something everyone could witness. Even if someone did, they would likely remain silent. After all, such occurrences were hardly a source of joy for those who reveled in observing such scenes. Chapter 106. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your aid. The beings slain by the divine artifacts cannot be resurrected. This statement embodies a terrifying threat to the deities. Although the powerful entities within the divine realm are referred to as gods, it does not imply that every deity possesses a suitable artifact. Even if a deity possesses an artifact that aligns with their essence, there exist superior artifacts within the same realm. Consequently, when a deity wielding a common artifact engages in battle against one wielding a superior artifact, the latter inherently possesses a significant advantage, having already triumphed over the former by a third in the unobservable realm of fate. Take, for instance, Poseidon, who has been a deity for many years. Despite lacking the title of God-king, the formidable might bestowed upon him by a superior artifact, the trident of the sea god, enables him to dominate his fellow gods. In light of the apprehension exhibited by the deities towards Liubei, it appears that beyond a few who seek to align Liubei under their dominion, only Yigu, the god of laziness, and the goddess of fortune exhibit a semblance of calm. The remaining deities seem to be engulfed in fear towards this youth, who, despite not yet officially being a deity, possesses a divine artifact. As the deities speculate on Liubei's strength, he traverses the verdant path amidst the rifts of space, akin to a leisurely stroll. Along this shaded pathway, remnants of fresh blood cling to the bark of trees, and the sight of the corpses reveals grievous wounds. It is not difficult to envision the harrowing ordeal endured by these relatively weaker competitors in their final moments, subjected to unspeakable cruelty. Liubei was never known for his benevolence. He remained indifferent to the suffering endured by the corpses before their demise. As a gentle breeze caressed the treetops, a few leaves, dislodged by the wind, fluttered down before him. Observing the leaves that landed at his feet, Liubei paused momentarily, bending down to grasp one between his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to discover that the once tender green leaf bore remnants of scattered bloodstains. Frowning slightly, he instinctively lifted his gaze to the lifeless body suspended above by a hemp rope. With a hint of bewilderment, Liubei could hardly fathom that among the candidates participating in the assessment conference, there existed individuals who resorted to such nefarious methods of murder. Undeterred by the sight of the corpses, perhaps due to his remarkable luck throughout this journey, Liubei had encountered no further mishaps since the initial encounter with the stout middle-aged man. With a serene demeanor, he ambled along, and if not for the awareness of participating in an assessment, one might easily mistake a stroll for a leisurely excursion amidst nature. The small space he traversed was a testament to the terrifying power of the deities. Much like Liubei himself, whose current prowess might pose a threat to many gods within the divine realm, creating an independent space conducive to life was no trivial endeavor. "Is this lad truly here for the assessment? He appears to be on holiday," remarked one deity. "Indeed, look at him. He is as cheerful as a blooming flower. It's quite amusing," sighed another. "Alas, he already possesses the strength to ascend to divinity, yet he seems reluctant to take that step. Isn't that infuriating?" The gods engaged in spirited discussions, clearly harboring substantial opinions about Liubei. However, despite the raucous chatter emanating from the VIP section, Liubei maintained an air of nonchalance. As the god of laziness, presiding as the chief judge, kept a watchful eye on Liubei, he couldn't help but find a young man's carefree antics amusing. Noticing the perpetual smile gracing the lips of the god of laziness, the benevolent goddess, with a gentle smile, softly inquired, "You seem particularly concerned about Liubei. Have you two, perhaps, forged a friendship?" No, absolutely not. We have not developed any such friendship," The god of laziness offered a flustered explanation. Yet her words elicited a soft giggle from the benevolent goddess. How beautiful the goddess appeared, although the majority were engrossed in the fierce competition among the evaluators. A select few were captivated by the woman they longed for. I harbor no ill will towards you. You have been in this divine realm for quite some time, and Liubei is a man worthy of trust. If you genuinely hold affections for him, perhaps you should consider embracing those feelings. The god of laziness's anxious demeanor abruptly ceased. With her head bowed in silence, she bore a visage of sorrow. She was acutely aware that Liubei was indeed a trustworthy man. However, in this realm rife with intrigue, it is easy to develop feelings for someone. It is far more challenging to elicit reciprocation from that person. Will he ever like me? The god of laziness murmured to herself, her small hands clutching the delicate dress gifted by Liubei. The memory of their shared moments from the previous night lingered, haunting her thoughts. Why does he move about like a monkey? Night, ancient, silently lamented. Yet, it was this very remark that caused Liubei, who was participating in the assessment, to suddenly sneeze. In the rift of space, as Liubei perched atop a tree branch, the sneeze prompted him to instinctively gaze skyward. A fierce glint emanated from his sharp eyes, exuding an aura of menace. The deities observing Liubei were taken aback by the sudden intensity of his gaze. He leaped down, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Having long since sheathed the Qianxunji sword, Liubei opted to approach this assessment as an ordinary man. Shout! Call out louder, my little beauty. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Let me tell you, this is a space created by the benevolent goddess. Aside from us participants, there are scarcely any other beings present. So even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your aid. Please, don't do this. Woe is me, you beast. Filth worse than swine. As Liubei strolled towards a familiar hot spring nestled among bamboo groves, he suddenly discerned voices in the distance, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. Has such a commotion occurred this year? It seems we deities must conduct a thorough inspection of the divine realm. Those deities who kept a watchful eye on Liubei could naturally hear the sounds of the quarrel. Although they expressed dissatisfaction with Liubei's seemingly idle demeanor, their expressions turned grave in an instant as they witnessed him striding purposefully towards the source of the commotion. Moments later, upon arriving deep within the bamboo grove, he beheld a young man tearing at the garments of a female newcomer. With a raised brow, he suddenly bellowed, "Halt! Release that girl!" The unexpected proclamation indeed caused the would-be assailant to cease his actions immediately. However, upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, the young man trembled in fear and, disregarding his previous intentions, hastily fled in a certain direction within the bamboo thicket. Chapter 107. Miss, are you unharmed? Observing the swift retreat of the figure, Liubei decisively unleashed a series of sword energies towards the direction of the fleeing individual. It was only upon hearing a profoundly anguished scream that he confirmed the demise of the fiend who had attempted to violate the newcomer. The female protagonist, who had been unexpectedly rescued and was in a state of emotional turmoil, barely managed to cover herself with what could only be described as tattered clothing. As she regarded the approaching swordsman, she shook her head vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears and tinged with red. The frightened newcomer truly felt terror-stricken. Had she foreseen that such heinous events would transpire upon entering this assessment, she would have resolutely chosen to remain an ordinary individual in the divine realm rather than participate in this examination, which promised the chance to ascend and transform into a phoenix. Miss, are you unharmed? Liubei's tone was gentle and measured. To prevent the new female recruit from suffering further harm due to his presence, he deliberately kept a distance of several meters, halting his steps. He gazed at the young woman whose tear-filled eyes and pitiful demeanor evoked an irresistible urge to offer her solace. Time seemed to stretch, and only when her emotions began to settle did she scrutinize the young man before her. Though his handsome visage and courteous demeanor were appealing, the sword he wielded instilled a profound sense of dread within her. She feared provoking this youth, capable of swiftly vanquishing the vile brigand. After all, in this assessment gathering, attaining ultimate victory could only culminate in a grim conclusion. Either one would perish, or the other would. Could you please sheath your sword? Its presence frightens me, the young woman uttered, her bright eyes shimmering with apprehension as she spoke. Liubei casually waved the Qianxunji sword in his hand, a faint smile gracing his visage as he sheathed the formidable blade once more. Is your sword a divine artifact? He inquired. If not, how could it vanish into thin air? Perhaps it was the sight of Liubei stowing away the sword imbued with a lethal aura that prompted her to feign nonchalance, slowly rising to furrow her brow in inquiry. However, in that fleeting moment of her assent, the tattered remnants of her attire, which had previously concealed her form, slipped away without any tugging. Time seemed to suspend as they beheld the alluring curves of her silhouette, the smoothness of her abdomen revealing an undeniable allure. As this scene unfolded, both were momentarily frozen in place, the lovely newcomer's countenance deepening to a delicate crimson as a subtle blush began to grace her velvety skin. Liubei, with his gaze directed towards the nose and heart, ceased to observe further. He took note of the youth's appearance, particularly the trembling eyelashes framing the eyes of the new maiden. Gradually, she regained her composure, her delicate face suffused with shyness as she gently bit her crimson lips. This scene had undoubtedly been witnessed by countless onlookers. However, the benevolent goddess, reacting swiftly, inexplicably chose to curtain this moment, erasing any visual connection to Liubei in an instant. A chorus of irate voices erupted from numerous spectators and the esteemed deities in the VIP section, all turning their attention towards the lofty woman. What has transpired? Why has the connection to Liubei been severed so abruptly? The goddess of sloth inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion regarding the actions of the benevolent goddess. It seemed to her that the appearance of the maiden was merely a consequence of her own circumstances. The benevolent goddess, with a slight frown, retorted, "Do you not feel even a modicum of intrigue when a woman stands before him?" "What kind of intrigue?" The goddess of sloth responded, genuinely perplexed by the inquiry. This individual, indeed, the expression on the face of a goddess seated in the VIP section was akin to one poised to commit an act of violence. Truly, men who are smooth-tongued are rarely virtuous. The goddess of fortune, her exquisite visage etched with fury, cast a chilling gaze that sent shivers down the spines of those around her. Noticing the change in the goddess of fortune's demeanor, the frowning deity Yigu was the first to recognize her agitation. Although Yigu held little fondness for the goddess of fortune, witnessing her intense reaction, fueled by Liubei's encounter with a brazen newcomer, left him with an inexplicable pang of discomfort. What has stirred the goddess of fortune? Is she not typically so demure? Who has offended her? Demureness can be feigned. Let me tell you which goddess, once provoked to wrath, does not wield the power to wreak havoc upon the world. Could it truly be because of Liubei? As the deities engaged in fervent discussion regarding the shifting expressions of the goddess of fortune, a male deity, whose brows resembled distant mountains and whose visage was akin to a crown of jade, suddenly felt a surge of vigilance. He held a rank equivalent to that of the goddess of fortune, and even his title in the divine realm bore the prefix of misfortune. However, it was not long before the benevolent goddess, upon restoring the imagery of Liubei, discovered that the maiden, who should have been entirely bare, had somehow donned a set of male attire. If one were to observe closely, they would be startled to find that the male garments worn by the newcomer were none other than the black brocade robe belonging to Liubei himself. Witnessing Liubei gift his black robe to a stranger, the normally indifferent god of laziness unexpectedly radiated a dark green luminescence. This eerie glow, imbued with a terrifying intent, erupted instantaneously. At that moment, the kind-hearted goddess, momentarily taken aback, noticed that her emerald-hued seven-ring halo, emblematic of her power, had materialized almost instantaneously. As the emotions of the god of laziness shifted towards fury, an oppressive sensation enveloped the innocent onlookers, causing them to suffer instantaneously. With a gasp, the kind-hearted goddess, acting as the committee overseer, swiftly conjured a barrier, enclosing herself and the god of laziness within. Freed from the crushing weight of that terrifying intent, the audience, long oblivious to the sensation of mortality, now experienced an exhilarating sense of rebirth. "What are you doing? Are you not aware that I could have easily subdued you on the spot for that outburst?" The kind-hearted goddess furrowed her brows, having initially presumed the god of laziness to be as naive as her appearance suggested. Little did she expect that a mere act of Liubei bestowing his clothing upon another would provoke such a cataclysmic response. Gradually regaining her composure, the god of laziness bit her crimson lip tightly, seemingly impervious to the words of the benevolent goddess. However, soon enough, the kind-hearted goddess, crouching down, noticed the trembling form of the god of laziness, restrained by her own fury. It was then that she recognized the blood seeping from the lips that she had bitten so fiercely. Taking a deep breath, the benevolent goddess extended her arms, enfolding her in a warm embrace. "Have you not realized that Liubei is, in fact, a remarkably kind individual? He did not engage in the same harmful actions towards that girl as the previous individual did. Such a kind-hearted man is precisely the type that we, as goddesses, are fond of." Chapter 108. You are a good person. The god of laziness heeded the advice of the goddess of kindness. Although her appearance resembles that of a youthful girl, if one were to truly calculate her age, then despite Liubei's current impressive prowess, when viewed from the perspective of seniority, it becomes a different matter entirely. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration for Liubei to address her as a senior. If you truly harbor feelings for him, await the moment he has completed all assessments, then muster the courage to confess your affections. You must convey to him your feelings. Otherwise, how could he ever discern that while he is enamored with you, you too share his sentiments? The spirit of laziness softly exhaled a sigh of warmth. Witnessing her mood slightly improve, after the benevolent goddess had unbound her barriers, she transformed into a brilliant radiance, vanishing from this realm. The whereabouts of the benevolent goddess upon her departure remained a mystery to all. The spirit of laziness continued to gaze at the youth within the spatial rift. Yet her mind was consumed by the words of the benevolent goddess. Within the rift, she observed the woman adorned in a black brocade robe, scrutinizing her form. Unintentionally, Liubei's earnest gaze rendered the woman flustered. After a brief moment, a distinct blush began to grace her fair cheeks, and she bashfully reproached Liubei, saying, "The elders at home have advised that when one is unable to repay a kindness, the only recourse is to offer oneself. Therefore, would you consider marrying me? Are you courting death? What madness is this?" The spirit of laziness and the goddess of fortune were on the verge of erupting once more. Astonished that the woman within the rift dared to utter such words to Liubei. "My heart already belongs to another," he replied. "She is extraordinarily beautiful and a source of great pride when in public company, though she may not be very tall in my eyes. She embodies the goddess I aspire to pursue." At that moment, just as the spirits of laziness and fortune were about to explode with emotion, they suddenly heard Liubei's declaration. Instantly, their expressions turned crimson. For the goddess of fortune, the words, "You are very beautiful and a source of great pride," resonated deeply. Liubei indeed spoke of this to herself. Although she never uttered these words to the god of laziness, her stature is not particularly tall. Yet in my eyes, Liubei embodies the essence of a goddess worth pursuing. This thought fills her with immense joy. Truly, this fellow's nature is as difficult to change as the landscape. Knight Gubai observed this scene with a discerning gaze, murmuring to himself, seemingly in admiration of Liubei's methods of courting. "The girl you cherish must be exceedingly fortunate." The beautiful woman who vowed herself to Liubei heard him express that he already harbored affections for another. Despite the smile that graced her face, her heart ached profoundly. However, as she earnestly gazed at Liubei, awaiting his response, a heavy silence enveloped the moment. Liubei responded with a mere smile, wishing her happiness. The beautiful woman, perhaps disheartened by Liubei's lack of response, uttered the words, "I wish you happiness," with a smile. It was a significant decision on her part as she passed by Liubei. He remained silent, and only when the lovely woman had taken a few steps away did he choose to speak. "You are quite lovely, but I am truly sorry." Observing Liubei's departure, the audience, along with the deities, wore expressions of serene contemplation. As Liubei took his leave, the sky was caressed by a gentle breeze, causing leaves to fall gracefully. Did she truly shed tears? Was she sincere in her feelings? Yet, Liubei likely remains unaware. At the moment of her departure, the woman who left prematurely finally shed tears. Though her exit was resolute, the tears she shed cascaded like silver pearls, plopping softly onto the ground. "Liubei!" Hearing the voice behind him, Liubei momentarily halted, his body coming to an abrupt stop. Observing the youth's hesitation, he momentarily entertained the hope that the young man might reconsider. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her eyes were met with the sight of the youth continuing on his way. Unable to contain herself any longer, she sank to the ground, trembling, and wept uncontrollably. In that moment, even the deities of lethargy and fortune, witnessing the sorrowful girl, seemed to have forgotten the reasons that once ignited their ire. Liubei chose to move on silently. Although the girl was indeed striking, he was not the type to be rendered immobile by the presence of a woman. He was not one to ponder matters with his lower self. Otherwise, how could the enchanting deity of lethargy, akin to a delicate fairy, have emerged and scathed that night? Direction eluded him as he walked on quietly. Although corpses occasionally littered the path, he did not, like others before him, choose to linger and investigate. "Brother, another lone one has appeared." Just as Liubei's expression remained placid and his demeanor melancholic, several youths lurking in the shadows stirred. Among them, one with an extravagant top knot suddenly spoke up, drawing attention. Beside this young man lay another, a small-eyed youth with grass lodged in the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing the words of the one with the top knot, he, along with the others concealed nearby, turned their gaze toward Liubei's direction. Brother, if we take this one down, there shouldn't be many left, right? Ha, second brother. We've already eliminated nearly 13. With this one, that makes 14. Surely there can't be many remaining. Boom. Yet, just as the boastful youth finished speaking, a beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing directly through his head. Bang! A terrifying surge of sword energy erupted instantaneously, sending shockwaves of force rippling outward, visibly disrupting the air around them. This is bad. The panicked crowd, darting in all directions, could scarcely have imagined that before they could act, someone had already chosen to launch an assault against them. As the sword aura gradually dissipated, the young men, barely clinging to life, beheld the radiant sword that had just claimed the life of their third companion. Each face reflected sheer terror, rendered speechless by the celestial blade that had descended upon them. Brother, that youth has vanished. What? The small-eyed youth, referred to as the elder brother, wore a look of bewilderment upon hearing the words of the youth with the towering braid. Just as he prepared to lift his gaze, a powerful hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. My friend, I, Liubei, have traversed many paths and encountered numerous corpses. How could I possibly overlook you? You, the small-eyed youth, infuriated by the provocation from behind, was about to turn and retaliate. Yet, before he could unleash his full strength, a sharp crack resounded as his neck was abruptly snapped. In that fleeting moment, the expression on the small-eyed youth's face remained a mix of rage and terror. It is likely that he would never comprehend the terrifying entity he had faced, even in death. Chapter 109. The beggar god's heart bleeds. The demise of the small-eyed youth struck the remaining survivors like a dagger to the heart, leaving them in a state of shock as his lifeless body was carelessly cast aside. A hint of malevolence danced across Liubei's countenance. Young fool, we are the most favored candidates of the beggar god. Should you dare to slay us all, misfortune shall surely befall you. Just as Liubei rose to his feet, a terrified young man suddenly pointed a trembling finger at him, shouting in a tone laden with menace. Are you threatening me? Liubei furrowed his brows and inquired. Faced with the words of the young man, he felt an irresistible urge to laugh from the depths of his being. Indeed, we are threatening you. What do you do about it? Let me tell you, we are all exceptional candidates favored by the god of beggars. If you dare to annihilate us all, rest assured that upon your departure, the outcome will be far from favorable. The young man continued to issue his threats, oblivious to the multitude of onlookers who were simultaneously observing this unfolding scene. The spectators, including various deities, gazed upon the increasingly audacious youth, who showed no intention of silencing himself. Their expressions were grave, though they could not directly intervene. Witnessing the audacity of the young man attempting to leverage the name of the deities to impose his will during the assessment conference was noteworthy. Many eyes turned toward a ragged, white-haired elder. Despite his tattered clothing, the elder emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect without a word. At that moment, he remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the events that transpired. The god of beggars? Are you referring to that disheveled, unkempt figure? While everyone else held their tongues, Liubei, the one being threatened, suddenly spoke up. He stepped forward, and with each stride, his aura intensified. As Liubei's hair danced, his expression darkened, and he bellowed, Sword. Comme fort. Whoosh. A radiant sword, glowing with golden light, was tightly gripped in his hand. With merely a flick of sword energy, those who had been so brazenly boasting were instantly struck down. No. Bang. Outside, the previously silent white-haired elder watched in anguish as his carefully nurtured prot-GS fell, unable to withstand even a single strike from another. His heart truly bled at the sight. Silence. Boom. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, specifically targeting the god of beggars. Observing the displeased countenance of the languid deity, the god of beggars snorted coldly before promptly departing under the gaze of the gathered crowd. TSK. Liubei is quite impressive, having eliminated so many of the old man's painstakingly cultivated subordinates in one fell swoop. If they were merely subordinates, it would be acceptable, but those were disciples he had trained for many years, now slain by Liubei. If it were you, your spirits would not be much higher. They are not truly dead. Is it not a case of simply lacking skill? Who else can be blamed? Though Liubei's actions were indeed brutal, no one now perceives his character as excessively ferocious. After all, when compared to those who engage in gang-related crimes, he seems less formidable. Liubei, a solitary newcomer striving against the odds, truly seems somewhat lacking in prowess. To swiftly eliminate such a multitude of competitors, all of whom are subordinates of the beggar god, is no small feat in light of this situation. Liubei is acutely aware that should he achieve success in this assessment, The deity, known as the beggar god, will undoubtedly seek to trouble him upon his emergence from this spatial rift. However, as a transmigrator, Liubei harbors no fear of a being that exists within the current world. For a transmigrator, such an existence is akin to a glitch that disrupts the status quo. Had Liubei not been a transmigrator, he would have been slain by Qianxunji within the spirit hall, and none of these events would have transpired. There is no need for him to cast another glance at the lifeless bodies he has vanquished. What Liubei needs to do now is to prove himself before the assembly of deities. For only then can he earn their respect and gain his freedom within the divine realm. Thus, Liubei's ambition is to ascend to the level of a god king, a status that remains an elusive dream for countless deities until their dying breath. Do you see him? Indeed, he is quite formidable. Against us he would surely prevail. Of course, you wretches are no match for him. Such a person requires our young master to intervene. Just as Liubei sheathed the Xianyuan sword and prepared to depart, another group of individuals suddenly appeared. Each of them bore garments stained with blood, clearly indicating they had just emerged from several fierce battles. As the number of people surrounding Liubei increased, the audience present at the assessment venue began to express considerable confusion. What is happening? Why are these individuals congregating? It seems their intentions are aligned. Could it be that within this spatial rift, there is someone of mutual interest to them? As the curiosity of the onlookers grew, so did the intrigue surrounding the unfolding events. In the confined space where Liubei resides, it can be said that a significant portion of the audience and deities are witnessing this moment together. These individuals exist in a realm where survival is achieved through the art of killing. If one were to discuss who possesses the greatest prowess, perhaps no spectator would dare to commit to an answer. However, if the focus shifts to influence, it undoubtedly belongs to the tall young man, who, notably, is not adorned in ceremonial robes. This young man, sporting stubble and a mane of silvery hair, is at the mercy of the winds, completely oblivious to the magnitude of his actions within this small arena. His presence has garnered an impressive fervor of 8,000 spectators. It is evident that Liubei's displayed prowess has captivated the attention of all present, including the deities, who, with furrowed brows, gaze upon the growing number of contestants in this confined space, likely astonished by the unfolding events. In the confined space of Liubei, the presence of another demigod is indeed unexpected. The confrontation between these two demigods, while not an extraordinary occurrence for such divine beings, is nonetheless a spectacle worthy of earnest attention. Since all have gathered, it is time to reveal themselves. Liubei halted his steps, not advancing further. He brandished the Xianyuan sword in his hand and called out to those lurking in the shadows, observing him. This fellow, utterly arrogant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As those individuals emerged, each radiating an aura of lethality, they were all formidable competitors who had fought for the chance to continue in the contest. You truly are audacious. One of the young men sneered. Before Liubei could respond, he had already taken the initiative, seeking death. Liubei's gaze suddenly sharpened, and with a swift utterance, he unleashed an imposing shadow of sword. As the sword shadow approached, the young man erupted with protective energy, seemingly intent on using this gathered force to engage Liubei's sword aura in a direct confrontation. The sword aura was ferocious, yet the protective energy he summoned was equally formidable. It appeared he had a chance. No, he was already doomed. Just as the young man believed he could withstand Liubei's unleashed sword energy with his proud protective barrier, that barrier was abruptly shattered by the suddenly intensified sword aura. Chapter 1:10. Liubei, the target of all. As the razor-sharp sword energy pierced through the young man's protective barrier, he found himself unprotected and instantly severed by the assault. The sound of blood raining down struck the onlookers, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe at Liubei's displayed prowess. Even the youth, regarded as Liubei's equal, found himself lost in thought upon noticing the precious sword in Liubei's grasp. Esteemed friends, it is evident to all of you by now that if any one of us wishes to survive, we must eliminate this man, though such actions may be deemed dishonorable. Would you truly prefer to watch yourselves meet a grim fate at his hands? Indeed, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. United, we may still have a chance to continue living. Unquestionably, after this declaration from the leader and his subordinate, the expressions of the majority shifted, a tremor of realization coursing through them. In their astonishment, they all turned their predatory gazes towards Liubei, their pupils gleaming with murderous intent, as if they were all too eager for a temporary alliance. Who is this brat? How audacious! Isn't this against the rules? Yigu's voice rang out loudly. Despite Liubei's evident strength, it was not difficult to deduce that this unfamiliar youth, who had attained the status of a near deity, was capable of making such statements at this moment because he undoubtedly possessed at least one artifact of significant power, the god of laziness. This youth inciting others to form an illegal alliance. Didn't he that violate the regulations of the assessment? As he goosed it up for Liubei, a tall and striking goddess furrowed her brows, unable to restrain herself from inquiring of the sloth god, the presiding judge. The sloth god cast a penetrating glance at the goddess, but made no intention to respond, quickly reverting to an expression of serene indifference. The silence of the sloth god silently conveyed to the assembly that the act of forming teams in violation of the rules was tacitly permitted during the assessment. Do not inquire further. Let us not forget that the purpose of this trial is merely to leave one among 100, since only one shall remain. Regardless of how they form alliances, ultimately only one shall survive. As the deities buzzed with speculation due to the sloth god's silence, an elder deity suddenly spoke up to clarify. All the gods fell silent. If they once harbored animosity toward someone like Liubei, now Liubei incited a sense of indignation in most of the deities. Damn it, Yigu ground his teeth. Were it not for the oversight of the benevolent goddess, he might have impulsively charged in. After all, he had not been a stranger to the bitterness and helplessness of being bullied by others. Yet within the confined space, Liubei faced the collective threat of so many, showing not a trace of fear. Even when confronting foes of equal strength, his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water. Boy, just stand there and await your demise, do you understand? Though you are formidable, do you comprehend the dire fate that awaits you when facing our 20 or more combined might? As those adversaries brandished their weapons and closed in, their expressions twisted with malice, Liubei's calm countenance remained unshaken. He perceived them not as formidable adversaries, but rather as a group of fools who could only think with their brute instincts. With a cold chuckle, Liubei stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the approaching multitude. Bathed in the radiance of the Qianxunji sword, he resembled a sharpened blade, exuding an aura of unassailable vigor. I stand here. Should you possess the capability to slay me, then take my life as you will. I will not shy away from the consequences of my actions. With a thunderous roar, the wielder of the colossal, curved blade unleashed a torrent of fierce energy. The shadows of the blade cascading like towering waves, sweeping horizontally towards the location of Liubei. Despite the onslaught of these successive blade shadows, Liubei maintained a serene countenance, opting not to draw the Qianxunji sword, for the assailant was utterly unworthy of such a weapon. With a resounding thud, Liubei advanced, and in that very moment, the 10,000-year soul rings behind him erupted forth. Each of these soul rings bore the prestigious rank of 10,000 years. The sudden appearance of these soul rings left all present in awe, their expressions profoundly impacted by Liubei's overwhelming power. Kill! Liubei furrowed his brow. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a majestic golden qilin, which erupted forth in the direction of his pointed finger. The mere apparition of this golden creature, radiating with brilliant golden light, was enough to instill a sense of dread even in the young man, who bore the semblance of a demigod. In that moment, he silently unleashed a transparent protective aura around himself. What? The youth wielding a large circular blade was taken aback by Liubei's display of power. As he watched the golden qilin shatter the shadows of his blade with ease, he shouted in alarm and hastily raised his weapon to deliver a fierce strike against the charging creature. Roar! The golden qilin opened its maw, revealing 4 fearsome fangs that struck terror into his heart. The young man's pupils dilated in panic as he flailed his blade in desperation, only to realize that he was no match for the formidable qilin. Bang! The circular blade struck the golden qilin's head with relentless precision, unleashing a powerful shockwave that forced those nearby to retreat in trepidation. However, as Liubei's gaze sharpened, the qilin's aura surged once more, amplifying its presence. The young man, already struggling to withstand the creature's might, felt his ancestral blade tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Perish! Liubei raised his palm and struck down, reminiscent of the golden qilin that echoed his voice. Following another thunderous roar, the majestic golden qilin sprang up suddenly, only to raise its palm once more. Boom! An unfathomable energy surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings. The youths, terrified by Liubei's displayed prowess, could not help but tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, as the golden qilin's palm descended, one youth found himself plummeting into the earth, his feet sinking into the yellow soil, the ground enveloping him beyond his knees. Even the onlookers, mere spectators, could not resist applauding in awe at this moment. Roar! Yet, under the relentless onslaught and terrifying pressure of the golden qilin's roar, the youth, who had struggled valiantly, ultimately succumbed, spitting blood on the spot. The ancestral curved long knife he wielded to fend off the Qian's strike also cracked at that very moment. No. A simultaneous outcry arose as the youth was crushed under the might of the golden Qian. An elderly man, who had been quietly observing from the audience, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Boom! As the youth met his tragic end, a sorrowful figure was instantaneously cast out from the rift in space. Observing the shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and lifelessness, everyone held their breath at that moment. Chapter 111. The Unworthy, Deserving of Death. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they witnessed the youth's demise under the assault of the golden Qian. Dead? The god of laziness paused momentarily, approaching the youth's lifeless body. Confirming the absence of breath, he waved his hand, and the young man dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, merging eternally with the divine realm. Dead? A deity spoke, his brow furrowed, seemingly astonished by the words of the god of laziness. This time, let us see who dares to claim that our Liubei will not emerge as the ultimate victor. Knight Ancient, with a smile upon his face, unwittingly pierced the hearts of countless deities with his words. Are you implying that the golden Qian is comparable to a divine artifact? What sort of world refers to a magical beast as a divine artifact? It's more fitting to call it a magical beast. Are you jesting? The Qian symbolizes auspiciousness. It is more appropriate to refer to it as a divine beast. Good heavens! At this moment, all deities came to a realization. It was no wonder that Liubei could confront such a multitude of formidable foes with such composure. The truth was that he had a divine beast as a companion, advancing and retreating together. If that were the case, there would be no need to continue the competition. The prowess exhibited by this Qian was entirely comparable to that of our divine level. Some deities immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. However, despite the many who agreed with the sentiment, not a single deity was willing to stand with him and express any unfavorable opinions about Liubei. It must be understood that a figure who possessed a divine artifact and was accompanied by a divine beast had a background of unimaginable terror. Meanwhile, Yigu's mood at this moment was exceedingly joyful, for he was well aware. The methods employed by Liubei extend far beyond what has been revealed. Should he divulge the tale of how he once subdued Poseidon, the expressions on those faces would surely drop in sheer astonishment. Damn it, this fellow is incredibly formidable. We must not act recklessly. Let us unite and together vanquish this merciless tyrant. A prospective deity felt a jolt of alarm, observing Liubei receiving aid from a divine beast. He was overwhelmed with unprecedented trepidation. He believed himself equipped with a divine artifact capable of standing against Liubei. Yet, confronting an elusive Qian, he might indeed find himself in a most troublesome predicament. As anticipated upon the utterance of these words by the would-be deity, the others finally chose to abandon their solitary endeavors. Hey, you there, although I do not know you, I can see it clearly. Perhaps you are the one destined to confront Liubei in the final battle. Indeed, we shall hold off that Qian for you. I refuse to believe that we, as a multitude, cannot withstand a mere beast. Crack. No sooner had the individual who derided the Qian as a beast finished speaking, than he was abruptly seized by a vast, gaping maw, losing his head on the spot. In that instant, the Qian, once a symbol of auspiciousness, was now enveloped in a ghastly red light, replacing the golden aura it had previously exuded. As the pair of furious eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, the Qian, having devoured that man's head, launched a frenzied assault on those nearby. The once confident assembly of powerful beings found themselves thoroughly intimidated by the suddenly malevolent Qian. Moreover, with the Qian's transformation, Liubei, the principal figure, witnessed his own blue pupils morph into a crimson shade. This youth's eyes now radiated a sanguine glow. How many lives has he claimed to reach such a state? No wonder he is a proponent of slaughter as a path to enlightenment. This must truly represent Liubei's real prowess. How intriguing this has become. Meanwhile, as the deities reflected on the transformation of Liubei's azure eyes to blood red, a voice filled with exhilaration suddenly resonated in that very moment. Upon hearing this familiar sound, all deities fell silent. Accompanied by the emergence of a figure through a spatial rift, the exalted beings stood in immediate reverence. The god of destruction, an unknown deity, spoke, prompting all present, including the spectators, to rise in unison. The being referred to as the god of destruction emanates an aura of darkness, yet wears a smile as he gazes intently at the scenes unfolding within the rift of space. In his hand, he clutches a purple staff measuring 2 zhang in length, a symbol of absolute power that resembles a bolt of lightning. This staff, infused with a deep purple-black hue, exudes a formidable destructive intent. Even the Grim Reaper, Yegu, finds himself overshadowed by the presence of this lightning staff. It is said to have existed since the dawn of the divine realm, wielding the essence of annihilation itself. The sheer terror embodied by this staff, grasped by a middle-aged man, evokes a sense of dread regarding the extent of his power. No wonder this young lad hesitates to follow me. He possesses such an extraordinary visage. The middle-aged man expresses profound admiration for Liubei, recognizing that even the formidable god of destruction is stirred by his presence. One can only imagine the immense strength of the youth named Liubei, who stands as a paragon of divine potential. He is a demigod, bolstered by an external force rivaling that of two deities. Is it truly a fair contest for the newcomers participating in this trial? A voice, ethereal and elusive, gradually emerges. The god of destruction, maintaining his smile, responds to the inquiries laced with uncertainty. The newcomer assessment is fundamentally an opportunity for those worthy of cultivation to showcase their abilities. While Liubei's actions may seem unacceptable, it is evident that those desperate to survive resort to such nefarious alliances. Their demise is of little consequence. Such simple words, yet when uttered by the god of destruction, they resonate as a harbinger of despair for those unwilling to perish in battle. The other deities, having witnessed the god of destruction's commendation of Liubei, cease their grievances against him. After all, if even the mightiest among the divine can speak so highly of Liubei, how can they, as subordinates, dare to contradict their master? Together, they shall strike. As the enraged Qilin relentlessly dispatches numerous newcomers, the remaining youths wear expressions of ferocity, each unleashing their ultimate techniques in a desperate bid to grasp an elusive hope in this dire struggle. As those who have been urged to perish dwindle, the battle reaches its climax. Shouldn't we begin our endeavor? Alas, the youth, dubbed a quasi-deity, initially intended to employ a war of attrition to deplete Liubei's combat strength. However, to his astonishment, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Upon hearing Liubei's voice behind him, he trembled and hastily unleashed a flurry of punches in an attempt to topple the approaching figure. Chapter 112. The Frowning God of Destruction. Boom! 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 A cacophony of overlapping fist energies erupted, causing the air to crackle with explosive force. The relentless onslaught of punches surged like mighty waves towards the silhouette that had suddenly appeared behind him. Fists are not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Skillfully evading the myriad of punches, Liubei smirked with a peculiar twist of his lips and transformed his palm into a fist, targeting the heart of the quasi-deity youth with a series of devastating strikes. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the punches that were meant to belong to the quasi-deity youth were instantaneously overwhelmed by Liubei's fierce blows. Although the quasi-deity youth was shielded by protective energy, under the ferocity of Liubei's strikes, that energy shattered into fragments. With the protective energy's explosion dissipating, the relentless barrage of punches struck home, tearing the quasi-deity youth's garments as he was sent flying, spewing blood. He could hardly have imagined that, despite both employing punches, it was Liubei's strikes that bore the most ferocity. As the quasi-deity youth was hurled through the air, he collided with trees due to inertia, breaking several trunks before barely managing to land. The audible cracks of his bones echoed as his body felt as if it had been shattered, yet his expression was one of extreme ferocity. Meanwhile, the newcomers confronting the wrathful Qilin were all felled in an instant under its overwhelming assault. At that moment, it was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the man known as the god of destruction, witnessing this spectacle, furrowed his brow slightly. Those who observed the god of destruction's expression shift were filled with astonishment at the gravity he displayed. Could it be that the disparity between quasi-deities was so pronounced? Did you not notice that the soul rings behind Liubei were all over 100,000 years old? The 100,000-year spirit ring is undoubtedly a manifestation akin to an augmentation of combat prowess for the cultivators on the Douluo continent. Moreover, given that Liubei possesses a fully matured 100,000-year spirit ring, one can only fathom the sheer terror of his true strength if he were to rely solely on his innate capabilities. I once believed you to be exceptionally formidable. It appears, however, that your prowess is merely a matter of eloquence. Liubei spoke with an indifferent tone, gazing at the youth who lay nearly lifeless from his relentless blows, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet, as soon as Liubei's words fell, the youth, possessing the strength of a demigod, suddenly let out a fierce roar. Instantly rising to his feet, the ribs that Liubei had broken began to heal rapidly. When he looked back at Liubei, His eyes had transformed into a deep shade of purple, reminiscent of flames raging within. Unfazed, Liubei formed a seal with his hands, and as the mark materialized before him, the demigod youth, trembling with energy, brandished a ferocious red blade, its surface gleaming as if forged through countless trials. As the crimson light emanated from the sword, Liubei completed his seal and thrust his hand towards the heavens. Boom! The impact of the seal resonated throughout the space, creating a deep, muffled sound. Moments later, the seal in the sky radiated a blinding brilliance. And in the blink of an eye, a golden array appeared before the crowd. The demigod youth bellowed, charging towards Liubei with the blade in hand. However, at that moment, Liubei, with a slight frown, casually raised his hand and struck down towards the incoming youth. In an instant, an aura of annihilation erupted, and a massive treasure tower descended upon the rushing youth. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy pressure spread outward like a tempest, engulfing everything in its wake. A cacophony of wretched screams erupted as torrents of blood rained down. The onlookers, witnessing Liubei's formidable display once again, were left in utter shock. The youth howled towards the heavens. The weight of the tower crushing down upon him caused excruciating pain, twisting his face in agony. He yearned to escape. Yet under the might of the tower, he was rendered powerless, like an ant resigned to its fate. Liubei spoke coldly, and the already formidable pagoda emanated an even more terrifying aura at that moment. As the suppressed quasi-deity gradually succumbed to madness, an overwhelming sensation coursed through his pores, akin to being devoured by ants, stripping him of his previous composure. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The audience, witnessing the youth transformed into a bloodied figure, shielded their eyes in horror. Yet, amidst the thunderous roar, when those covering their eyes dared to look again, the quasi-deity, deemed by Liubei to be insurmountable, was vanquished on the spot by a descending pagoda. My son, a venerable elder, who had been intently observing the scene with clenched teeth, watched in despair as his son perished before his eyes. The thought of the years of painstaking nurturing he had devoted felt as though Liubei were stabbing his heart with a dagger, inflicting wound after wound. In a sudden fit of rage, the elder's aura exploded forth, and with blood streaming from his eyes, he charged towards the spatial rift. However, just as the elder was about to plunge into the rift, the god of destruction, with a deep grunt, raised his staff of annihilation and swiftly struck towards the elder, whose body was already half immersed in the rift. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking fiercely upon the elder as form. As Liubei, still in a daze, beheld the sudden appearance of the elder in the sky, he realized that the elder's body was being ravenously consumed by a swirling mass of pitch-black mist. The elder's heart-wrenching roar pierced the air, but soon he began to vanish beneath the engulfing darkness. This marked the fall of a deity. The onlookers, having witnessed the elder's effortless demise at the hands of the god of destruction, cast wary and fearful glances towards him. As the dust settled, the air became thick with the stench of blood. Liubei, with a raised brow, noticed the sword embedded firmly in the ground. Approaching the crimson blade, he grasped it, feeling its violent tremors as if it were enraged at the death of its master. Just as everyone pondered Liubei's next move, he gripped the hilt tightly and forcefully hurled it towards the base of the colossal pagoda. Bang! Under the terrifying pressure of the treasure tower, this entity, which could be deemed a divine artifact, shattered into countless fragments. In that very moment, as the tower radiated its golden light once more, all the scattered pieces were drawn into its depths. Chapter 113. The Dominance of Liubei. Observing the precious blade, now reduced to mere shards by the tower's might, one could only watch in awe as it was absorbed into the tower. The expressions of the onlookers reflected their profound astonishment at the continuous emergence of divine artifacts wielded by Liubei. It is worth noting that in the realm of deities, the possession of such divine artifacts by a single deity is an enviable rarity. And now, Liubei not only wielded two extraordinary artifacts consecutively, but even the creature known as the Qilin could be regarded as a divine presence, perhaps even more potent. And what of that blade? Was it truly destroyed? No. Perhaps that blade was not annihilated, but rather absorbed and integrated by that majestic pagoda. Indeed, it has been confirmed that the blade was absorbed by the pagoda. And who would have thought that Liubei, at such a tender age, could possess an artifact of unparalleled power, an artifact of such magnitude? In that very moment, all present fell into a profound silence. The significance of an artifact of this caliber within the divine realm is universally understood. In the past, Poseidon, wielding his divine authority, could effortlessly overpower numerous contemporaries, relying on his superlative weapon forged from soul rings, the trident of the sea god. With the trident in his possession, Poseidon's stature within the divine realm soared to unprecedented heights, earning him the reverence of a being comparable to the god king. Now, with the re-emergence of such an artifact, proclaimed by none other than the god of destruction, the highest ruler of the divine realm, one can only imagine the formidable status that Liubei will command henceforth. Yet, as the saying goes, there are those who rejoice and those who lament. Although Liubei's demeanor is undeniably formidable, his friend Yigu's expression is exceedingly intricate. Yigu, a deity in possession of a divine artifact, finds that his own relic merely serves the purpose of ensnaring souls, lacking any practical application in battle. His feelings are not rooted in jealousy of Liubei's strength, but rather in the overwhelming power that Liubei exhibits, which undeniably stirs deep unease among certain observant individuals. The adage, "a common man is innocent," yet the wall bears the guilt, aptly describes Liubei's current situation. His might ensures that until he firmly establishes his position, he will encounter multifaceted oppression. Unlike Poseidon, who grew alongside venerable deities of destruction from a shared starting point, Liubei stands as a newcomer. Although Poseidon ultimately secured his status as a pseudo-king of the divine realm through the trident of the sea god, his established presence and lack of encroachment upon the rights of other ancient deities have spared him from conflict. In stark contrast, Liubei, not only a rising star, but also the master of two artifacts that rival even the mightiest of divine tools, finds himself in a precarious position. Offending him is no trivial matter, as it involves more than just a couple of esteemed deities. The god of destruction may have uttered but a single phrase, yet the weight that a super artifact carries is terrifyingly profound, a fact that these deities cannot possibly overlook. Look, the pagoda seems to be changing. Amidst the tension among the deities, someone suddenly noticed the transformation within the small space, prompting an immediate exclamation. The crowd lifted their gazes anew, and even the god of destruction gazed at the evolving pagoda with considerable astonishment. In the scene, Liubei, the central figure, gazes upward at the changes in the pagoda, likely unaware of the terrifying stature he now holds in the hearts of the majority of deities. Could it be that the pagoda is capable of further evolution? Liubei furrowed his brows, observing intently. Suddenly, the pagoda was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, which soon transformed into twinkling specks. Instead of the flawless roundness expected, intricate patterns began to appear around the pagoda. As Liubei examined it, he noticed the patterns manifesting on each tier of the structure, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. He then waved his hand, grasping the pagoda, unaware that this seemingly casual act sent shivers down the spines of countless deities. Damn it, not only is it a super artifact, but can also change size. Why bother leaving a mark beforehand? Indeed, this is clearly a display of possessing a super artifact. He has it, and you do not. So when you accuse him of flaunting, would you still dare to say so if he stood before you? Yigu's words struck with precision, clearly indicating that he and Liubei were aligned. The current deities lacked the confidence to continue sparring with Yigu, setting aside whether Liubei could support Yigu, even the god of destruction, to whom Yigu now pledged allegiance, could not be overlooked. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. Yigu's ability to voice such sentiments at this moment made some suspicious deities wonder if Liubei had indeed aligned with the god of destruction. After all, it was unlikely that a supreme deity, renowned for his combat prowess, would personally attend a mere newcomer assessment. Nonetheless, this supreme deity, despite his formidable strength, was burdened with grave thoughts. Confronted by Liubei's burgeoning might, it was impossible not to sense a threat. However, due to his status and the presence of numerous deities, he could not afford to commit the foolish act of stifling a genius in the cradle. As Liubei continued to vanquish countless newcomers, some deities finally began to react. After all, it had been quite some time since he had slain so many. Yet, why was Liubei still lingering in place? What was amiss? Was there an issue with this small space? Why had he not emerged? Could there still be survivors? It has been discovered. Who is it? The gods were taken aback. Anyone alive at this moment must be an exceptionally powerful existence. However, when the focus shifted to the sole survivor, they were unexpectedly confronted with the realization that the person who had survived alongside Liubei was, in fact, the woman he had rescued previously. How could it be her? This is utterly melodramatic. How could Liubei, who has saved lives, possibly turn to murder? It appears that even with the extraordinary artifact in his possession, Liubei may not secure the ultimate victory after all. The smile on Yigu's face gradually stiffened, his expression reflecting disbelief as he realized the unexpected turn of events. Yet, there exists a solution. Just as the deities began to find the unfolding scene excessively contrived, a sudden voice resonated through the air. They turned their gaze towards the petite figure standing on the platform, captivated by her words. Even the supreme god of destruction could not help but look her way. Lazy god, as the chief judge, it would be prudent to contemplate your words before speaking. The god of destruction admonished, his brow furrowed and tone unmistakably stern, clearly issuing a deliberate warning. I believe her words hold merit, he thought, as the god of destruction cautioned the lazy god against excessive rhetoric. Just then, a voice broke the tension, prompting all the deities, including the god of destruction, to direct their attention towards a certain direction. They beheld a striking woman standing before a rift in space. The god of destruction, though furrowing his brow in concern, chose to remain silent. Chapter 114. The path to victory. The newcomer was stunningly beautiful and possessed profound experience, exuding an aura of vitality that evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, she radiated a life-affirming energy, her exquisite visage adorned with a gentle smile, rivaling even that of the departed benevolent goddess. Green? The god of destruction's expression turned grave upon the arrival of his wife, astonished by her presence. As her husband, he was acutely aware of her character. Like him, she bore the responsibility of judging the gods and served as one of the 5 divine kings within the Divine Realm Committee, tasked with overseeing the realm and upholding its laws. Her appearance here clearly indicated that someone had informed her of the impending events. What brings you here? The god of destruction inquired, his brow furrowing as her arrival disrupted his plans. Nothing much, just passing by. By the way, how did this assessment go? Well, that demigod named Liubei. How did he perform? The god of destruction was left in a state of utter disbelief. Although his wife had always turned a blind eye to his actions within the divine realm, when it came to matters of importance, she would never hesitate to express her stance. In response to the goddess's comments, it was noted that Liubei had performed exceptionally well in this assessment. However, the god of laziness cast a sidelong glance at the god of destruction, as if he were on the verge of uttering something that would surely offend him. Speak your mind. I will bear the consequences, the beautiful goddess said gently. As one of the 5 supreme deities of the Divine Realm Committee, her words also served as a caution to her husband. The god of destruction chose to remain silent. With his wife present, there was no need for him to engage in actions that would harm her. Liubei had indeed emerged as the top performer in this small space. Yet the remaining newcomer was someone Liubei had previously rescued. Thus, his subordinate sought the goddess's consent to send a deity to persuade her. Are you suggesting that Liubei should kill the woman he once saved? The beautiful goddess inquired, her tone laced with an eerie coldness. She expressed strong discontent with the proposal put forth by the god of laziness. The god of destruction was likely taken aback, as his usually gentle wife had suddenly taken on a pivotal role in this discourse. Indeed, it is a profound irony to slay one's savior, he remarked with a sardonic smile, devoid of any semblance of the supreme god's dignity. My lady, I believe the god of laziness has a point. One of the goddesses interjected suddenly, as she regarded the deity known as the goddess of fortune. The god of destruction felt that Liubei's interpersonal connections were remarkably strong. I concur with her. Liubei is inherently a victor. Shouldn't he claim his rightful victory? At that moment, the beautiful goddess, who held the title of the goddess of victory within the divine realm, also rose to voice her agreement. Her understanding of victory far surpassed that of others. Indeed, Liubei is already a victor. While it may seem profoundly ironic for him to kill the one he saved, let us not forget, this is the divine realm. Allowing emotions to dictate actions could lead to one's downfall. Yegu suddenly spoke. At the moment he uttered those words, even the god of destruction exhibited profound rage. After all, his remarks undoubtedly criticized the god of destruction, who is not one to be swayed by emotions. Otherwise, how could that venerable elder, who toiled all his life in the divine realm, be struck down on the spot by the merciless wrath of the god of destruction? This is a transgression that incites fury. As the deities began to voice their opinions, even the beautiful woman of royal status felt compelled to make a judicious decision regarding the matter. The god of destruction's countenance darkened ominously. The events of today had undeniably shaken his status within the divine realm. Do as you see fit. With a grim expression, the god of destruction departed, leaving behind a singular phrase before vanishing from sight. The beautiful woman furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating for a moment before gently addressing the deity known as the Grim Reaper, whose appearance was frail. Yegu, might you take charge of this matter? Me? Yegu was momentarily taken aback, sensing the gaze of the other deities upon him. He instantly manifested a resolute demeanor and rushed into the small space where Liubei resided. A peculiar, eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All present maintained their silence. Inside the small space, Liubei, who was meticulously observing the exquisite pagoda in his hand, suddenly raised his head at the sound of spatial rupture. However, upon seeing the familiar figure, a smile broke across his face. "What brings you here? Won't your entrance disrupt the rules?" Liubei carefully stored away the exquisite pagoda, and upon seeing his old friend arrive, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "My dear fellow, do you realize that you have already emerged victorious? I have triumphed?" Liubei furrowed his brow, observing the earnest expression on Yigu's face. He was acutely aware that something unfortunate had transpired. What does this mean? In response to Liubei's inquiry, Yigu sighed deeply, releasing a breath laden with concern before earnestly explaining. "Do you understand? Everything you have done in this confined space is visible to those outside. In truth, you have already triumphed, yet you have not truly won. Do you comprehend why that is? What exactly are you trying to convey to me?" Liubei furrowed his brows, taken aback by the words uttered by Yigu. Clearly, he was astonished. Everything he had done within that confined space was laid bare for all to see. Thus, the prowess he displayed was undoubtedly witnessed by the deities outside. "You rescued a woman, did you not? The reason you chose to remain here was indeed because of her. Because of her? Were you implying?" Liubei gradually became vigilant. Knight Ancient, resting a hand on Liubei's shoulder, continued, "If you wish to depart from this place, you must eliminate her. Do you understand? Otherwise, victory will elude you." Bang! No sooner had Knight Ancient spoken than he was met with Liubei's fist. The expressions of the deities witnessing Knight Ancient being struck down by Liubei were a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. "Why did you not reveal this to me before the assessment?" Liubei spoke with anger, gripping Yigu's collar, ready to unleash another punch. However, upon noticing Yigu's somewhat apologetic expression, Liubei suddenly paused. He then withdrew his fist and helped Yigu to his feet. "The rules of your divine realm are truly absurd," Liubei remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Despite Yigu's look of regret, Liubei continued walking down the path ahead. Observing Liubei's retreating figure and hearing his words, one could only wonder how many deities would feel a blush of shame for Liubei's actions. Chapter 115. She was willing to die for him. The reaction of Liubei left many deities feeling a burning embarrassment upon their faces. As esteemed beings within the divine realm, they found it exceedingly challenging to counter the words spoken by Liubei. Yigu displayed an expression of awkwardness. Observing Liubei's displeased countenance, he could only silently follow behind. "What do you intend to do? Will you truly forsake the first place for the sake of your conscience?" After a moment's hesitation, Yigu couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire towards Liubei's retreating figure. Standing still, Liubei gazed up at the sky, yet remained silent. Though Liubei could not ascertain the whereabouts of that woman, the deity Yigu possessed various means to uncover the truth. While not overtly urging Liubei to seek her out, Yigu persistently probed into the depths of the soul. Liubei's footsteps indeed synchronized with Yigu's, as if they were entwined in the fabric of time. Before long, the two emerged from the thicket. Before their eyes sat a solitary figure by the riverside. Recognizing the familiar attire, Liubei furrowed his brow and cast an irritated glance at Yigu. Some choices are unavoidable. Yigu's expression remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to the ire Liubei exhibited. If he did not truly regard Liubei as a friend, how could he disregard the impending retribution from the god of destruction? "What brings you here?" Just as Liubei glared at Yigu with fury, a gentle voice reached his ears. "I." Liubei turned around, and the woman displayed a smile, as if the arrival of Liubei had uplifted her spirits. However, her demeanor swiftly altered upon noticing the figure that followed Liubei. As she discerned the man's countenance, her delicate frame trembled. Realizing the situation, she hastily bowed to Yigu, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Lord of Death." Observing her flustered state, it was evident how deeply she feared Yigu. Liubei, with a furrowed brow, cast a stern gaze at Yigu. Yigu's aged face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat with deliberate force. "There is no need for such tension. I'm a friend of his from the divine realm. I witnessed the scene where he rescued you," Yigu remarked with a smile, completely disregarding the woman's sense of propriety. This left her wide-eyed in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Enough. No one has asked for your conversation, nor does anyone consider you mute." Liubei showed no regard for Yigu whatsoever. This scene was, of course, witnessed by the deities present. However, at this moment, they refrained from commenting on Liubei's impetuosity. After all, the strength Liubei displayed was sufficient to compel these exalted gods to remain silent. Did you summon me for a specific purpose? The woman sensed something amiss. This space was designated for assessments, and the presence of the god of death here was indeed unusual. If nothing had transpired, it would be quite inexplicable. She smiled as she gazed at Yi Gu, her countenance exuding a certain innocence. Yi Gu, the overseer of life and death, found himself at a loss for words on how to explain the situation to her. It is nothing significant. It's merely that so many souls have perished here. And according to protocol, I have come to collect them. Come to collect souls? The woman, momentarily taken aback, seemed genuinely startled by Liubei's words. Wasn't it said that participating in the assessment wouldn't result in actual death? Why then is there a need for soul collection? Have the rules changed? You needn't pay him any mind. Speaking without understanding, came the retort. To be frank, according to this assessment, Liubei should have already emerged victorious. Yet, for reasons unknown, you remain as the only other survivor alongside Liubei. Do you grasp my meaning? A gentle breeze stirred, causing leaves to flutter down. As she regarded the silent Liubei, the woman finally comprehended why he, who was meant to depart, was still present. I understand, she said, extending her hand to seize the Xianyuan sword from Liubei. However, witnessing her attempt to snatch Liubei's treasured sword, Yi Gu's powerful body trembled, and he immediately raised his hand to strike forcefully at the woman's chest. With a gasp, she expelled a mist of blood. The beautiful woman was thus struck down by Yi Gu's might. Liubei was instantly shaken. Such an abrupt turn of events was likely beyond his own anticipation. Yet, before Liubei could reprimand Yi Gu for his actions, the small space began to tremble violently, akin to the earth quaking and mountains swaying. As a beam of white light descended from the heavens, it swiftly absorbed the fist that was about to strike Yi Gu's face. Whoosh! As the white light surged through the fissures of space, a young man, having missed his punch, stood casually in place. The force of his punch stirred the air, creating a resounding blast, making him the center of attention in the entire arena. Liubei, just as Liubei sensed the peculiar atmosphere around him, an excited feminine voice resonated in his ears. Almost immediately, a pair of delicate, smooth hands embraced him from behind. That damned woman, the goddess of fortune, seemed to rise in an instant. Her reaction undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous deities. Congratulations, Liubei. Just as Liubei was enveloped by the woman from behind, a somewhat displeased grunt followed closely in his ears. Liubei gazed at the petite girl who had approached him, only to notice a glimmer of resentment in her eyes. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze. However, as he casually looked in another direction, he unexpectedly locked eyes with the fiery goddess of fortune. Oh dear, we must leave at once. A well-dressed matron hurriedly approached, bowing and apologizing to the goddess of laziness, eager to whisk her daughter away, sensing the imminent danger of remaining there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following Liubei's appearance, the successful candidates began to emerge one after another onto the high platform. These individuals were formidable beings who had triumphed in the recent trials. Notably, aside from the demigod Liubei had slain, only 3 remained, including himself. As for the others, although lacking the prowess of demigods, their survival in the chaotic melee of 100 participants indicated their strength could not be underestimated. With the conclusion of the first season's trials, Liubei's remarkable performance prompted the committee members, esteemed as divine kings, to convene an emergency meeting. His actions rendered it impossible for him to participate in the remaining 2 assessments, as it would be unjust to the newcomers. However, considering the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency of the season, divine kings also expressed their views on Liubei, despite his abilities being comparable to those of a brutally overwhelming first-tier deity. They insisted on maintaining equitable treatment for all contestants. According to inside information, 2 divine kings with formidable powers nearly came to blows over their differing opinions. It is evident that Liubei, a young man of extraordinary talent, had not only earned the respect of first-tier deities, but also compelled even those divine kings, who wielded the power of life and death over the gods, to take him seriously. Chapter 116. The competition must be fair in the conference hall. As the 2 divine kings appeared on the verge of conflict, the other deities felt compelled to intervene. The destructive potential of a clash between such powerful beings was nothing short of terrifying, and they were acutely aware of it. Although the meeting nearly erupted into violence, a decision was ultimately reached through voting, adhering to the principle of the majority ruling. Liubei has regained the qualification to continue participating in the assessments. Naturally, the content of the upcoming evaluations will be determined anew by the esteemed deities of the Divine Realm Committee. You have truly impressed. as you manage to provoke a confrontation between two divine kings regarding your ability to proceed with the assessments. It won't be long before your name, Liubei, resonates throughout the entire divine realm. Yi Gu, filled with excitement, emerged from the council hall. Upon seeing Liubei leaning against a tree, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Liubei, with a furrowed brow, realized that his current status was insufficient to enter the council hall. However, upon hearing Yi Gu's words and perceiving the gazes of the deities upon him, it seemed evident that the two divine kings had nearly clashed over his fate. Which must indeed be true. Is it really so outrageous? Just because I excelled in the first assessment, they convened an emergency meeting? Liubei felt somewhat speechless. The god of destruction had unexpectedly summoned the deities for a meeting, undoubtedly targeting him with intent. However, in the face of such a formidable threat, Liubei displayed not a hint of fear. Outstanding performance? It was indeed exceedingly remarkable. His brother Yi Gu felt a sense of embarrassment, gazing at Liubei's innocent expression. He genuinely could not fathom how Liubei managed to feign such a demeanor of grievance. Liubei, the god of destruction, requests your presence. One must understand that for a powerful entity like him, who had yet to attain divine status in the realm of gods, to be granted early access to the council hall was an immense honor. Before him stood a potent male deity, a golden halo quietly spinning behind him. Go on, and remember to watch your words upon entering. Yi Gu exhaled a breath of frustration. He had assumed that the god of destruction, under the restraint of several divine kings, would exhibit a degree of restraint. To his surprise, not only did this deity show no such moderation, but he also directly summoned Liubei. Kid, remember this. With your current strength, you are not a match for the god of destruction. Yi Gu's expression grew grave as he continuously cautioned Liubei against acting impulsively. After all, the true strength of the god of destruction was unfathomably terrifying. For Yi Gu, who had been a deity for a long time, this was all too clear. I am well aware. Liubei approached the entrance of the conference hall, stepping into the chamber under the watchful gaze of numerous deities. Within the hall, aside from the benevolent goddess he had previously encountered, he found himself surrounded by several divine rulers, all of whom were unfamiliar to him. The benevolent goddess offered a gentle nod in Liubei's direction, to which he responded with a smile. However, before he could fully compose himself, a voice filled with discontent pierced the air. Are you Liubei? I have heard tales of your prowess. Or shall we engage in a contest? As Liubei bore a smile, he caught the taunting tone of the voice, causing him to furrow his brow as he turned his gaze toward a young man seated in a chair. The youth wore a mask, obscuring his features, yet the horns adorning his head unmistakably signified his nature, a clear indication that he was not of benevolent disposition. Those were the horns of a demon, a significant emblem of what lay beneath. Bibidong, were you not just conversing with this lad? Why now the desire to challenge him? The god of destruction remarked with a cold laugh, his eyes betraying an unmistakable scorn as they settled on the horned youth. I merely harbor curiosity regarding his combat abilities. What is this? Do you wish to challenge him as well? With a resounding thud, the god of destruction slammed his hand upon the table, his anger boiling over. He was filled with an intense desire to slay the young man, known as Bibidong, right then and there. Bibidong, are you certain you wish to address me in such a manner? I am the president of the Divine Domain Council. While you're merely a committee member, he retorted, his expression dark and suffused with a palpable aura of death. Had he not been exercising restraint, a confrontation might very well have erupted on the spot. Do you fancy yourself important simply because you hold the title of president of the Divine Domain Council? Let me enlighten you. If not for the favor of your wife and Si Xian, do you truly believe I would allow you to ascend to that position so effortlessly? You old man, your time has long since passed. The horned youth erupted once more, displaying a demeanor that completely disregarded the god of destruction. Yet, amidst their incessant bickering, Liubei remained silent, observing the scene unfold before him. From the horned youth's insinuations, it became evident that the wife of the god of destruction must be one of the two goddesses present. However, the sight of the middle-aged god of destruction made Liubei feel a profound aversion, as the notion of an old bull courting tender grass struck him as utterly disgraceful. Enough. Let us not provide the newcomers with a spectacle, proclaimed a figure cloaked in black, who had hitherto maintained silence. You are all esteemed deities. Is it not a matter that can be discussed amicably? As the arguments raged on, the black-robed elder finally interjected. Despite his dark attire, the maturity of his voice suggested he was the eldest among them. Remarkably, upon his utterance, both the horned youth and the god of destruction fell silent, their tempers simmering beneath the surface. Yet, compelled by the elder's authoritative presence, They reluctantly settled down for a serious conversation. Youth, I have heard of your exploits. As for whether you killed Poseidon, I find myself uninterested in that inquiry. According to the rules of the divine realm, slaying a deity like Poseidon would grant you ascension to godhood, yet you have not pursued this path. Moreover, your performance in the first trial was quite astonishing. The elder continued, Pray tell, should you emerge victorious, what is it that you truly desire to accomplish? His words resonated with the god of destruction, who harbored similar questions. For Liubei's prowess posed a significant threat to his standing. At least that was how the god of destruction perceived it. The assembly of divine rulers turned their gaze towards Liubei in unison, their anticipation palpable. Faced with their expectant stares, Liubei smiled and pulled up a chair, choosing to sit opposite the god of destruction. In my lifetime, I have not engaged in any grand endeavors. However, if I were to undertake a significant pursuit, it would undoubtedly be to become a god king. What? So it is true. Among the deities present, aside from the god of destruction and the horned youth, whose reactions were most intense, the other three seemed to display no signs of astonishment whatsoever. Chapter 117. My ambition is to become a god king. Ha ha! The old man in the black robe suddenly threw his head back in laughter. Upon discerning the visage of the elder, Liubei was taken aback as he realized that the figure cloaked in black was not human, but rather a Shura from another realm. What gives you the audacity to claim the title of God King? A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, an overwhelming aura of terror manifesting itself. Even the god of destruction and the young man with horns trembled in fear at this moment. Do you have any idea how much blood and sweat we have shed in our pursuit of becoming god kings? You think you can ascend to that throne with merely a handful of divine artifacts? Do you not find such aspirations exceedingly naive? Boom! The dreadful pressure surged towards Liubei as the surrounding space warped and twisted. Witnessing the scene that resembled a sea of blood, Liubei furrowed his brows and could not resist drawing his Qianxunji sword. The sword emanated a supreme golden radiance, yet in the face of this sanguine ocean, it appeared no more significant than a grain of sand amidst an endless sea of stars. With a cacophony of rumbling, the molten lava bubbled and surged, unleashing countless blood swords that swiftly encircled Liubei. As he beheld the myriad of blood swords, they gradually coalesced into a tempest of small sword wills, intertwining and clashing with one another in a harmonious yet chaotic ballet. The sheer scale of this onslaught threatened to engulf Liubei entirely, exuding an aura capable of tearing everything asunder as it inexorably pressed towards him. Liubei furrowed his brows, confronted by a dense barrage of sword energy. Evading it proved to be an arduous task, let alone attempting to flee. Buzz! Just as Liubei's expression darkened, the Qianxunji sword in his grasp suddenly emitted a resonant tremor. Are you urging me to choose resistance, then? Liubei exhaled a breath of turbid air. At present, the only course of action was to place his trust in the Qianxunji sword. After all, it was this very sword that had facilitated his entry into the divine realm. With his resolve firmly established, Liubei brandished the sword, its blade poised at the tip of his nose. As the sword's light illuminated his gaze, a pair of piercing eyes seemed to brew storms within them, radiating an endless sharpness. In a fit of fury, Liubei directed his wrath towards a specific point among the countless sword shadows, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. Boom! 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 The terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, the already brilliant golden light, now emanating an even more potent radiance. Witnessing the sudden surge of sword light, the cloaked elder furrowed his brow, a rare display of concern. However, before he could voice his astonishment, the crashing sounds of sword energy collided with his realm, akin to a torrential tide relentlessly assaulting his domain. With each violent impact, the sword energy field trembled significantly. 100 strikes, 200 strikes, 300 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Tirelessly, Liubei continued to unleash his sword energy. Eventually, in a frenzied state, he lost count of the number of strikes he had executed. Gripping the Qianxunji sword, his vision narrowed in a blood-red haze, he relentlessly hacked away at his own sword energy domain. This sheer force of impact left the cloaked elder feeling a pang of discomfort. Is this truly how you wield an artifact of such caliber? Just as Liubei was on the verge of losing his sanity in his fervor, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Whipping around, he faced the elder, who had appeared unbeknownst to him. In a reflexive motion, Liubei swung his sword, only to have it effortlessly seized by the elder's outstretched hand. This so-called divine weapon, once revered, now felt as pliable as wood in the elder's grasp. This is no mere axe. To wield it thus is to squander its true worth. Hand it over. The elder swiftly claimed the Xianyuan sword. Stunned, Liubei stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the elder snatched away his prized weapon. However, just as Liubei began to react and seize the moment, he noticed that the elder from the Shura clan had already closed his eyes. Observing the way the elder grasped the Xianyuan sword with his eyes shut, Liubei, engulfed in a state of bewilderment, could only stare vacantly. Pay attention. I seldom impart knowledge, and I never repeat it. The elder from the Shura clan suddenly spoke, his voice resonating with immense authority, compelling Liubei to observe intently. Remember, a super divine weapon is not an ordinary armament. To unleash its utmost potential, you must be stronger than it. Do you understand? Boom! As Liubei gazed at the elder's fluid and graceful swordplay, the Xianyuan sword, which he had previously wielded merely for slashing, thrusting, and sweeping, now transformed into a golden dragon. This golden dragon danced around the elder's every sword strike, emitting a continuous low hum. Liubei could hardly believe it. This was the true method of wielding the Xianyuan sword. With a powerful strike, after the Shura elder performed a series of sword techniques, a golden dragon, resembling a force that could pierce the heavens, suddenly opened its enormous maw. Observing the four menacing fangs of the golden dragon, Liubei, who stood frozen in place, finally comprehended why the elder had chosen silence when addressing the so-called god of destruction, the supreme ruler of the divine realm council. A resonant dragon's roar echoed in Liubei's ears as he gazed at the golden dragon soaring through the skies, accompanied by a deafening rumble. The sword energy domain, which Liubei had been utterly unable to breach, was effortlessly shattered by this elder. Witnessing the fragmented scene, Liubei, momentarily dazed, couldn't help but murmur, "What kind of sword technique is this?" The Shura elder was slightly taken aback, a smile gracing his lips as he returned the Xianyuan sword to Liubei's hand. With a casual smile, he asked, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Boom! As the Shura elder's words fell, Liubei, who felt as if he were traversing time and space, looked at the cloaked elder before him, now devoid of his previous arrogance. Shura Senior? The god of destruction swallowed hard, fully aware of the dramatic transformation in Liubei's expression. Liubei was just taken away by the elder in the black robe to his own realm of time and space. "Do you still aspire to be a deity?" inquired the elder suddenly. However, at that moment, the fierce expression he once bore had vanished, replaced by a serene demeanor. Liubei, momentarily taken aback by the tranquil visage of the elder, soon regained his composure and responded with a smile, "Well, why not?" The elder, smiling enigmatically, observed Liubei as he exited the conference hall. The remaining four deities were acutely aware that this youth, who had proven his worth through combat, had indirectly received the elder's approval. "I believe there shall be no further opposition now," remarked the benevolent goddess cheerfully. Rising from her seat, she approached Liubei, extending her fair right hand. With a gentle smile, Liubei reciprocated her gesture. Time seemed to stretch, and amidst the incredulous expressions of the god of destruction and the horned youth, this young demigod, who had only recently heard of his own renown, finally departed the assembly hall under the scornful glare of the god of destruction. Chapter 118. The thoughts of the god of laziness as he stepped out of the assembly hall. Witnessing Liubei's unscathed condition, Yigu was filled with excitement. He hurriedly approached Liubei, examining him from head to toe, and upon confirming that Liubei was unharmed, he earnestly inquired, "So, did they agree to allow you to continue with the assessment?" "Of course," Liubei replied confidently. "After all, do you not know who I am?" Liubei chuckled cheerfully in response to Yigu's inquiry, deliberately maintaining an unruffled demeanor. "Do continue your charade," he thought. However, as long as he could secure further opportunities for assessment, it sufficed. After all, once he ascended to the divine status akin to his own, he would no longer be burdened by such trifles. Yigu walked alongside Liubei as these words were uttered. Liubei, however, could not help but laugh. Listening to Luna's somewhat peculiar laughter, Yigu, with a puzzled expression, could not refrain from frowning and inquiring, "What on earth are you laughing about? To be honest, I have no desire to become a deity like you, although attaining divinity is a cherished aspiration for every inhabitant of the divine realm. My ambition lies in becoming a divine monarch." "Oh, a divine monarch. What? Your ambition is to become a divine monarch. Are you out of your mind? Such aspirations should be shared only in private. You must not let this information leak." Yigu expressed concern over Liubei's words and actions. After all, above the multitude of deities exists the enforcers of a divine realm. While the enforcers do not possess the exalted status of a divine monarch, they are indeed formidable beings. surpassing the first, second, and third tiers of deities throughout the entire divine domain. It is akin to that man who once quarreled with Yigu. His identity was that of an enforcer within the divine realm. Had it not been for their dispute during the assessment gathering, where numerous deities were present, Yigu would not have dared confront an enforcer so openly. The consequences would not simply be resolved with a few words of apology. But I have already spoken of it, and those divine monarchs are already aware. What? Yigu gazed at Liubei in astonishment, his eyes brimming with complexity, unable to fathom the reality before him. Liubei harbors ambitions of becoming a divine sovereign, which is already audacious enough. Yet, he dares to utter such blasphemous words in the presence of numerous divine sovereigns. For a fleeting moment, Yigu contemplated distancing himself from Liubei. After all, when Liubei expressed his desire to ascend to the throne of divinity, those exalted sovereigns had already regarded him as a political adversary within the council. An ambitious individual who has yet to attain the status of a divine sovereign is not one whom the known sovereigns would permit to exist. Are you Liubei, young Master Liu? At the moment when Yigu struggled to conceal his astonishment, a graceful and beautiful woman approached them. She held a portrait in her hand, comparing it with Liubei's features. With a gentle tone, she continued, "My master requests that if young Master Liu has a moment, you pay her a visit." Who is your master? Faced with the beauty's inquiry, he was certainly willing to respond. However, should the master behind this enchanting woman be a divine sovereign, Liubei would have to tread carefully. From the power exhibited by that old man in black robes, he was already acutely aware that the might of a divine sovereign should never be underestimated. Young Master Liu need not feel apprehensive. My master has met you before. She is the handmaiden of the goddess of laziness. Yigu shot a silent glare at the beautiful woman. The arrival of this handmaiden seemed to displease him. The handmaiden of the goddess of laziness? Has she mentioned what she seeks from me? Liubei paid no heed to Yigu and furrowed his brow as he inquired of the beautiful woman before him. My master did not divulge much, merely stating that upon seeing you, I should request your presence, as there are pressing matters that require your counsel. The god of laziness has urgent matters to discuss with me? Exhaling a soft sigh, Liubei recalled the unsettling gaze cast upon him by the god of laziness from the lofty platform not long ago. Thus, it was rather difficult for Liubei to decline the invitation. What is your perspective? Liubei raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Yigu. Visiving Liubei's Gaza. Yigu feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Since this matter is an invitation from others, it is only fitting that you attend. However, whether or not you wish to go should ultimately be at your own discretion. If you are reluctant to participate, I believe no one would compel you to do so." Liubei understood. Although he maintained a favorable relationship with Night Ancient, her connections with other deities in the divine realm might not be as commendable. Thus, let us proceed. Since she has pressing matters to discuss with me, it would be prudent not to squander any more time. Liubei spoke earnestly, and his words rendered Yigu utterly uncomfortable. Yet, he found himself powerless, as his relationship with Liubei was merely that of friends. To intrude excessively into Liubei's private life, even without Liubei's verbal acknowledgement, was something Yigu was acutely aware of. Watching Liubei's departing figure, Yigu remained behind, standing aimlessly in the wind, disheveled. His gaze fell upon the exquisite back of the beautiful woman before him, her movements revealing a serpentine waist that exuded an irresistible impulse to draw closer. Young Master Liu, do you harbor feelings for my master? As Liubei's gaze lingered upon the alluring curvature of the maid's figure, the enchanting attendant in front of him suddenly turned to meet his eyes. Upon noticing Liubei's gaze directed downward, a charming smile graced her lips, prompting her to halt her advance. Alas, the beautiful maid felt a sudden jolt from behind, causing her delicate form to shudder. With her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she lowered her head in a moment of bashfulness. Liubei felt somewhat awkward. He had not anticipated that the beautiful maid would suddenly come to a halt. It was almost a subconscious action when he instinctively reached out to embrace her slender waist, feeling the smoothness of her flat abdomen. Stepping back in haste, Liubei apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to stop so abruptly." Haha. There is no need for you to be anxious, young Master Liu. By the way, do you still recall the question I posed earlier? What question? He inquired. Liubei furrowed his brows slightly, observing the look of perplexity on Liubei's face. The maid stifled a laugh, shaking her head as she remarked, "It seems that young Master Liu did not hear the question I posed earlier. Otherwise, how could he have unexpectedly collided with me?" Blushing as she spoke, she gazed at the beautiful woman whose complexion was tinged with a rosy hue. Though she was merely a maid, the allure of maturity she exuded captivated Liubei to a certain extent. "Young master?" The maid extended her hand in front of Liubei. Just as her hand waved before him, Liubei suddenly extended his hand to grasp the other person. As he exerted a forceful pull, the nearly unbalanced maid fell into his embrace. He casually wrapped his arms around her, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of triumph. What were you attempting to convey to me earlier? Liubei smiled knowingly, their proximity almost palpable, as if he could distinctly sense the rhythm of her heartbeat. The blushing maid, shy and bashful, lowered her gaze. With a hint of awkwardness, she delicately parted her rosy lips and spoke softly. Do you harbor feelings for my master? Chapter 119. The transformed lazy deity in the embrace of Liubei. The enchanting woman gazed at him with eyes as fluid as spring water, her stare unwavering and laden with unspoken implications. What do you think? Do I like her? Liubei's gentle response enveloped her waist, his hand gliding beneath her garment. I have a feeling you are fond of her. A charming smile graced his lips. However, upon noticing a divine figure that had inexplicably appeared behind Liubei, she hastily pushed him away, her demeanor tinged with panic. What is wrong? Liubei felt a sense of perplexity. The woman before him, though merely a maid, possessed a beauty that was striking, complemented by an admirable figure. Such attributes rendered the notion of status somewhat trivial. Liubei appeared to be entirely indifferent. No, it's nothing. By the way, I see that time is running short. We should hasten our steps towards our master. Her eyes flickered with evasion, yet the blush on her cheeks was unmistakable. Puzzled, Liubei turned around and encountered a strikingly handsome young man, whose face bore an expression of anger. However, the moment their gazes met, he hurriedly averted his eyes, as if unable to maintain direct contact with Liubei. With a slight frown, Liubei observed the maid who had already resumed her stride, and he chose not to dwell on it further, silently trailing behind her. The path guided by this maid was evidently swifter than the one previously taken with Yigu. After an indeterminate period, they arrived at a grand palace, which was unexpectedly guarded by capable sentinels. Before Liubei could contemplate further, the maid's voice shattered his thoughts. Young Master Liu, my mistress has made special arrangements for your arrival today, inviting the renowned divine deity of the divine domain, the god of food, Stephen Zhou. Therefore, I sincerely hope that regardless of what transpires today, young Master Liu will not depart. The maid smiled charmingly as she conveyed this message. However, upon noticing Liubei's gaze fixed on her figure, a faint blush adorned her fair face, soon followed by a glint of mischief in her beautiful eyes. She deliberately approached Liubei, bending slightly, allowing him to behold the flawless whiteness of her skin. With a smile, she tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear and said, "If you could remain here tonight, I believe I might just have the pleasure of attending to you." Liubei was momentarily taken aback. However, it must be said that the woman before him exuded an undeniable and unique charm. Although he did not respond to the maid, the realization dawned upon Liubei, and he displayed a knowing smile, signaling her to continue guiding him. The guards, upon seeing the young man following the maid, greeted Liubei's arrival with the utmost respect and courtesy. As he entered the familiar palace, he was led by the maid into the grand hall, where he gazed up at the woman seated upon the crystal throne. Liubei was profoundly captivated by the attire of the individual before him. The person, adorned with flowing ebony tresses that gently cascaded against her snow-white shoulders, possessed an exquisitely delicate visage. She reclined nonchalantly upon a crystal throne, her long legs subtly revealed beneath a pale lavender gown, forming an alluring curve that beckoned Liubei's gaze as he entered the grand hall. Perhaps sensing the attention directed towards her, the woman in the lavender robe cast a casual glance at the young man, her serene countenance revealing a hint of intriguing significance. As she gracefully extended her slender hand to tousle her long, lustrous hair, she meticulously arranged it before rising to elegantly traverse the space. Her porcelain legs moving with an exquisite balance of fullness and slenderness, approaching Liubei. "Do you find me beautiful?" she inquired lazily, her gaze meeting Liubei's, her lips parting with a hint of nonchalance. "Indeed, you are beautiful," he replied. Upon hearing this, Liubei was momentarily taken aback. Yet as if by instinct, he uttered words of praise towards the other. The goddess of laziness, however, did not experience even a flicker of joy at Liubei's compliments. Instead, feeling somewhat despondent, she reached out and playfully tugged at Liubei's waist. "Isn't it the mature woman you desire? This is the form I was meant to embody." With a furrowed brow, Liubei recalled the words spoken by Yigu in the past. He had anticipated that the goddess of laziness would transform into a woman who would leave him utterly astonished. To his surprise, the essence of the goddess was revealed to be remarkably mature and alluring. "If this is indeed your rightful appearance, why do you persist in feigning a petite demeanor each day?" Is it perhaps due to the regulations of the divine realm? Liubei cautelously probed. Yet upon observing the subtle shifts in the expression of the goddess of laziness, he realized that his inquiries were indeed in alignment with his thoughts. Dia Liu Gongzi. Do not misunderstand. My master is certainly not as you might envision. You see, the reason she maintains such a diminutive appearance is that remaining in this state entails a significant expenditure of energy. Yuing, you speak too much. The goddess of laziness interjected, her displeasure evident, yet she refrained from approaching further. With eyes akin to spring water, she turned her gaze back to Liubei, seemingly anticipating his response. So that is the case. Truth be told, I find your petite figure quite appealing. While your current form is indeed commendable, I feel that retaining your delicate image would allow your allure to radiate even more profoundly. To better exude my charm? The goddess of laziness's enchanting eyes sparkled with curiosity. Despite her many uncertainties, upon hearing Liubei's gratifying response, a gentle blush gradually adorned her fair cheeks. With a faint smile and a slight arch of her brow, she gently addressed her attendant. Yuing, please inquire how much longer Stephen Zhou requires to prepare the banquet. Certainly. Yuing, standing behind the goddess of laziness, maintained her smile. However, as she passed by her mistress, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Liubei, startled by Yu Ying's playful demeanor. Liubei understood her intent perfectly. I heard that the divine kings summoned you to the council hall for discussions. Did they pose any difficulties for you? Shortly after Yu Ying departed, the goddess of laziness broke the silence, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at Liubei. Not at present, but who can say what the future holds? Liubei replied with a faint smile, his seemingly nonchalant words bearing a profound weight. Meeting her gaze, he observed the sunshine in his own smile and sighed lightly, shaking his head before continuing. You could easily become a deity under the command of one of the divine kings. That way, you would encounter far fewer troubles. Do you realize how much I care when I learned of your summons to discuss matters with those divine kings? I am aware, I am fully cognizant. As the emotions of the god of laziness began to spiral out of control, Liubei stepped forward, tenderly enveloping her in his embrace. Chapter 120. The Confession of the God of Laziness. I am aware, I am fully cognizant. Upon encountering Liubei's sudden embrace, the god of laziness, who should have been overwhelmed with tumultuous feelings, found herself ensnared in a haze of confusion. As she was held by Liubei, her tumult gradually subsided, allowing her to earnestly inquire, did they truly not trouble you? If they did, I implore you not to deceive me, for such falsehood would ignite a profound ire within me. The god of laziness questioned earnestly, her brow furrowed, as she could not tolerate even the slightest deception from Liubei. Should there be any truth to this, it would appear that a deity, referred to as the senior Shura by the god of destruction, had indeed sought to trouble me. Senior Shura? Could it be the god of Shura? The god of laziness shuddered, gazing at Liubei with incredulity, as if attempting to discern whether he was weaving a web of deceit. Are you speaking in earnest? He is the most ancient existence within the divine realm. Even the god of destruction, known for his unparalleled might, must regard himself as a junior in the presence of the god of Shura. Though he may have sought you out, you have not been harmed, have you? Liubei's lips twitched as he released his embrace of the deity of laziness, gazing intently at its visage. Indeed, it had troubled him in the past, yet it also imparted the knowledge of wielding the Xianyuan sword correctly. The Xianyuan sword? Is it not the very blade you frequently employ? Given that it is your own sword, why do you not know how to wield it properly? The deity of laziness was filled with perplexity. It was, of course, quite astonishing for the god of Shura to teach Liubei the proper use of the Xianyuan sword. Although the Xianyuan sword is undeniably mine, I possess no method to wield it accurately. Liubei's expression was solemn as he explained with utmost seriousness. Even the god of laziness could only nod in silence. Master, the god of food, Stephen Zhou, has informed me that we may proceed to the banquet hall. Understood. Just as Liubei was conversing with the god of laziness, a maid known as Moonshadow stood at the doorway, softly calling out. The god of laziness exhaled a gentle breath, casually grasping Liubei's arm, and they made their way to the location of the feast. Liubei, slightly taken aback by the god of laziness holding onto his arm, found himself lost in thought. Before long, guided by the hand of the god of laziness, the two arrived at the banquet hall. Upon witnessing the vibrant scene filled with song and dance, one might presume that the god of laziness was inviting Liubei to dine, while others might mistakenly believe they were on a romantic date. This must be the illustrious Liubei, who made quite the impression at the assessment conference. Shortly after Liubei and the god of laziness entered the banquet hall, a middle-aged man, cheerful and leading a group bearing delectable dishes, called out to Liubei. observing the middle-aged figure dressed as a chef. Liubei's gaze fell upon the tall, white hat adorned with the characters for God of Food. With a calm demeanor, Liubei merely offered a symbolic nod. Launchy. This time I, Stephen Zhou, have truly devoted my heart to crafting the perfect dishes for you. Despite not receiving a smile from Liubei, the middle-aged man, undeterred, shifted his attention to the beautiful woman beside Liubei. It was worth noting that the current god of laziness no longer resembled her youthful appearance. So to compliment her tall figure was not an exaggeration. He, the god of food, is quite thoughtful. In stark contrast to Liubei's indifference, the god of laziness exhibited great enthusiasm. Satisfied with the response from the god of laziness, Stephen Zhou waved his hand grandly, signaling his subordinates to commence the arrangement of the dishes. Liubei and the god of laziness took their seats at opposing ends of the table. Perhaps out of respect for Liubei, Stephen Zhou remained by his side throughout the event. This banquet, which one would assume would be devoid of libations, saw the god of laziness continually raising his glass towards Liubei. It must be said that the wine in this divine realm surpasses that of any renowned tavern on the Douluo continent. Unaware of how much he had consumed, Stephen Zhou, the chef, observed the untouched dishes on the table with a hint of displeasure. Yet, due to his esteemed position, he refrained from voicing his discontent. You know, I actually hold a fondness for you. Liubei once again drained the contents of the glass he held. Suddenly, the languid deity spoke, gazing at him with a pair of dreamy eyes. Have you succumbed to inebriation? Liubei gently set down his wine glass, his brow furrowing at the sudden confession from the goddess of laziness. Naturally, he dismissed it as drunken ramblings. Do you think I appear intoxicated? The goddess of laziness, shifting her tone, abruptly rose and stepped closer to Liubei. Observing her disheveled state, he furrowed his brow even more and turned to her attendant, Yu Ying, instructing her to take the goddess to rest, for she had imbibed too much. Yes, Yu Ying replied, preparing to assist. However, the inebriated goddess of laziness was not about to let such an opportunity slip away. I don't need your help. Liubei, if you are a man, tell me, do you like me? Gazing into her sparkling blue eyes, reminiscent of precious gems, reflecting light in a mesmerizing manner akin to a serene spring lake, Liubei remained silent, withholding his answer. If you're a man, just tell me, all right? The goddess of laziness was relentless, reaching out to grasp Liubei's hands, preventing him from averting his gaze. Their eyes locked, her flushed visage exuding a beguiling charm. The intoxicated goddess appeared enchanting. Recalling her youthful, innocent demeanor, Liubei took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment, and replied earnestly, if I were to say that I like you, would you truly reciprocate those feelings? You like me? Don't jest. In your eyes, those women with ample bosoms and long legs are the ones worthy of your affection, are they not? You're being unreasonable. Liubei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the words spoken by the god of laziness. Although the statements made by the deity indeed resonated with Liubei's character, he could not bring himself to acknowledge this truth. After all, if he were to admit it, his professed affections would be rendered utterly trivial. I am merely causing a ruckus. What can you do about it? Dare you strike me? The god of laziness threw a tantrum. Observing his master display such a demeanor, the maidservant, Yu Ying, promptly exchanged a knowing glance with Liubei. Understanding her cue, Liubei decisively cradled the god of laziness in his arms. Given that the deity stood at a mere height of approximately 155 centimeters, she appeared as nothing more than a child in the presence of Liubei, who towered at 180 centimeters. As the god of laziness was whisked away by Liubei, Yu Ying quickly dashed ahead to lead the way to her resting quarters. Meanwhile, the god of food, Stephen Zhou, stood in a state of bewilderment, utterly confused as he witnessed the god of laziness being carried off. With the host of the banquet now absent, the gathering had come to an abrupt conclusion. He instructed his subordinates to tidy up, all the while grumbling under his breath as he departed from the palace, a place he vowed never to revisit. Chapter 121. This is a sign of your intoxication, cradling the god of laziness in his arms and observing her incessant muttering. Liubei furrowed his brow, utterly at a loss for what to do. Soon enough, having left with the god of laziness, Liubei finally arrived at her chambers. Please take good care of her. She has drunk far too much. Liubei, having placed the god of laziness upon the bed, turned to gaze at the moonlit shadows. With a furrowed brow, he issued a command. Rest assured, young Master Liu, I shall attend to your needs with utmost diligence, came the gentle reply from Yu Ying, who smiled warmly at him. Yet, just as Liubei was about to depart, Yu Ying grasped his arm, deliberately positioning herself beside him. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered softly, Do you truly wish to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, young Master Liu? You must know, I'm more than willing to accompany you. As she uttered these words, she tenderly caressed Liubei's chest. Have you not imbibed any wine, that you speak such intoxicated words? Perhaps you should focus on taking care of your master instead. Liubei responded with indifference, his cold voice leaving Yu Ying in a state of bewilderment. She found it hard to believe her own ears, especially after she had been so explicit in her intentions. The words that Liubei uttered, so callous and unfeeling, struck her with an unbearable weight. It is essential to remember that not long ago, she and Liubei had embraced passionately in the streets. The fact that he could now utter such phrases undoubtedly signifies that he has never held her, Yu Ying, in any regard. The rejection of her heartfelt advances felt like the cruelest mockery. Do you truly intend to leave? Are you certain you wish to forfeit such a splendid opportunity? Yu Ying felt a pang of reluctance. A man's ability to decline a woman's invitation is a stark indication that the rejected woman lacks the allure to captivate him. For a mature woman, this realization is profoundly disheartening. I reiterate, take good care of your master. Liubei's expression bore a hint of displeasure. He had previously contemplated dedicating quality time to accompany Yu Ying. However, ever since the god of laziness had spoken candidly, uttering a plethora of words, his resolve wavered. Liubei's feelings for Yu Ying had completely vanished. Upon realizing that Yu Ying was somewhat disheartened, she lowered her gaze, watching Liubei's indifferent departure. How she longed to chase after him. As Liubei gradually faded from view in the bedroom, the sorrowful expression that should have adorned Yu Ying's face transformed back to her usual demeanor. My dear master, it is evident that this young gentleman, Liu, harbors genuine affection for you, she murmured to herself. Turning, she returned to the side of the god of laziness's bed, where he lay soundly asleep and silently stood by, awaiting his awakening. Outside the palace, Liubei cast a glance back at the edifice that held a story of its own with him, his expression impassive as he departed, under the respectful gaze of the guards. Although the divine realm was a dwelling for deities, certain laws dictated that the weather and climate within it mirrored that of the Douluo continent. Just as Liubei stepped out of the palace, he noticed the sky had transformed to a deep black, the timing of which was unclear. It is noteworthy, however, that the stars here, unlike the majestic polar stars of the divine realm, were far less grand. His decision to leave was not born from a lack of affection for the god of laziness, but rather from a steadfast refusal to take advantage of another's misfortune. I thought you intended to stay here tonight, he remarked. Not long after Liubei exited the palace, a somewhat familiar voice resonated behind him. Turning to glance at the approaching figure, he observed a smiling visage. Ignoring the individual, Liubei continued his forward march. Hey, why did you walk away the moment you spotted me? To be honest, I never imagined you would be invited to dine by someone like her. Do you realize what it signifies to be asked to a meal by a deity in the divine realm? What does it represent? Liubei gazed at Yi Gu with a perplexed expression. Yi Gu revealed a mysteriously enigmatic demeanor and earnestly replied to him, Of course, I like you. I am aware that she harbors feelings for me. Liubei cast a glance at Yi Gu and then settled himself on the ground. Observing Liubei in his crouched position, Yi Gu hesitated for a moment before earnestly continuing. You are aware that she harbors feelings for you. Why then do you not simply remain there? This is a splendid opportunity, and you are choosing to let slip away? Such an action does not align with your character. Confronted by Yi Gu's probing inquiry, Liubei remained silent, his gaze fixed on a distant point. It seemed an eternity had passed before he finally rose to continue his departure. Hey, I sense a discord in your emotions. Pray, enlighten me on your true thoughts. Yi Gu interjected, blocking Liubei's path. With a grave countenance, he struggled to fathom Liubei's mindset. A woman as exquisite as the goddess of laziness. Any other man would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Yet, Liubei chose to forego it. This decision left Yi Gu utterly astonished. I haven't contemplated it much. It's simply that I do not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. You see, she was inebriated to that extent, and if she awakens regretting her words, deeming them mere drunken ramblings, how would I, Liubei, continue to navigate this divine realm if such matters were spread? Liubei's expression was earnest, even glaring at Yi Gu. Yi Gu felt a jolt of realization as he faced Liubei's candidness. Observing the youth before him, he discovered that Liubei was not as wretched as he had previously imagined. I understand now. Indeed, it seems the god of laziness favors you. I hope you seize this opportunity wisely, for the god of laziness is not one of those trivial deities who would readily barter their own bodies to achieve their desires. Yi Gu spoke these words with seriousness. During their sincere conversation, he gradually recognized that Liubei still retained a semblance of conscience within him. As the two exchanged heartfelt words, they strolled along the street. Passers-by gazed at Liubei with expressions of adoration. "Ah, young Master Liu, please come in. I hear you secured first place in this assessment. I truly am in awe of you." Upon arriving at the inn where Liubei resided, the innkeeper greeted him with fervent enthusiasm. Noticing the innkeeper's warm demeanor, Liubei reciprocated with a few polite words. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. "It appears you have achieved first place. This establishment's business is flourishing," Yigu remarked. Observing the wall that had been opened up at some point, it was evident that Liubei's presence had exponentially enhanced the inn's reputation. The innkeeper smiled awkwardly, knowing well that he could not afford to offend Liubei at this moment. After all, Liubei had established an overwhelmingly powerful image in the eyes of the deities, and even the common merchants regarded him as a figure of nobility. Given that this was Liubei's residence and that there were women awaiting him in his room, Yigu bid farewell and transformed into a fleeting shadow, gradually vanishing from the scene. Chapter 122. The Enchantress Goddess Betrayed. Has anyone come to see me recently? Liubei turned back to inquire the shopkeeper behind him. The shopkeeper shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. It remained uncertain whether someone had indeed sought him out or if the shopkeeper was merely intimidated by that individual's prowess, rendering him mute. "Indeed, young Master Liu, if one were to assert that no one has come, it wouldn't be entirely accurate. Someone did visit, yet that person holds a respectable position within the divine realm. Thus, out of deference to his strength, I refrain from mentioning it. That person's strength is considerable. Who might it be?" Liubei felt a surge of vigilance. The fact that the shopkeeper was taking this matter so seriously indicated that the strength of the approaching individual was certainly not to be underestimated. After much hesitation, the shopkeeper finally addressed Liubei earnestly. "It is the god of destruction." "The god of destruction?" Liubei was not particularly astonished. Had he never encountered the god of destruction, the latter's visit might have left him profoundly surprised. However, ever since he had offended a multitude of divine kings at the conference, it would indeed be astonishing if the god of destruction did not seek him out. What could he possibly want from me? Did he not have anything to convey to you? Liubei gazed at the shopkeeper with a hint of suspicion. He did not believe that the god of destruction had come to seek him out merely for a casual conversation. If I may be so bold as to share this, I hope you won't strike me," he began cautiously. "To be frank, it seems the god of destruction is seeking your woman." "My woman? Which woman do you mean? Are you referring to the maid?" No, it cannot possibly be the maid. I am speaking of the beautiful woman you met that day. It appears she is the one being sought after." "Being sought after?" I do not comprehend what you are saying. Although Liubei spoke those words, he could not help but feel a sense of doubt within. After all, the woman claimed not to know anyone. Yet the fact that the god of destruction personally sought her out indicated that she was certainly no ordinary figure within the divine realm. A sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. Liubei ascended the staircase and arrived at the threshold of the room. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to discern the reason behind his actions. Nevertheless, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Yet, at the instant he opened the door, the hazy surroundings left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He reached out tentatively, and as he faintly brushed against an object, his brow furrowed in concentration. Liubei hurriedly advanced a step, his gaze fixed upon the stunning woman before him, captivated by her unabashed appearance. Liubei gazed at her with an icy demeanor. "It is said that the god of destruction sought you out. Who exactly are you?" His voice, indifferent and detached, resembled the frigid winds of a winter's night, striking against one's face, leaving only a sense of chill. "If I were to say he came to find me solely because of you, would you believe it? Do you comprehend the extent of the troubles I have faced since that innkeeper spread the word that I am your fiancé, and reside here?" Faced with the beautiful woman's trio of inquiries, Liubei was caught off guard, having not truly considered this aspect. "I shall go and eliminate that scoundrel." Liubei was about to turn and leave when the beautiful woman suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. "What purpose does killing an ordinary person serve? If you possess any real skill, go and slay the god of destruction," she exclaimed. Liubei was incensed by the words of a beautiful woman. After all, when this enchanting woman spoke, it was as if she were declaring, "Liubei is the kind of character who preys on the weak while fearing the strong. It is only a matter of time before he meets his demise. When it comes to my affairs, I do not require your reminders." Bang! Liubei forcefully shut the door behind him, exuding an aura of menace as he descended the stairs. Observing his resolute silhouette receding, the beautiful woman finally came to her senses and hurriedly pursued him. Upon witnessing the shopkeeper, now a pitiable sight resembling a swollen pig, begging for mercy, she urgently called out to Liubei's retreating figure, "Do you not wish to become a deity within the divine realm? Are you not aware that should you truly take his life, countless deities would yearn for such an act? In that moment, Liubei's powerful physique trembled as he recalled his purpose for arriving in the divine realm. Gazing at the shopkeeper, reduced to a state unrecognizable even to his own parents, he ultimately chose to relent. Your life shall be spared for now. Should you fail to restrain your tongue in the future, I, Liubei, will ensure your demise is complete. With a thunderous roar, Liubei's formidable presence erupted, obliterating everything within the inn to mere dust in an instant. The shattered walls bore witness to his fury, and even the staircase leading to the second floor was left disfigured by his wrath. The shopkeeper lay on the ground, lifeless and devoid of hope, as he witnessed the destruction, as if he had lost all will to live. With a single punch, Liubei shattered the supporting pillar, causing the trembling structure to sway precariously. He then ascended to the second floor. This scene was etched into the minds of many onlookers, those who stood outside observing the unfolding chaos. After Liubei vanished from the hall, not a soul dared to approach and assist. Among the crowd, two young men cloaked in black silently monitored the event. Return and inform the god of destruction. The enchantress has betrayed him. One of them spoke with a heavy tone, revealing the weight of his conviction as he uttered those words. Back in his room, Liubei's hands were stained with the shopkeeper's blood. Ignoring the beautiful woman's concerned expression, he brushed past her and stepped into the chamber. Young Master Liu, what has transpired? Perhaps it is due to the fact that the room is a secluded space carved out from the surroundings. Thus, the moment the door closes, no matter how thunderous the clamor outside, it seems as if the sounds have never been heard within. Observing the blood on Liubei's hands, the maid's expression betrays a hint of panic as she hurriedly brings warm water and a handkerchief to assist him with meticulous care. Gazing at the woman before him, who exhibits a complex array of emotions, he is momentarily transported back to the time when he was first establishing his power within the spirit hall. In the moment he defeated Qianxunji, his former senior sister and now wife, Bibi Dong, mirrored the very state of the woman before him. Take him to the hot springs for a wash. I do not wish to sleep beside a filthy man tonight, the beautiful woman stated coldly. Yet, as she passed by Liubei, her peripheral vision was filled with his presence. Time slipped away, and the exquisite woman lying upon the bed reflected upon the words imparted to her by the god of destruction earlier that day. The irony of her current actions struck her profoundly. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door was pushed open, and a tall young man entered, cradling a woman in his arms. The beautiful woman glanced up momentarily, lost in thought. After a brief contemplation, she shifted her position, making room for Liubei and the maid to rest comfortably. It is rather amusing that within this divine enclave, the bed could barely accommodate 3 individuals, were it not for the slender figures of the beautiful woman and the maid. Along with Liubei's tall, muscular physique, it would surely have been a necessity for one among them to sleep on the floor, had any of them possessed a more ample build. The woman nestled in Liubei's embrace was not the beautiful lady. As she gazed at Liubei's silhouette, a myriad of emotions swirled within her heart. Chapter 123, Doubting the Allure of the Enchantress. The following morning, silence lingered throughout the night. It was not until Liubei awoke that he cautiously rose from the bed. Before he could fully stand, he noticed the beautiful woman's gaze, which seemed tinged with a hint of melancholy. Did you not sleep at all last night? Liubei, filled with confusion, gazed at the beautiful woman who bore a hint of melancholy. As she closed her eyes, he reclined back onto the bed, reaching out to embrace her slender waist. With a gentle inquiry, he continued, What troubles you? What has transpired? Have I offended you in some way? Is it that I lack appeal? Otherwise, why would you spend the entire night in her embrace and not in mine? Have you considered my feelings? Well, you seem to find comfort in her arms. Well, my own comfort. The beautiful woman, in turn, posed a series of questions, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. I do not even know your name. Would it be considered impolite to hold you so directly? Liubei's tone carried a hint of apology. The beautiful woman, enraged by embarrassment, attempted to push him away. Little did she know, Liubei's strength was formidable. Do not waste your efforts, he declared. The woman in my embrace shall remain unless I choose to release her. Otherwise, you shall not escape my hold. You are being a rogue, she retorted, her delicate teeth biting her lip. Faced with Liubei's words, she felt an overwhelming sense of mockery. Observing the beautiful woman's expression of grievance, one could sense her turmoil. Liubei hesitated for a moment, then earnestly inquired of her, Now that you lie beside me, do you still intend to withhold your name? Liubei's sudden inquiry caught her off guard. The beautiful woman fell into silence. She had contemplated revealing her true name to Liubei, yet she feared the implications of such a disclosure. Liubei would leave herself behind for certain reasons. She had once firmly believed that she would never develop feelings for Liubei. Yet, inexplicably, from the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she felt an irresistible charm radiating from this man. How is it possible? Am I not even worthy of knowing your name? Liubei's expression turned somewhat serious. His curiosity was not born from a mere desire to know the woman's name, but rather from an intrigue about the origins of this woman who was willing to share her bed with him. You may call me Mei, the beautiful woman declared, her name reflecting her essence. Gazing at her, one could not help but notice her exquisite features, complemented by a pair of expressive eyes that seemed almost capable of conversing. Indeed, this woman possessed a captivating allure. Your name is delightful, and you are truly beautiful. To escort you would certainly bring me great honor. Liubei spoke earnestly, while the shadow remained utterly bewildered, gazing vacantly into Liubei's eyes. He gently pressed his lips against her forehead, yet she remained ensnared in her confusion, not returning to reality until his departure. Staring at the ceiling, her mind wandered aimlessly, lost in thought. As she exited the room, the innkeeper, upon seeing Liubei step forth, resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, wishing fervently to burrow into the ground and escape. Ignoring the innkeeper's expression, Liubei maintained a stoic demeanor as he made his way to the inn. The innkeeper, drenched in sweat from his earlier labor, could hardly attend to his grimy hands as he wiped the perspiration from his brow, shaken by Liubei's departure. As he walked down the street, Liubei sensed that the surrounding gazes lacked the fervor of the previous night, but his indifferent expression revealed no concern. With the competition of the assessment conference postponed until the following day, Liubei resolved to seek out Yi Gu today, aiming to uncover the origins of the shadow. He was not one to harbor suspicions, yet he felt compelled to exercise caution regarding a woman who had so brazenly approached him without prior acquaintance. May I inquire if you know where Yi Gu resides? He asked, aware that he might be unfamiliar with Yi Gu's dwelling, as it had always been Yi Gu who sought him out amidst this unfamiliar environment. Liubei could only casually approach a merchant on the street for inquiries. Upon seeing Liubei in person, the merchant naturally exhibited immense enthusiasm. Moreover, due to the events that transpired at the inn last night, as a fellow practitioner in the trade, he was undoubtedly very attentive. Young Master Liu, your esteemed presence truly elevates our humble inn, he exclaimed. By the way, what did you just inquire about? Where does Yi Gu reside? Might I ask if it pertains to the Grim Reaper Yi Gu? Liubei nodded silently, observing the enthusiastic shopkeeper with a smile in response. Naturally, he could not afford to adopt an aloof demeanor. The shopkeeper's eyes darted about, for although he resided in the divine realm, inquiring about the deity's whereabouts was a significant taboo. Furthermore, Liubei had no knowledge of where Yi Gu resided, and recalling the scene from the previous night when he struck someone, each punch landing with excruciating precision, filled him with a sense of pain. Thus, he was reluctant to answer freely. Noticing the shopkeeper's evasive gaze, it became evident that this merchant was equally unaware of Yi Gu's location. Just as Liubei prepared to turn and leave, the shopkeeper, as if he had stumbled upon someone of great importance, hastily blocked Liubei's path. Only after noticing the somewhat unfriendly expression on Liubei's face did he quickly point in a particular direction. Following the direction of the shopkeeper's finger, Liubei observed a figure, equally emaciated and shrouded in darkness. The shopkeeper promptly exclaimed, "Young Master Liu, do not rush. Do you see that person? He is a resident of the Undying clan, and Lord Yi Gu hails from the same lineage. Perhaps he might possess the knowledge you seek," the shopkeeper said cheerfully. But upon witnessing the solemn expression on Liubei's face, his smile, which had bloomed like a chrysanthemum, instantly turned awkward. "Thank you," Liubei replied. Liubei's indifferent response was devoid of excessive words. He approached the figure known as a member of the Undying clan. The young man from the Undying clan was crouched on the ground, sifting through various items. However, before Liubei could inquire, the young man, suddenly realizing his presence, hastily knelt down with a thud. "I have encountered Lord Liubei," he exclaimed. "Do you recognize me?" Liubei was Zomavat Astornisit. During his time on the Douluo continent, he had received numerous bows of reverence from many. Yet now, witnessing this young man from the Undying clan displaying such profound respect towards him, he could not help but marvel. Surely, the intricacies of this etiquette were not without the guidance of Yi Gu. "You may rise." Liubei extended his hand to assist the young man from the Undying clan, an act that drew considerable attention from bystanders. Observing Liubei, who had appeared fearsome the previous night, now exhibiting such courtesy, left many in a state of bewilderment. "Is there something you wish to inquire of me, my lord?" The young man from the Undying clan was not foolish. After all, how could a renowned warrior of a human race, frequently mentioned by his master and depicted on the walls, approach him without a reason? Hee, I would like you to escort me tonight, ancient. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. My lord, please. To say please would be to insult me. My lord, I shall take you to meet my king at once. The king? Liubei was taken aback momentarily. However, upon observing the young man who was already rising to depart, he found himself compelled to temporarily conceal the curiosity that stirred within him. Chapter 124. Return my corpse to the spirit hall. Following closely behind the youth of the undying clan, he naturally anticipated the throngs of gazes drawn towards him. He felt the adoration emanating from those around him. Liubei was quite eager to indulge in this experience. Although he was uncertain about the destination the young member of the undying clan intended to take him. The earnest expression on the latter's face made it abundantly clear just how thrilled he was to finally encounter Liubei, frequently mentioned by Yigu. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Liubei followed the youth, observing the gradual transformation of their surroundings. As he beheld the stifling atmosphere, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Yigu's abode would be devoid of sunlight. The oppressive gloom instilled a profound discomfort within him. Fortunately, Liubei had endured countless battles in his past, witnessing a myriad of gruesome scenes. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the psychological toll of the environment before him. Yigu resides here? Liubei inquired, his brow slightly knitted in confusion. The young undying clan member was taken aback by Liubei's question, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and discomfort at the inquiry. Did His Majesty not inform you of what his living conditions are like? He asked, bewildered. That cannot be. Your portrait is displayed on the wall by the king. He would not have withheld such information from you. He gazed at Liubei, clearly astonished by his response. Liubei wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon the undead youth, whose expression bore a hint of displeasure. He replied nonchalantly, he has never disclosed such matters to me. If he had, would I still pose such inquiries to you? As Liubei uttered these words, the undead youth raised his eyebrows slightly, deep in thought, and nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to continue the conversation. Once tranquility returned to the undead youth, his thoughts remained a mystery. However, observing his furtive glances, it seemed he might be agitated by Liubei's apparent ignorance of the environment in which Yigu resided. The two fell into a silence, their paths diverging without further interaction. As the surroundings gradually grew clearer, the number of passers-by increased, each one resembling Liubei in some way. Liubei could hardly believe it. This undead race, typically presenting a desiccated facade, astonishingly lived amongst their homeland, indistinguishable from the human populace. Noticing Liubei's gaze, a nearby young undead hesitated for a moment before frowning and inquiring. Has His Majesty the King ever revealed his true form before you? He has. Liubei replied softly. With a stoic expression, he chose to disregard the gaze of the other. The young undead, aware of the dullness of the situation, understood that persisting with inquiries would only serve to further deteriorate the relationship between him and Liubei. As the glances from those around grew, increasingly respectful, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Under the guidance of the immortal youth, Liubei finally arrived at a grand and magnificent hall. Gazing at the imposing structure, the immortal youth earnestly addressed Liubei, saying, please enter. My status is not suitable for me to accompany you inside. Thank you. Liubei's lips curled into a faint smile. Under the gaze of the immortal youth, he stepped toward the grand edifice. Observing the magnificent hall, he admired the various portraits adorning the walls. Just as he paused to appreciate the view, a familiar voice resonated behind him. What do you think? Are my ancestors as handsome as I am? Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Liubei turned to face the newcomer, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yigu would possess such an air of nobility. Are you truly a king? Liubei inquired with curiosity, while Yigu, adorned with a faint smile, replied, what is it? Do I not resemble a king? Yigu chuckled heartily and continued, if I were unfamiliar with you, I would indeed perceive you as a monarch. However, upon getting to know you, I have come to realize that you might not only fall short of being a king, but could very well be an utterly ordinary person. Yigu felt a flush of embarrassment in response to Liubei's retort. He truly wished to deliver a punch to Liubei. If you have come merely to mock me, then you have succeeded, Yigu said with a sheepish grin. Confronted with Liubei's candidness, he found himself at a loss for words, for who could blame him for considering Liubei as a dear friend? But do not misunderstand me. I have actually come to inquire about something. Liubei cheerfully explained, observing the somewhat displeased expression on Yigu's face. He promptly rushed to stand before him. Noting Yigu's gaze that suggested a reluctance to engage, Liubei hurriedly reached out to grasp his shoulders, fixing a serious gaze upon Yigu. Are you familiar with the phantom? Phantom? Which phantom? In the midst of this intense eye contact with Liubei, he gazed at Liubei's warm smile, completely oblivious to everything else. Not long ago, Liubei was rather vexed by a woman of exquisite figure and stunning beauty, who introduced herself as Mei Ying. Although I was unfamiliar with her, she expressed a willingness to share a bed with me. Do you know her? For instance, could she be an operative deliberately placed by a certain deity to observe me? As Liubei's words, laden with implication, echoed, Yigu's somewhat handsome visage indeed underwent a subtle transformation. His gaze briefly flickered over the composed and smiling Liubei. After a moment of silence, Yigu offered a response that seemed to carry deeper meaning. You are overthinking this. What an overwhelming presence a deity is. Do you think they would resort to such trivial tactics to deal with you? While Yigu's reply held a semblance of logic, the swiftness of his response was not as anticipated. Moreover, in the moment he articulated these words, Liubei was keenly observant of his demeanor. After casting a sharp glance at Yigu, she sensed the irritation in her eyes, and the bashful Yigu dared not meet her gaze. Yigu, if you truly consider me, Liubei, as a friend, I hope you will share the truth with me. After all, in the entirety of the divine realm, you're the only one I can trust. Liubei gazed earnestly at Yigu, for the forthcoming words of Yigu would hinge entirely upon the nature of their relationship. Would they still be able to maintain the same closeness as in the past? If I were to tell you that it was the god of destruction who placed you by my side, what would you do next? Would you dare to overthrow the dominion of the god of destruction? Douluo, at your current strength, you are far from being his equal. Yigu's expression was unusually grave. The resolve behind his words was profound. I recognized that I was not his match at present, yet I firmly believe that one day I shall personally defeat him and seize everything he possesses. However, should that day ever come and I find myself vanquished instead, I hope you will ensure that my remains are returned to the martial soul hall. You must not speak in such a manner. Just as Liubei finished speaking, a hint of self-deprecation gracing his lips, Yigu, who had been facing away from him, suddenly turned and covered his lips with his hand. Chapter 125, What My Smaller Territory. Yigu, in a moment of astonishment, covered Liubei's mouth, as if he were utterly taken aback by Liubei's ability to voice such thoughts. After all, in Yigu's eyes, Liubei is an eternal legend of invincibility. Thank you. Deep down, I have always known it to be the god of destruction. Did you intentionally try to provoke me? You scoundrel. As Yigu spoke, he prepared to throw a punch at Liubei. However, at the very moment he swung his fist, Liubei extended his palm, firmly grasping the fist that had been thrown at him. With a forceful grip, he caused the unsteady Yigu to stumble into his embrace. Mark my words, anyone who seeks trouble with me, Liubei, will ultimately meet a grim fate. Upon uttering these words, Liubei resembled an emotionless assassin. As Liubei's figure receded into the distance, Yigu stood silently, seemingly unresponsive. Perhaps in Yigu's eyes, following Liubei's declaration, the bond between them, tainted by the god of destruction, had begun to deteriorate irreversibly. After departing, Liubei was not accompanied by the youth of the Undying clan, which rather alleviated his burden. Stepping into an unfamiliar environment, Liubei furrowed his brow, as if filled with trepidation towards this strange place. What brings you here? Just as Liubei remained vigilant in the face of the unknown, an enigmatic figure materialized behind him. The figure bore a long sword, and each movement exuded an allure steeped in maturity. Upon recognizing the strikingly familiar woman, Liubei's brow slightly knitted in thought. Recalling the moment he embraced the goddess of fortune, was this not the very woman the goddess had once introduced? Greetings, I never anticipated encountering you here. Liubei spoke with courteousness, his tone imbued with warmth. This demeanor prompted the goddess, adorned with a long sword upon her back, to cast her alluring gaze upon him. Perhaps it was Liubei's amiable manner that elicited a smile upon her countenance. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she smiled radiantly and inquired, You are the one who once embraced the stars, are you not? Did you truly witness me holding her? Was it not said that you were unable to see? Liubei brushed his hair back, feeling a hint of embarrassment in the face of the goddess's candidness. As he listened to her response and observed the awkward expression on his face, she couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise and gravity. You actually believe what I say? You must be quite gullible, she remarked. Now tell me, how did you find your way here? You should know that the domain of the goddess of victory is not a place where any mere god can tread. With a seductive glance, she swept her gaze over Liubei, seemingly searching for some extraordinary quality within him that could attract the ice-cold beauty known as the goddess of fortune. However, destined to be disappointed by Liubei, the goddess of victory reluctantly withdrew her curious gaze. Do not misunderstand, she said with a hint of amusement. If I were to tell you that I simply wandered here, would you think I was deceiving you? By the way, you claim that your territory is off-limits to any male deity. I must contest that assertion. Firstly, Liubei have yet to ascend to divinity, so in this realm of gods, I can only be described as a man. The goddess of victory couldn't help but rub her forehead, as she found some merit in Liubei's words. Observing the somewhat helpless expression on her face, Liubei felt a sense of intrigue. Liubei's eyes curved slightly, and a triumphant smile graced his lips as he cheerfully remarked, "If you feel I ought not to be here, do enlighten me on how I might depart immediately. After all, I have no desire to linger in the abode of a woman I have never encountered before." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Liubei's piercing words, the somewhat displeased goddess of victory immediately raised her fist in a provocative manner, regarding the goddess of victory, who seemed intent on challenging her. Liubei sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. "Do not misunderstand me. I am merely curious. Since you are also a deity, why is your domain so minuscule? Observe the god of laziness and the god of death. Each possesses a realm far grander than yours. I cannot help but suspect that it is not merely your unwillingness to allow those male deities to encroach upon your territory, but rather the fear of their discovery due to the limited expanse of your dominion. You, as Liubei regarded the unrestrained demeanor before him, the goddess of victory, on the verge of an explosive rage, ultimately found herself crouched on the ground. Observing her in this vulnerable position, Liubei noticed that the long sword she typically bore had inexplicably fallen to the ground, producing a dull thud. Witnessing her silence as she cradled her head, he could even perceive the tremors coursing through her frame. With a furrowed brow, Liubei crouched opposite her, his desire to rise overwhelming him at that moment. "The butterfly smiles at me, yet I remain oblivious to its beauty," Liubei murmured to himself, but soon he hastily spoke up and sincerely apologized to her. "I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate that my careless words would have such a profound impact on you." Liubei expressed his apologies, yet his gaze remained fixated on the butterfly that smiled at him from a distance. "Could you perhaps distance yourself from me?" he inquired. "Well, my limited territory. Does a small domain render me unworthy of divinity?" As the goddess of victory lifted her head, he observed her delicate form trembling slightly, tears cascading from her eyes. In a fleeting moment, I found myself overwhelmed with the realization of my transgressions. I sincerely apologize. It was never my intention to evoke your ire. Should you deem my contrition insufficient, I would willingly accept the consequences of your wrath. How does that sound? Observing the tear-streaked visage of the goddess of victory is a poignant sight. Liubei gradually found himself at a loss. How he longed to embrace the goddess of victory. Yet, there existed no appropriate identity that would permit him to draw near to her. "Young Master Liu, might you refrain from your clumsy performance? Indeed, it seems that none among you are virtuous. Well, my modest territory, do you think I do not desire for it to expand?" Liubei gazed intently at the goddess of victory, who became increasingly animated as she spoke, eventually succumbing to tears that streamed down her cheeks. With her shoulders trembling, she resembled a weeping pear blossom. In that moment, Liubei could no longer adhere to the so-called moral constraints. He reached out and enveloped her in his embrace. "Do not weep. Once I, Liubei, secure my place in the divine realm, I am willing to cede my territory to you. What say you?" "I do not want it. I do not want it," the goddess of victory cried out, struggling fiercely. Her emotions spiraled out of control, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace that shook the very fabric of the surrounding space. The sensation was akin to the impending collapse of the heavens and the earth. Without uttering a word, Liubei seized the moment before her fury fully erupted and suddenly pressed his lips against hers. This unexpected gesture left the goddess of victory, who should have been consumed by rage, momentarily bewildered. She stared at Liubei, observing the young man before her with closed eyes. For reasons unknown, she too gradually shut her eyes. Chapter 126. The indignant goddess of victory time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Liubei sensed the surrounding turbulence slowly returning to a semblance of normalcy. Liubei has finally released her from his constraints. The goddess of victory, with her eyes clouded in a dreamy haze, lowers her head in bashfulness. It is as if Liubei's sudden kiss has rekindled her spirits beyond measure. She reaches to wipe away her tears, managing to force a smile upon her face. "I have come to understand why you are able to capture the affection of the stars." "Why is that?" Liubei gazed into the enchanting blue eyes of the goddess of victory. With a gentle smile, he inquired earnestly. "Because you are quite the rogue," she replied coldly. Turning, she retrieved the long sword from the ground, slinging it back over her shoulder. as Liubei remained enveloped in confusion. A fleeting shadow flickered in the depths of the goddess's gaze. Observing her as she swung her sword towards the void, a rift in space manifested. It was then that she addressed Liubei with solemnity. "You should leave, you scoundrel." As he beheld the tear-streaked visage of the goddess, her beauty, reminiscent of a delicate painting, appeared profoundly captivating. Liubei did not decline. At this moment, the goddess of victory resembled a drawn sword, exuding an aura that deterred any approach. Will we meet again? Standing before the rift in space, Liubei, yet to lift his foot, could not resist turning to the goddess of victory for an answer. Yes, she replied, her lips trembling, though she had contemplated denying his inquiry. The words flowed from her subconscious, revealing her true feelings. With a smile gracing his face, Liubei turned and stepped into the rift. As he emerged from the other side, the passers-by around him became aware of the rippling air, their gazes fixated on the vaporous spectacle before them. Before they could draw closer, a strikingly handsome young man had already materialized on the scene. Those among the crowd who recognized the familiar figure were truly startled by Liubei's sudden appearance. Liubei's lips curled slightly upwards, though he had not anticipated weaving a tale with the goddess of victory. Securing a ticket in advance with her was indeed a fortuitous turn of events for him at this juncture. He could not afford to blindly befriend the male deities, for such actions would only spell misfortune for him. The number of male deities one knew did not equate to any cause for celebration. However, if he could cultivate acquaintances among the female deities within the divine realm, the implications of such connections would be profoundly significant for Liubei. Gaining the support of goddess would render him a formidable presence. Even the male deities, when faced with a goddess they admired, would find themselves submissively bowing before him. As Liubei pondered these matters, a gaze fell upon him, one that belonged to none other than the innkeeper, who had suffered a severe reprimand at Liubei's hands the previous night. Upon witnessing Liubei's unexpected return, the innkeeper was struck with astonishment and dared not meet his gaze any longer. Moments later, Liubei entered the inn, observing the innkeeper squatting on the ground, laboring to lay bricks. He chose not to greet him, instead decisively making his way up the stairs. As the door to his room closed, the innkeeper, whose body had been taut with anxiety, finally exhaled in relief, gasping for breath. Upon entering his room, Liubei beheld two graceful figures by the lotus pond, feeding the fish. With a slight furrow of his brow, he approached them. "My lord, you have returned," exclaimed the maid, her eyes alight with joy as she hurriedly leapt into Liubei's embrace, heedless of the complex emotions swirling within the other figure. "Be still. There are matters I wish to discuss with her. Would you kindly return to the room and await my return?" Liubei gazed tenderly at the maid, perhaps because of her unblemished origins. Consequently, his trust in her was naturally profound. Meanwhile, Meng looked at Liubei with a hint of confusion, as his words unmistakably suggested an intention to indulge the maid. What was amiss? Were feelings of jealousy stirring within him? Had he forgotten that he had kissed her lips that very morning? Upon hearing Liubei's sudden remark, the maid, who was poised to take a few steps forward, shivered slightly and halted in her tracks. However, regaining her composure, she ultimately chose to comply with Liubei's wishes and return to her chamber, awaiting his arrival. Yet, as Meng listened to Liubei's declarations, her cheeks gradually flushed with warmth. When he deliberately approached her, she hastily suppressed her tumultuous thoughts and offered Liubei a faint smile. "What's the matter? Is it not because you compelled me? Can a woman truly take the initiative to kiss you?" Meng tilted her head to gaze at Liubei, her expression displaying a hint of defiance. As Liubei stepped aside, he reached out and gently clasped her delicate fingers from behind. The heat of his masculine presence washed over her, causing her to involuntarily shudder. With their bodies pressed closely together, they could feel each other's heartbeats. Leaning in closer to Mei Ying's ear, Liubei spoke softly. "Do you have any idea how much I desire your form? You are like a little lamb, and I, the ravenous wolf, yearning for you." Ah! The warmth of his breath against her ear sent her heart racing uncontrollably. As she absorbed Liubei's inexplicable words, her pretty face flushed scarlet, reaching down to her collarbone. "What are you talking about?" Mei stammered, her face burning with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, overwhelmed by Liubei's unexpected declarations. She felt an intense sense of shame, her cheeks aflame, yet she had not the chance to continue speaking. The inquiry from Liubei, laden with significance, had indeed reached her ears. "Yet, before I transform into the big bad wolf, might you enlighten me regarding your connection with the god of destruction?" This scene, which ought to be sublime, was irrevocably cast into the depths of hell by Liubei's abrupt utterance. The specter gradually regained her composure, her exquisitely delicate visage taking on an eerily frigid demeanor. "You are aware of it? Who imparted this knowledge to you?" The specter forcefully broke free from Liubei's grasp, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed steadily at him, the anger radiating from her piercing gaze. Liubei, with an awkward smile, responded nonchalantly, "As for who informed me, that need not concern you. If the god of destruction is capable of sending someone to infiltrate my vicinity, I, Liubei, certainly believe it could transpire. However, fret not. The mere fact that you are willing to lie beside me, and have managed to stay awake throughout the night, grants you the privilege of being my woman. Do you consider yourself amusing, Liubei?" The specter suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Observing her earnestness, Liubei furrowed his brow, on the verge of uttering a response. Yet she had already turned away, choosing to depart. Liubei, watching the specter's retreating figure, made no effort to impede her exit, simply gazing quietly as she walked away. Chapter 127. The sweet-faced girl, are you not inclined to stop me at all? Just a few steps into her departure, and receiving no reaction from Liubei, she abruptly turned her head back, somewhat dissatisfied with his demeanor. "You leave with such callousness, so frigid that it renders me unable to approach you. How can I possibly stop you?" Liubei maintained a tranquil demeanor as he regarded the silent and complex expression of Mei Ying. However, deep within, a profound joy surged through him. "Why not attempt to stop me? How could you ascertain whether I am genuinely angry?" Mei Ying's red lips parted slightly, her countenance reflecting astonishment, as if she could scarcely believe that Liubei chose not to hinder her departure. Was it the frigid aura she emanated that dissuaded him? "I sense that you could indeed have restrained me." Mei Ying gazed at Liubei with a hint of melancholy. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Liubei, who ought to have remained rooted in place, began to stride closer to her. Moments later, Liubei stood before the alluring figure of Mei Ying, captivated by her enchanting presence. With a slight smile playing upon his lips, Liubei earnestly declared, "If I do not intervene, you shall leave me. Thus, I would rather refrain from intervention." Gazing upon Liubei's sunlit smile, Mei Ying felt as though she were the one being tormented by this man before her. After a brief moment of silence, a sense of anxiety gripped her, and her palms grew clammy with sweat. She dreaded the possibility of Liubei uttering the words that would cast her away, for such a dismissal would undoubtedly be a humiliation for one endowed with her beguiling attributes. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed my mind. I mused, since you are an agent of the god of destruction placed by my side, why not reposition you closer to him? What do you think? Liubei reached out to caress the silken strands of her shoulder, his tone laced with playful intrigue. It truly left the phantom bewildered. "Do I merely exist in your eyes as a mere instrument? Is that so?" The phantom lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could escape Liubei's lips. Witnessing the look of incredulity etched upon the phantom's face, Liubei offered a faint smile, gently pressing his lips against her forehead. He then turned his gaze back to her eyes, observing her silence as she bowed her head, even noticing the tremor of her frustration. It was then that he continued to speak. "However, one thing I can assure you is that I shall not allow you to face this alone." Liubei spoke earnestly, and before one could fathom his method, he reached out once more to elevate the face of the enchanting figure before him. Gazing into the unfamiliar visage, she instinctively recoiled. "You!" The eyes of the enchanting figure trembled, her gaze shifting to the stranger's face, filled with confusion. As she observed him standing still, a thought struck her, and she scrutinized the young man for a considerable time. Momentarily lost in reverie, she then smiled gently and wrapped her arms around Liubei's waist. Rising onto her toes, she pressed her lips against his. The two embraced, a scene witnessed in its entirety by a nearby maid. Her delicate form quivered, unable to fully comprehend the spectacle unfolding before her. Trembling, she crouched down, wrapping her arms around her legs, resting against the window's edge. "In truth, I would not be opposed to transitioning from his undercover to becoming yours. I am merely curious as to what grants you such confidence that I would diligently serve you." Moments later, the voice of the enchanting figure once again reached the maid's ears. As footsteps approached, the maid, gradually emerging from her stupor, feigned calmness and moved towards the bed. The door creaked open from the outside, revealing the maid completely exposed in Liubei's sight. The enchanting figure, initially in high spirits, furrowed her brow instantly. "It seems she is well prepared to serve you. I believe I shall take my leave," she remarked, her tone once again icy. Liubei's heart raced as he swallowed hard, lost in contemplation. Yet in the blink of an eye, He swiftly encircled the enchanting figure's waist before she could fully regain her composure. With both hands now clasped around her, he advanced toward the bed. You cannot mean to. The enchanting figure gazed at Liubei in disbelief. If her suspicions were validated, then Liubei was indeed indulging excessively. We are both adults. Such matters are best understood rather than spoken. Observing Liubei's sudden seriousness, a wicked smile graced her lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her entire being radiating allure. It appears, she cooed softly, that things are about to grow increasingly intriguing. As the enigmatic figure entwined with Liubei, the maid, quietly leaning against the wall, observed their tender exchange with an air of discontent. She swiftly intervened, pulling the captivating figure away from Liubei and collapsing into his embrace. Perhaps due to the secluded nature of the space, the commotion within the room went unnoticed by the passers-by in the hallway, who remained remarkably composed. "Hello, may I inquire if the innkeeper is present?" Amidst Liubei's entanglement with the two enchanting women, a sweet-faced girl, clutching a book, gently approached the innkeeper, who was busily crouched on the ground. Upon hearing someone seeking him, the innkeeper abruptly turned, and upon seeing the girl's innocent demeanor, hesitated momentarily before brushing the dust from his hands and raising an inquisitive brow at her. "Do you have a matter to discuss with me?" He scrutinized the pure-looking young woman before him, noting her pristine white dress and the elegant length of her legs, which prompted him to stroke his chin thoughtfully. However, as he noticed the delicate twin ponytails adorning her shoulders, an audacious thought flickered through his mind. The young girl, feeling somewhat uneasy under the intensity of the innkeeper's fiery gaze, scanned the somewhat dilapidated inn, beginning to wonder if she had indeed come to the right place. "Excuse me." "Ah, young lady, are you seeking accommodation at the inn? I understand that many of you young people are drawn to powerful men. If I am not mistaken, you have come here because of Liubei. Haven to you? To be candid, I have a rather amicable relationship with him. If you truly wish to meet young Master Liu, there is something I must inform you. Our Liubei has a distinct aversion to ambiguous women. Therefore, to prevent any unforeseen complications, as the innkeeper of this establishment, I feel it is necessary to conduct a thorough inspection of your person. Do you understand? Who are you suggesting you will inspect?" As the proprietor began to employ his dubious methods to deceive the young girl, a girl clad in a pink dress entered from outside. She radiated a dark green luminescence, a reflection of her emotions, imbued with an overwhelming sense of terror. Behind her, a dark green halo of 7 rings materialized, causing the proprietor to tremble in fear and prostrate himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Observing the proprietor's fearful demeanor, the girl in white chuckled softly and addressed the irate lowly girl, saying, "Lanqi, do you truly believe what he said about Liubei?" As the girl in white uttered these words, her gaze remained fixed on Lanqi's face, as if she were keen to document any sign of discomfort in Lanqi's expression in her little notebook. "That's impossible. I have met him before. Moreover, if one must rely on others to understand a person, how much of a failure must that individual be?" Although Lanqi spoke dismissively, her expression betrayed a lingering influence from the proprietor's words. "Is Liubei truly as you describe? If so, I expect you to acknowledge it. However, if you are maligning him for your own selfish motives, I must regretfully inform you that I will kill you. Do you understand?" Lanqi's tone was chilling, devoid of warmth, leaving the proprietor too terrified to respond. Torn between the threat of Liubei, who could easily end his life, and the peril of speaking carelessly, the proprietor felt an excruciating headache. In a sudden fit, he screamed and dashed toward the newly constructed wall, crashing into it with a resounding thud. As he lay unconscious from the impact, even Lanqi was momentarily taken aback, her expression a complex mixture of bewilderment. It was utterly unexpected that he would resort to such an action. What compelled him to crash into the wall? Is he unwell? The girl in white stood there, somewhat disoriented, as such an occurrence was beyond anyone's anticipation. He would rather collide with the wall than reveal the truth to me. It seems Liubei is intricately tied to this end. Indeed, there exists a certain level of intrigue. Lanqi clenched her delicate fists. She had initially summoned great resolve to seek out Liubei. If it weren't for the persuasive words of the girl beside her, she might have remained oblivious to the delicate barrier between herself and Liubei for an indeterminate time. Is it truly necessary to jump to conclusions so soon? I have just returned from the outside world and am unaware of recent events. Had you not confided in me about harboring affections for someone, I would never have believed that our precious Lan, she could ever experience such emotions, you know? The girl in the white dress spoke with a charming smile. Yet Lanqi's furrowed brows reflected her confusion in how to respond. "Young master, when will you return next? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely." If she had not intervened, the girl in white might have indeed chosen a door and knocked. I shall be back tonight. At the sound of that somewhat familiar voice, the two young girls in the hall suddenly lifted their heads, gazing at the familiar figure. They then turned their attention to the woman who was assisting Liubei with his attire. With emotions spiraling out of control, she called out loudly to Liubei's retreating figure, "Liubei, you scoundrel! I came looking for you, and you truly have a hidden beauty." Liubei turned around, gazing at the familiar visage before him. He beheld her adorned in the enchanting attire he had gifted her, a whimsical outfit reminiscent of youthful innocence. His brow furrowed in concern, and upon witnessing the indolent deity, who had already turned away, he hastily leapt into the hall. "What brings you here? Weren't you intoxicated?" he inquired, observing the irate demeanor of the lazy goddess, who appeared disinclined to acknowledge him. Standing beside her was a girl in a white dress, who adjusted her glasses and playfully remarked, "So, you are Liubei? You seem rather sturdy. I'm quite curious. How long can you sustain your time? What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing her friend pose such an audacious inquiry to the one she admired, the lazy goddess felt a rush of heat to her cheeks and swiftly covered the girl's lips with her hand. After all, the girl's words were utterly outrageous. "Well, I can't help it. After all, she is the goddess of desire," the girl in white replied with a radiant smile. Unaware of how captivating she appeared in that moment, Liubei appeared somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps sensing the gaze directed at him, he playfully stuck out his pink tongue towards the goddess of laziness, who continued to gaze back at him with a whimsical expression. "Are you really trying to act cute? Do you not realize that when you utter those words, you completely disregard my feelings? All right, don't be angry. It's not intentional. How could I help but be captivated by your handsome husband?" The girl in the white dress earnestly explained, her face adorned with an expression of genuine remorse. Upon noticing the goddess of laziness blushing a rosy hue, she hurriedly approached Liubei and inquired earnestly, "Liubei, since you have feelings for our dear Sher, have you considered when you might marry her?" The goddess of laziness, under the persistent questioning of her friend, found her cheeks aglow, reminiscent of ripe jujubes. She did not turn to face Liubei, even though she too eagerly awaited his response. "What is it? Have you not yet decided when you will propose to her? Or perhaps you have never contemplated marrying her at all?" Liubei initially wished to decline the request for an answer, having just endured a series of events that left him reluctant to offer a casual promise. It was indeed difficult for him to articulate his thoughts. "I see now. It appears you truly do not harbor feelings for her. Otherwise, how could you remain unresponsive when she was intoxicated? You cannot even indulge in the thought of desiring her physically, so how could you possibly contemplate marrying her?" The bespectacled girl in the white dress adjusted her glasses, resembling a detective unveiling the conclusions of her deductions. Listening to her surprisingly reasonable inferences, Liubei, if he were not the subject of her analysis, might have found himself applauding her earnest expression of reasoning. "Your deductions are quite commendable and credible, but I must regretfully ask you to cease your speculations. You are not me, and thus cannot truly understand my sentiments." Upon hearing the first part of Liubei's statement, the girl in white displayed a sense of pride. Yet, as he continued with the latter half, the triumphant expression that should have adorned her face abruptly shifted to one of embarrassment. "How could I possibly not understand you? Or rather, how could I not comprehend the nature of every man? I am the goddess of desire. No one understands men better than I do." The girl in white chose to counter his remarks, even leveraging her position to prepare a robust rebuttal. "I apologize. I may have been an anomaly. I confess, I did indeed have thoughts about her that day, even feeling an overwhelming impulse to tear away her clothing upon witnessing her drunken state." Stop. "I now realize you do have feelings for me." Just as Liubei was earnestly reflecting on why he had been unwilling to embrace the goddess of laziness, the very goddess in question could not allow him to continue. After all, should Liubei proceed, the girl beside him, known as the goddess of desire, would undoubtedly take up her pen and mark the little notebook cradled in her arms with bold strokes of color. Chapter 129. Appointment of the Master of the 100 Flowers Palace. At that moment, the goddess of laziness, with her enchanting eyes and flushed cheeks, dared not let Liubei continue. She cast a glance at the bespectacled girl in the white dress. Liubei smiled gently. "It appears that you share a rather amicable relationship with her. My curiosity is piqued. What sort of deity would you be in the divine realm?" "Me?" The girl in the white dress with glasses, upon hearing Liubei inquire about her role in the divine realm, hesitated for a moment, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Yet, she did not forget to glance at her friend beside her. Noticing the somewhat troubled expression on Ewer, the goddess of laziness suppressed a chuckle. her voice soft and tender as she replied to Liubei. She is the only deity in the divine realm who possesses a profound interest in men. If you insist on asking her what title she holds in the divine realm, I can only tell you that her current title is Desire. Desire? Observing the girl in the white dress with glasses, one could see her eyes seemingly emanating an indescribable allure. Liubei, with a faint smile, chose not to pursue the matter further. Lan Shi, have you perhaps forgotten the purpose of our visit this time? The goddess of desire inquired. Her cheeks flushed as she addressed the goddess of laziness, as if she could hear the forthcoming words from her lips, which filled her with great excitement. All right then, I understand. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. The goddess of laziness, unable to withstand Yu'er's persistent tugging at her arm. Without a soft sigh, she then redirected her gaze back to Liubei. You have now triumphed in the first assessment. According to the regulations of the divine realm, you have already acquired the authority over your domain. Thus, this visit serves not only to convey this delightful news, but also, in accordance with the decision of the Divine Realm Committee, to dispatch a known deity to assist you in your future endeavors. Future endeavors? Liubei furrowed his brow. He had merely secured victory in the first round, yet the Divine Realm Committee promptly assigned him tasks. Such actions from the committee seemed rather hasty. However, I must participate in the second assessment tomorrow. If I venture into my own domain, what shall become of the examination? Liubei inquired of the god of laziness. She gently bit her lip, pondering thoughtfully in response. I initially shared your perspective, but later the Divine Realm Council informed me that it would not have any bearing, which prompted me to seek you out. Is such a thing truly possible? Liubei nodded fully. It seemed that if such occurrences were not deliberately orchestrated by the god of destruction, they truly were peculiar. Next, I shall escort you to my domain. Naturally, we must maintain frequent communication in the future, as you are still relatively new to the divine realm. Should you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to approach me. I am not one to shy away from exertion. As the god of desire spoke these words with a charming smile, she cast a flirtatious glance towards Liubei. Observing her demeanor, Liubei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to cough discreetly. Noticing his reaction, the god of desire shot him a playful glare before turning her attention back to the god of laziness. By the way, could you inform me of the location that has been arranged for us? Upon seeing Yu'er's eager expression, the god of laziness finally opened the commission document assigned to Liubei by the Divine Realm Committee. However, the moment she unveiled the document, her previously pleasant expression faltered, and her brows knitted in concern as she regarded Liubei with a complex gaze, as if the contents of the commission had unsettled her. What is the matter? Liubei took the appointment letter from her hands. As he gazed at its contents, he was taken aback to discover that it assigned him to a place called the 100 Flowers Palace. Perplexed, he found himself utterly bewildered. How could it be that a man of his stature was to govern a domain so seemingly effeminate? The 100 Flowers Palace, indeed. In contrast to the complex emotions of the god of laziness, Yu'er appeared exceedingly pleased with the contents of the appointment letter. Could it be that the 100 Flowers Palace is a remarkable place? Liubei furrowed his brow upon witnessing Yu'er's contented expression. He found himself genuinely perplexed. As a newcomer, her unfamiliarity with the 100 Flowers Palace was understandable. If those divine beings were aware that she had been assigned to the 100 Flowers Palace by the Divine Realm Committee, they would undoubtedly be envious. As Yu'er spoke, she carefully stored away the appointment letter. With this document in hand, Liubei's transition to the 100 Flowers Palace would be facilitated. No, that place is filled with women, all adorned in splendid attire. I cannot allow you to go there. I shall visit the Divine Realm Committee to request a reassignment for you. Observing Yu'er's blissful countenance, the lethargic deity, feeling somewhat disheartened, resolved to approach the committee and seek the cancellation of Liubei's appointment. Seeing her visibly upset, Yu'er's gaze flickered momentarily, followed by a gentle smile. There is no need for that. Since you and Liubei have both expressed mutual affection, you may freely visit the 100 Flowers Palace. Moreover, given your standing within the divine realm, even relocating to the 100 Flowers Palace should meet with no opposition. Upon hearing this, the lethargic deity paused, then exclaimed joyfully, now that you mention it, that does seem reasonable. Let us proceed with this arrangement. The lethargic deity was known for her straightforwardness. As she and the god of desire joyfully concluded their decision, Liubei, the one slated for appointment, felt somewhat overlooked. Since a decision has been made, why not take him on a visit to the 100 Flowers Palace? Yu'er, her excitement palpable, turned to the composed Liubei. After a slight nod, she extended her delicate hand and waved it toward the front, invoking a law. As a rift in space appeared. Before Liubei could fully comprehend the situation, Yu'er had already grasped his arm. Come, let me introduce you to the Hundred Flowers Palace, the place that captivates the hearts of all divine beings. Liubei, with a casual demeanor, grasped Liubei's arm and stepped into the rift in space. The god of laziness, standing in a state of bewilderment, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness towards Liubei's carefree personality. Perhaps it was due to her close familiarity with the god of desire. Otherwise, had it been another woman who seized Liubei's arm, the god of laziness would have surely displayed a reaction more profound than mere speechlessness. As a space was ruthlessly torn apart, the scene that unfolded before their eyes astonished Liubei. The sight of pavilions and towers, adorned with intricate carvings, stood magnificently in an orderly fashion. Most notably, at the very center of these structures, loomed a palace of considerable expanse. Surrounding this palace, celestial cranes soared gracefully, shrouded in ethereal mist. If the divine realm were to be likened to the mortal world, then the existence of the Hundred Flower Palace was undoubtedly where true deities ought to reside. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? From this day forth, everything in this realm, even within this space, belongs to you. As Liubei gazed, astonished, at the unfolding spectacle, the god of desire, standing beside her, playfully waved a hand and inquired cheerfully. Chapter 130. The master of the Hundred Flower Palace is Liubei. Awestruck by the enchanting vista before her, Liubei's mind began to wander. Come, let me take you to meet the commander of the Hundred Flower Palace, which will facilitate your management in the future. Noticing the complexity in Liubei's expression, the god of laziness smiled sweetly, clasping Liubei's hand as they made their way toward the palace. Throughout their journey, the usually talkative god of desire maintained a rare silence, trailing quietly behind them. As they drew nearer to the Hundred Flower Palace, those who had received prior notice and awaited their arrival wore expressions of unease. Who among you is the commander? The god of laziness furrowed her brow, surveying the crowd of approximately 100 with displeasure. I am. Just as her words fell, a striking woman clad in a white short-sleeved top and fitted jeans stepped forward, with a slender waist and an alluring figure accentuated by her long, straight legs. She exuded an aura of seamless elegance, piquing Liubei's interest. I presume you have also received prior notification from the Divine Realm Committee. Am I correct? The god of laziness gazed upon the beautiful woman, his eyes sweeping over the other women, only to find their figures strikingly similar. A sense of distaste washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to hastily take Liubei away. Returning his attention to the god of laziness, he noted that all members of the Hundred Flowers Palace would diligently serve young Master Liu in accordance with the requirements of the Divine Domain Committee. That is satisfactory. The god of laziness wore a displeased expression as he turned to Liubei, stating, You shall remain here for the time being. Once I have resolved my matters, I will come and reside with you. Upon hearing these words, Liubei inhaled deeply. Initially, he had entertained the delightful thought of being surrounded by such an array of beautiful women, envisioning the immense joy it would bring to have them at his service. However, upon hearing the words of the god of laziness, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What is the matter? Your reaction suggests that my presence is unwelcome. Is it not so? Noticing the somewhat resigned expression on Liubei's face, the god of laziness deliberately leaned closer, playfully shaking a delicate fist towards Liubei's countenance. By the heavens, since you spoke of conferring a mandate upon me and brought me to the Hundred Flowers Palace, it was indeed the two of you who conspired to make this decision. Moreover, does one not understand that wildflowers cannot rival the fragrance of homegrown blooms? Surely I, Liubei, am not so lacking in understanding. Liubei hastily explained, deliberately feigning a flustered demeanor, which indeed convinced the god of laziness. An outcome Liubei had not anticipated. He smirked, hoping it would be so. Liubei, since we have arrived here, why not lend him a hand in inspecting his residence for the time being? I have matters to attend to, so I must trouble you. The god of laziness cast a cold glance at Liubei before redirecting her attention to the god of desire. Once she noted his acquiescence to her request, she tore through the fabric of space and stepped into the rift. As the rift gradually closed, Liubei and the god of desire exchanged a glance, each discerning an intriguing nuance in the other's eyes. Originally, the intention was merely to give him a brief tour. However, now that he was present, she declared, I hope all of you gathered here will remember this. From this moment forth, the master of the Hundred Blossoms Palace is Liubei. All of you must act in accordance with Liubei's wishes. Otherwise, you shall be in violation of the regulations set forth by the Divine Domain Committee. Do not blame me for the consequences that may ensue. Upon hearing the god of desire's proclamation, the beautiful women present began to exchange glances. The striking woman, serving as the head of the palace guards, noticed the murmurs surrounding her and gracefully stepped forward, her long, supple legs gliding toward Liubei. As she approached, an enchanting fragrance enveloped the air. The head guard, Yu, had met the palace master before. Observing her bow, she deliberately bent her waist, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin that captivated Liubei's gaze. As he beheld the head guard up close, his eyes were drawn to her long, slender legs, tightly encased in denim. Were it not for the god of desire's presence, Liubei might have been unable to resist the urge to embrace her passionately. Well then, let us proceed. Show me to my resting quarters. Liubei feigned calmness as he spoke. He was not the type of person adept at disguise. Thus, at the very moment when Chief Guardian Yi Yu turned around, Liubei's gaze was as unwavering as a simultaneous fixation. He noticed Liubei's somewhat distracted expression. As the deity of desire tasked with assisting Liubei, he deliberately nudged Liubei's arm, signaling him to be mindful of his status. Clearing his throat, Liubei felt a rush of embarrassment at the disdainful look from the deity of desire and followed closely behind Yi Yu, making his way into the grand entrance of the Hundred Flowers Palace. As Liubei and his entourage gradually disappeared from sight, the beautiful women who remained began to whisper among themselves. Our Hundred Flowers Palace has always prohibited men from entering. Why has the Divine Realm Committee suddenly sent a man here? Does anyone know the origins of this Liubei? Even the god of destruction was once denied entry by the goddess of life. I am unsure, but this individual must possess considerable power within the divine realm. Otherwise, how could the goddess of life allow a man to occupy this palace without reason? The ladies continued their chatter, speculating about the terrifying background of Liubei. However, amidst the conjectures about his identity, some began to suggest that Liubei shared some unspeakable secret with the goddess of life. The topics discussed by these women, of course, went unheard by Liubei. Upon entering a spacious room within the Hundred Flowers Palace, Liubei observed the lavishly decorated chamber adorned with garments typically worn by women. He quickly turned to Yi Yu, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "Have you brought me to the wrong room? This appears to be a place for women to rest. If my presence necessitates you to vacate a space, it is entirely unnecessary. Just finding me a room suitable for habitation will suffice." Upon hearing this, Yi Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. Her lips, slightly parted in a gentle smile, suggested that perhaps Liubei, the palace master, was not as unworthy as initially perceived. "You need not worry, for I indeed have my own resting quarters. However, this is the bedroom of the palace master of the Hundred Flowers." With a charming smile, Yi Yu spoke in a soft tone that instinctively drew Liubei closer. "Oh, since this is the bedroom of the palace master, why are there cosmetics and clothing used by women?" Liubei gently lifted Yi Yu's chin, observing the slight tremor of her eyelashes. He felt an overwhelming urge to tease her just a little. However, almost instantaneously, Yi Yu evaded his gaze. Her tone slightly hurried as she replied to Liubei. The position of the Hundred Flowers Palace's leader has traditionally been entrusted to the goddess of life. Due to the unexpected nature of the events and the lack of information regarding the arrival of the palace leader, matters remained unprepared. The leader of the Hundred Flowers Palace? Has it always been entrusted to the goddess of life? Liubei was momentarily taken aback. Even the god of desire, standing behind him, bore a furrowed brow, as though she too was hearing for the first time the identity of the master of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Chapter 131. The master's admonition made me ponder how such a splendid palace could lack a master. It turns out that the goddess of life is the true sovereign of this Hundred Flowers Palace. The god of desire adjusted her spectacles, her expression serious, as she produced a small notebook, diligently documenting all that had transpired today. "Liubei, it seems that accompanying you today has indeed brought me unexpected rewards," she remarked gently, playfully tugging at Liubei's arm and swaying it back and forth. Observing the slightly petulant demeanor of the god of desire, Liubei furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before addressing the head guard. Yi Yu, since this was once the abode of the goddess of life, I believe there is no need for any rearrangement." Yi Yu, puzzled, responded, "Does the master mean to suggest that I assist you in selecting another room? After all, this place had been meticulously chosen by the goddess of life herself." The notion that Liubei would wish to preserve the sanctity of her former residence while opting for an alternative room was indeed astonishing. No, what I mean is, under the premise of maintaining the original foundation, I seek to ensure a comfortable stay. Do you understand my intent? A wicked smile danced upon Liubei's lips, exuding an air of irresistible charm. Such a pure and authentic essence. Should it be tarnished, it would indeed be Liubei's greatest loss. Your words are laced with mischief. If your beloved were to learn of this, would they not sever your third leg? The god of desire cast a knowing glance in Liubei's direction, engaging in a dialogue veiled in subtlety. Remarkably, the communication flowed without hindrance. However, my lord, these items were once utilized by the goddess of life. Is it not imperative to remove them? Yi found it hard to believe her own ears. Setting aside whether she could fulfill Liubei's request, even if she could, what if the goddess of life were to visit unexpectedly and discover that the rooms still bore the remnants of her past? The wrath of the goddess would undoubtedly be unleashed upon her. Do I need to reiterate my words? Liubei inquired. If your concern is that the goddess of life might take offense at the presence of her belongings, you need not fret. Even if she were to become incensed over this matter, I, Liubei, have my own means of addressing it. Liubei wore a smile as he observed Yi's somewhat troubled expression. He was acutely aware of the apprehensions that plagued her mind. Now that the conversation had reached such a critical juncture, even if Yu had more to articulate, she could only choose silence at this moment. Her subordinate comprehended the unspoken tension. Yu, torn between words, ultimately opted for silence, quietly watching Liubei recline leisurely upon the bed. Gazing at Liubei on the very bed that once belonged to the goddess of life, her brow furrowed slightly, reflecting her intricate emotions. The god of desire, with a subtle shift in demeanor, stepped closer to the bed, and under Yu's puzzled gaze, casually lay down beside Liubei. What are you doing? Liubei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sitting upright in an instant. It's nothing. I was merely sent by the Divine Domain Committee to assist you. Therefore, sharing the same resting space with you should not be considered inappropriate, should it? He gazed at the goddess of desire, who, remarkably, could utter such words with an unflinching demeanor. Yu's eyes flickered slightly, as if she had begun to fathom something. Since the palace master requires rest, I shall take my leave, she stated. With a decisive motion, she closed the heavy door behind her, leaving Liubei in a somewhat awkward position, glancing at the goddess of desire. However, upon noticing her eyes were closed in repose, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her form, the fabric of her attire clinging to her smooth, flat abdomen. It was as if she was inviting him to observe openly. If you wish to see, just say so. There is no need for secrecy. After all, I was sent to assist you. According to the customs of the 100 Flowers Palace, everything within belongs to you as the palace master. Naturally, I am no exception. The goddess of desire spoke with a meaningful tone, seemingly eager to gauge Liubei's reaction. Yet, he was well aware of her subtle ploys. You possess neither ample curves nor a figure of substance. You are as slender as a mere skeleton. If I were to share a bed, I would be the one feeling uneasy. You, the goddess of desire, a mix of indignation and embarrassment crossing her features, seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at Liubei. If you have the audacity, do not return. Watching Liubei flee in a flustered manner, the irate goddess stood at the door, pointing at his retreating figure while muttering angrily. Ha ha ha! Liubei laughed heartily, observing the desire god in such a flustered state due to his own provocation. He found the situation to be exceedingly amusing. My lord, Aslu, Bei Loghed Hertidi. Two women walking in companionship noticed his mirth. They promptly performed a respectful bow and called out to him. Observing their delicate beauty, he took a moment to appraise the elegance of their legs before gesturing for them to approach. Is there something you require, esteemed ladies? One of the exquisite women inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked towards Liubei. Faced with the newly appointed mistress of the 100 Flowers Palace, it was impossible not to be vigilant. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire whether you have any spare rooms available. Spare rooms? The beautiful woman responded, somewhat perplexed. Did not the captain of the guards escort you to your private chambers? Since Liubei is the master of the 100 Flowers Palace, how could it be possible for her not to have her own chamber? Haha, it is indeed the case. I believe at the beginning, you must have noticed the woman who entered alongside me. To be frank, I had a quarrel with that woman. She is quite fierce and wouldn't allow me to return for a rest. Therefore, I was hoping that if there are any vacant rooms here, I could temporarily retreat to one of them. Huh. The two women exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of emotions as they gazed at Liubei. What's wrong? Sensing the expressions on their faces, Liubei furrowed her brow and couldn't help but inquire. It's nothing. If the master does not mind, you are actually free to choose any maid and rest in her chamber. Such a delightful opportunity exists. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Liubei's eyes as he fixated on the woman before him, his gaze radiating intensity. Startled by the fervent intensity of his stare, she instinctively recoiled behind another woman, trepidation evident in her demeanor. And master, she stammered, her lips trembling, for Liubei's gaze was indeed quite intimidating. Hee. Do not be alarmed. Liubei chuckled cheerfully, and then, noticing the woman's entire body tense with anxiety. He made his way towards the door. As Liubei departed, the woman, seemingly paralyzed by fear, gradually sank to the ground. Chapter 132. Liubei shall not prevail. I shall perish on the spot. Liubei emerged from the 100 Flowers Palace, inhaling the invigorating air of this idyllic locale. Indeed, the 100 Flowers Palace is a place of exquisite scenery and refreshing atmosphere. Reflecting on the words of the god of desire, he began to comprehend why even the formidable god of destruction would seek refuge in such a splendid setting, only to be met with rejection. From this, Liubei surmised that the one who orchestrated his arrival at the 100 Flowers Palace was likely not the god of destruction, but rather the goddess of life. Although the reasons behind her actions remained unclear, one certainty lingered in Liubei's mind. Aside from the intention to win him over, there seemed to be no other compelling justification. Greetings, Palace Master. As Liubei strolled through the back garden, a melodious voice wafted into his ears. He glanced up to behold a woman adorned in a delicate green palace gown, her natural beauty striking, with an elegant figure that was both alluring and graceful. With a smile, Liubei offered her a courteous nod. What brings a smile to your face, Palace Master? The woman inquired as she approached him, her gaze penetrating as if she sought to uncover something hidden within his eyes. Nothing much, merely that I find myself without a place to rest. Might you show me to a suitable place for repose? Liubei tentatively inquired, only to be pleasantly surprised when the woman agreed to his request. Following her to her room, Liubei quietly sat beside the bed, receiving the tea she brought with a sense of calm appreciation. I shall take a bath first, she said shyly. Liubei, perceptive as ever, understood the implications of her words. Not long after, she emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. Liubei, extinguishing the candle, embraced her waist as they gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke and the sky lightened, a firm knock echoed from outside the closed door. Liubei had yet to awaken. However, the beautiful woman beside him had already risen. The moment she opened the door, upon seeing the standing captain of the guards and the god of desire before her, she hurriedly stepped aside. Liubei, you scoundrel, have you forgotten that you are to participate in the assessment today? The furious voice of the god of desire instantly roused Liubei from his slumber. Before he could even react, she had already torn through the fabric of space, pulling the still-dazed Liubei along with her. With a sudden shift, the scene transformed. The blinding light compelled Liubei to shield his eyes. Yet, upon sensing the unusual surroundings, he beheld the packed audience and the esteemed deities seated in the VIP section. Liubei felt a sudden tremor coursing through him. How could this lad appear in a bathrobe? Has he just awakened? It is hard to say, but it seems he has been assigned to the 100 Flowers Palace. The 100 Flowers Palace? No wonder he is only just roused. Were I in his position, I too would be reluctant to rise so early. The murmurs swirling around are not from ordinary onlookers, but rather from esteemed deities of high standing. What is happening? Have you forgotten that today is the day of the assessment? Observing Liubei standing not far away, the slothful god, with a furrowed brow, could not help but inquire of her. Liubei found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Clad solely in a bathrobe, he was unceremoniously summoned by the god of desire. The god, of course, exhibited a demeanor of utter indifference, casting a sharp glare at Liubei. Liubei has truly entered the ranks of the other 9 formidable contenders. Though the goddess of laziness felt somewhat conflicted, she refrained from pursuing the matter further, considering that it was, after all, an assessment conference. Ladies and gentlemen, due to some unforeseen incidents in the previous examination, the Divine Realm Committee has made a stringent decision. The second round of evaluation will involve a test of inner demons. It is well known that human nature is capricious. Although one may masquerade quite convincingly, the true self within cannot be concealed. The test of inner demons. The audience erupted in excitement, for this would directly reveal the essence of one's character. Liubei emerged victorious once again. Just as the words of the goddess of laziness faded, Yigu's voice, resonating slowly throughout the entire area, broke the silence. Yigu, what on earth do you mean by this? I can acknowledge Liubei's combat prowess, but to claim he can surpass the test of inner demons seems rather hasty. Does it not? The young enforcer of the divine realm, incensed by Yigu's remarks, could hardly contain his anger. After all, among the 10 individuals, aside from Liubei, there was also a disciple he had painstakingly trained. What? Are you disputing this? Let me tell you, Liubei is destined to win. Since their last quarrel, Yigu had lost much of his trepidation. After all, a person who could express their aspirations in the presence of all the gods was certainly not to be underestimated. How can you be so confident? Care to make a wager? I bet he will not win. The divine realm enforcer had long harbored disdain for Liubei and Yigu, as he thought of his remarkably self-assured disciple. He recalled how he had previously made such a declaration to Yigu. Some might consider the enforcer's impulsiveness excessive, while others would argue he was entirely justified. "Oh, you wish to wager with me? Pray tell, what are your stakes?" Yigu responded with a grin, his expression brimming with confidence, as if he had already secured victory before the wager even began. "I bet my honor within the divine realm. Should I lose to you, I willingly relinquish all my titles and positions." A deity inhaled deeply, the cool air filling their lungs. After all, the stakes for this wager, made by the enforcers of the divine realm, were exceedingly high. Since you put it that way, let's gamble with our lives then. If Liubei loses, I shall perish right before your eyes. How's that sound? Silence. As Yigu and the enforcer of the divine realm engaged in a ceaseless argument, their stakes confirmed, they had yet to continue their quarrel. The god of laziness, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a fierce reprimand directed at their seated positions. Yigu glanced helplessly at the sky, and the expression on the enforcer's face was hardly any better. The assessment was about to begin. The god of laziness wore an expression of displeasure as small blue gems gradually materialized in her palm. She then distributed these gems to each participant. "I declare, the assessment begins." Boom! As beams of blue light ascended into the heavens, the participants were drawn into the spatial rifts that appeared in the sky. With the disappearance of these contestants, a glimpse of the small space containing their contents reappeared before the audience's eyes. However, compared to the previous assessment, this time the spectators unanimously chose to focus on Liubei's miniature world. The enforcer of the divine realm, observing his disciple, was taken aback when he noticed that not only was he, but everyone around him, seemingly captivated by the scenes concerning Liubei. Chapter 133. The state of Liubei's mind? Boom! A sudden, thunderous sound erupted, and the void in this place seemed to shatter in an instant as a figure soared forth from the abyss. Gazing at the scenery before them, Liubei found himself ensnared in a haze of confusion, gazing at the gentle stream before him, its waters flowing melodiously, as if imbued with a rhythmic cadence that was utterly delightful. "Are you a celestial being?" Just as Liubei pondered the enigma of his surroundings, a woman wielding a scythe approached him from a short distance, her gaze filled with curiosity. "I'm not a celestial being," he replied, observing the youthful innocence reflected in her eyes. A faint smile graced Liubei's lips as he moved closer to the young lady. "You're not a celestial being? Then how is it that you fell from the heavens unscathed?" The woman paused, momentarily taken aback. As she focused her attention, she realized that the young man before her was quite handsome. While I am not a celestial being, I am somewhat akin to one. By the way, my name is Liubei. You possess such beauty. Might you share your name with me?" Liubei spoke gently, yearning to reach out and grasp the shoulder of the other. Yet, subconsciously, she recoiled. "Hello, Liubei. My name is Xiairan. Get out of the way. You blocking the path." Came the warning. "If the horse kicks you to death, do not blame us for the lack of forewarning." As the woman revealed her age, a chorus of curses echoed, not far off, piercing the ears of the two. Liubei furrowed her brow at the sight of those clad in black robes, each wielding blades. Before she could react, Xiairan had already seized her hand, pulling her aside. "Go!" Crack! The whip lashed mercilessly against the steed, causing it to gallop wildly in pain, the frantic procession rushing toward Liubei and Xiairan. Just as the throng was about to pass in front of Liubei, the gaze of Liubei collided with that of the young man at the forefront. "What are you staring at? I'll blind your wretched eyes." The young man immediately halted his steed, struggling to regain control amidst the chaotic stamping of hooves. "Did you not hear what I said? How dare you continue to look?" Xiairan Fuvovitia dedicata baos, noticing Liubei's condimianoa. Her striking eyes blinked softly before she addressed the young man on horseback. "Young Master Wang, please do not be angered. This gentleman is my distant cousin." Upon hearing this, Liubei cast a complex glance at the nearby Xiairan. Although he understood that she was attempting to assist him, the notion of becoming her distant cousin was indeed rather amusing. "You simply declare him your cousin? I perceive you two solitary souls, both of considerable age, surely not clandestinely engaging with a young man behind her husband's back? Ha ha ha! I recognize this woman. She hails from our village and is named Xiairan. Alas, it is unfortunate that on the night of her wedding, her husband unexpectedly passed away, leading to the village's gossip that she brings misfortune to men. What utter bad luck!" Someone, visibly disdainful, waved their hand dismissively, as if the revelation of Xiairan's reputation as a harbinger of doom filled them with intense aversion. Upon hearing the mockery, Xiairan, as a woman, found it intolerable. Her brows furrowed, yet she refrained from retorting, allowing the malicious slander to wash over her. Your words are as empty as a dog S. Do you consider yourself particularly eloquent? The black-clad figure who had divulged Xia Yiran's background was infuriated by the words of the unfamiliar youth. It seems you are eager for trouble. The black-clad individual drew a steel knife from his side, poised to strike at Liubei's head. However, as the blade descended, the leading young man, noticing Liubei's unyielding composure, urgently called out, "Wait, young master." The black-clad man halted his strike abruptly, his face concealed beneath a mask, now drenched in cold sweat. "Esteemed sir, I perceive you carry an air of distinction. Might I inquire which illustrious family you belong to in the city? Or perhaps, as this lady has mentioned, you are a distant cousin come to pay a visit?" The leading young man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Liubei's calm demeanor, and inwardly questioned the situation. Wang Kun, renowned throughout Panlong City as a notorious scion, had never encountered this unfamiliar youth. Yet the composed demeanor exhibited by the latter instilled a sense of wariness within him. After all, only those who either possessed an unyielding spirit or were accustomed to living on the edge could maintain such poise in the face of danger. Clearly, this young man was not the former. "I beg your pardon. I am not from this vicinity, and as for my origins, I fear it is unnecessary for you to know." Liubei offered a faint smile. However, when his gaze met that of the young nobleman once more, the steeds beneath them, sensing the intensity of Liubei's eyes, began to prance about in fright. Alas, what a vexing situation! Why are these horses behaving so erratically? The figures cloaked in black were incensed. The mounts they rode were evidently not accustomed to such disturbances, and they too began to curse in frustration. Amidst the cacophony of their invectives, the nobleman who had locked eyes with Liubei appeared visibly pale, as if the youth before him were not an ordinary person, but a war deity standing atop a mountain of corpses. Perhaps this was a mere figment of his imagination, until someone beside him jolted him back to reality. Once he regained his composure and beheld the serene countenance of Liubei, his lips twitched in agitation. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Do not let our paths cross again. We shall depart." The nobleman's gaze faltered as he raised his whip and struck his steed with vigor, riding away without a backward glance. "My lord, wait for us." The black-cloaked men, witnessing their master's hasty retreat, hastily cracked their whips and pursued the direction in which he had vanished. Shortly after their departure, sensing the scrutiny of those around him, Liubei furrowed his brow and inquired of her, "What is it? Is there something amiss with my visage?" Not at all. I just found it amusing that you deny being a deity," she replied, her smile broadening, as if the notion of Liubei disavowing his celestial nature struck her as particularly humorous. Observing her radiant smile filled with sunshine, Liubei contemplated the whimsicality of the moment. Liubei had never anticipated this. He had clearly intended to participate in the assessment. So how had he inexplicably arrived in such a place? He gazed up at the sky, as though he were scrutinizing something. "What are you looking at? Were you dropped from the heavens?" Xia Yiran tilted her head as she looked at Liubei, her curious eyes wide open, radiating an endearing charm. "It's nothing. By the way, could you tell me where this place is?" "This is the Starfall Empire." "Oh, I forgot. You are a celestial being, so of course you wouldn't know where this place is." Xia Yiran giggled, her cheeks flushed with a youthful hue, reminiscent of a woman yet to fully mature. As for Liubei, upon hearing the name Starfall Empire, he couldn't help but shudder in astonishment. Chapter 134. The God's Dilemma. I shall nurture you indeed. While Liubei was engulfed in shock, the deities observing this unfolding scene shared a similar mindset. Wasn't this a trial of the heart's demons? Yes, it is a trial of the heart's demons, but I am quite curious as to how this came to be. What does it mean? Have you not realized that since this is Liubei's heart demon, it signifies that this event must have transpired in Liubei's past? Yet, his current demeanor is as if this were the first occurrence. Indeed, the god of space speaks truthfully. If it is a heart demon, it must be a memory that Liubei has sealed within his heart. Then, since it is a memory he has sealed away, such a situation should not arise. The deities shuddered at these words. After all, if what one of the deities said was true, then the space Liubei now inhabited must have been the site of a profoundly tragic event that compelled him to forget entirely. If that were indeed the case, would it not force him to confront his painful memories once more? Knight Ancient's expression darkened. If this were the truth, then as Liubei gradually came to realize it, he would face his most arduous trials. God of laziness, I propose we rescind Liubei's assessment. I recall that as long as he achieves one victory, participating in the second round should pose no issue, correct? Therefore, I suggest we cancel his current assessment opportunity and allow him to directly enter the third round. As the deities engaged in fervent discussions, the goddess of fortune abruptly rose to her feet, addressing the god of laziness who stood upon the high platform with a commanding voice. Almost all gazes were drawn to her, for her reaction was exceedingly intense. The god of laziness, with a slight furrow of his brow, regarded the unexpectedly vocal goddess of fortune with a hint of disdain. After all, should it have been Yegu who spoke in support of Liubei, it would have been a different matter entirely. However, the involvement of the goddess of fortune signified a tale of considerable complexity. How audacious! The examination conference has been jointly decided by the Council of Deities. Do you wish to impose such an impudent request simply because you do not wish for him to reclaim his painful memories? Thunder rumbled ominously, and the once clear sky began to darken. As the void fractured, several powerful figures emerged from the ether. Upon recognizing the 5 familiar silhouettes, nearly all present rose to their feet, gazing upwards in reverence at the 5 supreme beings who governed the divine realm. The goddess of fortune. This examination is of paramount importance to Liubei, so I implore you to remain silent, if you please. A strikingly beautiful woman addressed the emotionally charged goddess of fortune with a calm demeanor. Even the equally attractive goddess of fortune appeared somewhat dimmed in the presence of this woman, though the goddess of fortune harbored great reluctance. She could not ignore the overwhelming strength of the speaker, and thus chose to remain silent. With a gentle wave of her hand, the woman summoned 5 chairs that gradually materialized in midair. The 5 deities took their seats, maintaining an air of tranquility as they focused their attention entirely on Liubei. The simultaneous appearance of the 5 divine kings, all fixated on Liubei, elicited no overt shock from some of the lesser deities. However, those with connections to Liubei bore expressions of profound intrigue. Was this examination truly of such significance to him? Could it be that Liubei had indeed proclaimed his ambitions to ascend to the ranks of the divine kings before these illustrious beings? Yegu gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his heart awash with complex emotions. He could scarcely believe that Liubei had truly captured the attention of the 5 great divine monarchs. As the monarchs took their seats, the surrounding deities fell into deep contemplation. The significance of the simultaneous appearance of these 5 powerful beings, all drawn here for Liubei, was indeed profound and multifaceted. Meanwhile, Liubei, ensconced within the illusion, was acutely aware that his actions were under the scrutiny of the audience and the deities beyond. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that participating in a trial of the heart's demons would garner the attention of the 5 great divine monarchs. In the midst of the illusion, as he observed the solemn expression on Liubei's face, Xia Yiran, standing beside him, could not resist the urge to wave her delicate hand in front of him. What is troubling you? Have you truly been cast down from the heavens? Xia Yiran's feelings were somewhat conflicted. Had she not fortuitously passed by and witnessed a golden light descending from the sky, she would never have dared to suggest that Liubei might be a celestial being. No, I'm not divine. Or perhaps, not yet. Liubei exhaled a breath of cool air. He was aware that he was to partake in a trial of inner demons, yet the reason for his arrival in the Star Alliance Empire remained a mystery to him. Unable to comprehend, Xia Yiran furrowed her brow, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed intently at Liubei. Ah, indeed. You claim to be my cousin. Since we are distant relatives, why not temporarily visit your home? To my home? Xia Yiran's face registered astonishment. The notion of Liubei being her distant relative was merely a whimsical excuse she had conjured. Yet, Liubei's sudden desire to visit her abode under this pretext left her feeling rather awkward. If it seems inappropriate, then perhaps we should abandon the idea. I, Liu, have never been one to impose on others. This insufferable brat, Night Gu, witnessing Liubei's words, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Recalling the day Liubei had seized his neck in pursuit of the origins of the phantom, and now observing him earnestly uttering such declarations to a stranger, Night Gu concluded that this fellow truly was a master of theatrics. No, I'm not opposed to your visit. I merely wish to express that my family is rather impoverished. I fear I may not be able to accommodate you. Xia Yiran's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of uttering such words, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as she glanced at the bashful Xia Yiran. Liubei suddenly burst into hearty laughter, placing a hand on Xia Yiran's delicate shoulder, and replied with utmost seriousness, "It's all right. I have wealth. I can support you." The goddess of laziness widened her eyes in astonishment, witnessing Liubei's charming approach, and her overall demeanor faltered. As for the fortunate goddess, who also had her eyes on Liubei, she gritted her teeth, her face ablaze with fury. and likely shared a mood no brighter than that of the goddess of laziness. Boom! Just as the deities were intently observing this unfolding scene, a sudden resounding explosion shattered the air, leaving their expressions in a state of bewilderment. What are you staring at? Am I not allowed to test my sword? The goddess of victory angrily reprimanded the male deities who had turned their gazes toward her, disregarding the displeased looks from some of the divine kings, her frustration boiling over. Oh my heavens, how many goddesses has this fellow offended? Yigu muttered fearfully to herself. After all, these goddesses held a significant status among the male deities in the divine realm, and their tempers were not easily comparable to those of other goddesses. Chapter 135. The blushing Xia Yiran. Upon hearing Liubei's words, Xia Yiran felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. It is important to note that since the death of her husband, she had been regarded as a harbinger of misfortune in the village. Not only was no one willing to converse with her, but even those who encountered her would hastily steer clear. Although she was not acquainted with Liubei, the mere fact that such a handsome man could utter the words, "I can support you," stirred emotions within the woman who had suppressed her feelings for many years. After a moment, Xia Yiran bit her lip, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts. With a raised brow, she declared, "Let us go. I will take you home." "All right." Liubei's lips curled into a slight smile. Just as he took 2 steps forward, he suddenly halted. At that moment, Xia Yiran happened to turn around. The dazzling scene before her eyes caused her to immediately pivot, covering her face in embarrassment. "Ah, what are you doing?" Xia Yiran exclaimed. Liubei, with his flushed face, felt utterly awkward as he picked up the bathrobe that had slipped to the ground. The thought of his current appearance made him realize that even the deities could see him, and his expression darkened in an instant. "Ha ha! This lad has made a fool of himself. How amusing. I never expected that the formidable Liubei could reveal such a surprising side. Wow, those muscles, that physique, those abs. I'm dead, I mean." Liubei looked rather slim when dressed, but who would have thought he possessed such an impressive figure? Aside from those divine beings who intended to mock him, the female deities displayed immense excitement. TSK. Such a physique. No wonder he is the man hanging on my bedroom wall. Yigu admired Liubei's form with great delight, and to the eyes of others, his beaming expression could easily be described as somewhat lewd. In stark contrast, the god of destruction wore a grim expression. After all, Liubei's sudden display left him utterly speechless. The young man with horns beside him wore a similarly disgusted expression. Hey, who would have thought Liubei's physique would be so remarkable? The benevolent goddess suddenly spoke from her seat, causing the horned youth, who admired Liubei, to feel as though his world was collapsing. Is this really acceptable? Surely you haven't seen my physique. You should save your breath. She will never look your way. It's been hundreds of years. How can you still be so dense? The god of destruction replied coldly. This infuriated the horned youth, who was on the verge of exploding. Shouldn't you all be more mindful of your identities? It's one thing for those deities to disregard their status, but how come you, who have become gods, still behave like children? The voice of the elder Azura resonated with a certain gravitas. He did not need to glance at the divine kings. With merely a few utterances, he instantaneously silenced the once boisterous assembly. It seemed that the presence of these divine kings was, to a significant extent, intertwined with the elder Azura himself. Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm, Liubei was earnestly securing the ties of his robe, feeling somewhat awkward as he extended a finger to gently tap on Xia Yiran's back. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Xia Yiran's delicate form quivered as she swiftly turned around. Yet, upon witnessing Liubei smoothing back his bangs, her eyes mirrored a tremor of surprise, her lips quivering slightly. "What's the matter?" Liubei furrowed his brow slightly, noticing the sudden change in Xia Yiran's expression. He felt an unfamiliar discomfort. Typically, he would gaze intently at women, but now he found himself on the receiving end of such a scrutinizing gaze. For a fleeting moment, he grasped the chaotic emotions that those women he had once stared at must have experienced. And no, it's nothing. Xia Yiran's cheeks flushed even deeper, her rosy complexion resembling that of a ripe fruit, as she turned away once more, her long, graceful legs gracefully carrying her as she departed. Liubei's gaze, however, was drawn to the sickle that had inexplicably fallen to the ground. For reasons unknown, despite its utter ordinariness. Perhaps the significance lay in the fact that it belonged to Xia Yiran. As Liubei picked up the sickle and pursued her retreating figure, he inadvertently captured the fervent attention of the onlookers, igniting a flurry of animated discussions. "What a spectacle!" I exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Liubei could enchant women so effortlessly. It is all in the details. Clearly, upon his return, I must seek his counsel on the art of winning a woman's heart. Seek counsel? I would rather kneel before him in reverence on the spot. This scene, reminiscent of a live broadcast, compelled the audience and deities alike to wish for time to slow down. After all, though they resided in the divine realm, the lives they led were often monotonously repetitive. Witnessing such an exhilarating display naturally brought immense satisfaction to these beings who otherwise led idle lives. Trapped in a cycle of redundancy, it was unclear how long he had been walking, but Liubei trailed silently behind Xia Yiran, his gaze consistently appraising her figure. He couldn't help but notice her elegantly long and shapely legs, each step she took captivating his attention. Liubei could scarcely contain his desire to embrace her, to closely examine the size of her delicate feet. Just ahead lay the village where I reside. Although Xia Yiran did not turn back, the lingering gaze from behind compelled her to remain tense. As they approached the village, a shy smile graced Xia Yiran's face as she turned to Liubei and spoke. However, her eyes were cast downward, causing her to abruptly halt in her tracks. Huh? What did you just say? Liubei inquired. Confusion etched on his features as he snapped back to reality. I mentioned that my village is just ahead. Xia Yiran's voice was barely above a whisper, yet reached Liubei's ears distinctly. He lifted his gaze toward the direction where he noticed a cluster of houses, his brow furrowing in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a woman as exuding with maturity and charm as Xia Yiran would reside in such a backward village. Naturally, in Liubei's eyes, the question of whether Xia Yiran's village was affluent or impoverished lingered unaddressed. Liubei does not genuinely care. After all, the only person who can capture Liubei's attention is none other than the bashful Xia Yiran, who yearns to meet his gaze yet shyly lowers her head. Let us depart. I shall go and see how our home is faring. Liubei gently spoke, extending his arm to embrace Xia Yiran's waist. Startled, Xia Yiran quickly looked up and instinctively turned away. Please, have some decorum. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Although she held no significant aversion towards Liubei, the prospect of him engaging in actions that would provoke such a strong reaction from her was indeed somewhat unsettling. My sincerest apologies. I did not anticipate your response would be so fervent. Liubei awkwardly scratched his head, a look of sincere apology etched on his face, feigning contrition with remarkable authenticity. It's nothing. Let's depart. Xia Yiran's eyelashes fluttered gently as she cast another glance at Liubei, exhaling softly to muster her courage, preparing to lead this unfamiliar man back to her modest abode. Chapter 136. Who is this pretty boy? Observing the flush that crept onto Xia Yiran's cheeks, Liubei offered a subtle smile, trailing silently behind her. Unlike before, he refrained from scrutinizing her figure. Instead, his attention turned to the elderly women gathered in the shade at the village entrance, engaged in lively conversation. Although they were at a considerable distance, Liubei could easily discern their chatter if he so desired. Did you see? That widow Xia has brought a man back. Indeed, how could one miss it? That widow's husband, little Liu, has been dead for many years, and now she has found another. What a tragedy. Haha, I knew all along that widow Xia, being so alluring, was no saint. As time passed, her true nature was bound to reveal itself. The elderly women busied themselves, some munching on sunflower seeds. Their topics of conversation unvaryingly centered on the pair approaching the village. Hearing their venomous remarks, Liubei's brow furrowed in discontent, a strong desire to confront them simmering within him. Yet, he contemplated the repercussions, realizing that a single punch could very well lead to their demise. Liubei suppressed his impulsive fury, exhaling a breath of discontent. He felt the gaze of Xia Yiran upon him and glanced at her with a subtle expression, a smile gracing his lips. When we arrive at my home, please do not be astonished, Xia Yiran spoke gently, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she reached out her delicate hand to clasp Liubei's palm. The elderly women watching this scene were taken aback, their composure visibly shaken. After all, Xia Yiran's behavior was indeed astonishing. As she swayed her slender waist past them, the two moved further away from the prying eyes of the old hags. A few ill-mannered matrons began to voice their disdain. Look at that. In broad daylight, such audacity. Sigh. This girl, who usually seems quite demure, has transformed so suddenly. They say a widow invites trouble. A woman should not be away from men for too long. Each of them spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Though Liubei and Xia Yiran might not hear their venomous remarks, the onlookers and deities observing the scene were filled with indignation. I could almost wish to silence their tongues. One of them seethed. Not merely venomous women, but truly wicked souls grown old. It is infuriating. This is but an illusion. One can only imagine how vile they were when Liubei concealed this memory. Vile? Were it not for the rules of the divine realm, I would surely teach these old hags a stern lesson. They expressed in anger, their distaste for the cruel words of the elderly women palpable. As Liubei walked hand in hand with Xia Yiran into the village, they drew a multitude of gazes. Among those looks were not only expressions of surprise, but also eyes filled with animosity towards Liubei. Yet, despite sensing the scrutiny, a person like Liubei remained indifferent. Yiran, who is this? Just as a smile illuminated Xia Yiran's face, several young men with ulterior motives approached them deliberately. One young man, with a square face and broad ears, strode confidently forward, raising an eyebrow slightly. Xia Yiran had no intention of responding. Hey, Sister Ran, what's going on? Tiger is asking you a question. Did you not hear? Another young man with small eyes, visibly displeased, reached out to obstruct. His deliberate gesture was apparent. Had it not been for Liubei pulling Xia Yiran behind him, the small-eyed young man's hand might have indeed brushed against Xia Yiran's chest. HM. The small-eyed youth raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the reason the unfamiliar young man had suddenly drawn Xia Yiran to his rear. Step aside. Who he is has nothing to do with you. Xia Yiran's delicate face turned slightly cold, her slender fists instinctively clenching tightly. Observing Xia Yiran's expression of barely concealed anger, the young man known as Brother Who noticed that an unknown man was firmly grasping her hand. His gaze towards Liubei was filled with scorn. Where did this pretty boy come from? Does he not know my name, Brother Who? Brother Who towered at 9 feet tall, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Liubei, whom he regarded as nothing more than an insect. What Brother Who or Brother Cat? With your kind of trash, do you think you can make me, Liubei, take notice? You must have eaten too much spoiled food. You're courting death. Brother Who's brow twitched, his face a mask of fury as he clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with wrath. The villagers witnessing this scene were understandably alarmed. After all, Brother Who was notorious for his bullying ways in the village. Now, this unfamiliar youth had offended Brother Who, undoubtedly inviting trouble upon himself. Liungria, I advise you not to entertain the thought of violence, at least not at this moment. Just as Brother Who prepared to confront Liubei, another young man, dressed somewhat more normally and exuding an air of refinement, unexpectedly stepped in front of him. Hearing the refined youth counsel, the dark-faced Li Hu ground his teeth in frustration, but ultimately chose to heed the advice, refraining from further trouble with Liubei. It seems not all of your friends are useless. Liubei's cold and indifferent remarks, devoid of any trace of emotion, caused the refined young man to furrow his brow in discontent. Who do you dare to call a waste of space? He retorted, his indignation bubbling forth. It was as if Liubei's words had struck a nerve, igniting a fierce anger within him. What, you label me as worthless? Have I touched a sensitive spot? Here I stand. If you possess the courage, come and make a move against me. A subtle smirk played upon Liubei's lips. From the moment he entered the village, he discerned that these individuals were not the practitioners endowed with soul power. Thus, when he cast his gaze upon the refined young man and noted his aura manifesting at the 15th level, it was only natural for him to assert that these people were not as inept as they appeared. The bespectacled youth, of course, could not endure Liubei's biting sarcasm. After all, his status within the village was elevated, and encountering a provocateur inevitably felt like a challenge to his authority. Shut your mouth, you fool. The refined young man suddenly erupted in anger, striking the bespectacled youth with a resounding slap that effectively silenced him. Bibidong, what has gotten into you? Li Hu expressed his dissatisfaction with the refined young man's behavior. They had shared blood and sworn brotherhood before the statue of the martial god. The abrupt slap directed at Air Lu had left him seething. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to heed my words. The refined young man fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Hu, as though this declaration served as a final warning. Li Hu had never witnessed such an expression on the refined young man's face. He was no fool and understood all too well the implications behind such an unwarranted statement. Yet, to preserve his own dignity, Li Hu shot Liubei a venomous glare before hastily turning away and striding in a particular direction. Observing Li Hu's departure, Air Lu and the others felt compelled to follow suit. I apologize. My brothers have never ventured beyond the village. Please forgive their ignorance. The refined young man exhaled deeply, as if acknowledging Liubei's prowess, and bowed in apology. Without awaiting Liubei's response, he swiftly pursued the direction in which Li Hu had departed. Chapter 137. Why is there only one bed? Xia Yiran's eyes brightened, her gaze toward Liubei radiating excitement. Let's go. Liubei offered a faint smile, directing a gentle gaze towards Xia Yiran beside him. As he took her hand to depart, the onlookers, witnessing Xia Yiran being led away by a stranger, dared not utter another word of gossip. You are truly remarkable. Back then, on the road, You could frighten those individuals away merely with your gaze. And now, once again, you claim you are not divine? Xia Yiran gazed at Liubei with her large eyes, sparkling with admiration. Observing Liubei's demeanor, her expression radiated awe. If you perceive me as a deity, then indeed I shall be one. Liubei gazed at Xia Yiran with a gentle expression, offering her a radiant smile that seemed to warm the hearts of countless goddesses. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves in a bamboo grove within the village, where a serene stream flowed beside the verdant stalks. Liubei furrowed his brow, as a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had visited this place before. With little sustenance at home, he encouraged her to make do with what was available. Xia Yiran's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed as if she were hosting Liubei with mere flatbreads and tea. It's nothing, she reassured him. Liubei smiled as he accepted the large pancake she offered, observing the scattered green onions atop it. He had long forgotten how many years had passed since he last indulged in such a delicacy. Is something amiss? Does it not suit your palate? Xia Yiran inquired, her brows slightly furrowed. Noticing Liubei's hesitant expression, she couldn't shake the feeling that her gesture had inadvertently made him feel queasy. It's nothing, he reassured her. If you hadn't presented this to me, I would have almost forgotten its taste. Liubei offered a faint smile as he took a bite. The unique aroma of the scallions immediately tantalized his taste buds. While it may not dissolve instantly upon contact, it certainly proved to be remarkably satisfying when hunger struck. Observing Liubei relish the scallion pancakes he had crafted with his own hands, Xia Yiran's face radiated pure bliss. She stood quietly, contemplating the potent allure of the harmonious blend of scallions and dough. A middle-aged man, adorned with a white hat, watched Liubei savoring the pancake with evident delight. He couldn't help but reflect on the numerous exquisite dishes he had painstakingly prepared, only for Liubei to have shown no interest in them. Doubt began to creep into his mind regarding his culinary skills. Was it time for him to reconsider his approach? Scallion pancakes? If the master found such enjoyment in them, then as a disciple, he too should partake in this delight. Regret washed over him. Had he known earlier, he would have pursued culinary arts. Alas, he had never set foot in a kitchen. Liubei's fondness for this dish left him in a state of panic. Observing the usually demure goddesses, now displaying an anxious demeanor due to Liubei's preference for scallion pancakes, was quite a sight. The expressions of the male deities were equally fascinating. As Liubei finished the pancakes and drained his cup of tea, his face glowed with satisfaction. He then made his way toward the residence of Xia Yiran. After he entered the house, his image vanished from sight, prompting the goddesses to begin their complaints. However, when Liubei reemerged, smiles once again illuminated the faces of the goddesses. Was there nothing but a bed inside that room? Liubei gazed at Xia Yiran, concerning the matter of a bed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would undoubtedly opt to sleep within the confines of the room. However, the present situation was markedly different. He was uncertain whether his actions were being observed by the deities. Therefore, until he could ascertain the nature of this predicament, he would categorically refrain from the notion of sharing a bed with Xia Yiran. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yiran pressed her crimson lips together, her enchanting eyes fixed on Liubei. She noticed the complex emotions etched upon his face and deliberately leaned closer to him, her fingers gently tracing the contours of his chest. Given the propriety of male-female interactions, coupled with the pleasant weather, why not endure a night in the courtyard instead? Sleeping in the courtyard? Liubei raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, taking in the verdant bamboo groves and the small black dog kept in the courtyard. Indeed, if one were to rest in the yard at night, serenaded by the chirping of crickets, it would evoke a genuine sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a time before crossing into another realm. Quite so, Liubei Shuang readily agreed. After spending some time assisting Xia Yiran in the surrounding fields, the two shared a simple meal together. Liubei lay quietly on the bamboo mat that Xia Yiran had carried out, gazing at the stars scattered across the night sky. His thoughts were consumed by the ongoing assessment. Since it was a test of the heart's demons, he found himself perplexed by the current circumstances. As the chorus of crickets filled the air, Xia Yiran, who had long extinguished the candles to rest, lay in bed, unable to find slumber. Rising from her bed, she approached the window, where the moonlight illuminated the figure of the young man in the courtyard, a sight she could not miss. Sleep now, she sighed, wearing a look of resignation. Just as she turned to return to her bed, a sudden clap of thunder echoed outside. The flash of lightning momentarily brightened the room, as if it were day. Rain began to pour violently from the heavens. Xia Yiran quickly turned back, seizing the umbrella hanging on the wall, and dashed toward the courtyard. However, as fate would have it, when she reached the courtyard, she found the umbrella stubbornly refusing to open, as if it were broken. What are you doing? Liubei Tsai's voice startled her, causing her to tremble. Before she could raise her gaze, she was swiftly enveloped in his strong embrace. Moments later, he set her down inside the house. With a crystal ball radiating a soft white light in his hand, the modest room was instantly illuminated. Before Xia Ran could fully comprehend the shimmering orb, a fluffy handkerchief was extended toward her. As Liu Beikai gently dried her hair, she felt a sense of disbelief wash over her regarding the unfolding events. After managing to dry her hair, he reached into the air, retrieving a pristine white dress that he held in his hands. Your clothes are wet. Hurry and change, he urged. Liu Bei gently exhaled a breath of warm air, choosing not to glance back at Xia Ran before turning to exit. Observing Liu Bei standing beneath the eaves, she glanced at the white short dress in her hands. With a slight movement of her delicate brows, her pair of glistening eyes fixed upon Liu Bei. Moments later, as her rosy lips curled upward, she turned her back to him. Following that, a rustle of sounds ensued. Liu Bei felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind, prompting him to turn around. Liu Bei turned back, watching Xia Ran don the white dress he had gifted her. He noted the alluring curves enveloped beneath the fabric, a tantalizing sight that prompted him to stroke his chin in contemplation. What are you thinking? Does it look good? Xia Ran inquired. Her cheeks flushed with a soft crimson hue. Her bashful demeanor and enticing figure stirred a fleeting impulse within Liu Bei. What is the matter? Xia Ran asked curiously, her large, shimmering eyes resembling enchanting orbs, igniting a warmth in Liu Bei's heart. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly enveloped Xia Ran in his embrace. His hand instinctively found its way to the rounded contour of her back, eliciting a surprising sensation, remarkably soft and resilient. Startled by Liu Bei's sudden action, Xia Ran's body tensed. Her cheeks blooming with a sunset-like blush, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of embarrassment and vexation. The tension in her form indicated her astonishment at his boldness. Chapter 138. Xia Ran, biting her lip. You. With Liu Bei's unexpected embrace, Xia Ran hesitated to move, aware of the closeness that brought their bodies together. The moment so still that one could almost hear their hearts beating in unison. This was the first time, apart from her late husband, that she had been this close to a man. The heat of his masculine presence ignited a flurry of excitement within her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Observing the rosy hue on Xia Ran's cheeks and the mixture of embarrassment and annoyance in her beautiful eyes, Liu Bei smiled mischievously, preparing to pull her closer. Are you a bad person? Xia Ran seemed to sense Liu Bei's intentions. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her beautiful eyes appeared to shy away. Listening to her slightly agitated voice, Liu Bei, momentarily taken aback, gradually emerged from his daze. He gently exhaled a warm breath and released his hold on Xia Ran. His gaze drifted to a corner, and he proceeded to remove his outer robe, laying it quietly atop the surface. Xia Ran bit her lip, watching Liu Bei turn away in response to her words, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, as she regained her composure, her chest rose and fell with each breath, and her lovely eyes trembled slightly. With delicate steps, she returned to the bedside, with a helpless pout on her rosy lips. She heard the faint rustling sounds emanating from the other side of the bed. Liu Bei, lying on his side and unable to sleep, shared her sense of helplessness. As the light from the crystal orb faded, the sounds of the wind and rain outside pounded against the house, enveloping the moment in an air of mystery. The night passed in silence. With the first rays of sunlight gracing his face, Liu Bei rose and turned his gaze toward the bed, gently approaching to behold the peacefully slumbering Xia Ran. Liu Bei could not help but reach out toward her cheek. Just as his palm was about to make contact with her skin, Xia Ran, suddenly awakened, gazed at Liu Bei with a somewhat aggrieved expression. You are awake. Liu Bei awkwardly withdrew his hand, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hastily stepped back. Xia Ran shyly nodded. Having just risen, she realized that her dress was somewhat disheveled. A blush adorned her charming face as she stood to adjust her slightly unruly attire before lifting her gaze back to Liu Bei. What do you think? Does it look good? She inquired, her uncontainable delight leaving Liu Bei momentarily entranced. Yet, as she spoke, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Regaining her composure, Xia Ran lowered her head bashfully, for the events of last night, marked by Liu Bei's actions, were undeniably embarrassing. Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the delicate figure of Xia Ran, slightly trembling before him. Suddenly struck by an idea, he hesitated for a moment before stepping behind her, encircling her slender waist with his arms. Faced with this unexpected situation, even though Xia Ran had mentally prepared herself. The warmth of Liubei's embrace rendered her soft earlobes a radiant hue, reminiscent of a rosy dawn, as her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, enticingly vibrant. It seemed as though the warmth would cascade down to her snowy neck. Perhaps it was due to Liubei's awareness that she dared not meet his gaze directly. Embracing Xia Ran from behind, he contentedly rested his chin upon her fragrant shoulder. After a brief pause, with her cheeks still aflame and her red lips gently bitten, Xia Ran whispered in a voice only Liubei could discern, "Liubei, I must confess, last night I want to tell you about those two. That couple. How brazenly they flaunted their affection in broad daylight. They have brought shame upon our pristine village." Just as Liubei and Xia Ran were entwined in their embrace, a sudden voice from outside the courtyard pierced the air, instantly capturing Liubei's attention. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance, spotting several familiar young figures. But his focus was drawn to a corpulent middle-aged man draped in a gray robe. This rotund figure bore small eyes, and when he smiled, one might mistake his expression for a mere line if not observed closely. "Do not panic, my disciple. The ones I relish teaching a lesson are precisely those who flaunt their affection so brazenly in daylight. As the saying goes, those who showcase their love shall meet a swift demise. There is wisdom in this," the corpulent man proclaimed with a smug expression. As if he had already decreed the fate of Liubei and Xia Ran the moment he uttered those words. Liubei, however, felt no particular concern. Yet, in his embrace, Xia Ran was rendered pale and frightened by the arrival of those individuals. Oof. What the master does not know is that Xia Ran is, in fact, a widow. How could she engage in such morally questionable behavior in broad daylight? It is utterly intolerable for our pristine village. A young man named Li who sneered maliciously. After all, in his eyes, if he could not possess something, he would rather see it destroyed. What? A widow? The portly middle-aged man was taken aback, but soon stroked his chin thoughtfully. With a knowing glance at Li Hu, he continued, "Fear not, my disciple. What I relish most are these little widows. Just look at her lovely visage. If we can resolve this peacefully, let's do so. After all, harming such a charming beauty would be a loss indeed." The hefty man spoke with righteous fervor. Yet, Li Hu was left trembling with trepidation. He had initially sought out the portly man to prevent Xia Ran from associating with the unfamiliar youth. But now, it seemed the hefty man intended to claim Xia Ran for himself. "Master, how could you say such a thing? We merely need to teach that youth a lesson," Li Hu replied with a forced smile. For if Xia Ran were truly taken by this man, it would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. "What nonsense are you spouting? Teaching that youth a lesson would only cause distress to our little beauty. I have always taught you to win others over with virtue. Resorting to violence is the work of thugs and ruffians. Do you understand?" The portly middle-aged man's anger flared instantly upon hearing this. Growing impatient, he ceased further discussion and strode into the courtyard. Observing the swaying figure of the hefty man was akin to witnessing a large piece of meat come to life. With a grim expression, Liubei offered some comforting words to Xia Ran before stepping outside. As Liubei made his appearance, the ordinary audience members and deities, who had been watching other competitors, suddenly shifted their focus to Liubei amidst the commotion of a shouted name. What is happening? Who is this rotund fellow? Haha, you might not believe it, but this hefty man is here to trouble Liubei. Trouble Liubei? Is he seeking death? The deities remarked in disbelief. After all, a mere cultivator with a soul power of barely 30 levels attempting to confront someone on par with a divine king was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. In the scene, one observes a corpulent middle-aged man wearing a sardonic expression, as the countenance of Liubei gradually transforms into a chilling coldness. The onlookers instinctively comprehend the gravity of the situation. This arrogant and disdainful man, clearly, is nearing his demise. At that moment, with a sudden thrust of his fist, Liubei unleashed a singular yet powerful blow, obliterating the once lewdly smiling middle-aged man into nothingness. The impact reverberated as his fist collided with the man's abdomen, releasing a terrifying energy that erupted instantaneously. The chaotic whirlwind of blood and flesh scattered around, occasionally mingled with remnants of meat. A piercing scream from Xia Ran echoed in the distance. She was merely an ordinary woman, unable to withstand such a gruesome sight. Li Hu and the others were rendered pale, witnessing the demise of the man they had revered like a deity, instilling in them a profound terror. A sudden whoosh of air cut through, and Liubei appeared before Li Hu in an instant. It was only then that Li Hu grasped the reason behind the once refined youth's earlier admonitions. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. Apprehensive of Liubei's formidable strength, genuinely fearing a sudden assault. You dare to commit murder. At that moment, a young man beside him gazed at Liubei with incredulity. Although they were often labeled as bullies in the village, their actions paled in comparison to the ruthlessness exhibited by Liubei. The adage that good men fear bad men, while bad men fear the wicked holds true, and before them stood Liubei, a figure of malevolence that they dared not provoke. Liubei, upon hearing those words, allowed a cold chuckle. He had no intention of taking a life. Yet these individuals pushed him beyond his limits. With a swift motion, Liubei transformed his palm into a blade and aimed at the peculiar young man. In an instant, he struck downwards, unleashing a gust of wind sharp as a knife. With a sickening sound, the young man's clothing was effortlessly torn apart, revealing a horrifying gash that extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. As blood splattered forth, the young man, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, was unable to emit a scream. Liubei once again unleashed a powerful strike, delivering a resounding blow to his opponent's chest. The individual was propelled into the air as if launched by a cannon. The terrifying energy erupted within the young man's body, resulting in a grotesque spectacle of blood splattering everywhere. This shocking scene left Li Hu and the others frozen in place, their bodies tense and their minds seemingly halted. They stood there, engulfed in a disorienting void, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Amidst the chaos, a young man rushed in, pleading for mercy from Liubei as he ran. "Please, Great One, do not take our lives. I beseech you." Trembling, Li Hu and his companions turned to witness the pale visage of the refined youth. Was their own condition any different? Would it not be a grave affront if one simply chose to spare their lives on a whim? Liubei furrowed his brow deeply. He held a neutral impression of the refined young man before him, neither particularly good nor bad. "Please do not take offense, esteemed sir. My brothers are but simple country folk who have never ventured beyond our village. With your magnanimity, might you consider them as mere stray dogs passing by?" The refined youth spoke tremulously, his lips pale, acutely aware of the foolishness of his words. "Get lost." Liubei was seething with rage. Had he merely heeded the opinions of others, it is inconceivable that he would have achieved his current stature. An overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the scene, compelling all those present to prostrate themselves in submission. Xia ran, her face ashen with fear, appeared as though she might collapse from the sudden onslaught of Liubei's menacing presence, if not for the support of an object nearby. Xia Ran had contemplated dissuading Liubei. However, upon witnessing his formidable and wrathful demeanor, she abandoned that notion. Yet, something felt amiss. If this was indeed Liubei's inner demon, then these individuals ought to be regarded as tormentors, should they not? "I cannot comprehend your words. It seems more akin to bullying that woman named Xia Ran." The deities murmured in confusion, as the events unfolding before them were utterly bewildering. Moments later, amidst their animated discussions, an unexpected scene transpired that astonished them all. Among the young men Liubei had dispatched, one elegant youth, pale as a ghost, remained inexplicably alive. This revelation prompted a re-evaluation of Liubei's character. "Why have you spared me?" the refined young man lamented, utterly shattered, as he grappled with the death of his friends. Liubei's decision not to eliminate him will become an insurmountable barrier in his life. "You are unworthy of my effort. Moreover, you have offended me." Liubei's indifferent response was followed by his turning away and walking towards the trembling Xia Ran, who stood at the door, her face pale with fright. With a slight furrow of his brow, he enveloped her in his embrace, declaring, "If anyone troubles you again, I, Liubei, shall be the first to refuse." Xia Ran shivered, unable to articulate her feelings about Liubei, whether good or bad, as she watched the elegant youth carry her away. The pain inflicted by her own nails digging into her skin from anger rendered the refined young man numb. Not long after, Liubei, having made a simple adjustment to his attire, departed from the small courtyard without a backward glance. He chose not to engage in a quarrel with Xia Ran, understanding that allowing her to remain in such a place would only lead to her sleeplessness. Once the graceful young man had left, he surveyed his surroundings before heading towards the village. Little did Liubei realize that while he was eliminating those individuals, some villagers hidden in the shadows were witnessing the entire scene. Upon arriving in the village, Liubei observed the sight of every household with their doors shut, and he instinctively sensed something amiss. With a forceful kick, he shattered a door, confronting a couple huddled together in fear. Frowning, he inquired of them, "Who is the wealthiest person in your village?" "The wealthiest?" The man of the household, bewildered by Liubei's sudden question, responded, "That would be the family of Li Hu, whom you just killed." "Li Hu, you wretched woman." The husband was incensed, fully aware that if others learned the truth, it would be disastrous for his family. as they would be marked for misfortune in the village. Thank you. Liubei's calm response. He turned and departed. After a considerable duration, the head of the household finally dared to venture onto the street. However, by the time he looked back, Liubei's figure had completely vanished. Grasping a shovel from beside the wall, he began to smash the doors of the surrounding houses indiscriminately. Upon returning home, the woman looked at the man with a puzzled frown and inquired, "Why are you vandalizing their doors? Are you not afraid they will retaliate? You simply do not understand." He replied, "You mentioned those words earlier. If these people emerge and discover that our door is damaged, do you think they will not suspect us?" The woman nodded, though with a semblance of confusion. Observing his wife's bewildered expression, he chose to remain silent, deliberately stepping onto the street to knock on doors one by one. As the villagers emerged from their homes, it became evident that nearly all the doors had been destroyed, leaving them disheartened. Time passed, and as he looked at the kneeling figures before him, Liubei lightly tapped on the table, seemingly waiting for their response. "What is it? Do you truly consider your lives to be worth less than this house?" Liubei's indifferent voice resonated in the ears of those kneeling on the ground. Trembling, they finally mustered the courage to lift their heads. Chapter 140. The Blazing Fire of Night. Liubei stood with a solemn demeanor, exuding an aura of menace. Beneath his feet lay a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Li Hu, now reduced to a lifeless form, lying still on the ground like a deceased fish. Observing the fate of this young soul, the expressions of the Li family members were filled with profound concern. This esteemed gentleman, where exactly did our Li family offend him? Can it not be discerned? Surely, it must be the trouble stirred up by that rascal Li Hu. A heated argument erupted among the Li family, as Liubei's reputation instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in them. A man whose accomplishments were few, but whose failures were many. Had we known that he would bring such calamity upon our Li family, we should have shattered his legs at the outset. No need for that now. He is already dead. Liubei's demeanor was one of utter indifference. When he uttered those words, they were devoid of any emotion. What? Li Hu has perished. Surely, the esteemed one is not jesting? My son, though brash in nature, could not possibly have met his demise. Huh? Do I strike you as one who trifles with such matters? Liubei's expression was devoid of emotion as he gazed at the individuals before him, his eyes reflecting the same indifference one might have when observing a gathering of corpses. As the men began to sense Liubei's disdain, a woman of exquisite beauty, with her red lips gently pursed and enchanting eyes fixed upon him, spoke up. "This young master, you see, Li Hu was never a virtuous man. His demise would be of little consequence. However, as the saying goes, misfortune should not befall one's family. Surely, you would not act so ruthlessly?" Though the woman appeared to be somewhat mature, she possessed a charm and grace that could not easily be compared to that of younger maidens in their 20s. Noticing the subtle shift in Liubei's expression, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she gazed at him with eyes that seemed to glisten like water. Perhaps a thought crossed her mind, for her rosy lips curled into a subtle smile as she uttered words that left the onlookers astounded. "If you, young master, would be inclined to spare our lives, I would be more than willing to serve you." Liubei furrowed his brow, exerting force beneath his feet. The individual crushed beneath him met an instant demise. Witnessing the spurt of blood and the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing left many in a state of shock. Drenched in cold sweat, I, Liubei, am not the person you presume me to be. However, before you all take your leave, I may consider allowing you to remain. After all, those maids and servants still require a former master for their management. "Thank you, young master," the beautiful woman chuckled, covering her mouth. Her enchanting eyes lingered on Liubei for a moment longer. She hastily rose and approached his side. Observing his wife aiding his adversary with a shoulder massage incensed the head of the Li family, who clutched his chest in fury. "Ah, young master, since there is someone to massage your shoulders, surely you are in need of a leg pounding as well. I possess delicate hands and would be delighted to assist you in alleviating fatigue," she offered. "Young master, you certainly feel a void during your nighttime rest alone. Having a woman by your side makes life far more fulfilling, does it not?" As Liubei gazed upon those once intimate companions, now scattered in times of peril, the men could only shake their heads and sigh in frustration. Enough, enough. Having so many around serves no purpose. Since you wish to stay, then remain. However, do you intend to linger here, waiting for me to personally see you off? Liubei cast his gaze upon the individuals before him, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. With a single, forceful strike, he shattered the stone table beside him, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sheer strength required to obliterate such a robust object. As the members of the Li family departed, they left behind a group of women, each eager to unveil their allure before Liubei. Yet, he remained indifferent, treating them as if they were mere phantoms, his attention unwaveringly fixed elsewhere. Under Liu Bei's vigilant watch, the Li family plaque that ought to have been displayed was dismantled and destroyed. Upon assuming control of the Li estate, he had thoughtfully selected a commendable residence, taking into account the needs of Xia Iran. As dusk descended, Liubei led a lively procession towards the small courtyard where Xia Iran resided. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the resounding beat of drums and gongs. As the grand sedan chair designed to receive Xia Iran was carried by 8 strong bearers. However, as they drew nearer, the anticipation in the air was palpable. Liubei gazed intently at the bamboo grove where Xia Iran resided. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upwards, continuously rising against the backdrop of twilight. This is not good. Liu Beihu's body trembled as he swiftly dismounted and raced towards the bamboo forest. Upon his arrival, he found himself rooted to the spot, gazing at the houses that had already succumbed to the engulfing flames. The sight of the incessantly burning structures, coupled with the haunting thought that Xia Iran had been sleeping inside before he departed, left him in a state of profound bewilderment. Uncertainty gripped him as he pondered her fate, whether she was alive or perished in the inferno. A deep anguish pierced his heart, akin to being cleaved by a knife. Although his acquaintance with Xia Iran had been brief, the intensity of this emotion overwhelmed him with exquisite torment. Liubei gazed upwards at the night sky. As a ray of light descended, with a flicker of the scene, Liubei has become the first participant to complete the assessment. However, the moment Liubei appeared, the expressions of the deities and the audience were marked by a profound silence. Elder Shura, have we emerged victorious or suffered defeat? Even the god of destruction, who shares an ambiguous connection with Liubei, gazed upon the outcome with a sense of bewilderment. If he were to witness this result once more, what significance would victory or defeat hold? The god of Shura spoke with a calm demeanor, leaving behind a phrase that evoked confusion, before transforming into a shadow and gradually vanishing from the sight of the crowd. As the gods departed, the question of whether Liubei had won or lost remained unresolved. Even the languid god of judgment, responsible for overseeing the proceedings, regarded Liubei with a complex gaze. Knight Ancient leaped from the VIP section and approached Liubei's side, subsequently tearing through the fabric of space. As the scene unfolded with Liubei being taken away by Knight Ancient, silence enveloped the gathering. With a thunderous sound, as the space tore apart, Knight Ancient, sensing Liubei's emotions, let out a heavy sigh and earnestly inquired, "Do you wish to return to that place?" Liubei suddenly felt invigorated, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Grasping Yigu's arm, he earnestly inquired, "Is it possible to go?" "Not at the moment," came a reply. "However, once you triumph in the final assessment, perhaps you may have the opportunity to embark on that journey. Complete the last evaluation." Liubei settled into the chair, contemplating the words spoken by Yigu. The memory of the inferno that had engulfed his surroundings lingered in his mind. He had never imagined that such recollections resided within him. The trial of the inner demons is a test of the buried past that lies deep within one's soul. Though it is harsh, it is undeniably realistic. Perhaps, following this ordeal, the perception held by the divine kings regarding him will undergo a profound transformation. Yigu spoke these words with earnestness, firmly believing that Liubei was not the ruthless villain he appeared to be. After all, no virtuous individual would willingly endeavor to become a malevolent one during this time. Liubei sat quietly on the chair, his eyes closed. He felt an intricate connection between this layer of memory and the system. Chapter 141. That is certainly not illusion. It absolutely cannot be a mere figment of my imagination. If it manifests in my world, then it is undoubtedly real. Yigu was originally engrossed in reviewing the petitions submitted by the immortal citizens. However, upon hearing Liubei's sudden exclamation, he looked up in perplexity, his gaze fixed upon Liubei, who appeared as though he had lost his soul. With a heavy sigh, he set aside the petitions momentarily and stepped forward to stand before Liubei. Observing Liubei's unwavering stare at the ceiling, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. The sound of the slap resonated crisply, momentarily leaving Liubei bewildered as to what had just transpired. You struck me?" Liubei cast a glance at Yigu. Noticing the ominous aura emanating from Liubei's face, Yigu involuntarily inhaled sharply. Feigning nonchalance, he lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. "Why would I strike you? We harbor no grievances against each other. What reason do I have to harm you?" Yigu adopted a facade of seriousness. Had it not been for the telltale signs of his trepidation, Liubei might have almost been convinced. "You claim that upon completing 3 assessments, I can return to the place I desire. Are you not a deity? Why do you not simply escort me there directly?" Liubei earnestly addressed Yigu, his tone imbued with a sense of skepticism, yet brimming with conviction. I cannot take you there. Although I am a deity, there exist beings even beyond the divine, namely, the enforcers of the divine realm. Enforcers of the divine realm? In response to this term, Liubei can be described as exceptionally unfamiliar with this matter. After all, it is the first time he has ever heard of the divine domain enforcers. Are you perhaps curious about the duties of the divine domain enforcers? Well, Liubei nodded silently. He cast a glance at Liubei and then waved his hand. A map depicting the distribution of power among the deities of the divine realm instantly materialized before his eyes. Observing the territorial divisions of these gods, he was taken aback to discover that the god of laziness and the goddess of fortune were not aligned with the goddess of victory, a revelation that had never crossed his mind. However, upon noticing the position of Yi Gu within the power dynamics, he fixed Yi Gu with a gaze that was somewhat complicated, leaving Yi Gu feeling rather awkward. You needn't look at me like that. When I was in the company of the god of destruction, you were still in the dark, Yi Gu replied, somewhat speechless, especially considering the events that had transpired prior to this moment. Who is Liubei? As the Grim Reaper, he remains an enigma. I haven't said much, so there's no need to feel anxious. Liubei smiled faintly as he rose and approached the maps depicting the distribution of power, with an expression devoid of warmth. He noticed the name of the god of destruction, and a dark cloud shrouded his face. He could hardly restrain his desire to eliminate this wretch on the spot. After all, among the subordinates of this god of destruction, there existed a multitude of deities. Are these the enforcers of the divine realm? Liubei's gaze fell upon several deities who stood apart from the prevailing powers, revealing both male and female figures among them. The realization that these individuals held a status surpassing that of numerous deities was utterly unexpected for Liubei. These enforcers did not serve any particular deity, but were collectively bound to the divine realm council. For instance, should Yi Gu commit a transgression, the deities within the council would possess the authority to initiate a vote for his pursuit. Of course, if 3 or more deities voted against it. Even if Yi Gu was at fault, he could evade the dire consequences of death. Conversely, where there is the power of veto, there also exists the power of adjudication. Should 3 or more deities render a judgment, the number of enforcers assigned would correspond to the severity of Yi Gu's offense. It is noteworthy that the old Shura deity possesses an absolute right to negate any decision. In other words, even if the remaining 4 deities sought to eliminate him, should the Shura deity refuse, the 4 would have no choice but to endure their animosity. Yi Gu, in all seriousness, compared his situation to Liubei's, demonstrating a genuine intent for Liubei to comprehend the gravity of the matter, even at the cost of his own life, as a jest. Suddenly, as Yi Gu conversed with Liubei, the previously stable distribution of power began to subtly shift. Observing the empty space following the goddess of kindness, a faint outline of a deity's power distribution pattern emerged. Yi Gu's eyes sparkled with astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Could it be that these deities had truly resolved to endorse your ascension to godhood? How could this be possible? You are merely at level 99. Yi Gu's expression bore the hallmark of disbelief. While Liubei's displayed strength was indeed suffocatingly formidable ultimately, Liubei's rank is merely that of a transcendent Douluo at level 99. If one can ascend to the status of a deity under such circumstances, then even if Liubei's prowess is overwhelmingly formidable, the sheer weight of absolute rank would undoubtedly render many existing deities unable to accept this reality. Whether or not this is agreeable remains uncertain. However, given the current situation, it seems plausible. What does it mean to say it seems plausible? Indeed, oh heavens! Yi Gu appears on the verge of collapse. His feelings do not stem from jealousy towards Liubei, but rather from the miraculous feats that Liubei has brought forth, which are simply too extraordinary. From the moment he vanquished Poseidon, leading to his exceptional admission as an intern deity, to his progression from rejecting the role of intern deity to participating in the assessment conference, culminating in his astonishing performance at the conference that led to deliberations in the Divine Realms Committee Hall. These occurrences are undoubtedly far from mere coincidence. What is the matter? Is such a reaction truly warranted? Liubei cast a glance at Yi Gu, feeling utterly speechless at his reaction. Brother, to be frank, ever since I followed the god of destruction, my days have not been filled with joy. When the day comes that you ascend to become the God King, do not forget your brother. Yi Gu's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he were negotiating something significant with Liubei. Of course, I shall not forget you. After all, I envision becoming the God King, surrounded by deities I can trust as my right and left arms. Why not consider the two of us directly then? Just as Liubei made this promise to Yi Gu, an ethereal voice unexpectedly resonated through the air. The familiar tone compelled Liubei to glance toward the entrance. Moments later, two petite, lovely young girls were led in by a tall, robust youth of the undead clan. The youth's face was flushed, seemingly overwhelmed with happiness at being in the presence of two enchanting goddesses. Your Majesty, you must understand, it is not that I did not attempt to stop them, but rather that I simply could not. The youth, blushing profusely, uttered these words. Yigu's expression mirrored his displeasure. This is my undead kingdom. Since when have these goddesses been allowed to tread here without my consent? Yigu's demeanor shifted to one of rare seriousness, his solemn countenance suggesting that, were it not for his known character, one might mistake him for a competent ruler. Chapter 142. Is it small or larger? Yigu's expression was icy, as if the mere intrusion of these goddesses into his realm filled him with profound disdain. Do you have any idea how many male deities wish for our company? We choose not to associate with them, yet we come here out of respect for you. The goddess of desire spoke bluntly, her lack of regard for Yigu evident in her tone. Your words do not please me. This is, after all, my territory, Yigu. His irritation grew. The presence of these goddesses felt exceedingly bothersome to him. Liubei observed the scene with a sense of unexpectedness regarding the arrival of the deities of desire and laziness. Has the assessment concluded? I can comprehend her presence. After all, she is my secretary. But what about you? Were you not meant to preside over the assessment conference? As he watched the deity of laziness approach him gracefully, he noticed the playful expression gracing her features. Before Liubei could utter another word, the deity of laziness, with a subtle pursing of her lips, placed her hand over his mouth. Do not ask anything. You know, witnessing your helplessness as you stand before the sea of flames, I have already discerned that you are not as incapable as one might presume. Upon hearing these words, Liubei furrowed his brow, gazing at the earnest countenance of the god of laziness. He found himself perplexed by the sudden utterance. In truth, there is no need for such sorrow. You might very well consider a journey to the goddess of kindness. Perhaps, upon sharing your experiences, she might grant you passage. Compared to the comforting words of the god of laziness, the sentiments expressed by the god of desire were evidently more enticing to Liubei. Although he had little interaction with Xiai Ran, an inexplicable feeling lingered, as if she had somehow played a role in his life. Moreover, as a time traveler, the notion of repeated traversals was not something one could easily comprehend. If it were indeed possible, I would eagerly wish to embark on such a journey. Yet, should he not be opposed to my seeking out Xiai Ran? Just as the god of laziness was filled with sympathy for Liubei, the sudden words uttered by Liubei filled her with immense indignation. Her red lips pressed together. She cast a disdainful glance at Liubei with her beautiful eyes, brimming with resentment. Am I truly the kind of woman who stirs up trouble without reason? If you do not wish to meet her, then simply do not go. I'm not the type of woman who easily succumbs to jealousy. The goddess of laziness furrowed her brow at Liubei, her countenance far from pleasant, genuinely disinclined to engage with someone like him. Liubei was undoubtedly aware that uttering these words could easily provoke others. However, compared to remaining silent, voicing such sentiments was far more comprehensible and acceptable. The benevolent goddess had also observed your recent assessment, and given her inherent kindness, she would surely endorse your endeavor. The goddess of desire arched an eyebrow, her petite figure gazing intently at Liubei. Indeed, it would be wonderful if that were truly the case. Liubei, resolute as if making a momentous decision, prepared to depart from the immortal palace of Yigu. Are you truly intent on leaving in this manner? Yigu exclaimed in astonishment, standing rooted to the spot. Observing Liubei's imminent exit, he furrowed his brow and called out, Do you truly think that departing like this would allow me to reside here with you in the future? Liubei, momentarily speechless, found himself at a loss in the presence of the two divine beings. Noticing their gaze, he awkwardly scratched his head and chose to refrain from further conversation as he exited the palace of Yigu. The god of laziness, however, swiftly positioned herself in front of him, reminding him to remain aware of his identity in the presence of the goddess of kindness. Although one could argue that he now possessed strength rivaling that of a true deity, there remained a considerable gap when compared to an actual god-king. Yuer, I entrust this matter to you. The god of laziness earnestly advised Liubei before turning her attention to the god of desire. With a decisive wave of her hand, she shattered the void and stepped inside. Is she not joining us? Liubei was perplexed. He had initially believed that the god of laziness would accompany him, only to find that it did not, which left him somewhat astonished. As for the god of desire, observing Liubei standing there in a daze, she deliberately approached him, her enchanting eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled warmly at him. What is the matter? Is she not accompanying you? Can't this beautiful lady accompany you instead? Besides, I possess everything she has. Why fixate on just one blossom? In the face of the god of desire's soulful inquiry, it was evident that, in contrast to the tranquility of the god of laziness, her demeanor lacked a certain calmness. However, her delicate visage exuded a subtle allure. This juxtaposition of innocence and seduction, if nurtured over time, would undoubtedly blossom into an extraordinary beauty. Yet, the only regret was that, while her face was undeniably charming, her figure, though possessing long, slender legs of fair complexion, paled in comparison to that of the god of laziness. Hey, what do those eyes mean? The god of desire noticed the glint in Liubei's gaze, observing him as he stroked his chin in contemplation. She had an inkling that he was mulling over something rather inappropriate. Not at all. I just think you're rather petite. If you were a bit larger, perhaps you could become a competent woman. Rather petite? A bit larger? Is that even human speech? The god of desire's face darkened in indignation. After all, Liubei's words were utterly lacking in tact. Enraged, the god of desire clenched her hand into the air, and a gleaming blade materialized, gripped tightly in her hand. Witnessing the petite figure wielding the formidable weapon, Liubei shuddered in alarm, recalling how the god of desire had once chased him through the streets with fervor. Behind the palace window, a young man clad in regal attire quietly observed this unfolding scene. Your Majesty, all portraits of young Master Liu have been dismantled. Should we dispose of them entirely? A few guards, holding the images of Liubei, inquired earnestly of the figure standing at the window. Rehang them. After all, my anger has subsided. The corners of the guards' mouths twitched violently. Were it not for the fact that Yi Gu was the sovereign of their immortal nation, they might have pointed at his retreating figure and vehemently berated him as a madman. Plop! With a sudden stumble, Liubei fell towards the ground. Just as he turned around, he noticed the goddess of desire rushing towards him, her large blade clutched tightly in her hand. Alarmed, he hastily attempted to rise. Ah, catch me, he exclaimed. The goddess of desire, too, lost her footing, sending her heavy sword flying elsewhere. In the chaos, she lost her balance and fell directly into Liubei's embrace. Their lips met and their eyes locked, as the goddess of desire's pupils dilated in surprise. She scrambled away from Liubei, breathless. What just happened to me? She murmured nervously, her mind blank at the recollection of their recent kiss. Chapter 143. The kind intentions of the goddess stepping before the goddess of desire. Liubei noticed her cheeks were flushed as if they could bleed. With a mischievous smile curving his lips, he remarked, I recall you are the secretary sent by the committee to assist me with my daily affairs. Since you are my secretary, not to mention your pursuit of me while wielding that large sword, can I not report you to the committee for a replacement based solely on your audacious kiss? You, the goddess of desire, felt a deep sense of injustice, anger bubbling within her. Despite her divine status, she remained fundamentally a woman. Liubei's aggressive demeanor unmistakably indicated that he did not regard her as such. Had he truly seen her as a woman, he would not have uttered such infuriating words. Well, go ahead and report me. How shameless of you, the goddess of desire retorted, her frustration evident as she turned to leave. Liubei picked up the large blade that had fallen from his companion and caught up to her side. He placed a hand on the shoulder of the goddess of desire and embraced her tightly. This must be yours, right? Girls can be so easily angered. One must understand that in our Douluo continent, a girl with a volatile temper finds it quite challenging to secure a marriage. You, what business is it of yours? The goddess of desire was quite incensed. She snatched the blade from Liubei's grasp and trembled, as if deliberately suppressing the fury within her. This scene was witnessed by many residents of the undying nation. Observing the two, it was evident that they were not merely a superior and subordinate. They resembled a pair of young lovers bickering over trivial matters. Although the goddess of desire still felt a flicker of annoyance, she maintained a serious demeanor in the face of more pressing matters. As she tore through the fabric of space, she did not wait for Liubei to catch up but stepped boldly into the void. Naturally, Liubei followed closely behind her, for he was unfamiliar with the art of spatial traversal. Moments later, within a grand hall, a dark rift in space appeared. Subsequently, two figures emerged from within. Upon recognizing the goddess of desire, the striking woman accompanying her altered her calm expression slightly. Xiaoyu, why are you two not at the Hundred Flowers Palace? What brings you here? The beautiful woman spoke with a tone that was exceedingly gentle, akin to her benevolent title, causing any lingering irritation to gradually dissipate. Goddess of kindness, we have come to request your permission to journey to the Douluo continent. To the Douluo continent? The goddess of kindness was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She was well aware of Liubei's intentions for seeking her out. The divine realm has its own regulations. If I were to hastily consent to your request, and word were to reach the ears of the other powerful deities, I would find myself in a precarious position. As she conveyed this, she reminded them that there were other formidable gods within the divine realm. It was clear that even the benevolent goddess was not in a position to easily grant Liubei and his companions entry into the Douluo continent. It appears we have intruded. Let us depart then, since the goddess of kindness is unwilling to assist. Let us venture to visit those other divine lords. Liubei was about to depart when he was swiftly grasped by the god of desire, who shot him a fierce glare before urgently resuming his appeal to the goddess of kindness. Oh, goddess of kindness, you are the most benevolent deity within the divine realm. If even you, who is renowned for your compassion, are unwilling to offer assistance, then how could we expect the other divine monarchs to lend their aid? The words of the god of desire furrowed the brows of the goddess of kindness. After all, the implications of his statement were unmistakable. He was effectively comparing her to the other divine rulers. Should she acquiesce to Liubei and his companions, it may bear little consequence for her. However, if she were to refuse, her title of kindness would indeed become a source of mockery. Liubei gazed at the god of desire, who had uttered such words, taken aback. After all, the proclamation from the god of desire was undoubtedly an attempt to ensnare the benevolent goddess. If the benevolent goddess remained indifferent, all would be well. However, should she take it to heart, the actions of the god of desire would surely be tantamount to courting disaster. A faint smile graced the lips of the god of desire as he pressed them together, his gaze directed toward Liubei, seemingly lost in contemplation. Very well. Although I cannot grant you direct passage to the mortal realm, I can indeed impart the means to reach it. Unable to consent, yet able to reveal the path, Liubei furrowed his brows. He was well aware of the implications behind the kind goddess's words. It was simply a refusal to bear the burden of blame for Liubei and his companions. Kind goddess, please speak. Liubei gently exhaled a breath of murky air. It was then that the benevolent goddess rose from her crystalline throne, her long, graceful legs gliding with an ethereal elegance. The delicate brows of Liubei rise gracefully with a mere flick. It must be said that the goddess of kindness possesses an exquisite figure. Clad in a pure white short dress, she embodies a voluptuous and curvaceous silhouette. Her elegance is matched only by her captivating visage, which lingers in one's memory long after a fleeting glance. If I were to proclaim that your divine sword could transport you to the Douluo continent, would you believe me? Can the Qianxunji sword truly lead me to the Douluo continent? Observing the kind goddess gently biting her lip, her enchanting expression stirs a restlessness within his heart, akin to ants crawling beneath his skin. Can the Qianxunji sword indeed facilitate my return to the Douluo continent? Is there a way to achieve this? Liubei furrowed his brow and inquired. While it is true that the benevolent goddess possesses a remarkable beauty, he was acutely aware that he had not come here merely to admire her. Has your sword ever been bonded through blood? It is essential to understand that even Poseidon, in his time, had to infuse his trident with his own blood to fully unleash its potential. Poseidon? Liubei suddenly paused it. He had heard of Poseidon's trident, forged from one's own soul ring. However, the notion of blood binding to establish a master was entirely new to him. The benevolent goddess. Could such a thing truly be feasible? He recalled that even the current god of destruction merely inherited the scepter of destruction from his predecessor. The goddess of desire felt a twinge of concern. She had contemplated the possibility of the benevolent goddess revealing the method to traverse to the Douluo continent. Yet she had not anticipated the requirement of blood binding to the Qianxunji sword. Of course, the scepter of destruction had already undergone this blood binding. Moreover, the position of the god of destruction had always been passed down through lineage. Thus, anyone who bore the identity of the god of destruction could wield the scepter to its fullest potential. So that is how it is. The goddess of desire gazed with wide, sparkling eyes as she absorbed the benevolent goddess's explanation, as if she had stumbled upon a sensational piece of news. Chapter 144. The implicit meaning of the benevolent goddess's words. The goddess of desire took out a small notebook and began to document the day's events. After all, the occurrences of today warranted a record. Observing the earnestness of the goddess of desire, the benevolent goddess chose not to interrupt her, as if she were quite accustomed to such behavior from her. Have you made your decision? If you are willing to bind your blood, I am confident that with the power of your sword, you will surely be able to traverse through realms. The benevolent goddess gazed seriously at Liubei. As she spoke these words, it was as though she was certain Liubei would comply without hesitation. Liubei did not disappoint her. With a sword radiating golden light floating in the air, he transformed his palm into a blade, drawing a line of blood across his hand. Reaching out, he grasped the Xianyuan sword. Blood flowed from the hilt, tracing the shallow patterns along the blade. After what felt like an eternity, the once resplendent Xianyuan sword appeared as though it had been immersed in blood, now emitting a crimson glow. The shallow engravings had transformed into deep red imprints, as if branded upon the blade. Buzz! The sword hummed with a tremor, its golden light instantaneously shifting to a deep red. Like a sword plunged into a sea of blood, the tip continued to drip as if possessed by an unceasing flow. Strangely, however, the crimson droplets that fell to the ground seemed to vanish without a trace, as though they had never existed. The Witch Slayer's sword? Liubei furrowed his brow. This inscription, which should have been named Xianyuan, has now been replaced by the words Douluo. The Douluo sword. Perhaps this is the true origin of this blade? If Xianyuan was its title during its divine phase, then Douluo must represent its identity when it was still a demonic sword. Was a Xianyuan sword once a demonic blade? Liubei stood there, momentarily stunned. If this were indeed the case, then even the once esteemed Xianyuan Huang clan might have transformed from demonic to divine. Let the demonic sword be what it is. There is no need for such a countenance. It is essential to understand that in this world, true demons do not exist. It is merely that their cultivation surpasses what ordinary mortals can comprehend, leading the righteous path to label them as demons. The benevolent goddess earnestly elucidated, observing the intricate expressions on Liubei's face. She genuinely hoped that the notion of the divine sword transforming into a demonic sword would not adversely affect his mental state. Thank you. Liubei waved the witch-slaying sword in his hand, the blade stained with blood. As he swung the sword, droplets of crimson splattered upon the figure of the benevolent goddess. Observing the pristine whiteness of her bosom, now marred by blood, Liubei trembled, hastily reaching out to wipe away the stains. The benevolent goddess, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding audacity of Liubei, was taken aback. Ah, Liubei, how daring of you! How could you treat the benevolent goddess in such a manner? The god of desire was understandably alarmed, for Liubei's actions were indeed quite fearsome. It is of no consequence. I believe Liubei acts with my best interests in mind. It is not a bother at all, the benevolent goddess reassured, her character shining through. True to her nature, she maintained her composure despite Liubei's brashness. How about this? I see you may not yet know how to traverse the rifts in space. Let us step outside, and I shall teach you. With a charming smile, she took hold of Liubei's arm and led him out of the hall. The god of desire, furrowing his brows, felt an inexplicable discomfort at the goddess's response. Reluctantly, he followed them outside. There, he witnessed the benevolent goddess personally demonstrating a practice, leaving him utterly bewildered about her intentions. First, you must do this, she instructed, positioning herself behind Liubei. She pressed closely against him and grasped his right hand, guiding it. Liubei, feeling the presence of the benevolent goddess behind him, was struck by the unexpected assertiveness of a woman so pure. Next, you must vividly envision the scene you wish to reach in your mind. Remember, it must be clear and precise. Otherwise, you will not arrive at your desired destination, she explained with a gentle smile, her lovely eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. As her gaze arched like a crescent moon, her other hand wrapped around Liubei's waist. Liubei's body tensed, his pupils dilating as he sensed the warmth of her head against his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the goddess's radiant smile. This woman, Liubei's emotions were somewhat complex. The proactive approach of the benevolent goddess caught him off guard. What's the matter, Liubei? You mustn't lose your focus at this moment, she said with a charming smile. Suddenly grasping something, Liubei was genuinely taken aback. This time, we are evenly matched. The benevolent goddess spoke in a voice only Liubei could hear. Gazing upon the goddess's radiant countenance, if it weren't for the god of desire silently observing from behind, he might have truly embraced her. After envisioning the destination, one merely needed to wield the witch-slaying sword. The rift in space that opened would lead to the place he yearned to reach. The benevolent goddess continued softly, holding Liubei's hand and with a forceful gesture directed towards the front. A space rift cleaved open before the eyes of the onlookers. It actually worked. The excited voice of the god of desire resonated from behind. As she stepped forward, just as she was about to pass by the two, the benevolent goddess released her grip and stepped aside. Her gentle demeanor was accentuated by a blush on her cheeks, distinctly visible. Liubei, I must say, you possess quite a talent, the god of desire remarked, patting Liubei's arm. Noticing Liubei's somewhat awkward expression, she waved her hand in front of him. What are you thinking? Why so serious? It's a rarity for the benevolent goddess to teach someone personally. Now that you have her assistance, you must remember to show gratitude in the future, understand? The veiled words of the god of desire compelled Liubei to remain vigilant towards her. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. However, I trust that someone of Liubei's character will surely know how to repay kindness, correct? The benevolent goddess approached Liubei's side, and as their eyes met, she seemed to employ some method that conjured an image in Liubei's mind of themselves entwined upon a bed. Liubei regained his composure, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The impression the benevolent goddess left on him could only be described as terrifying. The goddess of desire's gaze flickered. She instantly discerned something in Liubei's demeanor. If Liubei had been brimming with confidence not long ago, now it seemed that the benevolent goddess was the cause of his trepidation. Chapter 145. Remember to express gratitude in the future. As a faint smile graced the face of the goddess of desire, she grasped Liubei's arm, preparing to leave this place. Thank you for your assistance, benevolent goddess. The goddess of desire called back to her. With Liubei in tow, she stepped toward the rift in space. Liubei, I have done you a great service. Do remember to return and express your gratitude. Liubei was started. Confronted by this benevolent goddess, who seemed as though she might consume him whole, he felt a twinge of regret for having come here. Fortunately, the god of desire grasped Liubei's arm and led him inside. Otherwise, had he lingered any longer, unforeseen events might have truly transpired. As the two entered the rift in space, they were greeted by an exquisitely beautiful scene. The farmers in the fields toiled diligently, seemingly oblivious to the sudden appearance of the two figures. Liubei surveyed his surroundings, observing the somewhat familiar scene as if it had just transpired moments ago. In contrast, the god of desire wore a serene smile, gently addressing Liubei with a soft voice. I have assisted you this time, yet you fail to utter a single word of gratitude. How disheartening it is for me. Upon hearing this, Liubei felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, had it not been for the presence of the god of desire, escaping the benevolent goddess's palace, given her displayed demeanor, would undoubtedly have proven to be quite a formidable challenge. Thank you. Liubei sincerely expressed his gratitude to the god of desire. As she gazed at Liubei's sudden seriousness, a faint blush appeared on her fair and delicate face. Which family do you belong to? How can you dress like this in broad daylight? Where are your parents? A girl dressing like this and going out, doesn't it tarnish the reputation of our village? Just as Liubei and the god of desire exchanged glances, an unexpected voice rang out from a distance, reaching their ears. Liubei furrowed his brows as he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. He noticed an elderly man clad in coarse gray attire, who was puffing on his pipe and approaching this way. Liubei had yet to decide how to respond. As the old man approached, he caught sight of Liubei's face and was taken aback in sheer terror. What a haunting visage. The moment the old man recognized Liubei's features, it was as though he had encountered something utterly dreadful. He was so frightened that he began to shout and stumbled backward, desperate to flee. Watching the elderly man trip and fall, all the while continuing to scream as he made his escape, Liubei couldn't help but feel a wave of perplexity wash over him, wondering what was wrong with this old fellow. Liubei spoke without a word, while the villagers, upon hearing the old man's cries, all raised their heads in unison. However, as they gazed towards the roadside, some perceptive youths, upon catching sight of Liubei's countenance, were similarly struck with fear, screaming as they fled. As more and more individuals began to react, witnessing the panicked villagers, the god of desire approached Liubei's side. What is the meaning of this? Why do they all claim you are so sinister? You inquire of me? Who else could I possibly ask? Liubei chuckled at himself, yet chose to enter the village alongside the god of desire. Upon their arrival, the two unexpectedly discovered that within this village, apart from the houses that lacked legs and could not flee, there was a conspicuous absence of any living beings. Not even the stray chickens and ducks could be found. Their whereabouts remained a mystery. Could it be because of you that they were all frightened away? Liubei Muzit. Otherwise, how could there be not a single soul here? Even in the absence of people, the chickens, ducks, and cats should still be present, shouldn't they? The god of desire winked at Liubei, revealing a charming dimple and casting him a mischievous smile. Liubei extended his hand to gently grasp her tender cheek, causing the deity of desire to exclaim in pain. Liubei finally released his grip. Hey, I have treated you with such kindness, yet you have the audacity to pinch my face so hard. I am, after all, a girl. If you hadn't mentioned that you were a girl, I would have assumed you were a man like me. The god of desire stood in disarray, observing her reaction, while a gentle smile graced Liubei's face. Let us proceed. Since these individuals fear me, we shall confront them directly. Liubei reached out to grasp the hand of the deity of desire. In that fleeting moment when she felt his touch, her long eyelashes trembled gently before she began to step forward, silently trailing behind him. As they journeyed along, it became evident that Liu Bei's thoughts were accurate. Although the streets were undeniably deserted, the tightly shut doors and curtained windows concealed an unknown multitude of eyes, peering through the slightest of cracks. Time passed without a hint of life on the streets. After a prolonged silence, the deity of desire furrowed her brow and inquired of Liubei, "Why don't we simply find a place to ask for guidance? Otherwise, continuing on this path will surely be a fruitless expenditure of time." Liubei fell into a momentary silence, opting to follow the methods of the god of desire. He casually approached the door and gently rapped upon it. Frowning, he called out, "Is anyone home? We have matters to discuss." "No one is home. If you have something to say, go knock on the neighbor's door," came the dismissive reply, followed by a resounding crash. The door shattered instantly, revealing the young man stepping into the courtyard. The old man, who had been hiding behind the window, trembled in fear. With a powerful kick, the door flew open. The elderly man, confronted by the imposing youth, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in terror. "Please spare me. I swear I had nothing to do with the fire that burned you." "Fire? Burn someone?" Liu Bei furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the men and women kneeling on the ground. With a cold expression, he extended his hand to point at a trembling young girl. "Pray tell, what exactly transpired?" he inquired. The girl, filled with trepidation, stammered, "But how could I possibly know? Sir, we truly know nothing at all. The fire erupted so unexpectedly back then. By the time we sought to rescue anyone, the house had already been consumed by flames." Liu Bei's countenance was dark and brooding as she stood at the doorway, listening to the fragmented whispers of the god of desire. After a moment, she stepped into the room, her gaze falling upon the men and women kneeling on the ground. Contemplating for a while, she earnestly inquired, "Are you suggesting that in that great fire from years past, he had already perished?" No, no, no. My dear girl, I did not say such a thing," the old man exclaimed, his scalp prickling with shock. He hastily shook his head and waved his hands, clearly aware that any further questioning would yield no fruitful answers. "Gulme, let us proceed over there and take a look." Liu Bei exhaled a heavy sigh, grasping the hand of the deity of desire as they ventured forth. With each receding footstep, an observant soul noted the desolate courtyard, releasing a breath of relief. Yet, a perplexity arose. Did I not witness his skeletal remains being carried away 2 years prior? Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. It was not until Xiao Ran and the others had departed that the old man, trembling, uttered such words. Note, the timeline discrepancies will be clarified in subsequent chapters and do not impede the reading experience. Chapter 146. Reunion with Xiao Ran as Liu Bei and his companion departed. The previously closed doors along the street began to reveal shadowy figures. They stood at the eastern end of the street, casting furtive glances, from which the hidden fear in their eyes became evident. Time drifted by, and Liu Bei, with a swirl of complex emotions, retraced his steps to the bamboo grove where he had once shared life with Xiao Ran. The small dwelling, now a mere memory, left behind only the charred black marks on the ground, as if the flames had just danced before him. "What troubles you? What are you pondering?" the deity of desire inquired with a furrowed brow. "If Xiao Ran is truly no longer here, then remaining is but a waste of time." With this, they resumed their journey. Shortly after exiting the bamboo grove, a procession of individuals carrying a sedan chair approached slowly from a distance. Liu Bei walked silently alongside the god of desire as the palanquin glided past him. The beautiful woman seated within wore a troubled expression, her gaze cast downward. "Liu Bei, pray tell, how is it that you, a man destined to become a deity king, are so affected by the presence of a mere woman? Must it truly be this way?" Liu Bei. Upon hearing the sudden sound, the woman seated in the palanquin instantly displayed a visage transformed by excitement. "Stop!" the beautiful woman exclaimed loudly, causing the palanquin to come to an immediate halt. Liu Bei furrowed his brow and turned back to glance. He beheld the sedan chair lying motionless on the ground. Indifferent, he intended to continue on his way. Yet at that very moment, a voice he knew all too well resonated from behind him. "Liubei, Diaplaza." Bibidong was present at the scene, as if responding to a profound call from the depths of his soul, causing his very essence to tremble. With eyes shimmering, Liu Bei turned his gaze towards the enchanting woman clad in a red dress, noting the voluptuous and exquisite figure concealed beneath her crimson attire. Liu Bei's gaze met that of his counterpart. Xiao Ran. Liu Bei's heart raced with excitement as he approached, his steps light and buoyant, drawn by the alluring figure before him. With outstretched arms, he embraced her, capturing the poignant moment of their reunion. Even the deity of desire might find himself stirred by such an encounter. The bewildered servants, witnessing their mistress entwined with the unfamiliar youth, wore expressions of astonishment. However, their lowly status restrained them. To provoke trouble for Xia Yiran at this juncture would only invite their own misfortune. The deity of desire stood quietly to the side, casting a casual glance at Xia Yiran's serpentine waist, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Very well, now that you two have met, shouldn't we discuss how to arrange things moving forward? Liubei, consumed by thoughts of seeking out Xia Yiran, had not given any consideration to how to arrange such matters in the future. After all, in Liubei's memory, that devastating fire had claimed the life of none other than Xia Yiran. Xia Yiran's gaze faltered, as if the sudden inquiry from the young girl had rendered her somewhat uneasy, prompting a sense of reticence within her. Liubei, of course, took note of this. What is the matter? Do you not intend to accompany me? No, not at all. I long to be with you. However, my family has already arranged a marriage alliance with a prominent family in the city. A marriage alliance? Liubei was momentarily taken aback by the words. Indeed, time has changed everything. Perhaps in Xia Yiran's memory, he, Liubei, was merely an ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could that catastrophic fire have claimed the life of the person who now possesses divine abilities? By the way, weren't you supposed to have perished in that inferno? I even personally assisted in digging your grave right over there. You helped me dig a grave with your own hands? Liubei felt a hint of amusement. Although Xia Yiran's actions were indeed in line with her character given the circumstances at that time, Liubei now stood here in the flesh. As for that grave, there was no longer any need to keep it. Lead me over there. I wish to pay homage to the deceased version of myself. Liubei wore a smile at the corners of his lips, able to personally pay homage to the deceased version of himself. How profoundly ironic that was. Xia Yiran harbored a sense of bewilderment within her, yet she felt an overwhelming excitement simply because Liubei continued to live. Although she held some skepticism regarding Liubei, the familiarity of his countenance and voice left no room for doubt. Who else could he be if not the Liubei she had known 2 years prior? Moments later, the group arrived at the bamboo grove, gazing upon the grave marked by the growth of grass, a testament to time. With a mere wave of his hand, Liubei made the grass atop the tombs vanish in a thin air. Witnessing this surreal scene, the ordinary subordinates were immediately struck with fear, kneeling to the ground. Liubei, where have you been for the past 2 years? The god of desire inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Although she had never delved into Liubei's past, she was well acquainted with his fundamental details, a man capable of being a devoted husband and father in the spirit martial empire, who could also find time to flirt with women. Such a notion was hard for her to accept. Perhaps we should first open this tomb, she suggested, her demeanor cold as she conjured a menacing sword that radiated an aura of death. With a mere flick of her wrist, the blade cleaved the tomb in two, soil flying in all directions, revealing a simple straw mat that lay before them, shielding the visibly shaken Xia Yiran. Liubei stood before the god of desire, resolute in the face of the impending destruction of his own grave. A profound sense of speechlessness enveloped him, with a dark line etched across his forehead. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards the god of desire was laden with an unmistakable shadow of discontent. Yet, the god of desire remained unfazed, playfully sticking out a delicate tongue and offering Liubei a mischievous smile. You are truly ruthless in your dealings with me, the deity remarked. Liubei awkwardly lamented, as the god of desire waved his clenched fist towards him. He then approached the open grave, observing it with a solemn gaze. Have you not heard that adage? The depth of one's love for another is directly proportional to the ferocity with which one may strike them down. What a twisted logic it is. Liubei cast a silent glance at the god of desire, holding the slender waist of Xia Yiran as he approached the grave, his gaze fixed upon the desolate scene within the tomb. All that lay there was an empty grass mat. Where were the remains he had interred with his own hands? How could it simply vanish? Had he been paying homage to an empty grave all these years? Xia Yiran, her emotions stirred, furrowed her brow in an attempt to clarify, as if striving to prove the sincerity of her actions for Liubei. Liubei sighed, I see it now. You must have been sneaking away from the spirit hall to flirt with young maidens, right? The god of desire wore an expression of knowing amusement, adjusting his glasses as if he had unraveled Liubei's clumsy pretense. Spirit hall? What spirit hall? Xia Yiran inquired, her brow knitted in confusion. For if what that young girl had asserted were true, then the youth who held her waist was indeed a consummate deceiver. Chapter 147. An unexplainable identity of fleeting sorrow flickered in Xia Yiran's eyes. The man she once cherished, if ultimately revealed to be a complete fraud, would render her love a mockery. Faced with the god of desire's earnest jests, Liubei could only manage a sheepish smile, fully aware that some explanations would remain elusive. Noticing Liubei's predatory gaze, the god of desire, unfazed, suddenly had a thought. He approached Xia Yiran, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Observing her admirable figure and sweet appearance, he couldn't help but ponder. No wonder she captivated Liubei. Even as a man, he might find it difficult to resist. The god of desire muttered to himself, discreetly shifting his gaze from Xia Yiran. So, now that you have met her, do you intend to return to the divine realm, or stay a while longer? You must understand that your sudden descent will not go unnoticed by the gods. Rather than leaving with unresolved regrets, it would be wise to clarify those ambiguous matters first, he stated with utmost seriousness. Liubei was perplexed by her intentions. However, the gaze of Xia Yiran, cradled in his arms, bore an icy animosity akin to that of a sworn enemy. Such a chilling sensation, should he attempt to elucidate the misunderstanding, would likely only serve to exacerbate it. So, your family has arranged a marriage for you, has it? He queried. Xia Yiran, though somewhat irked by Liubei, was confronted by a man who had once shared countless nights with her, bringing her immense joy. This tumultuous blend of love and resentment could easily overwhelm a woman of lesser emotional fortitude, leading to a potential collapse under the weight of such feelings. Yet, observing the semblance of clarity in Xia Yiran's expression, it was evident that her resilience surpassed that of the average woman. What are your intentions? He inquired. Will you choose to marry that man, or will you walk away with me? Liubei earnestly inquired of Xia Yiran. Yet upon noticing the disdainful gaze of the god of desire, he cast a sidelong glance at the deity and refrained from offering any response. Xia Yiran's delicate lips quivered slightly as she found herself at a loss for words to reply to Liubei. Otherwise, she would not have succumbed to such prolonged silence prompted by his question. Observing the hesitant expression on Xia Yiran's face, it was evident that she was grappling with uncertainty. Liubei understood clearly that over the years, it was perhaps due to Xia Yiran encountering a man superior to himself. Otherwise, how could a woman willing to dig her own grave for him suddenly become so indecisive? Well, in truth, I have already discerned the thoughts that dwell within your heart. Since you have found a man whom you adore, then I bid you farewell. Liubei declared his intention to summon his witch-slaying sword. Eager to depart from this place that had evoked both joy and disappointment within him. Where do you intend to go? He inquired. Do you truly not wish to discover my thoughts? Or perhaps, in your eyes, I am indeed, just as that young lady described, a mere toy for your fleeting amusement? Liubei was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards the sorrowful Xia Yiran. His brow gradually furrowed. You too, alas. I simply cannot comprehend. The god of desire shrugged, suddenly tilting his head. Clearly, as an outsider, he saw through the situation without voicing it. As for the servants, their status was inherently lowly. Moreover, they had witnessed the prowess of that young girl, which rendered her untouchable in their eyes. The silent servants knelt quietly on the ground, their bowed heads offering the most eloquent response. I do not regard you as a mere plaything. If you held no significance in my heart, I would not have sought you out. Do you have any notion of the sacrifices I made to come to you? Liubei solemnly elucidated the matter of expenditure. He was more cognizant than the deity of desire, barring any unforeseen circumstances upon his return to the divine realm. It was certain that he would reside with the benevolent goddess for a period as recompense. Otherwise, he would inevitably face the repercussions of her methodologies. Liubei was utterly convinced that the other party would undoubtedly dare to pursue him all the way to the Hundred Flowers Palace. Xia Yiran felt a tinge of confusion. The resurrection of Liubei was already an enigma for her. Now, with his sudden utterance of such perplexing topics, it rendered her, an ordinary person, even more befuddled. I am unaware of the sacrifices you have made to find me, yet you remain oblivious to the countless nights I have spent in restless slumber since your demise. Xia Yiran retorted with a hint of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Liubei was acutely aware that if he continued to argue stubbornly, the woman before him would undoubtedly shed tears for him. Meanwhile, the god of desire furrowed his brow, reaching out to clasp the hands of both Xia Yiran and Liubei, intertwining their fingers with firm resolve. Now, do you have anything further to say? He inquired. Since you both still harbor feelings for one another, what cannot be resolved with a single night's rest? This scene, which should have been imbued with gravity, was transformed by the god of desire's unexpected remark, causing a delicate blush to grace Xia Yiran's exquisite visage. Ahem. Liubei's face flushed with embarrassment, although it was quite inappropriate for the god of desire to utter such words at that moment. The sight of the alluring crimson hue gracing Xia Yiran's cheeks was a testament to the fact that she harbored feelings for him deep within her heart. Liubei hesitated for a moment before reaching out to encircle Xia Yiran's slender waist. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Observing the departing couple, the god of desire stood atop a grave, somewhat disoriented. Goodness, am I merely here to play the role of a third wheel? The god of desire muttered in frustration, brandishing a great sword at Liubei's retreating figure, causing the onlookers to remain utterly silent. Moments later, the group emerged from the bamboo grove. Liubei gently cradled Xia Yiran as he placed her into the sedan chair, then turned to the servants with a serious demeanor. Take your mistress home. Additionally, I wish to notify a few individuals to come. The servants, lacking understanding of Liubei's intent, complied with his wishes, for they were but subordinates. As the sedan chair was lifted and directed towards Xia Yiran's residence, Liubei remained enveloped in silence. Xia Yiran, casting furtive glances at Liubei, also refrained from speaking. The god of desire, somewhat bored, trailed closely behind Liubei, seemingly attuned to the deity's mood. Liubei furrowed his brow and earnestly addressed her. I am grateful for your companionship on this journey. Without you, I fear I would never have found this place in my lifetime. The sudden expression of gratitude from Liubei momentarily left the god of desire, who had been feeling rather bored, utterly taken aback. Observing Liubei's demeanor, which was both formal and gentle, she found herself momentarily stunned. As realization dawned upon her, her entire countenance flushed a deep crimson. How peculiar. Why such earnestness in expressing thanks? The god of desire couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, at that very moment, Liubei, however, reached out and enveloped her in his embrace. The goddess of desire was quite taken aback. After all, Xia Yiran was seated in the palanquin. Should she catch sight of this and misunderstand the situation, offering an explanation would not be a matter of mere words. Chapter 148. What are you thinking? The goddess of desire's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. A flicker of apprehension danced in her beautiful eyes. She genuinely feared that Liubei's actions might create a rift between him and Xia Yiran. Liubei, what are you thinking? Although the goddess of desire was anxious about the potential consequences of such incidents, she was, after all, a woman. Moreover, having known Liubei for quite some time, it was utterly impossible for her to harbor no feelings for him. Liubei exudes an irresistible aura of a captivating deity. Otherwise, how could he possibly attract the attention of so many divine beings within the realm of gods? Upon hearing this, Liubei remained unfazed by the concerns raised by the god of desire. Naturally, he did not take such matters to heart. It is essential to recognize that the god of desire was sent by the divine council to assist Liubei with his daily affairs. Had it not been for the god of desire's intervention, it is conceivable that Liubei might have embarked on an entirely different path. Thus, without the god of desire, there may very well be no Liubei as we know him today. The two of them, Xia Yiran ultimately noticed this scene, observing the girl nestled in Liubei's embrace. It would be impossible for her not to feel a tinge of jealousy. What is your relationship with her? Xia Yiran inquired. Her brow furrowed. The god of desire seemed to sense the tension as well. She wished for Liubei to set her down, yet he held her tightly, unwilling to let her down easily. She is my sister, Liuer. Liuet. Xia Yiran clearly found it hard to believe. After all, the relationship between Liubei and that girl was evidently more complex than mere sibling ties. Why did she feel an inkling of disbelief? Although the girl appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, there was an undeniable aura about her that suggested she was older than Xia. The goddess of desire, upon hearing such remarks, felt her emotions surge dramatically. Perhaps it was due to her youthful appearance that she seemed less mature. Yet broaching such topics undeniably created an atmosphere of discomfort. As the expression on the goddess of desire gradually darkened, her charming visage clouded with frost. Even the surrounding air felt the palpable tension of her ire. A flicker of disdain and loathing passed through her beautiful eyes as she cast a glance at Xia Yiran. Intentionally burying her head against Liubei's chest, the goddess of desire clearly aimed to provoke the oblivious Xia Yiran. Let us go. Xia Yiran was indeed incensed, yet found herself powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as Liubei cradled the girl in his arms. Throughout the journey, the goddess of desire rested her head upon Liubei's shoulder, gazing at the scenery along the way, seemingly indifferent to the intimate embrace. It must be said, despite her petite stature, the goddess of desire was a complete entity in her own right. As Liubei, with an impassive expression, held her, he remained unfazed by the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Xia Yiran, noticing the calm demeanor on Liubei's face regarding his claim that the girl was his sister, began to waver in her convictions. After all, according to her own musings, if that girl was not Liubei's sister, then such intimate gestures with a woman were indeed troubling. The expression on Liubei's face would undoubtedly not be so tranquil. However, if it were a beloved family member, then such an embrace would be entirely appropriate. The tranquility etched upon Liubei's face is, of course, readily comprehensible. Could it truly be a matter of kinship? Xia Yiran gently bit her lip, her thoughts swirling as she expressed undeniable satisfaction with her own perspective. As the journey unfolded in silence, the palanquin advanced, with her ahead and in behind. Upon finally arriving at a quaint little town, Xia Yiran gracefully descended from the palanquin. What is this? Even if she is your sister, is it necessary to indulge in such childishness throughout the journey? Can't you allow your brother to set you down so you might walk on your own? Xia Yiran approached Liubei, gazing at the young girl still nestled against his shoulder, her expression unmistakably displeased. Why should it concern you? If my brother will not carry me, should he then carry you? The girl's demeanor was one of feigned indignation. Her performance as the younger sibling executed with remarkable flair. Observing the sulking girl, Xia Yiran's countenance darkened, for the behavior displayed was truly unreasonable. Do as you wish. Xia Yiran sighed, feeling utterly helpless, and thus chose to depart in silence. Liubei remained closely at the side of the god of desire, his intentions unmistakable. Although Xia Yiran verbally expressed her compliance, deep within, she harbored a profound indignation towards the actions of the god of desire. After an indeterminate passage of time, they finally arrived at a grand estate. Only then did Xia Yiran turn to Liubei and declare, I may agree to accompany you, but only on the condition that you assist me in nullifying the marriage contract. Liubei nodded silently and, embracing the god of desire, entered the courtyard alongside Xia Yiran. The maids and servants observed the unfamiliar young man accompanying their young mistress, as well as the girl in his arms, their expressions laden with confusion. Mistress, you have finally returned. Just at that moment, a middle-aged man of considerable girth came rushing down the corridor towards them. This man was the steward of the Xia family, and he was somewhat aware of the matters concerning Xia Yiran. Upon seeing the young man standing beside her, a vaguely familiar face, he was taken aback, nearly stumbling to the ground in shock. Liubei wore a faint, cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The fact that a middle-aged man could display such behavior suggests an undeniable connection to that great fire from years past. What troubles you, Uncle Fu? Why are you so frightened for no apparent reason? Xia Yiran raised her eyebrows slightly. Upon looking back at Liubei, she finally realized that he had not perished in that incident. This matter is rather complicated. It is best left for another time. By the way, Uncle Fu, what urgent matter compelled you to seek me out? Xia Yiran gazed at the young girl nestled in Liubei's arms, biting her silver teeth. Her already pale visage grew even colder. Stop this nonsense and come down at once. Liubei was acutely aware that Xia Yiran's ire stemmed from her deep-seated desires. Thus, her indignation was entirely understandable. After casting a disapproving glance at the god of desire, she was met with an unexpected smile from him. He appeared unfazed by her outburst. Furthermore, what was wrong with a brother holding his sister? It seemed to me that some individuals were merely envious because they had not experienced such affection themselves. You. Xia Yiran was seething on the verge of tears. Her eyes glistened with moisture, as if any further provocation from the girl in Liubei's embrace would unleash a torrent of tears. Meanwhile, the steward observed this exchange with keen interest, his eyes darting about in apprehension. After all, he harbored a profound fear of this person who had returned from the dead. Uncle Fu, if you do not clarify the situation at once, I shall truly take my leave. Uncle Fu was startled by Xia Yiran's sudden exclamation. Once he regained his composure, he hastily addressed her. My lady, it is as follows. The young master of the Li family, with whom you are betrothed, has come to present his marriage proposal. The young master of the Li family has arrived with a marriage proposal. Upon hearing these words, Liubei's entire demeanor erupted with an overwhelming intensity. Although his time spent with Xia Yiran was relatively brief in his recollection, any woman whom Liubei deemed worthy was not to be trifled with. For those who dared to covet her, the inevitable outcome would be nothing short of dire. Chapter 149. Who do you think you are? As old Fu uttered these words, his gaze subtly lingered on Liubei, as if he were keenly observing Liubei's reaction. Fu Bo, did I not make it clear that I would not marry him? Why then does he arrive bearing gifts? Was he truly after? Has my father not said anything? Xia Yiran proclaimed earnestly, her delicate features marred by displeasure, reflecting her profound dissatisfaction with her father's inaction. Old Fu remained silent, acutely aware that, as an outsider, he had no authority to interfere in the household's affairs. If you dislike him, why not simply part ways? If they were to unite despite such discontent, it would only lead to mutual torment. The flames of desire were stoked further, prompting Xia Ran to stamp her foot in frustration as she strode toward the assembly hall. Time passed, and soon the group found themselves at the assembly hall, observing the individuals seated within. Liubei's gaze fell upon a young man whose complexion was exceptionally pale. The god of desire followed Liubei's gaze and turned to look at the sallow youth. As their eyes met, the once lethargic expression of the young man suddenly awakened. "This young lady is quite charming. May I inquire about your age?" he said, rising to his feet. However, as he approached Liubei, he displayed not a hint of interest in Xia Ran, which caused Liubei's brow to furrow with concern. "Miss, I am Li Tianquan, the son of the Li family from Snow City. Might I be so bold as to ask for your name, so that I may pay a visit to your residence in the future?" The pale young man spoke with an air of familiarity, adopting the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Although his pallor was striking, his feigned gentility, coupled with the cultivated charm of his prominent family, could indeed captivate an ordinary woman. Alas, he found himself before the god of desire, who perceived his demeanor as little more than childish play, evoking laughter. "Is something amiss, young lady? Have you not heard of the Li family from Snow City? If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. My family is a distinguished household, abundant in wealth and resources, with servants and maids aplenty." The god of desire regarded the young man with a sense of disbelief, finding his incessant chatter rather foolish. "Could you kindly be quiet? Your family's riches are but a mere trifle compared to my brother's fortune. What's the saying? A drop in the ocean? No, you don't even qualify as a drop. Hey, how dare you speak to our young master in such a manner?" A stout middle-aged man seated nearby pointed at the god of desire, his voice booming with reprimand. Hearing this, the young master raised a hand to silence him, his expression remaining gentle. "Do not take offense, dear girl. Even if you were to insult me, I would not hold it against you. After all, a beauty such as yourself will surely refine her character as she matures." Is this person delusional? The god of desire was taken aback, feeling a wave of revulsion at the sight of this young man, whose mind seemed flawed. "You dare to flirt with my sister in my presence, treating me as if I were invisible?" Liubei exuded an air of solemn authority, creating an atmosphere of profound respect. Observing the young man with a darkened countenance, the scion of the Li family offered a faint smile. "You must be the elder brother that the young lady spoke of, correct? Regardless of your identity, it would be prudent to inquire about the standing of the Li family within this region." Li Tianquan, shedding his veneer of gentility, allowed his frivolous demeanor to erupt with sudden intensity. The god of desire shook his head in silent disapproval, perceiving that Li Tianquan was leading himself to ruin. Enough! With a thunderous clap, a middle-aged man clad in gray robes, who had been seated at the head of the table, could no longer contain his ire. Li Tianquan, taken aback, fixed a venomous gaze upon the gray-robed figure, his thoughts a tumultuous enigma. "Master Xia, be mindful of your station. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing?" The burly middle-aged man glared with an ashen face at the gray-robed elder. The elder's icy gaze conveyed his understanding of the veiled implications in the burly man's words. "Do you even know who you are conversing with?" In unison, all eyes turned towards a young girl cradled in Liubei's arms. Her unexpected proclamation took everyone by surprise. Li Tianquan was the first to regain his composure, directing a loud inquiry at the young man holding the girl. "Pray tell, who do you think you are? If you cannot enlighten me, I suggest you remain silent, for any feeble attempt to justify your presence would only expose your ignorance." Li Tianquan spoke with a seriousness that made his admonition seem almost rational. Alas, some individuals appear to be on the brink of demise. The god of desire mused with a shake of his head. This remark sent a shiver down Li Tianquan's spine, making him feel as if ants were crawling over his skin. "Young lady, while one may indulge in food, one must not speak indiscriminately. Are you aware that, should I choose, I could easily discipline you for your words? Try touching her." Li Tianquan Baluwa. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall shifted as several imposing men descended from above, their countenances grim. Before Li Tianquan could react, the burly middle-aged man seized his arm and, with a sudden motion, knelt before the gray-robed elder. "The esteemed ancestor has graced us with his presence. I have failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my transgressions." The robust, middle-aged man trembled, his entire body quaking, devoid of the earlier imposing demeanor he had when he regarded the head of the Xia family with disdain. The head of the Xia family was equally perplexed, for these individuals who had suddenly appeared were entirely unfamiliar to him. Was T the ancestor supposed to be at the spirit hall? How could he have the leisure to come here? As Li Tianquan discerned the visage of the elder, He was astounded to find the very likeness he had often seen portrayed on the wall, now standing before him. He felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. "My lord, Jean, he has arrived late. I beseech your forgiveness," came the familiar voice from behind. Liubei turned away, embracing the deity of desire, gazing at the golden crocodile, Douluo, who now donned attire akin to that of an ordinary citizen. He could scarcely fathom that this once-renowned powerhouse, whose name echoed throughout Douluo, could truly adopt such a humble demeanor. "My Lord Duke, is this esteemed figure truly the Empire's Grand Master, Lord Liu?" The stout middle-aged man referred to the elder as old ancestor. He observed with astonishment as even the illustrious Duke of the Empire bowed in deference to a mere youth. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, shaking his very soul. Chapter 150. The regret of Xia Yiran. The title of Grand Master of the martial soul empire bears immense weight, especially when uttered with such reverence by one's own ancestor. One could only imagine the formidable individual Li Tianquan had offended. As Xia Yiran regarded the composed Liubei, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of conflicting feelings. She had never contemplated Liubei's true identity. Even her suspicions had merely led her to believe he was a disciple from a certain faction on a journey. Now, upon learning Liubei's genuine identity, Xia Yiran was still reeling from shock. The assembly behind her promptly knelt in reverence. "Yiran, hurry and pay your respects to Grandmaster Liu. Why should I bow to him? He is nothing but a deceiver who has led me astray," Xia Yiran retorted. Her fair face clouded with frost, refusing to comply with her father's command. She merely pointed disdainfully at Liubei's retreating figure. This girl, the head of the Xia family, was terrified, for he dared not offend even the humble Li family, let alone a personage as significant as Liubei. "Fear not, for my purpose here was solely to seek out Miss Yiran. Our relationship is close, so such formalities may be set aside." In order to spare the summer patriarch from embarrassment, Liubei spoke these words, causing a subtle shift in Xia Yiran's gaze towards him. She was fully aware of the implications behind Liubei's statements. The members of the Li family, upon hearing Liubei's utterances, were struck with terror, as if their very souls were about to flee their bodies. "Master Guosher, Duke, may I inquire how my juniors have offended you?" pondered the Li family's elder, contemplating the presence of his descendants here, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile, Douluo, smirked inwardly, observing the bewildered expression on the elder's face. He then replied, thoughtfully, "Li Kuei, after all these years, do you still fail to grasp the situation at hand?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the chests leaning against the wall. Li Kuei, perplexed, glanced at the red silk tied around those chests, and even he, despite his ignorance, began to connect the dots. With a chill spreading in his eyes, Li Kuei took a deep breath and approached Li Tianquan. He raised his hand and struck Li Tianquan's face with considerable force. Li Tianquan, unable to withstand such an assault, was sent flying, left uncertain of his own existence. Witnessing the fallen teeth, the burly middle-aged man trembled in fear, too terrified to look up. "Beast, you dare to harbor thoughts about Master Liu's woman. You must be tired of living," the elder of the Li family exclaimed, preparing to strike Li Tianquan again. However, as he lifted his hand to deliver another blow, he intentionally halted his movement. He was acutely aware that if he continued, his descendant would surely meet his demise. Yet, despite holding his hand aloft for what felt like an eternity, no one called for him to cease. Gritting his teeth, he began to strike Li Tianquan repeatedly. As the blows continued, Li Tianquan fell silent, his pupils dilating. It was then that Li Kuei stood up. "Master Guosher, my junior is ignorant of the rules. He has been dealt with on the spot. If you still harbor any resentment, I, Li Kuei, am willing to bear all punishment for my kin." The golden crocodile, Douluo, remained silent, observing Li Kuei's demeanor, though it appeared to be an act of righteous indignation against his own kin. His words were undoubtedly a negotiation with Liubei. Having followed Liubei for many years, he understood his character well. In the case of Li Kuei's voluntary acceptance of punishment, Liubei would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Thus, he would strip him of all significant positions within the Wuhuan Empire while retaining his role within the Wuhuan Hall. Liubei spoke softly, and upon hearing such a punishment from him, the weight that had been suspended in Li Kuei's heart gradually descended. "Thank you, my lord." Li Kuei exhaled heavily, his gaze shifting back to the middle-aged man. Approaching the man with an expression of displeasure, he towered over the robust figure, whose demeanor quivered under Li Kuei's scrutinizing stare. "Li Gan, do you possess such audacity? Engaging in the forceful abduction of a common maiden?" No. Ancestor, do not misunderstand. It was that scoundrel Li Tianquan who conceived this notion." The middle-aged man stammered. You, having been away from home for so many years, are unaware of the changes within the Li family. Changes within the Li family? Li Kuei pondered, for he had not returned home in decades. The once mischievous child had now matured into a man past 50. Naturally, he understood that changes within the family were to be expected. Is Li Tianquan? Who shares your surname, your son? Li Kuei inquired with a furrowed brow, casting a dubious glance at Li Gon. No, ancestor, you think too much. He is the son of the family head, Li Fei, thus your grandson. What? Li Kuei exclaimed, a wave of shock washing over him. He had inadvertently taken the life of his own grandson. As he stumbled back in disbelief, Jean Douluo supported him from behind and coldly remarked, he was merely a rebellious grandson. Your ability to uphold righteousness amidst familial ties is commendable. Perhaps it would be wise for you to resolve family matters before returning to your residence, would it not? Upon hearing this, Li Kuei dared not utter a word of dissent, setting aside the formidable strength of Jean Douluo. Even the perpetually silent Liubei could easily create trouble for him with but a thought. Elder Jean, please step forward. Liubei emerged, cradling the goddess of desire in his arms. The golden crocodile Douluo, responding to Liubei's call, followed suit. As for Xia Ran, upon witnessing this scene, she was about to step forward when she was suddenly restrained by her father, who had risen abruptly. You unruly girl, is there not enough chaos already? The head of the Xia family glared, his face a stormy shade. As an ordinary man, he found himself overwhelmed by the presence of such formidable figures. His apprehension was palpable. Had it not been for the troubles instigated by his daughter, he would never have been ensnared in such turmoil. Xia Ran's eyelashes fluttered as she watched Liubei exit the room, her mind awash with unspoken thoughts. My dear, who is this young lady? In the courtyard, the golden crocodile, Douluo, scrutinized the girl cradled in Liubei's embrace. His curiosity piqued. He noted the gaze of the golden crocodile, Douluo, intently upon him. Liubei's expression instantly darkened. He was well aware that this golden crocodile Douluo had certainly misunderstood him. This is my sister, Liubei. Liubei? When did the master acquire a younger sister? I have served the master for many years and have never heard of such a sibling. By the way, master, did you not venture into the divine realm? How is it that you have suddenly appeared here? Also, how long have you been back? Are His Majesty and the various ladies aware of your return? Ah, Jean Lao, are you not being a tad too talkative? Ha ha. The god of desire laughed joyfully, for it was indeed her first encounter with Liubei, and she too could relate to moments of speechlessness when questioned by others. Observing the visibly awkward Liubei, she suddenly found herself intrigued by this amiable old man. Hey, old man, who do you refer to as a little girl? Do you know? If we were to truly discuss age, I could very well be your great-grandmother. Great-grandmother? Jean Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, looking at this playful and charming young lady. He was astonished that she could utter such audacious words. Were it not for Liubei's unperturbed demeanor, he might have chastised the girl in his arms quite sternly. Chapter 151. An indispensable assistant in the mortal realm. Liubei furrowed his brows. The golden crocodile Douluo could be regarded as his capable aide. Now, being mocked by the god of desire, his foremost consideration was to protect the dignity of the other. He is my invaluable assistant in the mortal realm. Please refrain from ridiculing him. He is of considerable age and cannot withstand such teasing. In the dialect of Liubei, every word and implication serves to assist the golden crocodile Douluo, filling his heart with warmth. He is acutely aware that Liubei's unwavering support stems from the numerous deeds he has performed for Liubei over the years. Had it not been for his unwavering dedication, he might have shared the same fate as the second elder from years past. The goddess of desire gazes at Liubei with her enchanting eyes and alluring red lips, inquiring, I see, this is your capable assistant in the mortal realm. What about in the divine domain? Liubei was momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware that this was a perilous question posed by the god of desire. Alas, my lord, since you have returned, why not accompany this humble servant back to the spirit hall? You must know, your children have been yearning for you every single day. My children? The children of Liubei? The god of desire was momentarily taken aback by the words, and the gaze directed at Liubei lost the affection it once held. Liubei, awkwardly touching his nose, replied, Let those little ones wait a while longer. By the way, I believe the time is nearly upon us. Perhaps we should return? Liubei inquired of the god of desire, who merely pouted her rosy lips in response. If she had no intention of answering my query, she could simply state so, without the need for such theatrics. The god of desire was irked, yet Liubei did not dwell on the potential consequences. He glanced over at Xia Ran, contemplating how the young lady would orchestrate matters. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to the golden crocodile, Douluo, and instructed. This young lady from the Xia family shares a connection with me. As for the nature of that connection, we both understand it well. I hope you will protect the Xia family in my absence, and should they require assistance, I trust you will keep a watchful eye over them. The golden crocodile nodded in agreement, while Xia ran, upon hearing Liu Bei's arrangements for her, felt a measure of comfort, yet as she saw him prepare to depart, she chose to pursue him. With an air of indignation, she stepped in front of Liu Bei, closing the distance until their noses nearly touched, before finally halting. You have been gone for so many years, only to return suddenly. Is it solely to make these arrangements for me? Is your return truly just for this purpose? Xia Ran exhaled softly, gazing at Liu Bei with eyes as vibrant and reflective as a tranquil pool. Liu Bei's expression was one of confusion, his brow slightly furrowed. At such a close distance, he could even catch a whiff of her subtle body fragrance. Gazing into her enchanting eyes and the smooth curve of her snowy neck, his gaze drifted downward, clearly revealing the alluring scenery beneath her collarbone. He had come here in search of her. As for any ulterior motives, he was uncertain. The deity of desire spoke on Liu Bei's behalf, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. It must be said that Xia Ran was indeed a captivating enchantress. However, that did not imply that Liu Bei would feel compelled to respond to her inquiries. Suddenly, as Liu Bei found himself lost in the depths of Xia Ran's mesmerizing gaze, the serene sky appeared to be torn open. From the rift in the fabric of space emerged a general clad in armor. The deity of desire, raising an eyebrow, could not restrain himself from urgently informing Liu Bei, the enforcer of the divine realm has arrived. It seems the benevolent goddess has provided us with no explanation. The enforcer of the divine realm? Liu Bei gazed upward at the man clad in golden armor, observing the trident he wielded and the ominous black hound by his side. He could not shake the feeling that this figure closely resembled a character from ancient mythology. What, indeed, is a divine enforcer? The golden crocodile Douluo was filled with perplexity. All he knew was that the man in golden armor exuded an aura of formidable terror. As the crowd collectively raised their eyes, the armored general's gaze naturally fell upon Liu Bei and the god of desire. Yet, he uttered not a single word, as if harboring a certain wariness towards Liu Bei. Are you sent by the god of destruction? If so, please convey to him that he may approach me directly with any matters of concern. There is no need for such convoluted methods. Have you lost your mind? The god of desire looked at Liu Bei in astonishment, scarcely able to believe his own ears. Liu Bei audaciously uttered such provocative words. Throughout the entire divine realm, only those on equal footing with the divine kings dare to speak in such a manner. It seems that Liu Bei truly is the foremost individual known. The golden armored general likely did not anticipate that Liu Bei would be so forthright. However, constrained by certain matters, the golden armored general bowed in response to Liu Bei. My apologies, Lord Liu, but I cannot directly address your suspicions. Nevertheless, my visit to seek you is not on behalf of any divine king, but rather a directive from the Divine Realm Committee. The Divine Realm Committee? The god of desire murmured softly, suddenly struck by a thought. He furrowed his brow and inquired of the golden armored general, is this regarding the assessment? If it pertains to the assessment, then it is indeed quite in accordance with the rules of the Divine Realm Committee to send you to find him. Though the divine general did not reply, his calm demeanor suggested that the god of desire's conjecture was likely accurate. I request that Lord Liu accompany me back. Furthermore, god of desire, your unauthorized descent to the mortal realm has incited considerable ire among the divine kings. Goodness! The god of desire's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the individual referred to was herself, the implication of the words subtly pointed at Liu Bei. So, I am merely taking the blame for you. Is that it? The god of desire gazed at Liu Bei incredulously. Were it not for being held in Liu Bei's embrace, she might have been driven to a fit of rage. Liu Bei's face flushed, and his silence spoke volumes, serving as the most eloquent response. Liu Gongzhu, my lord, have you ascended to divinity? Yet, why do I sense not a trace of divine essence within you? The golden crocodile Douluo inquired, perplexed about the presence of divinity surrounding Liu Bei. Analyzing the golden armored general provided the clearest distinction. Is that truly your assertion? The god of desire chimed in, her alluring smile gracing her lips. With a mere flick of her wrist, an enchanting aura enveloped her, captivating all who beheld it. Yet, alongside this irresistible charm emanated a formidable presence, imbued with an air of sacred authority. You too are a deity, the golden crocodile Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially presumed that the young lady cradled in Liu Bei's embrace was merely a chance encounter. Little did he realize she was, in truth, a genuine divine being. Liu Gongzhu, please permit this humble servant to return to the divine realm, the golden-armored general implored, furrowing his brow. The sensation of being disregarded was a bitter affront to one who wielded authority over deities. Can I truly venture to the divine realm? I imagine you would find solitude there rather dull, Xia Ran remarked, her eyelashes fluttering as she expressed a sincere desire to accompany Liubei in his departure. Liubei turned to Xia Ran, his desire to acquiesce to her request palpable. Alas, a mere mortal, unworthy of divine status, could never hope to survive in the realm of the gods. Chapter 152, Liubei. I loathe you. Faced with Xia Ran's inquiry, Liubei remained silent, seemingly reluctant to divulge the outcome. The god of desire, perceptive to Liubei's unease, hesitated for a moment before responding earnestly to Xia Ran. You are but a mortal. The notion of venturing into the divine realm is utterly unrealistic for someone of your kind. I advise you to relinquish such hopes. For even should you reach the divine realm, your mortal frailty would only hasten your demise. The god of desire candidly expressed the conclusion Liubei was hesitant to voice. Observing the helplessness reflected in his expression, Xia Ran gradually came to the realization that Liubei had long transcended the point where she could indulge in her whims. As the golden armored general urged him once more, Liubei held the god of desire close and soared towards the golden armored general, who stood before the rift in space. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the onlookers. As Liubei prepared to depart, Xia Ran suddenly raised her head and shouted, Liubei, I despise you. I shall never forgive you. Her words faltered, and she sank to the ground, wrapping her arms around her pale, slender legs. Observing the weeping Xia Ran, Liubei, standing before the rift, felt a tumultuous mix of emotions within himself. Ward Liu, please. The golden general reminded him again, prompting Liubei to step into the rift in space. As the scene shifted, he found himself in an extraordinarily solemn assembly hall. His gaze fell upon the god of destruction seated at the head of the table. Their eyes locked, akin to two ignited fuses, poised to explode at any moment. Cough. Liu, be mindful of your position. The kind goddess, observing the god of desire cradled in Liubei's arms, offered a gentle reminder that jolted the god of desire back to reality. Flushed with embarrassment, she hurriedly leaped from Liubei's embrace, retreating behind him, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the rift employed by the enforcers of the divine realm. Surely you all have matters to discuss with me? If so, please, let us dispense with the pretense and get straight to the point. Oomph. With a resounding clap, the god of destruction slammed his palm onto the table, rising suddenly as the teacups leaped over a foot into the air. Do you still have the audacity to claim we seek you out for no reason? Liubei, what defense do you have for descending to the mortal realm without permission? The god of destruction, with veins pulsating on his forehead and a sullen expression, glared at Liubei and exclaimed. However, Liubei merely responded with a cold smile, unperturbed by the wrath of the furious god of destruction. Among the divine sovereigns present, aside from the god of destruction, the others remained silent. This clearly indicated that the council was being undermined by the god of destruction. Upon witnessing Liubei's derisive demeanor, the god of destruction, his face dark as thunder, bellowed, his robes billowing around him. Young man, though your displayed prowess is indeed commendable, do not forget that I have been a divine sovereign for many more years than you. Are you truly attempting to confront us, your seniors, with such an attitude? Oomph. God of destruction, others may cower before you, but I do not. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your motives for targeting me? Liubei, if you possess the capability regarding the 100 Flowers Palace, feel free to seize it. I, Liubei, will utter no further objections. The god of destruction was seething with rage. Once Liubei's words left his lips, a situation that had initially favored him had swiftly shifted to Liubei's advantage. The goddess of life's expression altered slightly as she furrowed her brow at the god of destruction and inquired, is what he said true? Did you not inform me that you had no interest in the 100 Flowers Palace? Faced with the goddess of life's icy inquiry, the god of destruction, his brow twitching, felt a profound trepidation towards his wife. Although he held the esteemed title of the sovereign of the divine realm, the dynamic between him and his wife was one of mutual respect and caution. Very well, I initially thought this was a matter of great significance, but it appears to be trivialities. God of destruction, such matters are your domestic affairs. There is no need to present them publicly for others to mock. Regarding Liubei's descent to the mortal realm, it is understandable. I propose we end the investigation here, for as seniors, we must show care for our juniors. The god of Shura suddenly interjected, his words implying a desire to protect Liubei. Although the god of destruction felt revulsion at the words of the god of Shura, He was compelled to temporarily spare Liubei, considering the true strength and credentials of the god of Shura. Seeing the god of Shura depart, the kind goddess raised her delicate brows and then turned her gaze towards Liubei. Little Liubei, you must have heard that, right? Senior Shura has instructed us, the seniors, to take good care of you, our young junior. How about this? To better nurture you, I propose that you temporarily move to my residence for the next few days. What do you think? The goddess of life was momentarily taken aback by the sudden decision of the goddess of goodness. She felt a profound aversion towards it. In her efforts to win over Liubei, she had even dared to offend the god of destruction by offering him the 100 Flowers Palace. Yet now, the goddess of goodness, despite her esteemed status as a divine sovereign, openly uttered words that were utterly disconcerting in front of such a multitude. This is unacceptable. Liubei is a man. Your palace hardly allows even a male bird to enter, let alone a man. The young man with antlers slammed his hand on the table in immediate opposition, his countenance dark and his voice somewhat subdued. Liubei noticed the subtle change in the expression of the horned youth and turned his gaze towards the benevolent goddess. He observed a slight shift in her demeanor, leading him to ponder the nature of the relationship between the two, whether there existed some shared history. After a brief moment, the benevolent goddess, with a resigned pout of her rosy lips, addressed the horned youth earnestly. My actions do not require your opposition, as you lack a suitable standing to dictate my choices. Her response was resolute, further chilling the horned youth's demeanor. How can you not comprehend that when a girl expresses her desire for independence, it is meant to be respected? Liubei, although our relationship is strained, I still agree with your intention to approach the benevolent goddess. We must not allow certain individuals to presume themselves as the overlords of this divine realm. God of destruction, you old curmudgeon. The horned youth's countenance darkened, and without hesitation, he clenched his fist, preparing to strike the god of destruction. As his fist, imbued with a sharp whistle, surged towards the god of destruction, the latter, equally cold in demeanor, flickered with a sinister gleam in his eyes. With a swift movement, he evaded the horned youth's blow and transformed his palm into a fist, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the horned youth's abdomen. The unavoidable punch landed with force, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that spread rapidly. The goddess of life, furrowing her brows, quickly reached out to grasp the horned youth's arm, pulling him forcefully to her side. Chapter 153. Blossoming affections. As the horned youth was swiftly pulled aside by the goddess of life, the lethal energy that was meant to obliterate him crackled through the air, igniting it with a fierce intensity. Witnessing the ruthless actions of the god of destruction, the goddess of life's delicate brows furrowed as she cast a disdainful glance in his direction. You old curmudgeon, you actually intend to kill me. The horned youth, witnessing the charred remnants of his outer robe, seethed with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at the god of destruction. The failure to eliminate the horned youth left the god of destruction visibly displeased. With narrowed eyes, he cast a long, scrutinizing gaze at his wife, let out a cold snort, and then transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Liubei observed the scene with keen interest, relishing the spectacle of conflict among rivals. As he silently appreciated the unfolding drama, the benevolent goddess, who harbored feelings for him, gracefully approached, her steps light and delicate. Upon her arrival, Liubei furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" The goddess, her eyes resembling crescent moons, smiled enchantingly and said, "Little Liubei, have you forgotten the promise you made to your sister? Or do you mean to say that your intentions were solely for your own benefit, deceiving your sister in the process?" Liubei furrowed his brow, gazing at the woman before him who exuded an aura of mature allure. He was fully aware of the implications behind her words. "If you agree to let her accompany me, I shall spend a few days at your place." She, the benevolent goddess, cast her enchanting gaze towards the god of desire, who was hiding behind Liubei. The memory of Liubei embracing her during her entrance made her rosy lips curl slightly. Of course, she may go, but only on her own. Should anyone else accompany her, dear sister would be quite displeased, the benevolent goddess remarked nonchalantly, her hand subtly squeezing the curves of the god of desire behind Liubei. Startled, the god of desire's body tensed abruptly, her cheeks blossoming with a hue reminiscent of the evening sky. With a look of flustered indignation, she shot a glance at Liubei before delivering a firm punch to his back, clearly intent on departing. "Where do you think you're going?" Liubei hastily turned around, gazing at the departing god of desire. How he wished the god of desire would accompany him to the realm of the goddess of kindness. After all, the actions exhibited by the goddess of kindness instilled a genuine fear within Liubei. Return to the 100 Flowers Palace. I shall come for you in 3 days. The god of desire left these words without looking back. Had Liubei attempted to intervene at that moment, he would have undoubtedly noticed the slight redness in the god of desire's eyes. This cannot be blamed on me. She herself is unwilling to go. The goddess of kindness remarked nonchalantly, fully aware of the god of desire's feelings. Come now, little Liubei. It seems I must impart the rules of this divine realm to you. With that, the goddess of kindness effortlessly tore through the fabric of space, linking her arm with Liubei's and vanished from the scene. In the vast chamber, only the horned youth and the goddess of life remained. Observing Liubei being taken away by the goddess of kindness, the horned youth wore a grim expression, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Liubei. Yet, as he beheld the agitated horned youth, a smile graced the face of the goddess of life. Bibidong, if you truly harbor feelings for Qianxunji, why not boldly pursue her? Bear in mind, merely being a sycophant often leads to a fate of having nothing in the end. The goddess of life spoke with a smile, her words striking the horned youth like a thunderclap. He had loved Qianxunji for 300 years and had invested much in that affection. Yet, with Liubei's emergence, all his efforts seemed to have been in vain. I do not comprehend your words. All I know is that since I love her, I shall continue my pursuit, the horned youth replied, his demeanor suddenly despondent. His once youthful visage now bore the signs of neglect, presenting an unkempt appearance. The emptiness in his gaze reflected a lifelessness, evoking a sense of fragility akin to a flickering candle nearing its end. One could only imagine the profound impact the goddess of life's words had on him. It seems I have misspoken once again. The goddess of life wore a faint smile as she observed the now lifeless aura surrounding Bibidong, before gradually fading from sight. Before them lay a shimmering hot spring, encircled by rugged mountains, with wisps of steam rising gently, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. The figure standing gracefully in the hot spring drew attention, as one's gaze traced along her exquisite back, admiring her alluring curves. Liubei, his face flushed, could scarcely believe that the benevolent goddess had brought him to the palace, leading him to this very spring for a bath. He watched as her delicate hands playfully stirred the water, her posture breathtakingly elegant, yet her countenance radiated a soft, enchanting charm. The gentle smile of the kind goddess seemed to acknowledge Liubei's rosy cheeks. With sultry eyes, she playfully bit her lip and called out tenderly to Liubei, who stood by the shore. Little Liubei, could you please pass me that bathrobe? The bathrobe? Glancing at the silk robe resting on the stone bench, Liubei furrowed his brow, unable to fathom why the benevolent goddess would make such a request. Though she was indeed in the hot spring, the steam enveloping the scene rendered his vision somewhat hazy. What is the matter, little Liubei? It's inconvenient for me to come over. Could you assist me by bringing it? Liubei was enveloped in a haze of confusion. If he truly had a hand over the bathrobe, one could only wonder how enchanting the benevolent goddess would appear. Yet, he was destined to witness it all. Moments later, urged by her tantalizing prompts, he finally grasped the bathrobe and stepped into the hot spring. As he waved aside the rising steam, a graceful silhouette soon emerged before his eyes. I thought you might not come, but since you are here, would you mind giving my back a scrub? She inquired. Liubei stood bewildered, clutching a bathrobe, for the sudden request from the benevolent goddess left him utterly astonished. What? Do you not wish to admire my back properly? I recall how, by the shore, you seemed eager enough to gouge out your own eyes just to gaze upon me. The benevolent goddess did not turn around. However, as Liubei gazed at her back, he swallowed hard and cautiously reached out to caress her exquisite skin, as his palm gently glided across her back. The smoothness akin to jade evoked in Liubei a profound admiration for her divine nature. Yet, while he tended to her, the goddess's lovely lashes fluttered delicately, and her fair visage flushed crimson, her body tensing as if the hues of sunset were spreading throughout her form. Noticing her transformation, Liubei observed how her body, which should have relaxed, began to tighten instead. Furrowing his brows, he hesitated for a moment before dismissing his thoughts. In the next instant, the benevolent goddess abruptly turned, drawing close to Liubei, nearly leaning against him. The suddenness of her movement startled him, causing him to step back in surprise. Observing his reaction, the previously tense goddess seemed to find a measure of ease. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in her eyes as she purposefully drew nearer. She extended her delicate finger to rest upon Liubei's lips. Gazing into her expressive eyes, before Liubei could respond, her soft, melodious voice filled the air. Little Liubei, do you not comprehend my intentions, having deliberately dismissed those maidens? If you are willing, dear brother, I am prepared to grant you any condition you desire. Chapter 154, The Benevolent Goddess's Arrangement. Liubei's heart quivered, and one cannot deny that the current state of the benevolent goddess is indeed remarkably enchanting. Under ordinary circumstances, Liubei would undoubtedly agree with delight. However, one must not forget that the benevolent goddess holds the esteemed title of divine monarch. If events were to unfold as they appear before him, one cannot ascertain whether trouble lies in wait for Liubei. It is a matter shrouded in uncertainty. The goddess holds herself in high regard, and Liubei harbors only feelings of gratitude towards her, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Liubei, with a hint of tension in his gaze, hurriedly placed the bathrobe into the hands of the benevolent goddess. He summoned all his energy and swiftly made his way towards the shore. Watching Liubei depart, the benevolent goddess smiled gently, gradually rising from the hot spring. As she casually wrapped herself in the bathrobe, she began to float languidly towards the shore where Liubei stood. Moments later, through the veil of mist, Liubei beheld her graceful figure gliding towards him. Noticing the goddess's somewhat alluring curves, he averted his gaze, focusing instead on his own breath, too timid to continue staring. Upon reaching the shore, the benevolent goddess caught sight of Liubei's expression, her lips forming a delicate smile as she playfully remarked, "What? Am I truly capable of devouring you?" Her enchanting laughter resonated, and to Liubei, her smile could only be described as exquisite. How could a goddess speak thus? If she truly intended to consume him, it seemed he would be powerless to resist. Liubei cast a glance at the benevolent goddess, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke these words. The goddess, gazing into Liubei's eyes, appeared even more vibrant. Initially, she merely intended to tease him, but upon witnessing his reaction, she refrained from continuing her playful antics. After she casually adjusted her bathrobe, she summoned her maidservants to attend to her. "From this day forth, you shall call me Sichuan. Refrain from addressing me as goddess, for you may yet ascend to the throne of divinity," the benevolent goddess murmured. Observing her exquisite visage, Liubei pretended to be somewhat troubled and nodded. "Since I may now call you Sichuan, might I inquire about a place to rest? You see, during my time at the Hundred Flowers Palace, I had the luxury of choosing any room to sleep in." In the words of Liubei lies a hidden meaning. The benevolent goddess with delicate brows glanced at the maid beside her. "Why not rest with her today? I see this maid possesses an appealing figure, which I trust aligns with your tastes." Upon hearing this, the maid's gaze trembled slightly. Her brows raised as she bit her lip and replied, "Goddess. But I still. You need not say more. To serve Liubei is a privilege. You must understand that this young man has the potential to become a god king in the future." "A future god king?" The maid looked at Liubei with curiosity. Previously, she had refrained from observing him directly due to the presence of the benevolent goddess. However, now afforded the chance, she scrutinized the young man whom the goddess cherished so greatly. He was not only handsome, but also exuded an admirable aura. As her heart raced and her face flushed to the roots of her neck, the benevolent goddess took notice of her reaction. "Since I have someone attending to me, why don't you take him to your quarters for a while? Remember, he has the potential to become a god king in the divine realm. I trust you know how to conduct yourself in this regard." The benevolent goddess gazed at the maid with her enchanting eyes, her words subtly urging her to cherish this opportunity. I understand." The maid's face was flushed, and as she turned her gaze back to Liubei, she noticed his demeanor was exceedingly aloof. His expression, one of indifference, sent a shiver through her. "Please follow me," she said, her eyes shimmering like water as she looked at Liubei, who was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he followed her out of the vicinity. Observing the departing pair, the benevolent goddess, with her lips slightly pursed, seemed lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, while the maid was walking ahead, she suddenly felt a pair of hands grasping hers from behind. As their bodies pressed together, she could feel Liubei's heartbeat resonating against her back. This close contact caused her to shift uncomfortably. "What is this, my lord?" she stammered, biting her lip as she faced Liubei, who had unexpectedly seized her hands, her cheeks flushing even deeper. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely curious. The benevolent goddess clearly has an interest in me, yet she sends you to accompany me. Do you believe she harbors some peculiar quirk?" The maid paused, momentarily taken aback by his words, and upon realizing, her face turned crimson with embarrassment. "My lord, you are overthinking it. The benevolent goddess has always been gentle in nature. Perhaps she simply cannot bear to see you alone, which is why she instructed me to keep you company." The blushing maid replied earnestly, yet her somewhat timid tone prompted Liubei to turn her to face him directly. As he gazed into her eyes, this close observation revealed that the woman before him remained ever vigilant. "What is your name?" Liubei inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Without clarifying her name, even if he were to gain something, a barrier would linger in his heart. "You may call me Lan Shui, my lord," she responded. "Lan Shui, is it? Liubei gazed at the perpetually timid Lan Shui, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he nodded gently after a moment. How about this? I'm only here for a few days, and after that, I must take my leave. Why don't we establish 3 principles to guide us? 3 principles? Lan Shui looked up at Liubei, a hint of intrigue flickering in her eyes at the notion he proposed. What do you mean, my lord? A blush akin to the evening glow adorned her cheeks as she earnestly studied Liubei's face, seemingly anticipating something. Noticing the spark of expectation in Lan Shui's gaze, he reached out to embrace her waist, causing her entire being to stiffen abruptly. With wide eyes, Lan Shui found herself tensed, for the suddenness of the gesture filled her with a touch of trepidation. Liubei curled the corners of his lips, seemingly quite pleased with Lan Shui's reaction. Do not feel anxious. After all, I am the master of the Baiwa Palace. Since I have been invited by the benevolent goddess, I am well aware of what is appropriate and what is not. I find you quite beautiful, and you will undoubtedly marry one day. Therefore, after much contemplation, I assure you that I shall not lay a finger on you. Should I ever do so, you may resist me or even flee, and I would never report you to the benevolent goddess. Of course, if I, Liubei, were to err in any regard, you are welcome to inform the benevolent goddess, and I shall not hold it against you. Lan Shui's head seemed to be filled with a series of question marks, for she was genuinely astonished that Liubei could utter such words. However, whether he would adhere to them remained an enigma for her. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Lan Shui's face, Liubei gently pinched her cheek and encouraged her to continue leading the way. After all, for Liubei, if there was a chance to catch a big fish, why concern himself with mere small fry? Chapter 155. If you are afraid, do not open your eyes. Although Lan Shui found it hard to believe that such words could come from a man, she could not help but be intrigued by Liubei's appearance, demeanor, and his future status in the divine realm. For a mere handmaiden, striving to rise above her station in this divine realm, the only viable path was to align herself with a deity of considerable standing or aspire to marry into one of the prominent families connected to the gods. Now, an opportunity lay before Lan Shui. Reflecting on the benevolent goddess's subtle hints, Lan Shui, having served as a handmaiden for many years, yearned to soar to great heights. Time passed, and under Lan Shui's guidance, Liubei arrived at a designated resting area for handmaidens. Observing the independent little houses, the surrounding handmaidens displayed looks of astonishment. The mere presence of a man in this domain was enough to evoke widespread surprise. Though Liubei maintained an air of indifference throughout, the cheeks of Lan Shui, who walked ahead of him, were now flushed as if they could bleed. Who was that man? How did he arrive here? Was it not stated that men were not permitted in our realm? I recall that we possess a protective enchantment established by the benevolent goddess. If this man can appear here, could it be that the goddess is aware? Uncertain, yet given the current circumstances, could it be that he is the recently renowned figure? If indeed he is that individual, such an occurrence would be quite understandable, for many divine monarchs are eager to forge alliances with him. Indeed, I have heard that the goddess of life, in her attempts to win his favor, even relinquished the 100 Flowers Palace. Goodness, the 100 Flowers Palace. My cousin is there. Ah, this. Listening to the murmurs of the maidens, the one leading the group, though her delicate face was blushing, felt an overwhelming joy within. After all, the esteemed figure following her was immensely popular throughout the divine realm, naturally drawing attention to her as well. Ignoring the idle gossip, Liubei cast his gaze around, surveying the neatly arranged houses, and began to ponder that should he ascend to the position of divine monarch, he would undoubtedly carve out a space of his own. After all, ensuring that his wife and children remain by his side is truly what a man ought to do. Although his witch-slaying sword possesses the ability to tear through space, it merely facilitates spatial traversal at present. If he truly wishes to create a realm of his own, it is indeed still premature for Liubei. Just as he contemplated the means to establish his own domain, Lan Shui, who had been walking, suddenly halted in her tracks. With a sudden crash, Liubei collided with the back of Lan Shui, causing her to stumble precariously, nearly toppling to the ground. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the onlooking women, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Is everything all right? Liubei furrowed his brow and, in a swift motion, wrapped his arm around Lan Shui's waist, preventing her from falling and facing embarrassment. In response to Liubei's inquiry, Lan Shui's face flushed a deep crimson. And no, I'm fine. After being helped up by Liubei, she pointed toward a small house nearby. My lord, this is where I rest. Please come in. With a rosy complexion, Lan Shui pushed open the door. The two entered, one after the other, while the curious onlookers hastily ascended to the second floor. Despite their eagerness to peer into the courtyard, they were met with a vague barrier that left them startled, as if their eyes were deceiving them. Observing the startled reactions of the women, Lan Shui wore a puzzled expression, unaware of the commotion unfolding outside. Moments later, once Liubei settled into the room, Lan Shui earnestly addressed him. "My lord, my room is small. I hope you do not mind." "Haha, what you say is of no concern. For me, Liubei, any shelter that offers a place to rest is sufficient," he replied. Lan Shui's cheeks flushed deeper, and regardless of whether Liubei's words were sincere or not, the happiness they brought her was ample. In this realm devoid of the modern entertainment venues, the two sat in silence within the room. However, as the awkwardness grew, Lan Shui hastily stood and made her way outside. "Where are you headed?" Liubei questioned, puzzled by her sudden departure, and quickly followed her. Just as Liubei pondered her intentions, Lan Shui had already seized a large black rooster. She waved the fowl before Liubei, revealing her adorable canine teeth, and cheerfully announced, "I intend to prepare a chicken for you, my lord, to nourish your strength." Upon hearing this, Liubei was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting from the clucking black hen to the somewhat dirty chicken coop. "I appreciate your kindness, but it seems this solitary hen is hardly sufficient. Perhaps we should explore if there are any vendors nearby." Lan Shui tilted her little head at Liubei, as if his inquiry left her in a state of utter perplexity. "What is the matter? Is it possible that in this divine realm, there are no places to purchase goods?" Noticing Lan Shui's expression, Liubei, of course, inquired with great curiosity. "There are, indeed. It's just that we typically partake in meals under the unified arrangements of the palace. Even this hen, I had brought it from home." Liubei felt a tinge of embarrassment, for when Lan Shui uttered those words, her expression was undeniably innocent. After a brief moment, as Liubei regained his composure, he grasped Lan Shui's arm and led her out of the courtyard. As he tossed the witch-slaying sword into the air, it immediately began to hover above them. "Come, let me take you nearby to see if there are any shops selling goods." Liubei spoke as he embraced the waist of Lan Shui Lu, leaping onto the body of the Tu-Wu sword. As the two stood upon the formidable blade, they gazed at the sword, radiating an aura of destruction. The expressions of those remaining on the ground were filled with astonishment, particularly those who noticed the woman taken away by Liubei. Their faces reflected a blend of envy and jealousy towards the woman who had been seized. After an indeterminate time, Lan Shui, held tightly by Liubei, buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed by fear. "If you are frightened, it would be wise not to open your eyes, as our current elevation is indeed quite perilous," Liubei gently whispered into Lan Shui's ear, causing her expression to shift slightly with apprehension. "Please don't frighten me. I am quite timid," Lan Shui replied, her delicate face paling in fear. Although she refrained from gazing downward, the sensation of the clouds drifting around her made her legs tremble with trepidation. Fortunately, Liubei, sensing the subtle quiver of Lan Shui in his embrace, tightened his grip around her waist, offering her a modicum of comfort. With a glance downward, she observed the sprawling area below. Liubei soared through the air on the sword of slaughtering witches, heading towards the gradually emerging area. Chapter 156. I want it all. The sight of the sword gliding through the sky was not one that an ordinary person could witness. One must understand that this is the divine realm. Not only is flying on a sword a rare feat, but it is also forbidden to do so without permission. After all, the divine realm has its own regulations, and the status of the deities surpasses that of the common populace. Above these deities, there exist the enforcers of the divine realm and the various divine kings serving in the divine realm committee. As the divine sword appeared, the deafening sound of its swift passage deeply startled the civilians standing on the ground. They all craned their necks to gaze at the sky, observing the silhouettes of two figures standing atop the flying sword. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Is flying on a sword not prohibited in the divine realm? Who dares to create such a scene? Did they not notice that there was both a man and a woman on that sword? Perhaps it was some deity attempting to impress a lady. Goodness, the cost of such courtship seems exorbitant. If those powerful figures were to investigate, would he not face dire consequences? With a resounding thud, as the sword landed, a terrifying gust of wind swept outward. Some of the more slender individuals were nearly swept off their feet, while elegantly dressed women hurriedly shielded themselves from the sudden fierce breeze. Moments later, Liubei descended from the sword of slaughtering witches, holding the waist of Lan Shui. Upon gazing at her fair and delicate visage, a smile unexpectedly broke upon his face. "What is the matter? You look as if you're in a daze," he remarked. In response, Lan Shui's alluring red lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. As her eyes shifted, her eyelashes fluttered, and her dark pupils flashed with an unusual glimmer. "Are you aware that my home is located nearby? Your home?" Liubei gazed at the somewhat excited expression on Lan Xue's face and, realizing the situation, responded cheerfully, "Indeed. The reason I brought you here is to let you see your family." Upon hearing this, Lan Xue's steps faltered, and as her cheeks flushed, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sweating?" Liubei discerned that something was amiss with Lan Xue and abruptly stepped in front of her. It was then that he noticed Lan Xue at this moment, her delicate nose emitting deep, measured breaths. Observing her exquisite visage, radiant as a peach blossom, with eyes that darted away and lashes that quivered slightly, she murmured, "No. It's nothing. If the esteemed Liu Gongzhu wishes to visit my humble abode, I would be more than willing to escort you there." With a gentle smile, Liubei embraced Lan Xue's waist, following her lead towards her home. As the two walked along the street, the sword of destiny, an emblem of Liubei's stature, silently hovered behind him. It seemed to signify that should anyone dare to trouble Liubei at this moment, that sword, exuding an aura of devastation, would strike swiftly. Observers noted the familiarity of the woman nestled in the young man's arms. Upon recognition, they wished to call out, yet the sight of the formidable sword compelled them to swallow their words. "Master, over there is my home," Lan Xue softly murmured, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she pointed to a modest courtyard house, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Liubei's brow furrowed in disbelief at Lan Xue's seemingly ordinary background. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from forging a bond with her, as Liubei had always chosen friends based on their appearance and form rather than their lineage. To him, it mattered little. If he wished, Lan Xue's humble origins could be transformed into wealth and grandeur in an instant. "Mother," Lan Xue called into the courtyard, her voice echoing towards the main house. "Moments latte." A beautiful woman clad in a qipao emerged. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Lan Xue, though her allure was more pronounced, showcasing a mature elegance. Upon seeing Lan Xue, the woman's expression shifted to one of surprise, her rosy lips quivering slightly. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the noble youth beside Lan Xue, she found herself momentarily speechless, her eyes shimmering like water. "Xue, were you not serving the benevolent goddess? How could you find time to return home? And who might this handsome young man be?" The woman's cheeks flushed with the hues of twilight, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement as they regarded Liubei. Taken aback by the woman's gaze, Liubei had not anticipated that Lan Xue's mother would appear so youthful. "Mother, he is a guest invited by the benevolent goddess. She specifically arranged for me to care for him, which is why we are here," Lan Xue explained, her thoughts unencumbered, as there was little more to ponder in the presence of her mother. "Oh," Lan Xue's mother replied nonchalantly. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon Liubei's face, unable to divert her attention. Liubei seemed to have noticed something, regaining his composure from a state of confusion. "I am Liubei, your junior," he said respectfully, observing the young man before her, who was imbued with utmost reverence. The beautiful woman covered her mouth with a smile and replied earnestly, "Young man, I believe it would be better if you refrained from calling me aunt. Instead, how about addressing me as Sister Lanling?" "Sister Lanling?" Liubei's heart tightened abruptly upon hearing the words spoken by the beautiful woman before him. He could not possibly misinterpret the implications of her statement. "What nonsensical talk are you uttering, mother? I am but a guest invited by the benevolent goddess. If I were to call you sister, then how should I refer to him?" Lan Xue was somewhat taken aback by her mother's words, as she had never imagined that her mother would entertain the notion of recognizing Liubei as her younger brother. Liubei, upon hearing this, fell into a deep contemplation. Observing the visibly agitated expression of Lan Xue, he understood perfectly well the reason behind her intense reaction. Lan Ling, unable to contain her amusement, looked at Lan Xue's flustered countenance and chuckled. "Why are you so worked up, my dear? I merely wish to acknowledge him as my younger brother. Furthermore, my recognition of him as such does not in any way affect the bond you share with him. Does it?" This. Liubei suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. After all, the current situation was subtly indicating to him that he had the opportunity to possess it all. Observing the pair of mother and daughter, Lan Ling and Lan Xue, one could not help but acknowledge their distinct advantages. While Liubei was taken aback, Lan Xue appeared momentarily bewildered, and as she regained her composure, she helplessly pouted her rosy lips, seemingly well aware of her mother's intentions. "After all this time, my little brother must be hungry, right? Shall I go prepare something for you?" Lan Ling expressed her enthusiasm. As for her, the arrival of such a man, esteemed by the benevolent goddess, was undoubtedly a serendipitous opportunity. Casting a glance at Lan Shui, she noticed the flush of embarrassment and annoyance blooming on her cheeks. After a gentle smile, she nodded in agreement to Lan Ling's request. As Liubei was led into the main hall by Lan Ling, Lan Shui, standing in place, felt her head spinning. "Lan Su, what are you doing out there? Hurry and cut some watermelon for my dear brother." Just as Lan Shui's emotions grew complex and her thoughts tangled, a somewhat dissatisfied call from Lan Ling echoed from within the hall. Chapter 157. Are you thirsty or hungry? Upon entering the room, Lan Shui noticed Lan Ling helping Liubei with a shoulder massage. Her lovely face was clouded with frost, and her enchanting eyes now radiated a chilling aura. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, Lan Ling raised an eyebrow at Lan Shui's frosty demeanor. "Didn't I ask you to cut the watermelon? Why are you still standing there?" Lan Ling inquired, her brows furrowing in displeasure, as Lan Shui's current behavior left her quite dissatisfied. In the past, when Lan Shui still lived at home, she had always taken her duties seriously. Yet now, after less than a year of serving the benevolent goddess, she seemed to have begun to stray from her responsibilities, which understandably irked Lan Ling as a mother. Were it not for Liubei's presence, Lan Ling might have angrily approached Lan Shui and given her a stern reprimand. Facing Lan Ling's impatient inquiry, Lan Shui nodded, blinking her eyes, and with a cold demeanor, she departed with a hint of resentment. As Lan Shui left, the atmosphere in the hall, now occupied solely by Liubei and Lan Ling, became somewhat tense. Although Lan Shui was diligently tending to her own needs, it felt somewhat inappropriate for her to serve herself in front of her daughter. Auntie? Still calling me Annie? Didn't I tell you to call me Sister Lan Ling?" Lan Ling gazed at Liubei with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Liubei found himself unable to meet her gaze directly. Noticing Liubei's deliberate avoidance of eye contact, Lan Ling gently bit her lip. She then stood and nestled into Liubei's embrace. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her enchanting eyes fixed on him, her cheeks flushed as if they might drip with dew. "Are you thirsty or hungry? If so, you can simply tell Sister Lan Ling. There's no need to endure it. It's quite remarkable for a deity of your striking appearance and esteemed status to be so approachable, don't you think? If you don't mind, Sister Lan Ling would be willing to serve you in the same manner as Lan Shui, if that pleases you." Liubei, observing her delicate features and the rosy hue of her lips, furrowed his brow and ultimately chose to rise. He embraced Lan Ling's waist, preventing her from stumbling. Releasing her, Liubei's expression turned somber as he replied earnestly, "I apologize, but I am here with Lan Shui to procure some necessary items for daily living. I harbor no intentions towards you. If you have any genuine needs, I urge you to speak directly to the Divine Domain Council. I am confident they will fulfill the requirements of citizens such as yourself." Lan Ling's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, glistening like pearls. Just then, Lan Shui entered the room, witnessing this poignant scene. As she approached the door, she overheard Liubei's words. Observing Lan Ling, who had been so ruthlessly rejected by him, an unexpected sense of solace washed over Lan Shui. The sound of a watermelon crashing to the ground broke the tension, and both turned to see Lan Shui standing frozen in place. Perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions, Lan Ling turned away from Lan Shui, covering her mouth as she retreated to the bedroom. As this unfolded, Liubei exhaled a heavy sigh while gazing out the window. With a casual wave of his hand, he dissipated the scattered remnants of the fallen watermelon before taking Lan Shui's hand and choosing to depart. Moments later, as the sound of 2 footsteps echoed, Lan Ling, buried beneath her pillow, wept more profoundly than before. On the street, Liubei held Lan Shui's hand, feeling her delicate form trembling beside him. "What is wrong? Are you still upset about her? You should understand that since I have chosen you, I will not allow anyone else to accompany me." Liubei furrowed his brows, expressing deep remorse regarding Lan Shui's current state. After all, had it not been for the events between Liubei and that Lan Ling, Lan Shui's spirits would likely have soared. "There is no need to console me. I am well aware of what you wish to convey. As for her past, you may remain unaware, but in truth, I am her adopted daughter. Previously, she served as a handmaiden to the benevolent goddess, but after departing from her service, she recommended me to the kind deity." Liubei found himself puzzled as to why Lan Shui would confide in him in such a manner. However, as he gradually recalled the moment when he was introduced by Lan Shui, he could vividly remember the exuberance reflected in Lan Ling's expression. It dawned upon him that Lan Ling's enthusiastic demeanor towards him was undoubtedly influenced by the benevolent goddess. Observing Liubei's furrowed brow, Lan Shui was momentarily taken aback. Yet a smile soon graced her features once more. With her enchanting eyes shimmering, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She stepped closer to Liubei, her gaze imbued with tenderness. As she locked her eyes onto his, she gently parted her lips and spoke, echoing her earlier sentiments. As I have mentioned, if the esteemed Lord Liu requires my assistance in any regard, please do not hesitate to speak freely. After all, in accordance with the benevolent goddess's wishes, I have been assigned to tend to your needs. Liubei could discern that when Lan Shui uttered those words, her tone was tinged with a hint of petulance. Naturally, as the saying goes, one may see through things without stating them outright. Having already offended Lan Ling, there was no need to further antagonize Lan Shui. As Liubei felt a sense of relief, his hand instinctively reached towards the graceful curve behind Lan Shui. This startled her, causing a flicker of panic to cross her eyes and her chest to rise and fall slightly. A rosy hue, reminiscent of the evening glow, graced her cheeks as her gaze flitted around, seemingly evasive. They were not devoid of company. Indeed, the onlookers regarded the scene with astonished expressions. However, Liubei appeared unfazed by the situation, casually embracing her as they made their way towards the liveliest market in a quaint town. For those accustomed to the bustling life, witnessing such displays of affection among young couples was nothing extraordinary. Moreover, having long since stowed away his formidable sword, unless he chose otherwise, no one would truly recognize Liubei. Ah, handsome lad and lovely lady, are you seeking lodgings? Our inn offers special suites tailored for couples like you. Affordable prices and numerous discounts await. Upon hearing the innkeeper's enthusiastic call, as they passed by, Lan Shui's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Hello, esteemed guests. Where might you be headed? I can't help but notice this young lady's rosy complexion. Could it be an ailment? Perhaps you should rest at our inn? The innkeepers along the way, upon spotting Liubei and Lan Shui, called out earnestly. Although this was their customary practice for Lan Shui, the words held more significance than intended. As her body grew increasingly tense and her beautiful eyes reflected a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, she decisively grasped Liubei's arm and directed him towards the inn with the loudest proprietor. Upon reaching the entrance, before Liubei could fully comprehend the situation, she pulled him inside. The expression on the innkeeper's face upon witnessing this scene was nothing short of rich in nuance. Chapter 158. How bold you are, observing the innkeeper's expression and the obsequious smile upon her face. It was evident what thoughts occupied her mind as she looked at Liubei and Lan Shui. Her playful gaze made Lan Shui feel somewhat bashful, especially in the presence of a woman in her 30s, highlighting Lan Shui's youthful naivety. Innkeeper, we would like to book a room. Lan Su, her face flushed, could only imagine the depths of her shyness as she uttered those words. Ah, I understand, you young ones, I have been there myself. It's delightful to see you embarrassed. The shopkeeper, with a cheerful demeanor, noticed her delicate earlobes, now resplendent like the morning sky. He beheld the alluring blush that cascaded down to her alabaster neck, while her watery gaze dared not meet his own, leaving him in silent amusement. As the shopkeeper led the way, Lan Shui bit her lip and softly addressed Liubei. Let us proceed. The room has been prepared. Liubei offered no response, instead wrapping his arm around Lan Shui's waist as they entered the inn. Within the establishment, most patrons could not help but notice this enchanting couple. After all, Liubei exuded an aura of unattainable grandeur from the moment he stepped inside. Is that not Liubei? He has actually come here. My goodness. Could it be that we are about to become famous? Goodness gracious. I've heard that Liubei once resided in an inn that subsequently enjoyed several years of profit due to his presence. Who would have thought we would encounter the legendary Liubei here, the sensation of this year's gathering? Who could argue otherwise? I recall whispers suggesting that this Liubei has rebuffed many overtures from divine lords. Truly, such a person is beyond comprehension. Amidst the murmurs, the innkeeper's expression subtly shifted. She turned to scrutinize Liubei, seemingly taken aback by this youth, who was said to possess extraordinary talents. Although she too managed an inn, hers was situated in a remote area according to the divine realm's layout. It was rare for deities to visit, and even if they did, it was decidedly unlikely they would choose her establishment. Now, to witness the fabled Liubei in person, she could hardly contain her excitement. Innkeeper, she mused, is there something amiss with my appearance? Liubei wore a smile upon his lips. Although the innkeeper was in her 30s, she stood strong against Lan Ling, indeed, not to be outdone. The innkeeper gazed at Liubei's warm smile, momentarily entranced, and only upon regaining her composure did she hastily turn away, blushing. The sensation of her heart fluttering like a startled deer was one she had long forgotten, having not felt such a thing in years. Observing the flustered innkeeper before him, Liubei chose to remain silent, a gentle smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Lan Shui, nestled in Liubei's embrace, felt her heart in disarray upon witnessing the scene. From the very beginning, she had known that she and Liubei existed in entirely different realms. Yet now, confronted with this reality, she found it difficult to let go. Dear guests, this shall be your room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Though our inn may not rival the grand establishments, we are more than willing to cater to your needs, said the innkeeper, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Liubei. Had it not been for Lan Shui pulling Liubei into the room, he might have indeed chosen to keep the innkeeper lingering. As the door closed behind them, the innkeeper's mind remained occupied with Liubei's smiling visage. Descending the staircase, she remained in a daze until a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire approached her, gradually bringing her back to reality. Xiaolan, I have heard that a recently popular figure has arrived at your establishment. Is this true? The middle-aged man inquired, his brow furrowed, revealing his keen interest in Liubei's arrival. For those in business, any hint of a profitable opportunity, especially one with a proven track record, was not to be overlooked. The innkeeper, known as Xiaolan, was momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing the disdainful look in the middle-aged man's eyes, she felt a surge of annoyance. Indeed, such a person has arrived, and it is none other than the recently renowned figure, Xiaolan replied tersely, harboring no fondness for the man before her. Were it not for the necessity of business, she would have readily chased him away with a broom. The middle-aged man was taken aback, for the most notable figure in the divine realm at present was none other than the youth named Liubei. Even if he had never seen Liubei in person, he was acutely aware of the significant profits that the young man had brought to merchants in the bustling city. Heavens, Xiaolan, why do you look at me as if I were your nemesis? I have done nothing to you. I merely wish to ask you to convey to that gentleman an invitation to visit my establishment, the Leisure Pavilion, he said smoothly. Bah, how shameless can you be? Do you think yourself quite bold? Xiaolan was enraged, her face flushed with indignation, as though she had never encountered such audacious shamelessness before. Shopkeeper, could you prepare some hot water for us? And if you have ice, that would be splendid. A few passers-by, both men and women, overheard Liubei's audacious requests and were left blushing in embarrassment. Xiaolan, witnessing Liubei emerge from the room and make such demands, was momentarily taken aback. Is there none? If not, then it is what it is. I was merely hoping to try something different. If that is not possible, then let it be. At this moment, a middle-aged man, sensing a potential opportunity, hastily raised his hand and called out loudly to Liubei, Young Master Liu, our Xiangyao Tower can provide anything you desire. Not only hot water and ice, but even a lady of your choosing. Do you think yourself amusing? Liubei's gaze was frigid, as if devoid of any emotion. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Liubei's words, noticed the darkening expression on his face, and, with an awkward smile, could only leave in embarrassment. Perhaps to that middle-aged man, he was among the most prominent figures along the entire street. Yet, in the presence of a formidable being capable of transcending to divinity, he truly amounted to little more than a mere afterthought. Witnessing the middle-aged man rendered utterly humiliated by Liubei's retort, Xiaolan instantly realized that her establishment would likely require the assistance of a man for its proper upkeep. Although Xiaolan had opened this and with the expectation of having servants and maids to assist her, they were merely employees. To genuinely ensure she was not subjected to mistreatment, she would indeed need a dependable man by her side. Young Master Liu, is there something you require? Liubei turned his head, frowning in confusion as he gazed at the innkeeper. Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, her delicate teeth lightly biting her crimson lip. Her complexion slightly flushed. I shall have someone deliver the hot water and ice that the young master requires. Liubei nodded slightly and entered the room. At the moment he closed the door, he could distinctly perceive the innkeeper's gaze lingering upon him. Chapter 159. Hot water and ice cubes within the chamber. Liubei approached the figure of Lan Shui, who lay sprawled upon the bed. A subtle smile graced his lips as he casually reclined beside her. With a demeanor of earnestness, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you certain you have made your decision? If you have not fully contemplated it, I advise you to reflect carefully. Lan Shui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her expression shy as she silently nodded in agreement. Moments latte. A gentle knock echoed from the door, prompting Liubei to grant entry. As the newcomer entered, a blush adorned her cheeks. Xiaolan noticed the intensity of Liubei's gaze. She then instructed the servants to bring in the hot water and ice cubes that Liubei required. Young Master Liu, everything has been prepared. Please feel free to use them as you wish, Xiaolan said, her lips forming a delicate line as her beautiful eyes lingered on Liubei, though she dared not gaze any longer. Come now, Lan Shui. It is your moment to shine. Liubei gently patted the round, elastic form behind Lan Shui, startling the stationary Xiaolan. Although Xiaolan possessed a charm surpassing that of Lan Shui, when it came to the elasticity of their skin, Lan Shui undoubtedly held the advantage. Observing Lan Shui's flushed cheeks as she accepted the ice and instructed the servant to pour hot water into the tub, Xiaolan turned her gaze seriously towards Liubei. Understanding her intent, Liubei removed her shoes and promptly immersed her feet in the pleasantly warm water. "How is the temperature, Your Highness?" Xiaolan inquired, momentarily taken aback by the manner in which Lan Shui addressed Liubei, despite her surprise. Witnessing Liubei's satisfied expression as she submerged her feet in the warm water sparked an interest in Xiaolan regarding the title of princess. As Liubei's feet settled into the tub, Lan Shui began to gently wash them. Just when Xiaolan thought Liubei was merely washing her feet, Lan Shui, blushing, turned to the still stationary Xiaolan and asked, "Is there anything else, shopkeeper? If not, may I step outside for a moment?" Recognizing her incongruous presence, Xiaolan felt a twinge of regret and decided to leave. After closing the door, curiosity compelled her to poke a hole in the paper window. Peering through the small gap, she was taken aback by the scene within. Are the young people of today so daring? She mused. Witnessing Liubei lounging casually on the bed while Lan Shui held an ice cube in her mouth, her perception of the world was thoroughly shaken. Her heart raced, and as Lan Shui bowed her head, she dared not watch any longer. As she turned away, she noticed the peculiar gazes of those around her, and feeling embarrassed, she blushed deeply. Perhaps an hour had passed before Liubei and Lan Shui exited the room. Xiaolan, holding a teacup, found her attention instantly drawn to Lan Shui, who had changed into a new outfit and appeared flushed with a charming glow. The sight of the alluring figure nestled against Liubei evoked a longing in her heart to be the one embraced. "What is happening to me?" Her heart raced until they approached her, at which point Liubei tenderly addressed the shopkeeper. "I am quite happy today, and this is a token of my appreciation for you. Please, do not refuse." "What is this?" Xiaolan was somewhat bewildered as she gazed at the crystal bracelet presented to her by Liubei, her entire being momentarily frozen in place. She had never been married, nor had she ever entertained the thought. Over the years, numerous suitors had approached her. Yet the humble origins of Xiaolan made her acutely aware that they were merely transient visitors indulging in fleeting encounters. However, upon beholding Liubei's visage, illuminated by his radiant smile, the dormant bud of her heart, which had not bloomed for many years, began to unfurl in quiet splendor. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. If Master Liubei is satisfied with this inn, perhaps he could come to visit this young lady more often," she thought, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Though she had received many gifts in the past, they had merely consisted of commonplace gold and silver trinkets. Now, faced with the crystal bracelet from Liubei, it bore a resemblance to those she had received before. Yet she was convinced that an offering from a potential deity could not merely be compared to mundane possessions. "Accept it. I wish to give it to you, yet you refuse," said Lan Yue, her delicate brows slightly furrowing and her rosy lips pouting, seemingly expressing her discontent. "I am already yours. What need have I for these gifts?" Liubei playfully feigned annoyance, and Lan Yue was well aware of his jest. Observing their playful banter, the single-minded Xiaolan felt a twinge of offense. However, ultimately succumbing to Liubei's insistence, she accepted the gift, for even if she wished to refuse, she could not afford to offend a being destined for divinity. As they exited the inn and Xiaolan watched their retreating figures, her heart pondered when Liubei would next visit. It is noteworthy that although Liubei did not frequent the inn thereafter, Xiaolan's establishment became the liveliest spot on the street. In the days that followed, not only did many influential patrons fill its seats, but even established deities sought to rest in the very room where Liubei had once stayed, leading to spirited disputes among them. Departing with a witch-slaying sword in hand, Liubei and Lan Yue procured a multitude of daily necessities before heading towards Lan Yue's residence. Upon their return, the sun had long set. Some of the restless maidens, hearing commotion from Lan Yue's abode, peered out with curiosity. "Master, are we certain we want to keep these chickens and ducks here?" As Lan Shui observed Liubei diligently constructing chicken coops and duck pens, she found herself utterly astonished by his dedication. Even the solitary black chicken she had brought from home seemed to bask in newfound excitement, reveling in the company of its numerous companions. The rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated until Liubei completed the construction, at which point he took Lan Shui's hand and led her toward the house. With the extinguishing of candles, The expressions of the maidens suggested they had already conjured images in their minds of what Liubei and Lan Shui might engage in during the quiet hours of the night. The following morning, as the dawn broke, Lan Shui arose early and opened the courtyard door, only to find a multitude of maidens waiting silently outside. Noticing their expressions, her gaze momentarily faltered. Who would have thought, Lan Shui? You seem so innocent, yet last night's sounds were unmistakably clear to me. Indeed, Lan Shui. If you couldn't bear it, you should have kept it to yourself. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. The maidens were playfully accusing her. And as Lan Shui recalled the events of the previous night, a rosy hue reminiscent of the evening sky crept onto her delicate features. What intriguing conversations are you having? Just as the maidens were teasing Lan Shui, a voice emanating from within the house caught their attention. Upon seeing the young man who had entered the courtyard, the maidens promptly lowered their heads, refraining from further complaints. Chapter 160. A gift for you. Do you like it? As Liubei stepped out of the courtyard, he cast a casual glance over the women. It must be said that their beauty and figures were indeed exquisite. However, what perplexed him was the stark contrast between their radiant appearances and their apparent spirits. Frowning at them, he chose to ignore their complaints and addressed Lan Shui earnestly. I have selected some garments that would suit your figure. Would you care to take a look? Garments that would suit my figure? Lan Shui bit her lip, her eyes evasive, clearly still troubled by Liubei's insistence on her wearing peculiar attire the night before. The maidens exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Clearly, Liubei's words hinted that Lan Shui's future status would undergo some subtle transformation. What kind of garments? Are they those strange outfits from last night? Lan Shui gazed at Liubei, her red lips pressed together, revealing her sense of helplessness as she uttered these words. You'll find out soon enough. Come along. Liubei smiled knowingly, revealing a smile imbued with mystery that sent a jolt of apprehension through the hearts of the maidens standing at the door. Recalling the sounds that emanated from Lan Shui's room the previous night, those fervent cries that rendered them crimson with embarrassment, they were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, as Liubei wrapped his arms around Lan Shui's delicate waist and made his way towards the dwelling, a gust of wind swept through, causing the gate that should have been ajar to slam shut in an instant. The maids exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of envy and jealousy as they beheld Lan Shui being ushered into the room by Liubei. Inside, Lan Shui stood rooted in place, watching with curiosity as Liubei produced an exquisitely packaged box. The sight of this elegant container stirred a flutter of excitement within her, and her finely arched brows twitched slightly. Shall we open it and see if you like it? With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Liubei presented an exquisitely wrapped box before her, patiently awaiting Lan Shui's hand to reach forth and accept it. After a brief moment, Lan Shui finally took hold of the gift bestowed by Liubei. Carefully unwrapping the packaging, she beheld a garment she had never encountered before, lying quietly within. As she reached for it, she discovered that beneath the primary attire lay a rather snug short skirt. Observing this simple yet intriguing piece, she cast a puzzled glance at Liubei. Why not try it on? All of these are meant for you, he encouraged. Liubei explained earnestly epsilon. And after a moment's hesitation, Lan Shui began to change her attire in front of him. Watching her don the garments he had gifted her, he was instantly captivated by her beauty as she turned around. Clad in the tailored blazer he had presented, complemented by a form-fitting skirt and black stockings, Lan Shui's figure was accentuated exquisitely. The alluring curves of her silhouette and her long, elegant legs, encased in sheer stockings, left Liubei in deep contemplation as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do I look good? Lan Shui asked. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, nearly reaching the nape of her neck, daring not to meet Liubei's gaze. Yes, you look quite lovely. I sense that you are unlike any other woman. Liubei gazed intently at Lan Shui's gracefully elongated and exquisite legs. Upon hearing Liubei's words, she instantly turned her head, observing the fervent fire that now filled Liubei's eyes, her delicate brows slightly arched. With her naturally enchanting gaze, she cast her eyes toward the bed and then proceeded to walk over. Moments later, she found Lan Shui casually reclining upon the bed. Liubei gently raised her eyebrows as she stepped closer to her. You look quite splendid in this attire. I shall gift you several more sets later. Upon hearing these words, Lan Shui's body tensed abruptly, her cheeks blooming with a blush akin to the evening sky, and her beautiful eyes bore a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Time passed unnoticed until the familiar voice from the previous night echoed again, leaving those covert observers utterly flustered. What sort of person is this? They disregard others' slumber at night, and now in broad daylight, they carry on like this. What are they trying to achieve? Indeed, I hardly rested last night, and I must visit the goddess of kindness today. What am I to do, were it not for his exceedingly special status? Compounded by the fact that he was a guest of the goddess of kindness, I would certainly file a complaint with her. The maids expressed their dissatisfaction, yet none considered departing. After all, in the entire divine realm, aside from the goddess of life, it seemed the goddess of kindness was the only deity who forbade men from entering her domain. Time continued to slip by until the voices gradually softened, while the maids remained eavesdropping. Unbeknownst to them, a woman of noble stature had appeared behind them, clad in a white, short-sleeved dress. She exuded an air of regality that made it difficult for anyone to approach her easily. When did you all learn to eavesdrop at others' walls? This sudden voice startled the eavesdropping maids deeply. The sensation of being utterly taken aback enveloped them as they turned to face the icy countenance of the noble queen, causing them to hastily lower their heads, not daring to offer any explanations. The goddess of kindness surveyed the group with eyes as tranquil as spring water. As the maids parted to clear a path, she extended her fair, delicate hand to gently push open the door. Observing the courtyard's furnishings and the chickens and ducks pecking at the rice, she appeared somewhat perplexed, seemingly unable to believe what was unfolding before her. With a creak, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing Lan Shui, whose face bore a slight flush. The goddess of kindness blinked in surprise, her brow furrowing slightly. Just moments after Lan Shui stepped out, Liubei's figure also came into her view. What is happening here? The goddess of kindness furrowed her brow. While she was unclear about the events between the two, the closed courtyard and door during daylight certainly raised suspicions. In response to the goddess of kindness's inquisitive gaze, Liubei smiled faintly, unabashedly wrapping his arm around Lan Shui's waist. It's nothing much, merely a discussion on the philosophy of life. A discussion on the philosophy of life? The benevolent goddess raised an eyebrow, and as she extended her delicate hand to casually tuck a strand of her long, lustrous hair behind her shoulder, a radiant smile graced her lips as she spoke profound words to Liubei. Since you, dear Liubei, have such a penchant for discussing the philosophies of life with others, why not return to your sister? I can accompany you in this discourse. The kind goddess said with a gentle smile, her lovely eyes curving into crescent moons. Listening to this subtly suggestive remark, one cannot speak of Liubei's feelings. But the presence of Lan Shui beside him grew somewhat awkward. Yet, sensing the underlying currents, Lan Shui smiled warmly and turned to Liubei with earnestness, saying, "Young master, since the goddess holds you in such high regard, why not accompany her back?" Observing the innocent smile of Lan Shui, Liubei understood that her intention was to prevent such an uncomfortable scene from unfolding. After a brief pause, under the attentive gazes of the two women, Liubei finally made his decision. "It is not out of the question to join you, but I must insist that Lan Shui accompanies us." "To have her join us?" The benevolent goddess glanced at the maid nestled in Liubei's embrace, a charming smile gracing her lips. "If you desire both her presence and mine, I am willing to allow her to join us." With her crimson lips parting, she uttered those words. Liubei could not help but admire the benevolent goddess before him. Her depth of character was undeniably profound. Chapter 161. Would you care to join me? If you're interested, you're welcome to accompany me. The benevolent goddess, noticing the subtle shift in Lan Shui's expression, spoke gently to her. Lan Shui, though silent, was acutely aware of the implications behind the goddess's words. Despite the ambiguous relationship she currently shared with Liubei, she knew full well that, in terms of status, the benevolent goddess far surpassed her. Faced with the goddess's invitation, Lan Shui, lacking insight into the underlying motives, offered a smile in response. "Thank you for your kindness, benevolent goddess, but I still have clothes to wash, so I shall refrain from joining you." As she spoke, she attempted to withdraw from Liubei's embrace, yet his grip around her waist was firm. Allowing her to escape would set a precedent that no other woman would dare to let Liubei hold her in such a manner again. The benevolent goddess smirked, observing Lan Shui's demeanor, and found herself stifling a laugh. After all, she was well aware of the reasons behind Lan Shui's reaction. On the surface, they appeared to be in a master-servant relationship, but beneath the surface, they were rivals vying for the affection of the same man. Liubei, slightly furrowing his brow, was reluctant to let Lan Shui slip away. In his time in the divine realm, she was the only woman who brought him a sense of familiarity. Since the benevolent goddess has given her consent, I think we can postpone the laundry for another time. Besides, did I not purchase numerous outfits for you? If it brings you joy, you shall have as many similar sets as you desire in the future. Outfits? The benevolent goddess raised an eyebrow. Her lips pursed as she took note of Lan Shui's attire, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Upon observing the unfamiliar garments and the alluring silhouette of Lan Shui's legs, Elegantly clad in black stockings beneath her short skirt, she was taken aback. With delicate fingers resting on Liubei's lips, her gaze softened, and she spoke in a gentle tone. I have never seen such attire before. Why have you not considered gifting me something similar? Do you think that I, Chen Sichuan, would not look exquisite in such outfits? The benevolent goddess, with her ruby lips gently pursed, gazed at Liubei with a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to harbor a multitude of unspoken sorrows. In light of this situation, as she extended her delicate fingers towards him, Liubei, slightly parting his lips, gently bit her finger. The sensation was akin to an electric shock, causing the benevolent goddess to shudder, for it was indeed the first time in her life that she had encountered such an occurrence. A mixture of surprise and fear filled her gaze as she looked at Liubei, revealing a depth of complexity in her expression. The benevolent goddess appeared to struggle with disbelief, unable to comprehend that such a remarkably handsome young man could possess a side so unknown to others. Do you harbor some peculiarities? She asked, her eyes darting away, genuinely startled by Liubei's unusual behavior. What intentions could I possibly have? He replied. Moreover, with your striking beauty, as you've mentioned, if you were to don the same attire as Lan Shui, you might indeed surpass her in elegance. Liubei suddenly uttered such words, causing both women's brows to furrow in an instant. Lan Shui could hardly believe that Liubei would speak so candidly in her presence. While the kind goddess was taken aback, unable to fathom that Liubei would dare to juxtapose a mere maidservant with her divine majesty. The disparity in their respective standings was evident, although Liubei perceived them merely as two women within their hearts. The notion of being compared to one another carried vastly different implications. Before the situation could take a turn for the worse, Liubei offered a gentle smile, and with a subtle wave of his hand adorned with a ring, he conjured an array of splendid garments and elegant skirts, as if by magic. Are these truly for me? The kind goddess's expression shifted, momentarily captivated by the beautiful attire before her, leaving her momentarily speechless. While the Douluo continent is a realm where humans and deities coexist, finding garments such as those Liubei presented was no simple feat. Setting aside whether the kind goddess had ever encountered such exquisite clothing before, she had never even heard of their existence. Of course, they are for you, provided that you find them to your liking. I possess many more like these, as well as numerous others that differ. A look of smug satisfaction appeared on Liubei's face as he pushed the variously sized boxes suspended in midair towards her. Before he could continue speaking, Lan Shui had already returned to the house alone, shutting the door behind her. The sound of the door closing caught the benevolent goddess off guard, leaving her momentarily puzzled by Lan Shui's deliberate actions and the motivations behind them. After a brief moment, as the benevolent goddess smiled charmingly, the closed door was opened from within, revealing Lan Shui once more. The goddess, her smile frozen in disbelief, found it hard to fathom that Lan Shui possessed such an ensemble. Did you truly gift her such attire? The goddess inquired incredulously, gazing at the dress that barely clung to her curves, unable to believe Liubei's audacity. You claim you have no peculiarities? What kind of normal person would present such clothing to a girl? The goddess's expression darkened, yet upon seeing the rosy hue bloom on Lan Shui's cheeks, Liubei found himself at a loss for words. Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanation. If you do not gift me several outfits akin to this one, be prepared to face the judgment of the Divine Domain Committee. The goddess's icy words seemed to chill the very air around them. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature, Lan Shui, who had just shivered from the cold, was immediately embraced by Liubei, providing her with a measure of warmth. As the benevolent goddess gradually faded into nothingness, taking the gifts with her, Liubei felt an indescribable joy swell within him. He had initially thought the goddess would reject his gifts, as comparing her to a mere maid would be a profound insult to a divine ruler. However, since she was willing to accept the attire he had offered, it signified that the story between them was quietly beginning to unfold. With the cold sensation dissipating, Lan Shui nestled against Liubei, embodying a delicate vulnerability. She leaned quietly in his embrace, contemplating the numerous gifts he had bestowed upon the benevolent goddess and the deliberate comparison made between herself and the goddess. It was impossible for her to feel no resentment in her heart. Noticing her subtle change in expression, Liubei furrowed his brow and gently leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Do not be upset. My intention was to hasten her departure. After all, only when she leaves can we have our own private space, can't we?" Liubei gently uttered these words, and before Lan Shui could emerge from her bewilderment, his hand instinctively caressed the soft curve behind her. Although separated by fabric, the exquisite sensation of her delicate skin was unmistakable, as smooth as silk causing Lan Shui, who should have felt displeasure, to tense up suddenly. A hint of both embarrassment and anger flickered in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 162. The angry god of laziness. A flush of indignation graced Lan Shui's face, though Liubei's words held a semblance of truth. However, should a conflict arise between her and the benevolent goddess, it would ultimately be Lan Shui who would face the misfortune. In this divine realm, her status was that of a mere commoner. Challenging a god-king was undoubtedly a path to ruin. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to ponder such matters deeply, for the mere presence of Liubei, even if fleeting, filled her heart with contentment. Her delicate brows arched slightly, and her rosy lips curled as she earnestly replied to Liubei, "My lord, if one day I, Lan Shui, were to suddenly disappear, would you think of me?" Upon hearing the words of Liubei, he was somewhat taken aback. The question posed by Lan Shui struck him as rather unfathomable. Why would she not be here? Are you implying that the benevolent goddess would trouble you? Rest assured, with me by your side, you shall certainly be safe. He spoke earnestly, almost as if he were about to thump his chest in assurance. Yet, Lan Shui appeared despondent, as if she found little solace in Liubei's promises. Perhaps sensing the change in her demeanor, he hesitated for a moment before enveloping her in his embrace. As the door was closed with a gust of wind, the sound that had caused much distress among the maidens echoed once more. They could scarcely believe that even the presence of the benevolent goddess could not deter the actions of the two. Some shook their heads in resignation, muttering about the need to relocate, highlighting the profound impact Liubei had on them since his arrival at Lan Shui's side. The rustling of leaves in the wind persisted, as if reluctant to fade into silence. I'm truly going mad. This is beyond what any human could possibly endure. Is a mistress of the Liu family truly this formidable? How long has it been? And yet she remains inside. It became evident why the mistress had been invited by the benevolent goddess. Her prowess was indeed terrifying. As more and more people gathered around, Lan Shui's face flushed a deep crimson. Peering out the window, though separated by a wall, she could see nothing but emptiness, perhaps due to some method Liubei had employed. Nonetheless, it was noteworthy that her demeanor was one of heightened tension. In this state of acute anxiety, her body was rigid, leaving Liubei profoundly astonished. You might consider relaxing. Otherwise, you are merely inflicting harm upon yourself while attempting to vanquish an enemy. Liubei's countenance darkened, for if Lan Shui remained resolute in her intentions, it would undoubtedly become a torment for him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the wall that should have still stood crumbled to the ground. Startled by the shattering wall, Liubei's body trembled. His brow furrowed as his gaze fell upon the woman standing before the dilapidated doorway. Observing the large blade clutched in her hand, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. However, as realization dawned upon him, he promptly summoned the Linglong Pagoda, drawing Lan Shui inside. Within the confines of the Linglong Pagoda, Lan Shui, bewildered, found herself confronted by an opulently adorned bedroom that left her momentarily speechless. "Liubei, come out at once." The voice, laden with murderous intent, sent a shiver through the delicate frame of Lan Shui, who suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings and, upon confirming there was a place to conceal herself, hurriedly retreated into a more secluded room. As the sound of rustling became apparent, Lan Shui remained silent, listening intently to the commotion within the house. Moments later, the door was forcefully kicked open, and the furious accusations sent chills down her spine, leaving her pale and trembling on the floor. "Liubei, stop pretending. Get up right now." In the room stood a girl clad in a lowly outfit, reaching out to tug at the blanket covering Liubei. Behind her was a woman wearing glasses, clutching a large knife, the very nature of which Liubei was all too familiar with. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Liubei felt his scalp tingle with anxiety. He had never encountered such a brazen woman in his life. "What do you mean? What are you doing? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? I wondered why you willingly came here. It turns out you are hiding a mistress in a golden house." Hiding a mistress in a golden house. Liubei was suddenly enlightened. After all, the deity of laziness could not have summoned such wrath without a profound connection to the goddess of kindness. Indeed, it is evident that women of striking beauty are often perilous. Liubei inwardly scoffed, his brow furrowed as he failed to respond promptly to the lazy god's accusations. In a fit of rage, the lazy god seized the great sword from the desire god's grasp and swung it mercilessly towards Liubei. "Sire!" The desire god gasped in terror, for if the lazy god were to strike Liubei, the consequences would be unfathomable. "Do not stop me. I shall surely slay this gluttonous individual who gazes at both the bowl and the pot. The lazy god cursed vehemently. Fortunately, the sword was the weapon of the desire god. Otherwise, had the lazy god unleashed her fury, she too would bear some responsibility for the aftermath. What do you intend to do? Just as the lazy god seethed with fury, Liubei sprang forth like a specter, appearing before her in an instant. The desire god, initially intent on intervening, widened her eyes in astonishment at the unfolding scene and instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. The expression of the lazy god mirrored her astonishment. Although she had arrived in a fit of rage, the sight before her elicited an equally profound reaction. What is wrong with you? As the lazy god hastily turned around, Liubei stepped forward and embraced her waist. This unexpected turn of events left the lazy god momentarily stunned. After all, the figure that had previously made her feel so tense was now pressing against her like a sharp blade. Could you please put on your outer robe first? A blush crept upon the lazy god's cheeks, and she felt somewhat speechless towards Liubei, wishing she could unleash a fierce barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Very well. As Liubei's gentle voice resonated in her ears, a moment later, she watched him sit at the table nonchalantly. The anger that should have filled her heart dissipated upon witnessing Liubei's composed demeanor. You, the lazy god, hesitated at a loss for words, while the desire god finally opened her eyes, realizing there was no longer a need to feign concern in the absence of the lazy god's incessant complaints. What brings you to me? If you were here to take me home, I would gladly accompany you. At these words, the lazy god paused, taken aback by Liubei's earnest expression, and the sincerity reflected in his gaze extinguished the fury that had once consumed her. If you wish to return, why not speak directly with the kind goddess? The deity of laziness, with her exquisite eyes, manifested a blend of embarrassment and annoyance, as if the words spoken by Liubei were an immense grievance that incited her ire. Chapter 163. I'm almost too embarrassed to expose you. The deity of laziness furrowed her brow and inquired of Liubei, seemingly comforted by his ability to articulate such sentiments. In her recollection, although Liubei was not as admirable as one might envision, he still possessed a heart of kindness. Thus, upon hearing Liubei express his desire to return home, she grasped his arm without hesitation, eager to seek the benevolent goddess. As the three of them exited the room, the delicate pagoda that was meant to rest quietly upon the table began to fade away silently. Observing the trio's departure, the previously chattering maidens stood by, bowing their heads in silence. Sheer, do you truly intend to seek the benevolent goddess? She is a deity king. You must consider this carefully. The deity of desire wore a grim expression. To confront the benevolent goddess would undoubtedly be an exercise in futility. And what of it? If it were not for her insinuations about Liubei, would I have to be so incensed? Besides, what does it matter that she is a deity king? Will Liubei not also ascend to that status in due course? Why must women complicate matters for one another? Liubei's lips twitched with irritation, revealing the undeniable influence of the deity of laziness, which was undoubtedly intertwined with the benevolent goddess. The thought of that woman, who had accepted so many gifts from him only to betray him, filled Liubei with resolve. He vowed that he would not allow her to have an easy time in the future. Time passed, and eventually, the group arrived at a spacious and opulent hall. There, a graceful figure leaned gently against a violet crystal throne, appearing somewhat fatigued. Before Liubei and his companions could speak, her languid gaze met them, and she shook her head with a hint of resignation. She extended her delicate hand to massage her smooth forehead, exhaling softly as she straightened her posture. Her voluptuous form was accentuated, and as she surveyed the group, her eyes fell upon the visibly displeased deity of laziness. With a languid tone, she remarked, Lan Shi, have you not already found the others? If so, why do you wear such an expression? Upon hearing this, the goddess of laziness narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Her voice tinged with an unmistakable chill as she turned to the noble and graceful benevolent goddess, frowning as she inquired, Benevolent goddess, I fail to comprehend why Liubei wishes to leave, yet you insist he remains. Furthermore, regarding the complicated relationship you mentioned between Liubei and your maid, had you not deliberately arranged for that woman to seduce him? How could he possibly have erred? Liubei raised an eyebrow, observing the god of laziness who, surprisingly, was willing to engage in a quarrel with the goddess of kindness on his behalf. To be honest, he felt a warmth in his heart. However, at the moment Liubei displayed this expression, the god of desire, seemingly having seen through everything, took advantage of Liubei's focus on the god of laziness and stealthily reached out, delivering a sharp pinch to his waist. Liubei winced, his expression somewhat peculiar. Yet he refrained from uttering a sound. As he turned to glare at the god of desire, he noticed the latter's rosy lips curve into a teasing smile, playfully winking at him. So, you have come to seek retribution against me? My apologies, Shearer, but I believe there might be some misunderstanding between us. Firstly, my decision to keep Liubei here was indeed based on a prior agreement. Secondly, I acknowledge that I arranged for a maid to attend to him. However, my intention was merely to ensure his daily needs were met. The matter of tending to him in bed seems rather beyond my jurisdiction, does it not? After all, every individual's emotions are their own to manage. Even as a deity, it appears I cannot truly control another person. Can I? The benevolent goddess, her crimson lips gently curved, gazed at the god of laziness without a hint of anger. In her eyes, it seemed that even the most irksome words from the god of laziness were merely fleeting echoes, devoid of substance. Liubei was slightly taken aback by the words of the benevolent goddess. As long as she articulated such reasonable and substantiated statements, the matter would instantly turn disadvantageous for him. Indeed, while listening to the benevolent goddess's discourse, the once indolent deity, who ought to have defended Liubei, now regarded him with a gaze that had undergone a complete transformation. It seemed that her arguments were not without merit. Although she had arranged for a maid to attend to him, such actions could be understood. However, the implication of being cared for in bed appeared to be undeniably related to him. Liubei felt a twinge of awkwardness as he caught the disdainful glance from the god of laziness. He began to realize that, when it came to the art of negotiation, the goddess of kindness might indeed hold a slight advantage. Faced with this uncomfortable situation, Liubei could only shake his head. With a wry smile, he gazed at the resplendent ceiling, hesitating for a long moment before finally articulating the depths of his heart. In truth, that young lady is quite pitiable. The reason I allowed her to share my bed is not due to any shortcomings in my character. Rather, upon learning of her background, I discovered that she is indeed a tragic figure. Do you understand? A girl so unfortunate, who has never experienced the love of a father or a mother throughout her life. Even her current mother is merely a stepmother with no blood relation to her. Thus, my actions stem from a genuine desire to offer her a touch of warmth and a modicum of care. As Liubei earnestly explained while gazing at the ceiling, the god of desire beside him began to applaud softly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Liubei turned to look at the god of desire, noticing her eyes glistening with tears, a single drop shimmering at the corner. Liubei found it hard to believe that an explanation, which even he struggled to accept, could evoke tears from the other party. In truth, there is no need for such overt displays of sorrow. I understood that when I uttered those words, it was likely no one would believe me. Do not misconstrue my sentiments. I certainly do not believe you. Rather, I was merely embarrassed to the point of tears by your clumsy performance. Liubei's lips twitched violently, and his mind was engulfed in a haze of frustration. He found himself overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to cast her onto the bed and deliver a stern reprimand. The goddess of lethargy raised her delicate brows slightly. Although she conceded that Liubei's acting was indeed rather cringeworthy, those who feigned slumber were often impervious to awakening. With a sense of resignation, she turned her gaze once more to the benevolent goddess. Dear goddess of kindness, this matter is my fault, and I am willing to bear all consequences. Liubei gazed at the goddess of laziness, observing the complexity etched upon her brow as she frowned, before shifting his gaze to the goddess of kindness. Regardless of her affairs, should the goddess of kindness truly harbor any resentment, she may freely direct it towards me, Liubei. After all, as a man, I cannot rely solely on my beloved to resolve every predicament. As Liubei uttered these words, despite the goddess of laziness's modest stature, his hand still encircled her slender waist. Taken aback by the sudden embrace, she lifted her gaze to Liubei, confronted by his warm smile. A delicate blush graced her exquisite cheeks. The goddess of kindness observed the entire exchange, witnessing their harmonious interplay. Rubbing her forehead, she finally spoke her decree. If you truly wish not to remain here with me, then please return to the side of the woman you cherish. For this place has never belonged to you. Chapter 164. Liubei's eyes shimmered with intensity. Liubei's eyes sparkled as he listened to the words of the benevolent goddess, almost as if he had committed some grave wrongdoing against her. However, had he not been aware of the goddess's silver-tongued prowess, he might have genuinely felt compelled to apologize. The goddess of sloth remained silent, observing the benevolent goddess as she spoke. She turned to glance at Liubei beside her and then, with a graceful bow, addressed the esteemed benevolent goddess. If matters have been resolved, we shall take our leave. Without a hint of hesitation, she opened a rift in space before the benevolent goddess, promptly grasped Liubei's arm, and prepared to step through. Fortunately, the goddess of desire reacted swiftly, had she delayed even a moment longer, it is likely she would have been compelled to remain. Moments later, they arrived at the palace of the goddess of sloth. Upon entering the familiar chamber, it seemed as though the goddess of sloth harbored no reservations about Liubei's presence. Liubei reclined languidly upon his bed, finding solace in the embrace of the deity of sloth. Yet, in that moment, the deity's eyes widened with sudden alarm. Though I cannot discern the veracity of your words, one truth remains. A rift has undeniably formed between you and the benevolent goddess. Should you fail to ascend to the rank of deity within the divine realms swiftly, even the life-giving goddess of the 100 Flowers Palace will eventually find herself at odds with you. Her expression darkened, brows knitted in concern for Liubei's safety. Sienna's words rang true. Did you truly believe that all the deities were as amiable as they seemed? Even you, are you not a creature of bloodlust? The deity of desire winked at Liubei, her knowing smile hinting at an understanding that transcended words. Very well, you shall decide your own fate. Should you persist in this manner, what significance will your 2 legendary artifacts hold? Do not forget, your cultivation level remains a mere 99. The deity of sloth furrowed her brow, earnestly imparting the grim realities of the true and terrifying power wielded by the deities. It was her intention to keep Liubei here temporarily, to prevent the deity of desire from departing. Come, Xiaoyu, let him remain here to reflect. A well-played game has been rendered into confusion by his own hand. The voice of lament echoed in Liubei's ears as he buried his face in a pillow, leaving the deity of sloth at a loss for words. You need not concern yourself with him. Let him meet his own demise in the divine realm. Have you not heard that the heart of a beauty is most treacherous? Are you not also a beauty yourself? Am I a beauty? I am but a lowly. Can a lowly be compared to a beauty? The deity of sloth hastily grasped the deity of desire, breaking through a rift in space, stepping inside with her. It must be noted that the voice of the deity of desire was thunderous, resonating even until the very last moment before the rift closed. Her furious outburst echoing through the void. After a short while, ensuring that no one was around, Liubei retrieved his exquisite pagoda. As he transformed into a wisp of cloud and drifted inside, he began to survey his surroundings with keen intensity, as if searching for something. Blue Snow, are you there? Liubei called out softly, surveying his surroundings and recalling the last woman to enter, Posy. Now, however, Lan Shui found herself confined within the exquisite pagoda, and unlike Posy's previous experience, Lan Shui appeared to be somewhat willing this time. As Liubei's gentle calls resonated, a beautiful woman emerged from a room, her gaze locking with Liubei's. Lan Shui lifted her eyes to meet his, her enchanting black pupils shimmering like rippling water, before she suddenly dashed into his embrace. Her joyous sobs echoing within the delicate tower. One could only imagine the fear that gripped her in this unfamiliar environment. My lord, I thought I would never see you again, Lan Shui murmured, nestled in Liubei's arms, her face illuminated by his tender expression. He gently laid her upon the bed, retrieving a thin quilt from an ornate wooden cabinet to envelop her like a zongzi. My lord, what are you doing? Lan Shui inquired, perplexed, her brow furrowing as she struggled to comprehend Liubei's intentions. I merely wish to keep you warm, he replied. After all, look at you. You have no garment to shield yourself. Liubei offered a gentle smile as she settled beside Lan Shui. Within the confines of the exquisite Linglong Pagoda, a unique spatial law prevailed, ensuring that no dust could linger here. She tenderly caressed Lan Shui's delicate feet, her eyes brimming with affection. After standing for so long, your feet must feel relieved, right? Allow me to massage them for you. You see, if one takes good care of their feet, the internal organs shall also thrive. Lan Shui responded, a look of confusion crossing her face, as if she found Liubei's words incomprehensible. Feet are just feet, aren't they? How could they possibly be related to the internal organs? Despite her bewilderment, she felt a certain comfort from Liubei's ministrations on her soles. Hee, you wouldn't understand. Liubei chuckled knowingly. Seizing the opportunity, while Lan Shui seemed to enjoy the moment, she pressed down gently on a specific spot on the sole of her foot. Lan Shui gasped, her body jolting in surprise. Instinctively, she kicked Liubei lightly, only to realize her own lack of composure, her face flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Young master, why exert such force for no reason? It startled me, she stammered, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Too shy to meet Liubei's playful gaze. Hee, you remain oblivious, don't you? The spot I pressed is connected to your kidneys. Although the soles may appear clean, the intricate network of meridians runs deep. Your reaction to the pressure suggests a deficiency in your kidneys. You're the one with a deficiency. Lan Shui's face reddened even more. Discussing bodily structures while merely intending to massage seemed unnecessary. What did you just say? I have a deficiency? No, I do not. Lan Shui's face turned pale with fear, feeling like a timid little rabbit cornered by Liubei's playful advances. There's no need to be so anxious. I believe your words were unintentional. However, as the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is attentive. If I do not demonstrate my prowess today, how shall I, Liubei, maintain an invincible position within this divine realm? Lan Shui's face was flushed, unsure of how to respond. Given their current situation, feigning modesty would only lead to unnecessary complications. Moments passed, and as the Linglong Pagoda emitted a soft glow, those fortunate enough to witness the interior would find its light imbued with a gentle pink hue. Time slipped away, and as Lan Shui, exhausted, found solace in Liubei's embrace, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the street outside their chamber. Liubei opened his eyes and transformed into a fleeting wisp of light, effortlessly pulling aside the covers to recline upon the bed of the deity of languor. Chapter 165. Where will I sleep if you occupy this space? As light footsteps approached from outside, Liubei, lounging on the bed, deliberately emitted sounds of deep slumber. Upon entering the chamber, the deity of languor cast a sweeping glance around, noting the absence of any changes, before her gaze settled upon the already slumbering Liubei. She quietly approached the bedside and casually perched herself on the edge of the bed, the moonlight illuminating her figure and casting a celestial glow upon his face. Perhaps the movement of the deity beside him stirred Liubei from his repose. Feigning awakening, he rubbed his eyes. You've returned? Go take a bath. After you're done, come back and I shall hold you as we sleep. The deity of languor gazed at Liubei with her water-like eyes, a hint of disbelief flickering within them, before she seized the pillow Liubei had been embracing and began to playfully strike him with it. Liubei was startled, his entire body trembling. He hastily rose and cast an innocent glance at the young girl before him. Why did you hit me? I was sleeping soundly. Liubei scratched his head, seemingly attempting to convey his inner discontent. The goddess of laziness glanced at Liubei with a contemplative expression, and after a brief moment, she gently nodded. Are you implying that we are sharing a bed? Indeed. Liubei feigned a state of half-sleep, uttering these words as he prepared to recline once more. However, just as he was about to settle onto the bed, the very bed that should have been there inexplicably vanished, seemingly through some mysterious means employed by Liubei. With the disappearance of the bed, Liubei, who had been lying upon it, fell abruptly to the ground. He let out a small yelp, a look of innocent bewilderment washing over his face, instantly invigorating him. What are you doing? Is it truly so impossible for us to share a bed? You could have simply told me. I would have been content to sleep on the sofa. If even the sofa is off limits, surely I may at least rest in the hallway outside? The goddess of laziness furrowed her brow, her ruby lips pressing together as her enchanting eyes regarded Liubei. In response to his mildly accusatory remarks, she appeared less like an adversary and more akin to a child who had been abruptly awakened and was now sulking. With a slight movement of her delicate brows, her rosy lips formed a pout as she murmured to Liubei. But you cannot simply sleep in a girl's bed without permission. If you are weary, you could have directly asked me for assistance in arranging a suitable alternative. But you are not even here. You both departed so decisively, not even glancing back. I find myself in unfamiliar territory, utterly lost, not even knowing how to reach Bai Hua Palace. What am I to do? The words spoken by Liubei were like pearls of wisdom, resonating with a profound clarity that stirred the very essence of the spirit of laziness. The spirit furrowed her brow slightly, and just as Liubei wore a countenance of reproach, she unexpectedly took a step forward and leapt into his embrace. This sudden act of affection ignited a spark of surprise in Liubei's eyes, as if he too had not anticipated that a mere casual remark could elicit such a significant reaction from the spirit of laziness. I apologize. I should not have left you here alone. I have already requested the Divine Realm Committee to relocate my palace to your Baiwa Palace. Liubei found it difficult to believe that if the god of laziness truly chose to reside with him, the realm he had painstakingly acquired in the divine domain would vanish before his very eyes. You seem rather disappointed. Are you reluctant to have me move closer to you? If that is the case, I can rescind my request to relocate near your Hundred Flowers Palace. Observing the god of laziness, whose expression radiated understanding, Liubei could discern no trace of dissatisfaction upon her visage. No, you need not transfer your palace to my vicinity. If you so desire, you may directly move in with me. Such playful banter. The god of laziness gently pushed Liubei away, only to be embraced once more. Though her stature reached only to his abdomen, This delightful height disparity allowed Liubei to lift her effortlessly into his arms. Nestled against him, as the bed materialized, Liubei held the god of laziness close, gradually succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, a resplendent, shimmering pagoda stood nearby, where a woman clad in a nightgown quietly observed the unfolding scene through a window. The following morning, with silence enveloping the night, the god of laziness requested Liubei to assist her in untangling her hair ornaments, a first for him in tending to a girl's hair. "Your hair is all tangled together," he remarked. Liubei spoke awkwardly, his gaze fixed on the tousled hair reminiscent of a chicken coop, his entire demeanor steeped in embarrassment. "Was it not due to your insistence on embracing someone while sleeping? If you had refrained from such behavior, how could there have been so much trouble? One ought not to be soft-hearted when angered. You should have been left asleep on the corridor," the goddess of laziness exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, a wisp of ethereal mist began to materialize within the room. A bespectacled girl stood there, observing Liubei as he assisted the goddess of laziness in untangling her hair, her expression reflecting both envy and admiration for the goddess. "It seems your relationship has blossomed quite well, hasn't it? Let me take a wild guess. You two must have spent the night together, did you not?" "Ah." The goddess of laziness, startled by the voice that drifted from afar, rose abruptly, having not sensed the approach of the goddess of desire. TSK. Sheer, it appears you have truly developed feelings for him. Otherwise, how could you be so unaware of my presence?" The goddess of desire huffed, as though expressing her discontent. The goddess of laziness hurried to her side, clasping her hands and leading her to the mirror. "Please help me tidy this up. He is utterly clumsy and must preside over the conference today." The goddess of laziness was on the verge of tears, exasperated by Liubei's awkwardness. TSK. It seems you can wield divine artifacts yet cannot even hold a comb properly. Do not obstruct me." With no other option, Liubei made way. For the goddess of desire was not someone he could provoke at will. After a moment, watching the earnest expression of the goddess of desire as she carefully arranged the hair of the goddess of laziness, Liubei quietly leaned against the wall, observing in silence. Perhaps sensing Liubei's gaze, the goddess of laziness felt a blush rise to her cheeks. She picked up a small mirror and tossed it towards Liubei. "Can you not wait outside?" Liubei awkwardly scratched his head. Although the deities of laziness and desire may not possess the mature allure of more refined goddesses, each harbors its own distinct advantages. This notion is not to be taken lightly. As the saying goes, even a sparrow, though small, possesses all its vital organs, which aptly describes the petite and exquisite nature of the deities of laziness and desire. Moments later, while Liubei admired the surrounding scenery, a gentle cough from behind caught his attention. Turning to behold the goddess of laziness, clad in knee-length shorts and a light blue shirt, Liubei was genuinely taken aback. "What are you staring at? Did you not have enough of a glimpse last night?" Yet at that very moment, the goddess of desire, akin to a splash of cold water, positioned herself in front of the goddess of laziness. As Liubei cast a glance at the bespectacled goddess of desire and was about to turn away, he felt a hand clasp his from behind. Chapter 166. Is this woman mad? Observing the goddess of laziness beside him, Liubei noted her warm smile. If it weren't for the goddess of desire silently watching from behind, he might have impulsively embraced her. The goddess of desire feigned an awkward cough, swiftly moving to Liubei's side, and without lifting her gaze, addressed him. "Did you know? This third assessment is the most crucial determinant of whether one can ascend to divinity. If you excel in this third evaluation, while you already possess the strength to become a deity, achieving remarkable results here may cause those gods who hold opinions of you to reassess their views." The god of desire subtly reminded Liubei, yet refrained from disclosing the content of the third assessment. Liubei, however, had no intention of seeking this knowledge. For at this moment, regardless of whether he faced treacherous mountains or raging seas, he would choose to confront them with unwavering composure. The god of sloth remained silent throughout, and this time they opted not to traverse the spatial rift. Instead, they jovially made their way to the venue of the assessment conference. Along the journey, Liubei finally understood the source of the god of destruction's displeasure towards him. Ever since his arrival in this divine realm, the goddesses who were meant to revere the god of destruction had shifted their focus entirely onto Liubei. For the lascivious god of destruction, this was undoubtedly a torment. Moreover, the Hundred Flowers Palace, which had already been under the watchful gaze of the god of destruction, was now usurped by Liubei, further deepening the god of destruction's disdain for him. Upon reaching the venue of the assessment conference, the god of sloth had yet to arrive, leaving the role of host for the third segment to the goddess of fortune as a last-minute substitute. She earnestly explained the content of the third assessment to the participants before stepping aside to stand quietly, as each contestant shared their origins and aspirations after achieving divinity. They were met with thunderous applause. In the distinguished seating area, a handsome young man scanned the audience, and upon confirming the absence of Liubei, a look of confusion crossed his face as he contemplated departing. Where do you intend to go? Just as Yigu was about to rise, the blue-haired woman beside him unexpectedly spoke. Is it necessary for me to disclose my intentions to you? Yigu felt a twinge of annoyance at her behavior, for their statuses in the divine realm were on par. Being subjected to unsolicited scrutiny was, for someone like Yigu, who cherished his freedom, an irksome torment. Is there any need for you to be angry with me? Have you taken leave of your senses? Do I harbor any enmity towards you? Is even a simple inquiry now forbidden? The blue-haired woman's emotions flared, drawing the attention of several onlookers. The deities regarded the unfolding scene with complex expressions, as the blue-haired goddess's behavior was indeed perplexing. Amidst this peculiar spectacle in the distinguished seating area, the benevolent goddess, hovering in mid-air, expressed her astonishment. It was so strange. The goddess of life, perplexed, looked at the bewildered benevolent goddess, noting how long it had been since she had witnessed such an expression. Have you not noticed that Liubei appears to be absent? She continued. Indeed, even the god of sloth and the god of desire seem to be missing. Could it be that they have whisked Liubei away? Upon hearing the words, the remaining deities displayed expressions that could only be described as grotesque, save for the masked Shura god, whose emotions remained concealed. One deity seethed with fury over the theft of everything that belonged to him, while another fumed over the presence of Liubei, who had taken away the woman rightfully his. Ha ha ha, Liubei, you are truly amusing. However, at that moment, nearly all eyes in the venue were drawn towards the sounds emanating from the great door. Even the participants who had been delivering their speeches paused, momentarily taken aback by the melodious laughter. Moments later, two young girls in shirts and shorts appeared before the crowd, and those near the entrance erupted into cheers. Observing the unfamiliar attire, the goddess of life furrowed her brow and remarked, "Where did they acquire such garments? I have never seen anything like it." At that moment of confusion, the gentle goddess beside her unexpectedly reached out and lightly tapped her shoulder. The goddess of life turned, only to notice that the attire of the gentle goddess mirrored that of the two lazy deities, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xiaochen looks quite lovely in that outfit. Perhaps she is the most attractive in the entire divine realm. Indeed, I find that a woman I adore looks beautiful regardless of what she wears. A soft caw from the Shura god drew attention, casting a sidelong glance at the horned youth as if to silence him for his ill-timed remark. The horned youth, realizing his faux pas, offered an awkward smile, but felt a fleeting sense of hope as he noted that the gentle goddess showed no sign of anger at his words. Could it be that there was potential for something more between him and the gentle goddess? After a brief interlude, as the three entered, Yigu's gaze fell upon Liubei, who was clad in a suit. Liubei, now adorned in such formal wear, possessed an undeniable charm. This young man consistently exuded a different aura, truly worthy of my admiration, thought Yigu. The blue-haired woman, hearing Yigu's words, felt as though struck by lightning. Gazing at Yigu's satisfied smile, her body quivered in disbelief that he could possess such a preference. No wonder they say he shows no interest in women. So, it is indeed true that he favors men. I never believed it. Yigu, huh? The blue-haired woman suddenly exclaimed, and as Yigu turned to her with a smile, he was met with an irate slap from her before he could inquire further. A sudden slap caught Yigu off guard, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at the audience. Following the impact, the woman with azure hair furiously stormed out. Yigu, you scoundrel! The deities present instinctively withdrew, sensing the murderous aura emanating from the blue-haired woman, which was truly terrifying. Has this woman lost her mind? Yigu's completion gradualidad. His entire being enveloped in a menacing aura, resembling a formidable warrior emerging from an abyss. Yigu, please temper your wrath. I shall be compelled to intervene. The enforcer of the divine realm declared from a nearby seat, unable to stand idly by while chaos unfolded under his watch. Moments later, as Yigu's lethal aura dissipated, he returned to his seat, still brooding over the unexpected slap. Chapter 167. The charming yet infuriating girl as the evaluators made their grand entrances, Liubei, being the last to arrive, was intentionally placed at the end. He silently stood beneath the arena, observing the fierce speeches of the participants while struggling to suppress his laughter. Don't laugh. You'll have to do the same soon, warned the god of desire, standing beside him, as she playfully stomped on his foot. This unexpected act instantly transformed Liubei's expression into one of seriousness. Yet, seeing the god of desire wearing an innocuous smile only fueled his desire to pull down her shorts and teach her a lesson. You truly are a charming yet exasperating girl. Liubei, with an awkward expression, spoke, for at that moment, the goddess of laziness was observing him intently. Her relationship with the goddess of desire was undeniably closer than Liubei's, although they had spent the night together. The appearance of Liubei could hardly create any rift between her and the goddess of desire. TSK, when you held her all day, I never heard you speak like this. The goddess of laziness seemed to have a little question mark hovering above her head, utterly perplexed by the sudden remarks of the goddess of desire. With a gaze that could be perilous, she stared directly at Liubei, who, sensing the intensity of her glare, quickly placed his hand on the shoulder of the goddess of desire. If you hadn't been injured and unable to walk, I would have had to carry you, would I? The goddess of desire shot Liubei a knowing glance, fully aware that he was concocting excuses to evade the situation. You were injured? Was it serious? Why didn't you ever mention it to me? The goddess of laziness expressed a hint of concern, as her bond with the goddess of desire was genuinely strong. It wasn't very serious, the goddess of desire replied, her cheeks flushed, feeling a complex mix of emotions at the concern of the goddess of laziness. After all, only she and Liubei truly understood the circumstances behind why he had carried her. Next, please welcome Liubei to the stage to deliver his speech. Moments later, upon hearing his name called, Liubei looked up towards the goddess of fortune on the platform. Her expression was cold, as if she wished to have no further dealings with him. Please come to the stage, Liubei, to deliver your speech, the indifferent voice echoed again, devoid of any emotional tone, leaving Liubei feeling particularly estranged from the goddess of fortune. Will you participate? If not, this will count as a forfeit. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, not for someone still in a daze. As the goddess of fortune continued to call Liubei's name, the god of destruction, seated in a floating chair, inquired with evident displeasure. It seemed his current state was particularly distasteful to him. The other deities, upon hearing this, wore expressions of astonishment, as the god of destruction's reaction was truly bewildering. Did I ever say I wouldn't participate? Liubei raised his gaze towards the god of destruction, his smile perceived as a provocation in the latter's eyes. Hatred gnawed at him, and had it not been for the multitude watching, coupled with the absence of a suitable pretext to strike Liubei, he would have undoubtedly contemplated erasing Liubei from existence at that very moment. A moment later, as Liubei ascended the stage, the goddess of luck passed by him. Her fingers, whether intentional or not, gripped his waist with a firm pinch. This scene did not escape the notice of many, and even the god kings, upon witnessing it, exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. Liubei had only arrived in this divine realm a few days prior. He had already garnered the affection of so many goddesses. If he were to become a god king, would it not mean that all the women of this divine realm would be at his disposal? The god of destruction initially intended to incite animosity towards Liubei, but he quickly realized the implications of his words. After all, even his wife, the goddess of life, seemed to be included in his remarks. Indeed, apart from the ancient figure of the god of Shura, the other three god kings cast glances laden with cold disdain in his direction. Sometimes, remaining silent does not render one mute, you know? The goddess of life bore a frosty countenance, completely disinterested in the god of destruction's jibes. How could someone so thoughtless have reached this stage in life? Setting aside whether Liubei would amass a harem upon becoming a god king, isn't it true that you are quite similar? With such a beautiful wife, how could you not cherish her, instead relying on your modest power to deceive young maidens? Is that not your reality? You, the horned youth, unleashed a scathing critique of the god of destruction, relishing the sight of his furious countenance. The bitterness within him was palpable. Meanwhile, amidst the discord among the god kings, Liubei on the stage commenced his speech. Esteemed guests, I, Liubei, hail from the Douluo continent's martial soul empire. My childhood was fraught with misfortune. I lost both my father and mother at a tender age and grew up under the guidance of a formidable practitioner. As I matured, I witnessed the brutality of conflict and was shaped into a relentless machine of slaughter by my most revered master. Eventually, I encountered a woman who would profoundly influence my life. Her name is Bibi Dong. Her impact on my existence is such that I would willingly overturn everything for her. Liubei spoke earnestly about his past, not forgetting to mention that he had several adorable children. Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of the goddesses did not manifest any trace of disdain. Rather, they radiated a benevolent warmth akin to maternal love. As Liubei continued his eloquent discourse, The visages of the horned youth and the god of destruction were marred by an expression of utter disgust, as if they had just consumed something vile. How dare someone with a family venture into extramarital affairs? Such a person deserves nothing less than castration. Indeed, how could one with a family dare to engage in such frivolities? They ought to be punished severely. The god of destruction initially intended to echo the horned youth's sentiments, but upon a sudden realization, his countenance darkened as he shot a fierce glare at his counterpart. Castration would indeed be a solution, for it would eliminate any thoughts of women, would it not? The goddess of life furrowed her brow and directed such words towards the god of destruction, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As Liubei concluded his speech, a thunderous applause erupted, even moving the goddess of kindness to tears. The goddess of fortune ascended the platform, her eyes glistening with remnants of tears, and as she brushed past Liubei, she softly uttered, "I had no idea you possessed such a profound history. Please come here tonight. I shall await your arrival." Liubei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the goddess of fortune as she resumed her aloof demeanor. He found himself questioning whether there was something amiss with his hearing. Chapter 168. Why are you crying? Liubei stepped down from the arena, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the third assessment. However, it is noteworthy that his speech, which he believed lacked brilliance, had profoundly touched the majority of the audience. As he returned to the two women, he noticed that the one named Desire was gazing at him with red-rimmed eyes, which left him somewhat perplexed. "Why are you crying? This is unlike you," he remarked. Liubei, adorned with a smile, gently placed his hand on the small head of the god of desire, receiving no resistance in return. "To my astonishment, you possess such a past. I've often heard others assert that a villain cannot be inherently wicked. Initially, I was skeptical. Yet upon hearing you recount your experiences, I realized that a formidable warrior, who once knew only the art of slaughter, is, in truth, profoundly lonely within." Huh? Liubei gazed at the god of desire with a sense of incredulity, finding it astonishing that such profound insights could emanate from this deity, leaving him utterly perplexed. He was not particularly skilled at oration, initially intending to simplify the narration of his life. Yet, he was taken aback by the substantial impact he had on the god of desire. The audience murmured amongst themselves, their eyes fixed on Liubei. Even those who participated in the third assessment regarded him with sympathy, as if they alone could fathom the hardships he endured to ascend from obscurity to his current position. At that moment, however, Liubei's attention was drawn to a rather cold gaze. He lifted his head to the heavens, noticing the assembled gods seated upon their thrones. One pair of eyes, in particular, filled him with disdain. Upon locking gazes with Liubei, the fierce-eyed individual made a slashing motion across his throat, only to feign indifference and turn his gaze elsewhere moments later. Who is that person? Liubei's expression darkened. This horned youth had sought to provoke him on multiple occasions. Were it not for the precariousness of his newly acquired status, his temper would undoubtedly have led him to engage in a fierce confrontation. Do you not even know who he is? He is the god of evil. Although he merely inherits the powers of his predecessor, his strength is formidable. An heir of the former god of evil, Liubei nodded nonchalantly, with the successful conclusion of the conference. The identity of the individual destined to ascend to divinity was well known not only among the deities, but also among the audience who had gathered to witness the event. "You performed admirably this time, did you know? I observed from a VIP section that both the goddess of kindness and the goddess of life were secretly wiping away tears due to your speech. The notion that the goddess of kindness and the goddess of life were moved to tears by my oration is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Liubei was momentarily taken aback, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as he struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Could it truly be that the esteemed dual goddesses would shed tears moved by speech? Are you perhaps finding it hard to believe? I must confess, I too find it incredulous, yet it is indeed the truth. So what do you say? Having emerged victorious this time, ought we not to celebrate with a feast? A feast? Liubei offered an awkward smile, but since Yigu had expressed his thoughts, it was only fitting that Liubei would host. Let us proceed in that direction. I suddenly recall that the cuisine from that establishment is exceptionally delightful. What establishment serves such delightful fare? Yigu inwided. His expression clouded with confusion. He felt quite dissatisfied with Liubei's vague reference, as one would not typically specify a particular place when intending to treat someone. However, given that it was Liubei's invitation, Yigu refrained from voicing his discontent. Moments later, as Liubei unsheathed a sword emanating a sinister aura, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure enveloped the surroundings. Even Yigu, the god of death, was momentarily taken aback by the deathly presence radiating from the blade. Did I not recall that his sword was supposed to exude righteousness? Why does it now emit such a foreboding aura? The god of destruction furrowed his brow, observing the sword in Liubei's grasp with a sense of perplexity. The aura of this sword is nearly on par with your staff of destruction, is it not? The horned youth jested, and his words incited an immediate and furious reaction from the god of destruction. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? My staff of destruction is unparalleled throughout the divine realm. The god of destruction, visibly agitated, found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the horned youth's presence. Otherwise, their exchanges would inevitably spiral into disputes, a truly exasperating predicament. While your staff of destruction is indeed formidable, Liubei's sword may not necessarily pale in comparison. The god of Shura interjected, his words carrying significant weight. As a venerable deity, his opinions held considerable influence within the divine realm. Despite the bickering between the god of destruction and the horned youth, when faced with the god of Shura, even the mightiest would find it prudent to exercise humility. Boom! Just as the deities were embroiled in their debate, Liubei, wielding the slaughter-witch sword, tore open a rift in space. The sudden swing of his blade sent ripples through the very fabric of reality. What on earth is he doing? Where does he intend to go? The god of destruction's face darkened with murderous intent, as though he would strike Liubei down the moment he dared to venture into the mortal realm. However, at that moment, as Liubei and his companions stepped into the spatial rift, the god of destruction remained entirely passive, never once taking action. It was as if, while wielding the staff of annihilation, a blade radiating an aura of death was poised menacingly at his throat. As a sovereign deity, one must learn to master one's emotions, for I have the power to elevate you to the position of the god of destruction. I equally possess the strength to unseat you from it. Do you comprehend? The tone of the god of Shura was notably indifferent, his gaze averted as he confirmed Liubei and the other's disappearance, after which he transformed into a wisp of mist, gradually vanishing from the scene. Time elapsed, and this spectacle left a profound impression on many observers. Even the deities, witnessing this event unfold, were taken aback in sheer astonishment. This old fellow, the expression of the god of destruction, turned as dark as storm clouds, since ascending as the mightiest sovereign in the divine realm. When had he ever faced such a grievous humiliation? Moreover, the fact that many of his subordinates bore witness to this scene only compounded the disgrace, rendering it an affront to the proud god of destruction's spirit. Though I harbor disdain for that brat, I never contemplated his demise. I must admit, your actions are decidedly foolish in light of your esteemed status. The young man with horns, before departing, could not resist delivering a scathing taunt to the god of destruction, as if he believed that the opportune moment for such mockery was precisely now. Chapter 169. So, it was because of her, with the departure of Liubei and his entourage, the god of destruction found himself engulfed in a profound sense of oppression. He was in dire need of a release for the anger simmering deep within. After all, if he did not cleanse this pent-up wrath, it would be tantamount to self-inflicted humiliation. His gaze fell upon a graceful and alluring woman below, and as a flicker of thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled something. Qianxunji, come to my office shortly. I have pressing matters to discuss with you. The god of destruction conveyed telepathically to the enchanting woman. The goddess of fortune, somewhat puzzled, furrowed her brow, unable to fathom why the god of destruction would summon her at this juncture. Do not be perplexed. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. The god of destruction continued, a benevolent smile gracing his features. This expression of warmth somewhat eased the goddess of fortune's apprehensions. However, she was soon called away by another sovereign deity. Qianxunji, regarding the upcoming assessment, I need you to visit my domain, as I wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. As the god of destruction displayed a benevolent expression, a figure suddenly dashed past him, transforming his demeanor into one of palpable displeasure. The person who leaped down was none other than his wife, the goddess of life. In her current state, the goddess of life resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of serene purity. Approaching the goddess of fortune, she grasped her hand before the latter could react, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Damn it! The god of destruction erupted with fury, and a cacophony of thunder began to rumble violently, echoing the discontent brewing deep within his soul. Meanwhile, after departing, Liubei and his companions stepped through a spatial rift, re-emerging into the view of many. They found themselves on an exceptionally vibrant street, and their sudden appearance captured the attention of numerous onlookers. As they sensed the potent energy emanating from these newcomers, many fell to their knees in reverence. Where's that highly acclaimed restaurant you mentioned? Knight Ancient disregarded the kneeling populace, regarding their prostration as merely expected. Please rise. We are merely here to dine. There is no need for such formality. Liubei furrowed his brow, gesturing for the ordinary citizens kneeling on the ground to rise. He was the one leading them toward an extraordinarily bustling inn. The business of this inn was such that it attracted the entire foot traffic of the street. After all, some individuals were willing to lay down mats outside just to enjoy a meal within its walls. Before long, as Liubei and his companions stepped into the inn's grand hall, Yigu and the others were captivated by the portraits adorning the walls. Goodness, it seems this inn has left you quite impressed. Otherwise, why would you choose to come here? Yigu remarked in astonishment. However, it was not long before someone approached them. Apologies, esteemed guest, but our inn is currently a sweet-faced woman began, but upon catching sight of the young man before her, she was instantly taken aback. Liubei, she exclaimed, her voice drawing the attention of many nearby. The patrons dining in the hall turned to look, for Liubei was, without a doubt, one of the most renowned figures in the entire divine realm at that moment. Goodness, are those not the god of desire and the god of sloth? How remarkable that these two divine maidens have such a close relationship with Liubei. Who is that handsome young man? I have never seen him before. You are fortunate to have seen him, though I have not. He must surely be a powerful deity of the divine realm. Yigu's lips twitched in irritation, although the crowd failed to recognize his name, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. There was little he could do. After all, he usually presented himself in a rather morose manner. It was only after Liubei's persistent persuasion that he considered revealing his true self. Otherwise, the striking visage he possessed would remain unknown to many, leaving them unaware that this handsome young man was, in fact, the fearsome god of death, Yigu. Just then, a captivating woman clad in a red dress, who should have been engaging in light-hearted conversation, turned her gaze toward Liubei and his companions upon hearing his name mentioned. Liubei, the woman in the red dress exclaimed in astonishment, and her call drew the attention of those around her. The alluring silhouette of her voluptuous figure, subtly revealed beneath the fabric, was undeniably captivating. As she called out to him, Liubei's gaze shifted, locking eyes with the enchanting woman. A smile graced Liubei's face as he waved at her. The goddess of laziness shot him a sidelong glance, her expression tinged with irritation. It was only now that Yigu finally realized that Liubei's interest in the inn's cuisine was merely a facade. He clearly had ulterior motives. No wonder you traveled so far. It's all because of her, Yigu mused, lifting his gaze to the woman, who was now descending the stairs and jogging toward them. The sight of her running was dizzying, to say the least. Moments later, just as the goddess of laziness looked on with a mix of annoyance and wariness, the alluring woman suddenly leaped into Liubei's arms. What on earth is happening? Brother, are you courting disaster? The thoughts of the other three deities varied, with Yigu already contemplating where to bury Liubei. Liubei, thank you. Without you, mine might have already gone under. The resourceful beauty could sense the precariousness of her situation. In her hurried words, the menacing aura that had previously enveloped her began to dissipate. You call him brother? But I recall he has no relatives here, commented the goddess of laziness, her expression still frosty despite the reduction of hostility. To be honest, we are not related by blood, but without him, mine would indeed be in peril. The enchanting woman recounted tales of how Liubei had rescued her from danger and promoted her in. Although such stories might seem implausible, the two goddesses, unaware of the truth, found themselves compelled to regard Liubei with newfound respect. I never expected you to possess such a kind heart. However, do remember to clarify things next time. Otherwise, misunderstandings can lead to unfortunate consequences, grumbled the goddess of desire, sheathing her weapon and reverting to her charming demeanor. Chapter 170, Kind Sister Xiaolan. So, dear brother, shall we head to the private room where you once resided? As Xiaolan uttered these words, the expressions of the god of desire and the god of laziness on the other side were decidedly unfriendly. After all, the suddenness of Xiaolan's statement was laden with implications that could easily provoke one's imagination. Very well, let us proceed according to the arrangements suggested by my esteemed sister. Liubei radiated a sunny smile as he reached out to grasp the hands of the god of desire and the god of laziness, leading them toward the private room where he once resided. As they ascended the staircase, the patrons dining in the hall cast envious glances in Liubei's direction. It was worth noting that although the god of laziness and the god of desire possessed a more delicate stature, rendering them less alluring compared to other goddesses, there were many who appreciated such petite beauty. Inside the private room adorned with Liubei's portrait, Yigu stood before the image, hesitating for a moment before attempting to tear it down, only to be urgently stopped by Xiaolan. You mustn't do that, my lord. This portrait is one that I painstakingly had drawn of Liubei. If you were to rip it down, What would the guests think when they find no trace of Liubei in this room? Would it not prove that I have deceived them? Xiaolan's reasoning was not without merit. Her consideration stemmed largely from the profits Liubei brought to her inn. Yigu, if you truly admire my portrait, when I visit you next, I shall allow you to paint as you please. After all, this painting was a promise made to Sister Xiaolan. To let you destroy it would imply that I, Liubei, am a man of no integrity. Yigu found himself at a loss for words, his doubts regarding Liubei's thought process lingering. However, since Liubei had articulated his stance so firmly, he acquiesced and refrained from tearing down the portrait. As everyone gathered around the table, the god of desire and the god of laziness naturally remained close to Liubei's side. Although Yigu felt somewhat out of place as a third wheel, he maintained a smile on his face. With Xiaolan personally overseeing the reception of the esteemed guests in this room, a succession of delectable dishes was brought in by the maidens. Brother, this time you will undoubtedly ascend to divinity. However, once you become a deity, there will come a moment for you to choose which god king to follow. Have you considered which god king you wish to align with? But before that, please do not tell me your aim is to become a god king. While I acknowledge your formidable strength, to truly become a god king, you must possess your own realm. Do you understand? For instance, the infamous god king Bibidong, whom you have referred to as the horned youth and the benevolent goddess, both emerge from a realm known as wine. As for the god of destruction and the goddess of life, they hail from a realm called boundary. It is worth mentioning the Azura god, as I recall the god of destruction once telling me that he originated from a realm called wilderness. Wilderness? Could it possibly be the primal wilderness? Liubei's body trembled slightly. If this truly were the primordial chaos, then everything would indeed hold significance. After all, should this be the case, then forging good relations with the Azura deity might present an opportunity to venture into the realm of primordial chaos. If the deities within the current divine realm are regarded as supreme beings, then, when one gazes upon the primordial chaos, these so-called divine kings may indeed be of little consequence. Does this not imply that, should I aspire to become a divine king, I must first conquer a realm and establish myself as the sovereign of that domain? Liubei smeated faintly, pride swelling within him as he boasted of possessing the slaughtering witch sword and the Linglong Tower as his aids. For him, the conquest of a realm might not pose a significant challenge. This understanding, however, came with the caveat that he must first secure the affirmation of the divine kings. Otherwise, venturing recklessly into any realm would yield no benefit for him at this juncture. Moreover, his current level remained a mere 99, unless he could ascend to the 100th level. The divine kings would be reluctant to entertain his words with any seriousness. 99? Had it not been for the god of desire, Liubei might still be oblivious to this fact. Over the years, he had struggled to grasp the intricacies of cultivation, relying solely on the power bestowed by the system to engage in combat. Now, upon learning that he must reach level 100 to traverse to other realms, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Enough. Today is a day of celebration. Let us refrain from discussing such disheartening matters. Yigu, keen to dispel the awkward tension, encouraged the gathering as cups were raised and emptied, the revelry gradually painting the faces of those present with a rosy hue of intoxication. Time slipped away unnoticed until half the room was filled with empty wine jars. It was then that Yigu rose, glancing at the inebriated Liubei and the two other goddesses. He exhaled a sigh of relief, gently assisting Liubei to the bed, while carefully guiding the other two goddesses as well. Not long after, with the door to the room closed behind him, Yigu, reeking of wine, stepped out into the darkening evening. I have always preferred not to carry money, so I shall leave this jade to settle our expenses for today. Please accept it, he said softly to Xiaolan, placing a priceless gem in her hand before preparing to depart. My lord, I cannot accept your payment. Liubei is my brother. It would be unreasonable for me to accept money from you, she replied. Xiaolan furrowed her brows in refusal. However, Yigu merely waved his hand, having no intention of responding to her. In his eyes, since he had already indulged, it was only natural to pay a small price. As she watched Yigu gradually vanish into the main hall, Xiaolan clutched the jade in her hand, raising her gaze towards Liubei's room. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. She so desperately wished to see what Liubei was doing at that moment. Yet she hesitated, for in that room, besides Liubei, there were also two other divine beings. In the early hours, the stars in the sky seemed to blink, twinkling softly. A petite girl perched on the windowsill gazed at the stars, her face adorned with a rosy hue. Moments later, as she leapt down from the sill and approached the bed, her eyes fell upon the lazy deity nestled in Liubei's embrace. and a peculiar bitter smile crossed her lips. Gradually, she transformed into a wisp of vapor, dissipating from the scene. The notion of fulfilling another's desires perhaps required someone to understand the necessity of stepping back, allowing the one they cherished to receive the fullest measure of love. The following morning, as Liubei slowly opened his eyes, he gazed down at the still sleeping lazy deity in his arms. He gently kissed her forehead before attempting to rise. Had they both departed? Just as he prepared to get up, the lazy deity, having unknowingly awakened, opened her eyes. Chapter 171. The lazy deity's confession. Looking at the woman in his arms, observing her lashes fluttering ever so slightly, Liubei reached out to lift her. Seating her upon his abdomen, with a smile gracing his face, he spoke earnestly. It seems they left yesterday. Is something troubling you about their departure? No. I was merely pondering. If I were to confess my feelings for you, would you consider marrying me? What did you say? In nothing. The lazy deity hurriedly disentangled herself from Liubei. Her cheeks flushed and rushed to the window for a breath of fresh air. It appeared she herself was taken aback by her own words. Though she had been single for centuries, should someone genuinely wish to marry her, she would be more than willing. You mentioned wanting me to marry you, did you not? Liubei embraced the waist of the goddess of laziness, gently nibbling her ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily. I didn't say anything, the goddess of laziness replied, her cheeks flushed and her gaze evasive, as though she had no intention of admitting to her earlier words. However, Liubei understood that pressing too urgently would likely lead to an adverse reaction. Moreover, since the goddess of laziness had already expressed her true feelings, there was no need for Liubei to continue to press her. Shall we return? Let's see if they are willing to allow you to move to my side. If they refuse, I shall persuade them otherwise. A chuckle escaped the goddess of laziness at Liubei's audacity. She was well aware that, given Liubei's strength, convincing the divine lords would not be an easy task. After all, the disparity in power between deities was not something that could be easily overcome. Shortly thereafter, as Liubei took the goddess of laziness's delicate hand and stepped out of the room, they were greeted by a bustling scene. Currently, Xiaolan was overwhelmed with customers, demonstrating the thriving business that had led to reservations being made 6 months in advance. Sister Xiaolan, we shall take our leave now. Here is the payment from last night. Please accept it without refusal. Liubei spoke as he produced a golden card, specially crafted for him by Yi Gu after his arrival in the divine realm. Each card possesses a maximum capacity of 30 million gold coins. It is easy to imagine that when Liubei handed this golden card to Xiaolan, he was essentially bestowing upon her the staggering sum of 30 million gold coins. To require such an amount for a mere night's rest is a price that, if mentioned in Douluo continent, would not only leave listeners in shock, but also render them utterly speechless. Yours is a gift I cannot accept, Liubei. Xiaolan smiled as she declined the offer, retrieving the jade pendant that Yi Gu had bestowed upon her the previous night. The god of laziness regarded the pendant with a momentary pause. Upon realization, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. This jade piece was Yi Gu's personal pendant, a symbol of his status. The fact that he had given her such a token indicates his significant satisfaction with the events of the previous day. A personal jade pendant? A symbol of his status? Upon hearing this, Liubei was momentarily taken aback. He did not dwell on the matter, for after all, it was merely a piece of jade. Even the finest jade could not compare to the tangible value of money. You may keep this jade as a memento, but I must insist on accepting this gold card. Given the number of customers you have, if necessary, you could acquire and renovate the nearby shops. Renovate them? Xiaolan's exquisite eyelashes fluttered slightly. Biting her crimson lip, she pondered Liubei's words, seemingly contemplating the notion. No, if I wish to expand the inn, I can earn the money myself. I cannot accept your funds. However, Xiaolan felt compelled to decline, and the goddess of laziness, unable to bear it any longer, took the gold card from Xiaolan's hand. Utilizing her divine perception, she sensed the substantial amount of gold coins contained within. A look of bewilderment crossed her face, as she found it hard to believe that Liubei had presented such a generous sum of 30 million gold coins. It truly raised questions about the nature of the relationship between Liubei and Xiaolan, the innkeeper. Since this is his goodwill, you should accept it. I believe that given Liubei's character, should you refuse, he would certainly be displeased. Moreover, he mentioned it was intended to expand your inn space. If you find it difficult to accept, consider it as him acquiring shares. Acquiring shares? Upon hearing this interpretation, Xiaolan felt somewhat reassured. After all, if they were to proceed, as the goddess of laziness suggested, then the inn would indeed have an undeniable connection to Liubei. With Xiaolan accepting the gold card, Liubei and the goddess of laziness, under her gaze, tore through the rift in space and entered. Moments later, They arrived at the palace where the goddess of laziness resided. Liubei reclined casually on a bed, observing the goddess of laziness as she tidied up. He began to attempt communication with the system. Is it true that to become a god king in the Douluo continent, one must first become the master of other realms? Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, the long silent voice finally reached Liubei's ears. Indeed, according to the rules of the Douluo continent, it seems to be the case. However, there is no need for you to traverse to other realms. You can fully utilize the Douluo continent to become a god king. Utilizing the Douluo continent to attain godhood? Liubei murmured to himself, pondering the prospect of alleviating numerous troubles if such a scenario were indeed feasible. However, he found himself languishing at level 99 for an interminable period, pondering if there existed any means to elevate himself to the coveted level 100. After a brief silence, just as Liubei suspected the system might have chosen to remain unresponsive once more, a delicate little box materialized before him. Perplexed by this exquisite container, Liubei scarcely had the opportunity to comprehend its significance before it was swiftly claimed by the god of laziness. What is this? The deity inquired with curiosity, admiring the box's aesthetic appeal and reaching out to unfasten it. Surely, within lies the elixir that will elevate me to level 100, Liubei speculated. An elixir capable of facilitating a breakthrough to level 100? Is it not customary to cultivate in order to ascend levels? I have never heard of using a potion to attain such advancement. The god of laziness regarded Liubei with intrigue. Yet upon unveiling the box and gazing at the tranquil potion nestled within, she found herself uncertain of its purported efficacy. Nevertheless, out of respect for Liubei, she extended the glass vial containing the elixir towards him. As Liubei grasped the crystal vial, his gaze lingered upon the verdant elixir contained within. A momentary flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, yet he ultimately resolved to extract the precious pill. The instant it was liberated, an enchanting aroma pervaded the air, exuding an irresistible allure. Chapter 172. Is Liubei a remnant of the Dragon Clan? With a radiant smile gracing his features, Liubei swallowed the glowing pill. As it descended into his being, an unending stream of energy surged forth, filling him with an overwhelming sensation. Even the goddess of laziness, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, felt a twinge of anxiety, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. How could one possibly transcend levels through the consumption of a pill, rather than relying solely on arduous cultivation? Yet, such a miraculous scene unfolded before her eyes. Despite the multitude of questions swirling within her mind, it was undeniably happening. Concurrently, as Liubei ingested the elixir, the very skies above the palace appeared to shift, subtly transforming in response to his influence. With the celestial phenomena taking shape, the expressions of the divine kings and deities reflected an uncanny awareness. Had someone broken through to the 100th level? It seemed only Liubei could achieve such a feat at this moment. Was it possible that he had been deliberately suppressing his ascension, awaiting this very day? Though the divine kings were scattered, the sight of the shifting air and the palpable tension left many deities feeling uneasy, observing Liubei, who floated amidst the swirling energies. The goddess of laziness began to deliberate whether she should extend her assistance. As she summoned her innate artifact, its emergence diminished the intensity of the tumultuous winds that had previously threatened Liubei. However, such aid did not guarantee success. After all, if every form of assistance were effective, no one would ever falter when striving to surpass the 100th level. Thunder rumbled ominously as bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Liubei with unrelenting ferocity, devoid of compassion. Following the onslaught of lightning, he was met with a baptism of fire and water, as if to forge him through relentless trials, transforming him into a true deity. Cursed be it! Little did he anticipate the arduous ordeal of breaking through the 100th level would prove to be so troublesome. This is the consciousness of Liubei crying out, gazing at the heavenly ladder formed by blades. He once contemplated leaping up, only to discover that he was incapable of wielding any energy pertaining to this realm. Outside the realm of transformation, Liubei remained unchanged, his demeanor seemingly untouched by the tempestuous trials he faced. However, within the realm of transformation, Liubei's experience was nothing short of excruciating. He could scarcely believe that his mere desire to use a pill to break through the 100th level could inflict such torment. The sensation of being torn apart was one he had not encountered in ages. If granted another chance, he might refuse to consume the pill, yet he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for advancement. Time passed, and as the celestial anomalies persisted, the deities appearing in this place were filled with astonishment. Even the hidden superpowers displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Liubei had indeed been suppressing his strength. Was it the inability to maintain such restraint that compelled him to ascend? This seemed the only plausible explanation, but why would he choose this moment to break through, and within the palace of the god of laziness? I recall that the god of laziness had proposed relocating his palace to Liubei's vicinity. Their rapport must be quite profound for such intimacy to occur. If their relationship is indeed close, does that not present me with an opportunity? Boom! Just as the divine kings engaged in fervent discussion, a terrifying bolt of divine lightning descended upon the palace. Witnessing the electric sparks akin to falling petals, the expressions of the deities reflected an unprecedented tension. As the lightning flickered violently, the crackling sounds reverberated, deafening in their intensity. Such a horrifying spectacle, whether unseen before or merely witnessed, was certainly unbefitting of this realm. The calmest among them was the god of Azura, fully aware of the significance of this final tribulation. It has arrived, with a resounding dragon's roar echoing forth. The sound shocked everyone to their core. Even the divine kings found it hard to believe. The ethereal dragon's cry stirred countless memories, compelling many seasoned deities to recall the days when they were subjugated by the Dragon King. This dragon's roar could not be mistaken. I remember vividly that it was the emergence of this very sound that led to severe losses within my divine domain. A deity, having lived for an eternity, murmured to himself, captivated by the scene before him and the echo of the dragon's roar, feeling an irresistible urge to kneel in worship. The great dragon tribulation. If this young man were in the primordial era, would he not possess the potential to ascend as an emperor? The god of destruction felt a surge of fervor as he comprehended the significance of the moment. If Liubei successfully emerged from this final thunder tribulation, it would denote a monumental shift. Could this young man possibly be a remnant of the dragon clan? If that were the case, preemptive action was imperative. The god of destruction gritted his teeth, his visage twisted in rage as he grasped his staff of annihilation and soared into the heavens. His eyes burned with fury, for he had awaited this opportunity for far too long. Perish, offspring of the dragon clan! The god of destruction bellowed in a frenzy, unleashing an overwhelming darkness that coalesced into a fearsome demon wielding a scythe, charging toward the palace where Liubei resided. God of destruction, what are you doing? The goddess of kindness was the first to react, yet just as she prepared to intervene, a hand halted her in her tracks. Elder Shura? The goddess of kindness was puzzled, struggling to understand why the typically hands-off god of destruction would suddenly choose to intervene at this moment. Do you not wish to witness Liubei's true strength now? What is the true strength of Liubei? The benevolent goddess furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable feeling emanating from the face of the god of Shura, as if something unforeseen was about to transpire. As a smile gradually graced the benevolent goddess's face, the subsequent scene indeed left many in utter astonishment. Boom! Just as the colossal demon wielding a scythe was poised to strike the palace, a dazzling radiance erupted unexpectedly. The space trembled violently, and even the deities standing upon the ground were at risk of losing their balance and tumbling down. With a resounding crack, as golden light burst forth, a young man clad in golden armor materialized before the crowd. In his grasp was a sword, etched with the essence of sun, moon, and stars. Upon his appearance, countless individuals were rendered speechless by fear. Liubei, now displaying an expression of cold indifference, surveyed the surroundings with a casual glance, as if regarding mere corpses. How dare he act so impervious? The god of destruction, witnessing his glory usurped, realized that if he failed to eliminate Liubei now, he would never have another opportunity to do so. As the scythe-wielding demon prepared to strike once more, Liubei merely swung his sword. To the astonishment of all present, the scene that unfolded appeared as if myriad swords had been unleashed. Chapter 173. Liubei is truly this powerful? Boom! 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 Observing the gigantic demon ruthlessly obliterated by the sword shadows, the crimson-eyed god of destruction felt his staff of annihilation vibrate ominously in his grasp. I might very well lose. As the god of destruction bellowed fiercely, the staff, now glowing ominously with bloodlight, was swung down towards Liubei. This was the god of destruction exerting all his might. He aimed to eradicate Liubei in an instant with this attack. The expressions of the gods were filled with terror. Such a horrific scene unfolded before them. Some deities, unaware of Liubei's true prowess, felt a twinge of regret for him. Folly! I, Liubei, the illustrious son of the realm, cannot be slain by a mere native like you. Liubei's lips curled into a cold smile as he summoned every ounce of his energy, his movements becoming suddenly sharp and fierce. With a flurry of sword chi, he launched a barrage towards the god of destruction. The merciless onslaught unleashed by the god of destruction was effortlessly deflected by one of the sword strikes. Witnessing the scene, the god of destruction finally understood why Poseidon had met his demise at Liubei's hands so decisively. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, accompanied by a piercing scream. A shadowy figure, completely enveloped in darkness, was sent flying, blood spewing forth. As this figure crashed violently into the ground, stained in crimson, the fabled scepter of destruction, a symbol of his power, was nowhere to be seen. As the dust settled, the crowd turned their gaze towards the deep pit where the god of destruction lay collapsed, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. The once formidable deity was now left in a pitiful state, limbs barely functioning, and not a single former subordinate dared to approach. Incredible. Knight Ancient was the first to react, erupting with a fervent shout that somewhat alleviated the tension among the gods. The expressions of the other deities were laden with complexity. Even Life Goddess, the wife of the god of destruction, showed no inclination to intervene upon witnessing her husband's downfall. Is Liubei truly this powerful? The horned youth trembled, suddenly hesitant to provoke Liubei further, despite holding the title of God King. In the face of such overwhelming strength, even a lofty God King was compelled to bow his head. This young man is terrifying. If he remains here, it would be a grave injustice to his talents. The god of Shura sighed, and with this admission, he acknowledged Liubei's current prowess. God King, Liu God King. At that moment, as the assembly exchanged glances, a melodious female voice suddenly graced their ears. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the palace, where a petite figure stood. The assembly hesitated for a moment, but Knight Ancient's encouragement was notably effective. It is well known that in our divine realm, strength reigns supreme. Since Liubei has effortlessly vanquished the god of destruction, it is only fitting to bestow upon him the title of God King. Is it truly acceptable to call him God King? With the god of destruction now deceased, even the mightiest among them, the god of Shura, held his tongue, indicating it was time to acknowledge Liubei's status. Liu God King, I pledge my loyalty to your banner. So do I, and I as well. Such an opportunity could not possibly exclude me. The god of desire adjusted her spectacles, contemplating the ascension of Liubei to the status of a divine monarch. It was evident that she stood to gain the most from this development, for even before Liubei was officially recognized as a deity, she had been his assistant. Now, as Liubei rose to the exalted position of a god king, her own status naturally ascended alongside his. Observing the multitude of deities eager to join his ranks, Liubei remained expressionless as he raised his hand, unleashing a blade of light that obliterated the god of destruction from existence. Congratulations, dear Liubei. You have certainly not disappointed your sister, she mused. Just as Liubei basked in his newfound glory, a captivating figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. A smile graced Liubei's lips as he reached out and embraced the beautiful woman before him. Miss Qianxunji, he inquired playfully, now that I have become a god king, would it be too much to invite you to spend the night with me? Qianxunji furrowed her brow slightly, taken aback by the audacity of Liubei's public invitation. However, before she could gather her thoughts, Liubei swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Their noses nearly touched, and as she averted her gaze, Liubei smiled gently, his hand making a bold move to squeeze her curves. One could not deny the pleasing sensation and remarkable elasticity of her form. Qianxunji's body tensed abruptly, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks, and her enchanting eyes reflected a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You little rascal. Despite her flustered state, Liubei held her tightly, offering her no chance of escape. This unexpected scene did not go unnoticed by the assembly of deities, many of whom were taken aback by the sheer boldness of the moment. While the former god of destruction had his peculiarities, at least he had been discreet. Liubei, however, was unabashedly brazen, disregarding all decorum, especially considering he was in the presence of a powerful goddess. Such a spectacle was unprecedented, and even those who wished to witness it would require the fortune to do so. Is this insouciance of his never-ending? The god of laziness remarked, her delicate brows knitting together, her lips curling in frustration at Liubei's indiscretion. My blade is yearning for action. The god of desire gripped her formidable sword, one that had many tales intertwined with Liubei. Though it had never claimed his life, its influence on him was undeniably profound. Nightingale grasped the arm of the god of desire, cautioning her against impulsive actions. After all, even Bibidong, who harbored affections for Qianxunji, was rendered mute. Let alone her. Have you considered the implications of your divine title? You cannot expect to be addressed solely as the god King Liu forever. The benevolent goddess fixated her enchanting eyes upon Liubei, and in the intimate tableau of their proximity, many harbored a profound trepidation that the two might, in the next heartbeat, share a sudden kiss. I have yet to formulate my thoughts. If you have already arrived at a conclusion, might you kindly divulge the name? Liubei offered a faint smile, jesting with the benevolent goddess and subtly requesting her assistance in selecting an appropriate divine position. As she pouted her rosy lips in mild exasperation and pondered for a moment, her gaze fell upon a pair of eyes fixed upon the ground. Observing the somewhat irate god of laziness, an idea struck her, prompting her to gently lean closer to his face and whisper tenderly into his ear. I believe it would be prudent to consult Sheer regarding this matter. After all, the young lady harbors such affection for you. It would be unkind to disappoint her. Elfia? Liubei paused momentarily, and, as the benevolent goddess was released from her restraints, she gradually dissipated into ethereal wisps. Meanwhile, the usually despondent goddess of sloth felt as though a gaze was persistently fixed upon her. Raising her head to the air, she caught sight of Liubei's somewhat indifferent expression, which made her feel rather aggrieved. She truly wished to disregard him. Yet at that very moment, his cold visage unexpectedly transformed into a warm, radiant smile, rendering the aggrieved goddess of sloth momentarily speechless. Chapter 174. The enigmatic goddess in custody, their eyes locked. And as Liubei observed the goddess of sloth's slightly pained expression, he offered a gentle smile before descending gracefully. With deep affection, he embraced her waist, gradually ascending into the heavens. The assembled deities observed this scene with solemn expressions, as if they were eagerly awaiting Liubei to reveal his divine title. What do you believe my divine position should be called? Liubei gazed gently upon the god of sloth, acknowledging the significance of naming such a divine position. This indicates the high regard in which the god of sloth holds in Liubei's heart. Well, you are indeed a deity of slaughter. It seems that the esteemed Shura has a rather favorable impression of you. How about you be named the god of Rakshasas? Rakshasa? Liubei furrowed his brow. He was not particularly fond of the term Rakshasa. After all, the association of this title with his identity felt rather incongruous. Do you not like it? If it displeases you, then let us refer to you as the Emperor of Humanity instead. Emperor of Humanity? Liubei was momentarily taken aback. His Xianyuan sword was none other than the weapon of the Emperor of Humanity from days gone by. The fact that the god of laziness would dare to invoke such a title speaks volumes about the effort she has undoubtedly invested. Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, I, Liubei, shall be known as the Emperor of Humanity. The Emperor, the sovereign, above all others, not to be wielded by mere great lords. After Liubei flawlessly vanquished the god of destruction, he aspired to adopt the title of Emperor of Humanity as his divine mantle, and at that moment, none dared utter a word of dissent. After all, in the face of absolute power, a figure capable of slaying even the god of destruction with such perfection renders any reluctance utterly inconsequential. The title of Emperor of Humanity suits you well. After all, you hail from the Douluo continent, and you are indeed deserving of such a title. The goddess of life spoke gently, seemingly unperturbed by Liubei's choice of title. As for the other deities, upon hearing the goddess of life express such sentiments, they naturally echoed her approval. Yigu watched this scene unfold with delight. He had anticipated a confrontation between Liubei and the god of destruction, yet he had never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. The god of pride is willing to follow the emperor. The god of darkness is also willing to follow. We all wish to follow. With a multitude of deities willing to align with Liubei, the divine domain once regarded by the god of destruction as his private garden gradually fell into the hands of Liubei, who had once been an inconspicuous figure. A grand palace, now under Liubei's reign as the god king, naturally included the territories once governed by the god of destruction. Even some of the women previously sheltered by the god of destruction were now commanded by Liubei to be released. While Liubei was conversing with his friends in the grand hall, a hurried divine general rushed in, visibly anxious. Your Majesty, I have discovered a woman's corpse in the underground palace, and the condition is truly horrifying. A woman's corpse? If it is merely a corpse, why not dispose of it? Why is there a need to report such matters? Yigu's brow furrowed. Such occurrences were undoubtedly connected to the god of destruction. Knowing the nature of the god of destruction, Yigu, as a former subordinate, was well aware of this. Lord of Death, while that may be the case, I believe it is necessary for the emperor to see this. Oh, what is it? Bring it to me. Liubei suddenly furrowed his brow. After all, The fact that this divine general could exhibit such anxiety suggested that this matter might indeed pertain to him. A letter? Liubei felt a sense of confusion as he opened the blood-stained letter. As he read the contents, his expression gradually transformed into one of distress. Where could she possibly be now? Liubei suddenly erupted in fury, his entire being radiating an aura of murderous intent that left the other deities trembling in trepidation. In the depths of the underground palace, the divine general swallowed hard. Witnessing such a countenance from Liubei was truly terrifying. Hurry, lead the way. Liubei commanded the divine general to lead the way, and the divine general, not daring to delay even for a moment, hurriedly guided Liubei towards the direction of the subterranean palace. Before long, as a multitude of deities arrived, the expressions of the divine generals were profoundly startled. After all, the sudden appearance of such a vast assembly of deities could indeed be quite intimidating if one was not forewarned. Where is she now? Liubei trembled as he bit his lip, never having anticipated that his actions would inflict such profound harm upon that woman. Shortly thereafter, guided by the divine generals, he descended the steps alongside the deities into the frigid depths of the crypt. Upon witnessing the grotesque remains of the mutilated corpse, some of the goddesses nearly succumbed to nausea due to the foul stench. Here lies the Emperor of Humanity, Meyer. His gaze fell upon the alluring goddess, impaled against the wall by several divine nails. Once an embodiment of enchanting beauty, she had now been reduced to a desiccated husk from excessive blood loss. Observing the horrifying scars that marred the enchanting goddess's body, Liubei clenched his teeth in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath, unable to contain the overwhelming aura that surged from him. A chilling sword energy swept through the surroundings, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered those present nearly breathless. The god of laziness wore a sorrowful expression, uncertain of the history shared between Liubei and the enchanting goddess. Yet, witnessing Liubei's profound grief over her demise revealed the significant place she once held in his heart. Did the Emperor of Humanity truly know this goddess? Such a notion seemed improbable. After all, was she not a favored pet of that old rascal, the god of destruction? Oof. The terrifying pressure bore down upon the outspoken deity, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground, realizing the folly of his words. Liubei, she is gone now. What is there to mourn? You must understand that you cannot grieve for the dead. Silence. Knight Ancient attempted to offer counsel, but at that moment, Liubei, consumed by rage, was in no mood to listen. Reluctantly, Knight Ancient chose to remain silent, fully aware that attempting to reason with Liubei in such a state would only provoke him further. Has the goddess's soul truly departed? As Liubei gazed at the lifeless body of the enchanting goddess, another deity's sudden interjection caused him to furrow his brow, exhaling a heavy sigh of resignation. Once life has fled, it cannot return. It is best to find a suitable resting place for her. Liubei spoke with a sense of helplessness, as if his face had aged considerably, quietly departing from this place. The deities gazed at Liubei's retreating figure, though they were perplexed by the situation. It was evident from his sorrowful expression that the enchanting goddess had, at the very least, once brought him a modicum of joy. What precisely was the relationship between Liubei and Yigu? The god of laziness inquired with curiosity, and, after a moment's hesitation, Yigu offered a bitter smile and shook his head, as though, even if he knew, he could not reveal it. Esteemed deities, the emperor has left. He has departed? The deities exchanged bewildered glances. After all, Liubei's sudden departure at that moment left them utterly confounded. How could a god king, blessed with so many women, be so profoundly affected by the death of one? Chapter 175. I shall turn him to dust. After leaving, Liubei moved as if he were in a desolate realm, hastening towards the inn where he had first made contact. Upon arriving at the bustling establishment, he frowned at the thriving business before entering. Do you have a reservation? The innkeeper inquired. Without a reservation, we cannot accommodate you. Begone. As the innkeeper spoke with an air of disdain, killing intent radiated from Liubei, causing his anger to ignite. The innkeeper, sensing the chilling aura surrounding Liubei, squinted closely. Isn't this Liubei? Who else could it be? Manager. Young Master Liu has arrived. With the innkeeper's loud announcement, all eyes turned towards the young man known as Liubei. Many patrons had come seeking him, yet few had ever truly glimpsed his essence. Oh, young Master Liu, you have finally graced us with your presence. The innkeeper, upon seeing Liubei, displayed an exuberance that was only natural, for Liubei had brought him immense profit, more than he would ever receive from his own father. Whatever happened to the maid who once attended to me? Do not tell me she is passed. Passed. Not all, young Master Liu. That young lady is well cared for, awaiting your return to whisk her away to a life of comfort. By the way, young Master Liu, I heard you passed the assessment. Is that true? Indeed. Take me to see her. Of course, of course. The innkeeper, wishing to continue the conversation, found himself at a loss when he saw Liubei's disinterest in idle chatter. Reluctantly, he led Liubei to a familiar door. As the innkeeper pushed the door open, Liubei followed him inside, and moments later, upon seeing the maid seated in a stone chair, looking utterly despondent, Liubei's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a knife. Young Master Liu, I am to blame. I failed to protect your lady. Just as Liubei wore an expression of cold indifference, the kneeling innkeeper struck his head to the ground, prompting Liubei to exhale a resigned breath. Rise. I am already aware of the situation, and the true culprit is dead. The perpetrator has already met their demise. The innkeeper's heart skipped a beat. He had witnessed it firsthand. Lady Liubei was taken by the god of destruction himself. Now, Liubei boldly proclaimed that the mastermind was dead. Could it be that the god of destruction had fallen? Surely, young Master Liu could not be jesting. After all, the true culprit was the god of destruction himself. Indeed, he is dead. You may leave now. There is nothing further to discuss. Liubei, devoid of mercy, issued a decree to expel guests, and the innkeeper was eager to hasten their departure. Upon hearing these words, he was undoubtedly in a frantic rush to leave. Moments later, Liubei approached the maidservant, crouching beside her, and gazed at the beautiful woman whose eyes were filled with a vacant stare. He reached out and grasped her hand. No, do not touch me. Please, do not touch me. The maid was frightened to the point of losing her color, and despite her frantic struggles, Liubei held her tightly in his embrace. Do not be afraid. I am Liubei. Liubei's expression was grave, and he felt an overwhelming sense of remorse for the state of his maid. Liubei? Young Master Liu. The maid in Liubei's arms, after gradually calming down, suddenly lifted her head. Upon seeing the familiar face, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down uncontrollably. She had waited for Liubei for an indeterminate length of time. He had not returned since his departure. Now, to see him again was a profound source of solace for her soul. Oh, young Master Liu, you have finally returned. That wicked man wanted to claim me. If it had not been for that sister's desperate intervention, I fear I would have. The maid did not finish her sentence. Yet Liubei had grasped the gist of it. It seemed that the god of destruction had harbored ill intentions towards her, but was thwarted by the enchanting goddess, preventing any misdeeds from occurring. As for the remaining details, even without the maid's narration, Liubei had come to understand. Had he been aware of such matters beforehand, he would never have permitted the god of destruction to meet such a swift demise. After all, that deity had been utterly overbearing. Curse that wretched old fiend. I shall unearth your grave and scatter your ashes. Consumed by fury, Liubei was resolute in his intentions. Initially, when he vanquished the god of destruction, he intended to obliterate him entirely. However, at the behest of the god of Shura, he had spared a remnant of a corpse. Yet now, if Liubei chose inaction, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible scar upon his heart. Gulme, I shall lead you to seek vengeance. Liubei spoke while effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space. With a mere wave of his hand, a rift in the cosmos unfurled before her eyes. Moments later, as the two stepped into the spatial fissure, the ensuing scene caused a shiver to run through the deities who were in the midst of worshipping the god of destruction. All of you, get out of my way. Liubei was consumed by rage. Those deities dared not offend him. Even if they harbored their grievances, they could only seethe in silence. Liubei, have always tolerated your insolence, but that does not imply fear. You old wretch, today, even if it leads to your demise, I shall not allow you to remain at ease. Boom! Liubei spoke as he unsheathed his sword, cleaving open the grave. With a resounding crash, the coffin shattered, revealing the god of destruction lying within. The maid, struck with terror, immediately buckled at the knees and collapsed onto the ground. Damn that old man, Liubei exclaimed, ready to swing the Xianyuan sword in his grasp. However, at that moment, his arm was unexpectedly seized by another. Liubei, what are you doing? The hand that restrained him belonged to none other than the goddess of life, the wife of the god of destruction. Her fair face was now clouded with frost, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she found Liubei's actions utterly abhorrent. I shall reduce him to ashes. No, I cannot permit you to do this. The goddess of life insisted with a firm tone, clearly opposed to Liubei's intentions, leaving the other deities in stunned silence. This is something I, Liubei, must do, and this is something I must prevent you from doing. The two exchanged heated words, each embodying a formidable stance. The commotion attracted numerous deities, even the god kings arrived. Sensing the turmoil, Senior Shura, now that Liubei has just ascended to god king, Does he dare to act with such audacity? Will he not even regard you? The young man with horns remarked with a mocking tone. Shura's expression remained impassive. He quietly observed the unfolding drama without uttering a word. Liubei, have you lost your mind? The man is dead. What do you intend to gain from a corpse? Yigu expressed disbelief at Liubei's folly, recognizing the disadvantage his actions presented at such a moment. Today, I shall reduce him to ashes. Not even the heavenly king can alter this fate. I declare it. With that declaration, a magnificent sword materialized, emanating a terrifying sword aura. In an instant, the grave was engulfed by the overwhelming sword energy. A scene of sheer horror unfolded before their eyes, and amidst the chaos, an incredibly mournful wail echoed. The expressions of the assembled deities were filled with astonishment. This is the soul of the god of destruction. The goddess of life seemed poised to resurrect him. You wish to bring him back to life? Liubei's countenance turned a ghastly shade, for he had heard the heart-rending wails but moments ago, crystal clear. The god of destruction wielded the power to annihilate all, while his wife, the goddess of life, naturally possessed the ability to revive. Chapter 176. I merely wish to resurrect him. Faced with the skepticism of the deities, the goddess of life, unable to contain her indignation, retorted vehemently to the assembly. Indeed, I wish to resurrect him, and so what? He is my husband. Her stance was resolute, yet with the soul of the god of destruction obliterated by Liubei, the notion of resurrection seemed a mere fantasy. It was absurd. How could such a merciless being, the god of destruction, ever be deemed worthy of a second chance at life? As the goddess of life, rather than endeavoring to restore the lives of those tragically slain by her husband, she dared to contemplate the revival of such a tyrant. Liubei was consumed by Haga. From the very beginning, he had little interaction with the goddess of life. If there had to be any, it would have been at the 100 Flowers Palace. However, even that palace, given to him by the goddess of life, was merely a means to win him over, a fact Liubei was acutely aware of. The goddess of life furrowed her brow, gazing upon Liubei's furious visage, feeling a sense of trepidation. Liubei was no longer the naive novice who had first entered the divine realm, and it was impossible for her to perceive him through the same lens as before. Thus, when Liubei questioned her, the goddess, aware of her own shortcomings, could hardly retort. Moreover, with so many deities present, even though she held the esteemed title of divine monarch, inciting their collective wrath would surely yield dire consequences. The reason the goddess of life ascended to her position was largely due to her understanding of creation, while the god of destruction, her husband, instilled a profound fear among the deities, compelling them to reconsider, challenging her authority. Now that the god of destruction was deceased, his very essence obliterated by Liubei, it severed any lingering hopes the goddess of life may have harbored. Feeling somewhat unwell, she was unable to voice her thoughts before Liubei summoned several maidens to assist her in taking a rest. With her departure and the complete demise of the god of destruction, it signified the definitive end of an era of old dominion. Liubei, in turn, was poised to become the leader of a new age. During this time, ever since Liubei was hailed as the emperor of humanity by the gods, those once closely allied with him had seen their statuses soar. For instance, Yigu, despite still bearing the title of the god of death, was promptly elevated to the enforcer of the divine realm following Liubei's ascension. As for the other goddesses, Liubei generously bestowed upon them significant honors. The goddess of desire, having served as Liubei's assistant, transformed her role into that of secretary general upon his rise. The goddess of sloth and the goddess of luck, among others, also received the utmost care from Liubei, moving into the 100 Flowers Palace and fostering excellent relationships. One day, while Liubei lounged in a rocking chair under the sun at the 100 Flowers Palace, an inexplicable atmosphere suddenly enveloped the space. Liubei, well aware of this sensation, observed the newcomer donned in a mask. With a cheerful demeanor, he instructed the maidens to fetch a chair for the god of Shura. Was the esteemed Shura here for an urgent matter to discuss with a junior? Liubei directly addressed the topic at hand, for it was evident that the presence of the god of Shura himself was no trivial matter. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Liubei was acutely aware of the implications. The god of Shura exhaled a heavy sigh, casting a profound glance at Liubei before earnestly stating, "Young man, having just ascended to the rank of God King, I did not wish to intrude upon your serenity. However, as a senior, I feel compelled to offer you a crucial piece of advice. If I recall correctly, you do not possess your own realm, do you? Without a domain to call your own, how can you ever hope to cultivate your own followers? Furthermore, I must remind you of a certain individual you once vanquished, Qiandaolu. At that time, Daolu was not only feeble with age, but also ranked among the most formidable beings across the Douluo continent. It is remarkable that such an extraordinary powerhouse fell to your hands. Of course, I acknowledge that he was indeed powerful back then, but he ultimately encountered me. Liubei offered a faint smile, his demeanor suggesting he was not jesting, for he had no reason to engage in such frivolity. The Azura god nodded symbolically, hesitating for a moment before earnestly responding to Liubei. In truth, had the six-winged angel sought to trouble you back then, the present version of you might never have come to be. The six-winged angel? Upon hearing this, Liubei was momentarily taken aback, as if he had truly understood the words of the god of Azura. The very reason he continued to exist was because, when the six-winged angel sought to trouble him, someone had intervened. Senior, you cannot be implying that the one who obstructed the six-winged angel was none other than the god of destruction, can you? Indeed, the six-winged angel represents justice within the divine realm, and he has always had a turbulent relationship with the god of destruction. It was precisely for this reason that when the six-winged angel intended to cause you distress, the god of destruction stepped in to thwart him. Perhaps at that moment, the god of destruction did not foresee that in his attempt to complicate the life of his adversary, he inadvertently sowed the seeds of his own demise. Upon hearing this, Liubei grasped the implication of the god of Azura's words completely. In essence, while the god of destruction may not be a virtuous being, he had inadvertently become Liubei's savior at the outset. Though it may sound utterly absurd, the truth remains immutable. Senior. Let us discuss matters concerning the followers instead. Liubei endeavored to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Although it can be said that the god of destruction had indirectly saved Liubei at one point. Had the god of destruction welcomed him with cordial words upon his ascension to the divine realm, Liubei might have considered the possibility of forging a friendship. However, the actions of the god of destruction were simply intolerable to Liubei, who found himself repeatedly targeted, which only served to intensify the animosity between them. The god of Shura nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before earnestly explaining the concept of followers to Liubei. Followers, or admirers, may not seem significant in small numbers. Yet when one possesses thousands upon thousands of devotees, combined with divine power, an inexplicable connection emerges among the believers. It is akin to the bond shared between Daolu and the six-winged angel god. Their relationship resembles a kind of covenant. While Daolu may draw immense energy from his connection, the prospect of ascending to the divine realm remains a distant and unattainable reality. Liubei found it somewhat incomprehensible. Nonetheless, the general essence conveyed that the greater the number of followers one possesses, the more potent the faction being revered becomes. If one aspires to cultivate their own disciples, the initial step must be to establish oneself as the sovereign of a particular realm. In truth, I believe you would fare quite well in the Douluo continent. Why not venture to the edge of the world there, seek out the divine pillar that reaches the gates of heaven, and inscribe your name upon it? To etch one's name at the edge of the world? Liubei furrowed his brows, silently listening to the explanations of the elder Shura god regarding the preparations necessary to become a true master of realms. In chapter 177, Return to the Spirit Hall, it is conveyed that although Liubei is nominally regarded as a god-king within the divine realm, without a substantial following of devoted believers, he remains merely a god-king reliant on martial prowess rather than divine power. Thus, to fully embrace all the privileges bestowed by kingship, it is imperative for Liubei to embark on a journey to a place known as the ends of the earth, where he must seek out the divine pillar that connects to the heavenly gate and inscribe his name upon it. Upon bidding farewell to the Shura god and returning to the Hundred Flowers Palace, the Desire god, Liubei's secretary, sensed his discontent. It was only natural for her to inquire about the cause of his unease. Adjusting her glasses, the Desire god pondered perplexed about who could possibly have provoked Liubei at such a moment. Observing his sulky demeanor, it was evident that the matter was far from trivial. What troubles you? Why do you appear so irate upon returning from the Shura god? She asked, tilting her head curiously. Did you have a quarrel with Elder Shura? With a quick pinch of her cheek, the Desire god, feeling a twinge of pain, playfully swatted at Liubei. After a brief moment, as Liubei released her, she expressed her displeasure. I did not provoke you. What was that for? I merely wished to ascertain whether your cheeks had become stiff from my recent lack of attention, Liubei replied, a teasing glint in his eyes. How absurd! Exclaimed the Desire god, her expression one of disbelief. Liubei's sudden remark was indeed startling. Perhaps noticing her disdainful reaction, Liubei hesitated momentarily before gently wrapping his arms around her waist. Speaking softly, the Shura god informed me that to genuinely become a qualified god king, the most fundamental requirement is to possess a group of devoted followers. However, prior to that, I must first gain the acknowledgement of a certain world-esque rules. In other words, if I aspire to become a god king, my first task is to journey to a place called the ends of the earth. Seeing that you wear glasses, I presume your knowledge surpasses mine, and that you have ventured to places I have not. Therefore, I hope you can enlighten me regarding the location of the ends of the earth. The Desire God, caught off guard, could hardly fathom that the Shura God would designate such a place for Liubei's quest to become a master of realms. Observing her uncertain expression, Liubei discerned her lack of knowledge on the subject. Alas, I thought you would know. It seems you are equally in the dark. Liubei, poised to release her grip, found herself ensnared by the deity of desire, who regarded her with an air of enigmatic intrigue as she surveyed her surroundings. With an air of nonchalance, she produced a small notebook that she routinely employed. In a matter of moments, she turned to a specific page, and as her gaze lingered upon the contents within, a triumphant expression illuminated her face as she earnestly addressed Liubei. Do you see? This is what we call documenting life. The deity of desire, shaking her tiny fist playfully before Liubei, seemed to revel in the display of her accomplishments. Is the edge of the world truly found on the Isle of the Sea God? Liubei was somewhat astonished, yet upon examining the recorded information, unless the god of desire had made an error, the contents therein were undoubtedly accurate. Are you certain? If it truly pertains to the island of the sea god, that locale was once the domain of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Liubei felt a pang of embarrassment. If that were truly the case, he would inevitably have to make another trip to Sea God Island. What is the matter? Do you not wish to take a detour home? I recall your last return was rather hasty. Do you genuinely not yearn for your wife and child? The god of desire furrowed her brow in inquiry, as she found it hard to believe that Liubei would not long for home. After a brief moment, as Liubei rose to his feet, he approached a gently flowing stream. Turning his head, he spoke tenderly to the god of desire. Would you care to accompany me back home? If you're willing to join me, it would present a splendid opportunity. The god of desire was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes sparkled with understanding of Liubei's intentions. Just as Liubei anticipated her agreement to accompany him to the Douluo continent, to his surprise, the god of desire smiled and shook her head. No, I cannot return with you. After all, if I can possess you within the divine realm, is that not a source of happiness and joy? Sensing the god of desire's sentiments, Liubei stepped closer, hesitating for a moment before gently kissing her rosy lips. Moments later, as Liubei tore through the rift in space and waved goodbye to the god of desire, he stepped inside. Bang! Oh no! In an instant, as Liubei materialized in a vast square, a child, running while looking back, collided directly into his embrace. Oh dear! What careless individual is this? If our prince would be harmed, I assure you, there would be consequences. Sir, as the elderly eunuch spoke with some agitation, the young man standing beside him wore a look of excitement. Clad in vibrant attire with a flower adorning his head, his appearance was exceedingly incongruous with his demeanor. Sir, which esteemed individual are you referring to? Elder Jew. The elderly eunuch appeared puzzled, as he could not recall who this person, referred to as Sir by Jew, truly was. Fuo the eunuch, you have only recently arrived at the palace. This esteemed individual is none other than Liubei, the great Liubei. What? Lord Liu. Oh dear, I humbly beseech your grace, for my old eyes have grown dim, and I find myself unable to recognize the towering presence before me. I implore your forgiveness. The eunuch Fu, drenched in cold sweat, knelt on the ground, well aware of the esteemed reputation of Liubei. He understood all too well the formidable power Liubei wielded within the martial spirit empire. Observing the kneeling elder, Liubei chose not to impose any hardship upon him. Instead, he gently lifted the child who had collided with him and tenderly inquired, during your father's absence, has Xian listened to your mother, Daddy? As Lu Xian grappled with his confusion regarding the elder, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice. Turning quickly, he beheld the young man who held him, his heart swelling with emotion as tears began to flow. Daddy is a bad guy. He left for such a long time. Does Daddy not like Xian? If Daddy does not like Xian, please just tell me directly, okay? I'm not a little child anymore. I can understand fear. With tears glistening in his eyes, Lu Xian spoke to Liubei, expressing a profound fear at the prospect of Liubei's departure. Having followed Liubei since childhood, he had never experienced a moment without him, and the thought of Liubei vanishing for an extended period was overwhelming. Witnessing Lu Xian reduced to tears stirred a deep sense of anguish within Liubei, a bond forged by blood that made his heart ache. He had never felt such intensity before, but since becoming a father, his character had undergone a significant transformation. Sir, will you leave again upon your return? Zhu Duo inquired, stepping closer to Liubei. acutely aware that Liubei's absence had been prolonged. It's uncertain for the time being. However, it appears that I shall not depart again soon. By the way, where is Yin Ran? Why haven't I seen her with Lu Xian? Yin Ran? Hee. Lady Yin Ran has recently been engaged in chess lessons with His Majesty Bibi Dong. If all goes as planned, they should currently be at the Eastern Pavilion. Eastern Pavilion? Upon hearing the words, Liubei was momentarily taken aback. However, after using his spiritual perception, he confirmed that both Lu Yinran and Bibi Dong were indeed present in that direction. He then hurried towards the Eastern Pavilion while cradling Lu Xian. Chapter 178. The surprised countenance of Bibi Dong at the Eastern Pavilion. Liubei, holding Lu Xian, quietly observed the two women engrossed in a game of chess from a distance. He did not wish to interrupt them. Rather, he understood that any disturbance at that moment could potentially spoil the mood of one of them. Father, do you not miss mother? Lu Xian inquired with some confusion to Liubei, for in his recollection, his father held a profound affection for his mother. Well, let us observe for the time being. Is your mother not engaged in a game of chess alongside your mother-esque counterpart, Dong? Liubei smiled gently, while Douluo and the eunuch Fu remained silently behind him, naturally not daring to express any dissent. Another defeat. Oh, how long had it been? Eventually, as the voice of discontent echoed, Liubei approached, cradling Lu Xian in his arms. Mother. Lu Xian called out to Lu Yanran, but she did not turn back. However, Bibi Dong, seated opposite her, noticed the young man holding Lu Xian. Recognizing his familiar face, she suddenly rose, her expression transformed with a hint of excitement. What is it? Lu Yanran asked, puzzled, turning to look at the man standing behind her, and then at her son's cheerful demeanor. She immediately opened her arms in joy. You actually decided to come back. I thought you had no intention of returning. Although Bibi Dong expressed it lightly, her heart was filled with delight at Liubei's return. After setting Lu Xian down and observing Bibi Dong's now pronounced figure, he quickly reached out to support her lower back. You have endured so much. I regret not being by your side during this period of your pregnancy. Liubei felt a twinge of guilt. Bibi Dong was the woman he cherished above all others. Had it not been for her, perhaps Liubei would not have become the man he is today. Oh, I certainly don't require your company, she remarked. By the way, you've been in the divine realm for quite some time now. Have you ascended to godhood? Bibi Dong inquired. Her curiosity piqued, for Liubei had departed with the intention of soaring to the divine realm. Initially, she anticipated that his response would unveil the truth, yet to her astonishment, a golden halo materialized above and behind Liubei. The sight of this resplendent gold left everyone utterly astonished. Was this the divine halo that signified a deity? My lord, I cannot believe you have truly become a god. Douluo exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for possessing the support of a deity within a faction was an immense honor. As the divine halo shimmered behind Liubei, this magnificent spectacle left the onlookers in a state of profound shock. Mother, what is a god? Why does Uncle Ju seem so elated about Father's ascension to divinity? Lu Xian tilted his little head, for at his tender age, the concept surrounding deities indeed felt rather unfamiliar. A god is a being of immense power, do you understand? Xianu, from this moment forth, you too shall be considered a child of the divine. A child of the divine? Lu Xian blinked his large eyes, filled with a hint of confusion. Although he could not fully grasp the meaning, the radiant smile on his mother-esque face suggested it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Would this visit lead to a departure, or was it merely a brief stopover? Being able to spend such an extended period with Liubei, and as Liubei's original partner, Bibi Dong was well aware that Liubei's return was far from coincidental. He chuckled softly, revealing, actually, I have returned to visit Sea God Island. I heard from the seniors in the divine realm that to truly become a deity, one must become the master of a world-esque dimension, and the dimension I have chosen happens to be our own. To become the master of a dimension? Douluo's expression grew more animated. After all, if Liubei could indeed become the master of the Douluo continent, then the Spirit Empire would rightfully claim its position at the pinnacle. My lord, the individual from Sea God Island would surely be overjoyed to learn of your return. Douluo remarqued cheerfully. However, upon uttering these words, it was evident that Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly. Aware he had misspoken, he hastily slapped himself a few times in apology and retreated to the side. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before earnestly inquiring of Liubei. Poseidon has visited here frequently over the past few months. Given the unique nature of your relationship and her amicable stance towards us, I have little to say. However, if your return is to see Poseidon, I strongly advise against it, as I seem to be nearing the time of labor. What? Nearing labor? Upon hearing such words from Bibi Dong, Liubei could not help but exhibit a profound excitement. It is essential to note that throughout their time together, Bibi Dong had long desired to bear a child with Liubei. Yet, despite their earnest efforts, conception remained elusive. Just as Liubei began to contemplate relinquishing hope, Bibi Dong's abdomen suddenly stirred with the promise of life. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's unwavering resolve, Liubei's steadfast nature would likely have led him to abandon the pursuit long ago. Gently caressing Bibi Dong's belly, his expression was one of silent yearning. He genuinely hoped that this time, she would bless him with a daughter. After all, it is often said that daughters are a father's little treasures. And Liubei naturally wished to experience the warmth and affection that such a bond would bring. During this period, as Liubei had not returned home for quite some time, he decided to spend a few days there before leading a formidable army towards the direction of Sea God Island. Watching the departing forces of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's mind was flooded with memories of Liubei's past campaigns, fought for her sake. Sister Dong, she pondered. Why must Liubei insist on taking Xiao Ju and old Jean along, when he could easily journey alone? Liu Yanran gazed at Bibi Dong with a hint of confusion, to which Bibi Dong responded with a gentle smile. She spoke softly to the perplexed Liu Yanran. Do you not see it yet? Although what Liubei has said is indeed true, Poseidon genuinely holds an interest in Liubei. Thus, I have sent Elder Jean and Little Ju together, primarily to restrict him to a greater extent. Restrict him to a greater extent? Liu Yanran found it difficult to believe her ears. After all, Jean Lao and Xiao Ju were personally nurtured by Liubei. If they could truly restrain Liubei's actions, it would indeed be astonishing. I struggle to comprehend the basis of your confidence that Jean Lao and Xiao Ju could possibly limit Liubei. Surely, it cannot be true that someone would become utterly foolish for 3 years after a single pregnancy. Liu Yanran gazed in astonishment at Bibi Dong. In her memory, Bibi Dong was akin to a goddess of war, a woman capable of ascending to the throne. The notion that she could become foolish merely due to pregnancy was indeed perplexing. I certainly do not believe that the two of them could restrain Liubei. Thus, I deliberately entrusted an important letter to Elder Jean, instructing him to present it to Liubei when he could no longer resist the allure of Poseidon. Of this, Liu Yanran gazed at the suddenly smiling Bibi Dong, and for a fleeting moment, she perceived an unsettling ruthlessness in this woman. Chapter 179, Bibidong's Trump Card. The army of the Spirit Hall advanced grandly towards Sea God Island. After all, under Bibidong's directive, Liubei and the others were compelled to gradually vanish from her sight. Boom! As they gradually disappeared from Bibidong's line of vision, Liubei suddenly unleashed a punch that shattered the space before him. The scene before them resembled shards of glass cascading down, followed by an abyss of profound darkness, leaving most expressions filled with astonishment. My lord, what is this? Douluo exclaimed in shock, directing his gaze towards Liubei. He had witnessed such phenomena before, yet seeing Liubei execute this maneuver left him utterly astounded. Relying solely on flight with so many individuals would consume excessive time. Hence, I opted to shatter the spatial rift directly, allowing us to quicken our march. My lord is truly remarkable. Liubei is truly remarquable. As the resounding sound echoed, Liubei stepped forward, followed closely by a multitude of companions. With a flicker of the scene, what should have been a cityscape below was now supplanted by a vast ocean. Observing the solitary island rising from the sea, before many could react, figures surged forth from that very isle. The newcomers possessed formidable identities, each wielding immense combat prowess. However, upon recognizing the leader, memories of their previous encounters flooded their minds. Liubei, did you not venture into the divine realm? How could you suddenly appear here? What is the nature of that black hole? Why do I sense it brimming with energy? Have you ascended to divinity? How can this be? Given how little time has passed, the expressions of the deities from Sea God Island were exceedingly complex, for Liubei's ascension signified the true fall of Poseidon. In the midst of clashing weapons, the aloof Liubei naturally regarded these lesser beings with indifference. Given his current status and strength, the denizens of Sea God Island were akin to mere stray animals in his eyes. Suddenly, one of the worshippers blew a bone whistle, the melodious notes resonating throughout the expanse as if summoning something. Boom! Shortly thereafter, a water column erupted from the sea, and a strikingly beautiful woman gradually came into view. Standing amidst it, clad in a blue qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she was undeniably captivating, especially her long, fair legs which shone even brighter under the reflection of the water veil. With a commanding shout from Poseidon, an exceptionally sharp weapon was instantly thrust towards Liubei. My lord, Douluo exclaimed, startled by the abruptness of the situation. Bang! Just as Douluo anticipated that the sea goddess trident would pierce Liubei, astonishingly. A protective barrier seemed to materialize before Liubei, repelling the menacing force effortlessly, with ripples emanating through the air. The terrifying scene caused the frowning golden crocodile Douluo to feel utterly inadequate in defense. Queen Poseidon, what are you doing? Do you not harbor feelings for our lord? Why this immediate confrontation upon our first meeting? Douluo scolded, his words trailing off as Liubei gently tapped him on the back of the head. Respect and trepidation welled within Douluo for Liubei, and upon noticing Liubei's slight displeasure, he realized he might have spoken out of turn. Poseidon, observing the thwarted attack, appeared slightly astonished but was given little time to ponder, as she swiftly retracted the sea goddess trident. It seems, Liubei, that you have indeed ascended to divinity. However, with such a multitude of subordinates accompanying you to my Isle of Poseidon, could it be that you intend to launch an assault on my domain? The elongated lashes of Poseidon fluttered slightly, her brow furrowed, leaving one uncertain as to whether she was jesting. Liubei, feeling a sense of embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Poseidon with earnest inquiry. I have come this time to seek the celestial pillar leading to the heavenly gate. I have heard from the esteemed elders of the divine realm that this very pillar resides in your domain, the island of the sea god. Upon hearing this, Poseidon was momentarily taken aback, and even those in attendance behind her displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, Liubei's statement left them feeling rather speechless. What is the matter? Does this celestial pillar hold significant importance for you? Liubei furrowed his brow in inquiry, as if he had discerned the somewhat unnatural expressions of those around him. As he posed his question, Poseidon appeared before him in an instant, akin to a specter. With a serious gaze, she scrutinized Liubei, her brow knitted in concentration. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly replied, Indeed, we do possess that celestial pillar. However, what are your intentions? I must inform you that this pillar is the very lifeblood of our entire sea god island. If your sole purpose is merely to observe, I can accompany you. Yet, should you wish to take it away, I cannot lead you there. Her eyes flickered with a hint of evasion, as if the mere prospect of agreeing to guide Liubei to view the pillar had required immense courage from her. The various clergy of Sea God Island exchanged glances, their silence veiling the many admonitions they had silently imparted to Poseidon. The significance of the pillar could not be overstated. Allowing Liubei to see, it was already a considerable concession. I merely wish to have a look, Liubei stated. An esteemed elder mentioned that the pillar is rather intriguing and may even be of assistance to me. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Liubei spoke gently, revealing that he had refrained from informing everyone about the necessity of inscribing words on the pillar, all for Poseidon's sake. After all, if he were to utter such a requirement, it was likely that he would spend a lifetime searching for that celestial pillar solely based on his own assertions. After much hesitation, Poseidon, defying the opinions of others, ultimately chose to lead Liubei to the location of the celestial pillar. Upon their arrival at the island of the sea god, due to the considerable number of individuals brought by the martial Seoul Empire, most of the elite forces, aside from Douluo and Jean Douluo, remained on the surface of the sea. Liubei maintained a serene demeanor as he followed Poseidon, arriving at an immense altar. Poseidon turned to Liubei, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The celestial pillar you mentioned, is it that one? Do you see it? Which one? Liubei, filled with perplexity, followed the direction indicated by Poseidon. His gaze fell upon the stone column that stood resolutely at the center of the altar. He found it hard to believe that what the god of Azura had referred to as the pillar of heaven was merely a solitary stone column. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? If this is indeed the pillar of heaven. Liubei's lips twitched violently, as he regarded what appeared to be merely an ordinary stone pillar. In Liubei's eyes, it could never be the celestial column leading to the heavenly gate. Could you take another look? Poseidon shook his head and, with a gentle wave of his hand, employed an unknown method. Suddenly, what should have been a short and stout stone pillar began to disintegrate in an instant, accompanied by an incredibly brilliant radiance. A beam of light that pierced the heavens came into view for all present. Chapter 180. Is this the celestial column leading to the divine realm? Gazing upon this intensely radiant beam of light, one could not help but feel that it was a testament to its terrifying true identity. This is the divine pillar leading to the realm of the gods? I had imagined it to be something akin to an iron or stone column. Liubei chuckled merrily, for to him, the concept of the divine pillar leading to the realm of gods was merely a tale relayed by the Azure deity. And this was indeed his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Ah, this divine pillar, one of the four that exist in the universe. And yet here he was, gazing upon the one located on the sacred island of Shanghai. Had it not been for our acquaintance, I might have thought your presence here was deliberate. Listening to Poseidon's words, Liubei found himself momentarily stunned. The notion of a divine pillar was entirely new to him. And how could he possibly be aware of the existence of the other three in this world? Nevertheless, having now beheld this singular divine pillar, there was no need for Liubei to pursue the others, as such an endeavor would merely squander his time. He chuckled, stating, I merely wish to see you, so I concocted a casual excuse to visit. Concerning the other three divine pillars, that esteemed elder did not impart such knowledge to me. Had he done so, I certainly would not be wearing this expression, you know? Liubei expressed his apologies, and as he spoke, his hands had already encircled Poseidon's slender waist. The expressions of those present subtly shifted. They had previously maintained a respectful distance, yet now they seemed unabashedly intimate. It must be said, Liubei, after ascending to divinity, had indeed grown increasingly audacious. Cease your banter. Now that you have witnessed the divine pillar, are you not poised to proceed with your intentions? I refuse to believe you have squandered your time merely to gaze upon the divine pillar. Though Poseidon felt a twinge of annoyance, her affection for Liubei had deepened to the point of obsession. I knew there was no concealing matters from you. The truth is, I wish to inscribe my name upon this divine pillar. Despite having ascended to godhood, I have yet to become the sovereign of any realm. Should I etch my name upon the pillar, I could leverage its power to rightfully establish myself as a deity, while also harnessing the faith bestowed upon me by my followers. To inscribe one's name? Followers? These repeated phrases echoed in Poseidon's mind, rendering her momentarily speechless. The others exchanged glances, as if Liubei's words struck a chord of familiarity. Had such sentiments been expressed before? Was it Poseidon who spoke thus? Indeed, Poseidon replied succinctly. Although Poseidon had been slain by Liubei, the latter showed no hint of embarrassment at that moment. My lord, even before your deification, you had many admirers. If you could indeed utilize the divine pillar to become the god of this realm, it would affirm your status as the ultimate sovereign of the entire Douluo continent. Golden Crocodile Douluo's excitement was palpable. Having followed Liubei for so long, he recalled how Qiandaolu had often mentioned such matters during their acquaintance. Hearing once more about the realm's sovereign, especially from Liubei, stirred fervent enthusiasm in the staunch supporter. Juju Douluo, having held a relatively low position within the Spirit Hall, was unfamiliar with the term realm sovereign. However, witnessing Golden Crocodile Douluo's fervor, he could surmise the immense significance of such a title, even if he could not fathom its full weight. Ha. Inscribing one's name upon the divine pillar is not without precedent. Lord Poseidon once contemplated it, albeit without execution. Should you truly succeed in engraving your name, I, Mujan, shall pledge my allegiance to you. Poseidon shall forever be my deity. Yet if you can surpass the Sea King's feats, you will become my eternal god. The devotees began to voice their opinions, as if the prospect of Liubei inscribing his name upon the divine pillar piqued their interest immensely. Posey chose to remain silent. Ever since her relationship with Liubei had taken a definitive turn, she had firmly regarded herself as his woman, believing that Liubei's actions were devoid of malice. She considered that supporting someone she admired could hardly be deemed a transgression. If that is the case, then I shall give it a try. A cold smile suddenly curled at the corner of Liubei's mouth as he soared into the sky. In that instant, he grasped a golden sword, radiating a terrifying aura of oppression. With the divine sword in hand, a meticulously crafted golden ring inscribed with arcane symbols slowly rotated above his head. Drink! Liubei let out a soft exclamation, gripping his treasured sword tightly as he began to inscribe his name upon the golden pillar, what should have appeared as a radiant beam of light. With each swing of Liubei's sword, seemed to scatter like shimmering golden dust, gently cascading from the heavens to the earth. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, just when they believed Liubei would fail, the characters of his name emerged, radiating an even more brilliant golden glow. The name Liubei appeared as if it had fused with the golden pillar, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary scene before them. They were left speechless. All they could utter was the sheer brilliance of Liubei. Even the legendary Poseidon had faltered in his endeavors, yet Liubei had succeeded. Could it be that the era of Poseidon had truly become a relic of the past, and Liubei's arrival marked the dawn of a new age? It was shocking to witness his triumph. Previously, his demeanor had been one of relentless violence, Yet after his journey to the divine realm, he had transformed so remarkably. Perhaps the divine realm is indeed a place filled with wonder? Even Poseidon, known for his bloodthirst, underwent a profound change after entering the divine realm. Just as these thoughts swirled among the crowd, countless specks of light suddenly burst forth from the divine pillar, soaring in all directions. Before anyone could react, these tiny lights began to penetrate the bodies of those present. What is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of reverence towards Liubei? I feel it too. This sensation seems devoid of any coercion. Could this be the power of the divine? Why does Liubei seem so familiar, almost like family? I share the same sentiment. As the crowd murmured, the only one untouched by the luminous points was Poseidon, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She considered herself a devoted admirer of Liubei. Yet here she was, unable to even qualify as one of his followers. In a fleeting moment of confusion, a swift point of light unexpectedly entered her being without warning. Chapter 181. Liubei, the Eternal Deity. With the emergence of these lights, astonishment graced every face. Aside from a few devotees, only the expressions of Douluo, golden crocodile Douluo, and Poseidon appeared genuinely sincere. Is this the essence of divine power? As Liubei felt the continuous influx of faith flow into his body, a joyous expression adorned his face, as he finally grasped the true essence of divinity. He had once dreamed of becoming a deity, and now he had achieved it. Poseidon gently pressed her crimson lips together, her beautiful eyes gazing at the delighted visage of Liubei, reflecting the sentiments within her heart. Observing the proud young man standing tall, the youth of Liubei undoubtedly brought profound astonishment to many. Congratulations, Liubei! Ascending into the skies, Poseidon beheld the enchanting woman before her who was congratulating Liubei, who approached her with a smile, gracing his lips. He extended his arms to encircle her waist, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Without the need for Liubei to articulate his intentions, Poseidon was fully aware of what he sought. My lord, this is a letter from Her Majesty Bibi Dong, who instructed me to deliver it to you, stating that upon reading it, you would return immediately. The golden crocodile Douluo had no desire to intrude upon Liubei's fortunate circumstances, for a subordinate's interference at such a moment would undoubtedly be akin to courting disaster. Oh, a letter from Bibi Dong for me? Liubei furrowed his brow slightly as he picked up the letter, tearing it open to reveal its contents. His expression grew tense as he turned to Posey, apologizing. Posey, I am truly sorry, but my wife may be going into labor. Ah, then you should return. Posey replied with a gentle smile, not wishing her relationship with Liubei to disrupt his bond with his wife. After all, such a scenario was one she preferred to avoid. Although she held affection for Liubei, what she truly desired was a Liubei who sincerely cherished her, rather than one who merely desired her physical form. Casting a lingering gaze at Posey, Liubei effortlessly tore open a rift in space with a wave of his hand, signaling the elite members of the Spirit Hall to step through. As the group departed, one of the elders earnestly addressed Posey, High Priestess, Liubei has now ascended to the status of a true deity. If our sea god island wishes to reclaim its former glory, you may have to take decisive action. Are you instructing me on what to do? Posey's countenance turned icy. She did not anticipate these old men would be willing to compromise their integrity for past glory. Forgive me, but I implore you to give serious consideration to what I have said. The elder spoke again, this time inciting Posey's ire. Though Posey no longer had the protection of her brother Poseidon, her own strength as a peerless Douluo at level 99 was formidable. While confronting Liubei might be unrealistic, dealing with these elders was certainly within her capabilities. With the emergence of the space rift, the atmosphere within the Spirit Hall grew notably tense. Observing the people below, Liubei descended to the ground, where a child eagerly approached him. Daddy, is Mama Bibi Dong going to have a baby? Lu Xian opened his large, curious eyes as he was cradled in Liubei's arms. Before he could respond to Lu Xian, his gaze was drawn to a young boy clad in a black robe. This boy possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, reminiscent of someone from his past. Father, perhaps sensing Liubei's attention upon him, the young Lu Quan revealed a warm smile, yearning for the embrace of Liubei to be reserved for him. Liubei symbolically nodded, then embraced Lu Xian and pushed open the door to a closed room. The onlookers initially intended to intervene, but upon recognizing the identity of the visitors, they respectfully bowed in deference. My heavens, is His Majesty truly about to give birth? This is rather swift. The news relayed by the golden crocodile Douluo left the chrysanthemum Douluo visibly anxious. After all, Liubei's son, Lu Xian, was someone he had watched grow up with his own eyes. He was acutely aware of the challenges of caring for a mischievous child. Contemplating Bibi Dong's temperament while considering Liubei's character, he mused that his leisurely days might soon come to an end. Just as the chrysanthemum Douluo bit his lip in frustration, a youthful voice suddenly reached his ears. He glanced over in confusion, but upon recognizing it was Lu Quan, a smile returned to his face. Young Master Lu Quan, you have arrived. Have you seen your father? Yes. Daddy took my little brother Xian into the room. Together. You say? My goodness. The chrysanthemum Douluo looked towards the door, momentarily unsure of what to say, when suddenly a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Uncle Ju, why is it that both my brother Lu Xian and I are Daddy's sons, yet Daddy seems to favor Lu Xian so much? This. The chrysanthemum Douluo was momentarily speechless at the child's inquiry, as such a topic could undoubtedly be perceived as a perilous question. Well, it is because your brother is younger than you, and besides, young Master Lu Quan is older than young Master Lu Xian. Shouldn't you understand the importance of yielding to your younger brother? The golden crocodile Douluo approached cheerfully, fully aware that such a topic could lead to awkwardness if discussed by the chrysanthemum Douluo. Given his character, he might inadvertently say something inappropriate. After all, the chrysanthemum Douluo was known for his excessively gentle disposition. Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback, having inquired about such matters from his mother on more than one occasion. However, each time, she deftly evaded the question with the response, "You bear the surname Lu, and so does he." Though Lu Quan did not comprehend this as a child, as he matured, he inevitably began to question his own lineage. After all, he firmly believed that any biological father would never distinguish between his children by rank or status. Creak. As the door was pushed open from within, a young man cradling a boy emerged. The youth's face radiated with joy, for he was Liubei, soon to welcome a second son in the Douluo continent, and one born of Bibi Dong, no less. Daddy, do you love me more? Or do you love my brother Lu Xian more? At that moment, Lu Quan's unexpected question caused Liubei's smile to gradually falter. This child, could he not see how delighted his father was? Surely, his affection was equally divided between the two of them. I do not believe it. Lu Quan suddenly retorted in anger. Watching Lu Quan leave in a huff, Liubei, who was holding Lu Xian, stood frozen in place. My lord, please take good care of Xianer. I shall go and see what has transpired with that little fellow. Liubei's expression was one of indifference as he handed Lu Xian to Zhu Douluo. With a demeanor of cold detachment, he proceeded in the direction Lu Quan had fled. Upon arriving at a secluded garden, he observed a boy squatting by the lotus pond. Leaning against a tree, Liubei maintained his silence while listening to the murmurs escaping the boy's lips. Chapter 182. Do you dislike me? Watching Lu Quan dissolve into tears, the emotionally distant Liubei simply regarded him quietly. He had pondered a question before. Although Lu Quan was not his biological son, he had watched him grow up. The present Lu Quan was no longer the innocent child he once was. His sobs seemed to emanate from a deep-seated dissatisfaction within. Kfania. Just as Lu Quan was discreetly wiping away his tears, a sudden voice drew his attention. He swiftly turned to look, recognizing a familiar figure beside a tree. In a flurry, he hurriedly wiped his tears away, perhaps startled by Liubei's unexpected appearance. In his haste, he suddenly slipped, nearly losing his footing by the pond. However, at the moment Lu Quan was about to tumble into the water, Liubei, quick as a gust of wind, reached out. Just as Lu Quan believed he was about to fall, Liubei's hand grasped him, pulling him into a warm embrace. Krede tightly in Liubei's arms. Lu Quan felt a warmth he had never experienced before. Do you resent your father? As Lu Quan savored this fleeting moment of solace, Liubei's sudden question made him tremble slightly. No, I do not resent you. Lu Quan spoke with a heavy conscience. Despite sharing the same surname, his treatment was a stark contrast to that of Lu Xian. Deep down, he harbored profound dissatisfaction with the world's injustices, yet here, nestled in Liubei's embrace, he felt compelled to utter these disingenuous words. Quan, both you and Xian are my sons, Liubei declared. However, only one of you can inherit the mantle of the spirit hall in the future. Do you understand, Quan? The reason I withhold paternal affection is to deliberately hone your fortitude. You were born into a royal family, enjoying privileges that many can only dream of achieving in a lifetime. My intentions behind this arrangement are for your own good. After all, only one of you can ascend to the throne. The throne? Although Lu Quan is still young, he hails from a prestigious background and has been educated from an early age on the importance of striving for advancement. He has never truly experienced the affection of Liubei. The most he received was the gentle counsel of his mother, Yin. Despite his awareness of the lofty nature of the title emperor, the young Lu Quan finds little interest in the so-called imperial status. Father, Quan is not interested in the position of emperor. All I hope is that when you are with my younger brother Lu Xian, you will think of me more often. All right? Lu Quan gazed earnestly at Liubei. Although he had a father, it was only in recent years that he truly became aware of Liubei's identity. Despite Liubei's elevated status within the Spirit Empire, as long as he himself did not acknowledge Lu Quan's lineage, even his most loyal subordinates would hesitate to affirm it. My lord, his majesty has been born. It is a prince. Just as Liubei was intently listening to Lu Quan's expressions of dissatisfaction, a sudden voice broke through, capturing his attention. As Liubei rushed towards the newcomer, Douluo, Lu Quan remained frozen in place, tears of profound sorrow streaming down his young face as he contemplated. Father, why are you so unwilling to love me? Lu Quan's emotions plunged into a profound despondency, his expression contorting into a grimace. Yet in a fleeting moment, he reverted to his usual demeanor, opting to visit his newly born younger brother. After all, this was the sole power Lu Quan possessed. In the bedroom, Bibi Dong, weary from childbirth, bore a visage that should have radiated vitality, yet appeared somewhat haggard. Xiao Bai. Dongya. Liubei hurriedly rushed in, squatting beside the bed. He clasped Bibidong's hand. It is a boy, strikingly resembling you. Bibi Dong softly spoke, for bringing Liubei's child into this world had been her dream for many years. Now, having finally given birth to Liubei's child, the women of Liubei stood quietly by, silently bearing witness to this moment. Lu Xian tilted his small head, eager to approach and behold the visage of his newborn brother. However, he was swiftly restrained by Lu Yanran, gazing at the infant, whose lips curled into a smile. Liubei felt as though his heart might melt. Congratulations, Liubei. Congratulations, esteemed Lord of the Gods. As Liubei reveled in this scene, a multitude of familiar voices suddenly resonated throughout the vast expanse of the sky. Observing the empty heavens, the bewildered onlookers were left in profound confusion. Liubei, in the name of the benevolent goddess, I bestow blessings upon this newborn. May his life be filled with happiness. Lord Lu, in the name of the goddess of life, I bless this child. May he remain untouched by calamities throughout his existence. I, in the name of... As the divine blessings flowed like radiant points of light into the infant's being, a gentle smile graced Liubei's lips. Little Bei, would you like to name him? The smile on Bibi Dong's face mirrored his own. After all, to be blessed by deities was an extraordinary honor, marking her child as truly unparalleled throughout history. I see that he bears 7 parts resemblance to you and 3 parts to me. How about we name him Lu Chun? Lu Chun? Bibi Dong momentarily froze. But upon regaining her composure, she nodded in satisfaction. With Lu Chen's name officially recognized, a joyous scene unfolded. As the golden crocodile, Douluo personally issued a decree for nationwide celebration. Furthermore, a universal amnesty was declared, garnering widespread acclaim. In the dead of night, the residence of the newborn was particularly vulnerable, given its location within the formidable heart of the Spirit Empire, where few considered the need for heightened security. This laxity, however, provided Lu Quan with the opportunity to perpetrate his malevolence. With a frigid expression, he entered the room, gazing upon the infant peacefully resting on the bed. Approaching the slumbering child, he spoke with an icy demeanor. From the moment of your birth, you have been afforded privileges that I shall never experience. Now that you have a younger brother, Lu Xian, I can no longer allow you to grow. Lu Quan spoke as he raised a gleaming dagger, poised to strike the newborn. Just as he was about to plunge the knife into the infant, the child unexpectedly opened his eyes, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar figure before him. In a moment, a charming smile broke across the baby's face. However, what should have been an endearing expression was perceived by Lu Quan as repulsive. Distaste for the child's smile surged within him, and with a low growl, he tightened his grip on the dagger, ready to descend it upon the innocent being. Suddenly, just as the dagger was about to pierce the tender flesh of the newborn, a radiant golden barrier enveloped the child, creating a miraculous spectacle. Lu Quan was forcefully repelled, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, those who were supposed to be attending to the situation, including Bibi Dong and Liubei, sensed the disturbance and rushed out of the bedroom. Upon reaching Lu Chen's resting place, they beheld the young figure sprawled on the floor, their attention drawn to the menacing dagger, which transformed their expressions into ones of grave concern. "Master!" cried out the others as they hurried over. Yet, upon witnessing the scene, they were rendered speechless by shock. Chapter 183. Unfilial Son. Expulsion. Unfilial son, Liubei, filled with fury and exuding an aura of lethal intent, was clearly not inclined to let Lu Quan escape unscathed. After all, To dare commit such an act at such a tender age foretold a future that could only spell tragedy for the family. Just as Liubei raised his hand, poised to end Lu Quan's life on the spot, a striking woman suddenly appeared, rushing to Lu Quan's side and enveloping him in a protective embrace. Liubei, what do you think you're doing? This is your child. A yin's voice trembled with emotion, for if Liubei were to truly take Lu Quan's life, it would haunt a yin for eternity. Is it worth loving someone who would kill his own brother at such a young age? Liubei's expression was dark and foreboding. Had he not been prepared in advance, it is entirely plausible that Lu Quan, with his ruthless methods, could have indeed taken Lu Chen's life. After all, Lu Quan was not Liubei's biological son, and the resentment that Liubei harbored towards this enemy's child only intensified his aversion. Yu Guan, at your service. Douluo felt a pang of trepidation, as the scene before him truly shattered his worldview. This child possesses a vile character. Imprison him in the holding facility. Without my explicit permission, no one is allowed to see him. My lord, Douluo began to offer counsel, but upon noticing the murderous intent etched on Liubei's face, he hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to comply with Liubei's directive and escort Lu Quan away from this place. What are you doing, Yu Guan? I will not permit you to take him away. Silence. Liubei's furious roar finally brought a fleeting moment of clarity to Yin. She gradually descended into a state of melancholy. If Lu Quan were truly to perish because of this incident, she knew she would be unable to endure the consequences. Lu Quan embodies all that Ayin currently possesses. Upon him rests a multitude of memories cherished by her. Ayin, this child, was destined to perish in those bygone years, and I hope you shall forever remember this truth. Liubei spoke with a pallid expression, fully aware that a yin's reaction was anticipated. He could not passively witness such occurrences persist. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to temporarily remove Lu Quan from the equation. Lu Yanran stood quietly beside Lu Xian, cradling him in her arms. Lu Xian, somewhat bewildered by the situation, furrowed his brow in puzzlement and asked Lu Yanran, Mother, what has happened to brother Lu Quan? Why does it seem as though Uncle Ju has taken him away? And why do I sense that father appears to be extremely angry? My dear child, she replied gently, there are times when you must remember that conflicts among brothers are simply intolerable, even if they arise from the most trivial matters. Do you understand? Lu Yanran's smile was tinged with a somber hue. Should the matter escalate, given by Bibidong's formidable nature, it was certain that Lu Quan's life would hang by a thread. Furthermore, the trust that Ayin had painstakingly cultivated with Bibidong over the years would undoubtedly dissipate due to Lu Quan's predicament. As Liubei carried Lu Chen away, Ayin stood rooted in place, her demeanor vacant and lost. No one dared to approach her, for the recent events had left an air of uncertainty. Who could predict what would unfold next? A night passed in silence. The incident, which should have been a time of familial joy, had cast a shadow over the spirit hall, leaving it steeped in an oppressive atmosphere. Within the grand hall, Liubei sat upon the throne, lost in thought for a considerable time before finally speaking with resolve. I have decided to banish Lu Quan to Cangzhou, stripping him of all his possessions and extracting the peep of bone he utilizes for cultivation. My lord, this may not be wise. Young Master Quan, perhaps due to his tender age, lacks understanding. If given proper guidance, he would never resort to such actions. My lord, while it is true that young Master Quan is your flesh and blood, the notion of familial conflict is often a contentious topic. It is my humble opinion that to truly resolve the issue, one must confront the source of the problem. Young Master Quan is still quite young. If your lordship insists on such measures, can you truly bear to do so? Liubei remained silent. He comprehended the rationale behind the words spoken by the ministers. Yet, the actions taken by Lu Quan had truly pierced his heart. Although Lu Quan was not his own flesh and blood, he had watched him grow. It was utterly appalling that Lu Quan would dare to commit such reprehensible acts over a mere contest for affection. Liubei could not possibly tolerate Lu Quan's continued ascent. Liubei, are you truly prepared to take Lu Quan's life? He is not only my son, but also yours. It was uncertain where Ayin had acquired her information. But in a fit of rage, she sought out Liubei to confront him without hesitation. Observing the beautiful woman standing in the hall, the usually reticent Liubei exhaled a heavy sigh before responding earnestly. I, Liubei, hereby revoke Lu Quan's surname. A person so steeped in wickedness is unworthy of being called my son. If you dare to do this, I will take my own life before you, Ayin declared, suddenly brandishing a sword at her throat. Liubei was not only taken aback, but the ministers were also alarmed, urging her not to act recklessly. Such a desperate act was the last thing Liubei wished to witness, especially when it stemmed from a yin's threat. Ayin, Are you truly willing to go to such lengths for a remnant? Do not forget that you once promised me you would only heed my words for this lifetime. If you still value my counsel, sheathe your sword, and I shall treat this matter as though it never occurred." With a resounding thud, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. In the face of such a terrifying scene, a yin's delicate frame trembled, and the sword she held suddenly clattered to the ground. Women ought not to interfere in the affairs of men. Take her away. Liubei felt a sense of fatigue. After all, Ain was a woman he had deeply cherished. While he could never bring himself to harm her, he was resolute in his determination to confront Lu Quan's actions. As he gazed at Ain being escorted away by the maid, a considerable amount of time passed. Eventually, a youth, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, was led into the grand hall under the watchful eyes of several guards. The once vibrant Lu Quan now appeared diminished, for anyone imprisoned in such a place, even without Liu Bei's reminder, would undoubtedly take great care of the delicate Lu Quan. "My dear Quan, are you aware of your transgressions?" Liu Bei's demeanor was one of indifference as he observed Lu Quan's appearance, devoid of any semblance of pity. After all, as Lu Quan aged, his visage increasingly diverged from that of Liu Bei. Quan recognized his guilt, yet he fervently wished that his father would show mercy towards his mother, who was blameless in this matter. All of this had been determined solely by Quan himself, with no involvement from his mother. Lu Quan did not raise his head to look at Liu Bei. Perhaps it was due to the torment he had endured, for at that moment, even his tone was devoid of strength. "Whether your mother is at fault in this matter is for me to decide. Your attempt to harm your own brother is unforgivable. I wish to spare you, but know that your mother will never let you off so easily. Therefore, let us do this. For the sake of our years as father and son, you shall remain in the spirit hall as a servant, and learn the proper way to treat others." As soon as Liu Bei's words fell, Lu Quan, upon hearing that he would become a servant, staggered and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 184. A Silver's Redemption. Witnessing Lu Quan, stripped of everything, succumb to the overwhelming pressure and faint, none of the ministers dared to offer assistance. After all, for them, loyalty to Liu Bei far outweighed any allegiance to Lu Quan. With this matter settled, and knowing that Lu Quan had been left clinging to life, Ain, his mother, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although Lu Quan had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, devoid of any chance for cultivation, at least he still had his life. As for Ain, one day, Liu Bei visited the residence where she dwelled. Observing the maidens outside, whispering among themselves, he sensed that something was amiss. One of the maids, upon recognizing Liu Bei, hurriedly knelt and pleaded with him. "My lord, Madame Ain has not consumed any food for quite some time. Not even a drop of tea. I implore you to check on her, lest she entertain some unfortunate thoughts." The maid spoke earnestly, having served Ain for many years. Her loyalty surpassed that of the newcomers significantly. As for Yin's refusal to eat or drink, I do not blame you. However, I wish for you all to remember one thing. She is your mistress, and shall always remain so. Liu Bei inexplicably uttered these words, leaving many maidens with expressions filled with confusion. As Liu Bei entered the room and beheld the chaotic aftermath of destruction, the scene felt oddly reminiscent. His gaze fell upon the beautiful woman sitting by the bedside, her countenance pale and haggard. He approached her side. "Is it worth it? Even if he is your son, he has committed an unforgivable act against an innocent newborn. Ain, I implore you to understand that I, Liu Bei, shall never tolerate someone capable of such cruelty in my vicinity." Listening to Liu Bei's words, a Yin's eyelashes trembled slightly, yet she avoided meeting his gaze. She appeared as if her soul had departed, for her current state was indeed a complex blend of love and resentment. Moments later, as Ain gradually rose to her feet and approached Liu Bei, her expression was one of unwavering resolve, as if attempting to convey her discontent through the intensity of her stare. "But he is still your son, is he not? You watched him grow up, and while I am indifferent to his downfall, to reduce him to a servant is akin to plunging a knife deep into my heart." A Yin's brows furrowed, her words carrying a semblance of reason. Liu Bei, unable to endure any further, reached out and forcefully tore at Yin's garments. As her clothing was shredded into tatters and fell to the ground, Ain remained in a state of numbness, like a lifeless being at Liu Bei's mercy. Witnessing Ain in such a condition infuriated Liu Bei, who found it increasingly difficult to show compassion. The maidens waiting outside, upon hearing the series of anguished cries, were left pale with fright. Time passed, and only when Liu Bei emerged from the room, his expression darkened, did the maidens dare to lower their heads in silence. "Take her and give her a thorough wash. I shall return later." "As you command." The maidens dared not to contest, for Liubei was a figure they could never afford to offend in their lifetimes. Shortly after Liubei's departure, one courageous maiden ventured into the room. However, upon witnessing the scene within, she was so horrified that she let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Fear etched on her face. She could scarcely believe her eyes, and her scream drew the attention of the other maidens. As they entered the chamber and beheld Ain bound to the pillar, her body marred by the scars of a whip, their expressions turned exceedingly complex. Observing the discarded candles strewn carelessly on the floor, it was only when one maiden regained her composure that she cautiously untied the ropes binding Ain, freeing her from the pillar. Not long after, Liubei stood silently by the lotus pond, yet his mind was consumed by the image of Yin's unwavering defiance. The more she resisted, the greater his fury grew. After all, Liubei was acutely aware that if he wished to secure Yin's complete allegiance, the only course of action was to sever all her emotional ties. Presently, the individual who could induce such a profound transformation in Ain was none other than the young Tang San, the offspring of her and Tang Hao. Although Tang San had long been renamed Lu Quan by Liubei, as time passed, his appearance, inheriting Tang Hao's genes, naturally bore a striking resemblance to his father. Liubei could not passively observe as Tang San thrived. After all, to genuinely win Yin's heart, he could not afford to allow that to happen. With a sudden gust, a figure clad in a black robe emerged, addressing Liubei earnestly. "My lord, the body has been disposed of. How shall we proceed from here? Let's bury it. No, wait, perhaps we should discard it at Wild Dog Ridge instead." Liubei spoke with an air of indifference, leaving the true identity of the man in the black robe shrouded in mystery. In Bibidong's chamber, gazing at her slumbering form, he gently took hold of her hand. "Donner, the perpetrator who sought to harm Chun'er has been dealt with accordingly. I may need to return to the divine realm soon, as there are numerous matters requiring my attention there. Thus, once Chun'er matures a little more, I shall take my leave." Bibi Dong offered no response. And regardless of whether she had heard his words, Liubei chose to depart after spending a considerable time by her side. As the door softly closed behind him, Bibi Dong opened her eyes and stared at the closed door, lost in her thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Liubei found himself in the chambers belonging to Ain. Observing Ain, who had been exquisitely adorned, he swiftly approached her and utterly dismantled the efforts of the maids who had so meticulously prepared her. With the tearing of garments, delicate hairpins were snapped and cast aside. Grasping several ropes, Liubei bound Ain in midair. Gazing at her restrained form, his brow furrowed as he approached. "Tang San is no more. It was my subordinate who acted." "What?" Ain, who should have been bereft of spirit, was struck with astonishment upon hearing Liubei's declaration. "Liubei, is what you say true? He was but a child. What fault did he possess?" A sharp slap echoed through the room, delivering a resounding blow to Ain, finally granting her a fleeting moment of tranquility. "Then what of your intent to harm Chun'er? Is she not a child as well? Speak." Liubei, filled with fury, posed his piercing questions, each word striking Yin's heart like a sharp dagger. As Yin fell into silence, Liubei, having grasped the whip, delivered several more harsh lashes. With tears glistening in his eyes, he ultimately cast aside the whip, declaring, "From this day forth, Yin of the Lan family, you and I, Liubei, shall have no further ties for the remainder of your life. I hope you cherish yourself." The thunderous sound echoed in Yin's mind like a bolt from the blue. In a whirlwind of emotion, she forcefully broke free from her bindings, disregarding the pain inflicted by the whip, and hastened after Liubei's retreating figure. Chapter 185. Conceiving Liubei's child again. Wait. Yin, heedless of her wounds, sprinted to Liubei's side, her eyes brimming with tears. She had already lost so much. The thought of losing Liubei was a torment too profound to bear. She refused to allow such a fate to befall her again. In the vast realm of Douluo, Liubei was her sole source of support. Embracing him from behind, her eyes filled with sorrow, she simply could not bear the thought of losing him. Over the years, Liubei's fluctuating affections had caused her immense heartache. Now that she had finally endured the trials, the prospect of a rift between them due to this incident felt like an unbearable torment for Yin. "Is there something amiss? If not, please be mindful of our respective standings, Lady Yin." "Lady Yin." The address left Yin momentarily stunned, as if she could scarcely believe her ears. Perhaps due to the shock, she gradually loosened her embrace, allowing Liubei to slip away without a trace of joy at her change of heart. "Liubei, are you truly this heartless? I am a woman who has shared your bed countless times. Are you genuinely willing to walk away from me?" Yin's emotions surged as she spoke, her anger prompting Liubei to halt his steps. He turned to face her. observing the beautiful woman with tears streaming down her face, now reduced to a pitiful sight. He longed to pull her into his arms. The sight of her grievous wounds left a haunting impression on Liubei's mind. Her once fair complexion was now marred by the marks of torment. A vivid crimson, in contrast. After a long silence, he removed his outer robe and draped it over her. Put on the garment and come with me. Where to? Aine felt a sense of perplexity, for in her recollection, the present Liubei seemed to have regained his former gentleness. After a brief moment, as Aine followed closely behind Liubei, they arrived at a certain location where the Seoul Hall guards, tasked with vigilance, noticed Liubei's presence. One young man in a black robe hastily approached. "My lord, did you not say you would not come?" he inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. The Duke of Chrysanthemum knew Liubei to be a man of his word, a sentiment well understood by all within the Spirit Empire. However, he soon noticed the figure lurking behind Liubei, and his gaze turned skeptical, his expression awash with complexity. "Where's his body?" Liubei, with an air of indifference, inquired of Douluo. After surveying the surroundings, Douluo, exhaling a deep sigh, led the way ahead. In a short while, the group arrived at a desolate land strewn with skeletal remains. The sight of solitary graves scattered about, coupled with the nauseating stench of decaying flesh, caused Aine, being a woman, to stifle her gag reflex with a hand over her mouth. "My lord, that is his body," Douluo remarked with a hint of embarrassment, for he seemed to summon considerable courage when pointing to Lu Quan's lifeless form. Liubei furrowed his brow as he glanced over, and upon noticing the gruesome sight drenched in crimson, his countenance turned a shade of iron. He then spoke earnestly to Aine. "You should take a look. This may well be your final farewell." The notion of a final farewell struck Aine profoundly. Following Liubei's gaze, she beheld the lifeless body of a young boy lying silently in a graveyard, an overwhelming wave of emotion washing over her. With unsteady steps, she rushed towards the corpse. Moments later, as she approached, the harrowing sight of the skinless form nearly caused her to faint. Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a strong arm enveloped her, cradling her close. "He is gone now. I am your only support in this world. If you truly wish to remain by my side forever, you must be prepared to bear my child," Liubei declared. The suggestion of bearing his child left Aine in disbelief, particularly so soon after a loss. Yet, despite her incredulity, Liubei tenderly caressed her cheek and spoke softly. "When you are with child again, I shall name him Lu Quan. What do you think?" Aine contemplated a retort, but in her current state, she found herself devoid of the strength to argue. Shortly thereafter, a pack of ferocious dogs descended upon them, and the gruesome spectacle of the dogs devouring the body made Aine feel nauseous, compelling her to seek refuge in Liubei's embrace. As the remains of Lu Quan were thoroughly consumed, not a single bone was left behind. "Let us depart. Engaging in futile endeavors should be done swiftly. Otherwise, if I must leave again, who knows when I shall return?" Liubei earnestly spoke these words, casually wrapping his arm around Yin's waist as they walked towards the city. Meanwhile, Douluo and the others quietly waited behind, respecting the privacy of Liubei and Aine, who had matters to attend to. During this time, no one dared to intrude upon them. The days passed swiftly, and after approximately 7 or 8 days, Liubei stood at the entrance, patiently waiting. Moments later, an elderly physician emerged from the dwelling, his face alight with excitement, offering heartfelt congratulations to Liubei. "Congratulations, my lord. Joyful tidings, my lord. Madame Aine is with child." The physician refrained from uttering the word child, showcasing his discernment. Liubei smiled faintly. After days of relentless effort, he had finally succeeded in helping Aine conceive his child, a truly joyous occasion. Consequently, all 3 women in the Douluo continent, associated with Liubei, could now be considered to share his bloodline. Entering the room, the physician who had received a reward cautiously followed Liubei. "Aine, you have endured much these past days," he remarked. Although Aine appeared somewhat fatigued, the flush on her cheeks was strikingly noticeable. To receive special care from a god king is an opportunity not afforded to many. Moreover, Liubei was not only a god king in the divine realm, but also the master of the entire Douluo continent. One can only imagine the multitude of benefits Aine had gained during the time spent with Liubei. "Are you about to depart?" Aine questioned. "I recall you once told me that once I bore your child, you would leave again." Her expression was inscrutable, neither entirely joyful nor sorrowful, and this sight tugged at Liubei's heartstrings. After all, Aine had barely stepped outside during these days. "No," he insisted, "you have just conceived my child. You must remain for a while longer before you leave." Liubei, with a gentle demeanor, reached out to tenderly caress Yin's cheek. embodying the essence of a man upon whom one could rely for a lifetime. Given that Ain was now with child, bearing Liubei's offspring, such a significant event naturally attracted the attention of many. Although Ain had once harbored intentions to harm Lu Chun, under Liubei's resolute insistence, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for further words. Perhaps it was due to the sacrifice of her previous child that Ain, upon truly conceiving Liubei's progeny, finally received the treatment she rightfully deserved from the very beginning. Chapter 186. The desire to be a mother. The news of Yin's pregnancy with Liubei's child swiftly permeated the entirety of the Wuhuan Empire. For Yin, the prospect of becoming a mother once more was perhaps the most joyous occasion of her life. With the dissemination of this news, her rewards and honors were sure to follow closely behind. Not long after Bibi Dong had given birth, she learned of Yin's pregnancy, which, to her, was somewhat disheartening. "You are so eager for her to conceive because you fear I might harm her after your departure, am I right?" she inquired, her brow furrowed in displeasure as she observed Liubei slicing fruit for her in their chamber. "I have never entertained such thoughts," Liubei replied. "After all, she has been by my side for so long, and bearing my child is something she should have done long ago." Liubei meticulously sliced the fruits and presented them before Bibi Dong, delicately lifting a fork to offer her a piece, bringing it close to her crimson lips. "What if I refuse to eat?" she demanded, her irritation palpable. After all, if this were the cause of Yin's pregnancy, it would be an injustice to everyone involved. "You have just given birth. I have no intention of arguing with you. Consume these fruits and get some rest. I may have to depart in a few days." "I shall not." With a resounding crash, the jade plate laden with fruits fell to the ground. Observing the scattered fruits, Liubei furrowed his brow but ultimately chose to tidy up the mess. Witnessing Liubei's indifference towards her, as he focused instead on the fallen fruits, Bibi Dong felt a profound sense of insignificance, prompting her to weep in frustration. Woo! Tears streamed down her face, and this poignant scene did not escape Liubei's notice. "Do not cry. The reason I wished for Yin to bear my child stems from the matter of Lu Quan. You see, Yin is a pitiable woman. My intentions were to provide her with a glimpse of warmth in this world, something she could cherish." Liubei earnestly articulated his thoughts, yet Bibi Dong remained impervious, fervently attempting to push him away. In that moment, her agitation was palpable, perhaps exacerbated by recent childbirth, which rendered her unable to temper her temper. Cast out from the bedroom, Liubei found himself an impasse. Concerned that Bibi Dong might cause a scene, he had deliberately summoned Lu Yanran and Lu Xian. For the time being, they had relocated to Bibi Dong's side to facilitate care for her and their child. At the high platform of the spirit hall, gazing into the distance, Liubei felt no spark of interest. "My lord, do you truly intend to depart? Your majesty has just given birth, and Madame Yin is only recently pregnant. Leaving at this juncture would be, with all due respect, quite imprudent." This was the first time Douluo dared to admonish Liubei in such a manner. After all, few dared to speak so boldly to Liubei within the entire spirit empire, with only he and Jean Douluo holding such audacity. Jean Douluo had been preoccupied with nurturing the elite of the spirit hall, thus absent during these days. Meanwhile, Zhu Douluo was occupied with managing the affairs of the spirit hall and had little time for leisure. Moreover, Liubei had always been a hands-off leader. Aside from initially establishing the foundation of the spirit empire, he had not engaged in any significant action since. "If I remain here, it will only serve to deepen Bibi Dong's disdain for me. Her emotional state is quite volatile, and I recognize the necessity of my departure. Yu Guan, during my absence, please ensure the well-being of this empire." "As you command," Zhu Douluo acknowledged, knowing he must acquiesce to Liubei's wishes. After all, those who had once disregarded his counsel now lay beneath headstones, their graves overgrown. With a resounding boom, as Liubei tore through the rift in space, Zhu Douluo, noticing the sudden void before him, understood clearly that Liubei was indeed preparing to leave. Just as Liubei was about to step into the rift, Zhu Douluo's inquiry halted him mid-stride. "My lord, how long do you intend to be away? A childhood without a father is a cruel fate for a child." Liubei furrowed his brow, exhaling a deep breath of frustration, and after a moment's hesitation, he gazed up at the sky. "When Ain is about to give birth, I shall return." Zhu Douluo stood there, bewildered, for as the saying goes, a child is born after 10 months of gestation. This absence would last 10 months, and it would not only wound Yin's heart. Upon Liubei's departure, the rift in space gradually began to close, as if the tear had never occurred. Moments later, as Liubei stepped out of the spatial rift, he was taken aback by the scene before him. It was a misty expanse, an indistinct tableau that rendered the figure standing in the hot spring somewhat enigmatic. Who goes there? At that moment, the figure in the hot spring seemed to sense his presence, and, with a startled gasp, submerged most of her body beneath the water. Poseidon frowned deeply, unable to believe that there were audacious rogues daring to gaze upon her in the sea god island. "It is I, Liubei." A moment later, with the familiar voice echoing, the puzzled Poseidon rose from the water, her expression replete with confusion. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with Bibi Dong?" she inquired, her brow knitted in curiosity. As Liubei approached the hot spring, he quickly stood before her. Given Liubei's considerable height, the perspective made Poseidon's small face flush crimson as she found the encounter overwhelming. "I came to see you and to share some news. I am to become a father again." "You are to become a father again?" Poseidon replied, her tone tinged with displeasure. After all, Liubei had sought her out to deliver such news without any prior context, leaving her devoid of any joy in sharing. "Would you be interested in helping me conceive child? If so, I would be quite delighted." "Eh? Oh, what?" Poseidon gasped, her body tensing at Liubei's unexpected proposition. After all, who would dare to utter such words upon their first meeting? Just as Poseidon felt a sense of danger and contemplated escape, she was suddenly confined to this area by an unknown method employed by Liubei. Beholding the exposed Poseidon, Liubei, with a predatory gleam in his eye, lunged at her as if he had discovered his prey. Poseidon cried out in pain, for everything transpired far too suddenly, leaving her no opportunity to react. Time slipped away, and the air was filled with sounds that seemed to awaken the flowers around. Night turned to day, and day melted into night, until those who had long awaited the sight of Poseidon finally began to take notice. What is happening? Why can we not sense the high priestess's presence? This is inconceivable. The high priest has mysteriously vanished? This is dire news. The hot springs once visited by the high priest are now shrouded in a misty barrier, isolating them from the outside world. What? Just as the offerings were being fervently made, a female devotee, dispatched to inspect the hot springs, rushed back in a state of urgency. Chapter 187. Please spare Lord Poseidon. Are you implying that the high priest has been trapped in the hot springs all this time? My heavens, who possesses such formidable power to confine such a potent woman as the high priest for so long? It remains unclear. However, one name springs to mind. A devotee, with a grave expression, spoke these words, and it was evident to all who he referred to. If it truly is him, then it is indeed terrifying. How could he have kept the high priest imprisoned in the hot springs for so long? What could a solitary man and woman possibly be doing? It is a pity for the high priest, such a splendid young lady, alas. The devotees expressed their profound sorrow, and at that moment, a young man approached, cradling a woman in his arms. The young man wore no shirt, and the beautiful woman he held was merely draped in a bathrobe for modesty. Damn it, to think it really is him. The devotee's expressions turned ashen. Although it is true that Liubei has become a deity, his actions are far from those befitting a divine being. Liubei, are you saying that you and the high priest have been together in the hot springs all this time? Indeed, but I must share some good news. Your high priest is now expecting my child. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from provoking her in the future. Otherwise, should anything happen to the child she carries, I assure you, I will exact a heavy toll from you all. What? Upon hearing Liubei's threat, the devotees exchanged glances, unable to accept this harsh reality. After all, Poseidon is their high priest, embodying the prestige of the entire sea god island. In this present moment, being detained for such an extended period is one matter. However, bearing another's child within her womb is altogether another. Should this scandalous revelation come to light, it would undoubtedly provoke an uproar of monumental proportions. Currently, Posey finds herself in a state of drowsiness, which inevitably prompts one to ponder the inhumane treatment she must have endured while still in full consciousness. Moments later, guided by an unseen hand, Posey is carried to the palace she inhabits. The indifferent Liubei, after placing her gently in her chamber, dissipates into a cloud of dark smoke, vanishing from sight. None dare inquire about Liubei's destination. After all, such matters are not for them to question. Shortly thereafter, the scene shifts back to Liubei in the divine realm, where he gazes upon the familiar surroundings before settling quietly into a chair. Liubei, have you returned so swiftly? Congratulations are in order, for you are to be a father, remarks the god of desire, who, upon noticing Liubei's sudden arrival, quickly recovers from his surprise and offers his well wishes for Liubei's forthcoming fatherhood. Liubei approached the enchanting woman before him, and without uttering a word, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Their gazes locked, and with a gentle expression, Liubei earnestly addressed her, shall you? Would you be interested in bearing me a son? If you are, I believe our story would surely unfold beautifully. The goddess of desire, taken aback, wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom why Liubei would suddenly pose such a question. For her, such an inquiry was nothing short of a profound shock. She struggled to believe her ears, her astonishment palpable. What is the matter? Why do you seem incredulous? Liubei inquired, noticing her reaction. You must understand, I speak the truth. If you would grant me this opportunity, I am certain that a remarkable tale would blossom between us. In a moment of urgency, the goddess of desire pushed Liubei away, though she remained uncertain as to why he had made such a statement out of the blue. However, one thing she could ascertain with utmost seriousness was that Liubei had undoubtedly encountered some form of stimulation during his time in Douluo continent. What has happened to you? How could a simple return home transform you so? Have you been influenced in some way? She mused, pondering the bizarre change in him. As for the matter of having children, if it were Xiaoxi, I am certain her affection for you would make her exceedingly willing. Though the goddess of desire cast Liubei's request aside, seemingly irresponsible, her flustered expression revealed that she was not opposed to the idea of bearing his child. Rather, she simply felt unprepared for the role of motherhood. At that moment, the goddess of laziness entered, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Is Liubei back? Has he truly returned? As she caught sight of the familiar figure and face, she hurriedly approached Liubei, her steps light and quick. With wide, gentle eyes, the goddess of laziness addressed Liubei. Liubei, I did not expect your return to be so swift. I thought you would be away for a considerable time. With a soft chuckle, Liubei replied, I returned quickly for you all, for since I met you, I have come to realize how significant you are in my heart. Liubei spoke gently, casually cradling the god of laziness in her embrace, as if ensnared by the allure of the god of desire. She could scarcely believe that Liubei would dare to engage in such behavior before her. A wave of distaste washed over her, for in her heart, she harbored a profound affection for Liubei. However, she could not allow this sentiment to surface on her visage, as such a display might inevitably lead to unnecessary friction between her and the god of laziness. You may speak freely, but tell me, when do you plan to depart after your return? I have already made arrangements to reside permanently on your side. Should you dare to send me away, I shall certainly make your life troublesome. The god of laziness brandished her delicate fists before Liubei, as if to convey that should Liubei utter a word of dissent, her petite fists would swiftly find their mark upon Liubei's face. Since I, Liubei, have promised you a place to stay, rest assured, I shall ensure that you remain there indefinitely. Liubei spoke gently, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at the god of laziness. The warmth in his eyes was unmistakable. Meanwhile, the god of desire observed this scene with a hint of annoyance, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, deliberately averting her gaze from the two. By the way, Liubei, I suddenly wish to have a child with you. Are you interested? The god of desire was taken aback, for she had heard those very words before, though they were not spoken by the god of laziness, but rather by Liubei himself. Liubei was taken aback by the god of laziness's unexpected directness. For a moment, he found it hard to believe and even questioned whether the other party was jesting with him. Are you serious? Such matters are no laughing matter. Moreover, can deities truly interact in such a manner? Liubei inquired with a sense of perplexity. If such matters are not thoroughly understood, it would be Liubei who would find himself in an awkward predicament should any issues arise. Rest assured, I speak with utmost sincerity. Moreover, are you not the God King now? The authority of a God King is indeed formidable. Otherwise, how could one explain the previous god of destruction? The god of laziness blinked her large, expressive eyes, her gaze filled with anticipation as she earnestly regarded Liubei. Chapter 188. The Confession of the God of Laziness. Liubei could hardly believe that a mere jest would elicit such a prompt affirmation from the god of laziness. Observing the earnest expression on the deity's face, Liubei understood all too well that if he were to declare at that moment that his words were but a casual remark, he firmly believed that, given the god of laziness's disposition, he would undoubtedly find himself pursued down the streets with a formidable blade in hand. After what felt like an eternity, their gazes locked in silent contemplation. Finally, Liubei addressed the god of laziness with sincerity. Are you truly willing to bear a child for me? It is important to recognize that childbirth is a profoundly arduous journey. If you genuinely consent, then I, Liubei, would not mind enduring a bit of hardship. Liubei spoke with utmost seriousness, for if the deity of laziness were truly willing to bear his child, then for the sake of their future offspring, enduring a bit of hardship now would be inconsequential. Indeed, I would certainly be willing. Very well. Liubei and the god of laziness reached an agreement. A seemingly trivial pact, Yet neither party has faltered in their commitment. During these days, Liubei has remained in the 100 Flowers Palace alongside the god of laziness, venturing out only when necessary, while choosing to dedicate most of his time to industrious pursuits in his chamber. Meanwhile, the goddess of desire appeared to be on the brink of mental collapse. As Liubei's secretary, she was justified in remaining by his side. Though she had contemplated possessing Liubei, each time she witnessed the affectionate banter between him and the god of laziness, such thoughts dissipated. After all, her long-standing friendship with the god of laziness was too precious to jeopardize for her own desires. Countless days and nights passed until the god of laziness personally conveyed the joyous news of her pregnancy to the goddess of desire. The revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. She had imagined congratulating the god of laziness upon hearing such news, yet upon the actual announcement, her heart was filled with sorrow. As the news of the god of laziness's pregnancy spread, the divine realm was abuzz with astonishment. It seemed inconceivable that the one to bear Liubei's child would be the god of laziness. In the grand hall of the Divine Realm Council, Liubei attended the meeting for the first time as the God King, adorned with a divine halo above his head, an emblem of both status and power. The assembly of God Kings fell into a profound silence. Even the evil God King, known for his dissenting views towards Liubei, chose to remain quiet. The occurrence of a deity's pregnancy was unprecedented in the divine realm. As a senior figure, Liubei felt it inappropriate to voice too many opinions. But he acknowledged that Sierra, the young lady in question, was indeed a good girl, since she was willing to bear his child. He hoped Liubei could grant her a formal recognition to prevent any malicious gossip from circulating behind her back. Ultimately, the god of Shura broke the awkwardness, recognizing that if no one spoke up, the atmosphere would only grow more uncomfortable. Observing the serious expression on the god of Shura's face, Liubei responded with a smile and a nod. The goddess of life, whose husband had been slain by Liubei, furrowed her brow and, after a moment of silence, earnestly inquired, "If you intend to provide her with a suitable identity, I sincerely hope you will take her as your legitimate wife." After all, being formally wed would undoubtedly be one of the happiest moments in a woman's life. The goddess of life articulated her perspective, and the benevolent goddess nearby nodded slightly, seemingly in full accord with her words. As for the malevolent god king, the young man with horns, his already strained relationship with Liubei rendered his comments rather conventional in this context. He remarked that a woman places great significance on the matter of marriage. Her willingness to conceive before wedlock signifies her profound affection for you. Despite our tumultuous relationship, as a member of the Divine Realm Council, I must extend my congratulations to you. Thank you. Liubei and the other individual appeared to have put aside their previous grievances. When a young man from the corner uttered those words, it was uncertain whether they would forge a friendship in the future. However, devoid of any deep-seated animosity, it undoubtedly eased the tension between them. As the temporary meeting concluded, the god of Shura sought another private audience with Liubei. A divine palace, indeed. It seems you have truly ascended to the position of a realm lord in the Douluo continent. Yet, do you genuinely intend to confine yourself to this single world? It is essential to recognize your youth. The vibrant world beyond still beckons you to explore further. The god of Shura, gazing at the splendor before him, earnestly inquired of Liubei regarding the so-called divine palace. Liubei had also learned about it from the god of Shura. In fact, it was akin to the divine rings behind Liubei, representing the conquest of a particular world. Furthermore, these divine rings symbolized one's identity and strength. How many divine palaces do you possess, esteemed Shura? Liubei asked, considering the god of Shura's formidable prowess. He must surely possess many. Liubei chefly spoke. Yet little did he realize that a seemingly innocuous remark would instantly render the expression of the Shura god solemn. It was as though the topic of the divine palace struck a sensitive chord within him. After a moment, Liubei noticed that behind the Shura god was but a single divine halo, a revelation that took him utterly by surprise. To speak candidly, being a member of the Shura clan, I am bound by a series of constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao due to my lineage, which prevents me from possessing multiple divine palaces. The number of divine palaces one holds is indicative of their strength. The more palaces, the mightier the individual. If one truly aspires to become formidable, the path of acquiring more divine palaces is one that must be pursued. When the Shura god articulated these thoughts, it was as if he was reminiscing about the past. Liubei deduced from his words that the Shura god was likely an ancient being from the primordial realm. The younger generation shall remember the words of the elder. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly explore other realms. The Shura god smiled with satisfaction. for nurturing a powerful being was a joy surpassing even his own ascendance in strength. Recently, due to the lazy god expecting Liubei's child, he had meticulously organized a wedding for her. On that day, many guests attended, most of whom were unfamiliar deities to Liubei. Yigu, having consumed copious amounts of wine, learned from the god of desire that after attending the wedding, he wept throughout the night upon returning to the undying kingdom. While Liubei was taken aback by Yigu's reaction, he recognized that his transformation from a novice to a god king was greatly aided by Yigu's unwavering support. In the bedroom, Liubei embraced the lazy god, their relationship now officially recognized. As they lay together, the clandestine nature of their previous encounters had vanished. Chapter 189, Brother. I am in distress. Do you know? I never anticipated that one day we would marry. When I first met you, I thought you were a rogue. But gradually, I came to realize that your actions were merely an attempt to capture my attention. Were they not? Liubei was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the goddess of laziness could entertain such thoughts, yet today was undeniably a day of great joy. He gently kissed her cheek, which he deemed to be his most sincere response. The goddess of laziness, being a woman of understanding, recognized that if Liubei chose not to speak further, there was no need for her to continue teasing him. As the night passed in silence, upon Liubei awakening, the goddess of desire was already waiting outside the door. You've worked hard, Xiao Yu. I entrust Xi'er to your care. I have faith that your gentle and considerate nature will ensure she is well looked after. The goddess of desire cast a disdainful glance at Liubei, and as he walked past her, she did not hesitate to give his waist a firm pinch. While her actions were laced with emotion, Liubei felt a sense of reassurance in entrusting the care of the goddess of laziness to the goddess of desire. After all, they were not only longtime friends, but Liubei also took comfort in the fact that the goddess of desire held a fondness for him. Liubei, a libertine in the forefront, is certainly aware of the deity of desire's fondness for him, which is undoubtedly on par with that of the god of laziness. After departing from the Hundred Flowers Palace, the maids gazed upon Liubei with an even greater respect than before. It is easy to imagine how endearing a man who knows how to bring happiness to women can be. As Liubei strolled along a certain street, a figure concealed behind a tree caught his attention. Observing the shadow deliberately hiding behind the trunk, Liubei furrowed his brow and, with a mere casual motion, instantly appeared behind the individual. Where are you? I am right behind you. Startled by Liubei's voice, the young man nearly lost his wits in fright. You must be a resident of the Undying Nation. What brings you to seek me? Before the young man from the Undying Nation could utter a word, Liubei, taking the initiative to inquire, rendered him momentarily bewildered. However, as the youth regained his composure, he hastily bowed and earnestly addressed Liubei, saying, My lord, the divine king, I implore you to visit the Undying Nation. Ever since our king attended your wedding, he has returned home in tears. Liubei felt somewhat taken aback. He was well aware of his subtle affections that Yigu harbored, yet he could not help but lean more towards the allure of women. He could not simply abandon those who cherished him in favor of a man who deeply loved him. With a casual gesture, he tore open a rift in space. The Liubei of today was no longer the inexperienced novice of yore. As he stepped through the rift, before the inhabitants of the Undying Nation could react, he had already entered. Moments later, Liubei found himself in a somewhat familiar palace. The rich scent of alcohol permeating the corridor suggested that Yigu was in a state of utter disarray. Upon entering the grand hall, he beheld a striking young man crouched on the floor, surrounded by empty wine bottles. Furrowing his brow, Liubei approached and inquired, You are, after all, a sovereign. Do you intend to carry on in this manner daily? Or is this a deliberate ploy to entice me to seek you out? Liubei's indifferent voice reached Yigu's ears as he gazed at the familiar young man. Yigu unsteadily rose to his feet and approached Liubei, scrutinizing him from head to toe before cheerfully exclaiming, I hear your wife is expecting. Congratulations. But what brings you here to visit me? I thought you were the type to prioritize romance over friendship. As Yigu uttered these words, a hint of self-deprecation was evident. For one's true sorrow is often most acutely felt by oneself. I came to check if you were still alive, a sovereign of a nation, reduced to such despondence over matters of the heart. Perhaps the role of king does not suit you after all. Why not consider finding a suitable successor and graciously abdicate? You could simply retreat to a modest abode and tend to some chickens, ducks, dogs, and cats. Liubei de liba atali moket Yigu, as he was already burdened enough by comforting women. If he were to extend his solace to men as well, he might truly reach a breaking point. Strangely enough, when Liubei uttered these words, Yigu's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had anticipated that Liubei would come to his side and offer him genuine consolation. Yet what he received instead was a barrage of humiliation. Liubei, there is no need for you to deride me in such a manner. We both understand the unspoken truth between us. I merely sought to explore my inner self through the medium of drink. It is often said that a single drunken revel can dissolve 1,000 sorrows, yet it seems that you have only deepened your own despair. Liubei smilet gently, and with a casual wave of his hand, those wine jars that should have scattered across the ground seemed to have been whisked away to an unknown location. As the windows swung open, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in, the circulation of air indeed brought a sense of comfort and ease to one's spirit. Liubei, being someone who is not particularly fond of alcohol, naturally finds the pervasive scent of liquor in this grand hall quite distasteful. I may not comprehend everything you are saying, yet I can assure you of one thing. The position of king is one I have arduously fought to attain, and I will not relinquish it so easily based on your mere words. Furthermore, I can also inform you that now you are married. While it may seem like a bygone era, I have gained clarity on many matters after this round of drinks. Though Aigu may be regarded as a most loathed deity by many, there are certainly those among the divine who hold affection for me. So rest assured, I am determined to rise again and will not allow myself to remain in a state of decline. That is reassuring. Liubei smilet faintly, uncertain of the veracity of Yigu's words. Nevertheless, since Yigu was willing to speak thus, Liubei chose to place his trust in him. After all, he had no desire to witness the once spirited Yigu transformed into a figure of melancholy due to his own actions. After offering Yigu some encouragement, and to prevent any further deterioration of his emotional state, Liubei felt compelled to chastise him a few times before seizing the opportunity to make his exit before Yigu could muster any ire. After a considerable time had passed since Liubei departed, he stood at the window, gazing at his subjects. Moments later, he meticulously tore down the portraits of himself that adorned the walls. Although he had successfully comforted Yigu, Liubei was not faring well himself. While wandering aimlessly, he was abruptly confronted by a goddess, who, as if poised for this moment, held a sword to Liubei's throat. The sharp tip of the blade was a mere fraction away from his jugular, suggesting that had the goddess not deliberately restrained her strike, it would have pierced him effortlessly. "You fraud!" the beautiful goddess exclaimed, her anger directed squarely at Liubei. As he beheld this sweet-faced woman, his brow furrowed in recollection. He suddenly remembered that he had indeed made a promise to her once. "You are nothing but a deceiver, a great deceiver. Did you not say that once you ascended to godhood and claimed your own realm, you would find me a place to reside? Do you have any idea how long I have waited for that promise? You are a liar." The woman wielding the sword spoke with fury, her perception of Liubei remaining that of a deceiver, despite his current status as a god. "No, how am I a deceiver? I did promise you, indeed I did. As you once stated, since I have committed to arranging a place for you, I shall certainly do so. However, prior to that, could you kindly lower your sword? After all, I am considered a god now, and this gesture feels rather offensive. Bah, a fraud is a fraud. You may have attained godhood now, but before, you are not like this at all." The woman was none other than the goddess of victory, who had crossed paths with Liubei on several occasions. He recalled her innocence from their earlier encounters, but now her words were steeped in accusations of deceit, which irked Liubei greatly. "Listen, Liubei stands by his word. If you truly intend to accompany me, I shall ensure you have a suitable dwelling. If you do not mind, you may move directly to my 100 Flowers Palace. How does that sound?" Liubei spoke earnestly, for as he had articulated, should the goddess of victory so desire, she could effortlessly relocate to his abode. Indeed, within the grand confines of the 100 Flowers Palace, there was no shortage of women. However, despite this assertion, it did not imply that any woman could simply reside there. The 100 Flowers Palace? Huh, do you truly have the audacity to suggest I occupy such a place? Everyone knows that the women within the palace are under your patronage. Nonetheless, if you genuinely wish for me to reside there, it is not entirely impossible. Yet, prior to such an arrangement, I must request one condition. Allow the goddess of fortune to dwell there as well. After all, I recall that before your union with the goddess of sloth, your relationship with her was rather ambiguous. In response to the words of the goddess of victory, it was evident that her statements were, without a doubt, a veiled threat towards Liubei. Having ascended to such a position, Liubei was far from oblivious. With a calm demeanor, he gazed intently at the divine figure before him. After a moment's hesitation, he replied earnestly, "If you wish for her to accompany you, that can be arranged. However, I must inform you that although I am the lord of the 100 Flowers Palace, the day-to-day management is primarily overseen by the goddess of sloth. As for whether you two can reside there, I can only verbally acquiesce, as it is a debt I owe you both morally and ethically. As Liubei spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him, a formidable presence that seemed capable of shattering the sword extended by the goddess of victory. As the treasured blade splintered into fragments, the goddess, visibly astonished, appeared to struggle with the reality of the situation. You dare to destroy my sword? Do you comprehend how significant it is to me? Liubei, you deceitful scoundrel, you wretched villain. The goddess of victory roared in a frenzy, her demeanor a portrait of unbridled fury. Yet, paradoxically, the more agitated she became, the more Liubei maintained his composure. I am acutely aware of whether I am a deceiver. I reiterate, should you truly wish to reside in my domain, I would readily acquiesce. However, whether the goddess of laziness concurs with your decision is beyond my purview, for I am not privy to her innermost thoughts. Some matters do not manifest merely through my assent. Liubei spoke candidly, evidently not preoccupied with whether the god of victory and the goddess of fortune would shift in his favor. The god of victory harbored a desire to confront Liubei, yet in the past she had refrained from taking action against him, especially now that he had ascended to the status of a divine monarch. You deceiver! Had I known you were of such character, I should have ended your life at the outset. The goddess of victory wept uncontrollably, for the blow Liubei had dealt her was truly monumental. After a brief moment, as Liubei departed, the goddess remained rooted in silence, tears streaming down her face, yearning for Liubei to return and offer her solace. Despite her profound disdain for him, she could not deny her feelings, as Liubei had rightly pointed out. Although he was the lord of the 100 Flowers Palace, he had now united with the god of laziness in matrimony. If she genuinely wished to relocate to the 100 Flowers Palace, she would first need the approval of the god of laziness, an essential prerequisite. After leaving, Liubei's thoughts were consumed by the echoes of the goddess of victory as furious outbursts. In his memory, she was a woman of pure essence, and it was bewildering to witness such a chaste figure so riled by his impulsiveness. Liubei, you have recently wed. Is it not enough to spend time with Xier? Why are you wandering aimlessly? Do you not realize that your heart remains unanchored? You are no longer the Liubei of old, you know? You now have a family in the divine realm and hold the title of a god king. I implore you to return and be by Xier's side, for she carries your child. While Liubei remained silent, a sudden voice pierced the air. Reaching his ears, frowning in confusion, he turned to see a somewhat familiar figure, a nagging sense of recognition lingering in his mind. Who might you be? Though we are not well acquainted, your demeanor suggests you possess considerable knowledge of me. Liubei found it hard to believe that a goddess would dare to address him by name. Such an act would be deemed a grievous sin throughout the divine realm. I am Liu Yun'er, known in the divine domain as the goddess of space. The title of goddess of space? Liu Yun'er? Upon hearing her response, Liubei gradually came to a realization, for Liu Yun'er indeed held a certain presence in his memory. After all, in his earlier days, Liubei had sought the assistance of deities to escape this wretched place. Regrettably, at that time, he was merely a quasi-deity, lacking even a formal identity. The gods he had consulted back then would now bow their heads in profound shame upon encountering him again. As for this woman who claimed to be the goddess of space, Liubei had to concede that she possessed a certain charm. However, that did not imply she would have the opportunity to become his partner. Undoubtedly, the manner in which you express yourself is quite captivating, yet I must apologize. My familial matters are not something that a mere deity like you can casually reprimand. Liubei gazed coldly at the deity who stood on the moral high ground, reprimanding others, eliciting in him not admiration, but profound disdain. Chapter 191. The Goddess of Space, Liu Yun'er. When Liubei uttered these words, it was evident that he truly regarded this so-called god of space with utter disdain. After all, for Liubei at this moment, these so-called deities held no significance whatsoever. Liu Yun'er furrowed her brow as she gazed at Liubei, feeling a profound aversion to his words. After all, had Liubei chosen to articulate his thoughts with decorum, he would undoubtedly have left a splendid impression upon her heart. Regrettably, the tone he adopted only served to deepen her distaste. Ah, esteemed Emperor of the Divine, might there be some misunderstanding between us? I do not recall having offended you in any way. Why must you adopt such a confrontational stance? Or is it that, in your eyes, we goddesses are merely subordinate to the might of powerful divine kings such as yourself? If that is indeed the case, I must apologize, for I am an independent goddess, and I shall not seek to ascend to your lofty branch merely due to your strength. Listening to the words of the enchanting woman before him, Liubei scrutinized her graceful figure, contemplating thoughtfully for a moment before responding earnestly. Ah, I find your words quite intriguing. After all, I, Liubei, have always believed in winning hearts through virtue, never resorting to force to resolve matters. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly agree with your assertion that one should not be deemed superior simply because of their divine king status. Liubei chuckled, seemingly taken aback by Lu Yun'er's newfound awareness. It is well known that under the dominion of the god of destruction, the goddesses residing in the divine realm were predominantly subservient to his authority. After all, the god of destruction is a figure of immense terror. Regrettably for him, he crossed paths with Liubei, had it not been for Liubei's emergence. Establishing a personal empire within the divine realm would have posed little challenge for the god of destruction, given his formidable strength. Not to mention the god of destruction's standing throughout the divine realm. Even the venerable Azura god has shown him considerable deference. It is not that the Azura god fears the god of destruction. Rather, in the vastness of the divine realm, the absence of a suitable individual to oversee its governance would inevitably lead to the burden of management falling upon his shoulders. Lu Yun'er furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat perplexed by Liubei's words. After all, the fiercely assertive Liubei from a moment ago now spoke in a manner that was unexpectedly flattering, leaving one in a state of bewilderment. Are you praising me, or are you subtly criticizing me? If the esteemed emperor truly finds me utterly lacking, then with his formidable power, erasing my existence would undoubtedly be a trivial endeavor. Lu Yun'er, the illustrious deity of spatial realms, a divine being with profound insights into the study of space-time traversal, has unexpectedly uttered such words. This clearly illustrates her considerable bias against Liubei. Otherwise, how could she possibly express such sentiments? I, Liubei, am not the kind of bloodthirsty demon who indiscriminately resorts to violence, especially not against a woman as enchanting as yourself. Should you have come merely to admonish me for my negligence towards the deity of laziness while idling about outside, I can assure you with utmost sincerity that you have indeed accomplished your objective. Liubei spoke with a tranquil demeanor, as if he had not genuinely taken to heart the words of Lu Yun'er. In truth, given Liubei's current status, he had no reason to be perturbed by the affront of a minor deity. Otherwise, he would find himself constantly beset by adversaries, and to perish from anger would indeed be a most lamentable fate. The god of space, Lu Yun'er, appeared taken aback by Liubei's unexpected retort. In her experience, those who dared to confront the god of destruction typically faced one of two fates: a severe reprimand for men and a thorough chastisement for women. Yet here was Liubei, the very one who had vanquished the god of destruction, displaying behavior that left her utterly astonished. Had she not witnessed his triumph firsthand, she would never have considered this seemingly unremarkable young man worthy of her regard, given her years of solitary pride as the god of space. Disregarding Lu Yun'er's astonishment, Liubei smiled faintly before tearing through the fabric of space. As Lu Yun'er had mentioned, the god of laziness was currently expecting a child, yet here he was, idling away his time. If word spread, it would certainly reflect poorly on him, the newly appointed deity. Liubei departed. The assertive Lu Yun'er could only furrow her brow in complex emotions, seemingly at a loss for further expression. The scene shifted to Liubei's residence, the Palace of Blossoms, where he beheld the array of enchanting women. Raising an eyebrow, he approached the god of desire, who was busily orchestrating the activities around her, filled with curiosity. What was the occasion? Why had such a large gathering been summoned so suddenly? Liubei, filled with confusion, inquired of the god of desire. His sudden arrival startled the deity, who had always perceived Liubei as an individual wholly incompatible with the role of a husband. However, his unexpected presence undeniably reshaped the god of desire's perspective. Perhaps due to a lingering guilt towards Liubei, her delicate earlobes flushed a rosy hue, radiating an alluring pink that gradually ascended to her alabaster neck. With her liquid gaze fixed upon Liubei, she bit her lip and murmured, I summoned these individuals to gather, primarily to ensure better care for she-er. Do you understand? It would be utterly impossible for me to manage her alone. Furthermore, these individuals have always obeyed you. As the saying goes, if one does not utilize their resources, they would only be proving their own foolishness. Liubei did not rush to respond. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the chief guard, Yiyu, clad in a striking crimson knee-length dress. Yiyu's form was impeccably accentuated by the fitted garment. Observing her alluring silhouette, Liubei, with an expression of calm, hesitated for a moment before addressing the enchanting woman before him. Yiyu, as the chief guard of the 100 Flowers Palace, I hope you will exemplify exemplary leadership. Do you understand? If you can set a commendable example, those around you will naturally be inclined to work diligently on my behalf. At his words, Yiyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her rosy lips quivering as if she wished to articulate a response, yet she remained silent. Noticing the complexity of emotions reflected on Yiyu's face, Liubei cleared his throat softly and deliberately approached her. With Yiyu now within arm's reach, he could distinctly hear the rhythm of her breath, prompting him to come to a halt. Chapter 192, The External Manifestation. A new journey. Yiyu's brows knitted together, and as Liubei unexpectedly drew closer, she could not help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, if Liubei intended to confront her at that moment, her position as merely the chief guard of the Hundred Flowers Palace seemed woefully inadequate. Liubei's current identity transcends that of merely being the master of the Baiwa Palace. He has ascended to become the most esteemed deity within the realm of the divine domain. Such a formidable individual, endowed with immense power and an illustrious background, stands merely a stone's throw away. Perhaps sensing her unease, Liubei exhaled softly, hesitating for a moment before noticing Yiyu's expression, which appeared somewhat unnatural. It was evident that her averted gaze left Liubei feeling uncomfortable. After all, he was not a villain, yet Yiyu's demeanor suggested otherwise, causing him considerable discontent. There is no need for such apprehension. I merely wish to express that your attire today is quite stunning. A woman of your exquisite figure ought to adorn herself in such garments. Do you not agree? Yiyu seemed incredulous, unable to believe her ears. Liubei's unexpected compliment was indeed startling. As Liubei turned to depart, Yiyu found herself at a loss, feeling a rare sense of vulnerability. She yearned for him to take some action, for how many women could resist the allure of a man as legendary as Liubei? The goddess of desire furrowed her brow, fully aware of Liubei's earlier remarks, yet felt powerless to respond. In both sentiment and reason, she was merely Liubei's secretary, destined to alleviate his burdens. Otherwise, how could she possibly intervene in matters such as the laziness of the goddess of desire, who required care during her pregnancy? As Liubei exited, the goddess of desire meticulously instructed the maidens on their tasks. Meanwhile, Liubei quietly retreated to the rear garden, taking in the serene beauty of the surroundings. Congratulations, host, for becoming one of the strongest beings in the Douluo continent. In honor of your ascension as a god king, the system has bestowed upon you an external avatar. An external avatar? Liubei was well aware that this was akin to a formidable secret technique. As the system's voice faded, a swirling mist materialized before him. Moments later, as the fog dissipated, a youth resembling Liubei emerged. Observing the youth with closed eyes, he inquired of the system, "Can this external avatar perform tasks in other realms for me? If so, I wish for it to assist in establishing my influence across various dimensions." The external avatar is indeed a divine effigy, empowered by the faith of its master, and it can certainly aid in the formation of influence. That is splendid. As Liubei's lips curled into a smile, he inquired whether he could transcend into other realms. Following the method provided by the system, he commenced his selection of dimensions suitable for traversal. Gazing upon the myriad boxes before him, the inscriptions of these realms revealed numerous worlds familiar to Liubei. Notable among them were Battle Through the Heavens, Martial Universe, The Great Ruler, Shrouded Heaven, and Journey to the West, along with Super God Academy and others. Naturally, in addition to these realms, there was also the Douluo continent, where Liubei currently resided. As his finger hovered over Super God Academy, he suddenly redirected his choice to the Douluo continent. "Go forth and mend the voids of my regrets." Liubei wore a bitter smile as he spoke. As for this external manifestation, it was a result of Liubei's choice to traverse to a new Douluo continent. On the Douluo continent, within the star Luo Empire, atop a certain high mountain of the Haotian sect, under the moonlit sky, a cool breeze rustled. Upon the tender green grass lay a strikingly handsome youth, his lips holding a blade of grass as he gazed at the luminous moon, his heart a tumult of emotions. Had he truly crossed over? The youth furrowed his brow, for within his memories there existed only a void. All he knew was that upon opening his eyes, he was met with a landscape entirely unfamiliar. Clad in a blue robe, on the left breast of which was embroidered a medallion bearing the character Tang. He was at a loss as to where he had arrived. Yet, the golden-threaded character evoked a sense of DJVU Tang Mengda. Congratulations, you have acquired the Supreme Plunder System. The Supreme Plunder System? Tang Mengda was taken aback by the exhilarated voice, his entire being enveloped in shock, almost struggling to grasp the reality of it. Bibidong, Dang Meng, it is a pleasure to meet you. How pleased? Tang Mengda inquired with a frown, for such an unexpected proclamation would bewilder anyone. After a brief silence from the previously animated voice, it returned to a calmer tone. The Supreme Plunder system is one that shatters the existing status quo, allowing you to take the reins. Do you understand? The system, undeterred, continued to earnestly explain to Tang Mengde, despite the loss of its earlier fervor. Shatter the existing status quo, for instance? Dang Meng, with the blade of grass still between his lips, felt invigorated at the mention of breaking the status quo. For example, once you bind with me, you can overthrow your current sect, Haotian sect, turning the impossible into the possible, and the possible into the impossible. Do you comprehend? Such capabilities exist? Tang Mengde's body trembled with excitement, the blade of grass quivering in sync with his rising emotions. Indeed, thus the binding? I will guide you to the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, enabling you to become the most powerful Douluo in history. And who, pray tell, is the most powerful Douluo in history? Will you bind with me? Why do you ask so many questions? This is my first day on the job, and it seems I must heed the advice of my seniors and not hastily choose a host. Hearing the system's complaints, Tang Mengde felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, if he truly offended the system, navigating this unfamiliar environment would become a daunting challenge. Not only would his chances of becoming stronger be jeopardized, but even survival could prove to be a formidable task. To bind or not to bind? How could one resist such a beneficial opportunity that incurs no cost? What is there for me to lose? Furthermore, if I refuse to bind, won't you be out of job as well? His words, though seemingly disjointed, struck a chord with piercing accuracy. The system, taken aback, chose to acquiesce in order to avoid any further unnecessary complications. Congratulations, host, binding successful. Below are the host character details. Host, Tang Mengde, identity, elder of Haotian sect strength, level 98 title, friend of wives, ancestors heir. Notice, due to the host's malicious humiliation of the system, the new player gift package has been revoked. This serves as a warning. Should there be a repeat offense, all system benefits will be forfeited. As Tang Mengde perused his character introduction, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his identity and strength. However, upon encountering the title friend of wives, he was rendered speechless for several moments. Just as he was about to close the character introduction, a sudden scrolling text appeared, causing him great discomfort. As Tang Mengde pressed the system for answers regarding the cancellation of his new player gift package, he found himself met with silence, the system seemingly having vanished without a trace. Frustrated and bewildered, he realized this was his first encounter with the intricacies of communication with the system, leaving him at a complete loss. Is that you, Uncle Mengde? As Tang Mengde's emotions swirled with complexity, a gentle note of curiosity drifted from not far behind him. The voice was melodious, resonating in a way that sent delightful shivers through his very bones. Rising to gaze into the dense thicket nearby, he remained uncertain of the identity of the speaker. However, the fact that this person addressed him as Mengde suggested he must possess a certain standing in this place. With a lightness in her step, the figure gradually came into view as Tang Mengde pondered in confusion. Clad in a pristine white dress, she boasted a pair of elegantly fair legs, advancing toward him with each step. As she drew nearer, her nearly ethereal beauty shone under the moonlight, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. Tang Mengde found himself momentarily taken aback by her breathtaking visage. The appearance of such a stunning woman at this time stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within him. As she approached, his gaze finally landed upon her slender waist, perfectly accentuated by the white dress that clung to her exquisite form. Feeling the intensity of Tang Mengde's ardent stare, the lovely woman felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Yet, as the mountain breeze caressed her face, she regained her composure. With each step, her graceful silhouette traced alluring arcs in the air. Moments later, she stood before Tang Mengde, and as he remained momentarily entranced, she tilted her head and offered a sweet smile. Feeling the warmth of her gentle smile and the curiosity reflected in her gaze, a hint of crimson crept onto Tang Mengde's cheeks. What is it? Why do you seem as if you were seeing me for the first time? She mused with a thoughtful expression, her lips curving into a playful smile. No, it's nothing. I just think. You look quite beautiful today. Tang Mengde felt a flush rise to his cheeks as he faced the gentle inquiry of such a beautiful woman. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The woman, with a faint smile, noticed his slightly disheveled attire and instinctively extended her delicate hand to help him tidy up. Gazing into the ever-smiling face before him, Tang Mengde, almost subconsciously, reached out and embraced her. This sudden action startled her, causing her to tremble slightly. Though she instinctively wanted to struggle, Tang Mengde held her tightly. The sweet fragrance wafting from her made his hands, which encircled her slender waist, tighten involuntarily. Mengde, let me go. If your brother, the The sect leader sees this, he will certainly reprimand you, she said, her voice laced with urgency. Tang Meng, taken aback by her response, remained in stunned silence for a moment. He could scarcely believe that the woman in his arms was none other than Ayin, one of the most stunning women in the Douluo continent. Moreover, her identity seemed to be that of the younger sister of the Houtian sect leader. Given the current storyline where Ayin had not yet fully united with Tang Hao, it appeared that the current Houtian sect leader was none other than Tang Hao's father. Tang Xiaodian. Amidst his astonishment, Tang Mengde gradually fell into contemplation. Noticing that his grip was loosening, she mustered the strength to break free. With her cheeks flushed, she hastily turned away, perhaps equally surprised that Tang Mengde had acted in such a manner. Rest assured, I will not disclose today's events to Tang Hao, she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Tang Mengde's once confused gaze suddenly sparkled with clarity. Listening to Ayin's words, he found himself questioning whether he had misheard. As he looked again at the woman who had only existed in his dreams, he noticed her exquisite features were now tinged with a hint of crimson. Gathering a flicker of courage, he stepped closer and took hold of Yin's arms. In response to this unexpected gesture, Ayin shyly cast her eyes down, and their gazes locked, each perceiving an indescribable emotion reflected in the other's eyes. However, before he could finish, Ayin quickly averted her gaze. She dared not meet Tang Mengde's eyes, as the sensation left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Do you, like me? Tang Meng suddenly spoke. Listening to his inquiry, Ayin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Faced with Tang Mengde's somewhat earnest gaze, she longed to tell him directly, yes, no, I do not harbor feelings for you. Ayin murmured softly, lowering her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. I apologize, it was I who overstepped. Tang Mengde said, his voice laced with regret as he released his hold on Ayin and took a few steps back. He noticed a fleeting look of disappointment cross his face, which Ayin caught as she hurriedly lifted her gaze. No, it's nothing. In truth, I came here to tell you, Ayin, since you have become his wife, I believe it is prudent for me to be mindful of my own position. Just as Ayin was about to articulate her feelings, Tang Mengde's words caused her confession to retreat back into her heart. But I have not married Tang Hao yet. A moment later, Ayin spoke again. The once hesitant Tang Mengde, upon hearing her words, seemed unable to comprehend his own ears. He regarded the woman before him, her expression earnest, and felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if she were trying to remind him of something significant. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with a chorus of thunder, startling Ayin into instinctively seeking refuge in Tang Mengde's embrace. As he held her, he felt her delicate form tremble slightly. Glancing at the relentless thunderclaps, he finally recognized that Ayin was, in truth, the blue-silver emperor, a being of 10,000 years. Do not fear, I am here with you. Tang Mengde spoke with a sorrowful expression. The thought of such a beautiful woman being possessed by Tang Hao ignited a fierce rage within him, burning fiercely. Ayin nodded slightly, burying herself in Tang Mengde's embrace, wishing fervently that this moment could last forever. Amidst the rumble of distant thunder, a torrential downpour soon followed. As the rain fell in torrents, a figure dashed swiftly along the mountain path, cradling within his arms a soft-bodied woman, held tightly against him. After a brief passage of time, he finally spotted an opening of a cave and rushed in, carrying Ayin with him. Inside the cave, the darkness was impenetrable, a void where one could not see one's own hand. Perhaps it was the primal fear of the dark that compelled Ayin, nestled closely against Tang Mengde, to bury her head deeper into his chest. Mengde, I am afraid. I do not like this feeling of overwhelming darkness, she murmured, feeling her tremors. Tang Mengde gazed upon her with an unmistakable ardor, yearning to envelop her completely in his warmth, to soothe her trembling form. Yet, he soon had to relinquish that thought, aware of the implications of their situation. Are we truly safe here? If we are discovered, it could tarnish the reputation of our Houtian sect. Just as he prepared to offer warmth to the shivering Ayin, a series of synchronized footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Hearing the clamor of voices outside, Tang Mengde's brow furrowed in concern, sensing a looming threat. Though he harbored feelings for Ayin, he understood that he could not yet be completely honest with her until he fully grasped his own standing within the Houtian sect. Faced with the imminent danger of discovery, a thrill coursed through him. What would happen if they were found together? If this matter were to reach the ears of the Lord, he would undoubtedly not spare you. While Tang Mengde contemplated how to confront those outside, Ayin, nestled in his embrace, suddenly spoke up. It must be said, Ayin's words were truly astonishing. After all, her implication was clear. She wanted him to resolve the troubles at the entrance. He had always perceived Ayin as a gentle, considerate, and virtuous woman. Yet, experiencing the situation firsthand, he was taken aback to discover that Ain possessed a decisively resolute character as well. Mengda, if you're truly discovered, the Lord will certainly expel you from the sect. Expelled from the sect. This was not the first time Tang Mengda had heard Ain utter the Lord's name. As he stood motionless, Ain, with a flicker of melancholy in her eyes, was left with no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Extinguish the flames. Just as Ain prepared to confront the approaching figures, Tang Mengda, holding her tightly, suddenly roared at the encroaching flames. Indeed, under the forceful resonance of Tang Mengda's furious roar, the walls that should have been illuminated by the flames instantly returned to darkness. Elder Mengda, are you truly inside? Shall we enter? Of course we must enter, otherwise, what are we here for? This seems unwise. If we all go in, are you certain that Ain can handle facing so many of us at once without breaking down? Listening to the murmurs of those outside, Tang Mengda gently set down Ain. After meticulously adjusting the short skirt that he had inadvertently lifted while embracing her, he took her hand and stepped out into the open. Outside the cave, having discovered Tang Mengda's whereabouts, the disciples dispatched by the Lord of Haotian maintained a solemn silence. Elder Mengda, a disciple of Haotian with striking features, was about to approach Tang Mengda with a greeting when he suddenly noticed the woman quietly following him. Soaked by the rain, Ai Yin's originally pristine white dress appeared somewhat translucent, inciting a breathless reaction from the youthful disciples, full of vigor. Tang Mengda observed this scene with keen eyes, while Ai Yin, confronted by so many ardent gazes, felt an uncomfortable vulnerability, as if exposed. With a frightened expression, she nestled closely behind Tang Mengda, acutely aware that the unfolding events were decidedly disadvantageous for both of them. Is today as incident to remain unspoken? Tang Mengda's icy voice cut through the air as he scanned the disciples, clenching his fists until the bones cracked audibly. Under the assurance of one disciple nodding repeatedly, the others followed suit, pledging their silence. Hand in hand with Ai Yin, they continued along the forest path. Despite being escorted by the Haotian disciples, Ai Yin could not shake the feeling that the eyes behind her were filled with malice. Just as anxiety gripped her, she suddenly sensed something fall behind her. What is wrong? Tang Mengda, noticing the change in Ai Yin's expression, glanced back at the disciples. Their faces, slightly flushed, revealed no unusual signs. Feeling that something was amiss, he instructed the disciples to move ahead. As the male disciples brushed past Ai Yin, she, puzzled, reached behind her to investigate. Moments later, after wiping her skirt clean with a handkerchief and examining it closely, Ai Yin's delicate face paled when she caught sight of a male disciple grinning wickedly. Realization dawned upon her as she hurriedly extended the handkerchief toward Tang Mengda. What is this? Tang Mengda's face was etched with confusion. However, upon gazing at the white silks, an epiphany struck him. With a swift motion of his arm, he conjured a hammer, imbued with electric currents, firmly grasping it in his hand. As the hammer settled into his grip, he felt an unending stream of power coursing from its handle throughout his entire being. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Mengda brought the hammer down upon the heads of the disciples who had approached from behind, delivering a series of thunderous blows. The air was filled with the sound of relentless strikes, and terrifying energy ripples instantly radiated outward. The hammer's innate electric glow illuminated the dim surroundings, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of broad daylight with each powerful impact. Hearing the commotion behind him, the disciples who hastily turned around were met with the sight of Tang Mengda, drenched in blood, frantically assaulting their fellow disciples. Their faces turned pale with fear. Unable to bear the gruesome sight, in an effort to prevent further complications, Tang Mengda, perhaps truly blinded by rage, found his already furious heart ignited further by the cries of his adversaries. Mengda and Yin stood frozen, witnessing the relentless strikes of the Haotian hammer. As Yin covered her mouth in tears, realization dawned upon her. It was not Tang Hao whom she loved, but rather Tang Mengda, who had always stood steadfastly by her side. If Tang Mengda's actions against the disciples of Haotian sect were to be exposed, the repercussions would be dire for all involved. Noticing distant flames and formidable figures drawing near, Yin urgently grasped Tang Mengda's hand, instinctively leading him towards an uninhabited direction as they fled. Chapter 194. In truth, I adore you. Carrying Yin away, Tang Mengda escaped rapidly, leaping towards a desolate area. Once assured that they were no longer being pursued, he gently set Yin down. Observing the blush on her cheeks, Tang Mengda cleared his throat awkwardly before speaking earnestly. Yin, I have killed disciples of the Haotian sect. I fear I must leave. Leave the Haoyin sect? A Yin's expression turned complex, her brows knitted in disbelief. It seemed unfathomable to her that Tang Mingde, who had merely eliminated a few disciples who had wronged her, would face the necessity of departing the sect. It was simply too difficult for her to accept. Though you are not a blood relative of the sect leader, you have been by the side of the old sect leader since childhood. To be forced to leave for having slain a few disciples of the Haoyin sect is beyond comprehension. Do you not feel it is exceedingly unworthy? Yin lifted her gaze to Tang Mingde, observing the bloodstains on his visage, stains that had resulted from her very presence. She then extended her delicate hand, intending to wipe the blood from his face. Just as Yin's slender fingers grazed Tang Mingde's cheek, he, who had been silent until that moment, suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. Feeling the tremors of the woman in his arms, Tang Mingde, aware of his own lapse in demeanor, spoke with profound emotion. Yin, do you know, I actually harbor feelings for you. Held tightly within Tang Mingde's embrace, Yin understood the significance of his words at such a moment. Uncle, she murmured, a hint of melancholy veiling her heart, for in her eyes, Tang Mingde was the true man compared to the one named Tang Hao. Call me Mingde, he urged gently, as Yin's trembling lips formed the name Mingde. Before she could fully utter it, she was met with a kiss from him. Under the fervent kiss of Tang Mingde, Yin, initially apprehensive, gradually found solace in the warmth of his embrace. Though this place was sparsely populated, the scenery was indeed a rare gem. Lying on the grass, her face flushed, Yin chose to recline beside Tang Mingde. This scene, devoid of any other souls save for the flora and fauna, became a picturesque tableau, enhanced by the gentle chirping of birds and the adornments of nature. Yin, though we bear no title of husband and wife, we have shared the essence of such a bond. Have you not considered how to explain this to Tang Hao? This sudden reminder did not evoke any discontent in Yin. For her, at this moment, her feelings for Tang Mingde were genuine. Thus, regarding her marriage to Tang Hao, as long as the child within her was Tang Mingde's, it mattered little if the man beside her was Tang Hao. Mingde, as long as I can see you every day, even if I truly marry Tang Hao, my heart will forever belong to you. Faced with Yin's sudden confession, Tang Mingde trembled slightly, yet ultimately enveloped her in a warm embrace. As night still enveloped the surroundings and the area was relatively desolate, they chose to return to her residence. Given Tang Mingde's unique status within the Haoyin sect, the patrolling guards, upon encountering him and Yin, tactfully pretended not to see them. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Yin's dwelling. Observing the quaint little house with its independent courtyard, Tang Mingde furrowed his brow and carried her into the yard. Mingde, please put me down, Yin said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If it weren't for the candid rapport between them, it is likely that neither would have mustered the courage to break that delicate barrier. Just as Tang Mingde set Yin down, a sudden chorus of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Frowning deeply, he turned to see several figures entering the yard from the side of the door. Yin, regaining her composure, tugged at Tang Mingde's sleeve. Mingde, you truly are here? I sent many disciples to look for you last night, did you know? As Tang Mingde offered Yin a reassuring glance, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, wielding an iron fan, approached him with a furrowed brow. This man possessed striking features, with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes, and it was evident that, had he been 2 decades younger, he would have been exceptionally handsome. Following closely beside him was a young man, also in a blue outfit, who stood taller than his elder companion, yet bore a resemblance to him. The middle-aged man, observing Tang Mingde's reticence to respond, shifted his gaze to Yin. Noticing her flushed face and her silence, he couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Little uncle, my father is inquiring about you, the young man, who bore a striking resemblance to the middle-aged man, interjected. While Tang Mingde was unaware of this youth's identity, he surmised that this dashing young man must be Yin's fiancé, Tang Hao. What can I possibly say? If I were to claim that I merely stopped by to check on Yin, would you believe me? Tang Hao's expression darkened momentarily upon hearing this, but he quickly masked it with a wry smile and shook his head. What are you saying, little uncle? You're my Tang Hao's little uncle, which makes you Yin's little uncle as well. The younger uncle came to visit his nephew, and Tang Hao was overjoyed. While he wore a cheerful smile on the surface, his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of indignation towards Tang Mingde. Glancing at Tang Hao beside him, the middle-aged man exhaled deeply, frowning as he addressed Tang Mingde. Let South leave this place for now. Your sister-in-law has arranged a marriage for you. The young lady is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Tang Xiaotian sighed helplessly, feeling a complicated mix of love and frustration towards his blood-related brother. A marriage arrangement? Tang Mingde raised an eyebrow. feeling somewhat perplexed by Tang Xiaoyan's assertion. Just as his irritation towards his brother's presumptuousness began to rise, Yin, standing nearby, revealed a sunny smile and gently said, "Uncle, since the sect leader has found you a beautiful wife, you must cherish her." Observing Yin's crescent moon eyes filled with joy, Tang Mengde felt a tumult of emotions well up within him at what should have been a blessing. Chapter 195. A Yin's betrothed watching Yin walk away. Tang Hao, as a Yin's betrothed, naturally chose to remain at home. Meanwhile, under the persistent urging of Tang Xiaotian, Tang Mengde made his way to the arranged meeting for the marriage proposal. Along the journey, Tang Xiaotian was exceedingly earnest in considering his brother's lifelong happiness. He informed Tang Mengde that the young lady in question was the eldest daughter of a duke from the Luo Empire. He also mentioned that if the proposal went well, Tang Mengde would receive a noble title within the Luo Empire. However, Tang Mengde felt a certain reluctance towards this arranged marriage, as his displeasure gradually surfaced. He maintained a stoic demeanor while following Tang Xiaotian, arriving at a picturesque garden filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, invigorating the senses. "Do you see that graceful and beautiful woman? She is the future wife your sister-in-law has introduced to you. That elegant woman is to be my future wife?" Tang Mengde raised an eyebrow, observing the lovely figure clad in a pure white gown. The translucent fabric accentuated her form, leaving little to the imagination. "Go and engage her in conversation. I have matters to attend to within the sect." Tang Xiaotian noticed the somewhat dazed expression on Tang Mengde's face. Cheerfully, he patted his younger brother on the shoulder, as if he were already certain that his dear sibling must be quite pleased with the beautiful woman. After Tang Xiaotian departed, Tang Mengde hesitated for a moment before finally gathering the courage to stride toward the pavilion where the enchanting lady resided. "Hello, miss. My name is Tang Mengde." He spoke softly. Under the gentle gaze of the lovely woman, he took a seat opposite her. Gazing at her from such proximity, Tang Mengde truly comprehended the essence of a celestial beauty. The woman possessed a charming visage, her face adorned with a faint smile that seemed to veil a hint of embarrassment within. Cascading down her shoulders were her lustrous brown locks, which, instead of flowing freely, were elegantly tied into a pair of ponytails. "Are you calling for me?" the beautiful woman inquired, her expression tinged with surprise, as if she were perplexed by Tang Mengde's self-introduction. "Surely, was there another maiden present? I heard you were the matchmaker my elder brother introduced to me. You are remarkably beautiful, and it would be quite an honor to take you out." With a soft thud, the teacup she held was gently placed on the table. Observing Tang Mengde's puzzled expression, she rose gracefully, her fair, rounded legs gliding toward him. As she approached his side, his gaze inevitably fell upon her exquisite form. The proximity offered a breathtaking spectacle, leaving Tang Mengde utterly entranced. Of course, she remained blissfully unaware of his admiration. Reaching out to touch his forehead, she confirmed he did not have a fever, only to suddenly freeze, staring at him in disbelief. "You're not ill, so why are you speaking nonsense?" The beautiful woman's frowning countenance, in Tang Mengde's eyes, appeared irresistibly captivating, as he marveled at his elder brother's ability to introduce such a remarkable person. A sudden voice broke the moment. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Listening to the sound imbued with a hint of confusion, Tang Mengde raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward its origin. His eyes were drawn to the alluring figure of a woman, whose curves were striking. Tang Mengde momentarily paused, taking in the sight of the beautiful woman who had raised her hand to her forehead. A sense of impending significance stirred within him, as he sensed something was about to unfold. The newly arrived woman appeared considerably younger than those around him, clad in a simple azure gown. The garment enveloped her voluptuous form, which could only be described as exquisite. Perhaps due to her exceptional family background, her lustrous hair was styled into an elegant phoenix adornment, framing her captivating visage, serene and composed. As he gazed upon this tranquil beauty, beneath her placid countenance lay an unmistakable aura of grace and nobility, which even the simplest attire could not conceal. "Yin'er, this is my uncle, your future husband, Tang Mengde." "Uncle." Tang Mengde was taken aback, his expression reflecting shock as he regarded the beautiful woman beside him. She seemed to notice the astonishment in his eyes, and with a pair of questioning yet enchanting eyes, she looked at him, then smiled gently, transforming her already lovely gaze into a crescent of joy. As for the truly distinguished lady introduced to Tang Mengde, her ethereal beauty was accentuated by the blush that crept onto her serene face upon noticing his astonishment. With a soft smile, she turned her beautiful eyes back to her cousin and said tenderly, "Cousin, do not speak frivolously. We have only just met and have yet to truly know each other. Hee, dear cousin, I believe you two will undoubtedly find harmony together. After all, in the future, we shall be more closely bonded. Tang Mengde remained in a state of bewilderment and shock throughout this encounter. Had it not been for this unexpected woman's arrival, he might have mistakenly believed that the girl with twin ponytails beside him was to be his future wife. Although a flicker of guilt lingered in his heart, he could not deny that his sister-in-law was indeed a rare beauty. It seems my elder brother is quite fortunate, Tang Mengde mused silently, feeling a tinge of regret that such a stunning woman belonged to his elder brother, Tang Xiaotian. Mengde, since both of you are here, I shall not intrude any longer, she remarked. The beautiful woman spoke tenderly, gently retracting her delicate hand that had rested upon Tang Mengde's forehead. Just as she was about to depart from his side, a hand unexpectedly reached out from beside her, firmly grasping her arm. The lovely woman shivered, her lips trembling as she cast a puzzled glance at Tang Mengde. What is it? She inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Realizing he had overstepped, Tang Mengde hastily rose to his feet, addressing his beautiful sister-in-law with an apologetic tone. Thank you, sister-in-law, for helping Mengde accomplish this significant milestone in life. The beautiful woman paused momentarily, but upon seeing Tang Mengde bow his head in gratitude, a subtle smile graced her lips. As she passed by him, she whispered in a tone only he could hear, "No need to thank me. Consider it a way to compensate for the regret of not being with you." Upon hearing his sister-in-law's unexpected words, Tang Mengde abruptly lifted his head, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to face her. "Hello, Tang Meng. I am Liu Yunia. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." As Tang Mengde stood there, stunned by the retreating figure of his sister-in-law, still reeling from the shock, he heard the voice of the beautiful woman, deliberately arranged by her, resonate behind him. Chapter 196. Liu Yuner blushed. "My cousin says you are a good person." Liu Yuner softly spoke, her gaze fixed upon Tang Mengde's silhouette. With delicate steps, she gracefully approached him, a freshly plucked flower cradled in her hand. The fragrant aroma of the blossom wafted towards him, prompting a slight furrow in Tang Mengde's brow. Subconsciously turning, he beheld the exquisite visage of this enchanting woman. Unable to resist, he gently caressed her cheek. In that fleeting moment, he fervently wished for time to stand still. "You, Liu Yun blusit." Her face adorned with a delicate crimson hue. With her head bowed in silence, she seemed to exhibit no aversion to the hand extended by Tang Mengde. "I apologize. I have been discourteous." Tang Mengde exhaled a deep breath, hastily retreating as he expressed his contrition towards Liu Yuner. He chuckled softly. Liu Yuner wore a subtle smile at the corners of her lips as she observed Tang Mengde's downcast demeanor. With a delicate gesture, she extended her slender hand towards him and earnestly declared, "This flower is exquisite. From this moment forth, it belongs to you. You're beautiful as well." Tang Mengde responded with a faint smile, accepting the bloom. She brought the flower to her nose and inhaled its fragrance gently. "As long as you are happy." Liu Yuner revealed a warm smile, her voice gentle enough to send shivers down one's spine, prompting Tang Mengde to long to embrace her in that very moment. Time seemed to slip away as the two of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, drawing the quiet attention of a man and a woman nearby. The middle-aged man was none other than Tang Mengde's elder brother, Tang Xiaotian. "Zijing, do you think Mengde will end up with Liu Yuner?" Tang Xiaotian inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the beautiful woman beside him. The serene expression of the woman, named Zijing, remained unchanged as she observed Tang Mengde and Liu Yuner sharing laughter, yet she had no intention of responding. "I know, deep down, you still harbor feelings for Mengde, don't you?" As Zijing fell silent, Tang Xiaotian took a deep breath, a bittersweet look gracing his face as he regarded the enchanting woman beside him. This woman, referred to as Zijing, was none other than the sister-in-law who had recently introduced Liu Yuner to Tang Mengde. Upon hearing Tang Xiaotian's words, her expression subtly shifted. "You think too much, Xiaotian. Since I have already married you, what is there to doubt?" Zijing's cold voice struck Tang Xiaotian as profoundly frigid. "You must still be angry that my father forced you and Mengde apart, right? I am truly sorry, but you know that for the sake of our two families' interests, you had no choice but to become a sacrifice." As Tang Xiaotian uttered these words, he was aware that they would only exacerbate the tension between him and Zijing. Yet, some sentiments, if kept buried within, would ultimately lead to one's own suffering. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying. I am weary," Zijing replied, her brow knitted in distress, revealing her irritation at Tang Xiaotian's words. Although she was married to him, she was not the biological mother of Tang Xiaotian and Tang Hao. If one were to describe her relationship with them in a single term, she would be akin to a stepmother. She was undeniably beautiful, yet faced daily with the reality of being with a middle-aged man in his 50s. The words spoken by Tang Xiaotian pierced her heart like a sharp dagger, especially since her true affection lay with Tang Mengde. Watching Zijing walk away, Tang Xiaotian released a heavy sigh, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze to once again observe the blissful scene of Tang Mengde and Liu Yuner. Was it the woman who once sat beside Tang Mengde, now his wife, Zijing? Thus, regarding the wife that rightfully belonged to Tang Mengde, Tang Xiaotian, as the elder brother, harbored profound guilt towards his younger sibling. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, as the sky gradually darkened. Liu Yuner was finally called away by a maid from the estate. After spending the afternoon getting to know Tang Mengde, she pondered whether he was the man worthy of her lifelong trust. As a woman, Liu Yuner had already formed her own conclusions in her heart. After bidding farewell to Liu Yuner and watching her depart, he turned back, intending to wander for a while longer before returning home. The Haotian sect is renowned as one of the 3 great sects on the Douluo continent, occupying a vast expanse of land. Being the youngest son of the previous sect master, Tang Chun, Tang Mengde held a prestigious status that granted him the privilege of residing at the main peak. As he walked under the moonlight, perhaps out of respect for Tang Mengde's standing within the Haotian sect, the passing deacons and elders all expressed their reverence towards him, paying no heed to their gazes. He ventured towards the lush greenery of the back mountain forest. He arrived at a picturesque bamboo grove and found a cool spot to rest momentarily. Just as Tang Mengde closed his eyes, preparing to relax, he was suddenly startled by the faint sound of flowing water. Frowning, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound and continued to move forward, drawn by the alluring melody of the water. As he walked a distance, a mist began to envelop him, accompanied by the increasing sound of trickling water. Parting the grass that concealed his path, he gazed upon a shimmering, hot spring, momentarily captivated by the enchanting scene before him. The hot spring was surrounded by many artificial stones, rendering it remarkably secluded. With a gentle smile, Tang Mengde prepared to remove his clothing, knowing that bathing in such a beautiful environment was a dream many yearned for. However, just as he was about to shed his outer robe, a figure gradually emerged from not far away, clad in a semi-transparent nightgown, illuminated by the moonlight. Her graceful silhouette exuded an alluring curve. With each step she took, her long, alluring legs became increasingly captivating. Indeed, when feeling downcast, coming to this place seemed to elevate his spirits. The beautiful woman spoke softly as she gradually approached the surface of the water, her exquisite figure on full display. At that moment, while Tang Mengde was utterly absorbed, she glided gracefully down the steps and slowly entered the hot spring. As she submerged halfway, she could hardly anticipate that a pair of eyes was silently observing this scene unfold. Gazing upon her slender silhouette and alluring curves, though the distance was somewhat considerable, it still stirred Tang Mengde's youthful heart, causing it to race. Standing amidst the steam of the hot spring, though obscured by mist, the woman's beauty remained discernible. In the haze, her posture radiated an ethereal elegance, delicate and enchanting. Truly, she was breathtaking. Witnessing this captivating tableau, perhaps the breeze caught wind of Tang Mengde's sentiments. As the gentle wind caressed the air, the mist began to disperse, revealing more of the scene. Although the shroud of fog had lifted, the clarity of her visage left Tang Mengde momentarily stunned, parched with desire. As he beheld her smooth, fair form, the realization struck him. The stunning woman was none other than his brother Tang Xiaotian's companion. The sight of her nearly perfect physique filled him with a twinge of envy towards his elder brother. One could only imagine the bliss of holding such a magnificent woman in his embrace at night. With a heavy sigh, Tang Mengde exhaled, the vivid images in his mind igniting an irresistible impulse. She was truly enchanting. Observing her standing in the hot spring, droplets of water cascading from her lustrous hair. As her fingers playfully stirred the water, she exuded a femininity that starkly contrasted with her petite demeanor seen earlier. It was imperative to avert his gaze. Continuing to look would indeed betray his brother. Tang Mengde consoled himself, his face marred by an aura of hostility as he prepared to turn away. However, just as he was about to depart, his foot unexpectedly crushed a thick bamboo stick, producing a sharp, crisp sound that echoed through the otherwise tranquil atmosphere, jarring in its intensity. "Who goes there?" A woman's voice rang out suddenly. Startled, Tang Mengde felt a rush of alarm. Just as he readied himself to flee, a figure surged from the hot spring, hastily donning a robe to envelop her delicate form. With a piercing gaze, she turned towards the source of the sound. Damn it! Tang Mengde stood frozen, glancing back at the woman, who was now intently scrutinizing him. In a panic, he made to escape in a random direction. Where do you think you're going? The woman's voice resounded once more, icy and resolute. It was evident she had no intention of letting this voyeur slip away easily. Still try to run. Do you not realize my status within the Haotian sect? The beautiful woman quickly positioned herself in front of Tang Mingde, her frosty eyes narrowing as she pointed at the young man who had dared to spy on her. Now, I present you with two choices. Gouge out your own eyes and leave the Haotian sect, or perish beneath my sword. Such cruelty. Dangmeng shoot do. He had never anticipated that merely stealing a glance would lead to such a dire fate. I will turn around. The furious command resonated in Tang Mingde's ears once more. This time, however, he chose not to remain silent. Let me explain. It's you. Zijing's striking eyes widened in disbelief. The anger that should have been etched upon her exquisite features transformed into sheer astonishment as she recognized his visage. How could it be you? Zijing's hand trembled slightly upon grasping the hilt of her sword. Allow me to explain, she uttered. Yet, as she gazed at her sister-in-law, whose body quivered with rage, Tang Mingde's explanations appeared utterly feeble. At that moment, as Zijing's fury rendered her body shuddering, her left hand, which had initially secured her robe, suddenly fell limply. The unfastened robe fluttered open, and Tang Mingde, his pupils dilating in shock, seemed momentarily frozen in place. The alabaster skin of her delicate form, glistening with droplets, appeared to radiate a dazzling light under the moon's glow. Tang Mingde felt a sudden warmth on his lips, and as he wiped them, he discovered to his astonishment that he was bleeding from the nose. Zijing, with trembling lashes framing her eyes, observed the changes in Tang Mingde's expression. Perhaps due to the years of companionship, the fiery emotions that should have consumed her gradually subsided into calmness. Cast aside was her sword, and only then did Zijing realize the robe that swayed with her movements, a complex mixture of emotions flickering in her beautiful gaze, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Her pearly teeth bit down on her crimson lips, and as she regarded her disheveled appearance, a fierce determination surfaced on her exquisite face. This moment lingered for an eternity until Zijing's emotions settled. With a subtle furrow of her brows, she discreetly began to rearrange her robe. Zijing, just as she had tidied her attire, a sudden female voice pierced through the air, jolting Tang Mingde from his stupor. Sister-in-law, all the blame for today's events lies with me. Mingde, regardless of what transpires, I implore you not to speak of today's incident. He vowed, in the days to come, I shall make amends for your losses today. Zijing's fair visage, fraught with complexity, regarded Tang Mingde's earnest expression. With a wave of her hand, she urged him to depart quickly. Moments later, after Tang Mingde had been gone for some time, Zijing, clutching a wild rabbit, made her way towards the hot springs along a small path. The beautiful woman who had initially sought Zijing's company for a soak in the springs, upon seeing Zijing with the still twitching rabbit in her grasp, was genuinely startled by her actions. She hurriedly approached Zijing, noticing the fatigue etched on her face, and furrowed her brow in inquiry. What has happened, Zijing? Did we not agree to enjoy the hot springs together? Why did you go and hunt a rabbit? Observing the blood still staining Zijing's hand, the beautiful woman with a subtly twitching smile reached out to snatch the rabbit from Zijing's grasp, carelessly tossing it aside onto the ground. Look at your current state. What has transpired? I sense something is amiss, do you not? The stunning woman inquired persistently. Zijing, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted her gaze in response to the probing questions. It's nothing. It is indeed necessary to cleanse myself after such a mess. Zijing exhaled a gentle sigh, loosening her robe as she made her way toward the hot spring. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman surveyed Zijing's figure with envious eyes, her hands covering her rosy lips as she couldn't help but chuckle. Zijing's physique remains utterly captivating. Were I a man, I would undoubtedly fall for you. Upon hearing the teasing remarks from behind, Zijing, who had been feigning calmness, felt her cheeks flush once again, the embarrassment that had barely subsided resurfacing. Without replying to the woman, Zijing's thoughts drifted to the image of Tang Mingde, who had bled from his nose due to her figure. Pouting her lips, she swiftly leaped into the hot spring. The beautiful woman, who had initially come to find Zijing for a soak, smiled softly before shedding her own garments. Thus, the two sisters, renowned for their beauty in the Haotian sect, engaged in a graceful dance reminiscent of phoenixes amidst the enigmatic ambience of the hot spring. As for Tang Mingde, he spent the entire night in bed, nerves taut with anxiety, fearing that Zijing might divulge the details of his earlier peeping. The following morning, Tang Mingde lay awake in bed, haunted by the events of the previous night, having truly not slept a wink. As he stared at the ceiling, the image of his perfect sister-in-law lingered in his mind. Chapter 198. Mengde, dear wife, who would have thought it would be her? Tang Mengde lamented to himself, filled with regret over the occurrences of the previous night. Alas, how am I to face my sister-in-law now? He murmured in guilt. Had it not been for a maid knocking at his door, he might have truly considered lying in bed for the entire day. Master, the sect leader requests your presence at his residence. There is an urgent matter that requires discussion. Has my elder brother sought me? Tang Mengde's body trembled slightly. His expression was complex, yet he ultimately chose to confront the situation. Although he had indeed peered at Zijing yesterday, it did not necessarily imply malice on his part. After adjusting his attire, he opened the door with a solemn demeanor, passing by the maid with an air of gravity. The maid, perplexed by the imposing youth, stood quietly in her place. After leaving, Tang Mengde found himself unable to locate his elder brother's residence, prompting him to inquire with the stewards of the Haotian sect. Their demeanor remained unperturbed by his inquiries, as if his methods within the sect were consistently straightforward. Upon receiving directions to Tang Xiaoyan's abode, he made his way toward the designated area. Before long, he found himself amidst familiar bamboo groves and hot springs, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He struggled to believe his eyes, gazing at the well-known springs and the artificial hillock that stirred memories of the previous evening. The image of those elegantly long legs resurfaced in his mind. Regaining his composure, Tang Mengde circumvented the area. Moments later, under Tang Mengde's keen observation, he hesitated before the grand residence, contemplating whether to enter. Just then, a somewhat surprised voice reached his ears. Recognizing the familiar tone, a smile broke across Tang Mengde's face as he turned around. Sister-in-law, hello. With a gentle smile, Zijing surveyed Tang Mengde, noticing his somewhat awkward expression. Do come inside, she urged softly. Your elder brother has been waiting for you. Her tender tone rendered Tang Mengde's discomfort momentarily frozen upon his face. As Zijing brushed past him, whether by intent or coincidence, a delicate hand subtly reached toward his waist, gently pinching the flesh there. Startled, Tang Mengde blinked in confusion, gazing at Zijing's knowing smile. What was happening? Did she not find last night's events distasteful? Or had she simply not mentioned it to his elder brother? Mengde, since you are here, why not come in? As Tang Mengde murmured to himself, the voice of his elder brother echoed within the room, leaving no time for further contemplation. Steeling himself, Tang Mengde entered the chamber, only to discover, alongside his brother and sister-in-law, the enchanting woman, Liu Yuner, with whom he was to be betrothed. Brother, Tang Mengde stood at the threshold, observing Tang Xiaotian as he perused documents, and frowned before addressing him. Ah, you've arrived? Perfect timing. Miss Yuner is here as well. Why not take her for a stroll around the city? Take her for a stroll? Glancing at Liu Yuner, who was adorned in a striking crimson qipao, Tang Mengde couldn't help but feel a profound sense of allure. If yesterday Liu Yuner had embodied the grace of a noble woman, today she radiated an undeniable mature charm. Cough, what are you staring at? I'm speaking to you, Mengde. Tang Xiaotian noticed the gleam in his brother's eyes directed at Liu Yuner. With a furrowed brow, he approached Tang Mengde, obstructing the delightful scene. Tang Mengde, feeling somewhat thwarted, focused on his elder brother. Just because I'm asked to take her doesn't mean she will necessarily accompany me. Annoyance flickered within him, for his brother's sudden intervention felt rather infuriating. Tang Xiaotian understood the source of his brother's irritation. Being a man himself, he could empathize with Tang Mengde's feelings. Mind your demeanor, will you? It's not every day I find you a potential bride. Don't scare her off, all right? Our father has been away for quite some time, leaving you, the sole heir. As your elder brother, I have raised you through thick and thin. Can't you heed my advice, just this once? Tang Xiaotian grasped Tang Mengde's arm and led him to the courtyard. Upon voicing these sentiments, Tang Mengde felt an unexpected urge to express his gratitude. What's amiss? Are you two bickering again? Zijing emerged from the room, observing the two brothers conversing in the courtyard, sensing that something was about to transpire. Nothing, sister-in-law. I just suddenly find my brother's words to hold merit. Miss Yuner, if I may be so bold, would you care to join me for a leisurely excursion in the city? Tang Xiaoyan's lips twitched with irritation. He had anticipated that his younger brother would at least be somewhat tactful. To his astonishment, however, his brother was remarkably candid. Just as Tang Xiaotian covered his face in a darkened mood, Liu Yuner had already followed closely behind Zijing as she stepped forward. With a pair of enchanting, spirited eyes, she gazed at Tang Mengde, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In response to Tang Mengde's invitation, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. If young Master Tang does not find Yuner bothersome, I would be more than willing to accompany you into the city for some leisure. Zijing furrowed her delicate brows, watching her cousin's melodious voice. She truly did not anticipate that her younger cousin would respond so affirmatively to Tang Mengde's invitation. They had only met for the second time. Is this truly appropriate? Zijin felt a swirl of complex emotions. As an elder cousin, she found herself grappling with mixed feelings regarding her younger cousin's reaction. What does it matter whether it is appropriate or not? Since they share mutual affection, should we not, as their elder siblings, extend our blessings to them? Tang Xiaotian cheerfully approached Zijin, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. However, in that unexpected moment of embrace, Zijin shuddered slightly. Since Miss Yunner has expressed herself so openly, then I, Tang, shall no longer feign restraint. Let us proceed, Miss Yunner. With a smile, Tang Mengde stepped closer to Lu Yunner, extending his hand to encircle her slender waist. Young Master Tang. Lu Yunner furrowed her delicate brows. Confronted by the sudden, outstretched hand of Tang Mengde, she felt an inexplicable sense of resistance. After all, Lu Yunner had been nurtured with exceptional education since childhood. The mere thought of someone encircling her waist, let alone the act itself, was far from an easy affair. Chapter 199. Zijin's frustration as Tang Mengde and Lu Yunner departed. The expression on Zijin's face was far from serene. Mengde, are you deliberately trying to vex me? She murmured to herself. Standing beside her, Tang Xiaotian remained oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling within Zijin's mind. Upon leaving Tang Xiaotian's residence, the embrace around Lu Yunner's waist was undeniably soft. Ah, young Master Tang. Lu Yunner's gaze flickered with a hint of trepidation as she faced Tang Mengde's ardent stare. This intensity genuinely unsettled her, a refined young lady accustomed to gentility. She had envisioned Tang Mengde as a man of gentle and considerate demeanor. Yet to her astonishment, he revealed a side of himself that was previously unknown. Yunner, he said, do not refer to me as young Master Tang. Call me Mengde instead, for it feels more intimate. This. The delicate visage of Lu Yunner flushed with a sudden warmth, her once snow-white neck now adorned with a rosy hue. Meanwhile, a devilishly charming smile curled upon Tang Mengde's lips as they traversed the path of the Haotian sect. The glances cast their way were rife with envy, particularly directed at the woman nestled in Tang Mengde's embrace. How audacious it was for Elder Mengde to openly embrace a woman in broad daylight. Did he truly harbor no fear of retribution from the overseeing elders? After all, the Haotian sect was his domain. Who would dare to stir trouble for their employer? If I were Elder Mengde, I would indulge even more extravagantly. The disciples standing by the roadside murmured among themselves. Their feelings toward Tang Mengde's actions, a complicated blend of admiration and resentment. As for Tang Mengde, he paid little heed to the surrounding gossip. In the past, he had been devoid of choices, but now, having traversed into this new existence, he found himself elevated in status. Though not the leader of the Haotian sect, he certainly stood well above those elders. Moreover, the Haotian sect was a prominent force within the Xingluo Empire. Strolling through the imperial capital, even the nobility would be compelled to accord him respect. This advantageous position, coupled with an unseen system aiding him, rendered his prospects boundless. Not merely confined to the Haotian sect, but across the entire Douluo continent, there would be no woman he could not woo, should he so desire. Noticing Tang Mengde's peculiar demeanor, Lu Yunner's enchanting face clouded with confusion as she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem rather strange." Caught off guard, Tang Mengde found himself momentarily speechless as he gazed at the stunningly beautiful Lu Yunner. Overcome by an uncontrollable impulse, he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Please, wait for me a moment." Lu Yunner stood in a daze, her expression one of bewilderment. Although she harbored a certain fondness for Tang Mengde, his approach, first embracing, then kissing, could well have startled her into retreat if she had not been mentally prepared. Moments later, as Tang Mengde returned to her side, Lu Yunner, still puzzled, watched as he extended his right hand, presenting a beautifully vibrant red flower, with a smile gracing her lips. She was likely unprepared for this unexpected display of affection from him. "You are truly stunning. This flower is for you. Will you accept it and belong to me?" Tang Mengde declared with an unusual seriousness, his gaze brimming with love as he beheld the slight tremor in Lu Yunner's eyes. He then enveloped her in his embrace. Lu Yunner was not as tall as Tang Mengde. When held in his embrace, her eyes barely reached his shoulder. Her charming face flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Yunner wished that this moment could last forever. After all, this sensation was incredibly delightful. As he gently adorned her hair with a small red flower, Tang Mengde gazed at her, captivated by her beauty, particularly noticing her face, which seemed to glow with an intensity that could almost draw blood. Tang Mengde was entranced. Lost in contemplation. Was he gazing at? Lu Yunner found herself under the gaze of Tang Mengde. Embarrassed, she could hardly meet his eyes directly. It was nothing really Just a feeling that if he were to truly marry her, she believed she would be profoundly happy. Tang Mengda's eyes were filled with tenderness as he gently caressed Liu Yun'er's silken strands of hair. It was evident that he was not jesting in the slightest. Liu Yun'er possesses an exceptionally alluring figure. Although her attire yesterday concealed her form, today, as ensemble exquisitely accentuates her physique, presenting it almost entirely to Tang Mengda's gaze. His eyes wander over Liu Yun'er, admiring her gracefully elongated, fair legs and her delicate waist, which is barely grasped by a single hand. To hold her close at night would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. You are quite mischievous. We have only just met, and yet you speak of marrying me. Liu Yun'er, in a fit of indignation, turned away, yet her demeanor struck Tang Mengda, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. He beheld her exquisite figure and the alluring curvature of her form, which could certainly be deemed as captivating treasures of unparalleled charm. With a heavy sigh, Tang Mengda exhaled a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. After all, it was still broad daylight. The disciples of Happiest sect passed by without pause. Were it not for the imminent departure from the gates of Happiest sect, he would undoubtedly have taken Liu Yun'er into his embrace and hastened towards his residence. Let us go, he proposed. Although I cannot be certain that you are the man worthy of Liu Yun'er's lifelong devotion, I trust that, in the eyes of my cousin, you shall not fall short of excellence. As Liu Yun'er finished her words and turned around, she found herself once again enveloped in Tang Mengda's embrace. However, this time, Tang Mengda had no intention of relinquishing her. As he leaned in to kiss her once more, Liu Yun'er, quick to respond, rose onto her toes and initiated a kiss upon his lips. The two of them held each other tightly, creating a moment of exquisite beauty amidst the falling leaves. Although the passing disciples lowered their heads as they walked by, they could not help but steal glances at this enchanting scene. Was this the matchmaking partner that the sect master's wife had introduced to Mengda? While Tang Mengda and Liu Yun'er shared their heartfelt embrace, a few women in a nearby pavilion observed them with keen interest. One strikingly beautiful woman inquired about Liu Yun'er's background, having heard that her father was a duke of the Xinglua Empire. A duke? Upon learning of Liu Yun'er's affluent family, the woman's delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly in astonishment. Time seemed to stretch as Tang Mengda held Liu Yun'er's hand. And under the watchful eyes of many, they departed from the gates of Happiest sect. The journey was resplendent, the fresh air invigorated by the warmth of their emotions. Together, they rode a magnificent steed towards a nearby Longpan city. Happiest sect held immense power within the Xinglua Empire, commanding respect even from the imperial family. Moreover, both Tang Mengda and Liu Yun'er, with their striking appearances and captivating presence, were regarded as a pair of celestial lovers, drawing the attention of countless onlookers upon their arrival in Longpan City. Mengda, look over there. It seems there are quite a number of people. Shall we go take a look? Liu Yun'er gently bit her red lips, her heart racing with nerves as it was her first date with a man. A sentiment entirely understandable. As she averted her gaze, a large hand stealthily wrapped around her slender waist, causing her delicate face to flush a deep crimson in an instant. Chapter 200. To trouble Mengda is to seek one's own demise. The venue was abuzz with chatter, the throngs of people rendering movement nearly impossible. Tang Mengda furrowed his brow, feeling the frustration of being trapped at the periphery of the crowd. Beside him, Liu Yun'er wore a similar expression of distress, as if the sheer number of onlookers hindered her ability to enjoy the spectacle, mirroring Tang Mengda's own sentiments. Is that exotic rabbit girl authentic? One voice inquired. The authenticity remained uncertain, yet given the rabbit girl's figure, one might wonder if there was any loss to be had, even if it were not genuine. Rabbit girl? Tang Mengda paused, familiar with the term. In his memory, the rabbit girl was not only charming in appearance, but boasted an enviable physique. Though this species was considered unconventional, it was an exquisite rarity for those with a penchant for the unusual. Boss, I am willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for that rabbit girl. What do you say to selling her to me? As Tang Mengda mused over the rabbit girl's appearance, a pallid yet handsome young noble raised his folding fan and made an offer to the jovial middle-aged merchant. Surely, this young master is jesting? Capturing that rabbit girl took considerable effort on my part. Not to mention, her worth far exceeds your meager offer. My labor alone is worth more. The merchant's unceremonious mockery left the nobleman speechless, his face turning a shade of deep frustration. Despite his noble lineage, the young man did not believe he was the only wealthy individual in such a bustling crowd. Indeed, the boss is a point. Without considering the effort, I would argue that the rabbit girl's beauty is worth at least 7,000 or 8,000. How about this? We round it up to 10,000. 10,000? The merchant's eyebrows twitched, as if tempted by the sum. However, He swiftly suppressed any inclination to agree, for with one bid of 10,000, higher offers were sure to follow. Huh, I bid 15,000. I happen to need a warm bed companion, though she appears rather unkempt now. I believe she will be pristine after a good wash. I bid 20,000. I find myself in need of a skilled apprentice for daily health assessments. Should I manage to bring her back, I firmly believe it would elevate our pharmaceutical research to unprecedented heights. I am willing to offer 25,000, not for any other reason, but simply because I possess wealth. As he listened to the crowd inflating the bids, Tang Mengde felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and fell into a deep silence. Beside him, Liu Yun observed the changing expressions on Tang Mengde's face with keen interest. Noticing his current despondent demeanor, she gently nudged his sleeve and spoke softly. If you wish to bid but find yourself troubled by a lack of funds, I would be more than willing to lend you some. Tang Mengde was taken aback. He had not anticipated such generosity from his date. Where could one find such a remarkable woman? Look at her. She is willing to spend her own money for a man without means. What do you imply? I do the laundry, cook, manage the household, and care for the children. Yet you expect me to provide for you as well. As Tang Mengde listened to the surrounding arguments, his mind racing, he grasped Liu Yun's hand and led her to a quieter area. Just as Liu Yun began to ponder what Tang Mengde was up to, he unexpectedly produced a heavy wooden box from a ring. As the box emerged, she tilted her head in confusion, and to her surprise, Tang Mengde opened the previously closed box. Inside, it was brimming with banknotes. Furrowing her brow, Liu Yun found herself at a loss as to Tang Mengde's next move. However, it wasn't long before he leapt into the air, clutching the box, and stood atop a nearby rooftop, scattering handfuls of banknotes down onto the street below. Moments later, as the bills fluttered through the air, the crowd that had been gathered to see the auction rushed forward to snatch them up. Watching the entire box of money being dispersed so carelessly, Liu Yun stood there in bewilderment, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Even those who had been participating in the auction, upon witnessing such a bounty of cash, abandoned their posts and rushed over, including the auctioneer who hurried off in pursuit. With the crowd now dispersed, Tang Mengde leapt down to join Liu Yun. You cannot tell me that you scattered all that money simply to avoid being jostled by the crowd? Liu Yun wore a look of sheer astonishment. After all, indulging in such extravagance as Tang Mengde did, even with the formidable backing of the Haotian sect, could hardly sustain years of lavish spending. Alas, Sister Yunia, your words have truly wounded your brother's heart. It is essential to understand that my actions, Mengde's actions, stem from a desire to shield you from harm caused by those individuals. Just observe how those people are now preoccupied with snatching my coins. Does this not allow us to enjoy a most comfortable view of the lovely rabbit maiden? In a moment of confusion, Liu Yun found herself at a loss for words. After all, the way Tang Mengde articulated his thoughts seemed to imply a personal motive. Liu Yun was not the type of woman to be unreasonable. After a brief hesitation, she reached out and linked her arm with Tang Mengde's. With her red lips pursed and her beautiful eyes gazing at him, she spoke softly. Although your actions excite me greatly, I hope that if we marry in the future, you will refrain from such extravagance, if you please. Observing the sincerity in her eyes, Tang Mengde felt a slight stir within himself, and, with a smile gracing his face, he gently nodded in response. A moment later, the two arrived before a rather spacious iron cage. Upon seeing the girl confined within, Tang Mengde was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the rumored rabbit girl would possess such charm. She bears so many wounds. How can anyone be so cruel as to imprison such an adorable rabbit girl? Seeing Liu Yun frown with anger as the rabbit girl huddled in fear, a surge of wrath ignited within her. This journey was not in vain. Just as Liu Yun finished speaking, the voice of the slave trader emerged from behind them. Perhaps sensing Tang Mengde's disapproving gaze, the trader awkwardly smiled and hastily stuffed the collected banknotes into his own pocket. Ahem. May I inquire if you two are interested in this rabbit girl? The last bid was at 43,000. If you can offer a higher price, this rabbit girl would make an excellent choice as a bedwarmer or a companion. The trader's face bore an obsequious smile, as if the allure of the rabbit girl would be irresistible to any man. However, he was destined for disappointment. For the man before him was none other than Tang Mengde, an elder from the most formidable sect of Douluo continent, the Haotian sect. Frowning deeply, Tang Mengde listened to the trader's insinuations, which implied that he was certain to purchase the rabbit girl. Beside him, Liu Yun wore an expression of disdain, fully aware that the trader's words insinuated the girl was merely a coveted object for nighttime warmth. Let us leave. Whoever desires this rabbit girl may purchase her. Tang Mengda declared, interrupting just as the trader's smile was about to take on a more lascivious tone. His words rendered the trader's grin awkwardly frozen on his face, as disbelief washed over him. The rabbit girl was surely a prize known to those who claimed her. Not to mention the fierce bidding from the wealthy patrons earlier. Many more were still gravitating towards this scene. Indeed, whoever desires this rabbit girl may acquire her. The previous bid reached 43,000, correct? Let us proceed with a straightforward offer of 50,000. It would not be a loss for you. Why not sell it directly to me? It would save you the trouble, wouldn't it? A portly middle-aged man, with a round face and oily lips, cheerfully inquired of the vendor. Observing the greasy demeanor of this man, one could only imagine the dismal fate that awaited the rabbit-eared maiden should he purchase her. However, the vendor was no fool. He was well aware that the price of this maiden was far greater than the sum proposed. With his eyes darting about, he hesitated for a moment before thoughtfully addressing the trembling rabbit-eared girl hidden away in her iron cage. Ah, esteemed guest, please do not be hasty. A mere 50,000 is an amount that I believe many present could afford, since it appears that you all are quite fond of this rabbit-eared maiden. I shall not deceive you any longer. As he spoke, the vendor reached out and tore down the talisman affixed to the iron cage. With the talisman's removal, the rabbit-eared maiden underwent a startling transformation. Before them stood a ravishing figure, exuding an enchanting allure. The atmosphere in the room surged with excitement once more. Could she perhaps be of the fox tribe? The portly middle-aged man trembled with anticipation. Years ago, during his travels, he had a fleeting encounter with a fox woman in a city. The memory, though long past, still stirred within him. Ah, it seems the vendor is quite knowledgeable. He mused. Indeed, she hails from the fox tribe of the Outer Realms, though possessing certain flaws. She embodies the famous adage that one might die a playful ghost beneath the pomegranate skirt. He paused, adding, moreover, I must inform you all that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this fox maiden is likely still a virgin. What? This revelation sent waves of frenzy amongst the crowd. If what the vendor claimed was true, acquiring this fox maiden would undoubtedly elevate one's quality of life to unprecedented heights. Faced with such enticing prospects, bids began to escalate, surpassing even the middle-aged man's initial offer. I offer 60,000. If indeed the vendor speaks the truth, I am willing to add an additional 5,000 as a private gratuity. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd. If this were the case, the price of the fox maiden had now soared to 65,000. The lecherous middle-aged man furrowed his brow. While he could afford the sum of 65,000, the thought of spending such an amount solely for the fox woman caused him to hesitate. I bid 80,000. I bid 90,000. I shall offer 100,000. As the fervor continues to rise, such a lofty price inevitably draws the attention of an ever-growing crowd. Tang Mengda and Liu Yun, of course, chose not to depart, standing silently in place, observing. They watched as the crowd repeatedly shouted higher bids. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Yun furrowed her brows and glanced at Tang Mengda beside her. If she truly is a member of the fox tribe, I possess a method to bring you back to the sect without spending a dime. Bring her back without spending a dime? Tang Mengda was taken aback, casting a bewildered look at Liu Yun. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Liu Yun suddenly rose on her toes and whispered something in his ear. A moment later, with a charming smile directed at Tang Mengda, her expression radiated an extraordinary elegance, truly befitting the daughter of a duke. Tang Mengda silently admired Liu Yun as the bid soared to 280,000, with a dangerous curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tang Mengda swiftly raised his arm. In his grasp, a hammer, crackling with electricity, materialized effortlessly. As the hammer emerged, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Tang Mengda. Moments later, a fierce wind swept through the area. Even Liu Yun had to shield her dress with her hands to avoid an unintended exposure. The suddenness of these events caught the crowd completely off guard, leaving their faces pale with fear. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, and the expression of the vendor turned to one of sheer terror. I am Tang Mengda of the Haotian sect. Do you dare to recklessly auction off our kin of the fox tribe here, as if my Haotian sect holds no significance? As Tang Mengda revealed his identity, the bidders were visibly shaken. After all, who Tang Mengda was and the might of the Haotian sect were no trifling matters. Haotian sect. The vendor's face instantly blanched, as if the mere mention of the sect sent shivers down his spine. Moments later, as Tang Mengda unveiled his identity, the electric hammer in his hand crackled incessantly. Just as he took a step forward, the vendor, like a rat fleeing from a cat, bolted away in terror. Noticing something amiss, Tang Mengda resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, leaped into action. He raised the hammer high above his head and, in an instant, hurled it forcefully towards the fleeing vendor. With a piercing sound slicing through the air, the hammer plummeted to the ground, striking the vendor's hind leg in a heartbeat. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream emitted by the vendor, the expressions of all present were profoundly shaken by the youth who soared majestically in the air. As for Liu Yun'er, gazing at Tang Mengde, who seemed like a divine being descending from the heavens, her eyes sparkled faintly like twinkling stars. Moments later, as Tang Mengde descended beside the vendor and beheld the latter's shattered leg, he furrowed his brow in contemplation before earnestly inquiring, "You flee upon my revealing my identity. Could it be that this woman of the Fox clan bears some connection to my Haotian sect?" Chapter 202. The Daughter of the Duke Liu? Tang Mengde was aflame with rage, for the vendor's reaction was indeed exceedingly peculiar. The commotion had naturally attracted the attention of others, and as armored soldiers arrived on the scene, they hesitated upon noticing the electrified hammer held by the young man, standing rooted with a palpable sense of fear. After a brief moment, a commanding officer among them exhaled heavily and approached Tang Mengde. "Are you the one from the Haotian sect?" he queried, his tone feigning calmness, though the beads of cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his anxiety. "I am Tang Mengde of the Haotian sect," he replied with a composed demeanor, subsequently retracting the Haotian hammer into his palm as if it had never existed. As Liu Yun'er arrived, the soldiers seemed to recognize her identity. "Brother, this young lady appears to be the daughter of Duke Liu." "The daughter of the Duke Liu?" The captain's demeanor was tense. Who could be unaware of the esteemed Duke Liu? However, upon noticing the striking woman grasping Tang Mengde's arm, preparing to depart, the captain hesitated before calling out to Tang Mengde's retreating figure. "Elder Mengde, what precisely has transpired here? I implore you to provide me with a response, so that I may report back." As he uttered these words, his palms were clammy with sweat. Faced with one of the most formidable figures of the Haotian sect, it was impossible not to feel trepidation. After all, in the minds of the onlookers, even a disciple of the Haotian sect was known for their combative nature. Is it sufficient to seize the resources of our Haotian sect? Those present exchanged glances, witnessing the scene where a vendor's leg was shattered by the Haotian hammer. Observing the vendor's continuous wails, they found it hard to believe the veracity of Tang Mengde's claims. Yet, they were powerless. The entire empire relied on the protection of the Haotian sect, and as mere foot soldiers, they possessed little authority. They could only allow Tang Mengde and his companions to depart in silence, while the assembled guards reluctantly assisted the lamenting vendor. "Ah, please no, I'm a victim here. Is it truly just to treat me this way? I shall report you to your emperor. How can you mistreat an unfortunate victim like this?" The vendor protested, for being inexplicably assaulted was indeed a source of profound suffering. His cries were pitiful, resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow, perhaps unable to bear the lamentations any longer. The captain furrowed his brow and inquired of the vendor, "What is the cause of your tears? What has transpired? If it is indeed due to our actions, we shall take responsibility." Upon hearing this, the vendor hesitated momentarily before responding earnestly. "I was merely standing there, calling out prices, when suddenly, bang, my leg was crushed." "Take him away." The captain understood that such a response would yield no effect. After all, the individuals from the Haotian sect were simply beyond their comparison. Moments later, Tang Mengde, unfazed by the vendor's reaction, hesitated briefly before turning to Liu Yun'er beside him, and gently remarked, "I never anticipated that beneath your seemingly innocent exterior, you would possess such ingenuity." The words spoken by Tang Mengde rendered Liu Yun'er's face ablaze with embarrassment, although there was no hint of mockery in his tone. Hearing them from his lips, nonetheless, made her feel oddly uncomfortable. As the two approached the gathering crowd, those who remained rooted to the spot dared not make a move. Even the most aggressive bidders fell silent, apprehensive of Tang Mengde's status. As the crowd parted voluntarily, Tang Mengde and Liu Yun'er arrived before the iron cage. With a swift motion, Tang Mengde reached out and effortlessly tore the formidable iron bars into several pieces. As the entrance materialized, the onlookers gaped at the casually crushed steel, their thoughts drifting to their own ribs. Should Tang Mengde choose to apply even a fraction of that strength to them, their bones would surely shatter. The sheer magnitude of his power was astonishing. Could it be that all members of the Haotian sect possessed such terrifying strength? No wonder my cousin is so eager to join the Haotian sect. With a grand elder like this, becoming a disciple would undoubtedly provide a formidable backing. Tang Mengde of the Haotian sect? That name sounded vaguely familiar. Could he be the brother of the sect's master? If that were indeed the case, it would clarify much. After all, a significant part of Tang Xiaoyan's rise to leadership was attributed to his elder brother. Indeed, While such familial ties often dictate precedence, it was clear that Tang Mengde harbored no ambitions for the position of sect master. The attention of the onlookers finally settled upon Tang Mengde, for he was a formidable figure of the Haotian sect, and the mere fox tribe woman seemed almost inconsequential in comparison. As Tang Mengde stepped into the cage and beheld the trembling fox maiden, he hesitated for a moment before extending his hand toward her. "Please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything to spare my life." The fox maiden reacted with palpable fear as his hand approached her. Observing her terrified expression, Tang Mengde furrowed his brow and turned to Lu Yuner, beckoning her to his side. "Do not be afraid. If you do not mind, I would like to take you to this young lady's home. What do you think?" "To her home?" The fox maiden expressed confusion. While she had some understanding of human affairs, she recognized that going to a man's dwelling was inherently less safe than visiting a woman. However, such decisions were not hers to make. As her expression dimmed with disappointment, Lu Yuner's gentle voice reached her ears. "He is correct. I am in need of a personal maid. If you do not mind, you may come to my side." "Ah." The Fox clan maiden lifted her head, gazing at the young lady who wore a warm smile. Her large eyes seemed to rekindle a glimmer of hope, prompting her to tentatively extend her hand. As Lu Yuner observed her reaction, she reached out and pulled her up. It is worth noting that the Fox maiden, having been captured, was clad in tattered garments. Previously, she had been crouched, hugging her knees, which suggested that nothing untoward had occurred. However, now that she stood, her flawless figure ignited fervent admiration among the men who secretly observed her from outside. As the Fox maiden followed Lu Yuner out of the iron cage, she became acutely aware of the gazes around her, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head shyly. "Put this on for now. Once we arrive at my place, you can wash up properly and change into new clothes," Tang Mengde said warmly, draping his outer robe over the Fox maiden's shoulders, causing her heart to race like a startled fawn. Chapter 203. The one who rescued me is Tang Mengde, with the robe now enveloping her. The Fox maiden's impression of Tang Mengde soared to unprecedented heights. She could hardly fathom that such a courteous youth, hailing from the human race, would treat her, an existence often scorned, with such kindness. She was not blind. The vile expressions of those who had bid on her during the auction were etched vividly in her memory. A moment later, as the three departed, the expressions of those who had participated in the auction were nothing short of riveting, although they had failed to obtain the Fox maiden or experience the warmth of her embrace. The mere fact that they retained their lives was indeed the greatest fortune bestowed upon them. As the trio arrived at the residence where Lu Yuner resided, Tang Mengde finally came to a halt. "Would you like to come inside and take a look? You must know, once we are married, this will be your second home." Lu Yuner gently pursed her crimson lips and gazed at Tang Mengde, inquiring softly. In response to her question, Tang Mengde, with a furrowed brow, merely shook his head. "Perhaps it is best to let it be. This outing was rather hasty, and when I am better prepared with a gift, it would not be too late to return." Tang Mengde's expression was somewhat awkward, even tinged with embarrassment. Lu Yuner, understanding yet choosing silence, acknowledged that since Tang Mengde was unwilling to accompany her home, there was nothing further to discuss. "Shall we proceed inside?" she inquired. "Indeed," replied Tang Mengde with a smile, waving farewell to Lu Yun and then stepping towards the direction of Haotian sect. Shortly thereafter, as Lu Yuner and the rescued Fox clan woman entered the courtyard, they undeniably attracted considerable attention. Servants, maids, and elders alike were captivated by the unusual woman accompanying Lu Yuner, their expressions one of astonishment. Particularly striking were the distinctive pair of ears adorning her head, which drew even more focus. "Yuner, did you not go to seek that young master of Haotian's sect? Tang Mengde, how is it that you have returned so soon? And what is the story behind this Fox clan woman?" At that moment, an elderly man dressed in blue, his hair tinged with gray, approached them, a frown etched upon his brow as he directed his inquiry towards Lu Yuner. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the Fox clan woman. The old man's demeanor was solemn. Though his blue attire appeared unremarkable, a subtle luminescence flowed through it, suggesting it had been imbued with protective enchantments. Despite his commonplace appearance, the undeniable air of pride upon his countenance attested to his status within the Lu household. Perhaps sensing the intensity of the elder's gaze, the Fox clan woman, her delicate figure quivering slightly, discreetly examined him in return. As the elder's eyes remained locked on the Fox clan woman, Lu Yuner hesitated for a moment before gently parting her lips to speak earnestly. "She is a maidservant purchased by Tang Mengde. Due to the strict customs of Haotian sect, I am temporarily keeping her by my side." "A maidservant bought by Tang Mengde?" The elder's brows knitted together at her words, but upon observing Lu Yuner's serious expression, His countenance shifted from calm to grave. In that case, she may remain with you. After all, once you are wed to Haotian's sect, it would provide a valid reason to bring her along. Perhaps wary of the forces behind Tang Mingde, the elder, despite harboring intentions towards the Fox clan woman, felt compelled to utter these disingenuous words. Naturally, upon hearing the elder's statement, Lu Yuner felt no need to linger. With the elder's serious gaze upon them, she grasped the Fox clan woman's hand and made her way towards the residence she called home. Though the Lu residence may not rival the expansive grounds of the Haotian sect, it certainly does not lack in grandeur when compared to their decorations. The area inhabited by Lu Yuner is naturally under her own jurisdiction. Upon noticing her return, the maids and servants displayed an overwhelming enthusiasm. "Miss, we thought you wouldn't return tonight," one exclaimed. "Haha, are you not afraid that a young lady might tear your tongue out for such remarks?" Another jested. "If she does, so be it. I have heard that the gentleman named Tang Mingde possesses strikingly handsome features. Standing alongside our stunning young lady, they would undoubtedly make a match made in heaven, wouldn't they?" The maids exchanged playful banter, suggesting a close relationship with Lu Yuner, for had their rapport been strained, such remarks could have led to severe repercussions. Miss, who is this young lady?" one maid suddenly inquired. "Did you bring her back out of pity?" At that moment, a sweet-faced maid made her remark. As the saying goes, a kind word warms the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill even the warmest summer. It must be noted that although this maid's appearance was exceedingly charming, her intellect seemed wholly devoted to enhancing her looks. She is someone Tang Mingde asked me to bring back, saying that when I marry him in the future, I should take her with me. Could she be a handmaiden for your dowry?" The maids teased, their laughter lighthearted, yet the comment seemed to offend the Fox clan girl. Observing the sorrowful expression on the Fox maiden's face, Lu Yuner hesitated for a moment before gently addressing her. "I do not know your name, but from this day forth, you shall be called Ali. Rest assured, I am not your mistress. Your true master is the one who rescued you. His name is Tang Mingde. Is the one who saved me truly named Tang Mingde?" As the daughter of a duke, Lu Yuner's ability to express such words without pretense bestows immense honor upon the Fox clan woman. For instance, had this Fox woman not been rescued by Tang Mingde, she would undoubtedly have faced unprecedented humiliation. After all, none of those who participated in the bidding were motivated by goodwill. "Thank you, miss." Although Lu Yuner displayed great familiarity, Ali, being a woman of the Fox clan, was acutely aware of the implications of relying on others. She did not allow Lu Yuner's respect to make her overly willful. Observing Ali's understanding demeanor, Lu Yuner gently pressed her crimson lips together and cast her beautiful gaze upon the two maids. "She is a guest invited by me, Lu Yuner, and I hope you can recognize the distinction between you and her." Noticing the injuries Ali bore, she continued from now on, "You two shall be responsible for attending to her daily needs." The two maids exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback that this Fox woman, merely a purchased entity, had suddenly risen to a status even higher than theirs. Nevertheless, it must be noted that these maids were indeed properly bought by the Lu residents, and thus the deed of servitude was firmly held by the steward of the Lu estate. Consequently, despite any dissatisfaction harbored by the two maids regarding Lu Yuner's deliberate arrangement, they could only comply with her wishes and cater to Ali's daily life. Although Ali had expressed a desire to manage on her own, under Lu Yuner's insistence, she reluctantly accepted the two maids as her temporary aides. Chapter 204. The Soul Inquiry from Zijing upon returning to the Haotian sect. Tang Mingde did not anticipate that the commotion he had stirred in the city would reach the ears of his elder brother, Tang Xiaotian. Accompanied by the steward, he proceeded to the cabinet where Tang Xiaotian resided. After a brief glance at the steward, Tang Xiaotian waved him away. Moments later, as Tang Xiaotian rose and approached Tang Mingde, he earnestly inquired, "I hear you rescued a woman from the Fox clan in the streets? Do you understand? That Fox woman was someone I had Elder Tang who seek out for assistance. Unfortunately, Elder Tang, who met with misfortune, falling victim to a group of assassins whose origins remain unknown. Given that this matter has now come to your attention, I hope you can surrender the Fox woman, for she was sought at my behest." Tang Mingde's demeanor was one of indifference. He found it hard to believe that the esteemed leader of the Haotian sect could incessantly utter the name of the Fox clan woman. Moreover, as Tang Xiaotian himself had stated, this Fox clan woman had been retrieved with the assistance of Elder Tang who had subsequently lost his life due to this matter. It was one thing for Tang Xiaotian not to seek vengeance for Elder Tang who, but it was utterly incomprehensible for him to wish to bury this incident altogether. It echoed the adage that some individuals, despite appearing resplendent on the surface, engage in actions far more sordid than those of the most destitute scavengers. As Tang Xiaotian hoped for Tang Mengde to surrender the Fox clan woman, his brow suddenly furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a piercing gaze turned toward a particular direction. Upon noticing the familiar footsteps at the entrance, he nonchalantly returned to his seat beside the chair. Moments later, as the tightly shut door swung open, a captivating woman clad in a red dress entered, her countenance adorned with a charming smile. The mature allure exuded by the woman in the crimson gown was tantalizing, her curvaceous figure subtly accentuated beneath the fabric. Tang Mengde's gaze casually swept over her serpentine waist. When the woman in red perceived that Tang Mengde's eyes were fixed upon her form, she feigned nonchalance and gently addressed Tang Xiaotian, who was seated in the chair. I wish to inquire about the incident involving the Fox clan woman that transpired on the street. The Fox clan woman incident? Tang Xiaotian's brows knitted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his wife would broach such a topic without cause. Though he glanced at Tang Mengde, it was evident from the outset of their exchange that Tang Mengde was entirely unaware of the matter. Now, with his wife's sudden inquiry, Tang Xiaotian, feeling a twinge of anxiety, hesitated before rising with a facade of calm. "Oh, has some rumor circulated on the street?" he replied, feigning ignorance. Though his lackluster performance elicited a scoff from Tang Mengde, Zijin blinked her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed upon Tang Xiaotian, her dissatisfaction with her husband genuine. "It is not mere gossip. I'm simply curious as to why the Fox clan woman would be involved in such events in the street. As the most formidable sect, the Haotian sect seems indifferent to this matter. I recall the former sect leader often spoke of his close ties with the Fox clan leader before his departure. Zijin's mention of the former sect leader was a delicate subject. After all, only Tang Xiaotian truly understood the intricacies surrounding his ascension to the sect leader position. "What are you implying?" Tang Xiaotian's eyes narrowed, revealing his acute sensitivity regarding the matter of the Fox clan woman. What has transpired among you? Is it truly necessary for a mere Fox clan woman to incite such hostility between husband and wife? Tang Mengde, sensing the precariousness of the situation, suddenly assumed the role of peacemaker, naturally aligning himself with Zijing. Upon hearing such word from his brother, Tang Xiaotian, who was known for his suspicious nature, found himself increasingly bewildered by his sibling. Yet, as Tang Mengde stated, their relationship was one of marriage, and now, facing such confrontational dynamics, both parties bore their share of blame. Zijing's delicate brows twitched slightly, her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of shimmering water, fixated on Tang Mengde, while her rosy lips curled ever so slightly, exhaling a breath fragrant as orchids. "If I am not mistaken, the Fox clan woman must have been rescued by you, correct? However, I am curious. What are your intentions regarding this Fox clan woman? Will she remain in your home for your own enjoyment? Or did you plan to bestow her upon your brother, Tang Xiaotian? Enough. Zijing, I trust you will cease this matter forthwith." This marks the first instance in which Tang Xiaotian has unleashed such fury upon Zijing. Though he may not be wholly compliant with his cherished wife, he undoubtedly dotes on her immensely. Now, with Zijing seemingly intent on exploiting the incident involving the Fox clan woman to escalate matters, Tang Xiaotian would not allow her the opportunity to leverage this situation to her advantage. Startled by Tang Xiaotian's sudden outburst, Zijing trembled in fear. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she gazed into the fierce eyes of her husband, unable to fathom how he could transform so drastically. "You dare to shout at me? That Fox clan woman was brought back by your own doing. Tang Xiaotian, do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? Let me remind you, I am the wife of the Lord of Haotian sect. You." Tang Xiaotian could no longer contain his frustration, and with a fierce swing of his arm, he gripped the electrified iron hammer tightly in his hand. Just as his anger clouded his judgment, and he prepared to strike Zijing with force, Tang Mengde swiftly stepped in, casually striking his brother's arm. The hammer crashed to the ground. Despite being Tang Mengde's elder brother, the disparity in their true powers rendered Tang Xiaotian vastly inferior in comparison. Standing resolutely in front of Zijing, a cold smile graced Tang Mengde's lips as he proclaimed, "Elder brother, I hold no interest in that Fox clan woman. But should you attempt to bully my sister-in-law, do not blame me for prioritizing righteousness over familial bonds." Tang Xiaotian felt a sharp pain in his arm. Had it not been for Tang Mengde's deliberate effort to contain his energy, his arm would have surely shattered into pieces in that fleeting moment. Thus, Zijin found herself shielded behind Tang Mengde. As she gazed at the silhouette of the young man before her, a wave of sorrow washed over her, reminiscent of the tender moments shared with Tang Mengde in the past. "Mengde, let it go. Since he is no longer the Tang Xiaotian of old, I, by Zijing too, am not the by Zijing of yesteryears. Sister-in-law." Tang Mengde abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto by Zijing's alluring eyes, stirring a warmth within him. A sly smile crept across his lips as he then directed his attention back to Tang Xiaotian. Listen, I address you as brother out of respect for my absent father. But should you dare to continue tormenting Bai Zijing, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. After all, I do care about the position of the Haotian sect master, despite my outward indifference. What? The revelation struck Tang Xiaotian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom that the typically courteous Tang Mengde would harbor such animosity towards him due to a woman. Chapter 205. Tang Mengde's opportunity. Tang Mengde's words signified a complete fracture in their relationship, a devastating blow to Tang Xiaotian. Although he was reluctant to confront this new reality, the events that had transpired were not something he could easily mend. In that moment, Tang Xiaotian felt as if the very sky above him was collapsing. Standing in despair, with an expression devoid of emotion, the iron hammer he clutched seemed to lose its luster, dimmed by Tang Mengde's words. Observing Tang Xiaotian's soul-shattered visage, the indifferent Tang Mengde turned to Bai Zijing, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he regarded her. You need not concern yourself with him any longer. I never anticipated that this seemingly honest man could harbor such depths. Do you know? The Fox clan woman was captured at his behest by Elder Tang, who of our sect. Not only did Elder Tang, who perish, but he also failed to offer the most basic condolences to the bereaved. Even more outrageous, do you know why I am here? He believed that since the Fox clan woman was saved by me, he could reclaim her from my hands. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being a sect leader. Tang Mengde's tone was grave, infused with a fiery anger that rendered Tang Xiaotian utterly speechless. He could hardly believe that although Tang Mengde was not born of the same mother, they were at least connected by blood through their father. Yet, here was a half-brother, so earnestly undermining him. Mengde, I am your elder brother. Do you truly disregard me in such a manner? Tang Xiaotian roared with fury, wishing fervently to teach Tang Mengde a harsh lesson. What did you say? You are my elder brother? I almost forgot. If you had not proclaimed yourself as such, I might have completely overlooked the existence of such a good brother as you. You forsake your beautiful wife and instead chase after a woman from the Fox clan. Truly, you bring disgrace upon our Tang family. In a fit of rage, Tang Xiaotian clutched his chest, as if the sting of Tang Mengde's mockery pierced him deeply. Enough, Mengde. It is unnecessary to argue with such a person. What if something were to happen? Would you then bear the responsibility? Bai Zijing spoke earnestly, grasping Tang Mengde's arm, as if genuinely wishing to prevent a rift between him and Tang Xiaotian. Observing his wife utter such words of comfort towards his brother, a realization dawned upon Tang Xiaotian. Recalling the rumors that had circulated about Bai Zijing and Tang Mengde, did you two truly have a relationship before? He inquired, astonished, his expression revealing his disbelief at the unfolding events. Seeing Tang Xiaotian pose such a question, Tang Mengde decided it was time to cease concealing the truth. Indeed, just as you suspect, Bai Zijing and I were acquainted prior, although I'm puzzled as to why that old man would gift me to you. You must understand this. Even though Bai Zijing is now your wife, she will always hold a place for me in her heart. You, Tang Xiaotian, could scarcely fathom that the woman he had rightfully wed could possess such a connection with his brother. The revelation struck him profoundly. As he recalled Bai Zijing's inconsistent affections over the years, it became clear to him that although he had secured Bai Zijing as his wife, he had never truly won her heart. Ah, so that is why you never allowed me to touch you. Your heart has always belonged to this fellow. Had I known your affections lay with him, I would never have married a woman like you. Damn that old fool for orchestrating this. He has laid bare an opportunity for others to tarnish my honor. I shall kill you both, you wretched pair. Tang Xiaotian was engulfed in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. He wielded the Haotian hammer and struck towards the position of Tang Mengde with a sudden ferocity. It is well known that the Haotian sect is most famous for its chaotic wind hammer technique. Although this technique essentially involves spinning with a hammer, each disciple's mastery varies significantly. As the child of the former sect leader Tang Chun, Tang Xiaotian possessed remarkable skill in this technique. He swung the hammer with such force that it resembled a miniature tornado, charging towards Tang Mengde at an alarming speed. Mengde, Bai Zijing expressed her concern. Although Tang Mengde's strength far surpassed that of Tang Xiaotian, it did not preclude her from feeling anxious on his behalf. Rest assured, Zijing, Tong Mengde, will not be harmed by a worthless fool, he reassured her with a confident smile. As Tang Mengde gripped his own Haotian hammer, Tang Xiaotian finally comprehended the immense chasm that lay between them. If the lightning on Tang Xiaotian's hammer represented a fear scale, then the lightning wielded by Tang Mengde descended like a divine retribution from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the two Haotian hammers collided, creating a terrifying force that shook the very building they occupied. Despite the imminent threat of collapse, Bai Zijing's expression shifted, but she chose not to flee. For her, as long as Tang Mingde was within her sight, the security he provided was unmatched by someone like Tang Xiaotian. Moments later, as a torrent of energy surged into the Haotian hammer, Tang Mingde, already possessing the strength of a tidal Douluo, easily inflicted a devastating blow upon Tang Xiaotian. Blood gushed from Tang Xiaotian's mouth, his eyes devoid of life, as he struggled to breathe under the overwhelming pressure. As Tang Xiaotian lay on the ground, convulsing and appearing near death, Tang Mingde displayed no semblance of familial affection. This is all you're doing. Let me remind you, just because I do not speak of the things you have done to me, does not mean I am unaware. Consider this a reprieve for your wretched life. Should you dare to offend me again, I will send you to meet the unknown fate of Tang Chun. Coughing violently, Tang Xiaotian was in shock at how dire the situation had become. Had he possessed the foresight to predict the course of events, he would undoubtedly have refrained from provoking someone like Tang Mingde. Let us go. Such a person is not worthy of our sympathy. Tang Mingde's countenance was grave, his expression devoid of emotion as he casually wrapped his arm around Bai Zijing's slender waist. The moment they stepped out of the room, the elders gathered in the hall. Their brows, furrowed in disbelief, were struck with astonishment. Chapter 206. Father, are you blind? As Bai Zijing was led into the hall by Tang Mingde, the onlookers' expressions were nothing short of extraordinary. In their understanding, it was Tang Xiaotian who should rightfully embrace Bai Zijing. Yet, the scene unfolding before them utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Tang Mingde paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd, for in his eyes, their strength amounted to nothing more than mere trifles. Brother, what on earth is happening? Isn't that our stepmother? How could our second uncle be holding her like this? What kind of decorum is this? A handsome young man furrowed his brow, seemingly crushed by the weight of the unfolding reality. The youth he referred to as brother wore a similarly dark expression, as this incident was far beyond his comprehension. Tang Xiaotian, you should go check on your father. If you don't hurry, I fear he may succumb to the pressure and suffer a fatal collapse. What? Tang Xiaotian's robust frame trembled at the gravity of Tang Mingde's statement, like a bolt from the blue. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the room where Tang Xiaotian resided, only to find him in a state of utter disarray. Brother, what has happened to father? Tang Hao was struck dumb, for the esteemed leader of Haotian's sect now appeared in such a pitiful state. If word of this reached other factions, the repercussions for Haotian's sect would be immense. It must be said that Tang Xiaotian, as the eldest son, possessed remarkable intelligence. Casting a serious glance at the elders behind him, he spoke earnestly. I implore you all to keep this matter to yourselves. Should such news leak, I believe it would bring disgrace upon us all. Tang Xiaotian's demeanor was somber, tinged with darkness. While Bai Zijing was indeed his father Tang Xiaotian's wife, she was not the mother of Tang Xiaotian and Tang Hao. Had this been anyone else, perhaps Tang Xiaotian could have commanded the elders to take immediate action. But let us not forget, they were confronting the formidable title Douluo, Tang Mingde. I shall deal with that scoundrel. How dare he inflict such harm upon my father? I, Tang Hao, will avenge this grievance. Tang Hao was consumed by fury, his anger surging to an unprecedented peak. At that moment, despite being in a state of tremors, Tang Xiaotian summoned an unexpected strength to grasp Tang Hao's arm, rendering him immobile. In such dire circumstances, even as rage boiled within him, Tang Hao had no choice but to prioritize his father's life above all else. With Tang Xiaotian receiving emergency treatment from several physicians, the anxious crowd awaited the diagnosis. The physician, removing his hat, wore a face of resignation and could only shake his head. What does this signify? Tang Hao questioned, bewildered by the physician's gesture. It was common knowledge throughout Haotian's sect that Tang Hao possessed a reckless temperament. Brother, do not act impulsively. Thank you, Intozet. Fully aware that if his younger sibling continued down this path, it would lead to irreparable consequences. Soon, noticing Tang Xiao's relative composure, the physician responded earnestly. The situation of Sect Master Tang is temporarily stabilized, but remains merely stable. If you have any inquiries, I urge you to pose them promptly. Delaying until Sect Master Tang can no longer speak may result in missed opportunities. What? The physician's delicately phrased response implied a grim truth. Tang Xiaotian's days were numbered. Overwhelmed by this thunderous revelation, Tang Xiao felt as if the ground might give way beneath him. He could scarcely believe that his esteemed father was facing such a fate. I shall slay those vile scoundrels. Tang Hao roared in fury, as this news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Tang Xiao grasped Tang Hao's arm, fully aware that maintaining tranquility was paramount in such a moment. The consequences of losing control were unfathomable. As Tang Xiao led Tang Hao into the room, they beheld Tang Xiaotian, sustained by medicine. In an instant, Tang Hao collapsed to his knees. "Father, command me, even if it costs the entire Haotian sect. I will avenge you," Tang Hao declared passionately. Yet Tang Xiao could only shake his head in helplessness. Tang Xiaotian, still clinging to life, could hear every word Tang Hao uttered. "No, Tang Mingde is my half-brother. We must never resort to fratricide. Do you understand?" Tang Xiaotian lay on the brink of death, surrounded by physicians who attentively monitored his condition. In light of this dire situation, Tang Ao approached his father's bedside, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Father, how do you truly feel in this state?" "I sense my end is near," replied Tang Xiaotian. "Aoer, your brother may be impulsive, yet he possesses the potential to provide substantial protection for the Haotian sect, despite his inability to lead it. It is somewhat ironic that, though we're both the elder brothers, it is ultimately your younger sibling who proves to be the strongest. The Haotian sect cannot remain leaderless for even a day after my passing. You must remember, upon my death, the position of sect leader must be passed to Tang Mingde." "Father," Tang Hao erupted in indignation. He truly could not fathom that, even at this juncture, Tang Xiaotian would still consider his younger brother. Furiously, he approached his father's sickbed. His eyes ablaze with anger, he clenched his teeth for a moment before speaking earnestly. "What qualifications does Tang Mingde possess to become the leader of the Haotian sect? Is it merely based on his strength? Father, are you blind?" "Silence, you wretch," Tang Xiaotian retorted, rising with effort. Though merely shifting to his side, his hand struck Tang Hao's cheek with remarkable precision. The vivid imprint of his palm marred Tang Hao's face. Unable to accept the reality before him, Tang Hao eventually let out a hollow laugh, tears glistening in his eyes as he departed. Tang Xiaotian, exhaling heavily, turned to Tang Ao with a serious expression. "Aoya, after my demise, your brother will undoubtedly seek trouble with your second uncle. If you are still my son, you must help me prevent this. Do you understand?" Despite his pallor, a solemn resolve filled his features as he spoke those words. With an air of unyielding authority, Tang Xiaotian, upon receiving a nod of assent from Tang Xiao, wore a faint, bittersweet smile as he languidly reclined back onto the couch, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. The perpetual smile upon his face belied the thoughts swirling within his mind. After an extended period, Tang Xiao, noticing the unwavering expression on Tang Xiaotian's face, reached out with trembling fingers to feel for breath at Tang Xiaotian's nose, only to realize, in sudden shock, that it had already succumbed to death. Overcome with grief, he knelt beside Tang Xiaotian's body, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 207. Tang Xiao as the master of Haotian sect. Tang Xiaotian has passed away, yet even in his final moments, he entrusted Tang Xiao with the imperative task of ensuring that Tang Mingde ascends to the position of master of Haotian sect. However, for Tang Xiao, the prospect of relinquishing the role of the sect's leader to Tang Mingde remains a matter shrouded in uncertainty. The news of Tang Xiaotian's demise struck a significant blow to the entire Haotian sect. Even the smaller sects affiliated with Haotian were thrown into disarray, each grappling with their own concerns about who would ultimately assume the mantle of leadership. Fortunately, the tradition of passing leadership through the direct lineage meant that even the elder members with ulterior motives were compelled to maintain their silence. According to the elders of Haotian sect, the contention among those bearing the surname Tang was inconsequential, as their own positions would remain largely unaffected. While Tang Xiaotian may not have been particularly formidable in strength, his status as the sect leader commanded respect. Thus, during the funeral held in his honor, guests from afar expressed their profound sorrow with solemn tributes. Despite the close bond between Bai Zijing and Tang Mingde, Bai Zijing, as Tang Xiaotian's widow, attended the funeral in mourning attire. Both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao bore expressions of profound grief, as the absence of their father was an experience few would willingly endure. Notably, Ain, who had not yet wed Tang Hao, also participated in the funeral. Even more unexpectedly, Liu Yuner, the daughter of Duke Liu from the Tiando Empire, graced the event with her presence. Accompanied by an elderly musician playing the suona, the procession encircled the coffin repeatedly. The haunting melodies of the suona evoked an overwhelming urge to weep. Standing to the side, Tang Mingde, being of the same generation as Tang Xiaotian, was spared the need to kneel alongside the younger attendees. Although the circumstances surrounding Tang Xiaotian's death were rife with speculation, most of the blame converged upon Tang Mingde. "Brother, the Haotian sect cannot remain leaderless. Perhaps you should heed our father's last wishes and take up the mantle," he urged. As the guests mourned the body of Tang Xiaotian with profound sorrow, Tang Hao suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of the multitude in an instant. Their expressions were filled with perplexity, yet predominantly, they were profoundly intrigued by Tang Hao's utterance. Is it true, Hauer, that before his death, the sect master bequeathed the position to Xiao? Inquired an elder clad in black robes, his brow furrowed, as if seeking affirmation from Tang Hao. In response, Tang Hao's visage twisted with fury, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he berated the elder harshly. Preposterous! My father's corpse is not yet cold, and you presume I would jest in such a solemn moment? Let me clarify what is true and what is false. Am I, Tang Hao, so devoid of decorum as to make light of this grave occasion? His anger was palpable as the elder's inquiry ventured into dangerously sensitive territory. The elder, though visibly incensed, dared not voice his resentment, for in matters of lineage, he was overshadowed by the direct descendant, Tang Hao. Tang Mengde, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, remained remarkably composed. The position of sect master held little allure for him. After all, a person of great ambition would not concern themselves with such trivial titles. Second brother, with Father S remains still unburied. Is it not a tad premature to discuss who should assume the role of sect master? Have you forgotten Father S' dying words? Regardless of the circumstances, we, the members of Haotian sect, must always prioritize unity and camaraderie. Tang Xiaotian's voice rang with authority, as he, being several years elder than Tang Hao, had undoubtedly traversed far more experiences. He understood well why Tang Hao had chosen this moment to broach the sensitive subject of succession. Even words spoken in jest could be misconstrued by some as truth. Since my elder brother entrusted the position of sect master to you before his passing, you must carry out your duties with diligence. However, as an elder, I shall willingly assume the role of the supreme elder of Haotian sect. Now that it is time for the younger generation to step forth. The declaration of Tang Mengde stunned everyone into silence. It was widely known that the current supreme elder of Haotian sect was none other than Tang Chun, although Tang Chen's whereabouts were currently unknown. Should Tang Mengde indeed become the supreme elder, it would undeniably imply that even if Tang Xiao were to ascend to the role of sect master, his governance over the day-to-day affairs of the sect would be constrained by Tang Mengde. I believe it is not inappropriate for Mengde to hold the position of supreme elder. For prior to Xiao Tian's ascension, Mengde dedicated himself tirelessly to the development of Haotian sect. Although the position of the sect leader has been filled, the absence of a prominent figure to publicly support the Haotian sect could undoubtedly leave it vulnerable to criticism. An elder spoke up, one who could address Tang Mengde as Mengde and Tang Xiaotian as Xiaotian, indicating his esteemed status within the Haotian sect. Elder Mengde, a grave situation has arisen. The Spirit Hall has sent representatives. As the elder spoke, a hurried steward of the Haotian sect rushed into the hall. Tang Mengde furrowed his brow. He was not unfamiliar with the notion of visitors from the Spirit Hall. With the recent demise of the Haotian sect leader, Tang Xiaotian, it was imperative to host the guests with the utmost courtesy, regardless of their true intentions. Soon, as he observed the representatives from the Spirit Hall, it became evident that the leading figure was not only handsome, but exuded an air of authority, suggesting a high status within their ranks. Beside this striking youth was a woman whose presence captured Tang Mengde's attention even more. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long, fair legs were strikingly elegant, and her beauty was captivating, though her expression bore a hint of sorrow, as if she were not entirely content with her circumstances. Tang Mengde took in the scene. While he did not recognize the woman, he sensed that if he so desired, there could be a spark of romance between them. Upon hearing of the sudden passing of sect leader Tang Xiaotian, I am profoundly saddened. To express our consistent respect for all, I, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, extend my heartfelt condolences to sect leader Tang Xiaotian. The self-proclaimed Pope of the Spirit Hall proclaimed, his demeanor unsettlingly cheerful amidst the somber atmosphere. Tang Hao seethed with anger, yet he refrained from acting on it. After all, the individual who called himself the Pope possessed a strength that could intimidate even the most formidable. The Pope maintained a smile that seemed almost taunting compared to the heavy expressions of the other guests, as if he had come to provoke rather than to mourn. Among friends, we share wine and meat. Among foes, we wield the Haotian hammer. Since the Pope has come in person, you being so youthful, should perhaps address my elder brother as senior. If you're willing to do so, I believe a few respectful bows would not pose too great challenge. Would it? Chapter 208. Tang Mengde's disrespectful demands. The words uttered by Tang Mengde were sufficient to leave many in a state of profound shock. It is noteworthy that this young man from the Spirit Hall had the audacity to refer to himself as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Thus, His status was undoubtedly of the highest nobility. Historically, the Spirit Hall has never regarded surrounding powers with any respect, and so, when Tang Mengde made such a statement, it was evident that he held the Pope in little esteem. As expected, the Pope was infuriated. Faced with such insolence, his anger was palpable. Since ascending to the position of Pope, he had enjoyed unparalleled privileges, yet here he was, visiting the Haotian sect under the pretense of honoring his father, only to find that this homage was not merely ceremonial, but rather a demand for genuine submission. "Ah, you must be Tang Mengde," he remarked with a forced smile. "I have heard of your exploits. A title Douluo of level 98, even within our Spirit Hall, that commands a level of reverence. However, I regret to inform you that while I could bow to the deceased Tang Zhongzhu lying in his coffin, I cannot bring myself to kneel and kowtow. Forgive my candor." The Pope's smile, though strained, seemed to be an attempt to provide an avenue for mutual respect. Observing the Pope's reaction, Tang Mengde responded with a faint smile, contemplating for a moment before he replied earnestly, "If you are unwilling to kneel, then perhaps a bow will suffice, as it too reflects respect for one's elders." The Pope's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted as he fully comprehended that from the outset, this individual named Tang Mengde had been toying with him. The realization that he had been foolish enough to heed Tang Mengde's provocations was indeed a source of great ridicule. "Elder Mengde, do you believe that we members of the Spirit Hall are fools?" At that moment, an accompanying elder, visibly displeased, interjected with a frown. His formidable strength and high standing within the Spirit Hall were evident. However, it was clear that he held some level of respect for Tang Mengde, for otherwise, given the Spirit Hall's notorious ruthlessness, they would never tolerate anyone daring to insult the Pope. His prowess was on par with Tang Mengde's, which explained why even the esteemed second elder of the Spirit Hall refrained from taking action against him. The elders of the Haotian sect were sweating profusely on behalf of Tang Mengde. While his strength was indeed formidable, when compared to the second elder of the Spirit Hall, they were but insignificant in stature, essentially courting their own demise. Is it truly this lively? How about we consider an alliance with our Liubei sect? At that moment, another faction arrived, heightening the sensitivity of the Wuhuan temple members. The newcomers were clad in blue garments, with a regal figure leading them. Despite his azure attire, the crown upon his head exuded a commanding presence, every gesture reflecting an air of nobility. Following closely behind him were two men of varying ages. The elder emanated a formidable aura, yet one of his arms was conspicuously empty. The other middle-aged man, though lacking distinct features, possessed an astonishing level of power, standing at a terrifying rank of 96. This was Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasures Liubei sect, accompanied by the sword Douluo, renowned for unparalleled offensive might. Who then was the middle-aged man beside him? He appeared unfamiliar, perhaps a recently recruited powerhouse of the Seven Treasures Liubei sect. You are unaware of his identity? He is Gu Rong, an elder whose name is equally esteemed alongside the sword Douluo within the Seven Treasures Liubei sect. Gu Rong, could he be the Bon Douluo? The arrival of the Seven Treasures Liubei sect elicited a grave expression among the Wuhuan temple members. It is crucial to note that the absence of friction between the Wuhuan temple and the Haotian sect is largely attributed to the former sect master, Tang Qian. Who is Tang Qian? His name is well known across the Douluo continent. He is a figure of immense power, on par with the venerable Qian Daolu of the Wuhuan temple. Hailed as a superlative Douluo, due to Tang Qian's formidable presence, the Wuhuan temple's demeanor towards the Haotian sect is considerably more lenient compared to their attitude towards other sections. However, the relationship between the Seven Treasures Liubei sect and the Wuhuan temple is far from amicable. This is exemplified by the sword Douluo, who lost his arm amidst the encirclement of several titled Douluo from the Wuhuan temple. Of course, the Jin Douluo, serving as the second high priest, also participated in that conflict. Nevertheless, as long as Tang Mengde does not exhibit an excessively arrogant demeanor, the Jin Douluo, as a high-ranking member of the Wuhuan temple, is unlikely to regard anyone present with any respect. Ah, I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasures Liubei sect, along with the two esteemed elders. The Pope of the Wuhuan temple, with a smile that barely concealed his disdain, remarked that this encounter could be described as adversaries meeting with heightened animosity. Upon noticing the youth's smile, Ning Fengji's expression was more pained than sorrowful. With a solemn demeanor, he hesitated momentarily before turning to the sword Douluo beside him, frowning as he inquired, "Who would have thought we would encounter them here? Should we rejoice or mourn?" "Ah, surely we should rejoice. After all, not everyone has the privilege of witnessing the true form of the Pope of the Wuhuan temple." Douluo smiled ominously. Yet as his words faded, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him. This malevolent energy was profoundly terrifying, causing those of lesser strength among the guests to feel a shiver run down their spines, their bodies tensed in fear, accompanied by the appearance of a flying sword. This aura, reminiscent of an impending cataclysm, captured the attention of Tang Mingde. Although he held no affection for his elder brother, he would not tolerate any disruption at Tang Xiaoyan's funeral. Do you truly believe you can disregard our Haoyan sect? Let's not forget the significance of this day. If you're eager for confrontation, why not face me first? With a calm smile, Tang Mingde's formidable presence, reflecting his terrifying level 98 strength, erupted at that moment. Such an overwhelming force of oppression compelled even the golden crocodile Douluo, who was of equal standing, to adopt a stance of submission.